Chapter 1 Aggressive. I'm going to get our school beauty Chuchu tonight. Who has objections? Who disagrees? At the class reunion, Wei Diqing, the rich second generation in the class, announced arrogantly. After the announcement, he glanced at everyone and his eyes fell on Su Qi with a provocative look on his face. Especially you, are you convinced? He always regarded Su Qi as his love rival. Because he was madly pursuing the school beauty Chuchu, she always had a good eye for Su Qi. When he was in school, he bought a box of drinks for a physical education class. Purified water, cola, Sprite, Red Bull, Nutri Express, and so on were brought to Chuchu. As a result, Chuchu didn't even look at it. Instead, she ran to Su Qi, who was drinking water, and drank the water from Su Qi's cup. All the classmates were watching at that time, and they were in an uproar. Drinking water from the cup that Su Qi was drinking from, isn't this an indirect kiss? Wei Diqing felt humiliated like never before. Chuchu would rather drink the water from Su Qi's cup than the drink he had worked so hard to buy. This is a disrespect to him. From that time on, he hated Su Qi and made trouble for him everywhere. Su Qi was furious at Wei Diqing's words. Wei Diqing, do you still have any humanity? Chuchu's mother is in the hospital and desperately needs money to save her life. We're gathering to raise money for Chuchu. How dare you say such shameless things at this time? Not only him, but other students were also very dissatisfied with Wei Diqing's arrogance. However, Wei Diqing's family was too rich and powerful, so everyone could only endure it. Wei Diqing was very disdainful, ridiculous. Only poor people would talk about humanity here. For me, sex is enough. That's what adults do. We're actually discussing human nature here. How much is human nature worth? Su Qi snorted coldly. You don't even want humanity, are you a beast? You. Wei Diqing slammed the table and stood up. I'm about to come and settle the score with Su Qi. The classmates next to him quickly stopped him. Calm down, we are all classmates. Yes, we also need to raise money for Chuchu's mother. Wei Diqing pushed him away and said, What the hell, I've already paid for that little bit of money. Pointing at Su Qi, he said, I just paid the money casually, can you come up with it? Su Qi gritted his teeth secretly. He wanted to help Chuchu, but he really didn't have that much money. I heard that the surgery for Chuchu's mother's disease would cost at least 200,000 yuan, and it might not even be cured. You will have to spend money later. I felt my pocket and found only the 1,000 yuan I had withdrawn in advance from the company today. I'm going to hand it over to Chuchu and do my best to help. But compared to 200,000 yuan, 1,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. It's not that he doesn't work hard. But after graduation, I found several jobs, but none of them were satisfactory. In my first job, just as I was about to finish my internship, the company suddenly went bankrupt. In my second job, the boss was in debt and ran away with the money without even getting my salary. In this city, with so many places that require money, I had no choice but to deliver food temporarily. He was still wearing his delivery work clothes under his coat, and the electric delivery vehicle was parked in the corner outside the hotel. I'm just asking you, do you have money? Seeing that Su Qi didn't say anything, Wei Diqing became more provocative. If you don't have money, stop talking and just watch how I deal with Chuchu. Su Qi couldn't help but clench his fists. This bastard is so arrogant. A classmate next to me whispered. It seems that Chuchu is doomed today. There's no other way. No matter how noble Chuchu is, can she not treat her mother? Alas, she will definitely give in to Wei Diqing. This is reality. Chuchu can't escape Wei Diqing's control. It's a pity that a beautiful flower has to be stuck in cow dung. Chuchu is the goddess in our hearts. Damn it! I really want to beat this guy up. How dare you? Do you know who his father is? He's a very powerful contractor with dozens of people under him. He's rich and well connected. Are you looking for death if you dare to cross him? Bang! Su Qi slammed the table and stood up. I really can't stand listening to it anymore. At worst, I can just go all out and fight Wei Diqing to the death. Just thinking about a beautiful girl like Chuchu succumbing to this bastard makes me feel as uncomfortable as eating a fly. What are you up to? Wei Diqing was shocked. Just as Su Qi was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out. The system has detected the host's strong intention, selected the host, and is now binding. Binding in progress. 1%, 2%. Suchi was stunned. What the hell? System? There really is such a thing as a system. Although I have seen various systems in novels, I never expected to encounter one in reality. It's really shocking. I just don't know what kind of system I'm encountering. The system quickly completed the binding and began to introduce itself. Only then did Suchi realize that this system was called the Midas Touch system. As long as there is enough energy, you can turn everything into gold. The higher the energy consumption, the more amazing the effect of turning stone into gold. Suchi couldn't help but look at his fingers. Can stone turn into gold with just a flick of your finger? So awesome? The system binding process was a pleasure. I'm happy to give you 3 newbie gift packs. Suchi was overjoyed. As expected, there is a gift package for beginners, and the process is very standardized. Hurry up and open the first novice gift pack. The gift package you opened was empty. Totally empty. Surprising or not? Surprising or not? Suchi suddenly had 3 black lines on his forehead. How could the gift package be empty? This system is a bit tricky. Hurry up and open the second novice gift pack. The gift package you opened is still empty. Didn't expect that? Suchi collapsed. This system feels a bit annoying. Be patient and open the last gift package. Congratulations, your patience has been rewarded. You are rewarded with 1,000 energy points. Energy points can be obtained from the system or exchanged for attention points. 1 point of attention can be exchanged for 1 point of energy. Win the attention of others and you will gain attention. Suchi looked at the system panel. There is indeed a number for the energy value. It was originally 0, now it has become 1,000. This energy value can turn stone into gold. Fuck, you coward, if you don't dare to do anything, why are you pretending to be so tough? Wei Diqing was originally frightened by Suchi's momentum. But when he saw Suchi suddenly standing there motionless, he couldn't help but relax. Master Wei, how dare he touch you? Isn't that courting death? That's right, if he dares to get close to you, young Master Wei, we'll break his legs first. Wei Diqing's 2 followers, Kuqiu and Kuzhao, quickly flattered him. When they were in school, the 2 of them were Wei Diqing's lackeys. Now he clung to Wei Diqing's thigh tightly. Xuechuchu is here. Someone whispered. Everyone looked back and saw the door of the private room opened and Xuechuchu walked in. She was wearing a plain long skirt and a white sweater. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail at the back. Her face was pale, with slight dark circles and red eyes, and she looked very haggard. It seems that she is very troubled by her mother's affairs. However, it is still difficult to conceal the elegant scholarly air about her. This is the goddess in everyone's eyes, hardworking, motivated, and beautiful, like a quiet and elegant orchid in the valley. The protagonist has arrived, everyone please cooperate with Master Chang. Don't forget, without Master Chang, you poor bastards wouldn't even be able to enter this 5-star hotel, let alone enjoy the delicious food here. Kuqiu and Kuzhao reminded everyone. Wei Diqing kicked Kuqiu off the chair. Patted the chair left vacant by Kuqiu. He said to Xuechuchu with a smile, Goddess, sit here. Xuechuchu glanced at him and said nothing. He looked around and his gaze fell on Suchi. Everyone knew that Wei Diqing regarded Suchi as his love rival, and no one dared to sit with Suchi. So, the seats on both sides of Suchi were empty. Xuechuchu walked straight to Suchi and asked in a low voice, Is anyone here? Before Suchi could answer, Wei Diqing said angrily, Asshole, think carefully. You dare to ruin my good thing? I won't let you step out of this hotel tonight. Chapter 2 Let's show off. Suchi sneered, That's perfect, I was thinking of having a candlelit night chat with our school beauty, so I'll stay here tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Attention points from Xie Xiaofeng plus 5. Attention points from Yang Shurao plus 5. In a short period of time, Suchi actually received more than a dozen points of attention. I suddenly understood where the focus came from. It must be because he remained so tough in the face of Wei Diqing's aggressiveness that everyone looked at him differently, and thus he became the focus of attention. Good. Just know how to gain attention. With a smile on his face, he said to Xuechuchu, Long time no see. Come sit down and let's have a good chat. Xuechuchu looked at him deeply and sat down beside him. Attention points from Xuechuchu plus 10. Su Chi was slightly stunned. Why did Xue Chuchu attract so much attention? Others get +5, but she gets +10 directly. After thinking about it for a while, I seem to understand a little. Xue Chuchu not only pays attention to him, but also has a good impression of him, which is definitely a higher level than just paying attention, so it translates into a lot of attention points. Xue Chuchu, I want you to sit here with me. Wei Diqing slammed a stack of money on the table. This stack of money must be worth 10,000. He called this class reunion today, ostensibly to raise money for Xue Chuchu's mother. But in fact, it was just to let everyone see how he conquered Xue Chuchu with money. Even the noble Xue Chuchu has to kneel down in front of money. This cash was prepared in advance. When Xue Chuchu saw the money he took out, her expression changed. What she needs most now is money. When she was in school, she didn't feel the importance of money and was just focused on studying. After graduation, I realized that nothing is more important than money. Especially when my mother is seriously ill, money is her life. Without money, I can only watch my mother die in the hospital bed. There is nothing more excruciating than that kind of pain. Wei Diqing looked at Xue Chuchu with a sneer. Bang! He slapped another wad of money on the table in front of him. Come here, this money is yours. As he spoke, he kept taking out stacks of money. Finally, there was a pile of money in front of him. I know your mother's surgery will cost $200,000, and I've paid for it. An extra $20,000 will even cover post-operative care. Come here and sit here with me. Having said this, he patted his legs. He simply didn't let Xue Chuchu sit next to him, but let her sit on his lap. In the past, Xue Chuchu never gave him a good look. Now, he wants to completely deal with Xue Chuchu in front of everyone. Xue Chuchu's body trembled slightly, her eyes became redder, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She felt deeply humiliated. But she had to get the money. There is really no other way. I've borrowed from all my relatives and friends, and there's nothing else I can do. Between her dignity and her mother's life, she had no choice but to give up her dignity. He glanced at Su Chi and whispered, I'm sorry. Just get up and go over. Bang! Su Chi grabbed her hand and said, sit down. You will sit here tonight. Wei Diqing was furious and jumped up in anger. Su Chi, are you really looking for death? You don't even take a piss and look in the mirror, you think you're worthy enough to snatch a woman from me? What qualifications do you have to compete with me? Ku Qiu and Ku Zhao echoed from the side. That's right, how could a poor bastard like you have the guts to compete with young Master Wei? Young Master Wei's daily allowance is enough for you to earn in your lifetime. You have a rough idea in your mind. Are you and young Master Wei on the same level? Su Chi sneered, isn't it just money? With just this little money, you're still ashamed to show it off? He reached into his pocket and quietly took out the 1,000 yuan he had withdrawn in advance. I thought to myself, now I can start turning stones into gold. The system responded immediately. May I ask how much energy the host needs to consume to turn stone into gold? Tip, the more energy you consume, the more amazing the effect. Su Chi looked at the system panel. There were 25 focus points and the energy value was 1,000. So I said to myself, consume 1,000 energy points. At this time, you have to go all in. Just as I was thinking this, a faint light suddenly flashed on the index finger of my right hand. Does this mean it's ready to order? This is my first time using Midas Touch, and I wonder how effective it is. He placed his hand under the tablecloth and lightly tapped the 1,000 yuan bill with his finger. With just a click, the money in his hand disappeared. Suddenly, there was a pile of money at my feet. There was so much money that he had no place to put his legs, so he had to spread his legs apart. Fortunately, the tablecloth was covering it, otherwise the students around would be shocked to see such a large pile of money suddenly appearing. Su Chi looked down at the pile of money at his feet. If the money in front of Wei Diqing was 200,000, then this pile of money would be at least 2 million. I was so excited. It really can turn stone into gold. Just with a light click, 1,000 yuan turned into millions. This system is so awesome. Look, this bastard has lowered his head. He's a coward. How dare he not be timid in front of such a handsome and wealthy man like Wei Xiao? Ku Qiu and Ku Zhao laughed. Wei Diqing sneered, you poor bastard, didn't you say that this is all the money you have? It's just this little money, why don't you take it out? Su Chi sneered. There is so much money at your feet, are you still afraid of this guy? He raised his head coldly and looked at Wei Diqing. You want money, right? I'm going to kill you with money. He reached under the tablecloth, grabbed a wad of money, and threw it at Wei Dicheng. It hit Wei Dicheng right in the face. Bang! It was like a loud slap in the face to Wei Dicheng. Wei Dicheng was stunned for a moment, turned around and looked. It was indeed a stack of money. His face suddenly turned ugly. He said viciously, "Have you taken out all the savings you've saved since you graduated? This little money is not enough to fill my teeth." Su Qi sneered, "What about these?" He kicked the chair away and put the piles of money at his feet on the table. Under everyone's gaze. "Pick up a pile of money." He picked up another pile of money. "Pick up another pile of money." All the money piled together would not be able to fit on the table in front of me. Just now, Wei Dicheng took out the money in stacks, while Su Qi took it out in piles. It's completely different concept. There is no comparison at all. Can this money kill you? Fuck. Wei Dicheng was so scared that he almost fell off his chair. Although his father was a contractor, he had never seen so much cash piled in front of him. It really looks like a small hill. The key point is that this was taken out by Su Qi. In his eyes, Su Qi is a poor guy. During physical education class, others drank beverages, but Su Qi brought his own water cup. How can such a person come up with so much money? The other students were also shocked. No one expected that Su Qi was such a hidden tycoon. Even Xue Chuchu beside him looked at Su Qi in disbelief. The attention from XXX generates a surprise critical hit plus 100. The attention from XXX generates a surprise critical hit plus 100. Su Qi was stunned. Could attention be a critical hit? Ox paralysis. But if you think about it, it makes sense. When you are surprised, your attention to someone will definitely increase rapidly. Xuechuchu's attention generates a shocking critical hit plus 500. Su Qi couldn't help but look at Xuechuchu. Campus beauties are different, they always attract more attention than others. Keiju's attention generates shocking critical hits plus 200. The focus from Kuzmarsh generates shocking critical hits plus 200. It seems that these two lackeys were also shocked. In shock, attention to Su Qi suddenly doubled. What the hell are you talking about? Are you mute? Su Qi grabbed a stack of money and threw it at Wei Dicheng. Wei Dicheng was shocked and woke up as if from a dream. Look at the money around him, and then look at the pile of money in front of Su Qi. There's absolutely no comparison. He used to be so arrogant, but now he doesn't have the courage to show off at all. Chapter 3, Enjoyable. Aren't you showing off your wealth? Come on, keep showing off. Su Qi continued to throw money. Wei Dicheng was hit so hard that he had to dodge in a panic. Wei Dicheng has always been very arrogant because he is rich. I have never been so embarrassed in front of my classmates. This is the first time I failed in showing off my wealth. Everyone also felt a sense of relief that they had never felt before. This rich second generation never expected to end up like this. The attention from XXX generates a refreshing critical hit plus 200. The attention from XXX generates a refreshing critical hit plus 200. Xuechuchu's attention generates a refreshing critical hit of plus 600. Su Qi helped everyone vent their anger, making them feel relaxed and happy. Everyone paid extra attention to Su Qi. This also brought Su Qi a lot of benefits. In a short period of time, it gained more than 3,000 attention points. Keiju's attention generates panic critical hit plus 200. The focus from Komarsh generates panic critical hit plus 200. The attention from Wei Dicheng generates panic critical hit plus 300. Su Qi felt relieved when he heard these system prompts. It seems that these three guys are panicking and have to face themselves. Especially Wei Dicheng, he actually panicked. He's just a bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong. When I meet someone richer, I just become timid. Xuechuchu's attention generates appreciation crit plus 200. Xuechuchu's attention generates appreciation crit plus 200. Xuechuchu's attention generates admiration crit plus 800. Oh shit. Xuechuchu's attention on herself skyrocketed. Love crit? Su Qi couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xuechuchu, and saw Xuechuchu looking at him with sparkling eyes. Those eyes are as charming as starlight. When Su Qi looked over, Xuechuchu blushed and quickly looked away. How could she not pay extra attention to Su Qi? When she was in school, she hated Wei Dicheng's persistence. But I couldn't get rid of it. Today I almost fell down in front of Wei Dicheng and let him control me in humiliation. If that happened, she would lose her dignity and become a plaything of Wei Dicheng. Just thinking about it gives me chills. It was Su Qi who rescued her from such a terrible predicament and taught Wei Dicheng a lesson. It's really satisfying. Su Qi is so handsome and charming. It's so heartwarming. Well done. Finally, a classmate shouted out. Well done. More students shouted out and stood up to encourage Su Qi. Su Qi, throw money at him and see if he still dares to show off just because he has a few bucks. Yes, smash him to death. This guy has been showing off for too long and bullying others too much. Su Qi sneered at Wei Dicheng and said, see? This is what it means to be deserted by everyone. Wei Dicheng was extremely panicked. I really didn't expect that after he became weak, everyone would treat him like this. This is everyone's true attitude towards him. In the past, I was just afraid of his money and family background, so I could only be perfunctory and patient with him. Looking at their expressions, it seemed like they were ready to rush over and beat him up at any moment. Wei Dicheng was really scared and shouted, you bastards, shut up. Otherwise I'll have the hotel security come and deal with you poor bastards. The hotel manager is my Uncle Luo. I can beat you all up with just one word. Having said that, he quickly took out his cell phone to make a call. He could no longer control the situation and had to call for help. Hello, Uncle Luo, I'm Wei Dicheng. Something happened here. Yes, someone is beating me. Bring the security here quickly. I'm in room 302. When those classmates saw that he really called people, they became wary. Wei Dicheng calls the hotel manager Uncle Luo so affectionately, which shows that this is Wei Dicheng's territory. If you go against Wei Dicheng, you will definitely suffer. I couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Wei Dicheng was overjoyed. Why, are you all scared? I invited you to such a nice place to eat and drink, and you actually hit me. Have you all got your consciences eaten by dogs? Those students didn't say anything. Shui Chuchu gently pulled Su Qi's clothes. Let Su Qi leave quickly. After all, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Su Qi smiled at her and said, it doesn't matter. With this guy's character, the only people he can get to know are those fair-weather friends who are befriended with money. If I can use money to make friends, I can use money to make them turn against me. Looked at the system panel. Now it has received 9,365 attention points. It can be exchanged for 9,365 energy points in equal amount. Exchange them all. Su Qi said secretly. In an instant, the focus was reset to 0 and turned into energy value. With these energy values, you can turn stone into gold again. Then order it again. Even if the hotel manager came, he would have knocked it over with money. However, I can't order cash anymore, otherwise I won't have enough room. After thinking about it, he took out his bank card. He knew there were only $200 in it. This is his living expenses. See if you can turn this bank card into gold. First consume 1,000 energy points once to try the effect. As he thought of this, a faint light appeared on his fingers, and he gently tapped the bank card. Bite. A text message came on the phone immediately. Take it out and have a look. 500,000.00 has been deposited into your bank card with the last number XXXX. The original 200 yuan was gone, and the bank card balance became 500,000 yuan. Su Qi was overjoyed, thinking that it would be okay to use a bank card. I thought the system would change the bank card into silver or gold. I didn't expect it to be so smart. It knows that the bank card is secondary and the balance in it is the most important. After this trial, Su Qi gained confidence. He took out another 1,000 energy points and tapped the bank card. Bite. The text message came again. 10 million.00 has been credited to your bank card with the last number XXXX. In that instant, 200 yuan became 10 million. Then, another text message came. Congratulations on becoming our super VIP customer. Your account privileges have been enhanced and there is no limit on the amount of transfers and spending. This Midas Touch system not only increases the account balance, but also improves the account permissions. Really amazing. However, Su Qi discovered that the effect of turning stone into gold was not a pure multiple increase. The same 1,000 energy points cost 1,000 yuan, and you get 2 million yuan. Click 200 yuan and get 500,000. 500,000 and get 10 million. This algorithm seems complicated. But the system must have its own judgment. Anyway, now that I have 10 million, I can start working without any hesitation. Who dares to bully my good nephew in my hotel? Don't you take me, Luo Jianfeng, seriously? The door of the private room opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie rushed in aggressively with a group of security guards. After coming in, quickly blocked the door and no one can get out. Chapter 4, Changed Attitude. The middle-aged man is the hotel manager Luo Jianfeng. Because Wei Diqing's father Wei Baofa often comes to the hotel to spend money, they are very familiar with each other. Luo Jianfeng was determined to win over such a big client, so they became brothers. Wei Diqing therefore affectionately called him Uncle Luo. When Luo Jianfeng came in, he was shocked to see a pile of money in front of Wei Diqing and Su Qi. Is this still a hotel private room? Why do I feel like I'm in a casino and the god of gamblers is competing with me? He was accustomed to Wei Diqing showing off his wealth. But unexpectedly, Su Qi on the opposite side was even more powerful. The pile of money on the table was at least several million. I couldn't help but look at Su Qi a few more times. Is this guy richer than Wei Diqing? Luo Jianfeng's attention generates a surprise critical hit plus 300. Su Qi readily accepted Luo Jianfeng's 300 attention points. Uncle Luo, it's this bastard, beat him up for me. Wei Diqing pointed his finger at Su Qi. He hated Su Qi to the core. At school, Su Qi embarrassed him with a glass of water. Now they are throwing money at him and humiliating him. He and Su Qi are sworn enemies. This. Luo Jianfeng hesitated slightly. He could see that Su Qi was also very rich. In theory, potential big customers should not be offended. Wei Diqing became anxious. Uncle Luo, what are you waiting for? Is my dad's gold card with you about to expire? Don't you want him to top up another million? He is well aware of the power of money. After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng's face changed. Yes, can gold card VIPs be treated the same as ordinary guests? We must stand up for the gold card VIPs. He immediately glared at Su Qi. You kid, you look like a shifty person. I seriously suspect you stole something from our hotel. Please come with us to the security room. Once he went to the security room, Su Qi would have no say in the matter. Find a name that will be enough to give Su Qi a good beating and vent Wei Diqing's anger. Wei Diqing's father directly recharged 1 million last time and became a gold card member. Wei Diqing's father is so powerful, of course he has to take good care of Wei Diqing. After hearing this, the security guard immediately rushed towards Su Qi. Su Qi sneered, you are just a hotel manager, and a mere 1 million is enough to make you kowtow like this? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just doing my job as a hotel manager. Luo Jianfeng stared. You are such a liar. You must be of low character. Hurry, take him to the security room immediately. He scolded anxiously. The security guards were about to pull Su Qi up. Su Qi suddenly asked calmly, what kind of member is the most distinguished one here? Luo Jianfeng was slightly stunned. Su Qi took out his bank card. I have 10 million here, and I don't know how to spend it. I wanted to spend it at your hotel. Don't you have anything worth 10 million in your hotel? When Luo Jianfeng heard this, his eyes lit up. Excitedly, he quickly said, Sir, if you top up 10 million here, you can become our most distinguished black card VIP. Whether it's accommodation or consumption, it's 50% off. There are also special benefits once a month. The attitude has completely changed compared to before. He had no doubt about Su Qi's ability to come up with 10 million. After all, there are millions of cash in front of him. Su Qi curled his lips. It sounds good, then I will apply for this black card membership. Swipe the card. Just throw the bank card over. Luo Jianfeng was stunned. Is it done now? Luo Jianfeng's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 1,000. Although he has met many wealthy people in this 5-star hotel. But this is the first time I have seen such a rich man casually spend 10 million to get a black card membership without even asking any questions. What, you refuse? Su Qi glanced at him. How could Luo Jianfeng refuse? He waved his hands repeatedly, no, no, no. Looking at Su Qi now, he is so handsome no matter how you look at him. Although he is young, he is so generous that he is definitely a wealthy man. Luo Jianfeng's attention generates worship critical hit plus 1,000. Sir, I am so grateful that you have chosen to become a black card member of our hotel. Luo Jianfeng couldn't help but bow to Su Qi. Su Qi sneered. He even bowed to himself. Gained 2,000 attention points from him. Can be converted into 2,000 energy points. Using these 2,000 energy points, it is enough to turn 200 yuan into 10 million. Sir, please wait a moment. I will help you swipe your card and apply for black card membership. Luo Jianfeng turned around and was about to leave. Return! Su Qi shouted. Yes, sir, what else do you want? Luo Jianfeng not only had a smile on his face, but also nodded and bowed. Compared to just now, they are completely two different people. The students were completely stunned. Is this okay? This manager is really good at changing his stance according to the situation, isn't he? Also, Su Qi is so handsome. The attention from XXX generates shock and envy, double critical hit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates shock and envy, double critical hit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates shock and envy, double critical hit plus 300. Su Qi sneered, you just said that I have shifty eyes and suspected that I was a thief. You wanted to take me to the security room, right? Luo Jianfeng's expression changed drastically, and he laughed dryly. Is there? Su Qi snorted coldly, no? Sir, I was wrong. Luo Jianfeng quickly apologized. What I have in my hand is 10 million. If he succeeds in completing this order, he will be extremely popular with his boss, and he can also complete this year's tasks ahead of schedule and receive a large bonus at the end of the year. No matter what, we cannot lose Su Qi, this important customer. That's it? Su Qi looked at him coldly. I've offended your guests, and this is how you apologize? If this is the attitude, I have to consider spending the 10 million yuan at another hotel. I heard the hotel across the street is pretty good. After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng almost peed his pants. Is the 10 million I got going to fly away? Do you still need to fly to the hotel across the street? That's their hotel's mortal enemy. If the boss knew that he had let a client worth 10 million yuan go to the hotel across the street, he would have to fire him. In order to keep Su Qi, I had to take the risk. Bang! He raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Sir, it's my fault. I was blind and misunderstood you. Please forgive me. He raised his hand and slapped him on the other side of his face. The students were simply shocked. Su Qi actually made the manager of a 5-star hotel slap himself in the face. Sure enough, money is useful. Su Qi didn't say anything and continued to look at Luo Jianfeng coldly. Luo Jianfeng was extremely embarrassed. Judging from Su Qi's attitude, he must be still dissatisfied. There was no other way but to bite the bullet and continue slapping myself. Sir, I was wrong. Wei Deqing couldn't bear it any longer. Uncle Luo, you are the manager of this hotel, why are you like this? It's so embarrassing. He asked Luo Jianfeng to support him and help him deal with Su Qi. As a result, Luo Jianfeng actually slapped him here. Not only did Luo Jianfeng lose face, he also suffered shame. When Luo Jianfeng heard this, he immediately got angry. If it weren't for Wei Deqing, he would never have offended a big client like Su Qi. It was Wei Deqing who made him so passive and embarrassed. He hasn't even settled the score with Wei Deqing yet, but Wei Deqing thinks he's embarrassing? This is outrageous. Rush over and punch him. You nasty little thing, you have no respect for your elders. You even dare to criticize me. Didn't your father teach you manners? A punch knocked Wei Deqing off balance. Chapter 5 The Most Distinguished Guest. Wei Deqing was shocked. Uncle Luo, you actually hit me for this bastard? Luo Jianfeng became more and more angry. Su Qi was his distinguished guest, and he tried his best to curry favor with him, but Wei Deqing slandered Su Qi and called him a bastard. Isn't this just destroying his reputation? He gritted his teeth and shouted to the security guards, this guy is causing trouble in our hotel and slandering our distinguished guests. Arrest him. The security guards came over quickly. He rushed from Su Qi to Wei Deqing and held Wei Deqing down. Luo Jianfeng said with a cold face, anyone who dares to offend our distinguished guests is the enemy of our hotel. Our hotel firmly protects the interests of our guests. He slapped Wei Deqing again and glared at him coldly. You, apologize to our guests immediately. Wei Deqing couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? I apologize to this bastard? How is that possible? In his eyes, Suchi is just a poor guy. Since school, he has completely looked down on Suchi. Apologize. Luo Jianfeng slapped him again. This slap was even harder. Wei Diqing is the same, he is really bad at reading people's expressions. Luo Jianfeng tried his best to please Suchi and tried his best to keep Suchi's 10 million in this hotel, but Wei Diqing went against him and continued to call Suchi a bastard. Isn't this just making yourself uncomfortable? If Luo Jianfeng doesn't beat him, who else should he beat? Apologize. Luo Jianfeng slapped him again. Half of Wei Diqing's face became red and swollen. Filled with frustration and anger, he said, "Uncle Luo, you and my dad are buddies, how can you side with an outsider?" Luo Jianfeng snorted coldly, "What buddy? I'm a professional manager with professional ethics. I only have customers in my eyes. It looked like a completely official business. I will never call Wei Diqing my good nephew again." Wei Diqing was anxious. "I am also your customer. My father topped up 1 million with you last year." Luo Jianfeng asked back, "Is your father a black card VIP? Black card VIPs can recharge 10 million each time. It's enough to be 10 times the weight of Wei Diqing's father." Wei Diqing was completely speechless. "Apologize immediately, or I won't let you leave this hotel." Luo Jianfeng opened his hands and the security guard next to him handed him a bottle of wine. He took it in his hand and patted it. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Apologize or not." Wei Diqing was really scared. Luo Jianfeng had been so kind to him before, but he didn't expect him to be so cruel now. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. If you don't bow your head, you will only suffer physical pain. There was nothing he could do but look at Suchi and whispered, I'm sorry." The voice was so low that perhaps only he could hear it. Suchi sneered, "Is that the end? Get up and walk over. Is this your apology?" Wei Diqing gritted his teeth and blared, "What else do you want, you poor bastard?" Suchi snatched the bottle from the manager's hand. Bang! It hit Wei Diqing on the head. Then he grabbed a chair and hit Wei Diqing with it. He knocked Wei Diqing to the ground. "At school, you put cockroaches in my water glass, cut my pants so they had no crotch, and put nails on my bench. And you think that's it?" Thinking of Wei Diqing's previous bullying, he was filled with anger. "Take the chair and keep smashing it down." Wei Diqing screamed in pain and begged Luo Jianfeng for mercy, "Uncle Luo, please save me. You offended our most distinguished customer and almost caused me to lose this important client. How could I save you? I want to beat you to death." Luo Jianfeng also picked up a chair and said to Suchi in a flattering tone, "Sir, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Please take a break first and let me do it." Without saying anything, he hit Wei Diqing in the face. Wei Diqing had never been beaten like this before. He was filled with horror and had no temper left. He hurriedly crawled towards Suchi, grabbed Suchi's trouser legs and begged, "Suchi, please let me go for the sake of our being classmates." Suchi sneered, "Am I not the poor bastard you mentioned? How dare you come and beg me? I was wrong. You're not poor, I'm stupid. I didn't recognize the real man. Please have mercy on me and let me go." Suchi snorted, "You seem to have said that you would deal with Xue Chuchu tonight. I'm waiting." Wei Diqing quickly slapped himself in the face, I was wrong, Xue Chuchu is yours, I won't dare to have any ideas about her anymore." Suchi kicked him away, "Are you only apologizing to me? You don't have to apologize to Xue Chuchu?" After hearing this, Wei Diqing quickly crawled around the table and came to Xue Chuchu. "Xue Chuchu, I was wrong, I am just a scabby dog, please show some mercy and let me go." Xue Chuchu stood up in fright. However, seeing Wei Diqing, who had always been persistent towards her, end up like this, she felt a little relieved. Gritting his teeth, he said, You stay away from me from now on." Wei Diqing nodded quickly, yes, I will definitely stay away from you. Wherever you appear, I will disappear immediately." Xue Chuchu bit her lip and said, "Then disappear now. I really don't want to see his face again. Even for a minute or a second." After hearing this, Wei Diqing quickly turned around and looked at Suchi. He wanted to disappear, but how could he dare to leave if Suchi didn't allow him? Suchi snorted coldly, "You clown, get out of here." "Yes, thank you. Wei Diqing didn't dare to stay any longer. He got up and limped out. He ran away without looking back, and didn't even dare to take the money on the table. Sir, look, this matter of recharging the black card VIP. Luo Jianfeng came over with a smile on his face. Su Qi glanced at him and said, "You did a good job. This is a reward for you. Go swipe your card." Luo Jianfeng was pleasantly surprised and nodded repeatedly. Yes, sir, you were so straightforward, so handsome, so handsome. Get out! Su Qi shouted. Luo Jianfeng was startled and turned away in a hurry. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 200. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 200. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 200. The students who witnessed this scene were so shocked that they could not describe it. Unexpectedly, the rich second generation in the class was beaten by Su Qi to the point of kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. That's so awesome. It's so satisfying. Xuechuchu's attention generates a quadruple critical hit of shock, appreciation, admiration, and heartbeat plus 2000. Su Qi was surprised. Xuechuchu is simply his treasury. It directly contributed another 2,000 followers to him. This can be exchanged for 2,000 energy points. Even if you use 200 yuan, you can get 10 million. I couldn't help but look at Xuechuchu. Then he saw Xuechuchu looking at him secretly. Not only did she peek at him, but her pretty face flushed and her eyes sparkled. That look was indescribably moving. She is worthy of being the school belle. With such beauty and temperament, Su Qi is simply heart-beating and stunned. Chapter 6 Extraordinary Move. Seeing Su Qi looking over, Xuechuchu's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly thanked him. Su Qi, thank you. Su Qi shook his head. No, thank you. Xuechuchu was stunned. Thank me? Su Qi smiled, and of course he had to thank Xuechuchu. Xuechuchu contributed several thousand attention points to him, which, conservatively estimated, can be converted into tens of millions. I've caused you so much trouble, why are you thanking me? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't always be targeted by Wei Dicheng. Xuechuchu whispered, I should apologize to you. Su Qi shook his head, no need to apologize. You are the goddess in everyone's heart. You are so kind to me. How can I not thank you? Xuechuchu's attention generates a heart-pounding crit of plus 2,000. Just a heartthrob critical hit added 2,000 attention points. It seems that Xuechuchu was very heartthrob. The classmates also noticed that Xuechuchu's expression was just short of shouting out I like you and I love you. Suddenly I realized that they were particularly redundant here. Before I knew it, I became like a light bulb. If they weren't here, would the two of them kiss each other? Attention from XXX generates envy crit plus 100. Attention from XXX generates envy crit plus 100. Attention from XXX generates envy crit plus 100. My classmates are simply envious and jealous. The male classmate wanted to take Su Qi's place and hugged the goddess Xuechuchu in his arms. The female classmate wanted to take Xuechuchu's place and flirt with a wealthy man like Su Qi. In a blink of an eye, Su Qi gained more than 2,000 attention points from them. Su Qi's eyes turned. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity to attract attention. Glancing at the classmates, he smiled and said to Xuechuchu, to express my sincere gratitude, can I give you a hug? Having said this, he opened his arms towards Xuechuchu. Xuechuchu blushed. But how could he refuse Su Qi? Even if it's out of gratitude, I won't refuse. So he nodded slightly. Su Qi chuckled, then I won't be polite. Having said this, he walked up to Xuechuchu. All the male students were shouting in their hearts, no, no. Even if Su Qi didn't hug Xuechuchu, they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts to pursue Xuechuchu. Su Qi hugged Xuechuchu, which basically meant that Xuechuchu was taken. But Su Qi still hugged Xuechuchu. He put his arms around Xuechuchu's slender waist and held her in his arms. Moment. The attention from XXX generates envy and jealousy, double crit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates envy and jealousy, double crit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates envy and jealousy, double crit plus 300. Su Qi frowned slightly. That's it? It was just a double critical hit, and everyone only gave him 300 attention points? Too little. Too little. He simply used a little force and picked up Xuechuchu. Then, he turned around in a circle while holding Xuechuchu. Xuechuchu screamed, quickly put her arms around his neck, and leaned tightly on his shoulders, afraid of falling. Attention from triple X generates a triple crit of envy, jealousy, and hatred plus 500. Attention from triple X generates a triple crit of envy, jealousy, and hatred plus 500. Attention from triple X generates a triple crit of envy, jealousy, and hatred plus 500. Su Chi was overjoyed. Sure enough, this trick was still powerful. It was just double crit just now, but now it's triple crit. Each person contributed 500 attention points to him. It's so delicious. With so many classmates at the table, they easily gained nearly 10,000 attention points. A great harvest indeed. Since the effect is so good, why not do it again? Holding Shue Chu Chu, he continued to spin around. Those students began to grit their teeth. Is this never going to end? Show your affection in front of them. The attention from triple X generates a triple crit of jealousy, hatred, and anger plus 600. The attention from triple X generates a triple crit of jealousy, hatred, and anger plus 600. The attention from triple X generates a triple crit of jealousy, hatred, and anger plus 600. Su Chi took a look at the system panel. Although they were both triple critical hits, the contents were completely different. Before, it was envy, jealousy, and hatred, but now it has turned into jealousy, hatred, and anger. If he continues like this, I guess his classmates will want to beat him up. Anyway, I have already attracted enough attention. For my personal safety, I should keep a low profile. Finally, Shue Chu Chu was let down. Shue Chu Chu hurriedly tidied up her messy hair, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Su Chi. Su Chi quickly turned around, picked up a bunch of money and stuffed it into Shue Chu Chu's arms. I don't know how much it is, but it must be at least 500,000. Here's the money. Hurry up and get your mother operated on. Shue Chu Chu was surprised. These, all for me? Su Chi nodded. Then I'll check how much I have and write you an IOU. Shue Chu Chu was about to put the money down and count the amount. Su Chi shook his head. No need, it's a waste of time to count the money. No matter how much it is, I'll give it to you. The students at the scene were speechless. This is really rich and powerful. I have too much money to bother ordering. Why is Su Chi's behavior so infuriating? The attention from triple X generates jealousy crit plus 100. The attention from triple X generates jealousy crit plus 100. The attention from triple X generates jealousy crit plus 100. When Su Chi looked at the system panel, he was shocked. Oh my god, his classmates are now very dissatisfied with his actions. It's all negative emotions. We must improve our relationship with classmates. Anyway, there is so much money in front of me, it's not easy to take it away. Just pick them up and throw them in piles in front of each student. I've been busy since graduation and haven't attended several class reunions. I have to apologize to everyone. This is my apology. The students were all dumbfounded. This apology is sincere and it's real money. And everyone has a share. Everyone got several stacks, which totaled at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Light and spacious. Su Chi was too open about this. It's great to have such a rich classmate. The attention from triple X generates a touching critical hit of plus 100. The attention from triple X generates a touching critical hit plus 100. The attention from triple X generates a touching critical hit of plus 100. Sure enough, everyone's mood improved significantly. Su Chi took a quick look and saw that the money he gave out was immediately exchanged for more than 1,000 attention points. I gave away about 1 million, but the value of the attention I got in return was definitely far more than 1 million. Not only did he improve his classmates' impression of him, but he also made so much money. This money is worth spending. He gave away most of the money he had, and only kept 100,000 for himself. After all, I still have to pay rent. Because his work has not been going well, he still owes 2 months' rent. The food is finally served. Hotel manager Luo Jianfeng personally served as a waiter and served them the food. He had already swiped Su Chi's card, and there was indeed 10 million. I successfully got Su Chi a black card VIP and gave him the black card that belonged exclusively to him. Su Chi is one of the only 3 black card members in their hotel, so of course he has to work hard to provide good service. With a smile on his face, he stood beside Su Chi the whole time, being considerate and thoughtful in every way. All that's missing is feeding Su Chi. Go, get a bag. Su Chi said to Luo Jianfeng. Chapter 7. Do you want to cry in a sports car? Luo Jianfeng was slightly stunned. Sir, do you want to pack it up? Packing? Are you kidding? I'm packing money. Shuechuchu's pile of money must be packed up. She can't just carry it around with her. Luo Jianfeng found that he had underestimated this wealthy man. He quickly agreed, went out to prepare a bag, personally put Shuechuchu's money in it, and placed it next to Shuechuchu. The students were all very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, he thanked Su Qi in various ways before leaving. Su Qi, can you take me there? Shuechuchu didn't leave. She waited there until everyone had left before coming to Su Qi. Su Qi was slightly stunned. Send you home? Invite me to go home with you? Shuechuchu blushed and explained, no, I'm worried that it's not safe with so much money. Can you take me to the hospital? I'll quickly pay the overdue hospitalization fee, and then pay the surgery fee, and quickly perform surgery on my mother. Su Qi nodded. Of course he had no choice but to do this. Help Shuechuchu carry her purse and leave the hotel. Not long after leaving the hotel, a sports car suddenly came speeding towards us. Even after seeing them, he still showed no sign of slowing down. Su Qi was surprised. Could it be that Wei Diqing was taking revenge? He quickly grabbed Shuechuchu's hand and pulled her aside. The sports car sped past them at lightning speed. You have no eyes. The man in the sports car yelled at them. Su Qi took a look and found that the guy in the sports car was not Wei Diqing. He was a ruffian-looking young man, dressed very handsomely and wearing earrings in his ears. You almost bumped into them, but you ended up scolding them for being blind? Is it cool to drive a sports car? Su Qi was so angry that he wanted to chase him and settle the score with him. Shuechuchu quickly grabbed him and said, Su Qi, forget it. Let's go. My mother needs money for surgery. Su Qi nodded and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the sports car reversed again, blocking their way. The young man in the car looked at Shuechuchu eagerly. She's such a beauty. Keep looking up and down. This has a good temperament, I like it. Beautiful girl, get in the car, I'll take you for a ride. When he was speeding past just now, he caught a glimpse of Shuechuchu's beauty, so he turned back. Su Qi said coldly, get lost. The young man became angry. You loser, you have a bad temper. Don't you think you're worthy of such a beautiful woman? A beauty like this, crying in a sports car is better than sitting in your electric car. Su Qi was about to speak when a security guard suddenly ran over from the hotel entrance. He quickly bowed to the young man in the sports car. Mr. Luo, you're here? Then he started scolding Su Qi and Shuechuchu. How dare you offend Master Luo? Why don't you apologize to him right away? Do you know who Mr. Luo is? He's the son of our hotel manager, Mr. Luo. Can you afford to offend him? Quick, apologize now. It turned out that the young man was Luo Xuani, the son of the hotel manager Luo Jianfeng. He has a rich father and owns a hotel, so he often comes to this hotel to pick up girls. Luo Xuani glanced at the security guard and said, You're flattering me too hastily. They didn't offend me, I just had a crush on that beautiful woman. After hearing this, the security guard immediately changed his tone and said to Shuechuchu, You are so lucky that Mr. Luo likes you. Why don't you hurry up and get in Luo Xiao's car? Not everyone can ride in Mr. Luo's sports car. Su Qi looked at the security guard coldly. You weren't the one who went to room 302 just now, were you? What do you mean? The security guard was very angry. Can't I just stand guard outside? Su Qi sneered, no wonder you say such stupid things. If the security guard was in private room 302 at the time, he would definitely not have treated Su Qi like this. You are so arrogant, you dare to call me stupid. The security guard became angry. I'm telling you, since Mr. Luo has set his sights on your girlfriend, you'd better give up quickly. Look at your loser looks. You don't even have the qualifications to compete with Luo Xiao. You can never afford the sports car that Luo Xiao drives in your lifetime. Hurry up and admit defeat. Go back to your rental house and cry on your broken electric donkey. Seeing the commotion here, many people gathered over. I guess everyone figured out what was going on. They sighed. It seems this guy is going to be single. What can we do if he can't get over it? Bringing such a beautiful girlfriend to such a prosperous place is bound to cause trouble. That's right, if you don't have that ability, you should hide your beautiful girlfriend and bring her here. Isn't that like sending a sheep into the wolf's mouth? Attention from XXX generates sympathy damage plus 50. The attention from XXX generates a sympathetic hit of plus 50. The attention from XXX generates a sympathetic hit of plus 50. The onlookers began to feel sorry for Suchi. It's not easy to find such a beautiful girlfriend, so why bring her to a 5-star hotel, a place where rich people and wealthy young men hang out? Isn't this uncomfortable? Suchi was speechless. Even sympathy could generate a heavy attack bonus of attention. It seems that any strong emotion can bring added attention. Beautiful lady, I'm sure you've never ridden in such a nice sports car before. Once you get in, you'll definitely fall in love with the feeling. Judging from Xuechuchu's clothes, Luo Xuanyi knew that Xuechuchu was definitely not a rich person. There's no way he's ever been in a sports car. It's best to get a girl like this. He patted the co-pilot next to him and said, "Come on, sit in and feel it." He reached over and opened the passenger door. When Suchi saw this, he simply kicked the car door shut. "Okay, stop showing off your junky car here. It's only worth $1 million, how dare you drive it out like that?" Luo Xuanyi was furious. You actually said my car is a broken car?" The security guard's face was filled with sneer. "How dare you call Luo Sha's $1 million sports car a junk car? You're really arrogant. I don't know what car you drive." Suchi took out the key to his electric bike for delivering food. "This is my car." The security guard was stunned for a moment. "This looks like an electric car key." "What do you mean by seemingly?" "That's the electric car key," someone around said loudly. For a moment, everyone burst into laughter. Is this guy drunk? He's riding an electric bike and calling someone else's sports car a junkie car? It's not that I'm drunk, it's that I'm anxious. I'm afraid my girlfriend will run away with someone else. Take out an electric car key, it's better not to take it out, it's not embarrassing enough. I'm sure he can't keep his girlfriend. As they discussed, the system prompt sounded continuously. The attention from XXX generates taunt critical hit plus 100. The attention from XXX generates taunt critical hit plus 100. The attention from XXX generates taunt critical hit plus 100. Luo Xuanyi's attention generates a disdain crit plus 500. Chapter 8 Super Luxury Car. Xuechuchu couldn't help herself when she saw everyone surrounding Suchi and laughing at him. He said loudly, "I don't like sports cars, I just like his electric car." Suchi shook his head at her. "Why are you lying? Why are we driving an electric car? It's obviously a luxury car. You loser, you're even thicker skinned than me. It's clearly an electric bike key, and you're calling it a luxury car? Do you think everyone else is stupid? What a fool." Luo Xuanyi was sitting in the car, laughing so hard that he was falling over. The security guard also laughed. He's dreaming. How can someone like him afford a luxury car? He can't even afford the tires for a luxury car. Everyone also said, "Young man, stop struggling. We can all see that you are the one riding the electric bike. Young man, this is not the way to save face. You have to be honest. This is the first time I've seen someone dreaming in broad daylight, imagining themselves driving a luxury car." All kinds of ridicule were directed at Suchi. Luo Xuanyi even slapped the steering wheel. "Boy, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you really drive a luxury car over here, I'll give you this sports car as compensation and kneel down to call you daddy. But if you don't have a luxury car, give me your girlfriend as compensation and beg me to accept it. Don't you want to challenge me? Welcome to the battle. Just ask you one question, do you dare?" Xuechuchu quickly grabbed Suchi's hand and shook her head at him. She was not stupid and could see that what Suchi was holding in his hand was the key to an electric bike. Even if Suchi is rich, he can't suddenly create one without driving a luxury car. Suchi sneered, "Okay, I accept the challenge." I quickly said in my mind, all attention points will be converted into energy points. On the system panel, the value of the focus point was cleared, and the energy value increased sharply, freezing at 59365. Consume 10,000 energy points and start turning stones into gold. In order to ensure that the electric car can be transformed into a luxury car, 10,000 energy points are directly used. If you use a bank card with these 10,000 energy points, a conservative estimate is that you can get 100 million. Ordering an electric car can definitely give the electric car a complete makeover. A faint light then flashed on the fingers of his right hand. He quickly tapped the electric car key in his left hand with his right index finger. He believes in the intelligence of the system. When he presses the electric car key, the changes will definitely not only happen to the electric car key, but also to the electric car corresponding to the key. Just like when you click on a bank card, the balance in the bank card changes. His electric car will definitely become a luxury car. After clicking, I felt that the key in my left hand changed instantly. It feels completely different. Looking down, I saw that the electric car key had turned into a cool Pagani sports car key. He couldn't help but get excited. This system of turning stones into gold had indeed never let him down. Boy, you actually dare to accept the challenge. Ha ha. Luo Xuanyi never expected that Su Qi would accept the challenge. His mouth was almost crooked from laughing. Isn't this equivalent to giving his girlfriend to him for free? It's so easy to pick up this beauty. He said excitedly, "You said it, everyone bear witness. Anyone who doesn't admit it is a bastard." Everyone around sighed. Su Qi was just bragging, why did he take it seriously? Isn't this seeking death? It's simply a matter of saving face and suffering. Hurry up and drive your two-wheeled luxury car over here. Luo Xuanyi urged with a mocking tone. Su Qi sneered and pressed the key of the Pagani sports car in his hand. He saw that the key had a summoning function. You can summon a sports car to your side. I pressed the summon button, and somewhere, I suddenly heard a low roar of an engine. It was like a wild beast awakening. Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? It sounds like a sports car. The sound of the engine is definitely that of a speed beast. Yes, I heard that, too. Everyone started looking for it. Luo Xuanyi smiled. There are really stupid people every year, but there are especially many this year. Su Qi was holding an electric car key in his hand. How the hell could he possibly turn it into a sports car? A speed beast? It's so stupid. Look, a sports car is coming. Fuck, this is so cool. This looks like a Pagani wind shadow. It comes like the wind and leaves without a trace. It's a supercar worth 100 million yuan, and there are only 3 of them in the world. Yeah, I saw it in a magazine, but I didn't expect to see it here in real life. This car is so damn cool, I almost cried. It's like a dream. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the cool Pagani wind shadow automatically drove to Su Qi's side. Su Qi reached out and opened the sports car's handsome gull-wing door. He glanced at Luo Xuanyi calmly and said, "Hey, you can come over and call me daddy now." Luo Xuanyi was completely dumbfounded. Su Qi actually summoned a luxury car. This is definitely a luxury car. He also knew about it and had seen it online. It was a Pagani wind shadow, and its price was over 100 million yuan. If this isn't considered a luxury car, then his current sports car is nothing. Other people's Pagani wind shadow costs more than 100 million yuan, and his sports car costs about 1 million yuan. In other words, the money someone else has for one of his cars is enough to buy 100 of his cars. In front of the cool Pagani wind shadow, his car suddenly didn't seem so attractive. I no longer have the desire to show off, and I even feel ashamed of myself. Come here and call daddy. Su Qi said again. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 300. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 300. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 300. The people around no longer felt sympathy for Su Qi, they were completely shocked. This is really hidden. Who would have thought that such an ordinary dressed young man actually owned the only Pagani wind shadow in Yinjiang City? That's so awesome. They all want to call daddy. They all looked at Luo Xuanyi and urged him, "Call daddy, call daddy." Gradually, they all became more uniform and shouted out in rhythm. Luo Xuanyi really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Jump out of the car and run away. Su Qi picked up the trash can next to him and smashed it over. He knocked Luo Xuanyi to the ground. He walked over and stepped on Luo Xuanyi's chest. Do you think you can leave without calling me daddy? Just now, Luo Xuanyi didn't slow down and almost bumped into him and Xuechuchu. Su Qi was already angry. He even dared to set his sights on Xuechuchu, which was unforgivable. Luo Xuanyi became frightened and said in a trembling voice, You calm down. Don't forget, my dad is the manager of this hotel. If you dare to touch me, he won't let you go. Su Qi sneered, so all you can do is hide behind your dad and cry, then why are you acting so arrogantly outside? A slap landed on Luo Xuanyi's face. Luo Xuanyi screamed in pain, You're done, you're done. If my dad knew about this, he would definitely kill you. Chapter 9, The Battle is Not Small. Suchi snorted coldly, if your father knew, he would kill you too. Besides, am I not your father now? I will teach your ignorant son a lesson. He slapped him one slap after another. Luo Xuanyi was beaten so hard that he screamed on the ground. I couldn't stand it anymore and could only beg for mercy. I was wrong, I call you Dad. Suchi stopped and said, Go ahead, I'm listening. Dad. The sound is too quiet, you haven't eaten yet. Suchi slapped him again. Luo Xuanyi could only raise his voice, Dad. Suchi snorted coldly, that's more like it. Pointing to the sports car next to him, he asked, Is this mine? Luo Xuanyi nodded quickly. Suchi picked up the trash can and smashed it hard. He kept smashing the sports car until it was beyond recognition before he stopped. He turned around and looked at Luo Xuanyi. Dad is giving you this sports car as a reward. Continue to use it to pick up girls. Luo Xuanyi was filled with bitterness. How could he pick up girls when his sports car was in such a state? This is all directly scrapped. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Suchi just won a sports car, but he smashed it. This is a real rich man. He couldn't be richer. It's okay even if I sell it. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 500. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 500. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 500. Suchi's action directly earned him more than 3,000 attention points. Enough to buy a dozen of these sports cars. Luo Xuanyi's attention generates a hatred critical hit of plus 1,000. Luo Xuanyi's attention generates a hatred critical hit of plus 1,000. Luo Xuanyi's attention generates a hatred critical hit of plus 1,000. Suchi was surprised. This Luo Xuanyi had a very high hatred value. Interesting. In that case, why not kick him a couple more times to gain more hatred points? When I turned around, I found that Luo Xuanyi was no longer on the ground. After searching for a while, I found that Luo Xuanyi was limping towards the hotel. He slipped away really fast. Let's go. Suchi asked Xuechuchu to get in the car and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, several security guards suddenly ran over and surrounded his car. Suchi glanced outside and asked, What does this mean? Mr. Luo said you can't go anywhere. The security guards answered. Mr. Luo went to see our manager Luo. Before Manager Luo comes, you stay here quietly. Suchi finally understood. No wonder Luo Xuanyi ran so fast. It turned out that he went to his father to cry. What should I do now? Xuechuchu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was very worried. She should have been excited to be sitting in such a luxury car, but now she was surrounded by so many security guards, she was filled with panic. Suchi sneered, Cold it. Looking at the security guards surrounding outside, it's clear that there is no way to leave. In that case, why not order some more? This Midas touch is so useful. It is absolutely possible to turn stones into gold, and electric cars can be turned into supercars worth hundreds of millions. Is there anything more awesome than this? What should I order now? Suddenly he remembered the black card that Luo Jianfeng had applied for him. When you take it out, the surface of the black card is shining with a faint luster, full of a sense of dominance and stability. This is already the top membership of this 5-star hotel. If you click on this black card, what will appear? This is really a question. Just take out 1,000 energy points and click it. Anyway, there are still 50,000 or 60,000 energy points left. Use 1,000 energy points, just for fun. Suchi's fingers flashed with a faint luster and gently tapped on the black card. Xuechuchu was watching him curiously from the side. I'm surprised to see that he still has the leisure to play with cards. He has a really big heart. Suchi pointed his finger at the black card, and the black card suddenly disappeared. A silver card appeared in Suchi's hand. Xuechuchu was shocked. Suchi could also perform magic? When I was in school, I didn't know he had this skill. Newly developed? Suchi was also shocked. No way. I used 1,000 energy points, and the black card turned into a silver card? Wouldn't he become a silver member? That is definitely worse than gold card membership, not to mention black card VIP. Can the Midas touch turn stone into gold and the reverse be done? Turning gold into stone? This is a big loss. How about trying another 1000 energy points? Just as I was thinking this, I saw Luo Xuanyi coming out of the hotel with a group of people. Luo Xuanyi's father Luo Jianfeng took the lead. His face was quite angry. Son, tell me, where is that bastard? Luo Jianfeng's son was beaten so badly in front of his hotel door that his sports car was also smashed. The key point is that Luo Xuanyi told him that the man forced Luo Xuanyi to call him dad. This is simply too much. This is intolerable. Luo Xuanyi pointed at Su Qi's car, which was surrounded by security guards. Dad, it's right there. This guy is quite rich and bullies people by taking advantage of his power. I just looked at him and he beat me up, smashed my car, and forced me to call him daddy. Dad, if you don't let me get over this, I won't be able to face anyone. Luo Jianfeng snorted coldly. Son, don't worry, no matter how rich he is, he won't be able to escape unscathed in my territory today. He picked up the intercom and said coldly into it, all security guards, come to the hotel entrance immediately. I mean all security guards, no matter what you are doing, come to the hotel entrance immediately. If he doesn't deal with the guy who beat up his son at the hotel entrance, what prestige will he have in this hotel? A group of people soon came to Su Qi's car. Get this bastard out for me. Luo Jianfeng gave this instruction and pulled out a rubber stick from the waist of the security guard next to him. He wanted to take matters into his own hands and seek justice for his son. Two security guards immediately went to open the car door. As soon as he saw Su Qi sitting in the car, his face changed. The two of them were in private room 302 at the time and knew that Su Qi was a black card VIP of their hotel. Black card VIPs are the most distinguished guests in their hotel, and they really dare not touch them. Come back quickly and report to Luo Jianfeng. Manager, it's that gentleman. Luo Jianfeng was furious and yelled, no gentleman can do this. It's Mr. Su, who just became a black card VIP of our hotel. The two security guards emphasized it. After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng's face changed. It turned out to be Su Qi. This is not good. If he, as a manager, hit the hotel's black card VIP, the impact would be huge. He even dares to hit black card VIPs. Who will dare to come to their hotel in the future? The aura on his body suddenly disappeared. Looking at Luo Xuanyi beside him, son, your injury doesn't seem too serious. Look, you can still walk. I think it's better to make a big deal out of a small matter. Chapter 10 Becoming the Boss. When Luo Xuanyi heard this, he almost fainted from anger. Dad, can you tolerate this? He beat up my people and smashed my car, that's not all, he even forced me to call him dad. This isn't an insult to me, it's an insult to you. Don't you have any temper at all? Even if I can tolerate your cowardice, what do you think my mother will think? If I call him dad, will my mother live with him? Luo Jianfeng blushed redly. It's really embarrassing. He gritted his teeth, his temper rising. Even if he's our black card VIP, he still needs to be reasonable. He's gone too far, I must make him apologize. He strode to Su Qi's car. Looking at Su Qi seriously, he said, Mr. Su, I have given you a lot of face, but you can't be too arrogant. You must give me an explanation about my son's matter. Su Qi glanced at him and waved his hand. Let's not talk about anything else first. Let me see what's going on with this card. Is this your hotel's silver card? He handed the silver card in his hand to Luo Jianfeng. When Luo Jianfeng saw this, his expression suddenly changed. I almost peed my pants. Isn't this the hotel's only Platinum Supreme card? This is not a silver card, but a Platinum Supreme card. It's for the hotel's big boss who never shows up. This is equivalent to a token of the big boss. Seeing this Platinum Supreme card is like meeting the hotel boss. Could this young man be the hotel owner? Wow, this is serious. With trembling hands, he took out the Platinum Supreme card. After a careful inspection, it was definitely the Platinum Supreme card. The number is unique and there is an anti-counterfeiting mark. Absolutely right. I'm asking you, what are you shaking for? What happened to my card? Did it become a silver card? Su Qi was a little impatient. Luo Jianfeng quickly lowered his head, and when he raised it again, his face was full of smiles. Her smile is brighter than flowers. Boss, you're such a joke. What silver card? Isn't this your Platinum Supreme card? You are here at the hotel today for a private visit, right? I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for any omissions in my work. Su Qi frowned. you said this is the Platinum Supreme card? Of course, this is the mark of your identity. Luo Jianfeng was really terrified. Thinking back carefully, there are so many things that Su Qi has not done well since he came to the hotel. Especially now, they actually brought all the security guards to besiege the big boss. Isn't this seeking death? Su Qi understood that his ability to turn stone into gold had not failed, nor had it reversed, it really did turn stone into gold. He turned a VIP black card into the boss's Platinum Supreme card. In other words, this hotel is now his. Sharp. He glanced at Luo Jianfeng and asked, "What did you just say?" "Let me give you an explanation." After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng's face changed drastically. He quickly slapped himself in the face. "Look at how I speak. I'm here to ask you, the boss, what instructions do you have for my work? I've always wanted to hear your teachings, but I've never had the chance to meet you. Today, please take some time out to guide me in my work." As he spoke, he took out a handkerchief and kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. Whether he can continue to work in this position depends on Su Qi's words. The big boss Su Qi must not be offended. At this moment, Luo Xuanyi suddenly came over and said impatiently, "Dad, pull him out of the car and make him kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, this matter will never end." After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng felt as if he was struck by lightning. He had finally managed to stabilize the situation, but Luo Xuanyi was trying to trick him to death. Is this a typical expert at cheating his father? They actually wanted to pull the hotel boss out of the car. Do you have to kneel down and apologize? Is this because you think dying isn't fast enough? He turned around and slapped Luo Xuanyi hard in the face. Bang! Luo Xuanyi was knocked off balance. "What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard?" He went up and kicked Luo Xuanyi again, knocking him to the ground. Luo Xuanyi was confused and felt aggrieved. Pointing at Su Qi in the car, "Dad, he beat me and smashed my car. Why did you beat me instead of teaching him a lesson?" Luo Jianfeng said angrily, "You bastard, it's an honor for you that this gentleman is willing to hit you. You should be grateful. Why are you so ungrateful?" Luo Xuanyi really felt his head buzzing. He was beaten and his car was smashed, but he should still be grateful? What kind of logic is this? He stammered, he even asked me to kneel down and call him Dad. I can't stand this, can I? After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng was pleasantly surprised. "Little bastard, this is your good fortune. Come here and recognize me as your godfather." If his son could recognize the big boss as his godfather, his position as a manager would definitely be secure. He grabbed Luo Xuanyi and dragged him to the front of the car. "Quick, kowtow to your godfather." Luo Xuanyi's mentality completely collapsed. He looked at Luo Jianfeng in disbelief. "Dad, are you crazy?" Luo Jianfeng seemed unable to even handle such a humiliating thing. "If this isn't crazy, what is?" "You're crazy." Luo Jianfeng slapped him on the head. "If you don't seize this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Call me godfather now." He grabbed Luo Xuanyi's head and pushed it down, forcing Luo Xuanyi to kowtow to Su Qi. Su Qi sneered, "I don't want such a bastard son. Tell him to get out of here quickly." Luo Jianfeng nodded hurriedly. He kicked Luo Xuanyi on the butt. "Get out." Luo Xuanyi felt aggrieved. "Dad, you haven't avenged me yet. Hold your mother, get out." Luo Jianfeng hated Luo Xuanyi to the core. Does Luo Xuanyi really want to kill him? Originally, he had nothing to do with this, but he was dragged into it and put into the boss's hands over and over again. Is this because he thinks he's too old or what? Unable to bear it any longer, he picked up a rubber stick and hit him. "Get out. Get the hell out of here. If I see you again, I'll beat you to death, you bastard." Luo Xuanyi was beaten so hard that he screamed and crawled away. Su Qi looked at Luo Jianfeng and asked, "Why did you bring so many security guards here?" Luo Jianfeng quickly apologized with a smile. "Boss, I asked everyone to line up to see you off." "I think you are here to beat me up?" Su Qi snorted coldly. After hearing this, Luo Jianfeng's legs went weak. Plop. "Just kneel there." He quickly apologized. "Boss, I was wrong. It was that bastard who started this fight. I'm going to break his legs when I get home." Su Qi looked at Xue Chuchu beside him. "I originally wanted to teach Luo Jianfeng a lesson." Thinking of Xue Chuchu rushing to the hospital, she couldn't help but waved her hand. "Can you ask them to move aside?" Luo Jianfeng nodded hurriedly, yes, yes. I quickly got up and shouted to the security guards, get out of the way. Let's see the boss off together. Su Qi drove away. Luo Jianfeng kicked the security guard next to him and said, farewell, are you all stupid? Hurry up and show your utmost enthusiasm to bid farewell to our handsome boss. Chapter 11 There is a mine at home. The security guards had no idea what was going on and could only applaud and say goodbye. The people watching were completely dumbfounded. I never expected to see this scene. I thought that since Luo Jianfeng was coming in a rage, Su Qi would definitely suffer. Unexpectedly, when Luo Jianfeng saw Su Qi, he knelt down immediately. It's really incredible. Who is this young man? How can it be so intimidating? The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 300. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 300. Su Qi has left. Everyone's attention to this wind-like man is still increasing. Luo Jianfeng's attention generates a double critical hit of fear and dread plus 1500. After this incident, Luo Jianfeng was definitely impressed enough with Su Qi. The attention from Wei Dicheng generates a hateful critical hit plus 1000. Wei Dicheng again? Su Qi smiled. It seems that Wei Dicheng really hates him completely. From time to time, a hateful critical strike would come. It's like scratching a lottery ticket. Give yourself a little surprise from time to time. Su Qi, what are you laughing at? Shui Chuchu asked timidly. Su Qi shook his head, nothing, it feels like I encountered an unlimited ATM. What's this unlimited ATM? This is hard to explain. Anyway, it's like someone is actively putting money in my pocket. Shui Chuchu was surprised. Is there such a good thing? Someone took the initiative to put money in his pocket? How is that possible? I feel like Su Qi is unwilling to tell the truth. It's naturally not a good idea to continue asking. After thinking for a while, he changed the topic to something more concerned. Su Qi, who are you? How come you are so rich? And why are the people in the hotel so afraid of you? She didn't even dare to recognize Su Qi. When I was in school, I didn't realize that Su Qi was rich. Unlike other students who wear designer clothes, I have never bought any luxury goods. Even when attending physical education classes, we always bring our own water cups and rarely buy water. In her previous eyes, Su Qi was a low-key, introverted and hard-working boy. He is completely different from the rich men of today. Su Qi smiled and said, I'm Su Qi, we're classmates. Don't you recognize me? Shui Chuchu stuck out her tongue lightly, I really can't recognize you. You are actually an invisible rich man, right? Su Qi thought about it and said, I guess so. Now that he has the Midas touch system, he is definitely a hidden rich man. It's not just a rich man, it's a super rich man. Shui Chuchu hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, I always thought you had no money. Su Qi smiled, I really didn't have money before. So what kind of business are you in? You make money so quickly. The Midas touch business. Shui Chuchu was shocked, your family has a gold mine. Isn't getting gold out of stone just gold mining? No wonder Su Qi is so rich. He is truly a low-key rich man. Su Qi drove his Pagani Wind Shadow and arrived at the hospital unknowingly. Along the way, I gained countless people's attention. Every time a passerby turned around, he would receive a few or even dozens of additional points of attention. This Pagani Wind Shadow is so cool that it's hard for others not to notice it. Along the way, it has gained thousands of attention points. For Su Qi, the focus is money. Su Qi thought, if nothing else, he might as well drive this Pagani Wind Shadow around the streets. While making the streets popular, you can also make money. After getting out of the car, Shui Chuchu was sent to the hospital. By the way, I visited Shui Chuchu's mother Lu Xinmei. Lu Xinmei was very ill and had been in a coma. Su Qi didn't want to disturb them too much, so he sat for a while and then stood up to say goodbye. Shui Chuchu sent him out the door and said gratefully, Su Qi, thank you so much for lending me the money. If I didn't have this money, I really don't know what I would do. Don't worry, I will count the money and write you an IOU. I will pay you back later. Su Qi waved his hand, no need, this money is for you. How can I take so much money from you for nothing? I can't do that. Shui Chuchu kept shaking her head. I will definitely pay you back, but I may not be able to pay it back for a while. I couldn't help but lower my head and bite my lip. It would take her many years to pay back such a large amount of money, not just a short time. Suchi didn't care at all. Anyway, this money was nothing to him now. He casually said, "It doesn't matter, at worst I can pay it with my body." It was just a joke to lighten the mood. But Shuechuchu's face turned red. Suchi was also embarrassed. This statement is really damaging to one's image. I quickly said, "Call me if you need anything. I'm leaving now." He turned around quickly and slipped away. Shuechuchu held the purse and looked at Suchi's receding back, her face burning with anger. Maybe I can only pay with my body." He quickly shook his head and turned to go into the ward. Chu Yunni's attention generates a stunning critical hit of plus 200. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a stunning critical hit plus 500. Before Suchi even left the hospital, he had already gained 2 points of attention. I can't help but wonder, where does all this attention come from? Who are Chu Yunni and Shi Linjiang? After leaving the hospital, I immediately understood what was going on. He saw 2 people standing next to his Pagani sports car. A man and a woman. The woman is a tall beauty. He looks to be around 25 or 26 years old. Wearing a white blazer, a brown pencil skirt, and black high heels. The whole person is cool, neat, and has an extremely noble feeling. The young man next to her was dressed in a suit, slightly bent at the waist, and was talking to her in a flattering manner. "Miss, this must be the car of your fiancé, Mr. Chi. This is a Pagani Wind Shadow worth 100 million yuan. In Yinjiang City, only Mr. Chi has the courage to buy it. It seems that this young man is Shi Linjiang. And that beauty is Chu Yunni." Chu Yunni snorted, "I think it's his car too. When it comes to spending money lavishly, only this prodigal son would buy these useless decorations." It sounded like a reproach, but there was admiration and pride in the tone. After all, this car is so cool and very rare, and the show-off effect is absolutely first class. Shi Linjiang chuckled and said, "Young Master Chi is not only a spendthrift, but he can also make a fortune. He is a rare young talent in Yinjiang City. Only when he drives this car can people be convinced. Even if others can afford it, would they dare to drive it out? Are they worthy of such a luxury car?" Although this was meant to flatter young Master Chi, it was actually a disguised form of flattery for Chu Yunni. After all, Mr. Chi is Chu Yunni's fiancé. Chu Yunni must be very proud of herself for praising young Master Chi so much. Sure enough, Chu Yunni's face showed a more and more smug look, but she snorted proudly, "This guy's car is parked here, he must be here to see my dad. This guy has a conscience. Let's go and meet him." "You have to go to the hospital." Shi Linjiang hurriedly requested, "Miss, please help me take a photo with this luxury car. I can't afford to drive, but I feel honored to take a photo with him." He laughed dryly and took out his cell phone. Vanity. Chu Yunni glared at him. But he took his phone. The more others valued her fiancé's things, the more proud she naturally felt. I picked up my phone and took a photo of the stone barrier and the car. When Shi Linjiang was taking a photo with the sports car, he stood with his back to the car and saw Suchi at a glance. Seeing Suchi standing there, looking at them, he refused to leave. Suddenly he got angry. Yes, I'm talking about you, kid, what are you looking at?" Chapter 12. The effect of teasing is amazing. Chu Yunni turned around and saw Suchi. Seeing Suchi looking at this place with a playful look, he refused to leave. She became annoyed unconsciously, and her already cold temperament made her face even colder. "If you dare to look at me again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." I thought Suchi was so fascinated by her beauty that he couldn't walk. This kind of thing happened frequently in the past. There have been cases where people have crashed into telephone poles in order to see her. Shi Linjiang quickly echoed, "That's right, our Chu family's eldest daughter, is she something a poor jerk like you can look at? I'm telling you, don't have any crooked ideas, like imagining a toad eating swan flesh or something like that. Do you think a poor bastard like you can marry our young lady? Stop daydreaming." Chu Yunni glared at Shi Linjiang, secretly annoyed. People like Suchi are from 2 different worlds from her. There can't be any connection. This stone forest barrier was forced to create a connection. What a toad, what a swan meet. It was something totally impossible, but he made it sound so real. Shi Linjiang also realized that he had overreacted. She pointed at Suchi angrily and said, "You are shameless, aren't you? Why don't you get out of here right now?" Suchi curled his lips, "I'm waiting." "What are you waiting for?" Sure, Linjiang's expression suddenly changed. Are you waiting for us to leave so you can come and sabotage Mr. Chi's luxury car? I never knew you were so jealous. You can't afford it, so you just disgust others. Su Chi sneered, you have a very rich imagination. Walked over. Have you finished filming? Get out of here right after you finish filming. Sure, Linjiang was furious, how dare you tell me to get lost? Do you know who I am? I'm the driver of the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Su Chi asked, just because you are the driver of the eldest daughter of the Chu family, you can block other people's way? How am I blocking your way? Su Chi took out the car key and pressed it. The headlights of the Pagani sports car suddenly lit up. At the same time, the gull wing doors opened, waiting for the owner to enter. Sure, Linjiang looked back and saw it, and his mouth opened wide. You, this is your sports car? Is this Pagani Wind Shadow yours? Su Chi glanced at him coldly, why don't you get out of here? Don't delay my driving. Push open the stone barrier. Got into the sports car. The gull wing doors close automatically and the driving lights turn on. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a shocking critical hit plus 1000. Chu Yunni's attention generates a shocking critical hit plus 1000. They never imagined that such a supercar worth over 100 million yuan would belong to the seemingly loser guy. You can imagine the shock. Su Chi drove away. When passing by Chu Yunni, he deliberately lowered the car window, glanced at Chu Yunni, and said lightly, if you really are swan meat, I don't mind having a good taste. But the prerequisite is that you have to be delicious enough. Having said this, he drove away. It took Chu Yunni a long time to come back to her senses. He was actually teased by such a guy. It's a naked teasing. Who would have dared to speak to her so blatantly before? He actually wanted to eat her swan meat. Doesn't this mean he wants to sleep with her? So rude. How abominable. So hateful. At this moment, she completely remembered Su Chi. Remember it forever. Chu Yunni's attention generates a humiliation critical hit plus 2000. Chu Yunni's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 2000. Chu Yunni's attention generates a revenge critical hit of plus 3000. When Su Chi heard these system prompts in the sports car, he almost burst out laughing. As expected, she has the temper of a spoiled young lady. With just a little teasing, she draws a lot of attention. Chu Yunni will never forget him, because no one has ever done such a thing to her before. Chu Yunni's attention once again generates a plus 2500 rage critical hit. Su Chi was so happy that he was about to burst into laughter. The attention Chu Yunni alone gives him is enough to turn an electric car into a Pagani Wind Shadow. Sharp. It seems that the teasing was right. Good teasing. The teasing effect is amazing. At the hospital entrance, Chu Yunni was so angry that she was shaking all over. If it weren't for the upbringing she had developed since childhood in a wealthy family, if it weren't for the attention she paid to the manners of a young lady, she would have jumped up and down and cursed. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he tease her so unscrupulously? Find out who this guy is, and I will never let him off. Chu Yunni shouted angrily. Sure, Linjiang nodded quickly, yes, miss, I will send someone to investigate right away. I thought to myself that among the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City, there was no one like Su Chi. Could he be the illegitimate child of some wealthy family? Otherwise, how can you afford to buy a luxury car worth 100 million? Or, is it some upstart who suddenly became rich? He was also filled with anger. What is Chu Yunni's status? In his eyes, she was like a princess. Even though he was Chu Yunni's driver, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. This bastard is so good that he wants to eat the swan meat directly. Jealousy and hatred. How dare you say such things? Chu Yunni kept staring at Su Chi's sports car until she could no longer see it, and then she finally went into the hospital in anger. How is my father's condition? Chu Yunni asked about the stone forest barrier. Sure, Linjiang replied cautiously, the situation is very grim. The doctor said this disease has never been cured before. After hearing this, Chu Yunni's heart sank. So, my dad is. She couldn't continue. I have a terrible heartache. He even forgot his hatred for Su Chi. Sure, Linjiang said hurriedly, there is another patient in this hospital with the same condition as Mr. Chu, and the doctor is planning to perform surgery on her. If the effect is good, you can try it on Mr. Chu. Zhu Yunyi was annoyed. My father's body is worth a lot of money, can I use it to test it? Sure, Linjiang was startled and quickly explained, we'll try it on that woman first. If the effect is good, we'll use the same method to treat Mr. Chu. Zhu Yunyi hesitated for a moment. What's the patient's name? She's called Lu Xinmei, and she only has one daughter, Shui Chuchu, who takes care of her. Zhu Yunyi nodded. Please keep an eye on them for me. Also, you must give my dad the best medicine. No matter how much it costs, you must use the best medicine. Sure, Linjiang laughed hurriedly. That's for sure, for sure. Zhu Yunyi's face turned cold. Also, don't forget to find out the details of that bastard. Yes, don't worry, miss, I will definitely get it done. Zhu Yunyi's attention generates a plus 2000 rage critical hit. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a plus 1000 rage critical hit. Su Qi was in the car and instantly gained another 3000 attention points. This Zhu Yunyi really has the temper of a spoiled little girl. I was offended and I can't forget it at all. Her lackey is also very united against the enemy. Just as I was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded again. The attention from Wei Dicheng generates a hateful critical hit plus 1000. Su Qi smiled bitterly. This Wei Dicheng is also very vengeful. With Zhu Yunyi and Wei Dicheng, two unlimited ATMs, there is no need to worry about lack of attention. Cool. You can make money even when you lie down. The attention points from Wei Bao generate plus 1500 hate critical hit. Su Qi was startled. Why Baifa? Who is this? I don't know him at all. Why do you hate yourself so much? I don't have the impression that I have ever offended this guy named Wei Bafa. Wrong. Wei Dicheng? Wei Bafa? Could this Wei Bafa be the contractor father of Wei Dicheng? When I think about it this way, I have some impression of this name. Wei Dicheng seemed to have mentioned this name when he was bragging about his father at school. It seems that Wei Bafa already knew about his plan to deal with Wei Dicheng. This father and son will not let this go. But it doesn't matter. The more they hate, the greater the gain will be. Let the hatred be stronger. That's what I was thinking. The attention points from Wei Bao generate plus 1500 hate critical hit. Sure enough, it comes again. Chapter 13 Rushing to the Street. In Yanjiang City Central Hospital, Wei Baofa was furious. Asshole. How dare this little bastard named Su Qi bully my son like this? Don't you take Wei Baifang seriously at all? He rushed to the hospital and saw that his son was badly injured. Hearing his son crying about Su Qi's brutality against him, he was furious. He hated Su Qi, whom he had never met before, to the core. Tell me, where is he? I'm going to kill him. He could no longer contain his anger and now only wanted to avenge his son. I heard that guy lives in a rented house in the old city. Wei Dicheng said. Wei Bao was stunned. Didn't you say he was very rich and came out with a lot of money? Would he live in a rented house? Wei Dicheng was also puzzled. He has always been poor. I don't know how he suddenly has so much money. Could it be a hidden rich man? Following the message sent by Wei Bao, Zhao Xinfu couldn't help but speak. Zhao Xinfu was Wei Baofa's accountant and was deeply trusted and relied upon by Wei Baofa. The two are usually inseparable. Wei Bao had a hot temper, but Zhao Xinfu was much more delicate. Wei Baofa was reminded that many wealthy people like to pretend to be poor. They are obviously wealthy, but they eat pickles and drink plain water every day. Isn't this the case with this kid? Wei Bao snorted coldly. So what if it is so? Why would I be afraid of a brat? Zhao Xinfu said in a deep voice, Brother Wei, although we have some money and many brothers, we can't compare with those wealthy families at all. It's best not to mess with the wealthy. They have deep roots, widespread industries, and extensive connections. For example, our boss, the Chu family, can we afford to provoke them? Wei Baofa's expression changed. This is indeed a matter that requires caution. Wei Dicheng was anxious. Dad, you are not scared, are you? That guy is a worthless hidden rich man. He probably just won the lottery and made a comeback. His family is definitely not wealthy, I'm sure of that. Wei Bao asked, Are you really sure? Very sure. Wei Dicheng said firmly. Wei Bao sneered, if he wasn't from a wealthy family, it would be easy. He instructed Zhao Xinfu, take your men and find out where that brat lives, then find a few reliable brothers and give him a good beating to teach him a lesson. Zhao Xinfu nodded, I understand. As long as that kid doesn't have any background, I will definitely beat him up so badly that he will be miserable. Turned around and walked out. Son, are you satisfied now? Wei Bao asked with a smile. Wei Diqing finally revealed a sinister smile on his face. When you punish him, turn on your phone. I want to watch the whole process live. This is easy. Daddy will do it for you. Wei Diqing turned his head and looked out the window. Su Qi, this is what happens when you offend me. Just wait, Shui Chuchu will be mine in the end. Shui Chuchu has become a scar on his face. If he doesn't deal with Shui Chuchu, he will be ashamed for the rest of his life. Son, you stay here and take good care of your injuries. I'll go see Mr. Chu by the way. Wei Baofa said suddenly. Wei Diqing was puzzled. Which Mr. Chu? Of course it's the chairman of the Chubo group, Chu Tianbua. That's our family's god of wealth. Most of the jobs I take are rewards from the Chu family. Mr. Chu is in the hospital right now, so I must go and visit him. Wei Diqing was surprised. Dad, are you talking about the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinzheng City? Of course. Apart from them, who else can I value so much? Thanks to your father, I climbed up this high branch, otherwise you wouldn't have the wealth and glory you have now. Wei Diqing became excited. Dad, then you should go quickly, go quickly. No matter how ignorant he was, he knew how important the Chu family was to them. We must not be negligent in the slightest. Su Qi drove to his rental house. Along the way, Wei Diqing contributed another 2,000 attention points. There is no choice but to accept it. Park the car downstairs and go upstairs. When I arrived at the door of my rental house, I suddenly saw that the door was wide open. Su Qi was surprised. What happened? Could it be that a thief broke in? When I arrived at the door, I saw the landlord Shi Zhaoping inside. Shi Zhaoping is a powerful character. He is tall and fat, and his mouth is even more powerful. With his hands on his hips, he can scold people until they vomit blood. Although she is not young anymore, none of the tenants here, no matter how young, dare to call her auntie. They all respectfully call her sister Shi. Not only Shi Zhaoping was in Su Qi's room, but the tenant next door, Bu Xiuliao, was also there. Bu Xiuliao gave Su Qi even more headaches. He lives next door and makes love with his girlfriend every night. It's endless and ups and downs, which really affects Su Qi's rest. I told him off a few times, and as a result, he started to hold a grudge against me. Said that Su Qi, a single guy, was jealous that he had a girlfriend. He also said that Su Qi only had 5 daughters, and that he couldn't eat the grapes, so he said they were sour. In short, instead of calming down, the noise became even worse, with the decibel level at night enough to blow the roof off. Coming to his room with Shi Zhaoping today must be nothing good. Sure enough, Bu Xiuliao was there instigating things. Sister Shi, let me tell you, this guy is broke and definitely can't pay the 2 months' rent he owes you. Look, are all the luggage in his room worth $100? Get rid of him quickly to avoid being an eyesore. Shi Zhaoping was very angry. I really misjudged this kid. Seeing him working so hard delivering food from dawn to dusk, I thought he was sure to make some money, but it turns out he's a pauper. I let him stay in my room for so long for nothing. Bu Xiaoliao took the opportunity to instigate. Sister Shi, quickly throw his luggage out, otherwise he will continue to refuse to leave. Shi Zhaoping nodded angrily. Okay, Xiaobu, throw all his luggage onto the street. You have no money and yet you dare to live in my house? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Okay. This is what Bu Xiaoliao was waiting for. I'm about to roll up Su Qi's quilt. Su Qi walked in coldly. What are you doing? Shi Zhaoping turned around and saw him, and flew into a rage. You kid are finally back. You keep saying you'll pay me the rent, where's the money? Yeah, pauper, where's the money? Bu Xiaoliao echoed behind Shi Zhaoping. He winked at Su Qi and was very provocative. Su Qi curled his lips. Sister Shi, you agreed to postpone my rent for 3 months. It's not even 3 months yet, right? You poor bastard, I've already lost money by letting you stay for 2 more months, and you still want to stay for 3 more months? Shi Zhaoping never lets anyone off the hook. So, you're going back on your word? Shi Zhaoping glared. What's wrong with me going back on my word? This is my house, and I want you to get out now, right now. Okay, I'll pack my things then. Su Qi spread his hands and threw the bag on the table. This contains the money left after distributing it to the classmates. A full 100,000. He deliberately threw the bag on the edge of the table. The money inside immediately fell out. Piles of them fell to the floor beside the table. Shi Zhaoping's eyes suddenly widened. Is this called having no money? There is so much money that the bag can hardly hold it. Is this a poor person? Shi Zhaoping's attention generates a surprise critical hit plus 200. Bu Xiaoliu's focus generates an incredible critical hit of plus 300. Su Qi sneered. Are you surprised? The best is yet to come. He calmly picked up the money and put it back into his bag. He walked to the bed and pushed Bu Xiaoliu away. Go away and don't delay me from packing. He folded the quilt, then lifted up the bed legs and took away the bricks that were supporting the legs. Bu Xiaoliu laughed out loud. You're taking away even a brick. How fucking poor are you? Chapter 14, Using Gold Bricks to Pad the Bed Legs. Su Qi glared at him and said, Open your dog eyes and see clearly, is this a brick? He quickly consumed 1,000 energy points and tapped the brick with his right index finger. Then, he threw the brick into Bu Xiaoliu's arms. So heavy. Bu Xiaoliu almost couldn't hold it, and quickly held it with both hands. Looking down, I couldn't help but be stunned. It was clearly a brick just now. Why does it look different now? It turned into bright yellow. I rubbed my eyes hard and looked again. The bricks were still bright yellow and looked very precious. What's going on? Shi Zhaoping couldn't help but come over. Seeing the brick in Bu Xiaoliu's arms, he exclaimed, Gold brick. This is a gold brick. Bu Xiaoliu was almost frightened to death. Is this a gold brick? Such a big brick, is it made of gold? Sister Shi, this can't be true, right? Bu Xiaoliu really couldn't believe it. How can it not be real? I used to work in a gold shop, so how could I not know if it's made of gold? Shi Zhaoping took the gold brick and weighed it. A gold brick this big must be worth millions. Looking at Su Qi in disbelief. You actually used gold bricks worth millions to pad the legs of your bed? Su Qi curled his lips. Why, I want to, is that not okay? Okay, why not? Shi Zhaoping grinned. Just now, stacks of money fell out of Su Qi's bag, and now he took out a gold brick from under the bed. This guy is definitely a super rich man. Especially using gold bricks to pad the bed legs, is it possible for ordinary people to do such a crazy thing? The tone of his voice when talking to Su Qi changed completely. Xiao Su, you really are a person who never reveals his true self. I secretly felt that Su Qi's identity was definitely not simple. How luxurious is this that gold bricks can be used as pads for bed legs? The bed in her rental apartment was bought at a second-hand market for 50 yuan. As a result, it was actually cushioned by a gold brick worth millions. What kind of treatment does this bed have? Can you give it to me? Su Qi stretched out his hand. Shi Zhaoping was really reluctant to do so, but she still returned the gold bricks to Su Qi. Su Qi threw it into his luggage bag. Then he picked up the folding chair and said, This chair is mine. I want to take it away too. When picking up the folding chair, 5,000 energy points were consumed, and then he clicked on the folding chair. Wait a moment. Shi Zhaoping shouted excitedly. She noticed that the folding chair was the wrong color, not the color of wood. Quickly open the windows and draw the curtains completely. Looking at it again, the folding chair was indeed not made of wood, it looked more like jade. Could this be a chair made of jade? His voice trembled. Su Qi, can you let me see your chair? Bu Xiaoliu laughed dryly beside him. Sister Shi, it's just a broken chair, what's so good about it? Just shut up. Shi Zhaoping shouted angrily. He took the chair from Su Qi with trembling hands. As soon as I took it, I felt something was wrong. This warm and smooth touch definitely cannot be made of wood. He quickly took out his glasses and put them on, looking carefully. His expression changed drastically again, and he lost his voice and said, This chair is made of top-grade mutton fat jade. How is this possible? Bu Xiaoliu was even more unconvinced. Sister Shi, who would use such precious mutton fat jade to make a chair? It's too extravagant. Solid wood is already extravagant enough. I've never heard of furniture made of jade, let alone mutton fat jade. Shi Zhaoping was so angry that she kicked him. When I was in the underworld, I did everything. I can be called a master of appraising treasures. How could I be wrong about mutton fat jade? This is mutton fat jade. It's hard to believe even I say this. Such a large folding chair, made entirely of mutton fat jade, how much would it be worth? There is absolutely no way it will cost several million. The bed legs were padded with gold bricks, and the chair was made of mutton fat jade. Who is this Su Chi? If you don't come from a top luxury family, you can't even think about such a thing. Looking at Su Chi again, his expression had completely changed. Previously he was disgusted and angry, but now his face was full of flattery. Su Chi, no, Mr. Su, can you please tell me who you are? Bu Xiaolio was about to collapse beside him. Sister Shi, what did you call him? Young Master Su? Does he look like a rich young man? He's definitely a loser. Shi Zhaoping slapped him again. Shut up, you ignorant idiot. Just these gold bricks and this mutton fat jade chair are not something that an ordinary wealthy family can afford. She felt it was rude to call Su Chi young Master Su. Su Chi curled his lips lightly. I'm about to be kicked out by you. Why are you still asking so many questions? Send you away? Shi Zhaoping quickly waved her hands. How could that be? That's impossible. Please stay here. This house is free for you to live in. You can stay as long as you want. There's no rent. She was certain that Su Chi was definitely not an ordinary person. It is very likely to be of great importance. If she could be associated with Su Chi and get a little bit of help from him, her fate might change completely. Why bother being a hard-working landlord? Wouldn't it be nice to drink tea and appreciate flowers with those rich ladies? Bu Xiaolio was completely dumbfounded. Don't want rent anymore? Free accommodation? I still ask Su Chi to stay for free. Is this something that Shi Zhaoping, who has always been mean and stingy, could say? He wanted to slap himself 3 times to wake himself up quickly. This has absolutely never happened before. Su Chi didn't appreciate it at all and snorted, I'm not happy living here. I've decided to leave. Please give me the chair. I need to pack up and leave. Reach out to take the chair. Shi Zhaoping held on tightly. Su Chi frowned, what are you doing? Give it to me. Unexpectedly, Shi Zhaoping fell to her knees. Mr. Su, you can't leave. Please, stay here. She felt that this was a stroke of luck, and the god of wealth had accidentally come to her. How can we let the god of wealth go so easily? If she leaves, she missed the chance to change her fate? Su Chi snorted coldly, you are going to throw my luggage onto the street, how dare I stay here? Am I going to wait for someone to pick up my luggage on the street? Master Su, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. Shi Zhaoping quickly slapped her own mouth. Bu Xiaolio looked at her in astonishment. Sister Shi, are you still the landlady that everyone fears? Why are you so cowardly? It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but when he spoke like that, Shi Zhaoping was completely annoyed. Pointing at him, it's all because of you, you bastard, who slandered Su Xiao for not having money to rent a house. Does young Master Su care about this little rent? Young Master Su can buy my building by plucking a leg hair. Grab Bu Xiaolio's hair. Pull Bu Xiaolio over here. It's all because of you, you bastard. You're the one who sowed discord and caused me to offend young Master Su. I'm going to beat you to death, you piece of shit. Indeed, if Bu Xiaolio had not instigated the situation, she would not have entered Su Chi's room without permission, let alone wanted to drive Su Chi out. Because of this boy, she offended a very rich man. The anger in my heart was rising rapidly. He grabbed Bu Xiaolio's hair with one hand and slapped her face with the other. Chapter 15. Are you still looking for a mother-in-law? Although Bu Xiaolio is a man, he is tall and thin. Shi Zhaoping is tall and fat, and she is absolutely overwhelming in terms of weight. Moreover, Shi Zhaoping's aura was really scary. Bu Xiaolio was pinned down and beaten, and he had no power to fight back. I could only beg for mercy, Sister Shi, stop hitting me, for the sake of how many times I've served you, please stop now. Su Chi had been watching coldly, but when he heard this, he almost laughed out loud. Bu Xiaolio is actually having an affair with Shi Zhaoping? I never expected this. No wonder Bu Xiaolio owed rent, but Shi Zhaoping never asked him to pay. So that's the reason, I paid with my body. Shi Zhaoping didn't stop, your 2 tricks are not disgusting enough to make me sick. If Mr. Su gives me a little money, I can find 10 or 8 young handsome guys, right? It's all because of you that I offended young Master Su and ruined my financial future. Having said this, he hit him even harder. Bu Xiaolio was slapped all over by her chubby fleshy palms. My nose started bleeding. The teeth seemed to be loosened. I really can't stand it anymore. He couldn't fight back, nor could he escape, and his hair was being pulled by Shi Zhaoping. There was really no other way, so he knelt down and begged for mercy. She doesn't care about the gold on a man's knees, and she doesn't even dare to ask for face. Shi Zhaoping kicked him on the butt. You coward, go apologize to Master Su. Young Master Su said to let you go, then this old lady will let you go. Otherwise, I'll beat you so hard that you can't take care of yourself. Bu Xiaoliao didn't dare to retort and quickly crawled in front of Su Qi. Brother Su. You called me brother? Do you deserve it? Shi Zhaoping slapped him hard on the head. Bu Xiaoliao quickly changed his tone. Brother Su, no, Master Su, please let me go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have overestimated my own abilities and caused trouble for you. Su Qi sneered. If I had known this earlier, why would I have done it in the first place? Yes, I was wrong. I was too blind to recognize you, Master Su. Master Su, if you still don't forgive me, I'll give you my girlfriend. She's very good in bed. In order to escape Shi Zhaoping's beating, Bu Xiaoliao didn't care about anything else. Su Qi frowned. Are you disgusting me? That's right, how could young Master Su be interested in a slutty bitch like your girlfriend? Shi Zhaoping slapped him again. After saying this, he smiled and said, Mr. Su, my little daughter just came back from studying abroad. She is beautiful and fashionable. Would you like to consider it? Su Qi's forehead suddenly became dark. Is this a blind date meeting? Master Su, I was wrong. Please treat me like a dog and let me go. Bu Xiaoliao crawled over and pulled his trouser legs. Su Qi was really annoyed. Get the hell out of here, and don't let me see you again. Did you hear that? Shi Zhaoping kicked Bu Xiaoliao down. Pack up your belongings and get out now. Yes. If Bu Xiaoliao were pardoned, how could he dare to stay? He ran away tumbling and crawling. Mr. Su, don't you really need a girlfriend? Shi Zhaoping quickly took out her cell phone and found a photo. Look, this is my little daughter Yan Shanshan. Isn't she pretty? She tried her best to push her youngest daughter to Su Qi. If I could marry my daughter into a wealthy family, that would be a huge success. The chairs Su Qi sat on were all made of mutton fat jade. You can imagine how luxurious the house must be. If you marry into such a wealthy family, wouldn't you enjoy endless wealth and glory? Su Qi took a glance and saw the girl in the photo standing at the gate of a school with her hair flying in the wind. She was indeed very pretty and full of youthful vigor. However, let the mean, hot-tempered, stingy and snobbish Shi Zhaoping be his mother-in-law? Just thinking about it gives me a chill down my spine. I really can't accept it. My daughter has never been in a relationship. Shi Zhaoping lowered her voice and whispered in Su Qi's ear, she's still a virgin, waiting for you, young Master Su. How about I let you two meet tonight? Su Qi really couldn't handle her enthusiasm, so he waved his hand and said, I'm tired, can you go out? So you're tired, Mr. Su? That's perfect, I'll give you a massage. My technique is very powerful. Shi Zhaoping rolled up her sleeves immediately. Su Qi looked at her fat face and felt nauseous. He waved his hands hurriedly. You'd better forget it. I just ate and I don't want to throw up. The smile on Shi Zhaoping's face froze for a moment, and she could see Su Qi's disgust. Slightly embarrassed, but not angry. The smile on his face quickly returned. How about I teach my massage techniques to my little daughter and let her give you a massage? I said, can you go now? Su Qi ordered them to leave again. Looks like I really need to move. Shi Zhaoping is more difficult to deal with now than when she owed her rent. Is this still the same landlady who can scold people to the point of vomiting blood? What about your temper? What about your sharp tongue? Where is your moral integrity? Shi Zhaoping was really unwilling to leave like this, so she smiled and said, Mr. Su, your room is a mess, let me help you clean it up. It's all because of that bastard Bu Xiaoliao. He made such a mess here, Master Su. Quickly and neatly cleaned up the room for Su Qi. While cleaning up, I took the opportunity to ask about Su Qi. Mr. Su, you must have run away from home, right? Otherwise, why would you come to live in a shabby place like mine? Su Qi said nothing and poured himself a glass of water. Shi Zhaoping thought he agreed, and her imagination became more active. You definitely wouldn't dare stay in a big hotel. Otherwise, your family is so powerful that they can easily find you. Don't worry, just stay with me. I'm a very secretive person and won't tell anyone anything. Did you leave home to escape marriage? Or maybe you didn't want to inherit billions of dollars? You have your own ideas. You want freedom and to live the life you want, right? Su Qi smiled bitterly. You said everything, what else can I say? Shi Zhaoping became more and more proud. I have met many people and experienced many things. I can see the general situation of things at a glance. By the way, Mr. Su, are you running away from marriage, or do you not want to inherit the family business? Su Qi curled his lips. Your analysis is so amazing, what do you think? He must be running away from his marriage. It's obvious that you haven't met your true love yet, Mr. Su. Otherwise, how could you be so handsome and rich without a girlfriend? As Shi Zhaoping spoke, she became excited again. My little daughter has never had a boyfriend. Could it be that God has arranged for you two to meet here and finally get married? After going around and around, I came back. Are you done packing? Get out now. Su Qi pointed at the door impatiently. Mr. Su, you may not know much about my little daughter's situation. I can introduce her to you. No matter what Su Qi said, Shi Zhaoping didn't get angry. The more she was scolded, the more she stuck to him. The flesh on my face is about to fall off from laughing. Do you want to make me angry? Su Qi's face darkened. Shi Zhaoping was suddenly startled. He could ignore Su Qi's scolding and ridicule. But he didn't dare to anger Su Qi. She had completely regarded Su Qi as a young master who had escaped from a super wealthy family. How could she dare to offend him? He quickly waved his hand. Don't be angry, Mr. Su, I'll go out right away, I'll go out right away. He left in a hurry and gently closed the door for Su Qi. When he returned to his room, he immediately called his youngest daughter, Yan Shanshan. Shanshan, my dear daughter, your good luck has come. I found a super rich man, he is definitely your soulmate, come here early tomorrow morning. At that time, his bed was still warm. I opened the door and you slipped in quietly, hee hee. Chapter 16A Complete Transformation. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm working overtime and don't have time to play around with you. Yan Shanshan was a little angry. After she returned from studying abroad, she found a high-paying job at the well-known Chubo Group in Yanjiang City. This is a job that everyone envies. Chubo Group is owned by the Chu family, one of the 4 largest wealthy families in Yanjiang City. It is difficult for ordinary people to successfully apply for the job. She had just joined such a good company and was new there, so it was the time for her to make achievements and increase her presence, but Shi Zhaoping always called her every now and then to bother her. It simply means that she should find a rich husband while she is still young. They also made alarmist remarks, saying that if you get older, you won't be able to find a good one. How old is she now? Only 23 years old. It's the time for her to work hard on her career, okay? Shi Zhaoping said excitedly, why work overtime? Wouldn't it be nice to marry into a wealthy family? Do you want to work 996 all your life? This super rich man I met can definitely make you worry-free about food and clothing, and live a life of wealth and glory. Yan Shanshan was helpless. Mom, please stop dreaming, okay? A shabby house like yours, and a super rich person would live in it? What are you thinking? It's true. He used gold bricks as the legs of his bed, and the chairs he sat on were made of mutton fat jade. Yan Shanshan said in a deep voice, Mom, you must have met a scammer. What kind of liar? He's a rich young man who ran away from his marriage, and he's a super rich young man. Yan Shanshan sighed, Mom, I think you have watched too many soap operas and actually believed in this kind of scam. Shanshan, Mom is serious. This is a great opportunity for you to marry into a wealthy family. You must come here early tomorrow morning, otherwise he will have to get up early to deliver food. Yan Shanshan almost collapsed. A super rich delivery man? A super rich man needs to deliver food? And you still say you haven't encountered a scammer? Mom, wait, I'll be there tomorrow. I have to expose this liar's disguise, so that you won't be fooled by him. Shi Zhaoping wanted to explain something, but Yan Shanshan interrupted her directly, Mom, there's no need to say more. If you have anything to say, wait until I get there tomorrow. Scammers are so rampant nowadays that they've even started to trick people into marrying. It would be strange if a top student like me from Harvard University could be fooled. Bang! Hang up the phone. Su Qi lay down. As a result, the system prompt sounded again. Shi Zhaoping's attention generates greedy crit plus 5,000. Su Qi was shocked. How greedy he must be to generate a critical hit of 5,000 attention points. It seems that Shi Zhaoping really thinks of himself as a rich young master and wants to climb up the social ladder. Yan Shanshan's attention generates a critical hit of contempt plus 1,000. Su Qi was speechless. I just found out that Yin Chanqian is Shi Zhaoping's youngest daughter. But even though you have never met Yin Chanqian, you are looked down upon by Yin Chanqian? It's so unfair. Fortunately, I earned 1,000 followers and was not despised in vain. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 2,000. Su Qi smiled bitterly, wondering how bad-tempered this Miss Chu was. It's the middle of the night and I still have to hate myself. Is it so unforgettable to yourself? You 1T dream about yourself in your dreams, right? After yawning, I went to sleep. Shuechuchu's attention generates a 3,000 plus crit damage. Su Qi was stunned. Can daydreaming also lead to critical hits? How fanciful must one be to generate a critical hit of 3,000 attention points? This fantasy must be related to myself, otherwise I wouldn't be focusing on myself. What is this girl thinking about? Are you greedy for your own body? I never thought that she, who looks like a bookworm, would have such thoughts. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. In the morning, stretch and get up. Just pick up the dumbbells and start exercising. No matter what you do, you must have a good body. Especially now, there are so many people who hate me. For example, Wei Dicheng and the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Xu Yunyi, are not easy to deal with. After lifting the dumbbells a few times, I suddenly remembered my Midas touch system. The Midas touch system explains that anything can be turned into gold. Then can you please touch your own body? In theory, it is entirely possible. Aren't I a thing? Pooh. Of course I am a thing. No, that's not right. Anyway, the Midas touch system should be able to be used on myself. Thinking of this, I became excited. If you can turn stone into gold, what can you become of yourself? Just try it and you'll know. To be cautious, I didn't use too much energy the first time I turned stone into gold, only 100 energy points. Even if the effect is not good, at least there will not be too serious consequences. If you use too much energy at once and turn yourself into a monster, it will not be worth it. Seeing a faint light flashing from his fingers, Su Qi gently tapped his fingers on himself. I don't seem to feel anything. But when I tried clenching my fist, it seemed to have a little more strength. He hurriedly picked up the dumbbells. Oh shit! How did the dumbbells become lighter? He used so much force that he even shook himself. This Midas touch method of turning stone into gold is definitely effective and has definitely improved my physical fitness. Su Qi became more and more excited. Since turning stone into gold was effective, he naturally increased his energy value and clicked it again. After the successful attempt last time, Su Qi became bolder. This time I simply consumed 10,000 energy points and clicked on myself. 10,000 energy value is already a very large energy value. You can turn a broken electric car used for delivering food into a cool and stylish Pagani supercar worth 100 million yuan. It will definitely bring about huge changes in the body. After ordering it, I felt different. Su Qi felt as if his body had been reborn in an instant. The body becomes light and full of strength. My whole body is filled with an indescribable sense of power and I feel refreshed. It seemed as if he could jump 10 meters high or smash a wall with one punch at any time. I am definitely different now than I was just a few seconds ago. I looked up at the wall in front of me. Could I really break it with one punch? I couldn't help myself and tried to punch him. Puff! The fist seemed to hit tofu, but it easily penetrated the wall. The fists flew into the next room. The room opposite is not Bu Xiaoliao's room, but the next door on the other side. As a result, I saw that the beautiful woman in the next room was still sleeping soundly. She slept too wildly, in an indecent posture, with her private parts completely exposed. Wow, that's incredible. Su Qi quickly retracted his fist and pulled the wardrobe in the room over here to cover the hole in the wall. He exhaled and looked at his fist excitedly. Am I so awesome? Did you really turn your body into gold? I quickly asked the system, what is my current physical level? The system didn't say anything, but just brought up a properties panel. Su Qi saw that it contained his physical data. Host, Su Qi. Age, 23. Stamina, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Appearance, 1. Su Qi asked the system, what standards are used to derive these numbers? The system replied, take the attributes of ordinary people as 1, and ordinary people are the standard. So, my endurance is now 10 times that of an average person, my strength is 10 times that of an average person, and my agility is 10 times that of an average person? Yes, it seems that your IQ is online. Suchi was amazed. His endurance, strength, and agility were 10 times that of an ordinary person. What does that mean? In terms of strength alone, they are far superior to heavyweight champions. But you don't need to be as big as a heavyweight champion. Such a powerful force in a normal-sized body like mine would generate tremendous explosive power. Ox paralysis. Just 2 words, awesome. I am absolutely awesome now. Of course, the system is even more powerful and can turn stones into gold for you. Suchi's eyes turned. Since he was already so awesome, why not make it even better and continue to click? There is so much energy anyway, it would be a waste if it is not used. So, he consumed 10,000 energy points again and tapped his body. After clicking, quickly call out the Properties panel. Host, Suchi. Age, 23. Stamina, 16. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Appearance, 1. Physical data soared again. But not as obvious as the first time. Even so, this physical data already has a sense of invincibility. Suchi suddenly noticed that his appearance had always remained at 1, which was the level of a normal person. There should be a way to improve the appearance value, right? As I was thinking this, boom boom boom. Someone knocks on the door. Suchi quickly calmed down his excitement and went to open the door. It's Shi Zhaoping. His face was full of smiles, and the fat on his face was shaking constantly. He was holding a thermos in his hand. Master Su, I made you some ginseng, wolfberry, and bullwhip soup. Drink it while it's hot. Chapter 17. This physical strength does not need to be replenished. Suchi almost vomited after hearing this. Are you kidding me? You asked me to drink this so early in the morning? Shi Zhaoping laughed hurriedly. It's like this, my little daughter will be here soon. If you two get into a heated argument as soon as you meet, wouldn't this soup come in handy? It's called being prepared. Don't worry, this soup is guaranteed to make you, young Master Su, full of energy and vigor. Suchi was speechless. Bang! Closed the door. Shi Zhaoping was frustrated, but she was not angry. Now I am so focused on pleasing others that I don't even know what anger is. Young Master Su, I know you young people are embarrassed to drink tonic soup. It's okay. I'll put it at the door for you. I won't watch you, so you can drink it secretly. Please believe that I, your future mother-in-law, am doing this for your own good. He put the thermos at Suchi's door and left with a smile. I went downstairs and waited for my daughter Yan Shanshan to come over. Yan Shanshan said that since she came early in the morning, it was time for her to arrive. She and Suchi must not miss such a good opportunity. As I was waiting, a middle-aged man wearing glasses came over and asked with a smile, Auntie, can I ask you something? The person who came was Zhao Xinfu, the accountant of Wei Baofa. Shi Zhaoping glared at him angrily. Who are you calling auntie? You are older than me. Look at you, you are so frivolous. Zhao Xinfu was met with dismay and quickly changed his tone. Big sister. Who is your sister? Go back to your own home to find your sister. Big sister. Call me sister, stop trying to get close to me, you're not my type. Zhao Xinfu had no choice but to shout against his will, beauty. This address really worked, and Shi Zhaoping's expression finally softened. You've got some good eyesight. Tell me, what's the matter? Do you have a young man named Suchi here? Zhao Xinfu came to punish Suchi according to the instructions from Wei Baofa. Before repairing Suchi, you must find Suchi first. Following the clues provided by Wei Dicheng, he found his way here. When Shi Zhaoping heard him asking about Suchi, her eyes lit up. She suspected last night that Suchi was a rich young man who had sneaked out of home. Because she didn't dare to stay in a big hotel for fear of being found by her family, she moved into her shabby rental house. Now someone actually came. Isn't this exactly what I guessed? This Suchi is indeed a rich young master who ran away from home to escape marriage. She was so lucky to have caught such a big fish. She immediately puffed out her chest, assumed a high posture, and asked proudly in the tone of a future mother-in-law, "Are you here to see Suchi? Could Suchi really be here?" Zhao Xinfu was overjoyed, he finally found him. Shi Zhaoping stretched out her arm to block his way. Whether he is here or not, I have the final say. What do you mean? Zhao Xinfu was a little confused. Shi Zhaoping sneered, the meaning is very simple. If you want to find your young master, you need to get past me first. Find our young master? Zhao Xinfu was stunned. What does this have to do with that? Shi Zhaoping glared at him and said, stop pretending. You're still a little immature when it comes to acting with me. To tell you the truth, Su Qi got my daughter pregnant. If he wants to leave, he has to marry my daughter. So, go back and tell his father to get ready for the wedding quickly. The betrothal gift must not be less than 10 million. Zhao Xinfu looked at her helplessly, are you crazy? When Shi Zhaoping heard this, she immediately became angry. I am your master's relative, how dare you talk to me like that? You are really courting death. He grabbed Zhao Xinfu's hair and slapped him twice in the face. Zhao Xinfu's glasses were knocked off. Pulling hair and slapping people are definitely her special skills. Zhao Xinfu was completely unprepared and was stunned. Shi Zhaoping pushed him hard, causing him to fall to the ground. Get lost. Don't even think about getting your young master back unless you get the betrothal gift. Also, my daughter is pregnant with your rich family's young master. Think carefully and don't make me angry. With his hands on his hips, he definitely has the aura of a wealthy relative. Zhao Xian felt for his glasses on the ground and put them on. I am absolutely sure that I have met a madman. I wanted to rush over and settle the score with Shi Zhaoping. He was also afraid of alerting the enemy and scaring Su Qi, which would ruin everything. He had no choice but to swallow his anger, pointed at Shi Zhaoping, and left angrily. Shi Zhaoping looked at his back and snorted coldly, if I don't show some strength, you, a runner, won't know how powerful I am. Zhao Xinfu was beaten but did not dare to fight back. This made her more certain that Zhao Xinfu was the one sent by Su Qi's family to find Su Qi. More and more proud. As long as he holds Su Qi, he will definitely be able to climb into a wealthy family and soar to the sky. Just as I was thinking about good things, Su Qi came down from the stairs. Shi Zhaoping asked excitedly, my dear son-in-law, have you drunk the nourishing soup I made for you? Su Qi glared at her and said, who are you calling a good son-in-law? Isn't it just a matter of time? I don't like that name. Shi Zhaoping laughed dryly, okay, then I'll call you young Master Su. I'll change my name after you get married. Mr. Su, where are you going? Su Qi said unhappily, do I have to report to you beforehand if I go to buy breakfast? Shi Zhaoping laughed hurriedly, didn't I make you some ginseng, wolfberry, and bullwhip soup? Do you think you can drink that stuff so early in the morning? Then there's no need to bother Mr. Su to buy breakfast yourself. I'll go. Shi Zhaoping was extremely attentive and quickly helped Su Qi buy breakfast. Su Qi grabbed her and pulled her back. Shi Zhaoping was tall and fat, weighing at least 200 pounds, but he actually threw her out. He was thrown several meters away and sat down there. Fortunately, Shi Zhaoping had a lot of flesh on her buttocks, otherwise she would have broken her bones. Su Qi was surprised. He was still not used to his current strength and accidentally used too much strength. He just wanted to pull Shi Zhaoping back, but ended up being thrown out. Never mind, I'll go buy some breakfast nearby first. I'm really hungry. Shi Zhaoping watched him walk away for a long time before she recovered from her shock. He murmured, as expected of my good son-in-law, he has really strong hands. Then he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, no wonder you don't want to drink the nourishing soup I stewed. It's totally unnecessary. Shanshan in our family is so blessed. With my son-in-law's stamina, Shanshan is so happy and content every day. Su Qi was walking when he suddenly heard the system prompt sound. Attention from Zhao Xinfu plus 10. Plus 10 attention points from XXX. Plus 10 attention points from XXX. He received attention from 7 or 8 people in a row, but none of them were people he knew. What is going on? Suddenly I noticed a head sticking out from the corner ahead, and then quickly retracted. The head was retracted, but half of the iron rod was still exposed. Su Qi immediately understood what was going on. Someone is ambushing him. The attention he just received must have come from the people who ambushed him. But who would have hired these people? Wei Diqing? Luo Xuani? Or that Chu family's eldest daughter, Chu Yunyi? No matter what, we will fight against the enemy with our soldiers and block the water with earth. I just turned this body into gold, but I don't know its true combat power yet. These people dared to ambush him, which was like walking into trouble. Chapter 18, One move and it's done. Su Chi pretended to know nothing and continued walking forward calmly, humming a song. After walking about 10 meters, a car suddenly came from behind and quickly blocked the road. This is the old city area, and the alleys are narrow. A car parked across the alley completely blocked Su Chi's retreat. At this time, the people who were ambushing at the corner ahead also came out. Some carried shovels, some held iron rods, and some even held iron chains. The door of the car behind opened, and Zhao Xian got out with two big men. One of the big men was holding a cell phone in his hand. The camera is shooting at Su Chi. This was in response to Wei Diqing's request. The revenge scene was broadcast live so that Wei Diqing could watch it from his hospital bed and relieve his hatred. It's finally started. Lying on the hospital bed, Wei Diqing's face was full of excitement. He also had a cell phone in front of him, and could clearly see that Su Chi was stuck in the alley, unable to move forward or backward. "Asshole, where are you going?" he said viciously. Wei Bafa, who was standing next to him, smiled proudly. "Son, are you happy now?" Wei Diqing snorted coldly. "Seeing this bastard being beaten like a dead dog makes me even happier." Wei Bafa stroked his hair and said, "Don't worry, you'll see it soon. Zhao Xinfu has never let anyone down." Wei Diqing nodded. He also knew that Uncle Zhao was meticulous and efficient. No matter who he dealt with, he never failed. Even those troublemakers on the street were within his grasp, let alone Su Chi, a young man who was still wet behind the ears. In the alley, Zhao Xinfu leaned back in the car and took out a cigarette in a very arrogant manner. Bang! He lit the cigarette with his lighter. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he sneered at Su Chi and said, "You hit our young master, but instead of hiding yourself, you are so carefree. You are such a big-hearted kid." Su Chi curled his lips. "You are even more courageous. You are still pretending to be cool here with a nosebleed." "Oh shit." Zhao Xinfu quickly touched his nose with his hand. His hands were immediately covered in blood. This is because Shi Jiaoping had just slapped him in the nose and it started bleeding, and he didn't wipe it clean. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Zhao Xinfu's attention generates a critical hit of plus 300. Zhao Xinfu was really ashamed. He threw the cigarette butt to the ground and said, "I'm not going to waste my time talking to him. I'll knock all his teeth out. I'll see how he can still be so sharp-tongued." After hearing this, the big men on the opposite side immediately pounced on Su Chi. Wei Diqing in the hospital saw this scene and danced with excitement. "Finally, we can beat this bastard. Beat him to death." He stretched out his hand and punched the air hard. It was as if he was beating Su Chi on the spot. In the alley, Su Chi was extremely calm. Looking at the people rushing over, he was really disgusted and spread his hands to Zhao Xinfu. "Just these few people? Are you sure?" His face was full of contempt. Zhao Xinfu was so angry that blood rushed to his forehead. This kid is too crazy. He really doesn't know his place. He said angrily, "These few people are more than enough to deal with you." As he said this, the big man holding an iron rod rushed to Su Chi. He hit Su Chi's head hard. Full of force, fast and fierce. But in Su Chi's eyes now, it was just a light and slow motion. His agility is now 16 times that of an ordinary person, and his reaction speed is completely beyond the imagination of normal people. He dodged it with a slight movement. Then, he grabbed the big man's clothes, swung his body up, and swept it around lightly. Just a light swipe. Bang 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 bang. The big men around were knocked away one after another. Like a baseball being hit by a bat, it flew in all directions. Then, they crashed into the walls around the alley and fainted when they landed on the ground. With just one move, 7 or 8 big men were knocked down. The big man he grabbed was also shocked. "Is that it? I just rushed to him and it was over?" Su Chi threw him away and he hit the wall and fainted. All the guys who came to besiege us were dealt with. And this only takes 2 or 3 seconds. Fuck. Zhao Xinfu was so scared that the cigarette in his mouth dropped out of his mouth. My legs were shaking uncontrollably and I almost fell to the ground. Is this true or false? Is this okay? Is this something a human would do? It's not enough for one to beat 8, it's done in one go. Wei Diqing in the hospital saw this and almost threw his phone away. Is this guy still human? He just knocked so many people away so casually. I can't believe that this is his classmate from 4 years in college. I can't recognize him at all. Son, wasn't it exciting to see that guy being pinned to the ground and beaten? Wei Baofa turned his phone around curiously and was startled to see so many people lying in the alley. Damn, what's going on? The focus from Wei Dicheng generates a deep shock critical hit plus 3000. The focus from Wei Bao generates a deep shock critical hit plus 3000. Zhao Xinfu's attention generates a deep shock critical hit of plus 3000. The focus from XXX generates a deep shock critical hit plus 3000. The focus from XXX generates a deep shock critical hit plus 3000. A large number of attention points continued to pour into Su Qi. Su Qi was slightly stunned. Wei Dicheng? Wei Baofa? These two people are not here, why are you so shocked? Suddenly I saw the cell phone in the hand of the big man in front of the car, and I immediately understood. It turns out that Wei Dicheng and Wei Baofa have been watching here. He also understood that Wei Dicheng had hired these people to deal with him. He couldn't help but sneer and walk towards Zhao Xinfu and the other two. Zhao Xinfu shuddered all over and woke up as if from a dream. He hurriedly shouted, "Go!" The three of them quickly got in the car and prepared to escape. But the car was lying there, and it was not easy to turn around. And Su Qi was walking towards him step by step. "Hurry up!" Zhao Xinfu urged anxiously, his face covered in cold sweat. I thought today's matter would be easy to handle, but who would have thought that I would encounter such a monster? Finally the car was turned around. Zhao Xinfu was overjoyed. "Let's go." The driver stepped on the accelerator and was about to leave. But unexpectedly, Su Qi had already arrived. He suddenly lifted his hand on the back of the car and the car flew up. Wei Dicheng could see that the camera of the mobile phone opposite him suddenly kept flipping. The scene on the opposite side also changed. The ground disappeared and the space suddenly became wide open. The buildings on both sides seemed to have become smaller. I couldn't help but look at Wei Baofa in astonishment. "Dad, what happened?" Wei Baofa's face turned pale. Zhao Xinfu and his men's car seemed to be flying. Wei Dicheng's voice trembled more and more. "Can cars fly?" Usually not. Both of them thought of a possibility. That is, Su Qi flipped the car over. But I really can't believe this possibility. Su Qi is just a human being after all, how could he possibly flip a car over? But if it wasn't Su Qi who flipped the car over, how could the car have flown into the air? Both of them were filled with horror. The focus from Wei Dicheng generates a shocking critical hit of plus 3000. The focus from Wei Bao generates a shocking critical hit of plus 3000. Zhao Xinfu's attention creates panic, helplessness, and terror, with a triple crit of plus 5000. The attention from XXX creates panic, helplessness, and terror, with a triple crit of plus 5000. The attention from XXX creates panic, helplessness, and terror, with a triple crit of plus 5000. The car kept flipping in the air. Then, bang! He fell backwards to the ground. The three people in the car were badly knocked unconscious and suffered many fractures. There was no way they could escape. Su Qi came up and pulled the deformed car door away. He waved to the three people inside and said coldly, "Climb out." Chapter 19. The car flew. The three men had no choice but to be like fish on the chopping board, and could only let the other party slaughter them. He crawled out tremblingly and crawled to Su Qi's feet. He looked back at the overturned car on the ground. Look up at the sky again. They all knew that an aerial tour had just taken place. But I don't understand how the car flew into the air. Su Qi asked, "Where is the phone that was used for the live broadcast?" The big man who was live streaming with his phone just now hurried to find his phone. He got into the car, took out his cell phone, and nervously handed it to Su Qi with both hands. Su Qi took it and saw that the phone was still on the video call. On the phone screen, you can see Wei Dicheng looking stunned. Su Qi sneered, "Wei Dicheng, you really only care about eating and not about being beaten. You didn't get enough of that beating last time, did you?" Wei Dicheng suddenly came to his senses and asked in a trembling voice, Who are you?" "The Su Qi I know wouldn't be able to make a car fly." Who are you?" Su Qi snorted coldly, "Of course I am Su Qi. I was a little low-key before, so you think I'm easy to bully? I'm telling you right now, you've completely pissed me off. No matter where you hide, I'll find you and let you know how powerful I truly am." At this moment, a big face suddenly appeared on the screen. The distance is too close and I can't see the other person's full appearance. But Su Qi knew that this should be Wei Dicheng's father Wei Baofa. Hearing Su Qi's arrogant words, he was really angry and warned Su Qi in a deep voice, "Boy, I'm telling you, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that just because you won this time, you can ignore us father and son. While I was out there calling the shots, you were out there playing in the mud in your crotchless pants. We are not really afraid of you. Suchi smiled, it's best if you are not afraid of me. Don't be scared and run away secretly. I'll come find you soon. When I find you, this car will be your fate. He raised his foot and kicked the overturned car up into the air. Fly high into the air. Suchi kept pointing his phone at the car. When Zhao Xinfu and his friends saw this scene, they finally understood how their car flew. It was really Suchi who made it fly. Wei Baofa and Wei Dicheng, who were on the other side of the phone, also knew what was going on with the spinning and flying phone lens. Wei Baofa was so frightened that his whole body trembled. A car weighing 2 tons was just kicked into the air like this? Is this something a human can do? I was totally shocked. Wei Dicheng also turned pale and could not believe his eyes. Zhao Xinfu and the other two looked up at the car in the air, their bodies trembling as if they were sieved. The two big men were so scared that they peed their pants. Zhao Xinfu was relatively calm and was on the verge of peeing his pants. The car flew 5 or 6 meters high and finally landed. Suchi didn't wait for the car to land, he slapped the falling car. Bang! The car instantly deformed and became as fragile as a child's toy, with the glass completely shattered and flying. When it landed on the ground, it turned into a pile of smoking scrap metal. Wei Bao stared at the phone screen in a daze, really wanting to slap himself in the face. I really shouldn't have said that harsh thing just now. Of course, I didn't expect Suchi to be so powerful just now. Is this still a human being? This is a pure power monster. Suchi glanced at the phone screen and said coldly, since you are not afraid, just wait for me. I won't keep you waiting for too long. Then, he lost his phone. The attention point from Wei Bao generates regretful crit plus 10,000. It is conceivable that Wei Baofa must be regretting it to death for getting 10,000 attention points. The focus from Zhao Xinfu generates deep terror critical plus 10,000. The focus from XXX generates a deep fear critical hit of plus 10,000. The focus from XXX generates a deep fear critical hit of plus 10,000. Compared to Wei Baofa's regret, Zhao Xian and the two big men were more afraid. After all, they are right next to Suchi. And they were absolutely certain that their bodies were definitely not as strong as the car. Suchi could turn a car into scrap metal with just one slap. Just a flick of the hand and they'd be beaten into a pulp. Suddenly I realized that those guys who had just besieged Suchi and were beaten unconscious were actually lucky. If you faint early, you won't have to face this extreme fear. In their eyes, Suchi in front of them was definitely a ferocious monster and a big devil. One of the big men couldn't bear it any longer. With a loud scream, he slammed into a nearby wall and knocked himself unconscious. When the other big man saw this, he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Hurry and do the same. As a result, he was hit but didn't pass out. He only hit his head and it was bleeding. He quickly picked up a loose tile from the sidewalk and smacked himself on the head with it. Bang! He also fainted. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Xinfu was the only one left sober. Zhao Xinfu looked at Suchi and laughed dryly. How about I'll go hit my head against the wall too. Do you think you have a chance? Suchi snorted coldly. If I remember correctly, you wanted to have all my teeth knocked out, didn't you? After hearing this, Zhao Xinfu's face changed drastically. He also felt regretful. Why the hell were you so arrogant before? The harsher the words you said before, the harder the beating you will receive now. He simply dug a hole for himself and then jumped into it. Zhao Xinfu's attention generates a huge amount of regret, with a critical hit of plus 10,000. Zhao Xinfu quickly explained, handsome guy, you heard wrongly, I asked them to knock out all my teeth. Suchi looked at him, but why are your teeth still fine? I know what to do. Zhao Xinfu hurriedly crawled over and picked up the floor tiles that the big man had dug out. He swung the floor tile and slammed it against his mouth. With just one blow, his lips were broken and blood and teeth kept flowing out of his mouth. After another try, there are almost no teeth left in his mouth. Suchi nodded, not bad, very well done. Zhao Xinfu asked hurriedly, can I faint now? Suchi made a gesture to let him do as he pleased. Zhao Xinfu was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, thank you very much, thank you very much. He quickly crashed into the wall next to him. Boom! He just lay there motionless. These guys have all fainted, and Suchi can't do anything to unconscious people. No matter what you do, they won't feel it. Suchi is not that boring. The key is to settle accounts with the two culprits, Wei Diqing and Wei Bafa. He curled his lips and went to buy breakfast. I bought a basket of buns and a bag of soy milk and ate them while walking back. When I was delivering food in the past, I needed to save time, so I would eat on the way. It's become a habit. After having breakfast, I returned to the rental house downstairs. I'm planning to drive to find a new place to live. After all, with Shi Jiaoping around, I really can't live here anymore. A bucket of ginseng, wolfberry and bullwhip soup every morning, what's the point of living? When I arrived downstairs at the rental house, I saw a girl in a white shirt and jeans walking around his sports car, exclaiming in admiration. From the back, she has a good figure, a thin waist and long legs. Wearing sneakers on his feet. But it doesn't make the legs look short at all. This is enough to show that the legs are really long. After turning around, the girl couldn't help but take out her cell phone and take a selfie of herself in the Pagani sports car. Yan Shanxian's attention generates envy critical hit plus 100. Suchi was slightly stunned. What was Yan Shanxian's focus? What does she envy herself for? Suddenly I understood, could the girl taking the selfie be Shi Jiaoping's daughter Yan Shanxian? Chapter 20 First Love Face. At that time, Shi Jiaoping took out her mobile phone to show him a photo of Yan Shanxian, but he didn't look at it carefully. I just think it's beautiful. The girl in front of me should be Yan Shanxian. Yan Shanxian's attention generates envy crit plus 200. Then I saw Yan Shanxian lying on the Pagani sports car and taking another selfie. That intoxicated expression definitely shows that he loves this car very much. Yan Shanxian was intoxicated by his car, but he was admiring Yan Shanxian. You know what, this Yan Shanxian is much prettier than in the photo. I really don't know how Shi Jiaoping gave birth to such a beautiful daughter. Shi Jiaoping is so vulgar, but Yan Shanxian has a very good temperament. Are you sure it's your biological child? Seeing that Yan Shanxian liked his sports car so much, Suchi didn't disturb her. Beautiful women in luxury cars, the scenery is nice, it's a feast for the eyes. I just sat down in a beetle next to me and waited. Hey, you, who let you ride in my car? Yan Shanxian suddenly noticed this side and became very angry. Yan Shanxian's attention generates disgust critical hit plus 100. Sure enough, this beauty is Yan Shanxian. Finally saw her front face. She has a small face, big eyes, and a red mouth. It gives people a very smart and cute feeling. This girl has a first love face that all boys like. I'm talking about you. Who let you ride in my car? Yan Shanxian pointed at him angrily. Suchi curled his lips. What's wrong with sitting down for a while? Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Yan Shanxian put her hands on her hips angrily. Look at Suchi wearing a t-shirt and shorts, with messy hair, eating a plastic bag of buns in his hand. He looks like a complete loser with no money. Suchi shook his head. Unfortunately, I didn't break anything. Having said this, he walked over. Yan Shanxian was startled and pointed at him. You stop right there, what are you doing? I'm telling you, if you dare come over here in broad daylight, I'll call for help. To tell you the truth, my mother is Shi Jiaoping, the landlord of this building. If you dare to touch me, she will tear you to pieces. As he said this, he found that Suchi was completely indifferent and continued to walk towards him. I couldn't help but hug myself and scream. Suchi was speechless. He walked up to her and pushed her away. What the hell are you yelling about? It's like no one wants to touch you. After saying that, he opened the door of the Pagani Wind Shadow and got in. Yan Shanxian was shocked. This car is actually yours? Do you still think I can't afford to pay for damaging your Beetle? Suchi started the car and drove away. Yan Shanxian stood there stupidly, as if petrified. She had imagined the owner of this luxury car countless times. Or he is a handsome and domineering president. Or she is a fashionable and hot rich lady. Or they are workplace elites with a strong aura. I never expected that he would be a loser-looking guy carrying a plastic bag of buns and eating while walking. Is this a fucking illusion? Yan Shanxian's attention generates a mixed feeling of multiple critical hits plus 5,000. Yan Shanxian stood in the wind, almost like a sculpture. Shi Jiaoping came out, saw her standing there stupidly, and slapped her. Shanxian, what are you looking at? Were you the one who was screaming just now? Yan Shanxian grabbed her arm and said, Mom, can you believe this? A guy wearing a t-shirt and shorts, eating a $2 breakfast on the roadside, is actually driving a limited edition sports car worth 100 million yuan. Can you believe it? She just checked online and found out how awesome Su Chi's car is. What big pants, sports car? Shi Xiaoping was confused, but suddenly she saw that the sports car that was originally parked in front of the building was gone. I couldn't help but wonder, where's that sports car? As soon as he said this, he screamed and grabbed Yan Xianxian's arm. Xianxian, what did you say? The sports car parked here is worth 100 million? She had noticed the sports car a long time ago. Although I think it's cool, I feel like it's only worth a few 100,000. A few million at most. I never thought that the sports car was worth 100 million. That is to say, 100 million was floating in front of her all night, and she didn't even notice? So crazy. So crazy. He quickly asked Yan Xianxian, where is the man driving the sports car? Where is he? Who is he? Xianxian, I've changed my mind. You want to marry the guy who drives the sports car, not Su Chi. Yan Xianxian was very angry. Mom, what do you think of me? I can marry whoever you say I will marry? I'm not a commodity. Shi Xiaoping grabbed her shoulders and studied her pretty face. Xianxian, don't blame me for being harsh. You're a commodity, a coveted luxury item. I don't know what good fortune I had to give birth to a daughter as beautiful as you, with such a good temperament and a great figure. Whether I can turn my life around in this life depends on you. You have good looks, a good figure, and an education. You must marry into a wealthy family and become a phoenix. Then I can also benefit from your fame and become a rich wife. I'm relying on you. Tell me, where's that guy driving the sports car? He can drive a sports car worth 100 million yuan, and he even parks it downstairs from us. This is fate. Even if he's bald, has athlete's foot, and has a belly as big as a ball, you still have to marry him. Yan Xianxian sighed, Mom, you really don't treat me as a human being. Where is the person driving the sports car? Tell me quickly. Shi Xiaoping looked around for him, her face full of anxiety. Seeing that she was about to go crazy, Yan Xianxian quickly interrupted her and changed the subject. Mom, didn't you ask me to come meet that guy named Su Chi? Where is he? Don't even mention him. Compared to this guy who drives a 100 million luxury car, he's nothing. He's no longer worthy of you. Yan Xianxian snorted coldly, he is not only unworthy of me, he is also a liar. Take me to him quickly. I want to expose him so that he can stop deceiving you. Shi Xiaoping curled her lips, he went to buy breakfast. Reluctantly, he looked around again, hoping to see the shadow of the 100 million sports car. Buying breakfast? Yan Xianxian suddenly remembered the guy she had just seen carrying a plastic bag of buns and eating them while walking. He hurriedly asked Shi Xiaoping, what did he wear when he went out? Put on some big pants. Shi Xiaoping thought about it. Although this Su Chi is a runaway young master, he has completely adapted to the life of a loser and dresses like one. Yan Xianxian's expression changed again. Mom, do you have a photo of him here? Yes. He owed rent some time ago, and I was afraid he'd run away, so I took his picture. Shi Xiaoping took out her cell phone, searched, and found Su Chi's photo. Yan Xianxian snatched it away. She exclaimed in shock, it's really him. Who is it? Shi Xiaoping was confused. Yan Xianxian said excitedly, the guy driving the 100 million sports car is the Su Chi you mentioned. Chapter 21. This move is too amazing. Really? Shi Xiaoping screamed. That 100 million sports car belongs to Su Chi? Is this guy really that rich? He drives a luxury car worth 100 million? He's even richer than I thought. I have decided on this son-in-law. He is the only one who can be my son-in-law. I was actually about to abandon this good son-in-law. What was I thinking? Shi Xiaoping pulled Yan Xianxian and walked into the building. Yan Xianxian was surprised. Mom, what are you doing? Hurry up, take off your clothes and wait on young Master Su's bed. As soon as he comes back, you have to make it a done deal. You can't let this big fish get away. Shi Xiaoping wished that Su Chi and Yan Xianxian would have sex right now. Yan Xianxian collapsed. Mom, are you crazy? You'd be crazy if you didn't cherish this opportunity to change your destiny. Shi Xiaoping still pulled Yan Xianxian inside. Yan Xianxian felt that if Su Chi was here, Shi Xiaoping would have wanted to strip her naked and throw her into Su Chi's arms. How did I end up with such a mother? He quickly shook off Shi Jiaoping's hand. Mom, can we calm down for a moment? Haven't you heard it before? A forced melon is not sweet. Besides, if I just lie on her bed, how lowly I'll look in her eyes. Do you think a wealthy family would marry a woman like that as their daughter-in-law? Shi Jiaoping finally calmed down. Then what do you think we should do? Yan Qianqian bit her lip. Although that guy seems unruly, with the blessing of a sports car, he doesn't feel forced at all. He looks particularly impressive. Daughter, you are moved, aren't you? Shi Jiaoping was overjoyed. Yan Qianqian waved her hands quickly. I just feel like I misunderstood him, and I'm quite embarrassed. Then just pledge your love, apologize, and make the matter a done deal. Yan Qianqian rolled her eyes at Shi Jiaoping and said, Mom, why are you doing this again? Then what do you say we should do? I absolutely cannot let such a good son-in-law run away. Yan Qianqian said, if we are really destined to be together, we will eventually be together. There is no need to rush. What the hell is fate? Why not rush it? If you wait for fate, the flowers will be gone by the time they get cold. Such a rich man is hard to find even with a lantern. Now that he's in front of us, we must grab him with all our might and make him so tired that he can't get out of bed. We must not give other women any chance. Yan Qianqian blushed unconsciously. Why was her mother so vulgar? Mom, we have no feelings for each other, how can we be together? Sleep. Sleep once and you'll naturally develop feelings for her. If you haven't, sleep with her a few more times until you do. Yan Qianqian was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Shi Jiaoping's attention generates greedy crit plus 1000. 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 The system prompt sound rang in Su Qi's mind over and over again. Su Qi thought the system had crashed and kept repeating the points of concern contributed by Shi Jiaoping. It would be fine to contribute once, but how can you do it continuously? Is the system down? I'm really worried. If the system crashes, how can we continue to turn stones into gold? I haven't had enough yet. System, are you okay? Su Qi asked with concern. I'm fine, the system answered clearly. But why do you keep repeating the system message just now? It's not that I keep repeating myself, it's Shi Jiaoping who keeps contributing to the focus. Ah? Su Qi was shocked. How greedy was Shi Jiaoping that she could keep generating greedy critical attacks? Is this crazy? If he saw Shi Jiaoping's current appearance, he would definitely understand. Shi Jiaoping wished she could swallow him in one gulp. Afraid he would run away. In order to catch him, they would strip Yan Qianqian of her clothes and put her in bed with him. You can imagine how greedy she is. Seeing the greedy critical hit that was constantly refreshing, Su Qi felt a chill on his back. I must leave quickly and find another place to live. Who could stand having a fat, plump woman drooling over him all the time? I stopped the car and thought about it. Instead of continuing to rent a house, I might as well buy my own house. The attention point from Weibao generates regret critical hit plus 5000. The attention points from Weibao generate panic and crit plus 5000. The attention point from Weibao generates rage crit plus 5000. Su Qi suddenly received the attention of Wei Baofa's contribution. The values are quite large. Su Qi sneered. It seemed that Wei Baofa was definitely scared by him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. Wei Baofa was more than just frightened by him. They are all ready to run away. With his hands behind his back, he walked back and forth in Wei Dicheng's ward, feeling anxious and sweaty on his forehead. Dad, this guy shouldn't be that capable. Wei Dicheng wanted to comfort his father. How could Wei Baofa possibly listen at this time? Instead, he flew into a rage. I saw it with my own eyes, and you still say he's incompetent? If this guy comes, who among us can stop him? If they really kill us, we will die without a burial place. I couldn't help but point at Wei Dicheng. How did you offend such a monster? Not only did you offend him, but you also dragged your father and me into this trap. Are you planning to drag me down with you? Wei Dicheng quickly explained, Dad, it's not like that. He wasn't this impressive at the last class reunion. He hit me at the time, and it felt like his strength was only at the level of an ordinary person. Wei Bafa became even angrier. You mean, he turned into a power monster overnight? You are still lying now? If you had told me he was so scary, why would I have provoked him? Now that he's here to fight us, let's die together. Are you satisfied? Wei Deqing felt aggrieved. Dad, I really don't know. Shut up. Wei Bafa threw a punch. You've hurt me like this, and you still dare to quibble. He is a rough man, but when he spoils Wei Deqing, he can pamper him to the sky. When he is angry, he will use his fists and feet at any time. Come to think of it, this matter is all Wei Deqing's responsibility. Not only was this incident caused by Wei Deqing, but Wei Deqing also implicated him, putting him in danger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he punched him again. It's all your fault. You're more likely to cause trouble than to help. Wei Deqing grimaced in pain and whispered, Dad, I'm recovering from my injuries, why are you still hitting me? Fuck your injury. You've caused such a big disaster, and you still have the nerve to heal it. I'll let you recover. He jumped directly onto the hospital bed and started punching and kicking Wei Deqing. Wei Deqing was beaten so hard that he cried for his parents. Wei Bafa vented his anger and finally calmed down. He raised his hand and rubbed his hair vigorously. I can't stay in Yinjiang City anymore. Looks like we have to move. Wei Deqing didn't dare to say a word. Lying there, silently enduring the pain. Why don't you fart? You are required to express your opinion at this time, but you are mute? Wei Bao shouted angrily. Chapter 22, Go all out to hug the thigh. Wei Deqing was so scared that he was shaking all over. He is really having a hard time. If you speak, you will be beaten. If you don't tell me, you'll get beaten. He thought quickly, Dad, if we leave Yinjiang City, what will happen to our house in Yinjiang City? What will happen to your career? Speaking of this, Wei Bafa became angry again. What else can I do? Of course I'll just give up. Am I supposed to just sit there and wait to die? If that guy comes to your door, can you withstand it? Wei Deqing thought about the car that was turned into scrap metal by Su Qi's slap. I couldn't help but shiver all over. He shook his head quickly. It's all your fault, you beast. You've ruined the career I've worked so hard for so many years. Wei Bafa clenched his fists again. Wei Deqing quickly begged for mercy. Dad, I already know I was wrong. Besides, didn't you hit me before? I'm angry and want to beat you up, you beast, is that not okay? Wei Bafa came over with his fists clenched. Wei Deqing was so scared that he shouted, Dad, isn't there a Chu family? Wei Bao was stunned. Wei Deqing quickly said, Isn't the Chu family your backer? We can ask for protection from the Chu family. Wei Bafa's eyes lit up. You, a pig-brained kid, have come up with a solution. Yes, in his haste, how could he forget about his big backer, the Chu family? The Chu family is one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City. They have a large family business, extensive connections, and strong influence. No matter how powerful Su Qi is, can he not give face to the Chu family? As long as the Chu family is willing to help him settle it, there should be no problem. I need to quickly prepare a generous gift and then go visit Mr. Chu. Wei Bafa seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. Now we must cling to the Chu family at all costs. I hope the Chu family is willing to protect him. Su Qi went to the bank and deposited the 100,000 yuan in cash. This money was originally intended to pay rent, but now, Shi Jiaoping will definitely not ask for his rent. In order to let him continue to stay, I am willing to give him change. Su Qi just deposited the money into the card as a trigger to turn stone into gold. He used the money from his card to get a black VIP card at a 5-star hotel. If there is no money in the card, you naturally cannot turn stones into gold. To turn stone into gold, you need at least a stone you can't turn air into gold. Just treat these 100,000 yuan as stones. After depositing the money, I returned to the car and directly tapped the bank card with 10,000 energy points. In an instant, the original 100,000 yuan disappeared, and 60 million yuan was deposited into the bank card. Su Qi looked at the number of followers and saw that there were still more than 160,000 followers. All converted into energy value. Then, he took out 10,000 energy points and tapped the bank card again. This time, the 60 million in the bank card directly turned into 3 billion. It feels so good to see the balance on the card double rapidly. I couldn't help but consume another 10,000 energy points and clicked on the bank card again. This time, 3 billion became 9 billion. Su Qi frowned slightly. He discovered that when the base number is too large, the effect of turning stone into gold is not so exaggerated. The same energy value of 10,000 increased 600 times from the initial 100,000 to 60 million. But starting from 60 million, it only grew to 3 billion, which is only a 50-fold increase. Starting from 3 billion points, the 10,000 energy value only reached 9 billion, which is 3 times the original value. If you want to achieve the original exaggerated effect, you will definitely need to consume more energy. It seems that attention is not something that can be used up. If you want to get better things, you need to consume much more energy, which means you need more attention. Gaining attention remains the top priority. Now that I have money, the next step is of course to look for a house. I took out my phone and did a search to see what properties were for sale. After some selection, I feel that Shuyun Garden has a good location and has various types of houses. So I drove to Shuyun Garden. While I was still on the road, I suddenly received a call. It's an unfamiliar number. Suchi didn't answer. Unexpectedly, the other party called again immediately. Suchi finally answered, "Who is it?" A rather polite voice came from the other side. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Suchi?" "Let me introduce myself. I am Eugene, the Vice President of Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. Thank you very much for depositing 9 billion in our bank. You have met the requirements for our bank's most distinguished diamond customer. I would like to replace your diamond customer card immediately. Are you free now?" Only then did Suchi understand what was going on. His bank card is from Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. The funds in the card now reach 9 billion. Such a huge amount of funds is definitely a super big customer of Yinjiang City Commercial Bank, and they will definitely pay attention to it. Things were pretty much as he thought. Eugene was in a meeting when he heard his secretary report that Suchi's account suddenly received 9 billion yuan, and the money was received through completely legal channels. This is a huge deposit and an extremely important customer. Perhaps for those big banks, 9 billion customers are not uncommon, but for Yinjiang City Commercial Bank, it is really rare. For such a big customer, we must do everything we can to retain him, otherwise it will be a huge loss. The meeting was cancelled immediately and the bank president, who was on a business trip, was contacted immediately. The bank president told him that he must develop this customer into a loyal customer of Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. He handed this client directly to Eugene. "Tell Eugene that this is his chance. If Eugene fails to be promoted to the position of bank president, his performance this time will be crucial." After hearing this, Eugene almost jumped up with excitement. He was already very old, and his chances of being promoted to bank president were slim. But judging from what the bank president said, he clearly still has a chance. The key is to retain these customers. This matter concerns his future, which he has worked hard for half his life. How could he not take it seriously? After hanging up the phone with the bank president, he quickly contacted Suchi. No matter what, he had to establish a good relationship with Suchi and keep Suchi's money safely in Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. It would be best if Suchi could deposit more money, so that his promotion to bank president would be more secure. Suchi is now his future. "Mr. Su, can we meet now?" Eugene said impatiently. Suchi replied, "Maybe later. I'm going to buy a house now." After saying that, he was about to hang up the phone. Eugene quickly said, "Mr. Su, wait a moment. I think it would be great if you could buy a house. If so, I can help you. Our bank can provide you with a housing loan." As soon as he said this, he wanted to slap himself in the mouth. Suchi has 9 billion in cash, so why does he need a mortgage to buy a house? He quickly changed his tone. "Our Yinjiang City Commercial Bank has business dealings with many real estate development companies and has a good relationship with them. I can go with you, Mr. Su, and I can definitely help you get the best discount." Suchi was surprised. "You want to buy a house with me? As a bank president, don't you have to work?" Eugene gave a dry laugh. "It's still vice president, vice president. No, what I mean is that my biggest job now is to help Mr. Su buy a house." "Mr. Su, which property are you going to?" "I'll be there right away." Chapter 23: The Girl I Loved for the First Time. Suchi smiled bitterly. "How embarrassing." Eugene said hurriedly, "I feel bad for not serving a customer like you, Mr. Su, right away. Mr. Su, please tell me about the property you want to buy. I can't wait to see your face." Suchi really sighed. It's good to have money. Even the vice president came to help him buy a house. I could only agree. Okay, I'm going to Shuyun Garden. Shuyuan Garden? After hearing this, Eugenie burst out laughing. What a coincidence! My son works there. This is really fate. Don't worry, I'll call my son right now and ask him to receive you well. Of course, I'll be there right away. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The property that Su Chi was going to, his son happened to be the sales manager there. With such good conditions, how can you not win Su Chi? Call his son Yu Junfeng immediately. He told Yu Junfeng that a billionaire was coming to buy a house and he must be treated well. Use the highest standards and don't allow any mistakes. Because this not only concerns his son's business, but also his future. Yu Junfeng listened to his serious tone and of course agreed seriously. He immediately called his real estate consultants over and made preparations to welcome the billionaire. Ordinary customers can be put aside for the time being, serving this billionaire well is the top priority. After Eugenie finished calling his son, he thought about it carefully. In order to make this meeting with Su Chi go more smoothly, we need to have a backup plan. So he called Qian Jingjing, the most beautiful financial planner in the bank. Jingjing, I've seen everything you've done since joining our bank. Now, I'm going to give you the best opportunity to show your skills. Qian Jingjing was very excited. Thank you, President Yu. Thank you, President Yu. Eugenie waved his hand. I can give you the opportunity, but whether you can seize it depends on you. Qian Jingjing quickly assured, President Yu, just tell me what you want me to do. I will never let you down. Eugenie nodded with satisfaction. You are indeed young and energetic. That's right, your spirit is what I want. To tell you the truth, we're about to meet our bank's largest individual client to date. You have to help me, no matter what method you use, to develop him into our permanent customer. If this is accomplished, your year-end bonus this year will be enough to cover 10 years' salary. It would be easy to jump 3 levels in your career. But if you fail, you can just resign without me asking. Qian Jingjing couldn't help but sweat in her palms. It turned out to be such a big task. I just joined the bank and received such a big task. I was really excited and nervous. He nodded repeatedly. President Yu, don't worry, I will risk it all and will definitely take him down. Very good. Good steel should be used on the blade. Let's see how you perform. Eugenie took Qian Jingjing and immediately got into the car and set off for Shuyun Garden. Eugenie's attention generates a critical hit of plus 5,000. Qian Jingjing's attention generates an exciting critical hit of plus 3,000. When Su Chi rushed to the Shuyun Garden Marketing Center, he heard the system prompt sound. Eugenie knew who it was. But who is this Qian Jingjing? Still so excited. What is she excited about? Never mind, let us look at the house first. After entering the marketing center, I saw the advertisement on the huge display screen and realized that Shuyun Garden was developed by Chubo Group. The display screen is introducing the strength and glorious history of Chubo Group. The Chubo Group is naturally the property of the Chu family in Yinjiang City. Su Chi immediately thought of Chu Yunyi, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. After all this time, I actually came to the Chu family to spend money. Is this fate? I just had a spark with the eldest daughter of the Chu family yesterday, and today I came to their house to buy a house. To be honest, I felt really uncomfortable spending money on this arrogant young lady, but I was too lazy to move. Just buy it here. Sir, are you here to buy a house? A female voice sounded behind Su Chi. Su Chi turned around and saw that it was a female real estate consultant. She is in her 20s, wears delicate makeup, and looks pretty good. However, although I don't go online much, I am a little aesthetically tired of the typical internet celebrity face. Why are you here? The woman's face suddenly changed when she saw his appearance. Su Chi was stunned. Do you know me? The woman got angry and said, stop pretending. You're here for me, aren't you? Su Chi was confused. What does this have to do with that? I couldn't help but laugh. Are you being a little too self-indulgent? I'm coming for you? Who do I know you to be? Still pretending. If you weren't coming for me, why would you come here by chance? The woman was furious. Don't think I don't know what you're doing now. I've heard from my classmates that you're just a delivery boy. A food delivery guy would buy a house in such a high-end development like ours? Can you afford it? He's just pretending to come see the house and looking for an excuse to get close to me. Su Chi became more and more confused. Who is this woman? It seems like I have some kind of bad fate with her. I quickly looked at her work badge and saw that the name on it was Jia Xiaowen. When Suchi saw this name, his heart was filled with joy, and a girl as pure and charming as a lotus suddenly appeared in his mind. The girl's name is Chu Xiaowen. She was the first girl who made his heart beat. Of course, he also knew Jia Xiaowen. Like Chu Xiaowen, she was his high school classmate. It was probably the emotional awakening of adolescence at that time, and he was very interested in Chu Xiaowen. When I was in class, I would look at her back, and I would dream about her at night. I don't know what happened, but one time I actually called out the word Xiaowen in my dream. Xiaowen and Xiaowen are pronounced the same. As a result, his roommates misunderstood that he had a crush on Jia Xiaowen. And it soon became known to everyone. No one expected that the person he liked was Chu Xiaowen. Because Chu Xiaowen is really out of reach for ordinary boys like them. Everyone knows that Chu Xiaowen is the second daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. No one dared to chase her, nor did they dare to have any ideas. If you dare to have any unreasonable thoughts, you will be ridiculed as a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, or an egg hitting a stone, or just wishful thinking. Suchi doesn't have a remarkable family background and is very ordinary, so everyone naturally thinks it is more reasonable for him to like Jia Xiaowen. But Suchi really likes Chu Xiaowen. But it is difficult to explain. If he explains it, he is afraid that everyone will laugh at him for overestimating his abilities. The result is that everyone is desperately hinting at his relationship with Alyssa Chia. Jia Xiaowen believed it completely and went to tell the teacher, crying. The teacher gave Suchi a severe scolding. From then on, whenever Jia Xiaowen saw Suchi, she would take a detour or look arrogant, for fear that he would pester her. Suchi was speechless. There was no point in him pestering her. He had no feelings for Jia Xiaowen at all. The key point is that Jia Xiaowen has no idea at all. When she was in high school, she was dark and fat, and her weight has always been high. She once broke a volleyball by sitting on it. Is it possible that he would be obsessed with her to the point of pestering her? His aesthetic standards haven't reached that level yet. This was an embarrassing incident for Suchi when he was in high school. But when I went to college, I completely forgot about it. Unexpectedly, I would meet Jia Xiaowen here today, and Jia Xiaowen still thought he was pursuing her. Was he despised to this extent? Are there no other girls besides Jia Xiaowen? Is he so reluctant to let go? How can this be justified? Why are you rolling your eyes? I'm telling you, don't have any bad ideas. Jia Xiaowen took a cautious step back and put some distance between herself and Suchi. Suchi glanced at her and said, "Don't worry, I won't even look at you even if you take off all your clothes. You are safe. You hooligan." Jia Xiaowen was furious. I'm telling you, there's no way you and I can get along. So stop dreaming like a toad. Chapter 24: Buying a luxury house while wearing shorts? Suchi looked at her face and asked, "Did you carve this swan out with a knife? If I hadn't seen your name, I wouldn't have known who you were. Are you sure you looked like this before? Tell me the truth, how many surgeries have you had on your face?" Jia Xiaowen seemed to have been hit in a sore spot and became even more angry. "No matter how much you belittle me, I am still out of your reach. Let me tell you, I already have a boyfriend. He's the sales manager here, and his annual salary is several $100,000. Get out of here right now. If he finds out about our embarrassing past and it affects my relationship with my boyfriend, I'll never forgive you." Suchi was helpless. "I have no shameful past with you. I can tell you now that the Chu Xiaowen I liked at that time was not you, Jia Xiaowen." After hearing this, Jia Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, and then she burst out laughing. Laugh out loud. "You stinky scoundrel, don't you have any shame at all? You still like Chu Xiaowen? Do you know who Chu Xiaowen is? She's the second daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. You can't even reach me, and you still dare to like Chu Xiaowen? Are you crazy?" As he was talking, a young man in a suit and tie came over with an unhappy look on his face. "What's going on here? Jia Xiaowen, didn't I tell you that our first priority right now is to welcome that billionaire? What are you talking about here with a guy in big shorts? Hurry up and get rid of them, lest they affect the high-end image of our building and spoil the mood of the billionaire." The guy in shorts he was talking about was naturally Suchi. How could a guy wearing a t-shirt and shorts come here to buy a house? I guess they just come here to wander around, enjoy the air conditioning, and see if there are any free gifts to receive. After all, their marketing center often organizes activities and distributes gifts to attract customers. He glanced at Suchi and said sarcastically, "There are no free eggs to be claimed today. Go back to where you came from. We have an extremely important client to attend to. You have delayed our important matter. We will not forgive you." He was none other than the sales manager of this property, Yu Junfeng. When Jia Xiaowen saw him, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. She quickly hugged his arm and proudly said to Suchi, "See? This is my boyfriend. Our Shuyun Garden sales manager is Yu Junfeng. I'm only 29 years old now, but I already earn 300,000 yuan a year. My boyfriend is not only young and promising, but also comes from a wealthy family. His father is the president of a commercial bank in Yanjian City, a very powerful figure. Well, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Do you still have the nerve to stay here?" As she said this, she leaned her face on Yu Junfeng's shoulder, looking so proud. It's as if he is holding some priceless treasure. "Who is this loser in big shorts? Do you know him?" Yu Junfeng asked coldly. Jia Xiaowen's face was immediately filled with disgust. "He is a disgusting toad. He doesn't even look at his own moral character. He has been pestering me since high school. I didn't expect that he still hasn't given up and actually found his way here again." After saying this, he quickly explained to Yu Junfeng, "Dear, I have nothing to do with him. He's the one who's always been pestering me. I just can't stand him. Help me get rid of him quickly. I feel sick when I see him." As she said this, she hugged Yu Junfeng's arm even tighter. Yu Junfeng laughed instead. "I never thought you were so charming that someone would pursue you from high school until now." Jia Xiaowen smiled shyly. "That's right, don't you see whose girlfriend I am? I'm your Yu Junfeng's girlfriend. How can I not be charming? You're even more attractive in bed." Yu Junfeng had a lewd look on his face and grabbed Jia Xiaowen's butt hard. Suchi couldn't help but sigh. "You have such a good appetite, you can even eat this. If you knew what she was like in high school, you'd definitely throw up your leftover food." Yu Junfeng snorted coldly. "You are just saying sour grapes because you can't eat them." Suchi was speechless. What a talented couple. Yu Junfeng doesn't look like a fool. Can't he see how many plastic surgeries Jia Xiaowen has had on her face? Is it still a little bit like before? Honey, please help me get rid of him. I don't want to see him for a second. His obscene eyes keep looking at me. Jia Xiaowen urged Yu Junfeng. Why don't you get out of here? Yu Junfeng shouted coldly at Suchi. Suchi said coldly, I'm here to buy a house. Is this how you treat your customers? Buy a house? Yu Junfeng and Jia Xiaowen laughed so hard that they fell over. You're buying a house in such a high-end development like ours? Do you believe it? Can you afford a storage room? Jia Xiaowen hurriedly reminded, Dear, he is just a delivery man. Damn, a delivery guy dares to buy a house here. When did our Shuyun garden fall to this level? Suchi nodded. This Shuyun garden is really not that high-end. There's even a clueless sales manager and a self-absorbed plastic surgery freak. I'm kind of regretting coming to such a low-end property. Yu Junfeng flew into a rage. You delivery guy, who are you calling stupid? He clenched his fists and rushed towards Suchi. Anyway, he didn't think Suchi could be their client and it was impossible for him to afford a house here, so he had no concerns at all. Besides, if Suchi is not driven away, when the billionaire comes and sees a guy wearing a t-shirt and shorts, it will affect the high-end image of their real estate. It was just the right time to beat Suchi up and drive him away. But just as he rushed to Suchi, Suchi suddenly took out a key and blocked his way. It was the key to the Pagani sports car. Yu Junfeng was shocked. He is knowledgeable. As a wealthy man, beautiful women and luxury cars are must-haves. He cares as much about luxury cars as he does about women. How could he not recognize the Pagani sports car logo? It is also clear that Pagani specializes in high-end sports cars and does not have any cheap cars. Even if Suchi's car is the cheapest one, it still costs tens of millions. Suchi's move really scared him. The clenched fists could no longer strike. It's no big deal to hit a loser who is just wandering around, but if he hits a potential big client, he may lose his position as a manager. Suchi glanced at him contemptuously. Are you really scared to death? Is your key real? Yu Junfeng asked in a trembling voice. Anyway, it's more real than your girlfriend's plastic surgery freak. Jia Xiaowen became anxious and hurriedly urged, Honey, why don't you beat him? He has the keys to the Pagani sports car. Pagani sports car? Is it expensive? You are talking nonsense. I can't afford it even if I work hard for another 10 years. After hearing this, Jia Xiaowen quickly shook her head. Impossible, impossible, you can't afford it. How can he afford it? This key must be fake. It must be a model. Yes, he must have bought the model to show off his wealth. Chapter 25. This bargain is too easy to pick up. After hearing this, Yu Juanfeng's eyes lit up slightly. That's possible. Having car keys does not necessarily mean you have a real car. Buying a car key model doesn't cost much, and it can also save face. Su Qilai must have been prepared for his persistence in pursuing Jia Xiaowen. I guess he prepared a key to a Pagani sports car just to pretend to be rich. He quickly said to Jia Xiaowen, I'll watch him, you go outside and see if there is a Pagani sports car outside? But I don't know a Pagani sports car. Alyssa Chia is not at that level yet, how could she possibly know about Pagani sports cars? Yu Junfeng reminded, just look at the car logo. Okay, you watch him, I'll go right away. Don't let him get away. Jia Xiaowen ran out. Su Qi glanced at Yu Junfeng and said, you know what? If you and your plastic surgery freak girlfriend treat me well, the commission from the house purchase alone will be enough for you to buy a luxury car. It's a pity that you missed it. Having said this, he walked towards the building model in the hall. It's not that easy to run away. Yu Junfeng quickly clenched his fists, blocked Su Qi, and warned him, if you dare to run, my fists are not vegetarian. Su Qi sneered, do you have any misunderstanding about your fist? Do you really think it is hard? As he said this, he grabbed Yu Juanfeng's fist. Yu Juanfeng's face suddenly changed. It felt like my fist was being clamped in a pair of pliers. The bones were crackling and seemed to be crushed at any moment. His face soon turned purple from the pain, his legs were shaking so much that he couldn't stand and he almost fell to the ground. Su Qi looked at him coldly, if you dare to disturb my mood of buying a house again, I will crush your head. If you don't believe me, try it. Finally let go of Yu Juanfeng's hand. Yu Junfeng hurriedly clenched his fists, bent over and grimaced, and it took him a long time to recover. The security guards came over and asked, Manager Yu, are you okay? Yu Junfeng quickly shook his hands and pretended to be relaxed. What can happen to me? In order to seduce young girls, he often shows off his fitness achievements and sometimes even deliberately shows off his abdominal muscles. If you give in at this time, it will be a big joke. No matter what, this face cannot be lost. If he became a joke, how could any girl continue to throw herself at him? I said, I'm here to buy a house, and no one is here to greet me? Su Qi saw that the property consultants were standing neatly in 2 rows, guarding the door. There was also a property consultant holding flowers in his arms. But no one paid any attention to him. Those career counselors are waiting to see billionaires. After receiving the billionaire well, sales exceeded 10 million in minutes. Who has time to deal with Su Qi, a guy in big shorts? Su Qi smiled bitterly, is this how you sell houses? After hearing this, a property consultant standing at the end of the line came over. Yu Junfeng quickly glared at him with a sharp look, your most important task now is to receive the incoming billionaire. Whoever dares to mess this up for me, I'll make sure he doesn't get a chance to stay here. Su Qi made him suffer a setback, yet he still wanted his people to receive him. What was he thinking? The property consultant shrank back in fear. At this time, a beautiful woman came from the corner of the marketing center with a pad in her hand and walked towards Su Qi. When Yu Junfeng saw this, he became so angry that his face turned blue. This beautiful girl is called Leng Yingxue, and she has just come to the marketing center. But as soon as she arrived, she had already become the most beautiful girl here. It turned out that she was a fitness coach with an incredibly hot body, especially when she put on work clothes. The curves of her body, the height, and the pertness of her body made people's noses bleed and their hearts beat fast all the time. On the first day Leng Yingxue arrived, Yu Junfeng set his eyes on her and tried to please her in various ways. But Leng Yingxue didn't buy it at all. Instead, she told Yu Junfeng that the reason he couldn't continue working as a fitness coach was because some customers wanted to touch her. As a result, he was beaten up by her and had no choice but to resign. Warn Yu Junfeng not to repeat the same mistake. Yu Junfeng was so embarrassed by her that he began to make things difficult for Leng Yingxue, making it difficult for Leng Yingxue to survive and forcing her to surrender to him in the end. Moreover, he deliberately got together with Jia Xiaowen and took care of her in various ways, making Leng Yingxue envious and jealous. It can be said that Jia Xiaowen was his tool to deal with Lang Yingxue. Yu Junfeng was almost going crazy, looking at such a beautiful woman with a perfect figure walking in front of him all day long but unable to make a move. What are you looking at? Lang Yingxue glared at Yu Junfeng with disdain on her face. You've made it so difficult for me to survive here, and I'm still afraid of your glances? He didn't care about Yu Junfeng at all. Yu Junfeng was so angry that he just stared blankly, but there was nothing he could do. Sir, what kind of house are you planning to buy? Lang Yingxue asked Su Qi with a smile. Su Qi also smiled. Your manager treats me as an enemy, and you still dare to come here? I guess you really can't survive here anymore. What does it matter? If I can't stay here, I'll find another place to stay. Even if you beg me to stay here, I won't be willing to serve you. The worst that can happen is that I'll be delivering food. Lang Yingxue exudes a sense of neatness and elegance. Su Qi felt a liking for him and asked curiously, what did you do before? I learned Taekwondo and work as a part-time fitness trainer. Su Qi nodded. No wonder, she has a chivalrous demeanor. Lang Yingxue chuckled, Sir, you are too kind. Seeing them talking and laughing, Yu Junfeng was so angry that his face turned blue. Yu Junfeng's attention generates jealousy and hatred, with a double critical hit of plus 1000. Su Qi heard the system prompt sound. Slightly stunned. Why is Yu Junfeng jealous? I understood instantly that Yu Junfeng must be drooling over Lang Yingxue. After all, Lang Yingxue is obviously the most beautiful here, and she is many times more beautiful than that plastic surgery freak Jia Xiaowen. Yu Junfeng didn't pursue such a beautiful Lang Yingxue, but wanted Jia Xiaowen. There is only one explanation, Lang Yingxue doesn't care about him. So, when he saw Lang Yingxue talking and laughing with him, he would be jealous. Thinking of this, he whispered to Lang Yingxue, do you want to make your manager's mouth twisted with anger? Lang Yingxue's eyes lit up, do you have a solution? Su Qi said, if you just put my hand on your waist, his mouth will be twisted with anger. Are you sure? Of course. Think about it, he treats me as his enemy, but he covets you. The woman he wants most is being hugged by his enemy. How do you think he feels? Lang Yingxue was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. That's a good idea. Then what are you waiting for? She has been bullied by Yu Junfeng, but has no way to take revenge, and she feels very frustrated. She directly pulled Su Qi's hand and placed it on her slender waist. When he put it up, he secretly glanced at Yu Junfeng. Yu Junfeng's face turned red instantly, and he was shaking with anger, as if he was about to have a seizure. I couldn't help but be delighted that the effect was really so good. It's so refreshing to see that bastard Yu Junfeng get so angry. I feel relaxed, just like eating a refreshing ice cream on a hot summer day. Cool. Yu Junfeng's attention generates extreme jealousy and insane hatred, with a double critical hit of plus 6000. Su Qi was overjoyed, and the attention he received instantly soared. This trick is really useful. It seems that Yu Junfeng gave the money for buying the house directly this time. The energy value exchanged for the attention points contributed by Yu Junfeng is enough to provide funds for buying a house. Handsome guy, that's awesome. Not only did Su Qi gain huge benefits, but Lang Yingxue also gained huge benefits. Finally, I got rid of the frustration in my heart. How could I be in such a good mood when seeing Yu Junfeng so angry? He chuckled and whispered to Su Qi, move your hand down. Su Qi was stunned. He looked at the position of his hands. Remind Lang Yingxue, if I move my hand any further, it will reach your butt. Are you sure? Chapter 26. How can I refuse this? Lang Yingxue smiled at him and said, I told you to move down. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, I won't beat you up like I did when I was a fitness trainer, treating you like a restless client. Su Qi smiled bitterly, did you beat up the client? Just 2 broken ribs and a lost front tooth. Su Qi was sweating profusely. If you say that, do I dare to move my hand down? If I allow it, then of course it's okay. I don't allow you to touch me. If you dare to touch my fingernails, I will never forgive you. But I allow you to sleep with me, and I will praise your kung fu skills. Su Qi couldn't help but ask, have you ever praised others like this before? There's no chance yet, do you want to try? Su Qi said seriously, I don't want to have broken ribs and lose a front tooth. Lang Yingxue chuckled, you are helping me. Not only will you be fine, I will also treat you to a big meal. Be brave and move your hand away. This was the first time that Su Qi had encountered such a good thing. You can't help but touch it. He was also encouraged to move forward bravely. Glancing at the curvature and tilt of it, I couldn't help but swallow. Even if my hand is broken, I still want to give it a try. What's more, they invited me on their own initiative. So, I naturally moved my hand down. Yu Junfeng clearly saw Suchi's big hand covering that charming curve. My mind exploded instantly. He tried to please this beautiful woman in every possible way, but he didn't even touch her with a finger. Now Suchi just came and he went straight for it? The point is, isn't Langing Shue a hot-tempered person? How come he doesn't mind at all and is still laughing and joking? He hooked up with a plastic surgery freak who was just showing off her superiority in front of Suchi. As a result, Suchi directly took the most beautiful woman in the marketing center? Angry. I'm unwilling. Hate it. I felt the blood rushing to my head, and my vision went black. Plop. He fell headfirst into the air, twitching on the ground. Yu Junfeng's attention generates jealousy and hatred, with a double critical hit of plus 8,000. Oh shit. The attention has soared again. It can't be seen that this Yu Junfeng is very strong in combat. Langing Shue naturally also saw that Yu Junfeng fainted on the ground in anger, his body twitching. I was so happy. Looking at Suchi in surprise, you are really my great benefactor and savior. Why didn't you come earlier? I really love you so much. He put his arms around Suchi's neck and kissed him hard on the face. She has a straightforward personality and can't stand being frustrated. But Yu Junfeng used all kinds of dirty tricks, leaving her speechless. Even if he wanted to beat Yu Junfeng up, he had no excuse. I've been holding it in for so long that I'm almost getting internal injuries. Suchi saved her from danger, and all the frustrations in her heart were completely released. How could she not be surprised and excited? Langing Shue's attention generates a plus 5,000 joy critical hit. Although Langing Shue also contributed some attention before. But they are not many and insignificant. This time it directly contributed 5,000 attention points. She truly regarded Suchi as her savior. Suchi really made a fortune this time. One is very greedy, the other is very aggrieved. He ignited everything, and all the attention was focused on him. He made a lot of money. In a good mood, he raised his hand and touched the place on his face where Langing Shue had kissed him. I didn't expect that buying a house here would give you such benefits. If I had known earlier, I would have come here earlier. Langing Shue clenched her fist and punched him. Why didn't you come earlier? If you had come earlier, I wouldn't have been so depressed for so long. Suchi couldn't help but grin. Langing Shue was indeed a trained martial artist. The punch came with great force. If his body had not been able to turn stone into gold, he would have been really hurt by this blow. Langing Shue, listen to me, you can't turn things around by relying on him. I'm such a great guy, I gave you face but you didn't want it, you insisted on flirting with a loser, you are a slut. Yu Junfeng was rescued by everyone and could no longer hold back and started cursing at Langing Shue. In the past, when there was no competitor, he could slowly control Langing Shue. But now, Suchi has come, and Langing Shue has let Suchi touch her, so how can he still remain calm? Langing Shue, your performance has been 0 for 2 months. This month will definitely be 0 as well. If it's 0 for 3 consecutive months, you will automatically be fired. Now, only I can save you. Come to me and beg me. Maybe I will forgive you. There was no time to play dirty, so he could only make threats openly. Langing Shue snorted, just get out, I don't want to work here anymore. Yu Junfeng gritted his teeth and said, don't think I don't know your background. Your brother is getting married and has no house. He's about to break up with his girlfriend. Do you really not need money? He really put in a lot of effort to win over Langing Shue. Investigate Langing Shue thoroughly. Langing Shue gritted her teeth and said, my business is none of your business. Yu Junfeng said, if you give in to me now, I can lend you money for your brother's down payment, and I can also ask my father's bank to make an exception and give you a mortgage. Whether your brother can get married depends on you. Do you want to ruin your brother's happiness for life? In order to get Langing Shue, he used all his tricks. Langing Shue stamped her feet in anger. It seems like I'm really threatened. I'm telling you, if you get out of here, you'll lose more than just this job. With my father's connections, it's enough to make it impossible for you to find any job in Yanjian City. You won't even be able to support yourself. Yu Junfeng is no longer reserved at all. directly force Lang Yingxue. Lang Yingxue was so angry that her eyes turned red. You Junfeng, is my body really that fragrant? You're staring at me like a dog, right? Yu Juanfeng's face was ferocious, and he said without hiding it, yes, there is no woman that I can't get. Now I'll give you one last chance. Slap that loser next to you hard right now, come over and hug my legs, beg me to forgive you, and I will make sure you have enough food, drink, a car, and a house. Lang Yingxue gritted her teeth. You just want to support me, right? Yes, I'll be straightforward. Do you dare to disagree? Lang Yingxue was about to speak when Yu Junfeng immediately said, think about your brother. He's your own brother. For a mediocre guy like him, marrying a beautiful wife is not an easy task. Lang Yingxue couldn't help but hold her forehead. She sighed, I didn't expect that even though I'm pretty, I actually attracted a mad dog like you. Okay, let me ask you, do you still like me becoming like this? Suddenly the pad in my hand fell. He grabbed the sharp shard of the screen and slashed it directly at his face. Suchi was surprised. This girl was really fierce. She would rather be disfigured than submit to Yu Junfeng. In ancient times, she would definitely be a female knight. He quickly reached out and grabbed Lang Yingshue's hand, smiling faintly. It's not a big deal, is it necessary to be like this? Lang Yingxue glared at him, didn't you hear? This mad dog has forced me into a desperate situation. Suchi smiled and said, who said you are desperate? If you sell a dozen or even dozens of houses today, who would dare to fire you? Wouldn't it be nice to get a commission of tens or even hundreds of millions and buy a house for your brother? Lang Yingxue laughed angrily, that's easy for you to say. I've been ostracized by this mad dog. He doesn't give me any valuable customers. I've been selling zero for 2 months. How can I sell a dozen or even dozens of houses? I can't even sell a single one. Even if I wanted to sell, who would I sell it to? Suchi pointed at himself, me. Chapter 27 A Huge Fish. You? Lang Yingxue was stunned. Suchi nodded, I want to buy a house, are you still reluctant to sell it? Lang Yingxue sighed, if you are really someone who can buy a house, do you think it will be my turn? They have already snatched it away long ago. Suchi smiled and said, there are always some fish that slip through the net, and they might be big fish. Lang Yingxue looked Suchi up and down and shook her head, I can't tell where you are older. Suchi said seriously, some things are so big that they cannot be seen. They will only appear when they are needed. You are still teasing me now? Suchi said seriously, I'm speaking seriously, what are you thinking about? Isn't it better to have a pure mind? Seeing his serious look, Lang Yingxue couldn't help laughing. I patted his shoulder vigorously and said, don't mention it, you're really my type. I really want to go out for a drink and a chat with you. What do you do after drinking, eating skewers, and chatting? Suchi smiled. Lang Yingxue chuckled, sleeping with you is fine, right? Anyway, I won't give advantage to anyone but that bastard. She is definitely stubborn. If you feel comfortable, in a good mood, and are willing to do something, you can do anything. If you don't want to, 10 oxen can't pull you back. Yu Junfeng was furious after hearing this. Lang Yingxue, are you a bitch? I'm such an outstanding man chasing you, but you don't want me. You actually want to give in to such a loser? Why are you so cheap? Lang Yingxue sneered, I'm such a cheapskate, and you still treat me like a treasure and chase me with a sly face. Aren't you even more cheap? You. Yu Junfeng was so angry that his lips turned purple. He kept cursing, bitch, bitch, if you don't give in to me, you will regret it one day. Lang Yingxue ignored him and only looked at Suchi, don't you want to buy a house? Let me introduce you to one. Although this is a high-end property, we also have small apartments, 1 bedroom and 1 living room, about 60 square meters. I'm going to take Suchi to see the floor plan. Suchi smiled and said, why should I look at a small apartment? Lang Yingxue rolled her eyes at him and said, alright, I appreciate your kindness. You don't have to act all hypocritical just to save face for me. It's not like I didn't see that t-shirt of yours was given by the food delivery company, right? There's even the food delivery company logo on the arm. If you can buy me a small apartment, so that I don't have to pay zero this month and keep my job, you are my lifesaver. Don't get carried away. Be realistic. We're just ordinary people. It's okay to brag, but if you get too carried away, you'll probably fall. Suchi said seriously, I am very realistic. A 1-bedroom apartment is really not suitable for my financial situation. Lang Yingxue chuckled, then what suits your financial situation? A storage room? The storage room is not sold separately. Su Qi turned and walked away, circling the building model. Then, he pointed to the villa area. Have you sold any of your villas yet? Lang Yingxue covered her face directly. If I say you are floating, you are going to rush out of the Milky Way, right? Su Qi glared at her and said, real estate consultant, could you please be more professional? Is this how you treat your clients? Lang Yingxue sighed, okay, then I'll tell you. Our villa is a sea view villa, belonging to the top luxury grade, not only has a good location and a good layout, but also fine decoration. Especially the remaining 10 units, they are like the crown jewels of Yinjiang City. Not to mention the rich, even ordinary wealthy people don't dare to make a move easily. Hold Su Qi's arm. Customer, stand still. I will tell you the unit price now. The price of each of these 10 villas is 150,000 yuan, so the price of each villa is around 15 million yuan. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Su Qi. Still floating? Su Qi smiled and said, it's a bit expensive indeed. You're so arrogant. Is this a bit expensive? Lang Yingxue stared, it's quite expensive. Su Qi nodded, it's a bit expensive, but it's worth it. Can you calculate for me how much these 10 sets cost in total? What did you say? Lang Yingxue was stunned. Su Qi smiled and said, calculate how much the 10 sets cost in total? Lang Yingxue jumped up and slapped Su Qi on the head in an angry tone, are you a kite? Flying higher and higher? Just to satisfy your craving. 10 sets for 500 million, what are you going to buy with? Su Qi took out his bank card, of course I'll use this to buy it. He said calmly, I want all 10 sets, full payment. Lang Yingxue was stunned again. After staring at Su Qi stupidly for a long while, he finally came to his senses. Handsome guy, don't scare me, is this true? Can this card, can it swipe out 500 million? Before Su Qi could answer, the property consultants around him all laughed. These two are such a funny couple. Are they telling us some crosstalk? It's so funny. I guess he's crazy. The attention from XXX generates a mocking critical hit of plus 100. The attention from XXX generates a mocking critical hit of plus 100. The attention from XXX generates a mocking critical hit of plus 100. The real estate consultants were still standing there in line, waiting for the incoming billionaire, but that didn't stop them from laughing at Su Qi. Everyone treated Su Qi as a joke. Go swipe your card, don't you want to open a bill? Su Qi pushed Lang Yingxue. Lang Yingxue was a little hesitant. How could there be 500 million in this seemingly ordinary bank card? It's easy to be embarrassed if you use this card to pay. Su Qi said, I originally only wanted to buy one villa, but in order to make an order for you, I bought the other 9 as well. You wouldn't be so ungrateful, would you? Lang Yingxue bit her lip and glared at him fiercely. I'm telling you, if you dare to cheat me, don't even think about sleeping with me, I will break your legs, even your middle leg. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get this done. Today we're going to have a hand-to-hand fight in our newly bought villa. We won't stop until we can determine the winner. Lang Yingxue blushed. Finally took the card to the finance department. When I got to the finance department, I didn't dare to directly swipe 500 million. If there was only $5 in the card, and she said she would use 500 million, wouldn't people laugh out loud? Let him swipe 100,000 yuan first. It was easily brushed out. Another million. Still brushed out quickly. Lang Yingxue couldn't help but be surprised. Oh shit. Is this delivery guy really that rich? Let us quickly spend 10 million. As a result, it was also successfully refreshed. Lang Yingxue was really shocked. This is really a low-key rich man. That's so awesome. She finally got bold enough and let go. Let the finance department directly swipe 488.9 million. The card was swiped successfully without any problems. Lang Yingxue jumped up with a scream, my dear, what kind of shit luck am I, to actually meet such an awesome rich guy? I'm definitely going to turn things around this time. Chapter 28, I don't care about my beautiful image. The sudden scream scared the finance department. I almost hit the alarm. Outside, Su Qi was still enduring everyone's ridicule and gossip. This guy still refuses to leave. He really thinks he can afford a villa. Of course he has to act the whole part. He still has a strong professional ethic. But this is so fake. We can see it, but you're still acting. Do you think we're fools?
While everyone was mocking him, Suchi was also constantly reaping the attention brought by their mocking crit.
Despite the ridicule, we are still reaping the rewards. It was Yu Junfeng who calmed down. He just looked at them coldly, with a vicious face, wanting to see how Lang Yingxue and Suchi would end up. Just then, Jia Xiaowen, who had been out for a long time, ran back. His face was full of shock. He ran to Yu Junfeng and stammered, I really found it. There really is a Pagani sports car outside.
After hearing this, Yu Junfeng's head buzzed.
He kept shaking his head, impossible, impossible. How could a guy who even clings to someone like Alyssa Chia afford a Pagani sports car? If you can afford a Pagani sports car, you can have all kinds of beauties. But you won't even look at a woman of Jia Xiaowen's level. Suchi definitely doesn't own a Pagani sports car, absolutely not. He grabbed Jia Xiaowen and pulled her over. Did you misread the car logo? It's easy to confuse the car logo. Especially the Pagani logo, it's not that conspicuous.
Jia Xiaowen shook her head. No, I checked it several times and it's correct.
I even took a picture of the car. Look, it's right here.
He quickly took out his cell phone, found the photo and showed it to Yu Junfeng. When Yu Junfeng saw it, he almost vomited blood.
All expressions froze in an instant. Jia Xiaowen asked anxiously, isn't this a Pagani sports car? No. Really not.
Jia Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and patted his chest.
I was so scared.
I thought this toad could really drive such a nice car. Before he finished speaking, Yu Junfeng uttered 3 words, impossible. It turns out that he didn't mean no, but that it was impossible.
His face was filled with horror. Absolutely not. Jia Xiaowen was puzzled. What's impossible? Yu Junfeng said in a trembling voice, this isn't an ordinary Pagani sports car.
This is the Pagani Wind Shadow, a legendary car that only exists in legends.
It's worth 100 million. 100 million?
After hearing this, Jia Xiaowen sat down on the ground. His voice was shaking even more than Yu Junfeng's.
Are you kidding me? That toad can drive a car worth 100 million?
She felt her head buzzing.
I'm really going crazy. The guy who was pestering her actually drives a luxury car worth 100 million?
Compared to this, his proud boyfriend Yu Junfeng's annual salary of 300,000 is nothing.
It's not even a fraction of what others have. Isn't this world crazy? She avoided the suitor who drove a luxury car worth 100 million yuan, and even brought her boyfriend who earned 300,000 yuan a year to humiliate him?
Jia Xiaowen grabbed her hair. He felt that his rationality was on the verge of losing control. Suddenly, a voice of great surprise rang out, I opened a single, I finally won, wakakaka.
Lang Yingxue jumped out of the finance department. She laughed so exaggeratedly that she totally ignored her image as a beauty. Lang Yingxue, what order did you place? Someone couldn't help but ask. What kind of order would make you so happy? Don't even care about your image.
Lang Yingxue put her hands on her hips and proudly announced, I sold 10 villas and cleared out all the remaining villas for a total of 500 million yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire marketing center fell silent.
10 villas were sold in one go, for a total of 500 million yuan?
This is definitely a record for a single house sale at Shuyun Garden. Lang Yingxue looked at the stunned crowd and shouted, you guys keep making fun of me for having 0 sales for 2 months.
You guys are bullying me again. I haven't made any orders for 2 months. If I did, you guys who are Yu Junfeng's followers would be scared to death. Everyone kept their mouths open, and no one refuted Lang Yingxue's provocation. At this moment, my mind is completely blank. No one expected that something like this would happen.
I can make 1.5 million from this business, and live a life of luxury.
You mad dog, if you keep threatening me with my brother's house, I'll buy him a house in a minute. Are you convinced?
Lang Yingxue pointed her spearhead directly at Yu Junfeng. Just now, Yu Junfeng really forced me into a desperate situation and I was about to disfigure myself. It feels so refreshing to have suddenly turned things around.
Cough. Yu Junfeng started coughing violently. I'm so angry that I want to spit out blood. He knew that he could never get a piece of the fat meat that was Lang Yingxue. The cooked duck just flew away. Jia Xiaowen looked left and right, bewildered, and asked, what on earth happened? Why did this woman turn over? What's going on? It feels like everything is spinning out of control. Finally, someone told her, "Why are you still asking? Wasn't you the first one to greet the gentleman over there with the building model? How did Long Yingswabai get the advantage?"
That gentleman bought 10 villas in Shuyun Garden for a total of 500 million yuan, which immediately allowed Ling Yingxue to earn a commission of 1.5 million yuan. These commissions should have been yours, but you just gave them away like that. When Jia Xiaowen heard this, her lips began to tremble.
This is fake, isn't it?
If Su Qi really spent 500 million to buy 10 villas, she would have lost more than 1.5 million in commission.
She lost 500 million. Su Qi was pestering her relentlessly.
If she gave in to him, she would have a share of the 500 million yuan villa. She also got a share of the sports car worth 100 million. Her loss was truly enormous. His face turned pale in an instant, without a trace of blood. Suddenly, she shouted, "Su Qi, I promise you, I agree to be your girlfriend." The attention from Jia Xiaowen generates extreme admiration crit plus 10,000. At this moment, Jia Xiaowen simply loved Su Qi to death. Su Qi is so rich and so handsome, he must be his true love. I must not miss such an outstanding man. Even if I have to sacrifice my reputation, I will throw myself at Su Qi.
Su Qi was stunned.
This woman who was always self-indulgent, always avoiding him, and full of disgust towards him, actually developed a love attack on him with 10,000 attention points? It has tied the highest record of attention points.
Now that you have money, does your charm become so great?
It can make a woman go from extreme disgust to extreme admiration. But when I saw Jia Xiaowen's appearance, I felt a chill.
He didn't want anything to do with this woman. He waved his hand coldly. "Are you really that stupid? Do you really think I want you to be my girlfriend?"
His face was full of disgust.
Jia Xiaowen was still asleep. "Haven't you always been secretly in love with me and been pestering me? Now, I agree, you can have the beauty." Chapter 29. I just like you. Su Qi almost vomited. "I said, can't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you really think I need a girlfriend?" He shouted to the beautiful real estate consultants, "Who wants to be my girlfriend?" In an instant, the beauties all rushed to answer excitedly, I. Who could resist being the girlfriend of such a young billionaire?
Jia Xiaowen still didn't give up, "But I'm the one you've always had a crush on.
I'm your first love." Su Qi gritted his teeth. "I'll say it again, I have a crush on Chu Xiaowen, not you. Don't be ridiculous. Chu Xiaowen is the second daughter of the wealthy Chu family. How can you be worthy of her?" Su Qi snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm not worthy of you now?"
Jia Xiaowen was suddenly speechless.
"But I really can't give up on Su Qi."
It is obvious that Su Qi is a billionaire who can provide her with wealth and glory that she can enjoy for several lifetimes. She shouted excitedly, "But I really love you.
I don't want this Yu Junfeng anymore. For you, I can kick him out.
He, Yu Junfeng, is nothing.
You are my only boyfriend from now on." Su Qi smiled bitterly.
This woman still feels good about herself.
It's completely hopeless. "You stupid bitch, you actually wanted to kick me?" Yu Junfeng was extremely furious.
I was already feeling depressed and had no place to vent. Unexpectedly, his tool man dared to kick him.
Does everyone despise him so much?
He grabbed Jia Xiaowen's hair and slapped her in the face.
"You're so stupid, yet you have the guts to kick me. You're just a tool for me to pick up Ling Yingxue. I'm just playing around with you. I don't even like you. How could that guy who drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions like you? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey, or was you squeezed by a door?"
Compared to Jia Xiaowen kicking him and Ling Yingxue humiliating him, it became less painful. Ling Yingxue is a great beauty after all, so it is completely acceptable for her to reject him. But this Jia Xiaowen is nothing. She is just a tool that is used and thrown away after use.
How dare she kick him? This is the real shame and humiliation. I'm going to make you wake up today. I really thought you were a fairy." He hit Jia Xiaowen in the face again. After 2 slaps, Jia Xiaowen's face was deformed. After all, there is a prosthesis inside, and the beating made the face crooked. Jia Xiaowen hurriedly shouted to Su Qi, "Su Qi, save me quickly, I am the girl you have a crush on." Su Qi was so disgusted by her that he almost vomited. He said coldly, "Give me a few more slaps." Jia Xiaowen was really beaten badly. Yu Junfeng rode on her and slapped her all over the head.
There were so many people watching, but no one came to save her, not even anyone to separate them. Jia Xiaowen took advantage of the fact that she was Yu Juanfeng's girlfriend to bully people everywhere.
Who is willing to save her? It's good that we didn't do it together. Jia Xiaowen couldn't stand it anymore.
In panic, she reached out her hand, touched Yu Juanfeng's face, and scratched him directly. Yu Junfeng screamed, and 5 blood marks appeared on his face instantly.
I covered my face in pain.
Jia Xiaowen took the opportunity to get up, squeeze out of the crowd, and escape quickly.
If he didn't run away, he might be beaten to death by the furious Yu Junfeng.
Yu Junfeng covered his face, pushed through the crowd, and wanted to find Jia Xiaowen for revenge, but there was no trace of Jia Xiaowen at all.
Today is really a wonderful show.
Lang Yingxue had never felt so comfortable watching these scenes.
Smiling, he asked Su Qi, "Are you the director? Without you, I really wouldn't be able to watch these good shows."
I never dreamed that Yu Junfeng and Jia Xiaowen, a pair of accomplices, would turn against each other. What was even more unexpected was that Yu Junfeng, who was so arrogant, would be so humiliated.
Su Qi laughed. "I'm a director? Then aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? Dive, dive."
Lang Yingxue spread out her hands, her beautiful eyes full of smiles.
"You are my savior. Apart from this attractive body, how else can I repay you?
Come dive with me as soon as possible, any position is fine."
Su Qi was sweating. "With the speed you're driving, how dare you say you don't have a boyfriend?"
Lang Yingxue rolled her eyes at him and said, "Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? I don't know what's going on, but I have a body that attracts bees and butterflies.
There are always stinky men around me who say dirty things. Even if I'm a pure herbivore, I still have to eat meat." Suddenly he kicked Su Qi. "You're not doubting that I'm not the original one, are you? It's okay, you can inspect the goods. I'm going to take you to see the villa.
It's decorated to a very high standard, and the bed in the bedroom is so big and comfortable."
Su Qi held his forehead and said, "How did you manage to have 0 sales for 2 months when you were so good at flirting? This is simply a miracle."
Lang Yingxue snorted, "You don't understand this?
That's just my personality. As long as I'm willing, anything is fine. I don't want to, I won't bother with you at all. You think I would do this to other men? I'm already sick to my stomach. You are exactly what I want. I just want to tease you and make you feel like you are in ecstasy."
Su Qi smiled bitterly. "Okay, I give in. It really is the style of a chivalrous woman. She is so straightforward."
Lang Yingxue's face was filled with a helpless expression. "No matter how straightforward I am, I'm not as straightforward as you."
10 villas, you bought them just like that, 500 million, you really are an awesome person.
"So, you really cleared out those 10 villas just for me?" Su Qi asked back. "Otherwise, I am alone, what do I need so many villas for? Will I be able to live in them? Just to save my face, you spent an extra 450 million? Su Qi asked, "Did I spend it wrong?"
A gleam of light flashed in Lang Yingshue's eyes. In the past, those men all coveted her body and wanted to get her into bed every minute.
How could anyone really care about her like this?
My heart was filled with warmth and I almost cried.
He quickly lowered his head and rubbed his eyes hard. Cry? That's not her style.
When he raised his head again, his face was full of smiles. She patted Su Qi's shoulder and said, "There's nothing to say.
This coveted body of mine is yours. You can play with it however you want." Su Qi sighed, "You should know that I didn't buy 9 more villas for this."
Lang Yingxue curled her lips. "Of course I know, 450 million, with this money, hundreds of beauties can directly empty your pockets.
I'm not willing to give my body to you just for this. I really like you. I really want to fight you in close combat. Take Su Qi's hand. Let's go, let's fight hand to hand. No, let's go see the villa." Walked out with Su Qi. As he walked past Yu Junfeng, he snorted coldly, "Aren't you asking me to get out? Aren't you going to threaten me with my brother buying a house? Go on." Yu Junfeng was so angry that his face turned ashen. He knew that he had lost all face today.
But he still said stubbornly, "Just wait, our business is not over yet."
"Why, do you have any other tricks?" Lang Yingxue frowned. "You're not going to use your vice president dad to deal with me, are you? Everyone in this marketing center knows that Yu Junfeng's father is the vice president of Yinjiang City Commercial Bank. Yu Junfeng did not deny it, so what?
You have no idea how deep my father's connections are.
If you fight me to the death, you will die miserably. Lang Yingxue curled her lips in disdain. You're awesome, okay? At worst, I can let my wealthy clients support me. I won't go out to work anymore. What else can you do to me?
Having said this, she leaned directly into Su Qi's arms without any hesitation.
She took Su Qi's hand and put it around her waist.
She said in a sweet voice, "Dear, please keep me.
I'm easy to support. 500 yuan a month for food is enough." Chapter 30, Picturesque Eyes. Lang Yingxue.
Yu Junfeng roared, anger rising in his heart again. He had promised to give Lang Yingxue 20,000 yuan every month, but Lang Yingxue spat in his face with disdain.
How come the previously stubborn guy has become so easy to please? Just pay 500 yuan for food expenses. This is a deliberate provocation. This is a humiliation. I couldn't help but grit my teeth and said, "Do you think this guy is my father's opponent? With my dad's connections, killing him would be just as easy."
Before he finished speaking, two people hurried in from outside. One is a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples, and the other is a beautiful woman with a slim and graceful figure wearing work clothes. The visitor was none other than Yu Jinji, the vice president of Yanjiang City Commercial Bank, and Shen Jingjing, the beautiful financial planner he brought with him.
Who is Mr. Su Chizu? Yu Jinji asked anxiously.
Whether he can keep this big client is related to his future.
His urgency can be imagined. Su Chi couldn't help but turn his head and waved, "I'm here. Mr. Su, I finally found you."
Yu Jinji stretched out his hand from a distance and trotted towards Su Chi. When he arrived in front of Su Chi, he held Su Chi's hand tightly.
That familiar feeling was like meeting a long-lost relative. "Are you President Yu who called me just now?" Yu Jinji nodded repeatedly, looking Su Chi up and down, and marveled, "I didn't expect Mr. Su to be so young. He is really young and promising. Young and promising. Mr. Su, I'm Qian Jingjing, and I'll be your personal financial advisor from now on."
Shen Jingjing knew the importance of this client and quickly introduced herself.
Su Chi glanced at her and his eyes lit up.
Qian Jingjing has short, fine hair, a slim figure, and picturesque features, looking quite capable and neat. At first glance, she is the kind of girl who is very efficient and motivated at work. Yu Jinji hurriedly introduced her. "Jingjing is the most beautiful and charming financial planner in our bank."
"No, she's the one with the best financial management performance. She has a very promising future.
She will serve Mr. Su exclusively from now on. Mr. Su, if you have any questions, just tell her."
Shen Jingjing nodded vigorously. "Yes, even if it is inconvenient for you to buy groceries and cook, I can still help. Without being modest, I can cook very well." She cherishes this opportunity to serve such a big client. If you seize this opportunity, you can really soar to the sky. As long as I can grab this super big client, I feel like I can give up anything. Yu Jinji's attention generates a passionate crit of plus 1000. Qian Jingjing's attention generates a critical hit of plus 1000. Yu Jinji's attention generates a passionate crit of plus 1000. Qian Jingjing's attention generates a critical hit of plus 1000.
The two people's passionate attack continued.
It feels like it's never going to end. Lang Yingshue's attention generates a vinegary critical hit of plus 2000. Su Chi was slightly stunned. Turning to look at Lang Yingxue, "This girl is starting to get jealous? Are you really in love with yourself?" He glanced at Lang Yingshue's hot body.
"It would be awesome to have a girlfriend like this. Not only will you feel proud when you take it out and make others envious, but you will also enjoy it very much when you get home.
Of course, it will definitely hurt your waist. Mr. Su, I see that you just spent 500 million yuan. You must have bought a satisfactory house, right?" Yu Jinji asked hurriedly. Su Chi nodded. "Not bad. My son's service should be pretty good, right?"
"I told him that he must serve you well, Mr. Su,"
Yu Jinji said excitedly. Su Chi glanced at Yu Junfeng, who was stunned beside him, and asked, "Is this the son you are talking about?" Yu Jinji turned around and saw the scratches on Yu Junfeng's face. He was shocked. "Junfeng, what's wrong with your face?" Yu Junfeng woke up as if from a dream, trembling all over. Ever since Yu Jinji arrived, he was completely dumbfounded. Even if he was a fool, he realized that Su Chi was clearly the billionaire his father mentioned. Otherwise, why would Dad be so enthusiastic about Su Chi? The moment I realized this, I felt like I had fallen into an ice cellar.
My whole body was so cold that there was no warmth at all. He really never expected that this guy in a t-shirt and shorts was the billionaire his father had mentioned. In his opinion, since he is a billionaire, he must be older.
At least he's middle-aged.
How could I have imagined that it was such a young guy, and a classmate that Jia Xiaowen despised so much? The key point is that Su Qi was wearing a t-shirt and shorts. A billionaire, no matter how low-key he is, shouldn't be so cheap. What a mistake. I knew in my heart that I was doomed. He just said that it would be easy for his father to kill Su Qi.
Now I have completely lost that confidence. All that is left is fear, endless fear. My father said that this Su Qi is related to his future. That is to say, instead of killing Su Qi, his father asked Su Qi to do something. It's over. It's really over now. Junfeng, what are you thinking about? Why don't you answer me?
Yu Jinji saw that Yu Junfeng's face looked quite ugly. I became more and more worried.
What happened to you? Are you injured anywhere else? Yu Junfeng had no time to think about his injuries. With a last glimmer of hope in his heart, he asked Yu Jinji in a trembling voice, "Dad, the billionaire you're talking about isn't him?"
His finger pointed at Su Qi. Yu Jinji glared at him and said, "You kid, you're such a joker.
If the billionaire is not this Mr. Su, who else could it be? He just spent 500 million here. Doesn't that make him a billionaire?"
After hearing this, Yu Junfeng was completely desperate.
"Junfeng, I asked you to provide the highest level of service to Mr. Su. Did you do that?" Yu Junfeng's face was as ugly as it could be.
It felt like I had eaten 3 pounds of Coptus chinensis in one breath. Not only did he not provide Su Qi with the highest level of service standards, on the contrary, he treated Su Qi as an enemy.
The property consultants were also dumbfounded. The billionaire they were lining up to greet had actually been right in front of them the whole time? Is this the guy in the big shorts that they have always laughed at and despised?
They had tried their best to entertain the family, but in the end, they just watched Leng Yingxue take the order from this billionaire.
Still here mocking Leng Yingxue. The real joke is them, okay? What's that expression on your face? What's going on? Yu Jinji finally realized that something seemed to be wrong.
Leng Yingxue saw what was going on and chuckled. "Manager, you always brag about how great your father is, but it seems you don't listen to your father.
Not only did you not listen to your father, you also went against him. How disrespectful of him." Chapter 31. Nothing is as beautiful as you.
After hearing this, Yu Jinji's face darkened slightly. He stared at Yu Junfeng and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?"
Yu Junfeng laughed dryly. "Dad, let's talk about it later." "No, it has to be said now." Yu Jinji could see that there was definitely some unpleasantness between Yu Junfeng and Su Qi.
Now Su Qi is the most important bargaining chip for his future advancement, and there must be no mistakes. If something unpleasant does happen, it must be resolved quickly.
But how could Yu Junfeng dare to tell the truth? He stammered and didn't say anything. Yu Jinji was extremely anxious and quickly asked Leng Yingxue, "Little girl, what's going on?"
Leng Yingxue sneered, "Let me just say this, before you came here, he threatened you to kill Mr. Su." After hearing this, Yu Jinji's head buzzed.
It was as if I was struck by lightning, and my mind went blank. Yu Junfeng actually wanted him to kill Su Qi? This is not just a simple unpleasant incident. This is just a direct action.
The key point is that his son wants him to kill Su Qi.
Doesn't this push him to the opposite side of Su Qi? He is so wronged. Eager to establish a good relationship with Su Qi.
As a result, before they even met, his son had already made him Su Qi's enemy.
Since they are Su Qi's enemies, why would Su Qi continue to keep so much money in their bank? Even if you originally wanted to keep the money in their bank, you have to transfer it out now.
Once Su Qi transferred such a large amount of funds, his only chance to become the bank president would be gone.
For a moment, I was so angry and annoyed that I was shaking all over. "Dad, this matter is complicated. I will explain it to you slowly when I get back." Yu Junfeng tried his best to appease Yu Jinji. Yu Jinji exploded. "What the hell is complicated? You can't even do something as simple as receiving Mr. Su well. What else do you have to say? You're a jerk who can't do anything for you, but always makes things worse. My life's work has been completely ruined by you, a jerk. I'll beat you to death, you bastard." He raised his hand and hit Yu Junfeng on the head. No longer caring whether Yu Junfeng was injured or not. Everyone hurried to separate them. But I can't stop it at all. No matter what Yu Jinji grabbed, he threw it at Yu Junfeng. It's okay that Yu Junfeng is usually not very ambitious, but with him around, at least Yu Junfeng won't go hungry. Yu Junfeng couldn't gain a foothold in the bank, so he used his connections to find a sales manager position for Yu Junfeng in the Chubo group. As a result, Yu Junfeng not only failed to live up to his expectations, but also ruined his future. Once the accumulated dissatisfaction in the past and the current anger erupt, it will be impossible to control. It was simply beating Yu Junfeng to death. Lang Yingxue stared blankly for a long while, then sighed. Yu Junfeng is right. His father is indeed very powerful. He beats him very hard and shows no mercy at all. Su Qi curled his lips. Let's go. Want to watch the excitement for a while longer? Lang Yingxue was still unsatisfied. Su Qi narrowed his eyes at her and asked, which do you think is more beautiful, the lively scene or you taking off all your clothes? Lang Yingxue blushed slightly. It seems that my innocence can no longer be preserved today. Having said that, he still followed Su Qi out. When Qian Jingjing saw this, she wanted to tell Yu Jinji that the super big customer had left. But Yu Jinji was having a great time beating Yu Junfeng, so he definitely couldn't listen. After hesitating for a moment, he had to chase after him and called out to Su Qi. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I know that explanations are unnecessary, but I still hope to have a chance to talk to you, Mr. Su. It is definitely a good choice for you to keep your funds in our bank. I will tailor a series of financial management plans for you to ensure that your money continues to grow in value. Su Qi shook his head. I have a better way to increase value, so there's no need to bother. Qian Jingjing didn't give up and chased after him again. Mr. Su, don't I even have the chance to sit down and have a good talk with you? That's not necessary. Thank you for your kindness. Su Qi patted her shoulder and left with Lang Yingxue. It's not that he didn't give Qian Jingjing a chance, it's just that no financial plan could increase the value faster than his Midas touch. 100,000 yuan became 9 billion in a moment. Is there a faster financial solution than this? Qian Jingjing looked at his and Lang Yingxue's receding backs and felt discouraged. The opportunity for my career to soar is gone just like that? After a long silence, she clenched her hands tightly and murmured, I won't give up. Qian Jingjing's personality is such that she never gives up easily. When Su Qi came to the villa he had just bought, he found that what Lang Yingxue said was true. The decoration of these villas is absolutely of super high standards. The style is elegant, grand, and exquisite. All furniture is available and all are first-line brands. Every conceivable and unimaginable aspect is well done. Even for hygiene, there is a dedicated person to clean every day. After buying these villas, you don't have to do anything, you can just move in with your luggage. Am I right? Aren't these villas very nice? Lang Yingxue smiled. Su Qi coughed and said seriously, I just haven't experienced whether the big bed in the bedroom you mentioned is really big and comfortable. Lang Yingxue blushed slightly. How could she not understand the meaning of Su Qi's words? But he didn't avoid it. Instead, he said openly, isn't it easy to experience it? Open your arms towards Su Qi. Hold me up, and you can experience me however you want. You can experience me from all angles. Since she has agreed, she will not go back on her word. Otherwise, she would not be Lang Yingxue. Su Qi smiled and asked, do you really want to give me this coveted body of yours? Lang Yingxue glared at him, are you still disgusted? I'm just afraid you'll regret it. I'd only regret it if those stinky men I hate succeeded. Take it quickly, so I don't have to sit around and worry all day. Then I will respectfully obey your orders? Lang Yingxue's figure is really hard to resist. Not only is she tall, but she is also very well proportioned, perfect without any flaws. Come on. Lang Yingxue's eyes flashed with charming luster. Su Qi felt a fire burning in his heart. Originally, he was just teasing Lang Yingxue, but the conversation ended here. The atmosphere is also there. I couldn't even break. He walked over and picked up Lang Yingxue. Su Qi, I like you, just want me, don't worry about anything. Lang Yingxue leaned over to Su Qi's ear, breathing hot air. Su Qi has already made up his mind to shoot the arrow, so what else does he have to worry about? Holding her in his arms, he went up the stairs at a brisk pace. Chapter 32, It's impressive enough. After several ups and downs, Su Qi determined several important things. First, the bed in the villa bedroom is indeed big and comfortable. But what was even more comfortable was Lang Yingxue's body. Second, Lang Yingxue is indeed a novice.
She may sound like an experienced person, but her body is very honest. But the talent is there is no way around it, it still benefits him greatly.
Again, and again. Again, and again.
Finally finished, the two fell asleep in each other's arms.
Suchi didn't wake up until night after this sleep. How about buying a villa and getting a beautiful real estate consultant for free?
That's a good deal, right? Lang Yingxue had already gotten up and was lying beside the bed, looking at him.
Suchi smiled and said, "It's quite a good deal, but it's a bit harmful to the kidneys."
Lang Yingxue blushed and hit him, "You're so ungrateful.
Bring over a dinner from the side.
I made this myself.
Please eat it. I'm leaving now." Suchi frowned. "Where are you going?"
Lang Yingxue chuckled, "Is it you who can't bear to part with me, or is it that bad thing of yours who can't bear to part with me?"
"Oh, I'm just curious."
Lang Yingxue scolded him angrily, "Your words are really chilling.
You haven't even put on your pants yet, and you're already so ruthless?" Suchi sighed, "I'm just curious, there's no other meaning."
Lang Yingxue said, "My sister-in-law is a bit difficult to deal with. She had a big fight with my brother over the marriage.
I want to go meet her." Standing up for your brother? I can't help it. My brother is a bit soft-hearted. I can't let him be bullied by others, right?
Lang Yingxue came over, hugged Suchi, and kissed him on the forehead.
Whispered, "I am very happy to give you my first time." Suchi smiled and said, "It's not just the first time.
Isn't there a second time, a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time, a sixth time, a seventh time, an eighth time, a ninth time, a 10th time?" Lang Yingxue rolled her eyes at him and said, "Stop bragging.
It's only been 4 or 5 times. Do you think I can't count? Even though I made you feel dizzy, I can still count 1, 2, 3.
Suchi was helpless. "You really don't give me any face at all."
As a grown man, don't I have any face?
Lang Yingxue couldn't help laughing.
"Okay, I'll count for you 20 times, isn't that impressive enough?"
Having said this, he picked up the bag.
"You've got my business card in your pocket. Call me if you need me. My phone is on 24 hours a day." Lang Yingxue left in a hurry.
Although his walking posture was a little awkward, his momentum was not diminished at all.
It's like going to the battlefield.
It seems that this battle between her and her brother and sister-in-law cannot be underestimated. Suchi glanced outside and saw that the streetlights were on.
The bustling city is not far away, with thousands of lights. As soon as Lang Yingxue left, the place felt deserted. I picked up the dinner next to it and took a few bites. It tasted quite good. Who would have thought that such a carefree girl like Lang Yingxue actually had this skill? Suchi was very suspicious that Lang Yingxue had ordered takeout.
After dinner and a shower, I came back and found that there were several missed calls on my phone. They were all calls from Xue Chuchu.
He quickly replied to Xue Chuchu. "Suchi, can you come to the hospital?" Xue Chuchu's voice was choked. Suchi's heart sank. "What happened?" I want to talk to someone. Can you come over?"
At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a plus 2000 critical hit for longing and needs. Without listening to the system prompt, Suchi could feel that Xue Chuchu was helpless and needed him very much.
I quickly said, "Wait a minute, I'll be there soon."
I went out, drove the car, and rushed to the hospital.
Xue Chuchu was actually already waiting for him at the hospital entrance.
When she saw him, she threw herself into his arms and started crying.
Suchi asked anxiously, "What happened? Did your mother's operation fail?"
Xue Chuchu hurriedly shook her head. The operation was successful, but it didn't have the expected effect.
The doctor said my mother only has a week left.
As she spoke, she sobbed even harder, her shoulders shaking. Suchi hugged her and found a secluded place to sit down. Just hugged her quietly. He knew that Xue Chuchu's weak shoulders had shouldered too much. After taking on so much, and still getting this result, she really needs a good cry.
Cry out all the grievances in your heart. When Xue Chuchu finally stopped and calmed down, Suchi asked, "Is there no other way?"
Xue Chuchu shook her head. "The doctor said that we can only use medicine to temporarily maintain mom's life, but that medicine is not very effective and will soon be gone."
Is there no effective medicine? It doesn't matter.
No matter how expensive the medicine is, just use it.
Xue Chuchu sighed softly. "We have used the best medicine, but this disease is very rare and there is no specific medicine.
Even surgery is a trial by heart, a last-ditch effort.
Now it's proven to be useless. The last avenue is blocked. She is now completely desperate. Suchi, the total amount of money you gave me is 590,000.
The surgery cost 200,000, and I owed 50,000 for medical expenses.
I should spend another 50,000 or 60,000 during the remaining period. I'll give you the rest of the money then. I'll write you an IOU for the money you owe me and pay it back slowly. Suchi waved his hand and interrupted her. You just said that your mother is being kept alive with medicine? So, even though that medicine isn't very effective, it still works, right? Shuechuchu nodded. Yes, this is the last resort. Suchi became excited. Suddenly I thought of a solution. He has the Midas touch system. Stones can be turned into gold, and electric cars can be turned into Pagani supercars. So is it possible to just take a little bit of this medicine and make its effect turn from bad to good? This method definitely has the potential to succeed. He suddenly grabbed Shuechuchu's hand and said, "Give me some of the medicine your mother is using." Shuechuchu was surprised. What are you going to do? I want to save your mother. Shuechuchu shook her head. Suchi, I appreciate your kindness, but the doctors in this hospital are the best in Yanjiang City. They are helpless and useless. You don't believe me? No. Whether you believe me or not, instead of just sitting there and waiting for death, you should at least try something, right? But Suchi grabbed Shuechuchu's shoulders and said, "Believe me, I can definitely save your mother." Shuechuchu looked into his eyes. To be honest, she really couldn't believe Suchi. But since Suchi was helping her so much, she really couldn't refuse. Biting her lip, she asked, "Will your actions make my mother very painful?" Suchi shook his head. "I'm just looking at the medicine." That's it? Shuechuchu was stunned. Just looking at the medicine can save my mother? It feels like Suchi is getting more and more outrageous. Chapter 33, Turning Decay into Magic. Suchi glanced at her and said, "You may not believe me, but do you have any other options?" Shuechuchu really had no other choice. Even if Suchi is just fooling around, I have no choice but to go for it and go through it with him. I quickly took out my phone and checked the time. The nurse will give my mother some medicine tonight. We'll make it in time. Come with me. I took Suchi into the hospital and came to my mother's ward. Shuechuchu's mother was lying there and had already woken up. However, she looked very listless, her eyes were dull, and she felt as if life was draining away from her body like an hourglass. Just then the nurse came to deliver the medicine. There were 5 kinds of medicine in total, which were put together. Shuechuchu nodded and signaled to Suchi that this was the medicine her mother was going to take. Suchi also nodded. I thought to myself, start turning stone into gold, consume 10,000 energy points. In order to ensure that the effect of the medicine can really turn decay into magic, 10,000 energy values were directly used. Looking down at my hands, I saw a faint glow on my fingers. He quickly put his hand on one of the pills. The nurse was a little annoyed. This is the medicine the patient needs to take, why are you touching it? Suchi snorted coldly. I see this medicine is different from the last time. Did you guys change it to a cheaper medicine? As he said this, he consumed another 10,000 energy points, used Midas Touch, and applied it to another pill. I remember the medicine last time wasn't this color. And this pill, it's a different size now. I think I took 6 pills last time, but only 5 this time. You must have cut corners. By being so unreasonable. Use the Midas Touch on all 5 pills in the box. A total of 50,000 energy points were consumed. In order to save Shuechuchu's mother, I really spent a lot of money. Look at those medicines. After turning stones into gold, their form's Haven tea changed much. Still the same. Suchi was slightly worried. Did the Midas Touch fail? Did he just waste 50,000 energy points? I hurriedly comforted myself. When I clicked on the bank card, there was no change in the bank card itself, but the balance and bank card permissions had changed. The same may be true for these drugs. It may seem like there is no change, but the drug ingredients and effects are vastly different. Everything can only be judged by the results of Shuechuchu's mother taking the medicine. What nonsense are you talking about? These medicines are the same as before. The nurse argued angrily. Are you sure? Of course I am sure. Suchi smiled, then I feel relieved. Okay, I'm fine. He was fine now, but the nurse didn't intend to let him go. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? This is a very important area in the ward. How did you get in? Suchi smiled and said, I'm Shuechuchu's classmate. I came here to visit. The patient's condition is special. If you are not a relative of the patient, you cannot stay in the ward. Please leave immediately. The nurse's face was serious. Shuechuchu hurried over and hugged Suchi's arm. Actually, he is my husband. Suchi was stunned. Is this possible? He just became the school bell's husband in such a confused way? The nurse was even more suspicious. Are you sure it's your husband? You got married so young? Well, we were childhood sweethearts and got married young. But why hasn't he appeared before? He's out of town, very busy with work, and hasn't had time to come over. The nurse still didn't believe it. My mother-in-law's condition is so serious, she has to come no matter how busy she is. Unless you can prove you're a couple, he can't stay here. Shuechuchu was embarrassed. How can I prove this? You're all married, but you don't even have a marriage certificate? Of course Shuechuchu didn't tea. Looking at Suchi, she bit her lip lightly. Suddenly he walked over, grabbed Suchi's shoulders with both hands, stood on tiptoes, and kissed Suchi on the mouth. The moment I kissed her, it felt like an electric shock. Both of them were stunned. Suchi didn't expect Shuechuchu to kiss him. Shuechuchu has always been a very introverted and elegant girl. Shuechuchu didn't expect that kissing would feel like this. My whole body feels numb. If she had drunk water from Suchi's cup before, it would have been just an indirect kiss. This time, they kissed for real. Real stuff. Suchi was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Shuechuchu's kiss turned him into a scumbag. He had just been in close combat with Lang Yingxue, and now he was kissed by Shuechuchu. Passively became a scumbag. If you don't want to be a scumbag, you will be forced to be one. Who can I go to for justice? Shuechuchu's attention generates a love critical hit of plus 10,000. Suchi was shocked. A love story hit 10,000 attention points. Is Shuechuchu really in love with him? Was this kiss completely from the heart? If you are not completely moved, it is impossible to attract so much attention. Alright, I asked you to prove it, but you don't have to prove it this way. Besides, there's no need to prove it for so long. Stop being so cruel here. I'm still single. The nurse really couldn't find an excuse to get rid of Suchi. He picked up the medicine and gave it to Shuechuchu's mother. Then, he pushed the treatment cart away. Shuechuchu hurriedly stepped back and quickly glanced at her mother Lu Xinmei. Lu Xinmei didn't mind, instead a gleam appeared in her eyes. If she really gave up and left, the one she would be most worried about would be Shuechuchu. But Shuechuchu is a kind, introverted and quiet girl. Without anyone to take care of her, it is really dangerous for such a girl to survive in society. It is easy to be manipulated by people with ulterior motives. If someone could help her take good care of Shuechuchu, she would not mind, but would be very grateful. Chuchu, this is the Suchi you told me about, right? Shuechuchu blushed and nodded slightly. Suchi, come here and sit here with your aunt. Lu Xinmei pointed to the bench beside the bed. Suchi went over and sat down. Lu Xinmei coughed lightly and her face turned even paler. He sighed, Suchi, I know our Chuchu best. She is an introverted girl and rarely expresses any emotions. To be able to treat you like this means that she really likes you, and she likes you very deeply. Can you promise me that you will take good care of her for me in the future? Even if you can't make it, please treat her like your sister, okay? Suchi smiled and said, Auntie, don't worry, you will be fine. Lu Xinmei smiled bitterly, don't worry about comforting me, don't I know what's going on with me? I know you come from a good family and are very rich. Our Chuchu may not be worthy of you. But I really don't have anyone else to entrust my care to. The fact that Chuchu likes you shows that you are a good person. Please help me take care of her. He waved and called Shuechuchu over. He took Shuechuchu's hand and put it in Suchi's hand. I don't force you to marry her, but please protect her, okay? Chapter 34 Beautiful and Cool. Suchi didn't know how to explain further. If he explained, it would seem like he disliked Shuechuchu. I could only nod, Auntie, since you said so, why should I not agree? Chuchu is our school beauty. She drinks water from my cup and thinks highly of me. Even if it's just a favor in return, I will take good care of her. Lu Xinmei finally smiled, I feel relieved now. He warned Chu-Chu, after I leave, you must listen to Su-Chi in everything. You must do whatever he tells you to do, and you are not allowed to disobey him. Without her, she was worried that Chu-Chu would not be able to survive in this cruelly competitive society. We must find someone to rely on for Chu-Chu as soon as possible. Although she didn't know Su-Chi very well, it was better than letting Chu-Chu be hurt by complete strangers. Chu-Chu, do you remember what I said? Lu Xinmei looked at Chu-Chu seriously. Chu-Chu had no choice but to nod, but tears flowed uncontrollably. This seems to be my mother's last words. She cried and said, Mom, you will be fine, you really will be fine, Su-Chi said he can cure you. Lu Xinmei smiled bitterly, silly child, stop talking nonsense. I am already satisfied to find you a support before I die. Having said this, he closed his eyes. Chu-Chu was startled. Mom, 1T just give up and leave, right? I quickly and carefully reached out and checked my mother's breath. Fortunately, I'm still breathing. However, Lu Xinmei never opened her eyes and seemed to be asleep. Breathing is steady and sleeping is sound. Chu-Chu was surprised and whispered to Su-Chi, my mother couldn't sleep because of the pain after the operation. How come she is sleeping now? Su-Chi was secretly happy, thinking that the medicine he used to turn stone into gold must have worked. At this moment, I suddenly heard people whispering outside the ward. Although it was whispered, after Su-Chi turned his body into gold, his physical fitness soared dramatically and his senses became extremely sharp. You can hear the whispers outside clearly. Is the patient in this ward the one with the same illness as my father? Hey, that voice sounds familiar. Why does it sound like the voice of Chu Yunyi, the arrogant and cold eldest daughter of the Chu family? Another voice sounded. This patient is Lu Xinmei, and she just had surgery. How was the surgery? That voice was indeed Chu Yunyi. There was anxiety in his voice. The effect is not very good. Just tell me if it works? No. So, my dad is also hopeless, isn't he? To be honest. For now, we can only try to delay the onset of the disease and prolong survival time. Is there really no possibility of cure? This disease is really strange, but don't worry, Miss Chu, I will do my best. There's no point in giving it my all. What I want is to cure my dad. Chu Yunyi was impatient and disappointed, and her voice gradually became louder. Su-Chi opened the door of the ward and walked out. Hey, the patient is resting, can you please shut up? Chu Yunyi recognized Su-Chi at a glance. Wasn't this the bastard who humiliated her and wanted to eat her swan flesh? She didn't find Su-Chi, but Su-Chi bumped into her again. When enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. He gnashed his teeth and said, it turned out to be you, a stinky toad. Su-Chi smiled, why, did you miss me? Are you eagerly looking forward to me eating your swan meat? You bastard. Chu Yunyi was feeling depressed about her father's affairs, and Su-Chi teased her like this. This completely aroused Chu Yunyi's anger. He raised his hand and hit Su-Chi. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a hate crit plus 5,000. Su-Chi was overjoyed, as he could happily attract attention again. I just used up too much energy treating Lu Xinmei, so it's a good opportunity to replenish it with Chu Yunyi. Chu Yunyi has the temper of a spoiled young lady and is easily provoked. One move will continue to contribute attention. It's just like a dairy cow. Other cows can only produce one bucket at most. Chu Yunyi can fill up a pool of water in one go. He raised his hand and casually took Chu Yunyi's hand. He squinted at her hand and deliberately teased, is this the swan's palm? Sure enough, it's thin and long, soft and fragrant. He lowered his head and sniffed hard. Yes, it smells so good that it makes me drunk. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a double critical hit of hatred and shame plus 8,000. It's going crazy. It's going crazy. The attention really soared. This has soared to 8,000. How can Chu Yunyi not be so angry? He was so angry that his face turned red. Even her fiancé, Chi Ziheo, the eldest son of the Chi family, had never been so frivolous to her. Now I am being teased by this guy of unknown origin. How can this be tolerated? He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Su-Chi in the lower body. But this kind of attack was not even as good as a tickle to Su-Chi. He clamped his legs together and clamped her legs. He smiled and said, are you so eager to show me your long legs? Let me see, they are indeed good legs. Long, straight, and white. He snapped his fingers and looked amazed. The elasticity is also top-notch. It's like having legs that last forever. The more arrogant Chu Yunyi was, the more he wanted to tease her and destroy her prestige. By the way, it's a crazy way to gain attention. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a crazy and hateful critical hit of plus 9,000. Attention has soared again. Reach new highs. Su Qi was very excited. He was about to earn back the energy he had spent on Lu Xinmei. You boy, let go of Miss Chu. The man next to her is Zhang Sanglu, the attending physician of Chu Yunyi's father Chu Tianbua. He is also the attending physician of Xuechuchu's mother, Lu Xinmei. He was wearing a white coat, was of average talent, and looked gentle and refined. Seeing Chu Yunyi being humiliated, his eyes lit up. This is definitely a great opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. Who wouldn't want to perform well in front of this beautiful and cool young lady? What if I could get the favor of the young lady? If I could have a romantic encounter with a young lady like Chu Yunyi who has a perfect figure and is naturally noble, I would definitely not trade it for anything. He reached out and pushed Su Qi. Miss Chu is my friend. I will never allow anyone to touch her. It is said with great righteousness. Su Qi glared at him and said, none of your business. With a flick of his hand, Zhang Sanglu retreated rapidly. After retreating more than 10 steps, he still couldn't stand and sat down on the ground. I couldn't help but be shocked. This guy doesn't look like a muscular man, so how come he is so strong? Zhang Sanglu's focus generates a shocking critical hit of plus 1,000. With only 1,000 followers, Su Qi really doesn't like it. My appetite has already grown. It's still Chu Yunyi's milk production, no, her contribution that attracts the most attention. Because she has a bad temper. Chapter 35. The young lady was hit against the wall. Asshole, let go. Chu Yunyi struggled hard. Su Qi sneered, if you want me to let go, be polite. You want to say, sir, please let go of your hands, okay? Of course, if you insist on calling me dear, I won't stop you. You're abominable. Chu Yunyi angrily hit Su Qi in the face with her other hand. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a double critical hit of hatred and shame plus 9,000. Su Qi grabbed her hand again and pushed her forward. Chu Yunyi leaned her back against the wall and was pushed against it by Su Qi. Su Qi approached, looking down at her charming yet flustered eyes. When you see me next time, be respectful to me. If you dare to call me a toad again, I will eat your swan meat. As he said this, he pretended to bite. Chu Yunyi screamed in fright and quickly lowered her head to avoid it. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a triple crit of panic, shame, and shyness plus 10,000. Finally broke through. 10,000 followers. But what about shyness? What about the previous hatred? Why is there only panic and shame left? Still shy? This is not normal operation. Chu Yunyi was pinned against the wall by Su Qi, unable to resist at all. I felt like I had completely fallen into Su Qi's clutches and could only let Su Qi control and manipulate me. My breathing became rapid. How could I have the heart to hate? All that's left in my heart is panic. Endless panic. This bastard wouldn't kiss her, would he? After the kiss, no. Not only were her cheeks red, but even the bases of her ears were red. My whole body is running hot. Just as she was daydreaming, unexpectedly, Su Qi let her go. Su Qi has already made his money back. The energy consumed at Lu Xinmei's place was completely compensated. The key point is that Chu Yunyi has become a little weird and her reactions have become less normal. Su Qi is worried that he has driven this young lady crazy or something. It's better to stop at the right time, after all, there is still a long way to go. He said coldly, the patients in the ward need to rest. Anyone outside please get out of here. Chu Yunyi's face flushed red, she felt embarrassed and annoyed. Pointing at Su Qi, you bastard, let me tell you, you are finished. I'm the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. You bully me like this. You have no idea how serious the consequences will be. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a double critical hit of shame and hatred plus 5,000. Finally, there is another hateful critical hit. Finally back to normal. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. This was Chu Yunyi's normal behavior. He smiled and said, how serious are the consequences? Don't tell me, I really don't know. All I know is that if you piss me off, your dad will be completely hopeless. Chu Yunyi's expression changed drastically. What did you say? What are you going to do to my dad? I'm warning you, if you dare to touch my dad, I'll tear you into pieces. Suchi smiled and said, It's not that I want to do anything to your father, but your father's illness is something only I can cure. As soon as the words fell, the Dr. Zhang Sanglu on the other side could no longer bear it and spoke loudly. That's bullshit. Mr. Chu's disease has no cure at the moment. Surgery is useless. We can only use medication to temporarily delay the disease and try to prolong his survival time. In this regard, he is professional. It was finally his time to shine. Every word was spoken with confidence. Suchi glanced at him, That's for you. Zhang Sanglu immediately retorted, It's the same for everyone. We've video linked with foreign experts more than once to jointly diagnose and treat patients. Everyone is helpless. Ms. Chu was very clear about this. Xu Yunyi glared at Suchi fiercely, If you want to deliberately make up this lie so that I dare not touch you, then you are too naive. Who do you think you are? You have the audacity to say you can cure my father's illness. Are you, a toad, more capable than all these experts? She grew angrier as she spoke. You lied like this, which means you are afraid. You are afraid of my revenge. I'm telling you clearly here that I will definitely take revenge. I will never forgive you for what you did to me. I will let you see how powerful our wealthy Chu family is. Every word she said seemed to be uttered through gritted teeth. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a hate crit plus 5,000. Suchi spread his hands, Whatever you want. I just have one thing to say. If you make me angry, it will kill your father. Xu Yunyi roared, Stop making alarmist remarks here. No matter what you say, I will not let you go. Suchi nodded, Okay, I hope you won't slap me in the face. Pointing to the ward next to him, he said, I have already treated the patient in this ward and he will recover soon. We'll see. He turned around and went into the ward. Xu Yunyi couldn't help but look at Zhang Sanglu. Zhang Sanglu hurried over and assured her solemnly, Miss Chu, I have only one word to say, it is absolutely impossible. Who is he? He looks like a scoundrel with no job. How can he know how to treat illnesses? Lu Xinmei in this ward has less than a week left. She's beyond saving. No one can help her. Xu Yunyi nodded, Dr. Zhang, I believe you. Zhang Sanglu was very proud, Miss Chu, you are absolutely right to trust me. That guy said that because he was afraid of your revenge. He has no medical knowledge at all. Just go ahead and deal with him. If there are any problems, I'll take care of them. Xu Yunyi gritted her teeth when she thought of Suchi, Of course I won't let him go. He took out his cell phone and called his father Chu Tianhua's bodyguard. Xiaojing, I have something for you. You must do it well for me. In the ward. The system prompt sound in Suchi's mind never stopped. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 1,000. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 1,000. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 1,000. Ever since he returned to the ward, Xu Yunyi has hated critical hits and can't stop. Although the number is not large, the accumulation of small amounts will result in considerable gains. This Xu Yunyi is simply his super ATM. I feel like a lot of attention can be gained from Xu Yunyi. Plus 500 attention points from Qian Jingjing. Suchi was slightly surprised. Qian Jingjing's basic attention points have reached 500. Without any critical hits, you can reach 500. This is really the first time I've seen this. Liang Yingshua's attention generates a thought crit plus 2,000. Liang Yingshua's attention generates a plus 3,000 critical hit. Reminiscing about a critical hit? What is aftertaste? Could it be that my performance in bed today was so great? Even now, Liang Yingxue is still reminiscing about it? For a moment, I felt so proud. I couldn't help but smile. Chapter 36 The Strength of the Super Bodyguard. Suchi, what are you laughing at? Shui Chuchu next to her asked in a low voice. Suchi couldn't say that he was proud of his masculinity, right? A reserved girl like Shui Chuchu would definitely call him shameless and vulgar. Look at Shui Chuchu, with dark circles under her eyes, she almost looks like a giant panda. She stayed with Lu Xinmei day and night. Not only did she have to take care of Lu Xinmei, but she also had to worry and be afraid. She was not only physically tired, but also mentally tired. Suchi was really worried that she wouldn't be able to hold on and would suddenly fall down. Shui Chuchu, your mother will be fine. She will definitely sleep until tomorrow. You should go home and have a good sleep too. Shue shook her head. How can that be possible? I have to stay here to take care of my mother. Why, you don't listen to me? Your mother told you to listen to me. Shue said hurriedly, it's not that I don't listen to you, I'm not sleepy, really. Bullshit indeed. Suchi is not stupid. He can see that Shue was relying entirely on willpower to hold on. My body couldn't take it anymore. Just say, then what if I ask you to go out with me and get a room? After hearing this, Shue was stunned. Then, his face turned red. Book a room? A man and a woman go to get a room? No matter how naive she was, she knew what that meant. You owe me so much money, and you can't pay it back anytime soon. I'll ask you to pay it back with your body. Isn't that too much? In order to let Shue sleep well, Suchi can only choose to be a bad guy. Even if Shue called him shameless, taking advantage of others, vulgar, and a hooligan, he didn't care. Waiting for the system prompt to tell him that Shue had developed a critical disgust towards him. But I didn't wait until. Shue attention generates shy crit plus 1000. Only shy crit? Is that it? Suchi couldn't help but look at Shue in confusion. Shue didn't dare to look him in the eye and quickly lowered her head. She bit her lip and whispered, You, wait for me. Get up and pack your things. After packing up the things, he tucked the quilt in for Lu Xinmei. Then, he came to Suchi and said softly, Let's go. Suchi turned and walked out, and Shue followed him silently. As fragile as a homeless kitten. Suchi sighed secretly. She must be the worst performing campus beauty, right? She is so hardworking and diligent, and there is no gossip about her. She has never tried to curry favor with any rich man or been kept by anyone. Instead, he fell to the bottom. How can this be justified? After leaving the hospital, the night wind blew and it was a little cold. Suchi took off his coat and wrapped it around Shue. Shue was flustered for a moment and said quickly, Thank you. Let's go to the hotel across the street. It's not far away. Suchi said. Shue nodded hurriedly, her face turning even redder. Shuechuchu's attention generates panic and shyness, critical hit plus 2000. Suchi was really puzzled. Doesn't the Shuechuchu know how to curse? Doesn't she get angry? Why is there no rage critical hit, no hatred critical hit, and no taunt critical hit? Doesn't she feel that she is taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Just as I was about to go to the hotel across the street, a figure flashed before my eyes and a man appeared. He is a young man. Tall and cold. In a suit and tie. There are very obvious muscle lines on his face, giving him a tough look. The attention from Jing Wudi generates a disdain critical hit plus 1000. Suchi looked at the young man in front of him. This guy must be Jing Wudi. He is so disdainful of himself. We didn't know each other at all and it was the first time we met, but he didn't bother to give me 1000 followers. How much you look down on yourself. Judging from his posture, he must have been sent by an enemy to deal with me. I simply said, a good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of here. The young man was none other than Jing Wudi, the personal bodyguard of Chu Yunni's father, Chu Tianbua. Chu Yunni was really infuriated by Su Qi. Just find Jing Wudi and avenge her. This Jing Wudi is extraordinary. Chu Yunni's father spent tens of millions of his annual salary to snatch him from others. Although the Chu family has many bodyguards, Jing Wudi is definitely worthy of the title of the Chu family's #1 bodyguard. Sir, I'm afraid you need to have a good talk with me. Jing Wudi said coldly. Suchi shook his head, I'm not in the mood now, and I don't have time. Now he just wanted Shuechuchu to have a good sleep. Jing Wudi sneered, I'm afraid this is not up to you. To tell you the truth, I'm Jing Wudi, the Chu family's #1 bodyguard. You've angered our eldest lady, so I have to make you suffer and stay in the hospital for a few months. Of course, you can choose to break your arms or legs. If you don't choose, I can only. Shut up. Get out of here. Su Qi was very impatient. He reached out and pushed Jing Wudi. Jing Wudi frowned and subconsciously straightened his chest, trying to push Su Qi's hand back. This is a very simple operation. He is very confident about his pecs. But the moment his pectoral muscles met Su Qi's hand, his face changed immediately. The person also flew backwards.
Flying more than 3 meters high, you can overlook the beautiful scenery of the parking lot below. His body was still flying backwards, completely out of control.
Finally, it fell onto the roof of a car with a bang.
Then he rolled off the roof of the car and his head hit the tire of the car in front heavily. His eyes rolled back and he passed out.
In the moment of coma, thoughts flashed like lightning.
He is the #1 bodyguard of the wealthy Chu family and an elite talent with an annual salary of tens of millions.
He was actually sent flying by a push from an ordinary young man? Is this fucking true? Does Su Chi have superpowers? Something must be wrong. This is totally unscientific. The focus from Jing Wudi produces a terrifying critical hit plus. Su Chi is looking forward to continuing to add another focus.
But I found that there was nothing after the plus sign.
Before Jing Wudi could even devote his attention, he fell into a coma.
Su Chi glanced at Jing Wudi, who had fainted beside a car in the distance, with a look of contempt on his face.
Xuechuchu's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 1,000.
Su Chi turned around and saw Xuechuchu looking at him in disbelief. Su Chi smiled and said, I do push-ups often, so my hands are quite strong. After hearing this, Xuechuchu blushed suddenly.
Su Chi was surprised. What's wrong with doing push-ups? Why is she blushing?
She suddenly realized that she seemed to have overthought. I really can't tell that although this school beauty is reserved and elegant, she has a very rich imagination.
He didn't even think about it that way, but Xuechuchu thought of it.
He hurriedly explained, it's not the kind of push-ups you think it is.
It's just normal push-ups, very simple.
Xuechuchu lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her clothes, her face still red, and she said nothing.
I don't know if anyone believed Su Chi's explanation. Su Chi couldn't say anything more, so he took Xuechuchu to the hotel across the street and booked a room. Go take a shower, Su Chi said. Xuechuchu hummed softly and went into the bathroom. Xuechuchu's attention generates shy crit plus 1,000.
Xuechuchu's attention generates panic and critical hit plus 1,000.
Xuechuchu's attention generates a wandering critical hit plus 1,000.
Chapter 37. This feeling so smells good. While Xuechuchu was taking a shower, Su Chi kept receiving attention from Xuechuchu. It seems that although Xuechuchu was taking a shower, she was thinking about him.
Su Chi sighed.
No one could understand how much he tried to make Xuechuchu sleep. He shook his head, lay down on the bed, found a comfortable position, and started playing with his cell phone. After a long time, Xuechuchu finally finished her shower. She was wearing a bath towel, her hair was wet and slightly messy, but she looked even more fresh and refined. Just like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally without any decoration. Especially the skin, which is as white as snow, and under the bright light, it shines with a dazzling luster.
It's simply unbearable to look at.
Su Chi stared with his eyes wide open. I know it's rude, but I can't control my eyes. Xuechuchu's face turned red as she was looked at.
She stood there feeling uneasy and didn't know where to put her hands.
Su Chi finally came back to his senses and laughed dryly. Come up.
Xuechuchu hummed softly, lowered her head and walked over, lifted the quilt and got into bed. After hesitating for a moment, he took the towel out of the bed and said softly with a trembling voice, I'm fine, you can. Su Chi's throat was a little dry, but if he bullied Xuechuchu, who was so tired at this time, he would be worse than a beast.
He smiled and said, now that you're well, go to sleep.
Xuechuchu nodded.
What Su Chi meant was, let her sleep. But she always thought that Su Chi really wanted her to pay with her body. I understood Su Chi's words as, let us go to sleep.
Curled up in the quilt, waiting for Su Chi to make a move.
Su Chi was still browsing his phone seriously.
Xuechuchu couldn't help but wonder, does he want me to take the initiative? This bad guy, doesn't he know how shy and nervous he is now?
I even have to take the initiative to serve.
It's just bad, so bad.
Seeing that Su Chi still didn't make any move, she became more determined in her idea that Su Chi was just waiting for her to take the initiative.
Considering how much she owed Su Chi, she should take the initiative to repay him.
Finally, she bit her lips hard, suppressed her shyness, reached out her hand, and unbuttoned Su Chi's clothes.
Su Chi was startled. What are you doing?
Xuechuchu said shyly, for you, take off your clothes.
Su Chi waved his hands quickly, I don't need to take it off.
If he really took it off, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his anger.
Xuechuchu was so embarrassed, if you don't take it off, how can we sleep together?
Only then did Su Chi realize that she had been misunderstanding him all along. He hurriedly said, "It's not that we sleep together, it's that you sleep alone."
Shue Chuchu was stunned. Sleeping alone? How is this played? Su Chi sighed, "You've been guarding your mother all day, you're too tired, you need to rest.
Hurry up and have a good sleep, otherwise your mother will recover and you might fall ill instead.
Go to sleep. When you wake up, your mother will be fine too." Shue Chuchu's eyes widened in surprise. "You brought me to the hotel, didn't you just want to sleep with me?" Su Chi smiled and said, "If I hadn't said that, you would still be staying in your mother's ward, right? This is purely a temporary measure to let you have a good rest. Don't be offended."
After hearing this, Shue Chuchu's tears flowed out. Su Chi actually did this just to show his concern for her. She had never felt this kind of warmth from anyone other than her mother. "I couldn't control my tears at all."
"Okay, have a good sleep. Sleep is what you need most right now." Su Chi tidied up her slightly messy hair. Shue Chuchu looked up at him and said with emotion, "Su Chi, thank you, thank you." Su Chi chuckled, "We are all classmates, it would be awkward to say that."
Just as he finished speaking, Shue Chuchu threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly.
She had nothing on, not even a bath towel. Su Chi didn't even dare to touch her. Now it was Su Chi's turn to feel embarrassed. He opened his hands, not knowing where to put them. "Su Chi, can you hold me while I sleep?" Shue Chuchu asked softly in his ear. Holding the school beauty who has no clothes on is simply the best thing you can wish for. How could Su Chi not be moved?
Besides, Su Chi couldn't refuse even if he wanted to, because Shue Chuchu hugged him so tightly.
"It seems like I will never let go in this life." He laughed dryly, "It's my pleasure."
He picked up the quilt, wrapped Shue Chuchu in it, and held her in his arms. Shue Chuchu's attention generates a triple critical hit of plus 10,000, touched, loved, and dependence.
Su Chi was startled.
Directly 10,000 followers. It seems that Shue Chuchu was really moved this time.
Without extreme emotional fluctuations, such high attention would not be possible.
I lowered my head to look at Shue Chuchu and saw that she had fallen asleep.
She is really too tired.
She had previously misunderstood that Su Chi wanted to sleep with her, and was nervous and shy, but now, she was completely relaxed.
And she was absolutely sure that Su Chi would not hurt her. Being in Su Chi's arms is definitely the safest corner in the world.
Fatigue came over me like a roaring tide, and I fell asleep immediately. Her pretty face is so white and delicate, like fine porcelain.
Long eyelashes and petal-like lips. It's so beautiful that it makes people's hearts beat fast and their souls shaken. Holding such a beauty in my arms, I feel happy even if I do nothing.
Shue Chuchu's attention generates a double critical hit of shyness and happiness plus 5,000.
Su Chi was surprised. How could Shue Chuchu still attract attention when she was asleep? Did I dream about him? What did you dream about him? Would you feel both shy and happy? The point is, why be shy?
While Su Chi and Shue Chuchu were sleeping in each other's arms in the hotel, Chu Yunny was still waiting for good news from Jing Wudi. In order to deal with Su Chi, she specially transferred her father's bodyguard Jing Wudi.
Just to beat Su Chi to a pulp.
Thinking of Su Chi's hateful and disgusting face, I feel so angry that my teeth are itching. But thinking about how Su Chi was beaten black and blue, crying for his parents, he almost laughed. Chu Yunny's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 2,000.
Chu Yunny looked at the time. A long time had passed. Why was there no news from Jing Wudi?
I couldn't help it, so I called Jing Wudi. The call went through, but no one answered.
Fight again, still the same. Chu Yunny was puzzled. What was going on? After thinking about it, I decided to go and see what was going on.
She asked Jing Wudi to block Su Chi at the hospital gate, so of course she had to find Jing Wudi at the hospital gate.
Bring the stone forest barrier outside.
It was already very late and there were almost no people outside the hospital. After searching for a while, I couldn't find Jing Wudi at all.
Could it be that this guy failed and was so ashamed that he ran away quietly? Sure, Lin Jiang couldn't help but say. Chu Yunny glared at him, "Do you think it's possible? He's my father's favorite bodyguard, earning tens of millions a year.
More than a dozen strong men couldn't get close to him.
So, we might fail against that stinky toad? Are you questioning my father's judgment?" Chapter 38 Very Creative Posture.
Sure, Lin Jiang was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands. I dare not, miss, I was wrong." I guess Jing Wudi didn't catch that bastard, so he went to find a place to rest.
Chu Yunyi frowned, but why didn't you answer my call?
Still not giving up, he called Jing Wudi again. A cell phone suddenly rang nearby. Chu Yunyi was startled and quickly followed the ringing sound of the phone to find the place. I saw Jing Wudi at first sight. Jing Wudi was seen with his head hit on a tire and his legs resting on another car, and he was sleeping.
The posture is quite awkward, embarrassing, and even a little weird. Shi Linjiang laughed out loud. What kind of pose is this guy making? It's so creative. Chu Yunyi looked very unhappy. No matter what posture Jing Wudi made, in short, Jing Wudi definitely failed. This was a slap in her face. After all, she had just been bragging about Jing Wudi. He was so angry that he rushed over and kicked Jing Wudi hard twice.
Jing Wudi woke up suddenly in pain, and when he saw the tire right in front of him, he was shocked. He rubbed his forehead, his mind blank.
Who am I? Where am I? Tell me, what happened? Chu Yunyi shouted. I feel so helpless. Why is it so difficult to teach that bastard a lesson? Even Dada's bodyguards can fail.
Jing Wudi finally recalled what happened before she fell into a coma. She looked embarrassed and gave a dry laugh. Miss, I.
Tell me, what's going on? Chu Yunyi's face was as cold as ice. Jing Wudi was too embarrassed to say it out loud.
As a bodyguard with an annual salary of tens of millions, I come to stop a bad boy. As a result, he was knocked over with just a push from someone.
It's embarrassing to say it out loud. How can I justify an annual salary of tens of millions?
I used to feel at ease taking the money, but now it's burning to the bone.
Speak.
Miss Chu Yunyi had a bad temper and didn't have much patience, so she simply kicked Jing Wudi again.
Jing Wudi didn't dare to get angry. He really didn't have the face to be angry.
He hurriedly explained, Miss, it was a mistake, purely a mistake.
Chu Yunyi shouted angrily, Did you make such a mistake that you hit the tire with your face?
I wasn't prepared and was attacked by that guy.
Yes, I was attacked by that guy. Miss, please give me one more chance. This time I will be careful and will not give him another chance. I will definitely beat him up. Jing Wudi was anxious to save face. Otherwise, I really can't stay in the Chu family.
Not to mention calling himself the Chu family's #1 bodyguard or something like that.
Are you sure it was just a mistake? Chu Yunyi asked angrily.
Jing Wudi quickly assured him solemnly, it was definitely a mistake.
Absolutely.
I misjudged him.
I didn't expect that guy to have even a little bit of skill. Chu Yunyi gritted her teeth and said, Do you know that because of your mistake, I lost face again?
Ever since she met Su Qi, she has never gained any advantage from him. Only to be taken advantage of by Su Qi time and time again.
It's really strange. Could it be that Su Qi is her nemesis? Yes, miss, it's all my fault. I will definitely make amends. Jing Wudi looked around. Where is that kid? Where is he? Shi Linjiang sneered, You knocked yourself out, didn't you? You almost slept until dawn, how could I stay here with you? You. Jing Wudi was furious. Chu Yunyi waved her hand suddenly, Shut up. He glanced at Jing Wudi and said, I'll give you one more chance. Shuechuchu's mother is still in the hospital. That bastard will definitely come back. If you fail again, get out of here. The Chu family doesn't need trash.
Jing Wudi nodded awkwardly, Don't worry, miss, I will definitely deal with that guy this time.
If I can't even handle a brat like that, I might as well just kill myself. Chu Yunyi looked at the time and it was already early morning.
He ordered Jing Wudi, You just wait here until that Su Qi shows up.
Turned around and went into the hospital.
Came to the hospital's special ward. His father, Chu Tianbo, chairman of the Chubo Group, was lying in a hospital ward that was comparable to a 5-star hotel suite.
However, Chu Tianbo's condition is very bad. I would faint from time to time. Chu Yunyi was really worried that Chu Tianbo would suddenly not wake up. What a headache.
Sitting in front of the hospital bed, holding Chu Tianbo's hand tightly, her eyes couldn't help but become wet.
Dad, tell me, what should I do? How can I make you feel better?
As long as you can get better, your daughter is willing to do anything, but now I don't even know what to do. Tears rolled down silently. Although she is cold and arrogant, she also has a soft and fragile heart.
I really don't know what would happen to the Chubwa group without Dad.
The family is like a powder keg, and the issue of property distribution after Chu Tianhua's death has reached a climax. Once Chu Tianhua dies, this powder keg will definitely explode. I really don't know where the Chu family will go. Looking at Chu Tianhua lying on the bed, tears blurred my eyes. When Su Qi woke up, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes looking at him tenderly. Those eyes were so soft, bright and clear, like autumn water. I almost thought it was Ling Yingshui. When I looked closely, I found that it was Xue Chuchu. Xue Chuchu had woken up a long time ago and had been lying on the edge of the bed, looking at Su Qi so tenderly. It seems like I can never see enough. This man was definitely deeply engraved in her heart. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a super strong love critical hit of plus 10,000. Su Qi was absolutely certain that this girl was definitely in love with him. Have you seen enough? Do you want a kiss? Su Qi smiled. Xue Chuchu suddenly came to her senses and stepped back in fright, ending up sitting down on the ground. Are you awake? Are you hungry? I'll go get breakfast. Xue Chuchu got up and ran away in a hurry. Su Qi got up and went to the bathroom. I saw that the toothbrush was ready, toothpaste was squeezed out, and the cup was filled with water. This Xue Chuchu definitely has the potential to be a good wife and mother. She is so good at taking care of people. In the past, I never dared to imagine that this school beauty would serve me like this. Shortly after washing up, Xue Chuchu came back with breakfast. A pretty hearty breakfast. You're so rich, I don't know what kind of breakfast to buy for you. I hope you can get used to it. Su Qi smiled and said, these are what I usually eat. I'm not as noble as you think. I'm just an ordinary person. After breakfast, the two rushed to the hospital. Just as they arrived at the hospital entrance, a figure flashed before their eyes and Jing Wudi appeared in front of them. Xue Chuchu was startled and quickly hugged Su Qi's arm. It was obvious that Jing Wudi was here with bad intentions. His face was ashen, his fists were clenched, his teeth were gnashing from time to time, and veins bulged on his forehead. He looks like he's ready to fight to the death. Looking at Su Qi, his voice was frighteningly low. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come back. Su Qi smiled bitterly. Why shouldn't I come back? He didn't care about Jing Wudi's scary appearance at all, and instead asked, by the way, did you sleep well last night? This sentence almost made Jing Wudi explode with anger. He was sleeping with his face pressed against the tire. This is humiliating. Naked humiliation. His face turned from ashen to red, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Chapter 39 Invincibility is not a legend. If you want to do it quickly. I'm in a hurry. Su Qi said lightly. Jing Wudi suppressed his anger and waved his hand, follow me. Su Qi shook his head, I don't have time to play hide and seek with you, hurry up and do what you need to do. You don't dare to follow me? You're still afraid of me, aren't you? I wasn't on guard last night, so I fell into your trap. You're afraid that if I get serious, you'll get beaten, right? Jing Wudi stared into Su Qi's eyes. Su Qi sighed, it seems that you fell really hard last night, even your head was broken. Shut up and just tell me, do you dare to follow me? Jing Wudi said provocatively. Xue Chuchu quickly shook her head at Su Qi. Su Qi curled his lips and said, okay, where are we going? It just so happens that I haven't done my morning exercise yet. If someone wants to get beaten up, I'll just treat it as morning exercise. Said to Xue Chuchu, go see your mother first. Xue Chuchu held onto his arm and refused to let go. No, I'll go with you. He was afraid that Su Qi would fall into Jing Wudi's trap and suffer losses. If she goes along, at least she can take care of him. Now this man is the most important person to her, and she will never allow anyone to hurt him. Although Su Qi did not possess her body last night, he completely captured her heart. Su Qi didn't care. Even if Xue Chuchu followed him, he could still protect her. He glanced at Jing Wudi and asked, why don't you lead the way? You're brave. A look of joy appeared on Jing Wudi's face, and he turned and left. Last night was really embarrassing, especially being so embarrassed in front of the eldest lady. He was too embarrassed to face anyone. This shame must be returned to Su Qi with interest. He wanted to bring Su Qi to Chu Yunyi, and under Chu Yunyi's witness, regain all his lost face. Take Su Qi and Xue Chuchu to find Chu Yunyi. Soon, they arrived at Chu Tianhua's special ward. He knocked on the door and took Su Qi and Xue Chuchu in. Inside, Chu Yunyi was eating. He doesn't look very well, his eyes are red and he has faint dark circles.
He probably didn't sleep well last night.
When he turned around and saw Su-Chi, he was so angry that he threw his chopsticks away.
Scolding Jing Woody, "Why did you bring this stinky toad? When I see him, I feel sick."
Jing Woody hurriedly apologized. "Miss, I'm sorry, I took the initiative. But to protect my reputation, I have no choice but to ask you, miss, to personally bear witness. I was truly careless last night, which is why this brat successfully ambushed me. Today, I must clear my name and maintain my reputation as the Chu family's #1 bodyguard. Of course, he must kneel down and apologize to you personally, miss, and swear not to offend you again." Chu Yunny was very impatient. "Hurry up, quickly deal with this stinky toad, otherwise it will affect my mood.
I can't even eat when I see him."
I couldn't help but think of the scene where Su-Chi pushed her against the wall. She was actually pushed against the wall by this stinky toad.
I was almost killed by this stinky toad. This is intolerable.
I simply pushed my breakfast aside, crossed my legs, and folded my arms across my chest.
He ordered in a cold voice, "Hurry up and do not show mercy.
I want to settle accounts with that stinking toad for all of those awful things he did to me." Jing Woody breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your help, Mississippi.
I will definitely not let you down this time."
Facing Su-Chi, his whole body shook and he immediately made a fierce starting move. He hooked his finger at Su-Chi and said, "Let's have a head-on confrontation, come on."
Su-Chi sighed, "To tell you the truth, I am invincible in front of you. You are no match for me. Don't humiliate yourself."
Over there, Shi Linjiang burst out laughing. "You're invincible, kid?
Have you played too many games? Do you think there's an invincibility potion in real life for you to drink? You're so immature." I almost laughed my breakfast out. Chu Yunny's face was still cold. However, he became more and more contemptuous of Su-Chi.
The more someone brags, the worse he is. Because they appear to be powerful but are actually weak, they have to say some bluffing words to cover up their behavior. He urged Jing Woody impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense with him and get started."
"How long are you going to let him disgust me?" After hearing this, Jing Woody nodded quickly. "Boy, I won't be polite then." He leaped up and punched Su-Chi in the face. Su-Chi sighed, "I told you not to humiliate yourself, why didn't you listen? Just wave your hand casually." It didn't matter where the blow hit Jing Woody. It doesn't matter. As long as he hits him, Jing Woody will definitely fly.
After he turned his body into gold, he would normally be invincible against ordinary people. Although Jing Woody is a very powerful bodyguard, he is actually just an ordinary person.
Then there was a bang.
Jing Woody indeed flew backwards. The expression on his face was originally vicious, but the moment he flew out, it turned into astonishment.
In astonishment, flying backwards. Bang! Hit the wall of the ward.
His face instantly filled with pain and flushed red. Then, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. It stagnated on the wall for a moment before falling straight down.
Puff! He fell face down on the ground and lay there motionless. It just happened in a split second.
It was also at this moment that the ward became quiet. It was so quiet that you could hear the dripping sound of the liquid from Chu Tianhua's infusion.
Shi Linjiang was stunned. Chu Yunny opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it at all. Even Xue Chuchu covered her mouth in shock. Although she witnessed Su-Chi pushing Jing Woody into the air last night.
But I always feel that it is the result of various coincidences.
Today is definitely a real head-on confrontation. Result? That's it? The three people's eyes first fell on Jing Woody, who was lying motionless on the ground. Then, they all looked at Su-Chi.
The focus from the stone forest barrier generates shock and panic, with a double critical hit of plus 5,000.
Chu Yunny's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 5,000.
Xue Chuchu's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 2,000.
Su-Chi couldn't help but glance at Xue Chuchu.
Xue Chuchu wasn't very helpful this time.
There are so few focuses on the critical hit. But it is understandable.
Xue Chuchu has seen his paralysis before, so she is not that shocked. But this Chu Yunny is quite powerful.
Just a shocking critical hit attracted 5,000 attention points.
It turns out to be his unlimited ATM, a super big cow, which can produce a large amount of attention with guaranteed quality every time.
Now that I'm in front of Chu Yunny, how can I miss the opportunity to use this unlimited ATM? He walked over calmly and came in front of Chu Yunny. Chu Yunny was so scared that she wanted to get up and run away. No more crossing your legs or folding your arms across your chest.
The previous coldness and arrogance disappeared completely, leaving only panic and fear.
Chapter 40 Unlimited ATM. Suchi snorted coldly, "Sit still, you can escape, but can your father escape?" Chu Yunni's face changed drastically.
She was halfway to her feet when she had to sit back down. He quickly signaled to Shi Linjiang with his eyes, asking him to find a nurse or security guard to come over.
Suchi naturally saw it and laughed. "How much do you think I can do before the security arrives?"
"There are some things I wouldn't do otherwise, but knowing security is coming, I have to do them."
Chu Yunni's expression changed again, and she quickly said to Shi Linjiang, "Don't move." "What are you going to do?" Chu Yunni looked at Suchi in panic. Chu Yunni's attention generates a plus 3,000 uneasy critical hit. Suchi sneered, "You hired bodyguards to deal with me, but you asked me what I want to do? Don't hurt me and my family. I can make it up to you."
Now Chu Yunni has no way to deal with Suchi. She is completely in Suchi's hands. She is afraid of Suchi's revenge and can only give in. "I really hate Jing Wudi for bringing the enemy directly to her. I don't have that ability, and I even lured the enemy to their lair."
Wouldn't this mean Suchi would be wiped out?
He was so angry that he wanted to rush over and kick Jing Wudi hard a few times.
He asked the number one bodyguard, and that is it?
Suchi looked at the breakfast on the table and smiled, as expected of a wealthy lady. She even eats such a sumptuous breakfast.
"Is this bird's nest?"
"It looks delicious."
Chu Yunni bit her lip. "What exactly are you going to do?" "I haven't eaten bird's nest yet. I want to try it."
Please do as you please."
Chu Yunni had no way to resist and could only give in.
Suchi smiled and said, "I want to eat, but I'm too lazy to do it."
"What should I do?" Chu Yunni's expression changed, and she immediately understood. You want me to feed you?" "No."
Suchi narrowed his eyes and looked at her.
"You?" Chu Yunni's face suddenly turned red with anger.
She is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City.
Suchi actually asked her to feed him?
From childhood to adulthood, she has always been served meals by others. When has she ever served others meals? Even when her father was seriously ill, she never fed him herself. The nurse did it for her.
Now, Suchi actually asked her to feed him. How outrageous! How outrageous!
I really want to slap Suchi's ugly face.
Chu Yunni's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 6,000. Suchi was secretly delighted. This unlimited ATM had never let him down.
Looking at Chu Yunni leisurely.
"Why, you've never fed anyone before, right?"
"That's right, you are a princess. But what I want to say is that I might take away all your first times in the future, including that first time."
Chu Yunni couldn't bear it any longer and started cursing, "You bastard." Chu Yunni's focus generates a deep rage critical hit of plus 8,000.
This rate of increase is too fast.
Even for the attention that was coming his way, Suchi was reluctant to let Chu Yunni go. "I couldn't help but laugh. You didn't deny it. Do you still have that virginity? By the way, don't you have a fiancé?
Why is he so lazy that he hasn't touched you yet?
Your first time is not reserved for me, right? Asshole."
Chu Yunni was filled with shame and anger, and raised her hand to hit Suchi in the face.
Chu Yunni's attention generates a double critical hit of humiliation and anger plus 10,000.
Suchi was excited, it had reached 10,000.
Although he didn't want to fleece Chu Yunni was too easy to fleece.
The yield is sufficient and the portion is large.
It would feel like a waste if I didn't pick it up.
I thought to myself, I'm sorry, it's your fault that you have such a spoiled little girl temper and it's easy to attract attention. I can only take advantage of you to my heart's content.
He raised his hand and grabbed Chu Yunni's hand. You actually want to hit me? Have you forgotten how I just knocked your bodyguard away? Do you want me to do this to your dad?
Chu Yunni was frightened and shook her head hurriedly. She was really angry with Suchi, so she lost control and attacked Suchi. Suchi was so frightened by this reminder that he broke out in a cold sweat. Dad is seriously ill and no one here can stop Suchi. If Suchi really wants to do something to her father, she won't even be able to regret it. Quickly apologize. I'm sorry.
But it's really unfair.
He was clearly bullied by Suchi, but he still had to apologize.
I've never been treated like this before. Tears of grievance welled up in my eyes.
If she didn't have a strong personality and didn't want to show her vulnerability in front of others, she would have cried a long time ago.
Chu Yunny's attention generates a critical hit of plus 8,000. Su Chi frowned slightly. Why did he fall down again?
It seems we need to work harder.
He tilted his head and looked into Chu Yunny's eyes. Now let me ask you one more question. Do you want to feed me or not? This is the last chance. Does Chu Yunny dare to refuse? I could only nod. Hey. Then let's get started. Su Chi opened his mouth and waited.
Chu Yunny wanted to slap Su Chi hard, pull Su Chi over, tear him into pieces, and then trample on him with her feet.
But it's just a thought.
He suppressed the endless grievances in his heart and lowered his head to pick up the spoon.
The moment I lowered my head, I couldn't control my tears anymore and they fell down.
He scooped up some bird's nest and brought it to Su Chi's mouth.
Su Chi didn't move at all, so she could only feed it directly into Su Chi's mouth. Chu Yunny's attention generates a critical hit of extreme grievance plus 10,000. Su Chi was puzzled. Is this 10,000 the highest value that cannot be exceeded?
I have reached 10,000 followers many times, but never higher.
I really don't want to give up. I still want to make a breakthrough.
Especially when there is such a good target for fleecing.
If I can't make a breakthrough with Chu Yunny, it will be even more impossible with others. Eat the bird's nest in your mouth.
He smacked his lips and said, yes, the bird's nest fed to me by your delicate hands, miss, is delicious. Ignoring Chu Yunny's hateful look at him.
Come on, hurry up, give me another spoonful. Chu Yunny could only scoop out some bird's nest again. Just feed it to Su Chi.
This time, Su Chi avoided it and said coldly, your position is too high.
I'm not used to looking up.
Since you are serving someone, please put yourself in the right place first.
You. Chu Yunny gritted her teeth. This bastard is getting more and more outrageous. What's wrong with me? Do you want to feed me? Su Chi deliberately glanced at Chu Tianbo lying on the bed. Chu Yunny is really going crazy.
I wish I could tear Su Chi into pieces. But now, he was completely dominated by Su Chi and had no room for resistance.
After a long while, he squeezed out 2 words from his teeth, hey.
He brought the spoon to Su Chi's mouth again.
This time lower your arms.
This way, Su Chi doesn't have to look up.
Su Chi didn't need it, but glanced at her and said, are you just being so perfunctory?
I told you to position yourself, so you just lower your arms.
Is that all?
He leaned back, folded his arms across his chest, and crossed his legs.
It was exactly the same attitude Chu Yunny had when watching the battle before. I don't feel like eating anymore when you're like this. Chu Yunny cursed in her heart, if you don't want to eat it, just get out, I would rather feed the bird's nest to the dog.
But no matter how much he cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to refuse on the surface. He gritted his teeth and finally got up from his seat. He came in front of Su Chi, endured the great humiliation, and squatted down in front of Su Chi.
In this case, you will be looking up to Su Chi's position. A pair of long legs becomes even more seductive when squatting.
From Su Chi's perspective, he could also see the beautiful scenery on her chest.
Chu Yunny looks really unique in this posture. Chapter 41 Finally a breakthrough. Are you ready to eat? Chu Yunny handed the spoon to Su Chi. I really want to cry.
She is no longer the cold and arrogant young lady of a wealthy family, but has become like Su Chi's maid. Chu Yunny's attention generates multiple critical hits of shame, indignation, hatred, and humility plus 12,000.
12,000. Finally a breakthrough. Finally a breakthrough. Su Chi was such a surprise. Sure enough, Miss Chu never lets him down.
He ate the bird's nest in one bite, laughed heartily, and squinted at Chu Yunny. You are such a lovely girl, I love you so much. He stood up, still unable to control his excitement, and laughed out loud towards the sky.
The joy of breakthrough was so intense. Coming to Shui Chu Chu, he said, I've eaten and drunk enough. Let's go. Your mother should be waiting for us in good spirits now. He took Shui Chu Chu's hand and left. This trip was so rewarding.
Even though he had walked a long way away, his laughter could still be heard in the ward.
Chu Yunny had been squatting there, as if frozen. Su Chi said she was a lovely girl.
He also said he loved her to death.
What does this mean? Is Su Chi, the stinky toad, really interested in her? Does he really want to eat her swan flesh? So disgusting. It's so disgusting.
Thinking that one day Su Chi might lie on top of her and gallop freely. I couldn't help but feel chills all over my body.
This is absolutely unacceptable. She really misunderstood Su Chi completely. Su Chi said that because he was so happy that he gained 12,000 attention points from her in one go. To Chu Yunny, she thought that Su Chi was drooling over her body and was eager to possess her. After a long while, his face flushed, he suddenly stood up, jumped up and cursed, "You bastard, I will never forgive you. You think you're worthy enough to covet me? I will never let you succeed. You disgusting, hateful bastard, I hate you so much." He knocked all the breakfast on the table to the ground. Chu Yunny's attention generates hatred and shame, with a critical hit of plus 10,000. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a shocking critical hit of plus 2,000. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a shocking critical hit of plus 2,000. The focus from the stone forest barrier generates a shocking critical hit of plus 2,000. Su Chi was a little surprised. The stone forest barrier had been silent for a long time, so why did the attention suddenly continue to rise? Were you stunned just now and only come to your senses now? That's the only explanation. This is really what the stone forest barrier is like. He was really dumbfounded when he saw Su Chi training, no, teasing, no, making things difficult for Chu Yunny. As Chu Yunny's driver, he knew Chu Yunny's temper too well. When he becomes arrogant, he doesn't give face to anyone. Even Chu Yunny's fiancée Chi Ziheo was wary of her. So, even though they were engaged, Chu Yunny didn't want to live with Chi Ziheo, and Chi Ziheo had no way to stop her. Although I have tried many ways, I have not succeeded yet and have not slept with Chu Yunny. Instead, he was like a nobody being ordered around by Chu Yunny, who ordered him here and there. Now, he usually didn't dare to appear in front of Chu Yunny. The woman who even Chi Ziheo was helpless against was actually completely subdued by Su Chi. She actually squatted down and fed Su Chi like a maid. If Chi Ziheo saw this, he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot and die of anger. Asshole. Chu Yunny was so angry that she kicked over the chair that Su Chi had just been sitting on. I covered my mouth and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Shi Linjiang said carefully, "Miss, why don't you tell young Master Chi about this? As long as young Master Chi takes action, it will only take a few minutes to deal with that bastard." Chu Yunny glared at him. Am I really that incompetent? The eldest daughter of the Chu family can't even handle a stinky toad, and yet she has to ask him for help? Shi Linjiang laughed dryly. It's not that you are incompetent, miss, it's that the bastard is too shameless. Master Chi is the best at dealing with such scoundrels. Don't look at him being so arrogant now, Master Chi can definitely make him kneel down and act like his grandson. Chu Yunny thought about it and shook her head. She has always been cold and arrogant and doesn't like to ask others for help. Even though Chi Ziheo was her fiancé, she couldn't lower her head. I have always been a maverick, and it is really embarrassing to suddenly bow my head and ask for help. He gritted his teeth and said, I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. There's no need for Chi Ziheo to take action now. She thought of Wei Baofa, who had always depended on the Chu family for survival. I heard from my father Chu Tianbua that Wei Baofa is very capable and has many people under him. If you need to solve some problems that are inconvenient to deal with personally, Wei Baofa is the most suitable person to do it. Chu Yunny used to look down on people like Wei Baofa. But now she realized that at this time she really needed someone like Wei Baofa to help her solve the problem. She really had no way to deal with Su Chi. Evildoers need to be punished by evildoers. Perhaps Wei Baofa is the best way to deal with Su Chi. In the past 2 days, Wei Baofa often came to visit his father Chu Tianbua, bringing a lot of gifts every time and showing great respect. Especially yesterday, hundreds of thousands of gifts were given away in one go. There seems to be something he wants from his words. But Chu Yunny was in a bad mood and didn't respond. Now I see the value of Wei Baofa. How can you not use the tools that are right at your fingertips? He said to Shi Linjiang, I'm going out for a while. Go and see Lu Xinmei. Shi Linjiang was puzzled. Miss, what am I going to do with Lu Xinmei? To be honest, he was a little nervous. Su Chi must be with Lu Xinmei now. What if he took the initiative to go over and Su Chi thought he was provoking him and beat him up? Chu Yunny said in a deep voice, that stinky toad said that he treated Lu Xinmei last night. When he left just now, he also said that Lu Xinmei must be waiting for them in good health. Shi Linjiang was surprised. Miss, you don't really believe that he can cure Lu Xinmei, right? Why does he become a famous doctor just because he drives a nice sports car? With just a few tricks, you can cure diseases and save lives? Are you kidding me? You think too highly of him. Chu Yunny was very unhappy. Why are you so anxious? Did I say I believed he could cure Lu Xinmei? I don't believe it, but I can't give up any hope. After all, Dad's illness is critical. What if a miracle happens to Lu Xinmei? Even if there's a 1 in a billion chance, I can't let it go. She really didn't believe that Su Qi could cure Lu Xinmei. For my father, I cannot let go of any glimmer of hope. He waved his hand angrily at the stone barrier and said, "Just go when I tell you to. Why are you wasting your time talking?" Having said this, he turned and left. I asked the nurse about the ward of Wei Dicheng, Wei Baofa's son, and went to Wei Dicheng's ward. Sure, Linjian shook his head. There was really no other way, so he had to go to Lu Xinmei's ward to check. As he walked, he muttered, "This Chu Yunny is so overbearing. Whatever she says goes. It's impossible. I made this trip for nothing." Chapter 42. Is this a factory upgrade? Lu Xinmei's ward. The moment Xue Chuchu opened the door, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. I saw that my mother Lu Xinmei was not on the hospital bed, but cleaning the room. Cleaning? My mother, who could only lie in bed and would faint from time to time, was actually cleaning. And his movements are very agile, even more agile than before he got sick. Xue Chuchu really thought she had seen it wrong and quickly rubbed her eyes. She has been worried that something might happen to her mother if she wasn't here for a night. I never expected to see this scene. It's really shocking. "Mom, why did you come down here?" Xue Chuchu hurried over and supported Lu Xinmei. Lu Xinmei turned around and saw her, and smiled. "I was feeling uncomfortable in bed, and when I saw the floor was dirty, I couldn't help but come down to clean it." Xue Chuchu was startled and asked quickly, "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell me quickly, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Xinmei replied, "It's so uncomfortable." "Ah?" Lu Xinmei said excitedly, "I feel full of energy now, and my mind is very clear. I want to go out for a run, listen to the birds singing, smell the flowers, and rush to work. I think I can work for another 20 years without any problem." Xue Chuchu looked at her in disbelief. Is this the same mother who was lying in bed last night and began to give her last words? "I felt like I couldn't hold on last night, and now I have to go to work for another 20 years? Is this true or false? But looking at my mother, she is indeed full of energy and in good spirits, her cheeks are even rosy. Such a big change just after one night? Isn't it incredible?" Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. Is this a last gasp? The last bit of vitality before life is exhausted? Thinking of this, I broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and ran out to find the attending physician, Zhang Sanglu. Su Qi tried to stop him but failed. Deep down in Xue Chuchu's consciousness, she trusted her mother's attending physician more than Su Qi. After all, he is a professional doctor. When encountering an emergency, the first person I think of is Zhang Sanglu. Rushed into Zhang Sanglu's office and said anxiously, "Doctor, go see my mother." Zhang Sanglu snorted coldly, "Isn't your boyfriend taking over your mother's illness? Let him handle it. Why are you looking for me? He's still holding a grudge." Xue Chuchu was extremely anxious. "Dr. Zhang, I apologize to you on his behalf. Please go see my mother." Zhang Sanglu sneered, "If I had known this earlier, why did I do it in the first place? Your apology is useless. Let him apologize in person." Xue Chuchu was about to cry, "Doctor, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. My mother is now in her final moments of life and has been working in the fields. She will surely pass away soon." Hearing this, Zhang Sanlu was shocked. Lu Xinmei has gone to the fields to work? Even if it is a last gasp, it can't be this powerful. I was really curious, so I finally stood up and said coldly, "I can go and take a look. But let me be frank. Originally, according to my treatment, your mother could have lived for another week. But your clueless, idiotic boyfriend meddled in everything, and your mom suddenly had a moment of clarity. I guess she only has 2 days left. This responsibility is all your boyfriend's, it has nothing to do with me." Xue Chuchu nodded vigorously, "Anyway, please go and have a look." Zhang Sanglu finally put on a stethoscope and followed Xue Chuchu out of the office. As she walked, she asked Xue Chuchu, "Is your boyfriend here?" Xue Chuchu nodded quickly. Zhang Sanglu sneered, "Wasn't he very arrogant last night? Didn't he want to cure your mother? Let's see how he can face me now." Thinking of Su Qi's embarrassed and ashamed look, he felt a sense of pride in his heart. When he arrived at Lu Xinmei's ward, Zhang Sanglu stopped. Xue Chuchu was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Hurry up and help Zhang Sanglu open the door.
Zhang Sanglu then walked in with a sneer on his face. Where is that guy who claims to be a miracle doctor?
He is so awesome, why did he ask me to come?
He was just about to ridicule Su Qi to avenge what happened last night. As soon as he saw the scene in the ward, the following words were stuck in his throat. Then I saw Lu Xinmei dancing there.
It seems like he is demonstrating square dance moves to Su Qi.
He kept saying excitedly, I haven't jumped since I got this disease. In the past, I was the dancing queen of our neighborhood.
I'm really dying of frustration. I thought I'd never be able to dance again.
I can't wait to go back and exchange dance skills with my old sisters. As he said this, he performed a few difficult dance moves. After a series of movements, he didn't even breathe hard.
Is this a patient? Is this called a last flicker of light?
This is literally a factory upgrade. That vitality makes me feel many years younger.
Zhang Sanglu opened his mouth and couldn't close it. Shui Chuchu didn't expect that her mother would even start square dancing. This last burst of energy is so amazing. He turned to look at Zhang Sanglu. Doctor, is this a last gasp of life? Zhang Sanglu thought, what the hell is this, a last gasp of youth? This old woman is now healthier and more energetic than him. It's really unbelievable. What happened?
It can restore a patient who he has deemed incurable to health overnight. The key point is that Lu Xinmei had just had surgery 2 days ago. It's impossible for the surgical wound alone to heal so quickly. As a result, Lu Xinmei was so lively and energetic, as if it was not her who had the surgery 2 days ago.
This is simply a miracle. How could this happen? Zhang Sanlu was shocked.
His eyes couldn't help but fall on Su Qi, who was sitting on the edge of the bed.
Is it really because of him, because of his interventional treatment? Could this guy really be a miracle doctor, as he could cure this strange disease that has never been successfully treated before? The successful treatment of Lu Xinmei alone was enough to cause a sensation. This is the first case in the world.
Once the news gets out, Su Qi will instantly become a star in the medical community at home and abroad, and will be the talk of the town. Just thinking about it made Zhang Sanglu extremely jealous.
It would be great if he did it.
Attention from Zhang Sanglu generates jealousy crit plus 3000.
Su Qi glanced at Zhang Sanglu coldly. What were you going to say just now? Why didn't you say it? Zhang Sanglu was so embarrassed. I felt like I was slapped in the face. Is this to invite him to see a doctor? This is pure showing off. Let him be embarrassed.
Lu Xinmei also saw him and immediately smiled. Dr. Zhang is here, please come in. He didn't know that Su Qi had tampered with her medicine, and thought that it must be her attending physician Zhang Sanglu who cured her. He quickly rushed to the door and grabbed Zhang Sanglu's hand. Dr. Zhang, thank you so much.
You are such a miracle doctor, you actually cured me. Didn't you say I couldn't hold on much longer?
You scared me half to death. Zhang Sanglu became more and more embarrassed. Lu Xinmei, who he had judged to be incurable, recovered overnight. He was the most embarrassed. He simply wanted to disappear right there. But Lu Xinmei held his hand tightly. Oh, you have such strong hands.
He couldn't get rid of it or escape. I could only say awkwardly, I was just joking. I'm just kidding. Lu Xinmei has fully recovered and is in a good mood.
Even though Zhang Sanglu's previous words had frightened her to the point of despair, she didn't feel like getting angry now.
My heart is full of joy. He clenched his fist and hit Zhang Sanglu. Dr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Seeing you always have a stern face, I thought you were very serious. Zhang Sanglu grimaced in pain. Lu Xinmei is really strong. Is this really a factory upgrade? You can become a boxer. He coughed quickly and said, there is a bit of a funny side to my personality. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Xinmei laughed and punched Zhang Sanglu in the chest again. Little did she know that not only had she recovered, but her physical fitness had also improved. Especially the strength, which is much greater than before. Dr. Zhang, I always thought you were serious. I always get nervous when I talk to you.
If I had known you were this kind of person, it wouldn't have been so difficult for me to communicate with you. He clenched his fist and was about to hit Zhang Sanglu again. Zhang Sanglu was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands. Although I am humorous, I still have to respect your attending physician.
Don't hit me, or I'll get angry.
I feel like if Lu Xinmei hits me a few more times, I'll be knocked out.
Doesn't Lu Xinmei know how powerful her fists are? Ha, you must be joking again, you're really pretending.
Lu Xinmei laughed loudly.
Bang!
He punched Zhang Sanglu again.
Chapter 43. The eldest lady arrives. Zhang Sanglu's face suddenly turned pale and he fell down. I was really beaten by this old woman and couldn't hold on any longer. Dr. Zhang, what's wrong with you?
Lu Xinmei quickly supported him. Zhang Sanglu hurriedly shook his head. Nothing, nothing.
Dr. Zhang, to express my gratitude, I must treat you to a meal. Please do me the honor of attending. Lu Xinmei's gratitude is sincere.
Zhang Sanglu suddenly saw Su Qi giving him a cold look from a distance.
My heart trembled.
Although Lu Xinmei misunderstood that he cured her.
But Su Qi and Xue Chuchu both knew the truth. They could easily expose him.
He hurriedly said to Lu Xinmei, let's talk about dinner later.
You should do some necessary examinations first. We need to make sure you're truly healed. This is his last straw.
If Lu Xinmei can pass all the physical examinations, it means that Su Qi has indeed cured Lu Xinmei.
He was completely defeated by Su Qi. He would lose all face.
Therefore, he hoped that Lu Xinmei could be diagnosed with some physical condition.
From this point of view, his medical ethics are definitely questionable. Ms. Lu, come with me. I'll give you some checkups. He quickly took Lu Xinmei away and gave her a lot of checkups. No matter what, we have to find out some problems with Lu Xinmei. Xue Chuchu naturally had to follow.
She still isn't sure if her mother has really recovered.
Chu Yunyi appeared in Wei Diqing's ward. Wei Diqing was lying on the hospital bed eating an apple.
The first time I saw Chu Yunyi, I was stunned by her beauty.
Chu Yunyi's cool, noble, and moving temperament can definitely not be faked or imitated. That's the temperament that only comes from growing up in a wealthy family.
At first glance, she looks like a princess high above everyone else. The apple in Wei Diqing's hand fell and rolled to the ground. He hurriedly kicked Wei Baofa beside the bed. Dad, beautiful, beautiful girl, beautiful girl. His voice trembled with excitement. I always thought that Xue Chuchu was the most beautiful woman.
I only now realize that I was so ignorant before. This Chu Yunyi can easily rival Xue Chuchu.
Although she doesn't have the scholarly air of Xue Chuchu, she is as cold and noble as a princess, which makes her even more captivating. I secretly thought that if I could have a wife like this, I would be willing to lick her every day.
Wei Baofa was discussing with Zhao Xinfu about transferring Wei Diqing to another hospital.
Wei Baofa was completely frightened when he saw Su Qi's terrifying behavior with his mobile phone camera yesterday. He almost peed his pants. I was worried that Su Qi would really come to my house, so I was always worried. He wanted to cling to the Chu family and have them protect him. I brought so many gifts to visit Chu Tianbo yesterday and gave Chu Yunyi all kinds of hints.
But Chu Yunyi was in a bad mood and didn't even bat an eyelid at him. Naturally, he couldn't make his request, and finally could only leave in embarrassment. Since I can't get the support of the Chu family, I can only think of other ways. I can't just sit here and wait for death. It was too easy for Su Qi to find them in this big hospital. We plan to transfer Wei Diqing to a smaller hospital so that the chances of him being found by Su Qi will be much smaller. After being kicked by Wei Diqing, Wei Baofa turned around and saw Chu Yunyi. I was shocked. Why did the eldest daughter of the Chu family condescend to come here? Although he told Chu Tianbo when he visited him that his son Wei Diqing was also hospitalized here. But he never expected that Chu Yunyi would come here to visit his son. Who is Chu Yunyi? She is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City. How could she, a wealthy woman, come to see his son? His son is nothing in other people's eyes. So, I was really surprised to see Chu Yunyi appear. He hurriedly stood up and came to the door to greet her, nodding and bowing. Miss, why are you here? How could I possibly have the goodness to trouble you, miss, to come and visit me in person? Chu Yunyi said coldly, I'm not here to see him. Well. Wei Baofa then realized that he was just being wishful thinking. He laughed dryly. I wonder what orders you have for me, miss. Go inside and talk. Chu Yunyi walked into the ward. He wanted Wei Baofa to take people to beat Su Qi up. This is not a glorious thing. If outsiders knew about this, it would affect her image as the eldest daughter of the Chu family. When I entered the ward, I saw Zhao Xinfu, who was wrapped in gauze like a dumpling. I couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with this person? It just looks ridiculous. Wei Baofa quickly bent down and replied, Miss, this is a work-related injury. We are contracted for projects, and this is a common occurrence. Zhao Xinfu nodded quickly. Yes, miss, it's a work-related injury. Miss, please sit down. Wei Baofa quickly brought a stool over. He wiped it quickly with his sleeve. With a smile on his face, he said, Miss, please sit down. He lost all his usual arrogance and instead acted like a slave. Chu Yunyi nodded slightly and sat down on the stool. Then he crossed his legs. The long legs in stockings are so dazzling that it makes people dizzy. But Wei Baofa and Zhao Xinfu didn't dare to look at it at all, not even once. Chu Yunyi said lightly, I have something for you to do, I hope you can help me do it beautifully. Sure enough, something happened. Wei Baofa had guessed it and laughed hurriedly, Miss, just give me your orders. My brothers and I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. They relied on the Chu family for their livelihood, so it is normal for them to do some things for the Chu family. Even desired. Because this can strengthen their relationship with the Chu family. The Chu family asked them to do these private matters because they treated them as their own family, and they felt very honored. Especially now, he needs to ask the Chu family for protection to prevent Su Qi from coming to seek revenge. If I can help Chu Yunyi get things done beautifully, it will be easier for me to make my request. He was worried that he couldn't cling to the Chu family, and Chu Yunyi gave him this opportunity. I can't thank you enough. I was so excited that I almost cried. Now that's good, if he helps the Chu family will help him. He can continue to stay in Yanjiang City. Chu Yunyi was very satisfied with his attitude. No wonder Dad is so satisfied with this Waibafa. He said calmly, it's like this. There's a guy who doesn't know how to live or die. I really don't like him. Find some people to help me deal with him. Is there such a thing? Wei Baofa was suddenly filled with indignation. Someone dares to offend you, miss? You really don't know how to live or die. Miss, please rest assured and leave this matter to us. We will definitely help you do it properly. Tell me, do you want an arm or a leg? Chu Yunyi was startled. This Weiba was too cruel. Although Su Qi made her furious, would it be a big deal to just take Su Qi's arm or leg? She's not that vicious yet. Breaking Su Qi's arms or legs would be acceptable. He coughed and pretended to be calm, it's not that serious. Just make him suffer a little so that he won't dare to come near me again. If you don't change after repeated warnings, I'll make it even more ruthless. Okay, we will strictly follow your requirements, Mississippi. Wei Baofa quickly assured. Chu Yunyi emphasized, this guy is quite good at fighting, you guys should be careful. After hearing this, Wei Baofa laughed out loud, Miss, you underestimate us. When it comes to fighting, we've never been scared of anyone. When Zhao Xinfu heard this, his face flushed. All the wounds on my body began to ache slightly. It was possible to say that before, but after what happened with Su Qi, if Wei Baofa still said that, it would be pure bragging. He raised his foot and gently touched Wei Baofa's leg, asking Wei Baofa to be a little more low-key. But Wei Baofa was anxious to show his loyalty to Chu Yunyi. He was still blowing his trumpet, even if he's powerful, what can he do? More than a dozen of US will go up together and attack him with iron rods and shovels. Even if he was made of iron, he would be beaten into dust. Miss, you have come to the right person to ask us to handle this matter. Chapter 44 Out of Reach. Chu Yunyi was very satisfied, then prepare your men. When I tell you to take action, you must arrive immediately. Yes, we are always waiting for your orders, Mississippi. Chu Yunyi nodded and stood up. But he did not leave immediately, but glanced at Wei Diqing on the bed. This guy has been staring at me for a long time. Whoever he is, I hope he will have some manners. Otherwise, I would be very rude. Wei Baofa turned around and saw Wei Diqing still staring at Chu Yunyi in a daze. Isn't this just courting death? Wei Baofa's head buzzed and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. How dare this kid? It's so shameless. Although they have some money, it is purely from the Chu family's savings. He lives on others and is disrespectful. How dare this guy have such impure thoughts about the young lady? Don't even look at his character. Compared with others, one is in heaven and the other is underground. What good things are you thinking about? The key is that if Chu Yunyi is angered, he will lose the support of the Chu family. Are you going to starve from now on? Wei Diqing is about to destroy his job. This is outrageous. Rushing over, he slapped Wei Diqing in the face. Where the hell are you looking at? You don't want your eyes anymore, right? Can you look at the young lady casually? Who gave you the courage to do this? Wei Diqing was beaten awake. I was really daydreaming just now and my saliva was almost watering. What are you still standing there for? Apologize to the young lady immediately. Wei Baofa pulled Wei Diqing down from the ward and threw him to the ground. Follow up with another kick. Apologize, or I'll beat you to death. Wei Diqing was speechless. Why do I always get beaten recently? Ever since Su Qi beat me at the class reunion, it seemed like I never stopped getting beaten. While recuperating in the hospital, I was beaten at any time. His injury is irreparable. I want to cry but I have no tears. Apologize. Wei Baofa grabbed his hair and pushed his head down. I really feel so sorry for my son. He just provoked such a terrible enemy like Su Qi. Now that Chu Yunyi, the savior, has arrived, Wei Diqing starts looking at others again. Is this really going to push them into a desperate situation? I felt so angry that I really wanted to beat this useless guy to death. Wei Diqing dared not resist and could only apologize. Miss, I was wrong. Give yourself 2 slaps. Wei Bao shouted angrily. Wei Diqing quickly slapped himself twice in the face. Miss, I will never dare to do that again. Now, I really don't dare to have any thoughts about Chu Yunyi. Don't even dare to fantasize. I'm telling you, if you show any disrespect to the young lady again, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Wei Bao roared. Wei Diqing was so frightened that he trembled all over. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Chu Yunyi glanced at Wei Baofa and said, Not bad, no wonder Dad always praises you, you know your place very well. She shook her hair slightly and turned away. Wei Diqing collapsed on the ground. His old wounds had not healed yet and he had new wounds. He was in so much pain that he cried. Wei Baofa pointed at his forehead vigorously and said, You bastard, you really deserve to be punished. You almost ruined our jobs, do you know that? Dad, I was wrong. Remember this, there are some women you can touch, but there are some women you shouldn't even think about. Wei Baofa felt that he really needed to teach him a lesson. To prevent him from getting into trouble again. Just like this eldest lady of the Chu family, what is her status? What is your status? You still dare to have wild thoughts. Do you think you live too comfortably? Wei Diqing was scolded so badly that he couldn't say anything. Old Zhao, go and gather all our brothers together. Tell them to put down their work and get their weapons ready. Wait for the eldest lady to give the order. Anyone who dares not fight to the death will be killed. Zhao Xinfu nodded, a sneer on his face. Who's so blind as to anger the eldest daughter of the Chu family? He's going to have to deal with it. Xue Chuchu accompanied Lu Xinmei to do various examinations. The examination results came out and all the physical data were quite normal. Although he is in his 50s, his physical age is equivalent to that of a man in his 40s. Xue Chuchu was horrified. Not only did Lu Xinmei recover from her illness, but she also became younger? Is this okay? Suddenly I thought of Su Qi. This is all because of Su Qi. It was Su Qi who tampered with the medicine. No, it must have been magic. That's why I cured my mother's illness and made her so healthy. As for her, when she saw her mother getting better, she often suspected that it was a terminal recovery. This is a complete lack of trust in Su Qi. He even ran to find Zhang Sanglu, and Su Qi couldn't stop him. Her actions must have hurt Su Qi so much. Su Qi gave her money so that her mother could have surgery and her mother's illness was cured. He also took her out and had a good sleep. But she showed so much distrust towards Su Qi. He even accompanied his mother for the checkup and completely ignored Su Qi's existence. The more I think about it, the sadder I feel, and the more guilty I feel. I just want to slap myself hard. Chu Chu, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so ugly? Lu Xinmei noticed that Xue Chuchu was acting strangely. Mom, I want to go find Su Qi. Xue Chuchu felt that there was no time to lose, so she ran towards the ward. She wanted to apologize to Su Qi and ask for his forgiveness. She wants to thank Su Qi very much. She even impulsively thought that she should give her body to Su Qi to repay Su Qi's kindness and make up for her guilt towards Su Qi. Even if Su Qi asked for her in the ward, she wouldn't care. She risked her life. As long as Su Qi is not angry with her, as long as Su Qi is still nice to her, she can do anything for Su Qi. Halfway through the rush, he ran into Chu Yunyi's secretary Shi Linjian.
Seeing her so anxious and hurried, Shi Linjiang couldn't help but sigh, "Beautiful lady, I am so sorry for your loss."
He followed Chu Yunni's orders to check on Lu Xinmei's condition.
When I rushed to Lu Xinmei's ward, I saw that it was empty and there was no one there. In his opinion, it was impossible for a patient with such a serious condition to recover suddenly. It is impossible to be discharged from the hospital.
There is only one explanation. Lu Xinmei has passed away.
When I met Xue Chuchu here and saw how panicked she was, I became more certain of my judgment.
What are you talking about? Xue Chuchu was very angry. Isn't your mother dead?
Shi Linjiang sneered.
Xue Chuchu was furious. Can you speak human language?
Shi Linjiang snorted coldly. Is it useful to deny it like this? I've already been to your mother's ward, and she's gone. He sighed again. No wonder, you're such a beautiful girl, but you're with such a scoundrel. Even if your mother could have lived another week, she would have been pissed to death.
Xue Chuchu couldn't help it anymore.
Even though she had a good temper and was very tolerant, this stone forest barrier was really too much. She actually said that her mother was dead and slandered her benefactor as a scoundrel.
How can this be tolerated?
He clenched his fist and punched Shi Linjiang in the nose.
Chapter 45, Becoming an Eternal Secret.
Shi Linjiang was caught off guard and was beaten so hard that tears came out of his eyes. The nose soon started bleeding.
Quickly raise your hand to cover your nose. Xue Chuchu said loudly, "My mother is fine.
Her illness has been cured.
She is very healthy now. It was Su Qi who cured my mother. Besides, you are the scoundrel."
Not only a scoundrel, but also a foul-mouthed one.
He kicked Shi Linjiang's leg again and then ran away. Ran to the ward to find Su Qi.
The stone barrier was jumping with pain. My heart was filled with shock.
Lu Xinmei didn't die? She was cured? How is this possible? It's hard to believe. In Lu Xinmei's case, wasn't she just lying there waiting to die? Hurry up and go find Zhang Sanglu to find out what happened. When I entered Zhang Sanglu's office, I was immediately shocked. Lu Xinmei was sitting there, showing Zhang Sanglu a pile of checklists.
Looking back at the stone forest barrier, Lu Xinmei greeted him with a smile. Shi Linjiang was completely stunned. Lu Xinmei was really still alive.
And he looks energetic and full of vitality. This is not recovery. This is resurrection on the spot. Did Su Qi really do this? Did that scoundrel really become a miracle doctor? Suddenly I broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Xinmei and Chu Tianbo suffer from the same disease. If Su Qi can cure Lu Xinmei, he can naturally cure Chu Tianbo. Everyone else is helpless, only Su Qi can cure Chu Tianbo. Doesn't this mean Su Qi can use this to keep Chu Yunni under control?
Now, Chu Yunni can no longer escape from Su Qi's control.
How can this be? Su Qi looks like a loser, even worse than him. How could Su Qi get such a noble lady like Chu Yunni? My heart was instantly filled with deep jealousy. The swan meat that he never dared to dream of was really going to be eaten by Su Qi, a toad in his eyes? How can this be?
Anger surged in his heart. He would never allow this to happen. He coughed and waved to Zhang Sanglu. He was Chu Yunni's driver, so Zhang Sanglu naturally didn't dare to neglect him. He quickly left Lu Xinmei behind and came out to meet him.
Has Lu Xinmei really recovered completely? Shi Linjiang asked anxiously. Although Zhang Sanglu was reluctant to admit it, he could only nod. She is completely healed and very healthy. Was it that bastard Su Qi who cured him?
Zhang Sanglu hurriedly said, I also put in a lot of effort. Shi Linjiang glared at him unhappily. Stop flattering yourself. If you really had that ability, you would have cured our chairman long ago. You know very well how much benefit there is in curing our chairman. I don't believe you don't know the reward our chairman has set. Whoever can cure him can get 10% of the shares of Chubo Group. 10% of the shares of Chubo Group is more than $1 billion.
Wouldn't you be tempted? You worked so hard to get this reward.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have given Lu Xinmei a surgery that had no precedent and no theoretical support. You were simply using Lu Xinmei to validate your treatment method. You used Lu Xinmei as a test subject, just to find a way to cure Mr. Chu.
You are taking human life lightly. Others are being kept in the dark by you, how can I not see it? I'm just too lazy to expose you. Zhang Sanglu's expression changed.
Unexpectedly, Shi Linjiang told him everything that was hidden in his heart.
You still don't admit it? Do you want me to talk to your dean and let him know that this hospital has a doctor with such corrupt medical ethics? Zhang Sanglu's face changed drastically, and he quickly apologized with a smile. Mr. Shi, am I not doing this to save Mr. Chu? You're not telling the truth? Okay, I do want to get that reward from Mr. Chu, but this is human nature, right? Zhang Sanglu could only admit it. Now tell me, is it your contribution to curing Lu Xinmei?
Shi Linjiang asked coldly.
Zhang Sanglu smiled awkwardly. Mr. Shi, you already know everything, why are you still asking me?
I'll let you say it yourself. Zhang Sanglu was embarrassed, but Shi Linjiang had caught him, so he had no choice but to give in. Yes, curing Lu Xinmei has nothing to do with me.
Are you still trying to flatter yourself? Zhang Sanglu shook his head embarrassedly.
I was completely subdued by the stone forest barrier.
Shi Linjiang glanced at Lu Xinmei in the office and asked, do you know how that bastard Suchi cured that woman?
Zhang Sanglu shook his head. I am more curious about this than you are. I have thought about it for a long time, but I have no idea how he did it. In that case, let it remain a secret forever.
Zhang Sanglu was stunned. Mr. Shi, what do you mean?
Shi Linjiang gritted his teeth and said, I can't let that bastard use this treatment method to threaten the young lady, and I can't let this loser get 10% of the shares of Chubo Group. I don't want this guy who I look down on to suddenly become someone I can't look up to.
Zhang Sanglu finally understood. Are you trying to hide the fact that Lu Xinmei has recovered?
Shi Linjiang nodded. If we don't hide this, that loser will definitely rely on this treatment method to get the young lady. Even if I die, I won't let this stinky toad eat the swan meat.
Zhang Sanglu murmured, I don't want to either.
I was thinking how great it would be if he had this treatment method. In that case, he could get Chu Yunny and the shares of Chubo Group, which would be a win-win situation.
He knew how anxious Chu Yunny was right now. As long as Chu Tianbo can be cured, this cold and arrogant young lady will definitely be willing to pay any price.
Shi Linjiang sneered, it turns out that we heroes think alike, then let's cooperate.
How do we cooperate?
Shi Linjiang said quickly, since Lu Xinmei is already well, you should quickly have her go through the discharge procedures and let her leave. As for me, I told the young lady that Lu Xinmei died suddenly despite medical treatment. In this way, the young lady wouldn't know that Su Qi can cure this disease, and she wouldn't succumb to that toad.
Zhang Sanglu hesitated a little. If that's the case, wouldn't Mr. Chu be doomed?
Shi Linjiang growled, I'd rather Chu Tianbo die than let such a beautiful and noble young lady be defiled by that stinky toad. This matter was so serious that sweat broke out on Zhang Sanglu's forehead. Shi Linjiang grabbed him and said, you have no other choice now. If you don't cooperate with me, I will tell your dean what you did to Lu Xinmei. You're risking patients' lives for your own selfish gain.
Do you think any hospital would want you if your reputation gets ruined? Do you want your future to be ruined? Zhang Sanglu's face turned pale. Do as I say right now.
Shi Linjiang pushed him hard.
Chapter 46 Can't Lose You. Zhang Sanglu had no choice but to finally nod.
After entering the office, he told Lu Xinmei that she had fully recovered and could be discharged immediately.
Lu Xinmei was naturally overjoyed and couldn't wait to go back and dance square dance. He thanked Zhang Sanglu profusely, then hurried to complete the discharge procedures.
She is now full of energy and there is no need to trouble Xue Chuchu at all, she can do it herself. When she was going through the discharge procedures, she couldn't wait to call her old sister.
We agreed to meet at the small square outside the community tonight. Xue Chuchu arrived at the ward.
But I saw that the ward was empty.
Su Qi was not there at all.
Suddenly, my heart felt empty.
Su Qi must be angry with her.
It must be her fault for not trusting him and ignoring him.
So in a fit of anger, he left.
I felt more and more sad, bit my lips, and tears fell down.
Xue Chuchu's attention generates guilt crit plus 5,000. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a plus 5,000 critical hit.
Xue Chuchu's attention generates a regret crit plus 5,000.
Xue Chuchu's attention generates heartbreak crit plus 8,000. Su Qi is in the bathroom.
I had Chu Yunny's bird's nest and had a stomach upset. While squatting, he browsed his phone.
As a result, Xue Chuchu's attention kept coming in. Moreover, the negative emotions are getting worse. If this continues, I might become depressed. This is serious.
Su Qi really couldn't continue squatting in the bathroom. He quickly pulled up his pants and ran back to Lu Xinmei's ward. In the ward, Xue Chuchu was crying loudly.
Can't help but be surprised. Xue Chuchu, why are you crying? Could it be that your mother is really experiencing a last burst of energy?
Hearing Suchi's voice, Shuechuchu quickly turned around and looked over. When I saw that it was really Suchi, I was surprised and happy. She immediately rushed over, threw herself into Suchi's arms, and apologized hurriedly. Suchi, I'm sorry.
Suchi was stunned. In just a short while, what have you done to me? I shouldn't have distrusted you.
You said you could cure my mother, so I should have believed you.
I shouldn't have panicked and ignored your feelings and went to see Dr. Zhang. I shouldn't have ignored you and left you alone in the ward. This is all my fault. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Shuechuchu's voice was choked with sobs.
Suchi smiled bitterly. That's it? Is it worth crying so hard? Isn't this human nature?
Your mother suddenly got better. You must think it's abnormal, so it's only right to see a doctor for a checkup.
There's nothing wrong with accompanying your mother to the checkup. What's wrong with leaving me behind? I'm not a 3-year-old child, how can I get lost? Shuechuchu suddenly understood why she was so sad.
She was just afraid that Suchi would get lost. She was afraid that she would lose Suchi, and also afraid that Suchi would lose her. Unconsciously, Suchi had already occupied an absolute position in her heart.
A weight that is hard to give up. She raised her tearful eyes and looked at Suchi. Are you really not angry with me?
Suchi smiled and wiped her tears. I'm not that bad-tempered, and I'm not that tolerant either.
He looked around and asked curiously, where's your mother?
I was so anxious to come to you and apologize that I left her behind.
Suchi sighed. You are so heartless. Your mother happened to be fine, and you threw her away. Isn't this normal?
Suddenly a voice came from behind.
Girls are extroverts. Chuchu has forgotten her mother since she got a boyfriend.
It turned out that Lu Xinmei had returned. She recovered from her illness and was healthier than before.
She was in a good mood and even started joking.
Shuechuchu blushed immediately and hurriedly explained, Mom, Suchi is not my boyfriend. When she said this, she was shocked, afraid that Suchi would misunderstand that she didn't want to be his girlfriend.
He quickly said, I don't know if Suchi is willing to let me be his girlfriend.
Lu Xinmei smiled, my daughter is so beautiful and sensible, and she's also the school belle. I really don't know which boy can refuse such a good girlfriend. As he said this, he looked at Suchi with a smile.
Suchi was really in a dilemma.
The relationship between him and Lang Yingxue has not been clarified yet. If he becomes Shuechuchu's boyfriend here,
doesn't that make him a scumbag? Am I destined to be a scumbag? It's not okay to not be a scumbag?
In this situation, not being a scumbag would hurt Shuechuchu's heart.
Shuechuchu glared at Lu Xinmei. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not that good. Actually, I'm not worthy of Suchi. Although she could no longer see through Suchi.
But what is certain is that Suchi is definitely quite rich. Although she is a school beauty, in society, money is king.
A rich man, does he still worry about not having a woman?
Young models from Tian Tian Club are all welcome. Lu Xinmei then remembered that the money for her surgery was given by Suchi. I hurriedly thanked you, Xiao Su, thank you so much. Without you lending me the money for the surgery, I, an old woman, would definitely not be able to save my life.
Don't worry, we will definitely return the money to you. Shuechuchu sighed, Suchi more than paid for your surgery.
In fact, he saved your life with his own hands.
Lu Xinmei was stunned. Chuchu, what do you mean?
It was Suchi who tampered with your medicine, cast a spell on it, that cured your illness.
Lu Xinmei was stunned. Chuchu, even if you like Suchi, you shouldn't flatter him so much. It was obviously Dr. Zhang who saved me.
What did he save?
Did he cure you before Suchi came?
After hearing this, Lu Xinmei really became confused.
Indeed, before Suchi came, Zhang Sanglu was completely helpless.
Even surgery is the last resort.
How come she suddenly got better? Could it be that it was really not Zhang Sanglu who cured her illness? He couldn't help but look at Suchi strangely. Xiao Su, is it really you who cured me? Suchi nodded. You can say that. But I didn't see what you did.
Suchi couldn't say that he really cast a spell on her medicine, or turned stone into gold.
Lu Xinmei wouldn't believe that. The only reasonable explanation I could give was, I have a secret recipe for this disease. When the nurse gave you the medicine, I changed your medicine. Is that so?
Lu Xinmei suddenly understood.
Turn around and look at Shuechuchu. Shuechuchu nodded quickly.
Although I don't know how Su Qi did it, it was Su Qi who saved you. It has nothing to do with Dr. Zhang. Lu Xinmei was really grateful. I couldn't help but grab Su Qi's hand. Xiao Su, how can I thank you? Look at you, we are not even related, yet you borrowed money and treated my illness. How can I, your aunt, repay you? Su Qi shook his head and smiled. This is what I should do, no need to repay. How can that be? Even though I'm just an ordinary person, I know I should repay a favor. Lu Xinmei glanced at Xue Chuchu. I thought that Su Qi must have done this for his daughter's sake. If there was no Xue Chuchu, who would Su Qi know her as? She laughed hurriedly and said, Auntie doesn't have much money, nor does she have any heirlooms or anything like that. The only treasure she has is me, her daughter. Don't worry, no matter how late you take my daughter out, I won't care. I will dress her up beautifully and send her out. No matter how late you come to see my daughter, I will open the door for you and even quietly open the door to her bedroom for you. When you have children in the future, I will take care of them all. I'll take good care of all the 8 or 10 of you. That's all I can do for you. Chapter 47, Beauty's Angry. Lu Xinmei was a straightforward person, but Xue Chuchu was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Have 10 or 8 children. Then will she have to do anything else in the future? Besides doing that with Su Qi, what about having children? I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Mom, what are you talking about? That's the truth. No. I won't talk to you anymore. You're so talkative. I'll get you discharged from the hospital and let you talk to those Andes. Xue Chuchu lowered her head and was about to run out. Lu Xinmei hurriedly grabbed her and said, I've already completed the discharge procedures. Please help me pack up quickly. I really want to have a good chat with those old ladies. As soon as I entered the ward, I started packing my things. Xue Chuchu simply didn't know how to face Su Qi. The blush extended all the way to the base of the ears. She stammered, Su Qi, I'm sorry. My mother is outspoken. Please don't mind. Su Qi smiled and said, Auntie is so nice to me, why should I mind? As for you, you have to be prepared. Giving birth to 8 or 10 children is not easy. We have to work hard day and night. Working hard day and night? Does this mean that she can't get out of bed? Xue Chuchu was so ashamed that she almost lost herself. You are all so mean. I'm ignoring you guys. I hurried to pack my things. Xue Chuchu's attention generates shy crit plus 5,000. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a sweet critical hit of plus 6,000. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a happiness critical hit of plus 8,000. Su Qi was surprised that Xue Chuchu actually had a sweet attack and a happy attack. Does she really intend to give birth to 8 or 10 children? The ideal is lofty enough. In Chu Tianhua's ward, Shi Linjiang told Chu Yunyi in a sad tone, Miss, Lu Xinmei couldn't be saved in time and has died. What? After hearing this, Chu Yunyi was shocked. This was like a bolt from the blue. It was too sudden. He looked at Shi Linjiang in disbelief and said, I heard from Dr. Zhang that she can still live for another week. Shi Linjiang sighed, he fell ill suddenly and was too late to save him. He just passed away like that. Chu Yunyi stood up excitedly, I'll go and take a look. Shi Linjiang quickly stopped him, she's dead, what's there to see? Besides, the ward is empty. Lu Xinmei's body was taken away by her daughter. Chu Yunyi couldn't help but slump in the chair, but Su Qi said he could cure Lu Xinmei, was he just bragging? Shi Linjiang snorted angrily, he's more than just bragging. If it weren't for his reckless actions, Lu Xinmei might have lived another week. Because he pretended to know everything and recklessly intervened, Lu Xinmei died so soon. Chu Yunyi lowered her head sadly, Lu Xinmei died so soon, wouldn't my father also? I couldn't bear to continue. Sorrow quickly enveloped her like a tide. It made her feel like she was suffocating and couldn't breathe. Shi Linjiang hurriedly comforted him, at least Mr. Chu's condition is stable now, don't be too sad. Even if Mr. Chu really passed away, it would be totally worth it for his lifetime of dominance. Chu Yunyi couldn't bear to listen any longer and waved her hands vigorously, go out, let me be alone for a while. Get out! Chu Yunyi shouted. Shi Linjiang didn't dare to say anything more and hurried out. When he left, Chu Yunyi could no longer control her tears, which kept falling. She was truly in despair. This is the best hospital. But here I am helpless. Even consulting with foreign experts was of no help. Su Qi's bragging gave her a glimmer of hope. Now, even this last glimmer of hope has been shattered.
She was truly in despair.
Covering her face, she sobbed softly. In front of others, she has to be strong.
Now that there is no one else around, I can completely expose this vulnerability. If Chu Tianbo really died, the Chu family would lose its backbone. The more I thought about it, the sadder I became. Tears burst out like a dam and I couldn't control them at all.
Although she hated Su Qi, she could bow to him if he could bring her hope.
But now, she didn't even have the chance to bow her head.
After a long while, he suddenly raised his head, his face full of coldness and viciousness. Su Qi, you stinking toad, it's enough to humiliate me, but why did you give me hope, but make me more desperate?
Is this also your trick to humiliate me?
I hate you so much, I won't let you go.
Stand up suddenly.
She is now filled with sadness and has no way to relieve it, so she must find someone to vent her feelings to.
Who could be more suitable than Su Qi? Su Qi made her embarrassed, painful, and desperate.
She wanted to vent all her sadness and pain on Su Qi.
After wiping away her tears, she took out her phone, called Wei Bafa, and asked coldly, "Is everyone ready?" Wei Bafa quickly replied, "We are calling for a meeting. It will be ready in about half an hour."
Chu Yunyi said coldly, 15 minutes.
Everyone must be ready within 15 minutes. Then, I will give you an address and you will bring someone over immediately. How could Wei Baofa dare not agree?
Yes, miss, just 15 minutes. Chu Yunyi hung up the phone, went to the bedside, and looked at her father Chu Tianbo deeply.
Dad, I'm going out to do something and will be back soon. Turned around and left the ward.
When I got outside, I looked around and thought that Shi Linjiang would be waiting outside the door. But the stone forest barrier was not there. Shi Linjiang was hiding in a remote corner at this time, secretly calling Chu Yunyi's fiancé, Qi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. Mr. Qi, I'm Xiaoshi, Miss Chu's driver. Even though it was just a phone call, Shi Linjiang still had a flattering expression on his face.
What's the matter? Qi Zihao asked impatiently.
Shi Linjiang smiled and said, Master Qi, I want to tell you that now is definitely a great opportunity to win over our young lady.
Qi Zihao was slightly startled, then finally became interested. What do you mean? Go on.
He has been engaged to Chu Yunyi for such a long time, but he has never touched Chu Yunyi's body.
This matter has become a joke in the circle of rich young men.
It's not that he didn't try hard, he used all kinds of methods, even stopping short of using drugs. But Chu Yunyi's personality was too strong, and she always failed. She was clearly his fiancée, but he had never even kissed her, which became a big worry for him. After hearing what Shi Linjiang said, I felt really refreshed. Shi Linjiang chuckled softly, it's now certain that Mr. Chu is completely beyond saving, and the young lady is also in despair.
She must be very fragile now and needs comfort.
This is simply the perfect opportunity for you, young Master Qi, to take advantage of the situation and capture the young lady in one fell swoop.
He would rather help Qi Zihao get Chu Yunyi than let Chu Yunyi fall into the hands of Su Qi.
His first impression of Su Qi was that he was a loser. A loser who was not even as good as him. If Su Qi got Chu Yunyi, he would be jealous to death. Even though Su Qi had such a cool sports car, in his eyes, he was just like a nouveau riche, and could not hide his inherent rusticity. Qi Zihao, who came from a wealthy family, was different.
He has a wealthy background, status, and position.
Only such a person is worthy of Chu Yunyi, and he would not be jealous. It is necessary to quickly make Qi Zihao and Chu Yunyi a fait accompli and completely cut off the possibility of Su Qi and Chu Yunyi being together. Since he has already started to deceive Chu Yunyi, he has no choice but to go all the way.
Chapter 48. What do you need so much energy for? Are you sure? Is this a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation? Qi Zihao asked excitedly. Certainly. Stone Forest Barrier is very sure.
I've been with the young lady for so long, I know her very well. She is very strong, but she also has moments of vulnerability.
Now she is completely desperate about Mr. Chu's illness, and this is her most vulnerable moment. She desperately needs someone to rely on right now.
Young Master Qi, please come over here quickly and let her cry on your shoulder. If she feels that she needs someone to rely on, then she will definitely listen to you in everything.
Qi Zihao laughed out loud. Hearing you say that, it really is possible. Wait, I'll be there soon. Shi Linjiang laughed dryly and asked, Master Qi, does this count as a great achievement?
Qi Zihao immediately understood what he meant. Don't worry, you will definitely benefit from it.
Chu Yunyi originally wanted Linjian to check the address of Shuechuchu's home. She guessed that Su Qi must still be with Shuechuchu. If you find Shuechuchu, you can find Su Qi. Since Linjiang was not there, and I was too lazy to look for him, I simply went to the nurse's station to check Lu Xinmei's information myself. Sure enough, Lu Xinmei's home address was easily found. The address of Lu Xinmei's home is naturally the same as Shuechuchu's home. Chu Yunyi took note and gritted her teeth secretly. Su Qi, you hateful stinking toad, even if you hide in a rat hole, I will pull you out and stomp you to death. She turned all her sadness and sorrow into flames of anger and directed them at Su Qi. It seemed as if all this was caused by Su Qi. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 5,000. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 6,000. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 7,000. As soon as Su Qi put Lu Xinmei's luggage in the car, he kept receiving system notification sounds. All the attention comes from Chu Yunyi. And the anger crit is rising steadily. Su Qi was worried that if this continued, the young lady would be furious. I was so confused. How did I offend this young lady? Why did she suddenly become so angry? After thinking about it, I realized that I haven't seen Chu Yunyi since I left Chu Tianboi's ward. Even if you want to offend Chu Yunyi, you don't have the chance. Is it possible to anger Chu Yunyi just like this? It's so unfair. However, Chu Yunyi contributed so crazily to the attention. It would be disrespectful to refuse it. Check your focus points. The value of focus points on the system panel has now reached 268,700. For Su Qi, this is money. No, it's more precious than money. Because you can easily point out many things that are more precious than money. For example, his invincible physical fitness. For example, the medicine that saved Lu Xinmei's life. These are things that money can't buy. Su Qi, we can set off now. Shuechuchu saw Su Qi standing there in a daze and reminded him carefully. Su Qi came to his senses, drove away and rushed to Shuechuchu's home. After seeing Su Qi's car, Lu Xinmei completely believed that Su Qi was really a rich man. Although she doesn't know much about cars, just looking at the shape and temperament of this car, she can tell that it is definitely not cheap. She had never seen such a sports car. He whispered to Shuechuchu, "Chuchu, this car must be worth millions, right?" Shuechuchu shook her head. "I think you can buy the steering wheel of this car for over $1 million. I heard from others that this car is worth over 100 million. More than 100 million? Lu Xinmei was so scared that she almost jumped up. Shuechuchu quickly held her down. Su Qi turned his head and took a look. "What's wrong?" Shuechuchu laughed hurriedly. "I accidentally touched my mother's itch." Lu Xinmei excitedly grabbed Shuechuchu's hand and said, "Daughter, hurry up and give birth to his children. Give birth to lots of children. Xiao Su is rich, has good character, and treats you well. Where can you find such a good man? When we get back, I'll make the bed for you. I'll hide away and you can have the baby quickly." Shuechuchu's face flushed red and she quickly covered her mouth. How come mom has become so vulgar? In order to keep Su Qi, she would make the bed right away? Give birth to a child right away? From what she said, it seemed like giving birth was a matter of minutes. Is it really that easy? If Su Qi heard this, she would want to jump out of the car. Mom wasn't such a vulgar person before. In fact, Lu Xinmei didn't want this to happen either. But I really can't help it. If she was told that the car cost 1 million, she would still remain calm. But this car costs 100 million. What concept? This is simply a mobile luxury villa. Is there anything cooler than driving a mobile luxury villa on the street? If you don't grab a son-in-law like this quickly, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. When they were almost home, Lu Xinmei asked Su Qi to take her to the vegetable market. He said he wanted to thank Su Qi very much and prepare a sumptuous meal to treat him. Pulling Shuechuchu out of the car, he came to the vegetable stalls, pointed at Su Qi's car from a distance, and boasted to the vegetable vendors, "That's my son-in-law's car. My son-in-law personally took me back from the hospital." This attracted the envy of the small vendors. "Aunt Lu, you're really rich." "That's right, with such a good son-in-law, you won't have to worry about anything in your life. I really envy you for having such a wonderful daughter and such a wealthy son-in-law. It's truly a perfect match." Lu Xinmei's face was full of radiance. Shuechuchu was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He kept pulling at his mother's clothes. Mom, we haven't even started yet, what are you talking about? Suchi and I haven't confirmed our relationship yet. We're not even boyfriend and girlfriend right now.
Lu Xinmei smiled and squeezed her hand. Why do you think I came here to buy groceries?
I just want to help you.
I want to make some delicious food so that you can accumulate enough energy to do what you need to do.
Shuechuchu was stunned for a moment. What are you going to do?
I still need enough physical strength.
Lu Xinmei smiled mysteriously. What do you mean by that?
Of course, giving birth to a child. Shuechuchu felt her neck turn red instantly.
Why is mom like this?
When we were in the car, I thought my mother might have been momentarily overwhelmed by the luxury car.
Will wake up. Only now do I realize that the poisoning is so deep that there is no cure. I thought my mother was different from others.
I won't do such mundane things.
The result is no different from others. Look, my mother bought leeks, oysters, and kidneys. This purposefulness is too strong.
But all the vegetables were carried by her, a young girl. She felt so embarrassed.
I don't know how I got back to the sports car. Chu Yunyi has already arrived at Lu Xinmei's home.
In order to take revenge quickly, he got Lu Xinmei's address and rushed over. I didn't even wait for the stone forest barrier and drove here by myself.
The people sent by Wei Bao also arrived quickly. Because this was for Chu Yunyi, not only did Zhao Xian go into battle with injuries, but Wei Baofa also went out in person.
He arrived in 3 vans with all his men, holding various weapons in their hands, ready to take action at any time. The van stopped at the gate of Lu Xinmei's community, waiting for Chu Yunyi's order.
Chu Yunyi asked Wei Baofa to go to Lu Xinmei's house to inquire first. Neighbors said that Lu Xinmei was hospitalized and had not returned for many days.
Wei Baofa asked around and found out that Lu Xinmei and Shuechuchu were the only ones living in the room, and there wasn't even a man. He sighed inwardly, thinking that it was such a waste of talent to mobilize all his men to deal with a pair of orphans and a widow. Chu Yunyi too, what kind of grudge did she have with an orphan and a widow that she had to mobilize such a large force? When Chu Yunyi heard that there was no one at Lu Xinmei's home, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Lu Xinmei is dead.
Shouldn't Shuechuchu bring Lu Xinmei back to handle the funeral? How come there is no one here? If Su Qi is not here, where would he be? Just as I was hesitating whether to go back to the hospital, my eyes suddenly lit up. She saw Su Qi's car.
Su Qi's Pagani wind shadow is so cool and special.
I could see it from a long distance away. Because Lu Xinmei went to buy vegetables halfway, she didn't arrive earlier than Chu Yunyi.
When Chu Yunyi saw Su Qi's car, she was so excited.
Finally, I've waited for this bastard. I am too smart.
I went to Shuechuchu's house and found him as expected. He really couldn't escape from his own palm.
He immediately picked up his phone and called Wei Baofa. Did you see that Pagani sports car coming? Stop it. Beat the man in the car hard.
She blamed all her frustration and despair on Su Qi, and one can imagine how deep her hatred was.
Chapter 49, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth.
Wei Bao was stunned for a moment.
Aren't we going to deal with Lu Xinmei and Shuechuchu, an orphan and a widow? Where did this man come from?
But naturally, he did not dare to question Chu Yunyi's orders. No matter whether it is a man or a woman, as long as it is Chu Yunyi's order, just do it.
If he doesn't quickly make great contributions to Chu Yunyi, how can he ask the Chu family to protect him? Without the protection of the Chu family, how can we deal with that monster Su Qi?
I quickly agreed. Miss, just wait and see, we will make this man regret being born into the same world with you.
He took out the intercom and quickly ordered, stop that Pagani sports car. 2 vans in front and behind, block the road. Don't let passers-by get close. Everyone except the driver, grab your weapons and get out of the car. After giving these instructions,
the van in front suddenly turned a corner, blocking the way of Su Qi's Pagani sports car.
Su Qi was startled and quickly braked.
Just as I braked, a van behind me turned from the side of the road and parked across the back of the sports car. It was blocked both front and back. Immediately afterwards, the side door of the van next to them opened and a group of people rushed out with weapons in hand. Not just this van. The doors of the vans in front and behind were also opened, and people rushed out with weapons in hand. In a blink of an eye, a large group of people surrounded Su Qi's sports car.
Chu Yunyi saw this situation in a car in the distance and couldn't help but sneer.
I secretly admire Wei Baofa, he is really reliable in doing things.
He murmured viciously, you stinky toad, I wonder how you're going to escape?
I thought silently, even if Su Chi can fight, he will definitely not be able to defeat so many people.
Two fists cannot beat four hands. He was so tired that he died. If you can't beat them, you will be beaten badly. Everyone in the car, get out immediately.
In order to show off in front of Chu Yunyi, Wei Baofa took the lead and walked out of the crowd holding an iron rod. He smashed the iron rod against the roof of the Pagani sports car.
Those inside, get out and die immediately. Don't force me to pull you out myself. Shui Chuchu and Lu Xinmei in the car were completely terrified. Su Chi, what's going on? Shui Chuchu asked in a trembling voice. Su Chi smiled and said, it's none of your business. It's probably directed at me. Don't be nervous.
Shui Chuchu hurriedly said, your business is my business, I will bear it with you. Although she was afraid and was an introverted girl, she was not afraid at this moment. Lu Xinmei quickly pulled her hand hard. I was so anxious that I wanted to shout, you're a girl, why are you meddling in other people's affairs?
Isn't this seeking death?
Shui Chuchu shook off her hand, Mom, Su Chi is so good to me. Now that he is in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. Su Chi felt a little warm in his heart. This school beauty definitely lives up to her title. She is definitely a school beauty with both good looks and good character. He smiled and said, I don't need your help.
Just sit quietly in the car. I won't let anyone hurt you.
Just as I was about to get off the bus, I suddenly noticed an acquaintance in the crowd outside. His whole body was wrapped in gauze, like a dumpling.
Although he was wearing glasses, the lenses were broken. Almost laughed. Isn't the Zhao Xinfu, whom he just punished not long ago? Since Zhao Xian is here, could it be that these are people sent by Wei Bao?
I turned around and took a look, and there were actually a few familiar faces. Many of the people who ambushed him last time are still here.
It turns out they are all old acquaintances. It was completely confirmed that these were people sent by Wei Baofa.
Last time he told Wei Baofa and Wei Diqing that he would go and settle the score with them. Unexpectedly, before I had the chance to settle the score with them, they came to my door.
Can't you stand loneliness? Are you looking for a beating? Stop pretending to be a coward and get out of here right away. Wei Baofa smashed the iron rod hard on the top of the sports car again.
Su Chi sneered, kicked open the door of the sports car, got out and faced those people.
Oh shit.
Zhao Xinfu, who was standing behind Wei Baofa, saw Su Chi and his heart trembled violently.
I almost had a heart attack. Isn't this the monster with infinite strength? Why is it him? Wei Bao was stunned.
This guy, why does this guy look so much like the powerful Su Chi he saw on his phone yesterday?
That's what I thought. Bang. Plop.
Several people in the crowd suddenly dropped the weapons in their hands, their legs went weak and they knelt there. They were the ones who participated in the ambush of Su Chi last time. He had personally experienced how terrifying Su Chi's power was. Last time, he flew away before I could get close to him. That excitement is even more exciting than bungee jumping.
I really don't want to experience it again. Everyone has psychological trauma.
One big guy was so scared that he peed his pants, and there was a pool of water under his legs.
It's Su Chi, it's Su Chi.
Zhao Xinfu shouted in a trembling voice.
Oh shit. It's really Su Chi. Wei Baofa trembled all over and quickly retreated.
He was originally leading the way, but now he retreated directly to the front of the crowd.
The crowd was frightened and retreated 2 or 3 meters away.
Even if I didn't participate in the ambush on Su Chi yesterday, I heard from people who returned that how terrifying Su Chi was. Look at those brothers who are lying in the hospital and cannot come, that is the best evidence.
No one wants to become like that. In the past, when we fought, I basically always won.
After all, there is strength in numbers. But now that they are so numerous, they have become a mob. It is very likely that everything will be lost and the entire army will be wiped out.
Who isn't afraid? Why is it you?
Although Wei Baofa was not present yesterday, he saw with his own eyes how awesome Su Chi was from his mobile phone screen.
They were all scared by Su Chi and wanted to flee Yinjiang City. Later, thinking of clinging to the Chu family, he stayed trembling with fear and did not run away. As a result, it was delivered to Su Chi today.
There was no time to dodge, and it fell directly into the wolf's mouth.
My heart was broken.
He wanted to cling to the Chu family and use the Chu family's power to protect them from Su Chi's harm.
As a result, Chu Yunyi actually sent them to Su Chi. Chu Yunny wants them to die. It's a pity that they are so enthusiastic and run here to work for Chu Yunny. Wei Bafa wanted to curse Chu Yunny. This girl is such a jerk. It's simply a scam that kills people without any compensation. Now that I'm out, what are you guys standing there for? Get started. Suchi glanced around with a look of contempt on his face. Everyone looked at each other, their foreheads sweating and their hands shaking. But no one dared to step forward. Get started. Suchi shouted suddenly. Such a sudden loud shout actually scared those people and made them retreat quickly. Many of them were so scared that they peed their pants and trembled all over. Lu Xinmei and Xue Chuchu in the car were originally full of nervousness. When I saw this situation, I was stunned. Aren't these people here to block Suchi and beat him up? Why does it seem like Suchi is blocking them now? Suchi beat up so many people by himself? They were so aggressive just now, why did they become like this now? Chapter 50. You want to eat it even if it's right in front of you? Lu Xinmei looked at Xue Chuchu in confusion. Xue Chuchu shook her head in amazement. She didn't know what was going on. It's really different from what I imagined. When Suchi shouted, those people hid even further away. I couldn't help but laugh. I say, aren't you here to cause trouble for me? Why are you hiding so far away? Come here. Wei Bafa knew very well that fighting was definitely not an option. No need to think, you definitely can't win. Suchi could kick a car away with one kick. The car was completely destroyed with just one slap. Who can withstand his kick and slap? Whoever goes up will die. Now he was not thinking about how to punish Suchi, but was anxiously thinking about how to escape from Suchi. It's like going after rabbits and running straight into a tiger's den. At this time, if you still rush forward with your head held high, you will definitely die quickly. He laughed dryly. We are just passing by. Just passing by? Suchi sighed. I just happened to be blocked by someone passing by, and there are so many people surrounding my car, asking me to get out? Wei Bafa laughed again. Misunderstanding, we found the wrong person. Sorry, we are going to do our own thing. We won't bother you anymore. Turn around and leave. Suchi snorted coldly. You are Wei Bafa, right? Wei Diqing's father. I was just about to go look for you guys, but you ended up showing up in front of me. Do you think I might let you go? Wei Bafa quickly waved his hands in denial. Who is Wei Bafa? Who the hell is Wei Diqing? I don't have such a son at all. You must have mistaken me, sir. He now really wishes he didn't have a son like Wei Diqing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten involved with this monster Suchi. Originally, he was a contractor with money and connections, and he lived a very comfortable life. It was all because of that bastard Wei Diqing that he had been trembling with fear for the past 2 days. Now it is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Suchi became angry. Wei Bafa, do you really think I'm a fool? You think it's funny to treat me like a fool? 1 foot on the ground. The asphalt ground sank directly into the ground. When Wei Bao discovered it, he was terrified. What a fucking monster! He knelt down with a trembling voice. Young Master Su, spare my life. Suchi snorted coldly. Now you know who I am? Wei Baofai nodded hurriedly. Are you Wei Bergufa? Wei Baofa quickly nodded again. Yes. Are you looking for revenge on me? Wei Baofa quickly shook his head. How dare you? Yes, it was Chu Yunny, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, who asked us to come. It's none of our business. Only then did Su Chi realize that the mastermind behind the scenes was Chu Yunny. Considering Chu Yunny's rising anger level, it seemed that what Wei Baofa said was true. I couldn't help but frown. Why did you get involved with that woman? Wei Baofa hurriedly explained. I just work for the Chu family company to make a living. If you work for someone, you must do things for them. If it weren't for Chu Yunny, we would never dare to offend young Master Su. Su Chi asked coldly, where is that woman? This. Wei Baofa hesitated. If you betray Chu Yunny, you will never be able to rely on the Chu family again. It is equivalent to cutting off one's own source of income. Su Chi sneered and waved his hand. Give me your iron rod. Wei Baofa's voice trembled. Do what? Su Chi's face darkened. I said, give me your iron rod. The voice was full of authority. Wei Baofa was terrified and dared not disobey. He walked forward carefully, stretched out his hand, and handed the iron rod to Su Chi from a distance.
After handing it to Su Chi, he quickly retracted his hand.
Su Chi looked at the iron rod in his hand, then at Wei Baofa. If you think your bones are harder than this iron rod, you don't have to say it.
As he said this, he bent the iron rod in his hand easily. Then, it folded several times in succession.
Twist the iron rod into a ball of dough like a pretzel.
It was so easy that it seemed as if the thing in his hand was not a hard iron rod, but plasticine.
Everyone around was stunned. What kind of power is this? He can twist an iron rod into a dough stick.
No matter how hard the bones are, they will be more brittle than rice crust in his hands.
For a time, everyone felt insecure. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3000.
Su Chi didn't expect that with this move, he would instantly receive tens of thousands of attention points from the people around him. He just wanted to intimidate Wei Baofa, but he gained a lot.
The focus from Wei Bao generates fear and shock, with a double critical hit of plus 8000. Xuechuchu's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 3000. Lu Xinmei's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 3000. Xuechuchu and Lu Xinmei in the car were also stunned. Lu Xinmei asked Xuechuchu in a trembling voice, "Xiao Su, has he ever practiced martial arts?" Xuechuchu shook her head, "I don't know."
"Chuchu, when you're doing that, please make sure he's kind to you and don't let him tear you apart." Lu Xinmei was deeply worried.
Xuechuchu almost collapsed from shyness. "Mom, do you think it's appropriate to say this at this time?"
Outside the car, Su Chi threw the twisted iron rod at Wei Baofa's feet. "I'll give you one more chance."
"Where is Chu Yunyi?" "In the sports car over there on the side of the road." This time, Wei Baofa didn't say anything and pointed his finger over directly.
Only a fool would insist on taking it on at this time. With Su Chi's strength, if he wasn't careful, he could beat him into a pulp.
If you die, does it matter what big tree or what source of wealth you have? The most important thing now is to save my life. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a suspicious critical hit of plus 1000. Su Chi smiled. This woman is still confused.
Soon she would no longer be confused. Chu Yunyi was indeed very confused. Seeing Wei Baofa and his men surrounding Su Chi neatly and efficiently, she thought that she would soon see Su Chi being beaten up by a group of people.
As a result, after Su Chi got out of the car, Wei Baofa was reluctant to take action. What exactly happened? She was far away and the crowd blocked her view, so she couldn't see what was going on inside. I don't know what Su Chi and Wei Baofa are talking about, and I'm really anxious. It's like having delicious food right in front of your mouth but not eating it.
Or the beautiful woman takes off all her clothes, but you just don't do it.
Isn't this going to drive people crazy? I couldn't help but take out my cell phone and call Wei Baofa. Wei Baofa was startled by the sudden ringing of his cell phone. It's Chu Yunyi calling. Catch. Su Chi said in a deep voice. Wei Bao took out his cell phone tremblingly, and it was indeed Chu Yunyi calling. Pick it up quickly.
Afraid that Su Chi would suspect that he and Chu Yunyi were plotting something, he quickly turned on the hands-free mode.
Wei Baofa, what are you talking about? Hurry up and get to work. Chu Yunyi scolded loudly. Wei Baofa looked at Su Chi with a dry laugh, asking Su Chi how to answer. Su Chi walked over and Wei Baofa quickly handed the phone to Su Chi. Su Chi said to the phone, "Beauty, if you want to do it, come in person.
Don't worry, I won't dodge your little fists.
Of course, if you want to invite me somewhere else, I will accept it.
Come on, let's fight one-on-one, hand-to-hand combat, or close combat, or go deep and shallow, it's all fine."
Chapter 51, 1000 Miles of Delivery. Wei Baofa was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. How dare Su Chi speak to the eldest daughter of the Chu family like this?
I finally understand why Chu Yunyi hates Su Chi so much. Su Chi teased, no, flirted with such a proud and noble young lady, she definitely couldn't stand it. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a double critical hit of shame and anger, plus 10,000.
Chu Yunyi was almost driven crazy by Su Chi. Yelling into the phone, "You stinking bastard, you stinking toad, you don't even know you're about to die. You've been surrounded by my men. You can't escape today.
My men will break your legs, twist your mouth, beat you until you cry for your parents, and beat you until you can't take care of yourself.
And I will watch with my own eyes as you, a stinking bastard, get beaten like a dead dog."
she no longer hid in the car.
Just kick open the door and get out of the sports car.
It is not empty, and it is no longer hidden.
He got into a head-on confrontation with Su Chi.
Looking at Su Chi with a cold expression, he said into the phone, "You'd better not crawl over here and beg for mercy. Even if you crawl over here, hug my legs and beg, I will never let you go."
Chu Yunni's attention generates a plus 10,000 rage critical hit.
Su Chi saw her standing there coldly and arrogantly like a princess.
I couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. "Miss Chu, are you dizzy? The phone's Weibo issued are now in my hands, and you still think they belong to you? The point is, you actually dared to get out of the car. Do you like sending yourself off so much? Do you have to send yourself to my bed before you're satisfied?" Chu Yunni was shocked. Yes, why did Wei Baofa give the phone to Su Chi?
Also, they surrounded Su Chi for such a long time, why didn't they take action?
Finally realized something was wrong.
If she left the sports car, she would not be able to escape once Wei Baofa and the others turned against her.
He panicked immediately and quickly turned around to get back into the sports car. Su Chi sneered. Chu Yunni has it right in front of her, and she still wants to run back? Is it possible? He glanced at Wei Baofa coldly and said, "If you want to survive, you know what to do, right?" How could Wei Baofa not understand what Su Chi meant? Su Chi was giving him a chance to make amends. How dare I not cherish it?
He immediately turned to look at Chu Yunni over there and shouted, "Quick, keep Miss Chu at all costs.
If you dare to let Chu Yunni escape, you will all die."
With a wave of his hand, his men immediately rushed towards Chu Yunni, howling. They didn't dare to say a word in front of Su Chi. But when dealing with Chu Yunni, he instantly regained his spirit and was full of momentum.
Chu Yunni was so scared that her legs went weak. These guys actually turned against us. This is bad.
He hurried back to the sports car and opened the door. But out of fear, my fingers were shaking, and the car door that I could open easily at ordinary times could not be opened at all.
The more anxious you are, the harder it is to open it. And those people from Waibaefa were already rushing over like a tide. Chu Yunni was almost scared to tears. Bang! Finally, I opened the car door and got in quickly. With trembling fingers, he quickly started the engine.
Wei Baofa's men had already rushed over and quickly surrounded her sports car.
"Get out of the way, or I'll kill you." Chu Yunni didn't care about anything else.
After shifting gears, she stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward regardless of the consequences. But suddenly I realized that even after I stepped on the accelerator, the sports car still didn't move. When she looked outside, she found that Wei Baofa's men had lifted up her sports car.
The tires were spinning wildly, but how could the sports car move if it left the ground? It's not an airplane. Now, her sports car was just hanging there. She was hanging there too. "Miss, stop struggling and come down to meet Master Su." Wei Baofa came to the driver's window with a smile on his face. "Mr. Su?" When Chu Yunni heard this name, she was furious. He pointed at Wei Baofa angrily through the car window and said, "How dare you call that stinky toad young Master Su? Don't you feel disgusted? You old traitor." Wei Baofa still had a smile on his face. No matter how Chu Yunni scolded him, he didn't dare to get angry. After all, this is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, and the Chu family is behind her. "Miss, don't be angry, just come down quickly. It's obvious that young Master Su is interested in you. He wants to have a close combat with you, a hand-to-hand fight, or something like that. Please satisfy him and don't make things difficult for us." After hearing this, Chu Yunni became even more angry and her face turned red. Doesn't this old guy Wei Baofa mean to send her to Su Chi's bed? It was a pity that she trusted him so much and asked him to help deal with Su Chi. As a result, this old man changed sides and became Su Chi's lackey. He gnashed his teeth and asked, "What good did that stinky toad give you that made you lick it so happily? Don't forget, it was the Chu family who supported you. You dare to betray me, then you'll be left with nothing." Wei Bao smiled bitterly. "If you betray the Chu family, you may end up starving in the future. But if you don't listen to Su Chi, you will have to lie here today. Choose the lesser of two evils." "I can only choose to stand on Su Chi's side." Sighing, "Miss, you don't understand how powerful young Master Su is. Experience it yourself and you'll know." Chu Yunni angrily scolded, "I want to experience it myself? I, my aunt, can become his woman directly after experiencing it myself. How can you, an old thing, be so shameless?"
The daughter of a wealthy family completely disregarded her manners and upbringing and started swearing.
I'm really angry.
Wei Bao laughed dryly. Miss, when I said young Master Su was amazing, I wasn't amazing in that aspect. What I mean is that young Master Su is very skilled, not that he is good in bed.
You are obviously overthinking it, Mississippi.
Of course, young Master Su's skills in bed are indeed something only you, miss, can experience.
Chu Yunyi blushed instantly. I actually thought of that. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. He pointed at Wei Baofa fiercely and said, "Let me go now, or I will never let you go." Wei Baofa could only play dumb. Miss, what did you say? Do you want to play with Su Xiao quickly? Okay, I'll do it right away. Give orders to his subordinates. Carry the young lady over to Master Su. Everyone agreed and carried Chu Yunyi's sports car towards Su Qi. Chu Yunyi is really going crazy. But there is no way. He watched helplessly as he was carried in front of Su Qi, who had a smirk on his face, like a gift. I really hate this stinky toad. He was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he had no way to deal with Su Qi. This time, he fell into Su Qi's hands again. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a triple crit of anger, grievance, and unwillingness, with a damage of plus 12,000. Su Qi glanced at Chu Yunyi in the sports car and said, "Miss, you're here to send me off again? You're really trying hard. Wasn't it fun enough being my maid last time? What are you going to give me this time? 1,000-mile gift of blood?" Chapter 52, The slap in the face is too fast. Chu Yunyi wanted to curse again. And send a blood from 1,000 miles away? Can I send it to him? However, on second thought, I really am giving it as a gift. Su Qi had already left the hospital, but she still tried every possible means to find out Lu Xinmei's address and drove here on her own initiative. Isn't this 1,000-mile delivery? Miss, come out, don't keep young Master Su waiting anxiously. Wei Baofa tried to persuade him. We are all adults, there is no need to be so shy about this kind of thing. There's a hotel nearby. If it's inconvenient for you, I can help you get a room. Chu Yunyi now hates Wei Baofa to death. Wei Baofa has completely become Su Qi's dog slave, fanning the flames and licking his boots in all kinds of ways. When I first went to find Wei Baofa, I was very satisfied with him. Now I can't get enough of it. He shouted angrily, "Shut up. I have nothing to do with this stinky toad, and there is no possibility of me being with him." She locked the doors and windows of the sports car. I believe Su Qi and the others won't be able to get in for a while. Su Qi curled his lips. Why, now that you're at the doorstep, you're feeling shy? Chu Yunyi just spit out a sound. You stinky toad, you want me to leave on my own initiative? You're dreaming. With your character, you still want to take advantage of me? Look at your loser self, I will never have any good feelings towards you. Only my fiancé, Qi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City, is the one who is truly worthy of me. You'd better give up your obscene thoughts as soon as possible and stop dreaming. Having said that, he quickly took out his cell phone. She wanted to call Qi Zihao and ask him to come and rescue her. She was a strong-willed person and was originally unwilling to ask Qi Zihao for help, but in this situation, she had no choice but to ask for help. Su Qi asked calmly, "You really won't come out?" Chu Yunyi felt that Su Qi was in a hurry to get her out because he wanted to take advantage of her. He said directly, "Even if I die, I will not leave, and I will not let you touch me. If you dare to force the door open, I will commit suicide." She took the makeup mirror out of her bag and smashed it on the steering wheel. Grab a piece of the splinter and hold it against your neck. If you have the guts, force me to try. He looks quite tough. Wei Baofa secretly admired her. She was indeed the eldest daughter of the Chu family. She was so stylish. Su Qi smiled and said, "Why should I force you? I want you to come out and kiss me." Chu Yunyi looked at him like a madman. How is this possible? Are you dreaming? I would rather kiss a pig or a donkey than you. Su Qi's lips curled up slightly. Are you sure? He raised his hands and clapped them, then said loudly, "Shui Chu, come out with your mother and show yourselves." Shui Chu and Lu Xinmei in the sports car heard this and hurriedly opened the door and got out. Shui Chu's mother? Chu Yunyi didn't react at first. When he saw Lu Xinmei get off the car, he was stunned. Isn't Lu Xinmei dead? How did you get out of the car? In an instant, my back felt cold and I had goosebumps all over my body. Is Lu Xinmei a human or a ghost?
One can imagine how horrified she was to see a person she thought was dead standing there alive and well. I dropped my phone in shock.
Hey, Yunny, where are you? I know you need me right now and need my solid shoulder to lean on. Tell me where you are and I'll come find you right away. Her phone was connected and Chi Ziheo kept talking on the phone. But Chu Yunny could no longer hear. His eyes were only fixed on Lu Xinmei. What's the matter? Why aren't you coming out yet? Su Qi looked at her. She is Lu Xinmei? Chu Yunny pointed at Lu Xinmei with trembling fingers. Su Qi sneered, if she is not Lu Xinmei, who else could she be? Isn't she dead? Su Qi frowned, who said she was dead? She's standing right in front of you, perfectly fine, and you're saying she's dead? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Chu Yunny hurriedly asked Wei Baofa, can you all see that woman? Her hand was still pointing at Lu Xinmei. I really doubt that the Lu Xinmei I saw was real. Wei Baofa looked at her strangely, Miss, of course she is real, isn't she right there? Chu Yunny still couldn't believe it and kept shaking her head, impossible, even if she is not dead, she is seriously ill. She should only have a week to live, so why is she out there? She should be in the hospital. Su Qi snorted coldly, did I tell you that I treated Lu Xinmei? After you fed me bird's nest this morning, did I say that Lu Xinmei was already alive and kicking? Turning to Lu Xinmei, he said, Auntie, let's do a square dance for everyone. Lu Xinmei was startled, ah? Here? Yes, let's do a difficult one. Lu Xinmei felt a little embarrassed to be on the street. Shui Chuchu hurriedly pushed her, Mom, Su Qi asked you to dance, so hurry up and dance. Lu Xinmei had no choice but to nod and performed a few square dance moves. Light and flexible, stretchable and neat. Not inferior to young people at all. Look, is he jumping around? Su Qi asked Chu Yunny. Chu Yunny was completely stunned. This is more than just being full of energy, he can even participate in competitions. It was unbelievable. I looked at Su Qi and asked, did you really cure Lu Xinmei? Su Qi curled his lips, if this is not considered a cure, tell me, what is considered a cure? Lu Xinmei was still dancing there. Once you start jumping, you can't stop. I've been stuck in the hospital for too long and really need to move around. Chu Yunny looked at Lu Xinmei who was jumping around in front of her, and then thought about what her driver Shi Lingjun said. She finally realized that the stone barrier had deceived her. The person she trusted so much actually lied to her. Moreover, it was more than just a matter of deceiving her. This killed her father's chance of survival. Her father Chu Tianboi is in danger and everyone is helpless. Now, Su Qi can cure this strange disease. But Shi Linjiang concealed this matter. Isn't this going to kill her father? In an instant, I was shaking with anger. Su Qi in front of him suddenly became less hateful, and the most hateful person became Shi Linjiang. Not only hateful, but also terrible. How could he so easily kill Dad's chance of survival? So scary. So cruel. Why aren't you coming out yet? Su Qi looked at her. Chu Yunny blushed. She had just said that she would not go out even if she died. If you go out now, you will be slapping yourself in the face. But the person who can save her father is right in front of her, how can she not go out? Compared to her face, her father's life is definitely more important. But as the eldest daughter of the Chu family, she also has to save face, okay? This is so embarrassing. It was so embarrassing that I could even carve out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in my car. However, she still managed to force a smile and opened the car door. Su Xiao, I'm coming out. She never thought that one day she would call the loser and stinky toad in her eyes Master Su. How can I say that? Chapter 53, the first time to take the initiative. Su Qi shook his head, if you don't want to come out, you don't have to come out. No, I figured it out. I figured it out. Chu Yunny laughed dryly and looked up at the sky deliberately. The weather is so nice today, let's come out and breathe some fresh air. Because the sports car was still suspended in the air, she had no choice but to jump down. Wearing high heels is really not very convenient. When he jumped to the ground, he stumbled and almost fell. He quickly reached out and grabbed Su Qi's sleeve, and only then was he able to stand. Su Qi snorted coldly, you dare touch my sleeves? Aren't you afraid of getting your hands dirty? Chu Yunny knew that he was still holding a grudge against the harsh words she had just said. He quickly smiled and said, it was just a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Suchi glanced at her. Do you remember what I said just now? Chu Yunny laughed hurriedly. Su. Young Master Su, you said so many things just now, I wonder which one you are asking about? I said, not only will you come out on your own initiative, you will also take the initiative to kiss me. After hearing this, Chu Yunny's face turned red. I instantly understood what Suchi meant. Now, she came out on her own initiative. Next, you must take the initiative to kiss Suchi. If it had happened before, she would have wanted to slap Suchi in the face, not to mention kissing him. But it's not possible now. Dad Chu Tianhua's life is completely in Suchi's hands. Why, I'm a loser, a stinking toad, not worthy of you touching me, let alone kissing me, right? Chu Yunny hurriedly shook her head. No, no. So what are you waiting for? Deep down, Chu Yunny really felt that Suchi was not worthy. It was so cheap for her, such a noble lady, to kiss Suchi on her own initiative. That's so disgusting. But in this situation, there is no way to refuse. Looking around, everyone in Waibeafa was staring at him with wide eyes. They all depend on the Chu family for their livelihood. Who doesn't know Chu Yunny, the cold and arrogant eldest lady? I was looking forward to seeing if this cold and arrogant young lady would take the initiative to kiss a man. They all heard that Chu Yunny's fiancé had never touched Chu Yunny. Now, Chu Yunny takes the initiative to kiss a man? So looking forward to it. Looking at Chu Yunny's cool and beautiful face and charming cherry lips, many people began to swallow their saliva. How would it feel to be kissed by such a beautiful and noble woman? It will definitely fly. Wherever I was kissed, I would never want to wash it. Chu Yunny could see that they were all waiting to see the show. This made her even more embarrassed. It was too difficult to kiss a man she regarded as a stinky toad in the street in front of so many people. Suchi snorted coldly. You only have 3 seconds left. I don't have time to waste here with you. 3, 2. Chu Yunny was shocked, as if she saw that her father's chance of recovery was rapidly disappearing. He hurriedly shouted, Kiss me, kiss me. Even if she looked down on Suchi, she would still kiss him. He didn't care about anything else and rushed forward to hug Suchi's neck. She quickly stood on tiptoe and kissed Suchi's lips fiercely. So sweet. Suchi was slightly stunned. She just wanted Chu Yunny to kiss his face and temper this young lady, so that she won't be so arrogant anymore. He never expected that Chu Yunny would go straight to his mouth. Of course, with his current reaction speed, he could easily dodge it. But please, kiss me with those soft and charming lips. But he dodged? Is he crazy? Chu Yunny was also slightly stunned. This feeling? Is this what it feels like to kiss a man? Not bad. Thinking of this, his face turned red instantly. What are you thinking about? This is a scoundrel, a hooligan, a loser, and a stinking toad. I kissed him, and it actually felt pretty good? Am I crazy? Are you really going to let go, lie down, and let this toad eat the swan meat? He woke up instantly and stepped back in a hurry. She was surprised to find that as she moved away, a waterline appeared between her lips and Suchi's. What the hell, it's actually drawn. Chu Yunny only felt a buzzing sound in her head. Just a kiss, is it necessary to draw the thread? Isn't this thread pulled too casually? I can't face people now after doing this in front of so many people. Wherever there is a hole, I will crawl into it and live in seclusion for the rest of my life. Those people in Wei Baofa were all stunned with their mouths opened wide. Saliva almost flowed from the corners of his mouth. So happy. So envious. Suchi, this is real life. The attention from XXX generates extreme envy, critical hit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates extreme envy, critical hit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates extreme envy, critical hit plus 2000. Suchi instantly gained tens of thousands of followers. Not only was he kissed by a beautiful woman, but he also received so much attention. I almost envy myself. Now are you satisfied? Chu Yunny asked with a blushing face. Suchi glared at her and said, I asked you to kiss my face, but why do you kiss my mouth? And a wet wipe is wasted. He turned around and asked Shuechuchu for a wet wipe. Wiped his mouth vigorously. Oh shit. Chu Yunny was stunned. She didn't dislike Suchi, but Suchi disliked her. I really want to rush up, kick Suchi down, and then kick his stinky mouth hard. Kick his stinky mouth until it's crooked. Don't do it again. Next time, choose the right target and don't kiss your big mouth randomly.
Suchi said it seriously. After hearing this, the people from Wei Baofa all wanted to beat Suchi up.
Is this disgust? This is clearly showing off. He is so ungrateful after getting the advantage. How hateful.
The attention from XXX generates extreme anger crit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates extreme anger crit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates extreme anger crit plus 2000.
Suchi was startled and glared at the people around him. What are you going to do? Do you still want to fight me?
Those people were so frightened that they waved their hands hurriedly and lowered their heads.
It's just a thought. Who would dare to really do anything to Suchi?
Chu Yunni's attention generates hatred and embarrassment, with a double critical hit of plus 5000.
Chu Yunni had never been so embarrassed. If it were an ordinary woman, she would have run away long ago.
But she didn't, she was still waiting for Suchi to say something definite.
He whispered to Suchi, "When can you help my father with treatment?"
Suchi glanced at her and asked, "When did I say I would help your father with his treatment?"
You. Chu Yunni became famous instantly. She has given so much, and yet Suchi is like this?
Suchi snorted coldly, "Don't forget, it was you who ordered so many people to beat me up.
I caught you on the spot and didn't beat you up. I was already showing mercy to you. You just kissed me, and then you want me to save your dad? What are you thinking? Let's think about how to make up for what happened today first."
Chu Yunni was angry, but she also knew that she was in the wrong. She asked Weibao to send them to fight Suchi.
She offends others so much and still wants them to save her father? What good things are you thinking about? It's good enough that people don't kick you when you're down. The hatred is incomprehensible. Why should anyone help her? Thinking of this, I hated the stone forest barrier even more.
It's all this bastard's fault for making things so out of hand. If Shi Lingjian told the truth, she would not have asked Weibao to bring so many people to punish Suchi.
The conflict between them would not be so deep.
It's difficult to make compensation now that it has come to this point.
She bit her lip and asked Suchi, "How do you want to make amends?" Suchi sneered, "I have to ask you that. Aren't you a noble lady from a wealthy family? You must be able to come up with brilliant ideas. Why are you asking me, a loser?"
When Chu Yunni heard this, her heart skipped a beat.
This guy, is he hinting that she should sleep with him? There is no better compensation than this.
Moreover, this guy has always coveted her body and wanted to eat her swan meat.
I feel more and more that this is what Suchi meant. My heart trembled slightly. Is my innocence really going to be ruined in his hands? Chapter 54 Must Eat. Chu Yunni was really unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling to let this stinky toad get away with it so easily. But in the current situation, what else can we do?
At this moment, she suddenly thought of her fiancé Qi Zihao.
Qi Zihao is no ordinary person. He is a super young talent who is known as one of the 3 young masters of Yanjiang City. The situation is so critical now. If you don't use this trump card now, when will you do it?
Thinking of Qi Zihao, I suddenly felt confident. He glanced at Suchi and said, "Young Master Su, I can compensate you as you wish, but I'm afraid someone won't agree."
Suchi frowned. The compensation I thought of? What am I thinking? Chu Yunni gritted her teeth. This bastard, isn't he asking even though he already knows the answer?
Suppressing her anger, she said, "Of course it's the kind of compensation that will make my fiancé furious and he will definitely not let you go."
Suchi finally understood what she meant. Do you think I want to eat your swan meat? Chu Yunni gritted her teeth. Isn't this what you've always wanted? I said, I can promise you as long as you can cure my father. But I'm afraid if I give it to you, you won't dare to eat it. Suchi didn't originally want her to compensate him in this way. But she actually said that even if she gave it to him, he wouldn't dare to eat it? This is outrageous.
Even now, this girl still despises him from the bottom of her heart and treats him as a loser.
I couldn't help but sneer. Do you think I'm afraid of your fiancé?
Chu Yunni said with some pride, "My fiancé is Qi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family.
There are 5 beauties, 4 gates, 3 young men, and 2 old men in Yanjiang City. My fiancé is one of the 3 young men. Few dared not to fear him.
Although I don't know where you came from, Mr. Su, your family must be very rich."
It's impossible that you don't know the name of my fiancé. Suchi shook his head. I really don't know. What are the 5 beauties, 4 gates, 3 young men and 2 old men in one hall? I don't know a single one of them. Shu Yunyi was immediately annoyed and glared at him. Did you do this on purpose? As long as you are in the circle of the rich and the young, there is no way you don't know the name of my fiancé. Su Qi curled his lips. I just haven't heard of it, is that okay? Shu Yunyi was so angry that she gritted her teeth, went back to the sports car, and took out a card from the car. This is the 2nd-level customer card of my fiancé's company. If you have the courage, take it and go to his company to meet him, and you will naturally understand how powerful he is. By that time, I believe you will never dare to have any thoughts about me again. Su Qi smiled bitterly. You mean, if I go to see him, I will be scared to death by him? Shu Yunyi deliberately provoked. Why don't you try it and know? If you go to his company and meet him, do you still dare to have any thoughts about me? I'll just go get a room with you without saying anything, okay? She stuffed the 2nd-level customer card into Su Qi's hand. Take this card with you, otherwise you won't even be able to enter the door of his company. As long as Qi Zihao can intimidate Su Qi, she can negotiate other conditions with Su Qi. In short, she would never give her body to Su Qi, a loser. Su Qi looked down at the 2nd-level customer card. You've piqued my interest. Okay, I'll go meet Qi Zihao. Shu Yunyi was overjoyed. The plan succeeded in the first step. Next, it's up to Qi Zihao to intimidate this stinky toad. As the eldest son of the Qi family and a well-known young talent in Yanjiang City, she believed that Qi Zihao did have this ability. Just as he was thinking this, Su Qi suddenly changed the subject. I will meet Qi Zihao, and we have to get a room. What? Shu Yunyi was shocked. You dare to check into a room with me? Aren't you afraid that my fiancé will kill you? He's very powerful. It's really amazing. Su Qi sneered. This arrogant young lady still looks down on him after all. She was always afraid that he would really eat her swan flesh. The more this happened, the more he wanted to teach her a lesson. He said lightly, he is so powerful, let him come. I'm waiting for him to come and see if he can stop me from sleeping with you. Anyway, I'm going to book this room with you today. You. Shu Yunyi's face turned red with anger. I thought I had successfully used a delaying tactic to hold Su Qi back. In this case, just let Qi Zihao take over to deal with Su Qi. As long as Su Qi is scared and he doesn't dare to have any improper thoughts about her, she can discuss other conditions with Su Qi. For example, give Su Qi some money as a reward and ask Su Qi to treat her father as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Su Qi did not play by the rules at all. This stinky scoundrel is simply a scabby dog. You're just going to bite her and not let go, right? Is she a meat bun? Coming here to beat this scabby dog this time is like throwing meat buns at a dog, and he will never come back? Are you going to refuse? Su Qi looked into her eyes. I didn't intend to actually eat Shu Yunyi's swan meat. But this Shu Yunyi was so provocative, and her words were still full of disdain for him. It really made him famous. Swan meat, right? I have to eat it this time. No matter who comes, it won't work. How dare Shu Yunyi refuse? If she rejects Su Qi, who will save her father? She must agree to Su Qi's request, and then find a way to delay Su Qi so that Qi Zihao can come and rescue her quickly. She bit her lip hard and said, I promise you, but you said I can let my fiancé come over. Su Qi nodded, okay. Pointing to the small hotel across the street, she said, go get a room there first, then call your fiancé. I'm looking forward to seeing if he can scare the shit out of me. Shu Yunyi turned around and looked at the small hotel. She was shocked. You want me to book a room in such a small hotel? Why, no. This is too shabby. I've never stayed in a hotel below 5 stars. Su Qi sneered, then you have a chance to experience it now. Shu Yunyi stomped her feet in anger. Is it possible that I have to give my first time to such a scoundrel, smelly toad in such a shabby hotel? Isn't this too frustrating? Why is my life so miserable? Shu Yunyi's attention generates anger and disgust, with a critical hit of plus 5,000. Go! Don't you want me to save your father? Su Qi glared. Shu Yunyi gritted her teeth and said, Master Su, I advise you to think about the consequences in advance. My fiancé is not someone to be trifled with. I haven't told him yet that you have those thoughts about me. But once he comes, he will definitely know. Have you thought about how to deal with his anger? Su Qi smiled and said, you should think about yourself. Have you figured out how to face me in bed?
Normally, I have to do this more than 3 times, and each session takes 2 hours.
Be prepared, don't let that make you cry. Chapter 55, Scared to Death. You. Chu Yunyi was really embarrassed and angry. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family, she had never been teased or humiliated like this before. Even her fiancé Chi Zihao didn't dare to say such shameless words to her. This stinky scoundrel really made her angry to death. Hurry up and get a room, otherwise, I might change my mind and refuse to help your father with treatment. Chu Yunyi really had no choice. Even if he was furious, he couldn't go against Su Qi. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a rage-critical hit of plus 6,000. Chu Yunyi angrily took out her cell phone from the sports car, glared at Su Qi, and walked towards the small hotel opposite. She was wearing a black silk dress, which showed off her tall and graceful figure, and her back was so charming that it could kill people. Wei Baofa came over with a smile and gave Su Qi a thumbs up. Young Master Su, good tricks. Since you are going to enjoy your pleasure from now on, we will not disturb you. I'll take my leave now. After saying hello, I prepared to leave. Su Qi snorted coldly, did I let you go? Wei Baofa was so frightened that he hurried back, bowing and nodding. Master Su, do you have any other instructions? You don't want us to help you guard the door? That's not good. With so many people outside, Miss will feel embarrassed and it will affect her performance. He was actually afraid of offending the Qi family. Judging from the current situation, Chi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family, will definitely come. If he stayed here and stood on Su Qi's side, he would definitely offend the Qi family. I have already offended the Chu family, and if I offend the Qi family again, I will have no chance of staying in Yanjiang City. Su Qi asked calmly, what does it mean to have 5 beauties, 4 gates, 3 young men, 2 elders, and 1 hall? Wei Baofa quickly replied, the 5 beauties are the 5 famous beauties in Yanjiang City, and this Miss Chu is one of them. The 4 gates are the 4 great families in Yanjiang City. The Chu family and the Qi family you have come into contact with are 2 of them. The 3 young masters are the 3 most famous young talents in Yanjiang City, one of whom is Chi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family. The 2 elders are the 2 super bosses of the Yanjiang City shopping mall. As for the first hall, it's the mysterious Songhai Hall. It's quite powerful, and both the black and white factions are in awe of it. Su Qi suddenly pointed at Xue Chuchu, who was not far away. Is she one of the 5 beauties? Wei Baofa shook his head. He shook his head and quickly explained, I didn't mean to say that your female companion is not beautiful. These 5 beauties are mainly famous and well-known beauties. Your female companion should be more low-key. Su Qi said, she is Xue Chuchu, the school beauty your son drooled over at the class reunion. Wei Bao was stunned and couldn't help but look at Xue Chuchu quickly. Suddenly I began to understand why my son had such a serious conflict with Su Qi. This girl is indeed a rare beautiful girl. He complimented her, the school beauty is just the right match for you, Master Su. My son actually dared to compete with you, Master Su. He really overestimates his own abilities. I'll give him a good beating when I get home so he'll learn his lesson. Su Qi nodded, he should learn his lesson. If you continue to bully others, you will suffer the consequences. Wei Baofa nodded repeatedly, young Master Su's teachings are correct. I will go back and convey young Master Su's words to him. Turn around and leave again. This place was about to become a battlefield, and he really didn't dare to stay any longer. I'm really afraid of being implicated and becoming cannon fodder. Come back here. Su Qi shouted again. Wei Baofa was about to cry. Why couldn't he escape? He could only come back and force a smile. Master Su, do you have any other instructions? Su Qi pointed to the dent on the roof of his sports car made by Wei Baofa with an iron rod and asked, what should we do about this? Wei Baofa looked very sad. What else could he do? Master Su, this is my fault, I will compensate you. Su Qi nodded, then take 10 million. What? Wei Baofa's eyes almost popped out. 10 million? He quickly shook his head, Master Su, please don't do this to me. It's just a dent and some paint chipping, how could it cost 10 million? 10 million can buy several new ones. Su Qi narrowed his eyes at him and asked, are you sure you can buy several new ones with 10 million? Let's check online. How much does this car cost? Wei Baofa quickly took out his cell phone. I took a picture of the car and searched by the picture. He muttered to himself, this bastard Su Qi is too evil, so he should pay 10 million. Do you think his car is made of gold? I quickly searched for information about the car and clicked on the price. The moment I saw the price, I felt dizzy. Damn, how many digits is this?
With trembling fingers, he pointed at the phone screen and counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1,000, 10 million, billion, billion. The phone fell straight down.
Depend on. This sports car costs more than 100 million. Sue. Young Master Sue. The expression on Wei Baofa's face was uglier than crying. Su Qi said calmly, "This car must be returned to the factory for repair. The entire car must be repainted and the frame must be replaced. Tell me, do you think I'll have to pay you more than 10 million? Wei Baofa almost wanted to break his own hands. Why would you use an iron rod to hit someone's car roof? Why are you so naughty? Now, he has been completely bankrupted.
After all these years of hard work, I probably have tens of millions of assets.
Now everything is involved. Both the house and the car have to be sold." Bang! A slap in the face.
Laughing dryly, "Mr. Su, I don't know if your car is so expensive, can you pay less?"
Why should we pay less? Because you brought people to beat me up? Because the way you knocked on my car roof looked awesome?
Wei Baofa's face turned completely bitter, "But I really can't come up with that much money right now."
Then go back and sell everything you have. I'll give you 3 days.
One more day will cost you an extra 100,000 yuan in compensation.
It's up to you to decide. Wei Baofa felt weak all over. This is really troublesome. How did I end up provoking such a monster? Yes, it's all because of that bastard Wei Dicheng.
All these things happened because of him. Because of him, all the family assets were wiped out.
This little bastard must be beaten up when he gets home. Young Master Su, please wait a moment. Wei Baofa suddenly ran back to the van. I brought back a cloth bag. He held it out to Su Qi with both hands and said, "Mr. Su, please accept this. Please give me a few days to give you the extra 10 million. Even if I sell my house and car, it will take time, right?" Su Qi was a little curious. What was inside? Take the cloth bag. After opening it, there was a dagger inside. It looks antique and should be an antique.
Especially the scabbard, which is carved with intricate and exquisite patterns.
Su Qi couldn't help but pick it up and pull it out. He pulled out the dagger in one go.
In an instant, there was a flash of cold light and the chill was overwhelming.
This is definitely a good sword. I wonder if it is an antique and whether it will be valuable. This was given to me as a gift from one of my brothers. It should be quite valuable. Mr. Su, please give me a few more days. Su Qi put away the dagger. Okay, I'll give you a week. Yes, thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Mr. Su.
Then I'll go back and sell my house and car.
Su Qi sneered, "It seems that you are really afraid of Qi Zihao. He hasn't even arrived yet and you're freaking out. If you're so cowardly, why were you acting so arrogant just now? Okay, get out of here."
Wei Baofa felt as if he had been pardoned, and he thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Master Su, for your understanding."
"Thank you, Master Su, for your understanding."
He and his men got into the van and fled in a hurry.
In the hotel, Xu Yunyi was calling Qi Zihao. "If you don't come quickly, I'll become someone else's. I sent you the location. You must be there within 20 minutes. Qi Zihao asked anxiously, "You want to become someone else's?" What do you mean?"
"I'm going to be slept with by another man."
"Is it clear now?" Xu Yunyi said angrily. Chapter 56, Temperament Sparkles Like a Diamond. When Qi Zihao heard this, he became angry. Fuck, is there anyone who dares to touch my Qi Xiao's woman? Is this a fancy way of courting death? Do you want to see how many ways I can kill him? Really angry. He hadn't even touched Xu Yunyi. Now someone actually wants to sleep with Xu Yunyi. Xu Yunyi is his fiancée. This is simply like riding on his head and peeing and shitting on him. How can I tolerate this? Tell me, who the hell is this bastard? Who is it? Xu Yunyi said, "It's a guy who looks very loser. His name is Su Qi. He may not look good, but he has a big heart. He always dreams of eating swan meat." Qi Zihao roared, "This bastard, I must kill him. I'll call Brother Shi right away and have him get some of his men to chop this guy up. I'm so angry. She regards all beauties as goddesses, and there are people who dare to set their sights on them. Hateful. Shu Yunny interrupted him. You can't hurt him. What did you say? Shi Zihao almost couldn't breathe. You are not falling in love with him?
Somehow, after hearing this, Shu Yunny suddenly remembered the electric shock feeling when she kissed Su Chi on the lips. I quickly shook my head and threw these inappropriate thoughts out of my head.
He snorted coldly. How is that possible? How could I, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, like a loser? Do I have such bad taste? Am I that obsessed with it? Shi Zihao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Then he asked, if that's the case, why can't we hurt him? I wish I could break this kid's bones one by one. Shu Yunny gritted her teeth and said, because he is the only one who can save my father now. What's going on here? Shu Yunny simply told what happened in the hospital. Of course, nothing was said about her various intimate contacts with Su Chi. Shi Zihao was surprised. This kid is also a miracle doctor? No matter if he is or not, he is the only one who can save my dad now. So, you can't hurt him, you can only scare him. He was so scared that he didn't dare to have any thoughts about me and gave up. Shi Zihao gritted his teeth and said, I clearly want to kill this bastard, but I can't do it. It really makes me feel so angry. I'm going fucking crazy. Shu Yunny was also annoyed. Can you please stop saying these useless things? Come here quickly. If you come a little later, I will really be his. I don't dare to refuse any of his requests. Now I can only rely on you to intimidate him. Shi Zihao quickly agreed. Okay, I'll go right away. I'll ask Brother Shi to bring a few people and go with me. Shu Yunny hurriedly reminded him, that guy is very good at fighting. If you bring a mob here, you will only bring shame upon yourself. Shi Zihao yelled, is it okay for me to bring the new boxing champion with me? No matter how good he is at fighting, can he beat the boxing champion? Shu Yunny was stunned. Are you talking about Tai Yufeng? Yes, you also had dinner with him, so you must still remember him, right? This guy just won the boxing championship belt abroad. He returned home yesterday and I even gave him a welcome party. You know my relationship with him is very close. It's easy for him to help me calm the situation. Shu Yunny became excited. I knew you had a way. Of course I'm better than that guy, right? Nonsense, he's not even worthy of carrying your shoes, otherwise why would I choose to get engaged to you? Anyway, come quickly. I'm really afraid that loser will take advantage of me. Shi Zihao quickly agreed. Don't worry, I'll leave right away and call Tai Yufeng in the car. Meet him halfway and go straight to your place. At this point, there was a sudden scream. Shit, I just saw you're actually in a hotel? Shu Yunny said angrily. What do you think? The situation is not serious, how can I rush you like this? Then you can't really go to the hotel with him. Shu Yunny was annoyed. What can I do? He forced me to get a room with him, otherwise he wouldn't treat my father. Tell me, can I refuse? Shi Zihao was anxious. Then you better tighten your belt and don't let him succeed. I haven't touched you yet, I can't let outsiders take advantage of me. Fuck. If I had known this would happen, I would have raped you a long time ago. Shu Yunny was furious. You want to die, right? What bullshit are you talking about? I think you are even more vulgar than that loser. Shi Zihao was anxious. I asked you to tighten your belt, isn't that right? I'm wearing a skirt, not a belt. If you want to preserve my innocence, get out of here. Shu Yunny hung up the phone. He walked to the hotel counter and said coldly, get a room. What? The young man behind the counter was stunned. He is here, what kind of people has he not seen? You can tell at a glance the identity of the guest staying here. The beauty in front of me, with her beauty, temperament, and dress, is spotless from head to toe. She looks like a diamond, sparkling. This is definitely a rich lady. You actually booked a room in such a shabby little hotel? It was abnormal for Shu Yunny to appear here, let alone to get a room. Shu Yunny's dazzling appearance made the hotel look even more shabby. The young man felt ashamed of himself. How could he dare to believe that Shu Yunny was here to get a room? I said get a room. Shu Yunny was very unhappy. Is it true, or not? The young man asked stutteringly. Shu Yunny slammed her hands on the counter. Are you blind? Get a room. Only then did the young man believe it. He laughed dryly. Please show me your ID card. Shu Yunny opened her handbag and threw her ID card to him. The young man took one look and shuddered with fear again. The address on Chu Yunni's SID card is a typical high-end wealthy area. If you are not worth more than 100 million, you would be embarrassed to go there. This is truly a wealthy lady. What was she doing here in this small hotel? Want to experience life at the bottom? So weird. Suchi, do you really want to get a room with Miss Chu? Shuechuchu mustered up her courage and asked in a low voice. Shuechuchu's attention generates a jealousy critical hit of plus 3,000. Suchi smiled. Why, are you jealous? Shuechuchu hurriedly shook her head. What right do I have to be jealous? I'm not your girlfriend. Shuechuchu's attention generates a jealousy critical hit of plus 5,000. And you still say you're not jealous? The jealousy is rising sharply. Suchi discovered that this school beauty seemed to like saying one thing and thinking another. Suchi, you should go home with us. Lu Xinmei hurriedly persuaded. She bought oysters, kidneys and other things, preparing to facilitate the marriage between Shuechuchu and Suchi tonight. As a result, Chu Yunni suddenly appeared and was about to snatch her favorite son-in-law away. Suchi shook his head. The matter between Chu Yunni and me is not over yet. Once I'm done with her, I'll visit your house. Lu Xinmei was speechless. What's the matter with Chu Yunni? Isn't that what you're doing? After that, what else do you want to do at their house? All my money has been emptied out by Chu Yunni, so why should I go to her house for some supplements? I actually bought oysters, kidneys and other things. But that was for my daughter, but now I have to make wedding clothes for others? She was naturally unhappy. But there is really nothing to say about Suchi. Suchi is not only her savior, but also the benefactor of their family. Without Suchi, I don't know what this family would become. With a dry laugh, he said, then you should finish as soon as possible. Auntie has prepared the meal and is waiting for you. Suchi nodded, turned and walked towards the small hotel. Chapter 57, Strong Combat Power. Lu Xinmei sighed. Such a good son-in-law is gone just like that. Shuechuchu gently kneaded the corner of her clothes and whispered, I'm not worthy of him. Only a girl of Miss Chu's status is worthy of him. She bit her lip and walked into the community with her head down. Suchi came to the hotel and saw Chu Yunni still at the counter. Beautiful lady, have a bottle of soda. The young man at the counter handed a bottle of soda to Chu Yunni with a flattering smile on his face. Chu Yunni snorted coldly, I didn't buy soda. No need to buy, it's free. Free soda today. Chu Yunni was full of disdain and pushed the soda aside. I don't drink such cheap things. Suchi could see that the young man was trying to please Chu Yunni. After all, Chu Yunni is so beautiful, who wouldn't he want to get close to her? Smiling, he walked over and said, there's free soda. That's great. I'm thirsty. He walked over, opened the bottle of soda, and drank half of it in one breath. The young man glared at him fiercely. When Chu Yunni saw that it was him, she glared at him. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? The young man scolded Suchi angrily. Suchi smiled bitterly. What else can we do in a hotel? Of course we come to stay, how can we come to exercise? The speaker may not have any intention, but the listener may take it seriously. Chu Yunni thought about what Suchi might do to her. Isn't it just a fitness exercise? It felt like Suchi was teasing her on purpose. She blushed unconsciously and glared at Suchi again with a look of disgust. The young man noticed and quickly helped Chu Yunni scold, You, stay away from the beautiful woman. Look at yourself, you're all dirty and you've soiled a beautiful woman's skirt. Can you afford to pay for it? Stand aside, wait for me to serve this beautiful lady, then I'll get you a room. After that, he smiled and asked Chu Yunni, Look at these rooms, which one do you like? Chu Yunni was very impatient, whatever. Okay, I'll help you choose. The young man helped Chu Yunni choose a room. But he didn't give Chu Yunni the key immediately. Beautiful lady, please wait a moment. You are our lucky customer today, and you will receive a fruit plate as a gift. The young man turned around and shouted inside. Aunt Lu, is the fruit plate ready? An old lady hurriedly brought out a large fruit plate. The young man picked it up and said to Chu Yunni with a smile, Beautiful lady, let me take you to your room. Chu Yunni shook her head, No need. It doesn't matter. I'm free anyway, and I'm always willing to help others. Chu Yunni was in a bad mood and was too lazy to pay attention to his flattery. His face darkened. I said no. Suchi added, Don't worry, I'll take it. What do you want? The young man was quite angry.
Let me tell you, there's only one lucky customer today, and that's this beautiful lady.
You won't get a fruit plate. Chu Yunny became more and more impatient. Is the room ready?
Okay. The young man took out the key, wiped it with a tissue, and handed it to Chu Yunny.
Chu Yunny's face was full of disgust. You still use keys here? Don't you have room cards? It will be available after we renovate at the end of the year.
The young man smiled and said, You are welcome to come again at that time.
Chu Yunny gritted her teeth. I will never come here again in my life. He glanced at Su Chi, took the key and walked straight in. You can come over and get a room. The young man looked at Chu Yunny's back with nostalgia, and finally remembered Su Chi.
Su Chi shook his head and smiled. I don't need to get a room.
What are you doing in the hotel if you're not booking a room? Su Chi pointed at Chu Yunny. Isn't she already opened it?
The young man was furious. The beauty has opened her mouth. What does it have to do with you?
Su Chi smiled and said, We are together. What does it have to do with me?
The young man's face turned green after hearing this. You are with her?
She came to get a room to be with you. Su Chi nodded. Congratulations, you got it right. You are so smart.
No, that's impossible.
The young man couldn't believe it.
Quickly called Chu Yunny. Beauty, someone insulted you. Come quickly, it's this guy.
I caught him. Grab Su Chi's clothes. He's been bad-mouthing you, so come here quickly. Chu Yunny came back angrily. What's wrong?
The young man pointed at Su Chi and said, This guy said that you and he came to get a room together.
Isn't this an insult to you?
After hearing this, Chu Yunny replied unwillingly, He is not wrong.
Ah?
The young man was stunned.
You. Su Chi put his arms around Chu Yunny's slender waist and pulled Chu Yunny over. Looking at the young man, do you believe it now?
The young man was completely dumbfounded.
Is this okay? Such a noble and elegant young lady comes to this shabby hotel to book a room with a loser guy? Is this crazy? Still don't believe it? Su Chi pointed at his face and looked at Chu Yunny.
Come, prove it to him.
Chu Yunny bit her lip in anger.
But she didn't dare to refuse Su Chi, so she had to give him a quick kiss on the face.
Okay, go to the room and take a shower and wait for me. Su Chi slapped Chu Yunny on the butt and let her go first. Chu Yunny was so angry. But he couldn't say anything and left angrily. Su Chi waved his hand in front of the young man. Hey, it's time to wake up.
The young man woke up as if from a dream. The attention from XXX generates a triple crit of envy, jealousy, and hatred plus 9,000.
He was so envious that he almost cried. It seems that Su Chi is not dressed any better than him. How did he conquer such a wealthy lady? Su Chi picked up the fruit plate and said, Thank you.
This fruit plate is really generous in quantity.
Your hotel is very conscientious.
The young man felt heartbroken. Whether it was soda or fruit plate, he bought them all with his own money.
Just to please Chu Yunny.
Unexpectedly, all of this benefited the bastard Su Chi.
Your eyes are wet, are you homesick? Su Chi asked the young man. You leave now.
The young man couldn't stand it. The attention from XXX generates envy, jealousy, hatred, and anger, with a quadruple critical hit of plus 10,000. If Su Chi doesn't leave, he really wants to punch him. You have such a beautiful girlfriend, yet you still show off.
Isn't this asking for a fight? Su Chi discovered that although this young man was inconspicuous, his ability to attract attention was amazing.
I was about to leave, but now I don't.
Get some more wool before leaving.
He smiled and said, I still need to buy some things.
The young man gritted his teeth and asked, What do you want to buy? Little raincoat.
Su Chi said with a smile. The young man's eyes went dark.
Is such a beautiful girl really going to be taken advantage of by this loser?
It hurts my heart to think of that scene.
Heartbroken. Just shook his head. No. Why not? I saw it, isn't it right there on the shelf? It also says it's a super value special offer. Su Chi pointed deliberately.
The young man was about to spit out a mouthful of blood.
He clenched his fists tightly and finally managed to hold it in.
He turned around, took a box and threw it in front of Su Chi.
Su Chi shook his head. Not enough.
Fuck. The young man couldn't bear it any longer and cursed.
What's your ability? Aren't 24 in this box enough? Are you an animal?
Attention from XXX generates envy, jealousy, hatred, anger, and resentment.
Multiple critical hits plus 12,000. Suchi sighed, how ignorant.
I'm capable, and I'm not proud.
Why are you so anxious?
Besides, I treated her to a $5 cup of milk tea, so I have to work hard to earn it back.
Chapter 58, just a cup of milk tea?
The young man trembled all over.
A beauty like this, and you can get her with just a $5 cup of milk tea? Are there too many flowers? Suchi looked annoyed.
You. The young man's lips trembled and his face turned pale.
This is blatant showing off. So arrogant.
Suchi said seriously, if you don't feel well, don't insist on going to the hospital.
Of course, before we go to the hospital, give me another box of raincoats.
I don't know how the young man got the other box of raincoats.
Watching Suchi walk away,
he pounded his fists against the counter. Just to treat such a beautiful girl to a $5 cup of milk tea, he prepared 48 raincoats.
What does this guy want to do? I feel so heartbroken for Chu Yunny. The attention from XXX generates envy, jealousy, hatred, anger, and heartache.
Multiple critical hits and another critical hit plus 15,000. Suchi was startled when he heard the system prompt sound.
This guy has broken the record for the most critical hits so far. It can actually hit critical hits again and again, its combat power is really amazing.
Suchi arrived at the room. Chu Yunny was sitting awkwardly on the edge of the bed, but when she saw him, she quickly stood up. She didn't want Suchi to just throw her onto the bed. It's really awkward for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room, especially in such a small hotel. Unfortunately, there was a sudden ups and downs of sound coming from next door, and the walls were clanging.
Chu Yunny blushed completely with embarrassment. I'm going to take a shower. Quickly escape into the washroom.
After entering, quickly lock the bathroom door from the inside. Then, he hurriedly called Chizaheo. If Chizaheo doesn't come, she won't be able to hold on any longer. The atmosphere was at its peak, and she also noticed that Suchi bought 2 boxes of raincoats.
Everything is on the verge of collapse. If Suchi suddenly turns into a beast, how can she resist?
Yun and I, hold on a little longer, I'll be there soon, 5 minutes at most. Wait till I get there, and see how I deal with that bastard. Chizaheo said this viciously. He has already met the new boxing champion Tai Yufeng and told him everything. Tai Yufeng had a pretty good relationship with him, and he patted his chest and promised, don't worry, I'll definitely scare the shit out of that Suchi. If I clench my fist, I can scare him to the point of losing his erection. Chizaheo gritted his teeth, that would be best, so that he will be completely powerless against women in the future. Chizaheo's attention generates a hate crit plus 5,000. Chizaheo's attention generates a hostile critical hit of plus 5,000.
Chizaheo's attention generates a fierce critical hit of plus 5,000.
The focus from Iron Rain Wind generates contempt crit plus 1,000. The attention from Iron Rain Wind generates a critical hit plus 1,000. Suchi sat on the bed, waiting for Chu Yunny to take a shower, but he kept receiving attention from Chizaheo and Tai Yufeng.
He knew that Chizaheo was Chu Yunny's fiancé. Who is this Tai Yufeng? Could it be the helper Chizaheo found? Otherwise, why would he be both contemptuous and eager to try? To be honest, I am looking forward to Chizaheo's arrival. Chu Yunny praised Chizaheo so much that I really wanted to see if Chizaheo was really that awesome. I was getting bored waiting and suddenly noticed the 2 boxes of raincoats I had just bought. Suddenly I had an idea. What would happen if I used the Midas touch on the raincoat? Will it become supersized? Or ultra thin? Or is it super exciting? You know what, I'm really curious.
Anyway, I have so much energy now and I'm very rich, so I might as well give it a try.
Consumed 1,000 energy points and clicked on one of the boxes of raincoats.
The box of raincoats suddenly changed. It is completely different from the super value package just now, but has become a cutting-edge technology package.
After reading the introduction, I found that it combines various super attributes. Things like ultimate body feeling, automatic lubrication, and so on.
Just by reading the introduction, Suchi felt his heart burning with desire and wanted to try it. He shook his head hurriedly. No matter how powerful the technological attributes are, it is better not to use them.
Another 1,000 energy points were consumed and clicked again.
The raincoat in his hand did not change, but the layout of the room suddenly changed. The lighting becomes soft, the walls turn into beautiful colors, and even the sheets and quilts become full of romance.
This is simply the standard between couples.
In the past, when people could turn stones into gold, the things they touched upon would be replaced by better things. This time, the raincoat has probably reached the pinnacle of quality. Unable to enhance it further, the mood of the surrounding environment was enhanced.
I have to say, the system is indeed smart enough. The raincoat will definitely be more useful when used in this environment. This can be regarded as a disguised enhancement of the raincoat. Su Chi was secretly excited. How could he improve it further? He consumed another 1,000 energy points and clicked on the box of raincoats.
The raincoat remained unchanged, but the furnishings in the room changed again.
There were many things that Su Chi had never expected. Whips, candles, and so on. Su Chi was startled. No way? I really don't dare to click anymore. He felt that he could no longer bear it. It's better not to be so mean and do something else.
He casually touched the card and took out the second-level customer card of Chijia Company that Chu Yunny gave him. His eyes turned slightly. When he ordered the VIP card for the 5-star hotel, he became the big boss of the hotel.
I wonder what magical effect clicking this second-level customer card will have.
Since I had nothing to do, I took out 10,000 energy points and clicked it. I have received so much attention these days and I have a lot of energy now. He was rich and generous, so he directly used 10,000 energy points. The second-level customer card in front of him changed immediately and became golden. The words on the card also changed to a special customer card.
Special customer card? Not satisfying. Keep going.
Anyway, there is so much energy, it would be a waste if it is not used.
Click again with 10,000 energy points.
This time, there was no change in the special customer card.
Nothing changes.
It is still a special customer card.
Su Chi was puzzled. Could it be that this special customer card was the pinnacle? It shouldn't be.
He simply took out 100,000 energy points, which increased his energy value tenfold, and clicked on the special customer card. That special customer card finally changed.
It became a share certificate. I quickly picked it up and took a look.
It turned out to be the share certificate for 60% of the shares of Chijia Company. The owner of the shares is him, Su Chi.
He actually claimed the Chi family company Zireo Group as his own. Sure enough, this system of turning stone into gold is quite amazing. He turned a second-level customer card into a share certificate. If he controls 60% of the shares of Chijia Zireo Group, wouldn't he become the big boss of Chijia Company? In other words, Shi Ziheo, the so-called young talent, is now just his employee. He is the real controller of this company. It was all thanks to Chu Yunny that she gave him this second-level customer card, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to order anything.
Only items related to the Chijia Company can point out the higher value related to the Chijia Company. Before he knew it, he had become the owner of a 5-star hotel and a huge group.
Chapter 59, Knocked Down with One Punch. Shi Ziheo finally arrived.
Bring Tai Yufeng to the door of the hotel room. In order to show his power, he kicked the door hard and kicked it open.
Honey, I'm here to save you. Shi Ziheo said this and strode in. When I went in and took a look, I was stunned. This beautiful light. This ambiguous atmosphere. Are you sure you're in the right place?
Chu Yunny heard the noise and hurried out of the washroom.
I was also shocked when I saw the changes outside. Is this still the same room? Shi Ziheo looked at her, the corners of his mouth twitching. Who opened this room? It's very professional.
In this atmosphere, the two strangers wanted to hug each other and eat each other.
Chu Yunny stammered, I drove it. Shi Ziheo rolled his eyes in anger. You drove it? I'm so angry. Can't you just give him a single room? You actually picked a couple's room like this. What? Do you really want to have something happen with him? Am I here to spoil your fun? Chu Yunny blushed. He hurriedly explained, I don't know what's going on. The room wasn't originally like this. Shi Ziheo sneered, do you think I can believe it? In just a dozen minutes, the entire room's decor changed? Who could be so magical? Is there a magician here? The more I talk, the angrier I get. Chu Yunny, tell me the truth, what exactly did you call me here for? Did you ask me to save you, or did you want to show me your affection? If you want to show off your affection, take off your clothes and start fighting. I want to watch you intently. Chu Yunny raised her hands in anger. Bang! I slapped him, shameless. He turned around and quickly went inside and asked Suchi, "What's going on in this room? How did it become like this?" Suchi smiled bitterly, "How do you want me to explain? You opened a room like this and you asked me how I ended up like this?" Chu Yunyi was so angry that she almost passed out. This is really hard to defend. He simply stamped his foot and followed Chiziheo angrily and said, "Yes, this is the room I booked. Chiziheo, if you think you're a light bulb, get out. We still have business to do." Chiziheo was furious. How could he really leave? Chu Yunyi is his fiancée. How could Chiziheo possibly give up his woman? Do you really think I'm just a decoration? You can put me wherever you want? Who the hell dares to touch my woman? He turned around and gave Tai Yufeng a wink. Tai Yufeng naturally knew what to do. He rushed to Su Chi and punched the table beside the bed. Bang! The table fell apart. The table lamps above fell to the ground. Su Chi glanced at him and said, "What for? Do you owe me the table?" Tai Yufeng snorted coldly, "Tell me, do you want to become this table?" Su Chi said with disdain, "The table won't move, but I will." Tai Yufeng laughed loudly, "In front of me, what difference does it make whether you move or not? Do you know what a guy like you looks like to me, a boxing champion? It's just a sandbag. Hit it however you want." "No, I was wrong. You are worse than a sandbag. At least you can't hit a sandbag. With someone like you, I can kill you with just one punch. If you're smart, stay away from Mr. Chi's woman. Mr. Chi is not someone you can afford to offend. Even if young Master Chi disdains to attack you, as young Master Chi's friend, I, the new boxing champion Tai Yufeng, will not sit idly by. Don't let me really attack you, otherwise, this table will be your end." The focus from Iron Rain Wind generates a domineering critical hit of plus 2000. The focus from Iron Rain Wind generates aura critical hit plus 3000. Is this guy the new boxing champion? Are you so talkative? Su Chi couldn't help but sigh, "You talk so much, is it possible that your boxing champion was blown by your mouth?" "You?" Tai Yufeng was furious. Clenched his fists suddenly. "Boy, do you really want to taste my fist?" Not only is he tall, but his fists are even bigger. That fist was almost half the size of Su Chi's head. Chu Yunyi was secretly excited. Su Chi had offended the boxing champion and was in big trouble. The boxing champion took the initiative to stand up for her friend, so Su Chi couldn't blame her. Besides, it was Su Chi who asked her to call Chiziheo. He turned around and glanced at Chiziheo. The two smiled at each other, both feeling a little proud. Su Chi dared to challenge the new boxing champion, he was simply too narrow-minded. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a taunt critical hit of plus 3000. Chiziheo's attention generates a double critical hit of taunting and complacency plus 5000. Su Chi glanced at the two guys. They were really happy too early. "Apologize immediately, or I won't be able to hold back my fists." Tai Yufeng shook his fist in front of Su Chi. Su Chi was very impatient. "I say, can you fight? Are you really just good at talking?" Tai Yufeng found it incredible. "Do you really want to challenge me?" Su Chi looked at him and said, "Either do it quickly or shut up and get out. It's your choice. You're really asking for a fight." Tai Yufeng became completely famous. An ordinary young man dared to provoke him like this. Where can he, the new boxing champion, put his face? Doesn't he have any face? Having just won the boxing championship belt, he was full of energy and confidence. But here he was provoked by an ordinary person. This is intolerable. Since you're looking for a fight, I'll grant you your wish. A punch suddenly came towards Su Chi. Chu Yunyi screamed in fright. Tai Yufeng must not hurt Su Chi with this punch. She still hopes Su Chi can save her father. You must stop at the right time. Chiziheo secretly hoped that Tai Yufeng would attack with a powerful blow. It would be best to kill Su Chi with one punch. This guy who dares to set his sights on her woman must die. Tai Yufeng was furious, so his punch was naturally a heavy one, extremely powerful. He was determined to teach Su Chi a lesson, even if it went against Chu Yunyi's wishes. Just lie down. Seeing that the fist was about to hit Su Chi's head, Tai Yufeng shouted. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Su Chi tilted his head and dodged. The fist hit Su Chi almost against his ear. But he just couldn't hit Su Chi. Suchi shook his head, his face full of contempt. Too slow. Let me show you a demonstration. He also threw a punch at Tai Yufeng. With his current strength and agility, even if Tai Yufeng is a boxing champion, he can't catch up with him even if he takes off his shoes. Tai Yufeng didn't even react before Suchi's fist hit him in the face. Bang! 2 streams of blood flowed out of Tai Yufeng's nose. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Xu Yunyi's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 5,000. Shi Ziheo's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 5,000. The two were completely dumbfounded. Tai Yufeng is the new boxing champion. He was knocked down by Suchi's punch? Is this true or false? Suchi sneered. It seems that this boxing champion really blew it with his mouth. Glancing at Shi Ziheo, he said, "You came all the way here to be the flower protector. If you have any other skills, use them now. After I take care of you, I still have to get into the main show with Xu Yunyi. Don't waste our precious time for exercise." Shi Ziheo was so angry that his face turned red. But I already felt uneasy. Even the boxing champion is no match for him. What would he do if Suchi attacked him? I have already given up in my heart. But he still said stubbornly, "You should know who I am. I am the eldest son of the Qi family, one of the 3 young masters of Yinjiang City. Do you know how many businesses the Qi family has in Yinjiang City? Do you know what status the Qi family holds in Yinjiang City? If you dare to touch my woman, you will become an enemy of our Qi family. Think about it carefully. Do you think an ant can shake a tree? I can kill you with money." Suchi sighed. "You don't seem to understand who the big tree is." He grabbed the share certificate that had just been pointed out and threw it directly at Shi Ziheo. "You have no right to talk nonsense in front of me. Tell your father to come talk to me." Chapter 60, Sweating Like a Drowned Rat. Shi Ziheo picked up the share certificate and his face changed drastically. The mysterious person who controls their company appears? Is this the guy in front of me? It was so surprising that I couldn't describe it. Shi Ziheo's focus generates a shocking critical hit of plus 10,000. The controlling rights of the Qi family's Zireo group are indeed not in the hands of the Qi family. The real big boss is someone else. In the past few years, Zireo Group encountered huge difficulties, its stock price collapsed, and it was on the verge of bankruptcy. At this time, some people were frantically buying up shares of Zireo Group. The Qi family knew that if this continued, control of the company would soon change hands. But at that time, the crisis was serious and there was no way out. Instead, I'm glad that someone is willing to take over the Qi family's shares. Someone took over the shares, which stabilized the stock price. Moreover, the Qi family sold many of their shares in exchange for a large amount of life-saving funds, and finally saved the situation. But after this incident, the equity structure of Zireo Group changed completely. The major shareholder became an outsider and controlled 60% of Zireo Group's shares. The Qi family sold too many shares and only had 17% left. On the surface, the Qi family is still the same Qi family as before, and is still one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City. Only they themselves know that they are now strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They were even worried that the major shareholder would suddenly appear, take over Zireo Group, and then drive their entire family out of Zireo Group. If that happens, the status of the Qi family will definitely plummet. What confidence do you have if you no longer have control over your industry? It's really like a lost dog. Shi Ziheo never expected that the real boss of Zireo Group would appear. Still appears in this situation. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. His father Qi Chongshu said that if this big boss showed up, he must not be offended. There can't even be the slightest offense. Because the fate of their Qi family is in their hands. The Qi family's wealthy status, their position in Zireo Group, and even their reputation and face in Yinjiang City are all in their hands. If you make someone angry, you can easily destroy everything they have. This big boss controls 60% of Zireo Group's shares, and no one can stop him from doing anything. Shi Ziheo's attention generates a tense critical hit of plus 8,000. Shi Ziheo's attention generates an uneasy critical hit of plus 8,000. Shi Ziheo's attention generates a fear critical hit of plus 8,000. Are you sweating? Suchi looked at him with a sneer. From Shi Ziheo's reaction, Suchi knew that this share certificate was authentic and valid. He has gained experience through turning stones into gold so many times. No matter how much something is enhanced after being transformed into gold by the Midas touch, it is real and exists in reality.
For example, if you can turn a bank card into gold, not only will the numbers in the bank card change, but there will really be that much money in the bank card. There is also a broken electric car that was turned into a Pagani supercar. This sports car also exists in reality. It is not created out of thin air. The same is certainly true of this share certificate. It's not just a few pieces of paper, there are real corresponding shares there. I can only say that this is the power of the system. Seamless connection with reality. Su Chi knew in his heart that he must be the big boss of Chi's company now. Moreover, Chi Zihao also knew this. That's why he became so nervous and anxious. Chu Yunyi also noticed Chi Zihao's strangeness. Chi Zihao, what's wrong with you? I'm sweating so much I'm almost soaked. Chi Zihao doesn't have the time to think about all this now. My mind was racing. What should I do now? I have already offended this big boss. Will the fate of my family be ruined by him? It's all Chu Yunyi's fault. Why involve him? At this moment, Chu Yunyi's weight in his heart instantly dropped a lot. What's wrong with Chu Yunyi being his fiancée? What's wrong with her being a rare beauty? Once the big boss is offended, the Chi family will lose its status as a wealthy family and he will lose all the glory he has. What are the three young masters of Yinjiang City? Who will care about him in the future? If they were kicked out of Zureo Group and their shares were diluted, the Chi family would be completely finished. Not to mention the luxurious life we have now, even a normal life is difficult. Compared with the fate of the Chi family and his own, what is Chu Yunyi? He even wanted to quickly cut off ties with Chu Yunyi. He doesn't want to be the love rival of the big boss of Zureo Group. Isn't that courting death? It's completely detrimental to your own future and wealth. It will also bring trouble to your own family. Sweat quickly flowed down his cheeks. Chi Zihao, what's wrong with you? Chu Yunyi felt more and more strange and embarrassed. You're my Chu Yunyi's fiancé, the eldest son of the Chi family. You shouldn't be so scared in front of such a loser, right? You are one of the three young masters of Yinjiang City. After hearing this, Chi Zihao suddenly shouted angrily, Chu Yunyi, shut up. Chu Yunyi was completely frightened. She looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? You actually told me to shut up? Chi Zihao glared at her. Who gave you the courage to say that this Su? Young Master Su is a loser? If you keep saying this kind of crazy stuff, even if young Master Su is not angry, I will get angry with you. Chu Yunyi was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Who are you talking to? Why does it feel like I'm kneeling and licking Su Chi? But how is that possible? Su Chi set his sights on his fiancée and wanted to sleep with her, and he was still trying to lick her? This is definitely a crazy thing. I couldn't help but reach out and poke Chi Zihao's forehead hard. There's something wrong with your brain, right? I'm your fiancé, and that man covets my body. Why don't you go after him instead of yelling at me? Did you take the wrong medicine? Chi Zihao hurriedly shouted righteously, whose fiancé are you? From now on, I am breaking off my engagement with you. We have no relationship anymore. Chu Yunyi was dumbfounded again. Su Chi wanted to sleep with her, but Chi Zihao didn't fight back and was so scared that he broke off the engagement with her? How cowardly is this? Is this the young talent she has always boasted about in front of Su Chi? A young talent who was scared by a loser and sweated like a drowned rat. It's really shameful. So embarrassing. Chi Zihao hurriedly smiled at Su Chi and said, Mr. Su, I have already broken off my engagement with her. If you want to sleep with her, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Su Chi glanced at him and asked, have I ever cared about you? Yes. Chi Zihao nodded repeatedly. Why should I be worthy of your care, Master Su? Looking at Chi Zihao nodding and bowing like that, Chu Yunyi was completely confused. Chi Zihao really embarrassed her. Su Chi wanted to sleep with her, but Chi Zihao was not angry at all. On the contrary, he looked like he wanted to strip her naked and send her to Su Chi's bed. How come she has a fiancé like this? I lost so much that I wanted to bang my head against the wall. Chapter 61. Very considerate. Chi Zihao didn't want to do this either, but he had no choice. For the fate of the family, he had no choice but to give up Chu Yunyi. Instead, he wanted to use Chu Yunyi to please Su Chi to make up for his previous offense against Su Chi. Chu Yunyi suddenly noticed the papers in Chi Zihao's hand. Yes, Chi Zihao's attitude changed drastically after seeing those pieces of paper. He reached out to grab it. What on earth is on this paper?
It can scare you like this. Chi Zihao hurriedly dodged. Chu Yunny must not be allowed to see this share certificate.
Not only can it not be seen by Chu Yunny, but it cannot be seen by anyone else.
Otherwise, the Chi family's superficial strength would be exposed.
At that time, the Chi family was no longer a wealthy family respected by everyone in Yanjiang City, but a joke of pretending to be rich. After knowing the true situation of the Chi family, the other three wealthy families would definitely be ashamed to associate with them.
The Chu family will definitely cancel the engagement. After all, Chu Yunny is very arrogant.
She knows that the Chi family does not have the strength of a wealthy family.
How can she still be willing to continue to marry him? This secret must be kept.
He hurriedly and respectfully returned the share certificate to Su Chi with both hands.
Master Su, please keep it safe, please, please. I really remind you again and again. Chu Yunny was almost going crazy. Chi Zihao, what on earth scared you like this?
Chi Zihao didn't answer her, but continued to look at Su Chi respectfully. Nodding and bowing, Mr. Su, I won't disturb you in Miss Chu's elegance.
Goodbye. Just prepare to leave. Chu Yunny is really going crazy. He grabbed Chi Zihao and started beating him. I asked you to save me, and this is how you save me? Do you still look like a man? You're a piece of shit.
Chi Zihao did not resist, but said seriously, it's your honor if Mr. Su is willing to touch you.
It's better not to fight anymore. Save your strength and serve Master Su well. Chu Yunny's head was buzzing. Chi Zihao can even say such words? Chi Zihao gave Su Chi another dry laugh. Mr. Su, it's really inconvenient to disturb you now. When you're free, my father and I will host a banquet for you. You can choose the location. Chu Yunny was about to cry. Su Chi wants to sleep with her, and Chi Zihao wants to host a banquet for him? What the hell is going on in this bastard's head? Mr. Su, I'm leaving now. Chi Zihao hurried to leave. Su Chi snorted coldly, did I let you go?
Chi Zihao was so frightened that his whole body trembled.
I did offend Su Chi just now.
It seems that it is not so easy to calm Su Chi down. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat.
Why would Su Chi be interested in his fiancée? Why did he ask Chu Yunny to notify him to come? Is it just to provoke him and make him dare to offend, so that Su Chi will have an excuse to drive their Chi family out of Zireo Group? So, he fell into a trap and was snared? I broke out in a cold sweat again.
It feels like their Chi family is on the verge of collapse.
Plop. He turned around and knelt directly in front of Su Chi. Mr. Su, I didn't mean to offend you. If I had known it was you, I would definitely not have come.
I have already broken off my engagement with Chu Yunny.
You can do whatever you want from now on, really. Please calm down. Chu Yunny was completely desperate. Chi Zihao actually knelt down to Su Chi.
So servile. He praised Chi Zihao so highly, saying that he was the only one worthy of her, but in the end, Chi Zihao actually knelt down before Su Chi, a loser. She felt like she really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Mr. Su, is there anything you need? I can buy it for you right away. Do you need a raincoat? Chi Zihao wanted to do something for Su Chi quickly to win Su Chi's favor.
But at a glance, he saw 2 boxes of raincoats thrown on the bed.
There is definitely no shortage of that. He hurriedly asked, are you short of something to liven up the atmosphere? I have a few classic love action movies on my phone. Would you like to watch them and liven up the fun?
He quickly took out his cell phone and searched for it.
Su Chi sighed, even if you are a coward, you wouldn't be so cowardly, right? I just want you to move this guy out. He's really an eyesore here.
As he said this, he pointed at Tai Yufeng who was lying on the ground.
Chi Zihao then realized that he was overthinking it. My face couldn't help but feel hot. It was really embarrassing just now.
But facing this big boss who can control the fate of their family.
No matter how much you try to please someone, it's never too much. Just don't make him angry. He laughed hurriedly, I'll get him away right away. This guy is really too much of a nuisance.
He kicked Tai Yufeng, then struggled to lift him up and put him on his shoulders.
Staggered out. Mr. Su, I closed the door for you. Chi Zihao considerately closed the door. Su Chi glanced at Chu Yunny and said, so this is your awesome fiancé, he's really awesome.
Chu Yunny covered her face with her hands, facing the wall, unable to utter a word.
I really hate Chi Zihao in my heart.
It really brought shame to her. It would have been fine if Su Chi wasn't scared, but he himself was so scared that he didn't dare to want her and tried his best to push her to Su Chi. Suddenly I realized that Su Chi seemed to be behind me. I was startled and turned around quickly.
Sure enough, Su Chi came behind her.
Chiziheo, Chu Yunni's last resort, has already escaped.
Now, what can stop Su Chi from eating her? Su Chi can definitely go straight in.
I was panicked and quickly retreated. As a result, his back hit the wall and he had nowhere to retreat.
You, don't come over here. I'm going to scream.
After all, it's the first time, it's impossible not to panic or be nervous.
Su Chi sneered, do you think it's useful for you to shout here?
I thought you were so into it that you couldn't help but scream when you reached the climax. In the next room, there was indeed a woman screaming.
Each sound is louder than the last. Su Chi pointed and said, shout, if you have the ability, suppress her voice.
Chu Yunni blushed.
I really can't say it out loud.
Su Chi came up to her and looked down into her eyes.
He sneered, do you think your swan meat is really that delicious?
Even if you really smell that good, I will wait for you to bring it to my mouth, and then I will enjoy it slowly. After saying this, he blew gently into her ear. Chu Yunni felt as if her ears were suddenly hit by an electric current, and her whole body went numb. With a cry of surprise, his legs went weak and he couldn't help but squat down. Su Chi walked to the bed and picked up the 2 boxes of raincoats on the bed. Throw it in front of her.
If you figure it out, come to me with these 2 boxes. Turn around and walk out. Chu Yunni looked at the 2 boxes of raincoats. Super value special package? Cutting edge technology? And cutting edge tech gear? Is this kind of thing also high tech?
I was so curious that I couldn't help but take a look at the product introduction on the outer packaging. After just one look, her face turned red as fire and she almost fainted from embarrassment. I shook my head vigorously and finally came to my senses.
I wanted to slap myself twice. What the hell am I doing? I even have the time to read a product description for something like this. Chapter 62, Fists Like a Rainstorm.
Chu Yunni looked up at Su Chi and found that Su Chi had left. Su Chi now has no obstacles and can do whatever he wants, but he actually gave up the opportunity to eat her, the swan meat.
Does he really have to wait for her to bring it to his mouth? This guy is so hateful. Chu Yunni's attention generates shyness, panic, hesitation, emotional surges, and daydreams. Multiple critical hits plus 10,000. Su Chi listened to the system prompt and walked out of the hotel.
He felt that he couldn't help but eat Chu Yunni's swan meat.
It all depends on when you start eating.
After Chiziheo left the small hotel, he simply threw Tai Yufeng on the side of the road. He quickly got in the car and asked the driver to take him home. The appearance of the major shareholder who controls 60% of the Chi family's company, Zireo Group, is definitely an extremely important news for the Chi family.
It is completely related to the future of the Chi family.
He must tell his father Chi Chongshu about this as soon as possible. He really didn't dare to hide such a big thing. Because if any consequences are caused, he will not be able to bear them at all.
What? The mysterious man who stole 60% of Zireo Group's shares has appeared?
When Chi Chongshu heard Chiziheo's report, he almost fell off the sofa.
He grabbed Chiziheo's arm and asked immediately, you didn't provoke him, did you?
This is what he is most worried about. No matter who you mess with, don't mess with this major shareholder. After all, this guy can decide their fate.
Chiziheo laughed dryly, not daring to hide it. I think I was a little provoked.
You are sick.
Chi Chongshu slapped Chiziheo on the head. What did I tell you? Once this person shows up, you must not offend him.
I warned you so many times, and you still wanted to die.
Are you willing to ruin our Chi family? Chiziheo quickly explained, Dad, I didn't mean it. He actually covets my fiancée, Chu Yunni. How can I not react?
Chi Chongshu was annoyed. Since he's coveting it, why don't you just give it to him?
It's better than our family being kicked out of Zireo Group, right?
Chiziheo hurriedly said, Dad, that's what I did.
We really think alike.
After I found out that the guy was our big boss, I quickly broke off my engagement with Chu Yunni and gave her to him. But before that, I still bumped into him a little bit without knowing his identity.
Chi Chongshu was very nervous. What exactly do you mean by slightly bumping into him?
Chiziheo laughed dryly. Chu Yunni and him went to get a room. I took Tai Yufeng to teach him a lesson.
Iron Rain Wind?
Chi Chongshu was stunned for a moment.
Suddenly his expression changed drastically. Is he the professional boxer?
Chi Zihao nodded. He just won the gold belt and became the new boxing champion.
After hearing this, Chi Chongshu's head buzzed. You even brought the boxing champion with you, and this is still a minor collision? You think your father is a fool, right?
Another slap came, making Chi Zihao stagger.
Pointing at Chi Zihao, he shouted angrily, Tell me quickly, is the big boss injured? Chi Zihao hurriedly shook his head. Tai Yufeng is injured. What did you say?
Chi Chongshu really thought he had heard it wrong.
Is Tai Yufeng injured? The new boxing champion is injured? Are you sure you're right?
Under normal circumstances, a professional boxer who has won the boxing championship belt would teach an ordinary person a lesson.
As a result, the boxing champion was injured? It's impossible no matter how you think about it. He kicked Chi Zihao hard and said, Tell me the truth. If you don't, I'll beat you to death.
He had to understand the specific situation before he knew how to deal with it. If Chi Zihao didn't tell the truth, it would definitely affect his judgment of the subsequent situation.
Chi Zihao said with a sad face, Dad, I am telling the truth. It's really Tai Yufeng who is injured. Chi Chongshu frowned. Did Tai Yufeng accidentally slip? This was the only reasonable explanation he could think of. Chi Zihao shook his head. The big boss knocked him unconscious with a punch.
Chi Chongshu started coughing violently.
This big boss knocked the new boxing champion unconscious? He raised his foot and kicked Chi Zihao again. I asked you to tell the truth, but you are making up stories for me? Chi Zihao was about to cry. Dad, I'm telling the truth. I believe you're the fool. Tell me, how badly did Tai Yufeng injure the boss? Chi Chongshu didn't believe it at all. He kicked Chi Zihao repeatedly.
It's already this time, and you still don't tell the truth.
Do you really want to kill our Chi family? You little brat, don't you have any clue at all?
Not satisfied with kicking him, he simply rode on Chi Zihao.
He shot Chi Zihao's head left and right.
Chi Zihao felt aggrieved. Dad, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, I'll video call Tai Yufeng.
He should be awake by now. I'll video it right away, you'll know when you see it.
He struggled to take out his cell phone and, despite being beaten by Chi Chongshu, made a video call with Tai Yufeng. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have left Tai Yufeng on the roadside. Bring it to Chi Chongshu to see, and Chi Chongshu will believe everything.
You're still acting. I think you're just being stubborn. I must wake you up.
Chi Chongshu hated Chi Zihao for not telling the truth until now, and continued to beat him. It's already this time, a critical moment for the Chi family's survival, and Chi Zihao is still making up stories.
How can he not be angry?
Chi Zihao really had no other choice but to video call Tai Yufeng over and over again. Finally, after calling several times, Tai Yufeng answered.
Tai Yufeng in the camera was still standing on the roadside, with messy hair and a confused look on his face.
If I hadn't been woken up by the vibration of my phone, I would still be dizzy now. Looking at the cars passing by, a bunch of question marks popped up in my head.
Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Dad, look at Tai Yufeng's nose, do you see it?
Chi Zihao tried hard to get the phone to Chi Chongshu. Chi Chongshu took a look and found that Tai Yufeng on the screen had a crooked nose. There was blood under the nose. No one's nose is crooked for no reason.
This is not fun. He must have been beaten.
Chi Chongshu finally began to believe it a little.
Could it be that the big boss really defeated the boxing champion?
It's called cow paralysis.
Tai Yufeng, please help me prove it. Were you beaten by Su Qi? Chi Zihao shouted into the phone.
When Tai Yufeng heard Su Qi's name, he woke up from his dream. His whole body trembled.
He suddenly recalled the punch that appeared in front of him like lightning before he fell into coma.
The punch was so fast that he had no chance to react. It was not until he was hit and the pain came that he realized that he had been hit. He has always been invincible in dodging in the ring, but his reaction ability in front of that punch seemed to reach the moon and back.
What a terrible punch that was. I couldn't help but ask, who is that Su Qi? Why is he so scary?
His face was filled with fear. Even when facing the strongest opponent in the ring, I have never been so afraid.
Dad, do you believe me now? Chi Zihao turned around and asked Chi Chongshu.
Chi Chongshu's voice trembled. Big boss, you're so old, how can your physical fitness still be so good?
You can even beat the boxing champion. Chi Zihao smiled bitterly.
Who said he was old? Chapter 63, Big Deal. Chi Chongshu said, to be able to act decisively and take over 60% of our Zireo Group's shares, this kind of experience and ruthlessness, can he really be a young man?
Chi Zihao sighed, he is not only young, but also very young. Just in his early 20s.
Chi Chongshu shook his head directly, impossible.
Chi Zihao was helpless. Dad, why don't you believe me again? How can we communicate if you're like this? Chi Chongshu looked at him suspiciously, is everything you said true? At this crucial moment concerning the fate of our family, how could I dare to tell a lie? Am I such a clueless person? Chi Chongshu finally believed it.
I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. At such a young age, he has such courage. He has taken over 60% of the shares of our Zireo Group in one fell swoop.
It's really not easy.
I dare say that he must have a super powerful family behind him supporting him. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine that a guy in his early 20s could have such means and courage.
He must come from a very wealthy family.
Chi Zihao nodded, he is definitely a member of a super wealthy family.
How much money would it cost just to acquire 60% of the shares of our Zireo Group?
Anyone who can spend so much money at once must be a super wealthy family.
Isn't he the heir to some super wealthy family?
When I said it myself, I was shocked.
The more I think about it, the more I realize that Su Chi's identity is not simple.
Chi Chongshu sighed, this kind of super rich family is completely a dimensionality reduction attack against us.
So what should we do now? Chi Zihao asked in a trembling voice.
Chi Chongshu looked at him seriously, are you sure you didn't hurt him?
Dad, you've asked this 1,000 times. You also gave Chu Yunyi to him?
Yes, I made a prompt decision and reluctantly gave it up. Chi Chongshu nodded appreciatively.
You reacted quickly.
So, things aren't that bad after all.
But I must have offended him before I knew his identity. Dad, should we treat him to a meal and apologize?
Chi Chongshu glared at Chi Zihao and said, is this all you have?
Just treating me to a meal? Do you think someone at the super wealthy level would miss a meal from you?
Chi Zihao was a little embarrassed. Then what do you say we should do? Chi Zhongshu narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy seems to like beautiful women very much, right? Chi Zihao was filled with bitterness. Not only do I like it very much, I can't wait. In a small roadside hotel, Chu Yunyi is about to be killed. Chi Chongshu smiled and said, as long as you like it.
Since you like beautiful women, we can cater to their preferences. Chi Zihao clapped his hands and said, I understand.
Send him a few beauties, and even if he still has some anger about my offense, it will naturally disappear. And they will feel more favorable towards us.
How could you have the nerve to kick us out of Zireo Group?
Chi Chongshu snorted coldly, your vision is still narrow.
That guy is from a super wealthy family, would he care about a few young models from the club?
The fact that he covets Chu Yunyi shows that he has very high taste, not just ordinary high. Chi Zihao smiled bitterly, Dad, you're stumping me. I really can't find another beauty on Chu Yunyi's level. At least not in the short term.
Chi Chongshu glanced at him and said, why can't you find it? Isn't there one right next to us?
Chi Zihao was slightly stunned. Then, his face changed drastically and he said in a lost voice, Dad, you are not talking about my sister Chi Bingyue, right?
Chi Zhongshu narrowed his eyes slightly, is she worse than Chu Yunyi?
Chi Zihao was speechless. His sister Chi Bingyue is naturally no worse than Chu Yunyi.
Now Yanjian University is undoubtedly the new campus beauty of the university town. But is it really okay to use Chi Bingyue as a tool like this?
I can't help but think of a saying, the most ruthless are the royal families. Although wealthy families like them are far from the imperial family, they are basically the same when it comes to weighing the interests.
They have basically no say in their marriage.
They all have to make sacrifices for the benefit of the family. Even if he was engaged to Chu Yunyi, he still had to consider the interests of his family. The Chi family is now strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They have lost most of their shares and are in urgent need of support. Being engaged to Chu Yunyi is equivalent to forming an alliance with the Chu family, which will undoubtedly boost the confidence of the Chi family. Of course, although this engagement was based on considerations of interests, he had no objection. Because Chu Yunyi is so beautiful. She is rich, beautiful, and helpful to the family, which is of course what he wants.
But can Chi Bingyue be the same as me?
He knew that his sister had a very hot temper. It's hard to use feelings as bargaining chips, even for the sake of family.
What's on your mind? Don't you agree with my idea? Chi Chongshu glanced at Chi Ziheo. Chi Ziheo hurriedly shook his head and laughed dryly. Dad, I just lost my fiancée to that guy, and now I have to send my sister over there. Isn't this too aggrieved? After hearing this, Chi Chongshu scolded him directly. How foolish. I see your vision is not big, is it limited to this little love affair? This is an opportunity, you know? Once the big boss really falls in love with Chu Yunny, and Chu Yunny finally marries into the big boss's super wealthy family, it will be a step to heaven. By that time, the Chu family will also benefit from it and directly surpass the other 3 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. We might not even be fit to carry someone else's shoes. Are you really willing to accept that? On the contrary, if Bingyue seizes this opportunity, successfully captures the heart of the big boss, and successfully marries him, then we still need to worry about him kicking us out of Zireo Group? We still need to worry about our cards being exposed and others seeing that we are just strong on the outside but weak on the inside? No, by then, all these concerns will no longer exist. We can even use this relationship to step on the heads of the other 3 giants. Do you want to be stepped on by the Chu family, or do you want us to strike back and surpass the other 3 powerful families? Chi Ziheo was so excited when he heard this that he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Dad, you really have a big vision. I hadn't expected any of that. Chi Chongshu sneered. Now that the big boss has appeared, he is absolutely a hot commodity. It's the kind of elixir you see in novels. Whoever can successfully eat it will not only ascend to heaven in broad daylight, but also bring their entire family with them. Chu Yunny definitely doesn't know the identity of the big boss yet, and doesn't know that there's a super wealthy family behind the big boss, but we do know. We have the advantage in this regard. We must attack as soon as possible and let Bingyue defeat Chu Yunny to seize the initiative. If the big boss wants to marry a beautiful woman, it must be our Bingyue. He has already decided that Chi Bingyue will be Su Chi's from now on. He had to force it into Su Chi's arms. Chi Ziheo became more and more excited. If Bingyue and that boy really become together, and that boy kicks Chu Yunny will be mine again. The hope of getting Chu Yunny was rekindled in my heart. Thinking of Chu Yunny's charming face and graceful figure, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Unexpectedly, Chi Chongshu slapped him on the head again. Chi Ziheo was stunned. Dad, I said something wrong again? Chi Chongshu snorted coldly. You dare to touch the woman our big boss has fallen in love with? Are you looking for death? Chi Ziheo felt aggrieved. It seemed that there was really no hope for him and Chu Yunny. Quick, call Bingyue and ask her to come back today. We have to hurry up on this matter. If we delay, the opportunity will be lost. Chi Chongshu urged. Chi Ziheo quickly agreed and called Chi Bingyue. Bingyue, where are you? Dad asked you to come back today. Chi Bingyue's unhappy voice came from the other side. I'm busy today, let's do it another day. Chi Ziheo hurriedly said, Dad has something important to tell you. Chi Bingyue replied directly, my business is more important. We at Yanjiang University have been selecting the most beautiful campus beauties for the past 10 years, and I'm not even number 1. She got less votes than that stinky girl named Xue Chuchu who has already graduated. I'm not convinced. Today I'm going to Xue Chuchu's house and asking her to hold my shoes for me. Then I'll post the photos online. I wonder who will still look up to Xue Chuchu. Chapter 64, Surrounded by Beautiful Women. Chi Ziheo sighed. I thought it was a big deal, but it's just a selection. Why bother with that? It's not important. What Dad wants to discuss with you is the most important thing. It concerns the prosperity and decline of our family. Come back quickly. Chi Bingyue didn't buy it at all. If you don't care, I will. From childhood to adulthood, who have I ever lost to? I must be the most beautiful campus beauty in the past 10 years. I won't go back until this is resolved. Chi Ziheo couldn't help but look at Chi Chongshu in embarrassment. Chi Chongshu knew his daughter's temper was like a rose with thorns. She would only respond to soft words and not harsh ones. If you force her, you will only end up with blood on your hands. He waved his hand and said, let her finish her business first. Tell her to do it quickly and not waste time. Chi Ziheo nodded, coughed, and said to Chi Bingyue, then finish your work as soon as possible. Come back as soon as you're done. What we need to discuss with you cannot be delayed. Okay, got it. I found Xue Chuchu's neighborhood, hang up. Chi Bingyue hung up the phone quickly. After Su Chi left the hotel, he was going to Xue Chuchu's house for dinner. At the gate of the community, I couldn't help but stop. He saw an old woman selling things on the street at the entrance of the community.
There are toys and small accessories on the stalls. The old woman is very old and has a head full of white hair. He was holding a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, in his arms. The little girl was nagging her, "Grandma, I'm hungry and want to eat buns. Can you buy me some? Please." The old woman consoled him softly, "We haven't opened yet today. I'll buy it for you when we make the money." "No, no, I'm hungry and I want to eat now." The old woman couldn't help rubbing her eyes and said, "Your parents haven't given us living expenses for 2 months. When I get back, I'll make noodles for you, okay?" "No, I eat noodles every day. I want to eat buns." The little girl pouted and started crying. The old woman's eyes turned red as she hurriedly called out to a few fashionable beauties who happened to be passing by, little girls, buy some of my things. It's not expensive. Buy some of my things so I can have money to buy buns for my granddaughter." The beauties stopped, looked at them, and laughed at them. "A sad story, huh? Your acting skills are a bit poor, keep working on it." The leading beauty snorted coldly, "You wouldn't even want this shabby thing if it was given to me for free, but you still want to sell it to me? What are you thinking? Ha, this old woman's eyes are dim, she definitely didn't realize you are a rich lady. That's right, I actually sold you these cheap goods. It's really hilarious." Not only did those beauties not buy anything, they also kept mocking it. Suchi couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "It reminds me of the time when I was a kid and followed my mother to set up a stall to sell things. I feel sad." I walked over and took a quick look. There was nothing I needed on the street stalls. I simply picked up a necklace and said to the old woman, "I'll buy this." The old woman was so grateful that she quickly said, "The necklace is $6, and you can buy a bracelet, which will be $10 in total." The attention from XXX generates a grateful critical hit of plus 100. Suchi nodded and took out another bracelet. The little girl in the old woman's arms was happy. "Grandma, do I have money to buy buns now?" The old woman nodded, yes, the buns are just out of the oven over there. Go buy some if you have the money." Suchi felt around and found $10 in his pocket. "Take it out and give it to the old woman." A hand beside him suddenly pushed him. "You kid, are you deliberately trying to ruin my show?" It was the beautiful lady leading the group. She was mocking the old woman, but Suchi bought her things, clearly going against her. Suchi sneered, "You say yours, I buy mine, it's none of your business. How do you talk?" The girls around the beauty immediately got angry and surrounded Suchi. "Do you know who you're talking to? She is the eldest daughter of the Chi family. How dare you be so rude to her? Are you looking for death? Apologize immediately, or I won't let you go today." Those girls spoke harshly to Suchi. The attention from XXX generates hostile critical hit plus 100. The attention from XXX generates hostile critical hit plus 100. The attention from XXX generates hostile critical hit plus 100. Suchi laughed. "Which eldest daughter of the Chi family is so awesome? It's unbelievable." The girl snorted coldly, "Stand still, don't fall down in fear. She is Chi Bingyue, the eldest daughter of the Chi family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City. It turns out that the beauty is Chi Bingyue, the eldest daughter of the Chi family. That is Chi Chongxiu's daughter and Chi Ziheo's sister." Suchi smiled bitterly, "So it's that Chi family." I couldn't help but look at Chi Bingyue a few more times. Although both are daughters of wealthy families, Chi Bingyue does not have the noble and cold feeling of Chu Yunyi. He doesn't have that strong aura of a wealthy family, but he is full of youthful energy. The whole person is like a rose in full bloom, delicate, eye-catching, and with thorns. It attracts people's attention, but people dare not touch it casually. "So, are you scared?" The girls looked smug. Suchi shook his head. "No," I laughed. He was really about to laugh. He had just taught Chi Ziheo, the eldest son of the Chi family, a lesson when he ran into Chi Ziheo's sister Chi Bingyue. Is he so destined to be with the wealthy Chi family in Yinjiang City? Seeing how arrogant Chi Bingyue is, I wonder what Chi Bingyue would feel if he knew that he is the big boss of Chi Jia Zireo Group? You dare to laugh? The girls became even angrier. They are all Chi Bingyue's followers. I must find every opportunity to flatter Chi Bingyue. Of course, Chi Bingyue would not treat them badly. She would give them various brand name cosmetics, bags, and clothes. Having tasted the sweetness, they will of course work harder. Anyone who dares to offend Chi Bingyue will be immediately besieged by them.
Act completely according to Bingyue's instructions. Su Chi sneered, laughing is my freedom. I can laugh however I want.
Chi Bingyue was angry, pushed the girls away and walked in front of Su Chi. He looked Su Chi up and down, then looked at the $10 in Su Chi's hand.
Why, you really want to play the good guy, right? You really want to make us look mean and heartless? Okay, if you want to play the role of a good guy, don't just give me $10. $10 is useless.
If you can just throw $10,000 at me, I'll admire you.
Su Chi curled his lips. I really appreciate your admiration. You admire me, can it make me gain more weight or something? Chi Bingyue's attention generates a plus 500 rage critical hit. Chi Bingyue became more and more angry.
She is not only rich and powerful, but also beautiful.
Which boy doesn't try to please her in various ways? This is the first time I have encountered such a smelly and hard guy.
He gritted his teeth and said, if you can give them 10,000 yuan, I will apologize to you and admit that you are a really good person.
Su Chi sneered, do I need you to admit whether I am a good person or not? Who do you think you are? You say I'm a good person, so I'm a good person? If you don't admit that I'm a good person, then I'm not a good person? Ridiculous. You.
Chi Bingyue was so angry that her face turned red.
Chi Bingyue's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 800.
Chi Bingyue had never met such a stubborn guy before.
He couldn't help but yell, so what do you want? Su Chi smiled and said, if I can give them 10,000 yuan, you will let me spank you.
You're so mean at such a young age.
I'm going to discipline you on behalf of your father.
Chapter 65, spent $10, tipped 100,000.
Chi Bingyue's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 1,000. Chi Bingyue was completely annoyed.
You damned fellow, you actually tried to take advantage of me.
This guy is going to spank her. Don't you know that you can't touch a girl but casually?
She also said that she was disciplining her on behalf of her father.
This is to play the role of her father, and take advantage of her. You guy, do you want to be beaten? Chi Bingyue's followers surrounded him again. Su Chi didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. He just looked at Chi Bingyue and said, weren't you very awesome just now? Isn't she the eldest daughter of the Chi family? Why, you don't even dare to make a bet with me? Even then, you still dare to be so arrogant outside? Chi Bingyue's attention generates a plus 1,500 rage critical hit.
Chi Bingyue was still young after all, and Su Chi's provocation made her very excited.
Gritting his teeth, he shouted angrily, why wouldn't I dare? Whoever dares not is a dog. No one had ever dared to shout at her like that before. I can't stand this at all. Her followers were busy trying to persuade her in a low voice. Chi Bingyue waved her hands vigorously, it's decided.
She had already seen that Su Chi was just wearing a t-shirt and shorts.
Only the big pants have pockets. It can be clearly seen from the outside that there is a mobile phone and keys in the pocket.
Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to have 10,000 yuan.
She should be sure to win. Besides, with Su Chi in this state, would he be willing to give 10,000 yuan to others?
10,000 yuan is enough for him to earn several months' salary. He must have been putting on an act on purpose to scare her out of gambling and gain her face.
Staring at Su Chi, I made a bet with you. Give them 10,000 yuan. If you can't come up with it, my sisters will never let you go.
The girls all rolled up their sleeves in cooperation, looking like they were ready to take action at any time.
Su Chi laughed, you'd better get your butt ready. Put the $10 in your trouser pocket.
Say to yourself, consume 1,000 energy points and turn stone into gold.
1,000 energy points, that's enough.
If there was too much, he was afraid that his pockets wouldn't be able to hold all the money he counted.
He tapped the $10 bill with his finger.
Suddenly, I felt my pockets become bulging.
$10 has become a stack of money. It feels like the thickness of the money should be at least 10,000 yuan. Hurry up, take out the money, what are you dawdling for?
Seeing that Su Chi did not take out the money immediately, Chi Bingyue urged him proudly.
Yes, take out the money quickly. Don't try to delay, and don't try to escape. You can't escape today. The girls all agreed. Su Chi smiled and said, what's the rush? Isn't it? Just took the money out of your pocket. A thick stack. He casually threw it into Chi Bingyue's arms and said, look, is it enough for 10,000? Chi Bingyue was dumbfounded. I clearly saw that Su Chi's pocket was empty just now,
there was no way he could have 10,000 yuan. But the money in my arms is real.
What's going on? I'm really confused.
Su Qi glared at her and said, hurry up.
If you don't order, get your butt ready quickly. Qi Bingyue couldn't help but blush.
The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. If the money was really worth 10,000, she would really be spanked by this strange man.
Then how can she face people?
She is the eldest daughter of the Qi family and the campus belle of Yinjiang University.
She absolutely cannot endure such humiliation. Go count the money now. The more I click, the more disappointed I feel. I've already ordered 8,000 yuan, and there's still a lot of money left.
This money is definitely more than 10,000.
Estimated to be at least 15,000.
I really couldn't click any further. I was filled with frustration and depression.
Do you have 10,000? If you don't know the order, I can ask passers-by to come over and help me order. Su Qi pretended to greet others. Qi Bingyue was shocked.
She thought that this matter must not be known to more people, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. He quickly pulled down Su Qi's raised hand and said through gritted teeth, even if it's 10,000, I don't believe you're really willing to give it to that old woman.
This is a few months' salary for you. If you give the money to others, will you starve? Su Qi smiled and took the money. Take out $100 and put it in your pocket for emergencies.
He shook the remaining money at Qi Bingyue, and then handed it all to the old woman.
This money is for you, take it.
The old woman was very surprised and quickly waved her hands. The necklace and bracelet are only 10 yuan, you don't need so much.
Su Qi smiled and said, $10 is for the bracelet and necklace, and the rest is a tip. The old woman was stunned.
This money is definitely more than 10,000.
I bought something worth $10 and gave a tip of more than $10,000? This is the first time I've seen people buy things this way.
Su Qi smiled and said to the little girl, now that you have money, go buy some buns.
Thank you, big brother, the little girl said sweetly. He glanced at Qi Bingyue and said, big brother, this auntie has a bad temper.
You have to be gentle when you spank her, otherwise she will be angry. After hearing this, Qi Bingyue was so angry that she almost passed out.
Damn, she looks obviously younger than Su Qi. The girl actually called Su Qi big brother and called her auntie. Is she that old? Su Qi spread his hands to her. I gave you the money, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? I don't know what you are talking about. Qi Bingyue's eyes dodged.
Su Qi sneered, so this is the character of the so-called eldest daughter of the Qi family.
She can't afford to lose. Who can't afford to lose? Qi Bingyue got angry.
Since you can afford to lose, then bring your butt over here.
Qi Bingyue's face suddenly turned red. I couldn't help but look at the girl next to me. The followers looked at each other in embarrassment, not knowing what to do. It feels like I've really met my match. What are you still holding back on? Waiting for the interest rate to go up? If you keep dawdling, one spanking will turn into two.
Qi Bingyue stamped her foot fiercely. Isn't it just a spanking?
Come on, fight. She is really a bit of a shrew. He really turned around and faced Su Qi.
Seeing that she was wearing a short skirt, Su Qi lifted it up and slapped her hard on the butt.
This girl really needs to be taught a lesson.
He is such a mean person. Qi Bingyue screamed in surprise. She never expected that Su Qi would lift up her skirt and hit her. What I didn't expect was that Su Qi hit me so hard. She quickly covered her skirt and ran away in embarrassment. Turning back, his cheeks filled with shame and anger. You bastard, why did you lift my skirt?
Su Qi curled his lips and said seriously, I want to spank you, not your skirt. How can I spank you without lifting my skirt?
I'm already giving you face by not taking off that black lace thing of yours.
Even a fool knows what that black lace thing is.
This bastard looked carefully enough.
You filthy scoundrel.
Qi Bingyue was so angry that she raised her hand and hit Su Qi.
Su Qi grabbed her hand and asked seriously, why did you hit me? You are shameless. Su Qi asked, how am I shameless? Look at what I'm wearing, isn't it shameless? Su Qi curled his lips, I didn't want to see it. Who told you to wear it? If you don't wear it, then I won't be able to see it, right?
You're wearing that and it affects the feel of my spanking.
I haven't even blamed you yet, and you still have the nerve to spank me? Chapter 66 Must Win. Qi Bingyue was speechless.
Suddenly she realized that this guy was really good with his mouth and she was no match for him.
Su Chi shook her hand away. We are even now. You go your way, I go mine. Goodbye. Take the necklace and bracelet and leave. Chi Bingyue had suffered so much anger and humiliation, how could she let him leave so easily? Wave your hand. Her followers immediately surrounded Su Chi. Su Chi turned around and looked at her in confusion. You've taken advantage of me so much, do you really think you can just walk away? Chi Bingyue's face was full of hatred. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a triple crit of anger, shame, and hatred plus 3,000. Su Chi frowned. What do you want? Chi Bingyue gritted her teeth and said, I want to bet with you again. Su Chi smiled bitterly. Haven't you lost enough yet? I won't lose this time. Besides, you must bet with me. Otherwise, you won't be able to go anywhere today. Chi Bingyue's followers shook their heads and waved their hands, as if they were warming up before a fight. He is quite imposing and looks like he fights often. Su Chi really laughed. He knocked the new boxing champion down with one punch. These girls actually wanted to beat him up. Well, I can only say that it is true that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Come on, you have no choice but to bet with me. Chi Bingyue has always been stubborn. Moreover, he has always been competitive. Because she ranks second in the university town's most beautiful campus beauty contest of the past 10 years, behind Xuechuchu, she deliberately went to Xuechuchu's community to find a way to make Xuechuchu submit to her. I've been so angry now. It's the biggest humiliation in my life. How can I just let it go? I will never give up until I regain my face and avenge my previous humiliation. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a critical hit of plus 5,000 in fighting spirit. Her fighting spirit was fully aroused. Su Chi discovered that this girl was very clear about her contribution to the attention. Compared with Chu Yunyi, she is not inferior at all. Sure enough, the eldest daughter of a wealthy family is extraordinary. Not only does his status exceed that of ordinary people, but his fighting ability is also extremely strong. Since there are so many attention points right in front of you, it would be a waste not to pick them up. With a smile on his face, he said, What am I afraid of? Since your butt is itchy, I'll let you go today and give you a good spanking. Don't mention it, your place is very elastic when you hit it, and it feels really good. Thumbs up for you. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 5,000. Chi Bingyue really made Su Chi so angry that his head was buzzing. I really don't understand why this guy dares to be so arrogant in front of her. Everyone knows that she is the eldest daughter of the Chi family, yet she still dares to do this. Is she really not afraid of death? Gritting his teeth, he said, Listen to me. I bet you can't come up with another $100,000 to give to that old woman right now. Remember, it has to be cash. Su Chi frowned. You are simply playing rogue. Chi Bingyue is just acting like a rogue and trying to save face by force. Even if the pocket of Su Chi's shorts can hold 10,000 yuan, it definitely can't hold 100,000 yuan. She is determined to win this time. I made this bet knowing that Su Chi could never do it. What's wrong with being a rogue? She is the eldest daughter of the Chi family and has the capital to act like a rogue. If Su Chi dared to disagree, she would have an excuse to beat him up. If these followers come together, even if Su Chi is a man, he can be defeated. What? Are you finally scared? Chi Bingyue smiled proudly. I'm telling you, if you can't get it out, you must kneel down and call me mom 3 times. Of course, I will accept you as my good son. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a double critical hit of plus 6,000 due to her complacency and winning mentality. Su Chi sneered, What if I can take it out? Do you think it's possible? Chi Bingyue sneered. Anything is possible. So, you agree to bet with me? Su Chi asked back, Do I disagree with this option? Chi Bingyue sneered, You're smart. You haven't told me yet, what if I can come up with 100,000 yuan? Chi Bingyue was confident of victory, so she had nothing to fear. She simply said, We'll do whatever you say. Su Chi looked at his hand and said, Just now, it felt good, elastic, and smooth. I still feel unsatisfied. If I can come up with $100,000, I'll spank you 10 more times. 10,000 yuan, that's fair, right? Chi Bingyue was furious, you scoundrel. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a double critical hit of hatred and shame plus 6,000. This bastard actually wanted to spank her. Are you really addicted to it? How abominable. Su Chi curled his lips, Didn't you say so? I'll do whatever I say. You're getting slapped in the face so soon? Chi Bingyue was so angry that she wanted to strangle Su Chi to death. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a double critical hit of hatred and anger plus 6,000. But she did say something big just now. I couldn't help but grit my teeth, okay, I promise you. In any case, Su Chi will definitely lose this time. There's no way he could fit 100,000 yuan in his pocket. What's wrong with letting Su Chi satisfy his desire to talk? If she can't come up with 100,000 yuan, Su Chi will kneel down and kowtow to her, and then all her face will be restored. Su Chi narrowed his eyes at her. Are you sure you agree? Of course, I agreed. So is your ass ready again? Chi Bingyue was furious. Stop talking nonsense and quickly take out the 100,000 yuan. Give me $100,000 and I'll spank you 10 times? Chi Bingyue kicked him angrily. Yes, it depends on whether you can come up with 100,000 yuan. If you can't take it out, then just be a good son to me. Su Chi curled his lips. I think it would be more suitable for you to give birth to a son for me. You. Chi Bingyue was about to rush up and fight Su Chi to the death. But she was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Su Chi was deliberately trying to provoke her and then cheat her? The most important thing now is to fulfill the bet and defeat Su Chi. At this time, you must stay calm. Even though his foot had already stepped forward and his fists were clenched, he still managed to hold back. He looked at Su Chi coldly. No matter how unreasonable you are, you must pay 100,000 yuan today. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Quick, take it out. Is it because you can't get it out at all, so you can only avoid it? Su Chi sighed. It's just a mere 100,000 yuan, is it a lot? Then why don't you take it out? Yes, you should take it out. Chi Bingyue's followers followed suit and shouted. Su Chi nodded. Don't worry, it's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Isn't that it? He suddenly realized that it was a wise decision to leave the $100 just now. He said secretly, consume 500 energy points and turn stone into gold. I really don't dare to use too much energy. If I use too much, I'm afraid that the money I spend won't be enough in my pocket. He pointed his finger at the 100 yuan bill in his pocket. In an instant, I felt a thick stack of money in my hand. He left one, took out the rest of the money and threw it to Chi Bingyue. Here, count them carefully. He put his hand back into his pocket and did the same thing again, pointing to the remaining 100 yuan. He pointed out the thick stack of money again. He left one, took out the rest and threw them to Chi Bingyue. Chapter 67 Crazy Harvest. Chi Bingyue was completely dumbfounded. It is obvious that Su Chi has no money in his pocket. Where did so much money come from? Chi Bingyue's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 6,000. Su Chi continued to repeat the previous action, taking out a thick stack of money from his pocket again and again. Throw them all into Chi Bingyue's arms. Chi Bingyue could no longer be hugged. A lot of money fell to the ground. You should be happy with so much money. But Chi Bingyue was completely confused. Is Su Chi's pocket a magic bag? How can you keep coming up with so much money? That's too exaggerated. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 7,000. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 8,000. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 9,000. As Su Chi threw more and more money into her arms, she became more and more shocked. This has attracted more and more attention. While Su Chi was throwing money out, he was also attracting thousands of attention points. Clicking on this money only cost 5,000 energy points, but the attention points gained from Chi Bingyue were close to 100,000. That is to say, it can be exchanged for nearly 100,000 energy points. This can at least point out tens of billions of funds. Chi Bingyue really made him earn a lot of money. Look at Chi Bingyue, with her mouth open and eyes wide open, just standing there blankly. Su Chi suddenly realized that this girl was really cute at this moment. How can it not be cute if you keep giving him attention? It was so adorable that he just wanted to rush up and bite her mouth till he was dizzy. Not only did he gain attention from Chi Bingyue, he also gained a lot of attention from Chi Bingyue's followers, the old woman, and her granddaughter. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 1,000. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 1,000. The focus from XXX generates a shocking critical hit plus 1,000. Although their critical hits did not attract as much attention as Chi Bingyue's.
But after all, there were so many people, so Suchi still received considerable attention.
Suchi stopped throwing money out. That's enough. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chi Bingyue. What are you standing there for? Are you performing performance art? Hurry up and count. Do you have 100,000? Chi Bingyue woke up as if from a dream. She didn't even need to order.
It's not like I haven't seen how much 100,000 yuan can be. The money in her arms and on the ground must be more than 100,000 yuan.
There are a lot more. She lost again. I originally thought I had a sure win. But Suchi's pocket was like a magic bag, constantly taking out money. It's simply endless. Is he performing magic? Could it be that this money is all magic props?
Thinking of this, he quickly checked the money in his arms. At the same time, he ordered his stunned followers, "Quick, check if there is anything wrong with this money." She took the money in her arms, rubbed it, and looked at it in the sunlight.
Check carefully. The same is true of her followers.
They were all checked very carefully.
Despite this, the results left them extremely disappointed. This money is real. That's impossible.
Chi Bingyue shook her head vigorously and looked at Suchi. Your pocket shouldn't be able to hold so much money.
Chi Bingyue's attention generates an incredible critical hit of plus 5,000. Suchi curled his lips. Stop talking nonsense and just tell me, did I take out 100,000 yuan? Chi Bingyue's face flushed. He gritted his teeth and said, there's definitely something wrong with your pocket. I want to see what's in that pocket of yours.
He suddenly rushed to Suchi and put his hand directly into Suchi's trouser pocket.
As a result, he only took out 100 yuan. This is the introduction to Su Kilia's Midas touch. Chi Bingyue didn't believe it. I could have kept taking out money just now. Why is there only 100 yuan now? There must be something in this pocket. He reached his hand in again and touched left and right unwillingly. You must find the mechanism inside.
Suddenly, she grabbed a very special object.
He couldn't help but stare at Suchi in surprise. What is this? Suchi smiled bitterly. What did you say?
Chi Bingyue held on tightly and refused to let go. You must explain clearly today, otherwise I won't let you go.
Suchi sighed. If you don't let go, believe it or not, I will spray you in the face. Bingyue, let go, let go. Chi Bingyue's followers were so anxious that they urged Chi Bingyue on.
Everyone's face turned red and they were very embarrassed.
Chi Bingyue glared at them and asked, Who are you guys with? I finally made a discovery, and you're asking me to let go?
Those girls couldn't help themselves. Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. They saw clearly what it was. I simply said, Miss, that's his bad thing. After hearing this, Chi Bingyue woke up from her dream. He had always thought it was something hidden in his pocket, and never imagined it was that thing. For a moment, it was as if he was holding a burning coal in his hand. He screamed and quickly pulled his hand back.
He glared at Suchi angrily. You dare to react? Suchi smiled bitterly. Your hands are fiddling around there, and if I don't react, are you still a man? You bastard. Chi Bingyue was filled with shame and anger. Didn't she invisibly give Suchi? Give Suchi. I really can't think anymore. He raised his hand and hit Suchi. Suchi grabbed her hand and said, Stop talking nonsense. Did I take out 100,000 yuan? Did you lose? Chi Bingyue was shocked. She did lose. Since you lost, you will be spanked by Suchi.
This time it wasn't just one hit, but 10 hits.
With Suchi's strength, after 10 hits, can she still walk? The key is, can she still see people? The dignified eldest daughter of the Chi family, the campus belle of the university town, was spanked 10 times on the buttocks by a man in the street? The school beauty has become a joke. If this gets out, she won't be able to stay in school anymore. He suddenly shook off Suchi's hand and took 2 steps back. He gritted his teeth and glared at Suchi. What's wrong with you taking out 100,000 yuan? I just don't admit it. What can you do? Not only will I not admit it, I will also beat you until you admit that you can't come up with 100,000 yuan and you can only kneel down and be my good son. With a wave of his hand, the girls around him immediately rushed over. Hee, we have been eager to fight for a long time. Yes, we finally have a chance to show our abilities. Those girls are so imposing. One girl was the most active and rushed directly to Suchi. He slapped Suchi in the face. How can you talk to the eldest lady like that?
Today I will teach you the etiquette of speaking to the young lady. Su-chi sneered. I'm too lazy to touch them.
Do they really think they are so powerful? Do you really think they can deal with him? Are you kidding me?
He reached out and grabbed the girl's clothes and lifted them up. Whoosh! The girl's hand flew up before it could hit Su-chi's face.
Like a soaring rocket. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. Chapter 68 I Can't Stand.
The girl was surprised to find herself in the air, several stories above the ground. He couldn't help but scream loudly, flapping his hands and feet in the air. The girls around who wanted to hit Su-chi were dumbfounded when they saw this scene.
All movement stopped. Look up at the sky in the same posture.
The girl in the air flew to the highest point and fell down. The screams got louder. Fuck! Her skirt flipped upside down, almost covering her face.
Looking from below, all you can see are white legs and...
Almost everyone around followed the girl's fall from the sky. When the girl was about to fall to the ground, Su-chi reached out and grabbed her.
Put her on the ground. But the girl couldn't stand at all.
Her legs went weak and she sat down on the ground. He was trembling all over and his face was pale. This time, I was really scared to death. It's much more exciting than bungee jumping.
Su-chi looked at the girls around him who were still preparing to hit him, and asked calmly, who wants to be the next one?
After hearing this, the girls hurriedly stepped back.
In the blink of an eye, they were more than 5 meters away from Su-chi. The attention from XXX generates a fear critical hit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates a fear critical hit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates a fear critical hit plus 2000.
They were really scared.
Although this aerial acrobatic ride is free, no one wants to experience it. It's really scary. Su-chi frowned. I didn't fart, why are you hiding so far away? Come here. He waved.
But the girls shook their heads vigorously. Instead, we have retreated further. They had originally gathered around Su-chi, but now they formed a large circle, surrounding Su-chi from a distance.
But no one dared to approach.
The only ones left in the circle were the girl who collapsed at Su-chi's feet and Chi Bingyue. Chi Bingyue was still standing there stupidly. Su-chi looked at her and smiled. It seems that your followers are not very reliable.
Now, is it time to fulfill your promise?
Having said this, he raised his hand and blew on it.
My hands are thirsty.
Chi Bingyue woke up suddenly, realizing that Su-chi was about to start spanking her. He was so scared that he turned and ran away. But her speed was like a snail in front of Su-chi.
Su-chi caught up in 2 steps.
He put one hand around her slender waist and picked her up. With the other hand, he lifted her skirt and started spanking her butt.
Do you still dare to be so mean and willful? Do you still dare to act so arrogant in front of me? Each blow was extremely solid. Chi Bingyue couldn't struggle free at all.
I pushed Su-chi's hand hard, but it was of no use.
Su-chi slapped him 10 times.
When Su-chi put her down, she cried out in pain, and her legs went limp and she fell directly to the ground.
I am too embarrassed to see anyone. How can you act so arrogantly and aggressively in front of others in the future?
People just say, you were spanked in the street.
She was simply speechless. The more I thought about it, the more embarrassed I felt. I lay there and sobbed.
The eldest daughter of the Chi family, who was like a rose with thorns, was actually beaten to tears. It was the first time for her followers to see such a strange sight.
It's simply a miracle. Su-chi no longer paid attention to Chi Bingyue. He picked up all the money on the ground and gave it to the old woman.
You are so old now, don't set up a stall anymore. Also, don't let the children starve. I feel sorry for them just watching. The old woman was so moved that she shed tears and promised repeatedly, oh, I'll remember it all.
Young man, you are such a good guy, thank you so much.
The old woman's attention generates a grateful critical hit of plus 10,000.
The little girl also came over and kept saying, thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother.
Su-chi gently touched her little face. At your age, you should be in kindergarten.
Ask your grandma to send you to kindergarten as soon as possible.
The little girl nodded and pointed at Chi Bingyue, who was lying on the ground crying. Big brother, although that auntie has a bad temper, she is not bad looking.
If you can't do it, just marry her. I think you're the only one who can control her. Su-chi laughed. I don't dare to accept it.
The little girl looked up at him and said, when I grow up, I will be your girlfriend.
Suchi smiled bitterly. You'd better go buy some buns. I'm going to eat too. Taking the necklace and bracelet, he waved to the old woman and left. First go to the roadside and find your Pagani sports car. He drove a sports car into Shwechuchu's residential complex. What a nice guy. I hope this young man lives a long and peaceful life. The old woman said with emotion. Take out $100 and give it to the little girl. Go buy some buns, you'll have enough to eat today. Thank you, Grandma. The little girl took the 100 yuan and happily went to buy buns. It was not until Su Chi left that Chi Bingyue's followers dared to come to Chi Bingyue. Quickly help Chi Bingyue up. Chi Bingyue's legs were still weak and she couldn't stand. The two legs looked like cooked noodles. Miss, what's wrong with you? Didn't that guy spank you on the butt? What happened to your leg? Chi Bingyue gritted her teeth and said, I don't know what's going on either. My butt hurts from being spanked, and my legs are weak. I don't have the strength to lift them up, and... What else? The girls looked at her with concern. Besides... Chi Bingyue suddenly blushed. He hit the girl in front of him without saying a word. What else is it that you care about? You losers, you cowards, you let me get beaten, and not one of you dared to come forward to help me. What's the use of you? The girls were very embarrassed. Miss, I'm sorry, we didn't want to do that either. But that guy is just terrifying. Just lift your hands and you'll fly. Look at Xiaoling, she's still so scared she can't stand up. Chi Bingyue was still furious. Is this the reason why you won't help me? What do you usually say? Don't you say you'll go through fire and water for me? We haven't even faced any danger yet, and you're already so cowardly? He was so angry that he raised his hand and hit him again. Miss, let's leave quickly. There are more and more people watching the fun. A girl reminded quietly. Chi Bingyue turned around and saw that many people had indeed stopped to watch. Seems very curious about what happened here. Chi Bingyue quickly wiped away her tears and helped a girl stand up. Gritting his teeth, he said, let's go. Going back to school? Why go back to school? I haven't finished today's business yet. Are you still going to look for Shwechuchu? Chi Bingyue nodded. If I can't deal with that scoundrel, how can I not deal with Shwechuchu? Then I'd be a complete failure. But your butt. My butt can handle it. Chi Bingyue walked towards the residential area. He had only taken one step when he cried out, ouch. My butt was really hurt by being spanked. The key point is this pair of long legs, which are still very weak. Chi Bingyue was really depressed, full of gloom. Your butt was spanked, so what's the point of your legs being so weak? What does it have to do with you? You get scared and become weak after your butt is spanked? Of course she knew that her legs were not weak from fear. But all in all, these legs are pretty disappointing. I actually gave in to that bastard. You have no eyesight at all. Come and help me. Chi Bingyue was so angry that she waved her hands and asked the girls to support her as she walked into Shwechuchu's community. Chapter 69 The School Beauty's Invitation. At this time, Su Chi had already arrived at Shwechuchu's house. This is an old and dilapidated community, and the house only has 2 bedrooms and a living room. Of course Su Chi came here to eat for free. I've been busy all day and I'm really hungry. But Lu Xinmei hadn't started cooking yet. Where is the sumptuous meal waiting for him? I couldn't help but laugh dryly. You asked me to come to dinner, aren't you just being polite? Shwechuchu quickly said, no. I'll go get you a glass of water, you calm down first. He turned around and hurried to pour water. Lu Xinmei also apologized. Xiao Su, I'm sorry, Auntie didn't expect you to come so soon. I thought it would take at least an hour. Su Chi coughed and said, I prefer efficiency and want to make a quick decision. Lu Xinmei laughed dryly. You are too fast. It feels like it's over before it even begins. At this point, he hurriedly explained, Xiao Su, don't be angry, I don't mean to laugh at you. I just wanted to say that you're short on time. That's not what I meant. I meant. Su Chi waved his hand, Auntie, okay, I understand. Can you go and cook? Or order takeout quickly, I'm really hungry. Okay, I'll go cook right away. Lu Xinmei hurriedly put on an apron and went into the kitchen. Shwechuchu poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Chi, then hurriedly picked up a fan and fanned Su Chi. He asked with concern, Are you tired? Take a good rest. Suchi collapsed and almost spit out the water in his mouth. I say, are you laughing at me too? I came so quickly, why should I be tired? It's not like we fought for hours. Shuechuchu blushed and apologized hurriedly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You come to my room. Gently pulled Suchi's clothes. Suchi was stunned. I just arrived, and you let me go to your room? Come on, get comfortable in my room. Suchi felt his heart beating faster. Is it necessary to come here today? Although I am a little hungry now, I am still very motivated when facing a school beauty like Shuechuchu. An hour or two would definitely be fine. Shuechuchu pulled him into her room. This room looks very cozy. A neatly made single bed with floral sheets. There is a row of bookshelves next to it, filled with books. The room was filled with a faint fragrance unique to young girls, which was soft and intoxicating. Bang! Shuechuchu closed the door behind him. Suchi's heart beat faster and he felt his blood boiling. After all, this is Shuechuchu's boudoir, the school belle's boudoir. It just feels special. Even if you didn't have any ideas originally, you will start to have wild thoughts when you get here. Not to mention, Shuechuchu's hint was so obvious. How can you bear this? Forget it, since reality forces me to be a scumbag, I'll just be a scumbag to my heart's content. He raised his hand to take off his t-shirt, threw it on the chair, then lay down on the bed, rolled around, and said to Shuechuchu, okay, I'm ready. Shuechuchu had just turned on the air conditioner. After hearing what he said, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, what have you prepared? Suchi chuckled, why did you ask me to come in? Don't I understand? Shuechuchu said, my room is the only one with air conditioning, I asked you to come to my room to cool down. Isn't it comfortable with the air conditioning on? Her eyes were clear and full of tenderness. The smile on Suchi's face froze. Shuechuchu asked him to go to her room to get comfortable. Is this what she meant? Let him use the air conditioning? Damn it, this is a misunderstanding. I thought Shuechuchu was eager to pull him into the house because she wanted to be with him. It turned out that they just asked him to come and enjoy the air conditioning. It's really comfortable with the air conditioner on. But this was just too embarrassing. Fortunately, I only took off my t-shirt and didn't take off my shorts. Otherwise it would be very embarrassing. He hurriedly put his t-shirt back on. How cool you looked when you took off your clothes just now, how embarrassing it is when you put them on now. He laughed dryly, it's cooler now that the air conditioner is on. Without a t-shirt, I'd be a bit chilly. Are you cold? Then I'll turn up the air conditioner. Shuechuchu believed it, but she didn't expect that Suchi was just hiding his embarrassment. I actually turned up the air conditioning temperature by 2 degrees. Your house is quite cozy. Suchi deliberately made small talk. I never thought that one day I would be able to enter the boudoir of the school beauty. To be honest, ever since Shuechuchu drank water from his cup, he really had some thoughts about Shuechuchu. After all, we are young and full of energy, so it is inevitable that we will have times when our blood boils and we have wild thoughts. However, more often than not, he felt that Shuechuchu was using him as a tool to deal with Wei Dicheng. She doesn't like Wei Dicheng, so she must find someone to stop Wei Dicheng's crazy pursuit and find a shield. So I found him. So, although he had that kind of thoughts about Shuechuchu, he subconsciously felt that it was impossible for them to be together. No matter what, Shuechuchu is their school belle and the goddess in the hearts of so many boys. How could he be so lucky to be favored by the goddess? It was not until now, sitting on Shuechuchu's bed, that he really felt that he and Shuechuchu might really have a chance. Suchi, are you still thirsty? How about I'll pour you another glass of water. Suddenly, the two of them were alone in a room, and the atmosphere quietly became special. Shuechuchu didn't notice it at first, but suddenly they had nothing to say and fell silent. Only then did I feel the atmosphere became a little awkward. So I started to make small talk. Suchi waved his hands, no need. As I waved my hands like this, I noticed the necklace and bracelet in my hands. This is something I bought for $10. It's actually just a child's toy and adults definitely won't wear it. Too cheap. No, that's too cheap. Just throw it in the trash. Unexpectedly, Shuechuchu also noticed it. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she asked softly, are those necklaces and bracelets given to me? Looking at her face full of anticipation. Suchi really couldn't bear to deny it. But this thing is too cheap. It's not jewelry at all, it's just a small toy. How can I give it to someone else? Isn't it for me? Shwet Chuchu bit her lip and became disappointed. Even a little sad. Suchi hurriedly shook his head and laughed dryly. If you like. I like it, I like it. Shwet Chuchu nodded quickly. But this is too cheap. I bought it from a street stall for 10 yuan. It doesn't matter, as long as it's from you, I like it. Shwet Chuchu walked over and stood in front of Suchi. Because she was at home, Shwet Chuchu changed into a nightgown. The temperament is lazy and comfortable. Facing the light, you can vaguely see the beautiful scenery inside the nightgown. Suchi felt his throat become dry. Looking at Shwet Chuchu standing in front of him, her fair skin was as soft as milk. A ball of fire quietly floated in the body. Chapter 70 Low-Key Sense of Luxury. Suchi. Shwet Chuchu called softly. Suchi suddenly came back to his senses and handed over the necklace and bracelet in his hand. If you like it, keep it. It's not worth much. Just treat it as a little toy. When I have time, I'll buy you some real jewelry. Shwet Chuchu shook her head. These are the ones I like. He took it and put the necklace on happily. She put the bracelet on her hand again and raised her slender hand. Look, isn't it beautiful? Although this necklace and bracelet are just $10 street goods, they don't look cheap at all on her. On the contrary, her bookish air makes her look more sophisticated. A sense of luxury that is not ostentatious, low-key, and simple. The key point is that Shwet Chuchu didn't dislike it at all, and the smile on her face was bright and happy. If Suchi gave her something valuable, she would not dare to accept it. I feel very pressured, and even feel that Suchi is giving me charity. If you give her this, she can accept it happily without feeling any pressure. So I am really happy to receive this gift from Suchi. That smile is like a drizzle of spring rain, which can soak into people's hearts. No matter how hard the heart is, it will become soft, like a soft willow branch that sprouts new leaves in the spring rain. Suchi couldn't help but lick his lips. Unable to control himself, he hugged Shwet Chuchu by the waist and held her in his arms. He lowered his head and laid on her shoulder, greedily sniffing the fragrance of her hair and slender neck. The restless fire in my body seemed to be getting out of control. Scumbag, or not? It is really a problem for him now. I don't want to be a scumbag, but in this situation, I would be letting myself down if I didn't. This is in the school bell's boudoir. The school bell is so beautiful and so gentle. If you can withstand this, are you still a man? I feel very conflicted. I once had fantasies about the beautiful Shwet Chuchu. I tossed and turned in my bed in the university dormitory because of Shwet Chuchu. Those fantasies created a hole in his heart, and only Shwet Chuchu could fill this hole. Now, Shwet Chuchu is right in front of me, and my previous thoughts can come true. You, what are you doing? Shwet Chuchu suddenly spoke timidly. Suchi couldn't help but feel embarrassed and quickly let go of his hand. Sorry, I was a little impulsive. It's mainly because it's too hot and I have a lot of internal heat. Drinking some mung bean soup will help. This reason. Is there a more lame excuse than this? Shwet Chuchu hurriedly shook her head. No, you misunderstood, that's not what I meant. His hands nervously clutched his nightgown, making sounds like a mosquito's buzz. I mean, why don't you keep moving? Ah. Suchi almost fell to the ground. Is this something their low-key and introverted school beauty would say? My impression of Shwet Chuchu is refreshed again and again. He found that many of his previous impressions of Shwet Chuchu seemed to be wrong. Shwet Chuchu's face flushed like fire. I know what you are going to do. It's okay, you can do it. She is not a fool, but the school belle. She is also a school beauty with excellent character and academic performance, and has a high IQ. How could I not feel what Suchi was going to do? Just after he finished speaking, he was afraid that Suchi would misunderstand again, so he quickly added, only you can do it. Indeed, only Suchi can do it. She really owed Suchi too much. Suchi has been protecting him since college. If Suchi had not shared Wei Diqing's firepower, she might have been defeated by Wei Diqing in college. Not to mention, it was Suchi who saved her mother's life and helped her completely get rid of Wei Diqing. She is really afraid of losing Suchi now. Just like when she was in the hospital, she was worried that Suchi was ignored by her and was angry. She thought Suchi had left and burst into tears. She couldn't lose Suchi anymore. As long as she didn't lose him, she would do anything for him. At that time, she thought that even if Suchi took her in the hospital ward,
she would be willing and would actively cooperate.
Not to mention this is at home, in my own boudoir.
She gently took Su Chi's hand, her face flushed red.
But she still put Su Chi's trembling hand into her nightgown. Su Chi felt like he was about to explode.
If he could endure this, he would not be a man. He suddenly picked up Xue Chuchu, turned around, and pressed her onto the bed. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the door suddenly opened. Lu Xinmei appeared at the door, holding a rich fruit plate in her hand. "Xiao Su, it's time to eat the fruit plate." When I saw the scene in the room, I was stunned. He quickly turned around and said, "You guys continue to play." "No, continue to play."
Closed the door in a hurry.
Su Chi and Xue Chuchu were so shocked that they quickly separated.
Xue Chuchu quickly pulled down her nightgown and sat upright on the bed.
Su Chi turned over to the other side of the bed, pointed at Xue Chuchu's curtains, and commented seriously, "Your curtains are really good. Whether it's the color, texture, or workmanship, they are all first class.
It's both aesthetically pleasing and artistic. It's so beautiful." Xue Chuchu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Su Chi, my mother has left. Let's go."
Su Chi raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his head. When doing this kind of thing, the most feared thing is being caught, let alone being caught by my future mother-in-law.
It's as embarrassing as it can be. It's easy to be frightened and become limp, unable to lift it up again.
Xue Chuchu apologized in a low voice. "Su Chi, I'm sorry, I forgot to lock the door.
I didn't expect you to suddenly get interested."
She just brought Su Chi here to cool down with the air conditioner.
Who would have thought that Su Chi wanted to find her to cool down? How about I go and lock the door now? She was about to get up. Su Chi shook his head. "Your mother will definitely not come in." "Then, will you continue?" Su Chi laughed dryly, "Starting from the beginning?" Whatever you want."
Xue Chuchu lowered her head and hugged her knees with her hands, like a little lamb letting the big bad wolf do whatever it wants.
Su Chi rubbed his hands. "Then I won't be polite. Before eating, I'll have a snack."
He got on the bed and threw Xue Chuchu down again. This time, without Xue Chuchu's guidance, she directly put her hand into her nightgown. At this moment, the door opened again.
It's still Lu Xinmei. However, this time, my eyes were closed. Standing at the door, after thinking it over again and again, I still want to remind you. This room is very soundproof.
When Chuchu was taking the college entrance exam, I didn't want to disturb her studies, so I installed a soundproof room.
You guys can do whatever you want, I can't hear a thing."
Having said this, he slammed the door shut again. Su Chi froze there, feeling like he was about to faint from fear.
Even if this future mother-in-law is considerate and thoughtful, she shouldn't do it at a time like this, right? How about you take it slow?
Xue Chuchu hugged his back lovingly. She could understand Su Chi's feelings.
The arrow is on the string, the bowstring is fully drawn. In this state, if you startle it, it will easily break.
She was so scared that her heart was pounding, let alone Su Chi.
He explained in a low voice, "My mom is just too enthusiastic."
Su Chi smiled bitterly. She doesn't need to be enthusiastic about this matter.
Xue Chuchu bit her lip. I'd better go lock the door. I don't believe your mother will come in again." Su Chi really couldn't wait any longer.
It was like having the most delicious food served to you twice.
Finally, they all flew away. It's going crazy. I'm going crazy. I really can't care about anything else. This time, I must eat Xue Chuchu. He lowered his head and kissed Xue Chuchu on the mouth. Chapter 71 Never Leave. Finally, Su Chi was completely released.
It feels like the dream I had in college has come true.
Of course, this is better than a dream. It was so beautiful that he couldn't bear to get out of bed. She was so beautiful that he held Xue Chuchu's legs and never let go. "Are you tired?"
Xue Chuchu's face was as red as fire, and she could hardly breathe, but she hugged Su Chi, feeling distressed.
She clenched her slender hands into fists and gently pounded Su Chi. Su Chi was touched and wanted to laugh. "I tortured you so much, and you still massaged my back? Are you worried that I'm not doing enough?"
Xue Chuchu closed her eyes in shame. Her pretty face is charming and her cheeks are flushed, just like a blooming rose.
"Fuck, it's been so long?" Su Chi turned around and saw that it had been more than an hour. Xue Chuchu was also shocked. "Has it been so long? Mom must have prepared dinner." Suddenly there was an exclamation.
She saw that we wouldn't go out, so she must have guessed what we were doing. The more I spoke, the more embarrassed I felt, and I couldn't help but cover my face.
Suchi smiled bitterly. Does she still need to guess? She saw it all.
However, Lu Xinmei was quite cooperative this time and did not suddenly barge in again. If he had rushed in during the sprint stage, Suchi might have been scared to death.
He quickly got off Shuechuchu.
Shuechuchu also quickly got up and was about to get out of bed, but suddenly she cried out in pain.
Suchi was surprised. What's wrong? Shuechuchu blushed like fire and shook her head quickly.
Nothing, nothing. I got out of bed carefully, quickly pulled off the sheets and replaced them with new ones. This was her first time, and the marks were too obvious. I folded the changed sheets and hid them under the bed.
He quickly tidied up his messy hair. Then he went out with Suchi. Lu Xinmei had indeed prepared the meal and was sitting waiting by the dining table. Seeing them come out, he immediately smiled. Are you all exhausted? Come over and eat.
Shuechuchu was shy to begin with, and after hearing this, she became even more embarrassed.
He glared at Lu Xinmei and said, Mom, what did you say? Nothing. Lu Xinmei narrowed her eyes and looked at Suchi with admiration. Xiaosu, you should be nice to our Chuchu.
Go to the hotel with that young lady and she will be back soon.
But here in our Chuchu, we work so hard. Do you still think our Chuchu is the best? Suchi was sweating.
Lu Xinmei is really generous.
Since she misunderstood that he slept with Chu Yunyi, why didn't she mind? Could it be that she is like the landlord Shi Zhaoping, obsessed with money? But it doesn't feel like it.
Although Lu Xinmei is also very vulgar, it should not be to that extent.
Coughing, Auntie, I was actually chatting with Chuchu in there.
Well, we talked for an hour, 29 minutes, and 57 seconds. You guys were really engaged in the conversation.
Suchi couldn't help but tremble the corners of his mouth. This is accurate to the second. That's too exaggerated. He laughed dryly. Not that long, right?
Lu Xinmei said seriously, don't be so unsure.
Is there really that much time left?
Look, the fish soup I made has turned into fish jelly.
Besides, I'm keeping the watch for you.
Exactly 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 57 seconds. Having said that, he picked up his phone and showed it to Suchi.
The number displayed on the phone is 1 hour 29 minutes and 57 seconds. See? Not a second more, not a second less. Believe in science. Lu Xinmei patted Suchi's shoulder. Xiaosu, Auntie really misunderstood you before. Your body is still great. This is the best evidence. Suchi was really embarrassed. It was the first time he heard that his daughter and her boyfriend were in the room, and his future mother-in-law was timing them. I could only say stubbornly, Auntie, we are really chatting inside. Shuechuchu also agreed awkwardly, yes, we are just chatting. I know. Lu Xinmei said seriously, I absolutely believe it. But it must be tiring to talk for so long.
Come, Xiaosu, these oysters are all yours.
Put a large plate of oysters in front of Suchi. And these kidneys are all yours, too.
Then he placed a large plate of kidneys in front of Suchi.
Even with this, can we still believe that they are chatting in there? They are chatting inside. Do they need to eat oysters and kidneys? Suchi was really impressed by Lu Xinmei.
Xiaosu, Chuchu is a good girl, please cherish her. When Lu Xinmei said this, she suddenly fell silent. I don't know what I was thinking about, but my mood became a little strange and my fingers started to tremble. He hurriedly got up, rummaged through the drawers, and found a pack of cigarettes. I lit it quickly, took a puff, and my emotions slowly calmed down.
Mom, you just recovered from your illness, why are you smoking again? Shuechuchu couldn't help but blame.
Lu Xinmei smiled and pleaded, one last time, one last time.
Xiaosu and I have something to talk about.
I'm afraid my emotions will get out of control, so I'll smoke a cigarette to calm down.
Suchi frowned slightly. Auntie, are you okay? I feel like something is wrong with Lu Xinmei.
Lu Xinmei hurriedly shook her head. I'm fine, it's just that seeing you and Chuchu getting along, I feel like there are some things I have to tell you. Believe me, Chuchu is definitely a good girl. She is beautiful, hardworking, kind, and strong.
She shouldn't have ended up like this. She shouldn't have had this kind of life. It's all my fault.
She suffered so much following me all these years.
Suddenly looked at Suchi. Xiaosu, can you promise Auntie that you will help her get out of this mud pit?
As he said this, his eyes turned red and he looked like he was about to cry. I quickly took a tissue and covered my eyes. He was fine just now and was even teasing Su Chi, but suddenly it seemed like he was reminded of something sad. This made Su Chi very surprised.
Mom, please don't be like this. I've always been doing well, really. Xue Chuchu hurried to comfort her. Lu Xinmei kept shaking her head. You shouldn't have been born into a family like this. You shouldn't have been my daughter, really. Mom has always been a straightforward person.
I don't feel sorry for anyone, but I really feel sorry for you.
You are completely implicated by me.
She couldn't control her emotions and her shoulders kept twitching. The husband she married was actually a very good man. But she has a problem, she likes gambling very much. She squandered all her husband's wealth, which made him unable to bear it anymore and divorced her.
Xue Chuchu was only 7 or 8 years old at the time.
When they divorced, Xue Chuchu insisted on following her. When asked why, she cried and said that her father could live a good life without her.
Mom won't be able to survive without her care.
Indeed, if it weren't for Xue Chuchu, Lu Xinmei would have either been beaten to death or starved to death over the years. Most of the time, it was Xue Chuchu who took care of her. Xue Chuchu used the child support her father gave her every month as her living expenses and lived frugally.
When I was in high school, I couldn't even afford tutoring materials and had to borrow from classmates. My classmates laughed at me behind my back.
Once again, Lu Xinmei lost everything, was beaten up, and thrown into the rain. It was Xue Chuchu who insisted on carrying her back home. Lu Xinmei told Xue Chuchu that she was a gambler and could not change, so she asked Xue Chuchu to throw her away and let her fend for herself. Xue Chuchu cried and said that no matter what she looked like, she was still her mother and she would carry her back even if she died. During that heavy rain, Xue Chuchu developed a high fever and was in a coma for 2 days, almost not waking up. It was also that time that Lu Xinmei changed completely.
She finally found a decent job. But life is not that easy.
It doesn't mean that life will get better if she turns back. She has been struggling at the bottom, causing Xue Chuchu to be looked down upon as well. After Xue Chuchu finally graduated from university, she fell ill again. Xue Chuchu lowered her head, threw away her pride, and borrowed money from everyone she could. Even so, she almost died, leaving a pile of debts to Xue Chuchu.
Thanks to Su Chi's appearance, otherwise, she would have really implicated Xue Chuchu to death.
She knew that with her abilities, she couldn't help Xue Chuchu. Only Su Chi can help Xue Chuchu escape from this mud pit. Therefore, even though Su Chi and Xu Yunyi were entangled, she still tried her best to push Xue Chuchu towards Su Chi.
She really didn't want Xue Chuchu to suffer with her anymore.
She could see that Su Chi was a boy with good character, and Xue Chuchu also liked Su Chi. This is Xue Chuchu's only chance, and she must help Xue Chuchu seize it.
Mom, I never felt that I was implicated by you, really. Xue Chuchu couldn't help but shed tears.
Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Someone is knocking on the door.
Lu Xinmei quickly stood up. It must be my older sisters who asked me to dance.
Hurry up and eat, I'll go open the door.
She wiped her tears vigorously with a tissue and quickly opened the door. When she opened the door, it wasn't her sisters outside. But she was a beautiful and eye-catching beauty, with many girls following her. He looked aggressive and seemed to have ill intentions.
Chapter 72, Glance and Grace. Lu Xinmei couldn't help but feel nervous. Who are you looking for? Xue Chuchu lives here, right?
The people who came were Qi Bingyue and her followers. Lu Xinmei could see that although this beauty was pretty, she was not a kind person. You can tell by the arrogance on his face.
Coming to see Xue Chuchu must be nothing good.
He shook his head directly. You've come to the wrong place. There's no one named Xue Chuchu here.
It's about to close. A girl next to Qi Bingyue rushed over early.
He pushed the door shut with his foot.
Qi Bingyue sneered, your landlord is here, do you dare to say that Xue Chuchu doesn't live here?
With a wave of his hand, a middle-aged woman hurriedly ran up from behind.
She is the landlord of Lu Xinmei's house, Xia Kaichin.
The reason why Qi Bingyue came so much later than Su Chi was that she went to see the landlord Xia Kaichin. When Xia Kaichin learned that she was the eldest daughter of the Qi family, she showed her all kinds of courtesy and entertained her with various gifts. He also promised that he would help Qi Bingyue to make sure that Lu Xinmei and Xue Chuchu, mother and daughter, were completely subdued. Lu Xinmei had been idle in her early years and was extremely poor, so naturally she had no money to buy a house.
This house has been rented for many years. Lu Xinmei, isn't Xue Chuchu your daughter? Doesn't she live here? Why are you still lying? Xia Kaichin looked very angry.
Lu Xinmei hurriedly explained with a smile, Sister Xia, I didn't think they were good people, so I didn't dare to agree.
After hearing this, Xia Kaiqin became even angrier. How can you talk like that? He quickly pointed at Qi Bingyue respectfully and said, This is Qi Bingyue, the eldest daughter of the Qi family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. You actually said Miss Qi is not a good person? It seems you don't want to get better.
Lu Xinmei was shocked.
Why is there another rich young lady here?
I just met Chu Yunyi, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, outside, and now Qi Bingyue, the eldest daughter of the Qi family, has come here.
When did you become so lucky to be associated with wealthy families?
Even though he thought so, Qi Bingyue's status was there after all, so he could only laugh dryly. Hello, Miss Qi. Qi Bingyue snorted coldly, I won't waste my time talking to you anymore, let Shuechuchu come out quickly. In the past 10 years of the most beautiful campus beauty contest, she actually got more votes than me.
This is outrageous. Get her out right now.
Lu Xinmei blocked the doorway, still smiling apologetically, Miss Qi, we don't know anything about the 10 years most beautiful campus beauty contest.
Even if she got more votes than you, it wasn't her intention. She didn't campaign for votes. This has nothing to do with her. Qi Bingyue glared, why has it nothing to do with her? Yes, she actually dared to get more votes than the eldest lady. That's her fault. Qi Bingyue's followers came forward to help.
Have Shuechuchu come out immediately, admit defeat and apologize to our young lady, and carry our young lady's shoes.
Otherwise, I will never let her go. Lu Xinmei couldn't help but feel a deep sadness in her heart.
She had no money or power, so she really couldn't protect Shuechuchu.
Shuechuchu couldn't even get more votes than others in the most beautiful campus beauty contest.
This matter has nothing to do with Shuechuchu, and it was not Shuechuchu who cast the vote. But Shuechuchu was forced to admit defeat and apologize, and she had to bow her head to hold Qi Bingyue's shoes.
This is clearly an insult to Shuechuchu and an attempt to step on Shuechuchu's head.
Shuechuchu didn't offend anyone, but just because she was beautiful, trouble came to her automatically.
Unfortunately, she was completely powerless and could only endure the anger. Lu Xinmei, didn't you hear what Miss Qi said? Hurry up and ask your daughter to come out and admit her defeat and apologize.
If you offend Miss Qi, I won't dare let you stay here any longer.
You have to move out now. Xia Kaiqin also came up to put pressure on them.
Lu Xinmei was surprised, Sister Xia, I have lived here for more than 10 years.
If you suddenly ask me to move, where should I move to? Xia Kaiqin glared at her and said, I don't care where you move to. If you don't want to pack up and leave, then have your daughter come out and admit defeat and apologize. Who is your daughter? How dare she suppress Miss Qi?
She really doesn't know her own limitations and doesn't know whether she will live or die. After saying this, he quickly turned around and smiled flatteringly at Qi Bingyue. Miss Qi, in my opinion, that Shuechuchu is not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Don't even mention being the most beautiful campus belle for the past 10 years. Even if it's 20 or 30 years, you'll still be the most beautiful campus belle.
Qi Bingyue didn't bother to pay attention to her and waved her hand, get your big face aside. Looking at Lu Xinmei coldly, I'm in a bad mood today and my patience is limited. You'd better get Shuechuchu out of here quickly, otherwise I won't be polite. Living in such a shabby place, and still wanting to be the most beautiful campus belle of the past decade, isn't that embarrassing enough?
His face was full of contempt. Lu Xinmei could no longer bear it and gritted her teeth. Why can't my daughter be the most beautiful campus beauty in the past 10 years?
Let me tell you, I'm not that easy to bully now. My son-in-law is very powerful. I'm not afraid of you at all.
She really saw more and more the importance of Su Qi. If it weren't for Su Qi, she really wouldn't have the courage to say this. Su Qi was in the room, which gave her some confidence. Otherwise, no matter how aggrieved or angry she is, she can only let her daughter come out and admit her defeat and apologize. Otherwise, they would have to sleep on the streets. They have lived here for more than 10 years and the rent is very cheap. It would definitely not be easy to find such a cheap house.
Lu Xinmei, how dare you argue with Miss Qi? Xia Kaiqin was furious. If her tenant offends Qi Bingyue, she will definitely be implicated. Behind Qi Bingyue is the wealthy Qi family. Are you kidding? I couldn't help but yell, Lu Xinmei, I order you now, get out of here immediately. Pack up your bedding and get out of here with your daughter. I will never take in anyone who dares to go against Miss Qi. Mom, what happened? Chuchu heard something wrong and couldn't help but come out.
Chi Bingyue was slightly startled when she saw Chuchu's appearance. This little girl is really beautiful. Especially her complexion, her cheeks were like bright red petals, and her eyes were like flowing water waves.
She is really charming and radiant.
Like a dewy flower in the morning, it is extremely beautiful. She didn't know that Chuchu had just grown from a girl into a woman, and had just been fully moisturized, so her face was naturally stunningly beautiful.
Are you Chuchu? You finally came out.
The girl who was thrown into the air by Su Chi has regained her life.
Becoming aggressive again. Staring at Chuchu, do you know how big a mistake you've made?
How dare you surpass our eldest lady in the selection of the most beautiful campus beauty of the past 10 years?
Chuchu was stunned. What do you mean by the most beautiful campus beauty in the past 10 years?
The girl waved her hand. I'm too lazy to tell you. Anyway, you're wrong.
Admit defeat and apologize to our eldest lady immediately. Then, carry our eldest lady's shoes.
Smiling, he reached out to support Chi Bingyue. Miss, lift your feet. Chi Bingyue nodded, supported her shoulders, and lifted one foot. Her high heels were hanging on her toes, and she asked Chuchu to help her put them on. As long as Chuchu held her shoes, it naturally meant that she was subservient to her and was one level lower than her. He raised his foot like this and stood on one leg, but frowned in pain. That filthy scoundrel, that filthy bastard, really beat her up way too hard.
My butt hurts if I move a little bit.
He forced himself to hold back, took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and pointed it at Chuchu.
Come on, admit defeat and apologize first, then carry my shoes. Chapter 73, 10 Palms of Friendship. Chuchu still doesn't know what's going on. Just like that, I have to apologize and pick up my shoes? Hurry up. Are your ears not working well? The girl who was supporting Chi Bingyue glared at Chuchu. Chuchu shook her head. I did nothing wrong.
I won't admit defeat or apologize, and I won't carry her shoes.
Chi Bingyue's face darkened. I'm giving you a chance, and you don't want it? Are you going to refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment?
The girls around him immediately stepped forward, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Lu Xinmei quickly pulled Chuchu behind her and angrily scolded Chi Bingyue. You've just been slept with by a man more than 10 times, go back and take good care of yourself, don't embarrass yourself here. I tell you, I have my good son-in-law to support us, and I won't be afraid of you. As I said this, I was actually very nervous. I secretly thought that since Su Chi could even deal with Chu Yunni, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, he should be able to deal with the eldest daughter of the Chi family as well. I was unsure, but I really couldn't bear to see my daughter being bullied like this. Chi Bingyue's pretty face instantly turned red after hearing what she said. She was so embarrassed and angry. You old woman, what nonsense are you talking about? When have I ever been slept with by a man? Lu Xinmei risked her life and snorted coldly. Do you think I can't see it? He walks with a limp. How can this be achieved without sleeping more than 10 times? Chi Bingyue was extremely embarrassed and shouted angrily, I was spanked, not slept with. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet. After a long while, Xia Kaichin finally broke the awkward atmosphere and looked at Chi Bingyue in disbelief. Miss Chi, you were spanked? No way. Who is so bold? Chi Bingyue gnashed her teeth and said, he's a shameless bastard, a scoundrel, a filthy scoundrel. Suddenly coming to his senses, he glared at Xia Kaichin and asked, why am I telling you this? This is not a glorious thing. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Lu Xinmei laughed. I thought you, Miss Chi, were so powerful, but it turns out you can get spanked too. Why, haven't you been beaten enough? You come here to cause trouble for my daughter again. Chi Bingyue's follower immediately shouted angrily, how dare you talk like that? You dare to mock our young lady? Are you looking for death? They pretended to gather around. Lu Xinmei was so scared that she pulled Chuchu back in a hurry, shouting, you little bastards, calm down. My son-in-law is not someone you can mess with. The girl who was supporting Chi Bingyue sneered, is your son-in-law so awesome? It all gives you the confidence to go against our eldest lady. Okay, let him out. I'll make him regret being a man. He walked over provocatively and came in front of Lu Xinmei. Let him out quickly. If you don't come out, I'll rush in. Even if he's hiding under the bed, I'll find him. Lu Xinmei saw that the situation was about to get out of control and had to let Su Chi out. He quickly shouted, good son-in-law, someone is bullying your girlfriend, come out quickly. Su Chi is eating oysters. I have to say, the oysters made by Lu Xinmei are really delicious.
Some can't stop.
He walked out with an oyster in his hand. The girl who was thrown into the air by Su Qi clenched her fists. Grandma, I can finally vent my anger. It was really embarrassing to be thrown into the air by Su Qi outside. This made her lose face in front of her sisters, and she urgently needed to find an opportunity to save face. Now is a good opportunity. Prepare to wait for the man inside to come out, then go up and knock him down with one punch. At that time, all the face came back. She has always claimed to be Qi Bingyue's super bodyguard, and for this reason she often runs long distances and goes to the gym.
She must not lose this position. I saw a man coming out.
He immediately rushed forward and was about to punch the man in the nose.
As a result, I saw the man's appearance clearly at a glance. Isn't he the guy who threw her into the air?
In an instant, he gasped, as if he had seen a monster.
Retreat one after another.
As a result, he retreated directly to the stairs.
One step missed. Ah!
Screaming, he rolled over. Lu Xinmei was stunned.
Su Qi walked out eating oysters, and without doing anything, he scared the most aggressive girl opposite him away? Is this son-in-law so awesome?
Not only that girl, but other girls were also scared when they saw Su Qi. With a scream, they fled in all directions. No one was still gathered at the door. Some hid on the stairs, and some fled to the window.
The situation was like a big bad wolf rushing into the flock of sheep.
Those girls ran away, leaving Qi Bingyue alone there again. Qi Bingyue also wanted to escape, but her butt hurt. My butt was already painful, and seeing Su Qi made it hurt even more.
I stood there and couldn't run away.
Turning around, she saw that the girl closest to her was about 4 or 5 meters away. These followers who are usually loyal to you are really unreliable at critical moments.
Why is it you? Su Qi was a little surprised when he saw Qi Bingyue. Shake your head and sigh.
I say, your butt is so itchy that you come here to get spanked?
Qi Bingyue's voice trembled. Don't move, otherwise I will scream.
She was so arrogant and domineering just now, but now she has become like a weak and helpless little girl.
Lu Xinmei was surprised. Xiao Su, do you know her?
Well, 10 palms of friendship.
Lu Xinmei was puzzled. What does the 10-palm friendship mean?
It means I spanked her 10 times. After hearing this, Lu Xinmei, Shui Chuchu and Xia Kaiqin present were all shocked.
They almost said in unison, were you the one who spanked her 10 times? Su Qi nodded, no.
Lu Xinmei was so excited.
He hugged Su Qi's arm and put his arm around Su Qi.
He looked at Qi Bingyue proudly. This is my son-in-law.
If you have the guts, don't bully my daughter again.
I feel that Su Qi is too reliable. I was worried before, afraid that Su Qi would not be able to deal with Qi Bingyue. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. You bastard, if you dare to touch me, my brother will not let you go. Qi Bingyue shouted fiercely but weakly. It was clear that he could not escape, and he could only scare Su Qi. This made Su Qi dare not act rashly.
Your brother? Su Qi smiled. Is it Qi Zihao?
Qi Bingyue couldn't help but get excited. It seems that you have heard of my brother's reputation.
That will make things easier.
Yes, my brother is Qi Zihao, one of the 3 young masters of Yanjiang City. I'm not afraid to tell you, my brother also knows the boxing champion Tai Yufeng. Kneel down and beg for mercy immediately, otherwise, you will cry.
Su Qi's face was filled with amazement. So your brother is so awesome. Are you scared?
I'm quite scared.
Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy?
Su Qi nodded. I can beg for mercy, but my way of begging for mercy is a little special.
Qi Bingyue has completely relaxed.
She thought she had intimidated Su Qi with her brother. He sneered. Okay, I want to see how you're going to beg for mercy.
Bring it on.
Come here and beg for mercy. He stood there proudly, chest puffed out, looking very proud.
Chapter 74, The Tried and True Killer Technique. Su Qi sneered and strode over.
Pick her up by the waist. With the other hand, he lifted her skirt and spanked her on the butt.
Bang! 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 A fierce beating. This is my way of begging for mercy. Are you satisfied?
Qi Bingyue screamed in pain. Asshole, just wait for me, my brother won't let you go. I will definitely ask my brother to bring the boxing champion to avenge me and beat you to a pulp.
How dare you be so arrogant? Su Qi continued to fight. I won. Check the number this time. Just fight. Chi Bingyue really couldn't stand it anymore.
This position is not only painful, but also very embarrassing.
How could you be beaten by a man like this? Finally, he couldn't help but beg for mercy. Brother, I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Su Chi still fought.
He knew that this girl was only giving in words.
In fact, I didn't admit defeat at all.
Chi Bingyue cried out in pain, brother, good brother, please let me go. Su Chi will not let her go easily this time. She had been taught a lesson outside the community, but she still didn't change and actually came to bully Xue Chuchu.
Xue Chuchu is Su Chi's woman now. Even for Xue Chuchu, he has to deal with Chi Bingyue. Besides, he was madly gaining attention from Chi Bingyue. I just can't bear to stop. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a shame critical hit of plus 5,000. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 5,000. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a fear critical hit of plus 5,000.
Ever since Chi Bingyue saw him, he has been constantly attracting attention.
The more critical hits you get, the more attention you'll get. Ah. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a rage critical hit of plus 6,000. Oh. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a shame critical hit of plus 6,000.
It felt so good to listen to the continuous system prompt sounds and spank Chi Bingyue's butt. They all have a sense of rhythm.
Crackling, crackling. But this really made Chi Bingyue suffer. I feel like my butt isn't my own anymore. If I get beaten again, I feel like I'm going to be ruined.
I had no choice but to give up all my pride and compromise.
Husband, dear husband, please stop hitting me.
If you continue hitting me, I won't be able to give birth to a big fat son for you. These words almost made Su Chi laugh to death.
Chi Bingyue can even say such words?
She was such a strong-willed young lady, but she started to call him husband in a sweet way and wanted to give birth to a big fat son for him. It seems that spanking is very effective for Chi Bingyue, and it can be called a killer move.
Since it is effective, of course keep fighting. I'm not going to have a baby now, so I'll just have enough sex for now. Hit your hand down again. Chi Bingyue said loudly, husband, I want to give birth to your child right now, let's go get a room. I can't wait to give birth to your son. She tried hard to look at Su Chi with tears in her eyes, looking so pitiful. Su Chi actually softened his heart.
Although the focus is still surging. But it is very rare that Chi Bingyue, a daughter of a wealthy family, can be so humble. Well, I'll just have to bear the pain and stop harvesting. He let go of her hand and threw Chi Bingyue to the ground.
He glared at her and said, why don't you go get a room? What are you waiting for? Okay, I'll go right away. Right away. Tears welled up on Chi Bingyue's face. Holding the handrail of the stairs, he quickly moved downstairs. Although every step hurts, I have to walk even if it hurts to death in order to escape from this bastard. Su Chi glanced at Chi Bingyue's followers and asked, why aren't you leaving yet? Want to wait to be spanked too?
After hearing this, the followers hurried out from all corners and ran downstairs.
Su Chi quickly reached out and grabbed a girl. He held out his hand and said, give me your phone. You've been filming all the time. You should have captured all the pictures of me spanking you. I'll keep them as a souvenir. That girl was indeed taking photos secretly.
The campus belle of the university town, the dignified eldest daughter of the Chi family, was spanked so hard that she called him her husband and asked him to give birth to a big fat son.
This is definitely explosive news.
She had already made up her mind that after returning to school, she would stop hanging out with Chi Bingyue and sell this video.
She would definitely make a fortune. Unexpectedly, Su Chi discovered it. How dare you not give it to Su Chi? He quickly handed the phone to Su Chi and looked at him pitifully, handsome guy, please don't tell the young lady, otherwise she will beat me to death. Su Chi curled his lips, you can provoke but not support, get out. The girl didn't dare to retort and ran away quickly.
Lu Xinmei had rarely felt so proud. Over the years, many people have pointed fingers at her and talked about her behind her back. Even the older ladies who danced with her were only willing to play with her after she took the initiative to curry favor with them.
She bought all the water and snacks. Now, I feel like I have finally straightened my back. It's different to have a good son-in-law. I feel so high-spirited and refreshed. He glanced at Xia Kaichin and said, Sister Xia, are you still planning to drive us away? Xia Kaichin laughed dryly.
Since she had a man backing Lu Xinmei up, she had to be polite to her.
Lu Xinmei, I didn't mean to kick you out. We've lived in the same neighborhood for so many years, we see each other every day. But there's nothing we can do. The Chi family is truly wealthy and powerful. They're one of the 4 great families in Yanjiang City, yet you're so offensive. So you should just go. Lu Xinmei was surprised. You still insist on driving us away? Xia Kaiqin looked at Su Qi with some trepidation and laughed dryly. I can't help it, please be understanding. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for bumping into Miss Qi like that. Although you may have gained an advantage temporarily, it will only further infuriate the Qi family and cause more serious consequences. I really don't want to be implicated by you. You guys, you should calm down. What's wrong with admitting defeat and apologizing? What's wrong with carrying shoes? This is great, it's a big deal. When Miss Qi goes back and tells the Qi family, what are you going to do? Lu Xinmei snorted and said proudly, I have my son-in-law, what am I afraid of? She hugged Su Qi's arms tighter. Xia Kaiqin sighed, Lu Xinmei, you're already so old, you should have seen some of the world. Don't you understand that the arm can't twist the thigh? Your son-in-law seems very strong, but even if a man is made of iron, how many nails can he hammer into a wall? Can he defeat just a dozen of the Qi family's bodyguards? To go head-to-head with the Qi family is like courting death, isn't it? Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about Miss Qi's sports car downstairs. Do you know how much it's worth? Lu Xinmei was stunned for a moment. What sports car? That's the Pagani sports car. Xia Kaiqin looked mysterious. That sports car is no ordinary car. My grandson knows him. He secretly told me that the sports car is worth 100 million yuan. It is the first Pagani wind shadow in Yanjiang City so far. 100 million, can you imagine what that means? Even if you don't eat or drink for 10 lifetimes, can you earn that much? As he said this, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Only a wealthy family like the Qi family can afford to buy such an expensive car. Ordinary people like us wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lu Xinmei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sister Xia, the sports car you mentioned seems to belong to my son-in-law. Chapter 75 The Benefits of Telepathy. What a joke! Xia Kaiqin screamed as if her tail was stepped on and almost jumped up. Lu Xinmei, you're really good at bragging, aren't you? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? Glancing at Su Qi. What kind of status does your son-in-law have? How can he afford a sports car worth 100 million? Can he afford the tires for the sports car? Su Qi curled his lips, took out the sports car keys and handed them to her. Here, go drive the car and try it. Xia Kaiqin was surprised again. She saw the Pagani brand logo on the key. That's impossible. Take it, open it, and you'll know. Xia Kaiqin really couldn't believe it and always thought that the sports car belonged to Qi Bingyue. He reached out his hand tremblingly and took the key. I asked my grandson to come with me. He knows a lot about cars. Don't try to trick me. She turned around and ran to call her grandson. Su Qi, aren't you afraid that she will damage your car? It's such an expensive car, it would be so painful if it gets damaged a little bit. Lu Xinmei felt pain just thinking about it. Su Qi smiled, she knows what she's doing. She knows that if it gets damaged a little, she'll sell everything she has. She'll be more careful than any of us. Let's go eat. Turned around and went into the house. Xue Chuchu looked at his back affectionately. If Su Qi hadn't been here today, the mother and daughter would have been bullied again. Lu Xinmei grabbed her hand and said, Chuchu, with Su Qi, you can finally escape from this quagmire. Xue Chuchu and I also went in. He warmly invited Su Qi to eat and kept serving him food. Su Qi is definitely the most distinguished guest in their home. There are 2 more oysters, eat them quickly. After you finish eating, you can continue. Su Qi was stunned, continue what? You guys continue chatting in the room. Su Qi was sweating, Auntie, do you think I'm a fully automatic pile driver? Xue Chuchu was so embarrassed that she almost crawled under the table. Her mother and Su Qi's words made her feel ashamed. Mom keeps bringing up things that are irrelevant to the topic, and Su Qi is the same. What do you mean by a pile driver? But thinking about the situation in the room just now, it seems really, really vivid. I just felt my cheeks burning hot, as if they were on fire. Xue Chuchu's attention generates a triple critical hit of shyness, anger, and tenderness plus 10,000. Lu Xinmei's attention generates a double critical hit of appreciation and love, plus 6,000. Chuchu's attention generates an expected critical hit of plus 12,000. Puff. Suchi spat out the food in his mouth. The focus points that Chuchu hit earlier were all normal. But what is this expectation of a critical hit? The expectation of a critical hit alone attracted 12,000 attention points. How much she is looking forward to it. What to expect? Looking at Chuchu's embarrassed look and thinking about what Lu Xinmei just said, could it be that Chuchu was looking forward to continuing to chat with him? Such a strong expectation, it seems that this is the only one. By the way, can she still bear it? Thinking about how pitiful she looked on the bed before, her body was like a small boat tossing and swaying in a storm. His bangs were completely soaked with sweat. Can she really continue to bear it? Suchi had no problem at all. After turning everything into gold, he felt in great shape. Come for 3 days and 3 nights without feeling tired. But is it really okay for Chuchu, who has such a weak body? Could it be that his skills are so good that even though Chuchu can't bear it, she still desires it so much? Thinking of this, I feel quite proud. However, Chuchu really surprised him again. This low-key, introverted, seemingly peaceful, elegant and quiet school beauty actually has a fire burning in her heart. Suchi, what's wrong with you? Are the oysters not tasty? Lu Xinmei asked with concern. Chuchu also looked over with concern. Suchi shook his head. Oysters are delicious, but there are better ones. It seems I really need to eat more and save up enough energy. Chuchu realized that Suchi seemed to see through her thoughts. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to crawl under the table. She looked forward to being with Suchi and liked the feeling of being close to him. Seeing that I can make Suchi so happy is the proudest thing. She had nothing else to give Suchi, but since Suchi was so happy at that time, of course she had to give Suchi more. She would give Suchi whatever he asked for, regardless of whether she could afford it or not. As long as Suchi is happy. What happened to you two? Lu Xinmei finally discovered something strange. Suchi and Chuchu didn't say anything, but it seemed like they had just had an in-depth conversation. Is this what it means to be in sync with each other? She was the only one confused. I can only continue to say, Suchi, eat quickly, eat more. At this time, Suchi suddenly received a system prompt. Xiao Caichin's attention generates a shocking critical hit of plus 3,000. The attention from XXX generates shocking critical hit plus 3,000. Xiao Caichin's attention generates awe-inspiring crit plus 3,000. The attention from XXX generates awe critical hit plus 3,000. Xiao Caichin's attention generates panic critical hit plus 3,000. The attention from XXX generates panic critical hit plus 3,000. It seems that Xiao Caichin and her grandson have already opened the Pagani Wind Shadow with the key. You must have understood that he can drive a sports car worth 100 million yuan, and his strength is no less than that of the Qi family. Auntie, your landlord's attitude towards you will definitely change. Suchi said to Lu Xinmei with a smile. Not long after, Xiao Caichin came to deliver the keys to the sports car. With a smile on his face, he grabbed Lu Xinmei's hand and wouldn't let go. Big sister, you really are a hidden talent. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such a powerful son-in-law? Look, I didn't even visit you when you were in the hospital. How embarrassing. Oh, these are some wild ginseng and cordyceps that my friend gave me. I couldn't bear to eat them. You just got out of the hospital, so these are perfect for replenishing your body. She brought all the best supplements from her collection at home. He stuffed it into Lu Xinmei's hands. But Lu Xinmei pushed it back. Thinking of Xiao Caichin's previous expression, he became secretly angry. Deliberately putting on airs, Sister Xia, how can you send me something? Who am I? How dare I accept your things? I can take it, I can take it. Xiao Caichin hurriedly stuffed the thing into Lu Xinmei's hand again. The smile on her face was almost blooming. We are sisters, who is with whom? I've said it before, Chuchu is no ordinary person. Look, she just found a billionaire as her boyfriend. From now on, don't forget me, your elder sister. You are my only sister. As Xiao Caichin spoke, the two of them seemed to have become real sisters. Lu Xinmei sneered, Sister Xia, you're about to kick us out, so stop saying such warm words. We're packing up and moving out today so you don't get all scared. After hearing this, Xiao Caichin quickly hugged her arm and said, Sister, you can't leave. How lonely I will be if you leave, old sister. I was just joking with you before. There's no reason to chase your own sister away. You can live here from now on and treat it like your home. If there's anything you need, just give me a call. If you need anything at home, feel free to come to my house and take it. Don't be shy. Lu Xinmei glanced at her and said, "Are you really not going to drive us away?" Xia Kaiqin laughed dryly. "How could I have the courage to do that? Sister, please don't scare me, your elder sister." As he said this, he nervously took out the sports car keys and said, "Sister, there's a broken spot on the roof of that sports car. Tell your son-in-law that it wasn't me who did it. It really wasn't me. Please don't ask me to pay for it, or I won't be able to pay it even if I sell everything I have." Chapter 76. This man is too important. This was the first time Lu Xinmei saw Xia Kaiqin looking so worried, nervous and embarrassed. Xia Kaiqin used to be very arrogant and would never be like this. Lu Xinmei felt really happy. "I knew very well that the damaged spot was caused by Wei Baofei hitting it with an iron rod." But she stared in surprise. "You actually damaged my son-in-law's sports car? Then you're done. You said it yourself, that sports car is worth 100 million. You should figure out how to compensate for it." Xia Caixin's face changed drastically. She was already nervous, and after hearing what Lu Xinmei said, her legs went limp with fear. He grabbed Lu Xinmei's arm and said excitedly, "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me, I didn't touch her at all. Sister, I was about to drive you away just now. It was my fault, but I really didn't touch your son-in-law's sports car. You must help me prove my innocence." I was almost scared to tears. She now owns a few old houses, and she collects rent from them to earn some money for her retirement. If we really want compensation, we have to sell all these houses. This is not a question of her driving Lu Xinmei onto the street, but that she herself is going to sleep on the street. Lu Xinmei snorted coldly, "You have the key to my son-in-law's sports car. You must have wanted to drive it but didn't know how to do it, so you ended up crashing my son-in-law's sports car. You still want to deny it?" Xia Kaiqin was so frightened that she was scared out of her wits. Plop. Kneeling down to Lu Xinmei, "Sister, you can't hurt me like this. I was wrong in everything that happened before. Is it okay if I was wrong? Please don't hold a grudge, and please show mercy." Lu Xinmei's self-esteem that she had lost with Xia Kaiqin was finally restored. It would be fine if Xia Kaiqin was usually cold to her. What she couldn't stand the most was that Xia Kaiqin actually wanted Xue Chuchu to marry her stupid nephew. Otherwise, the rent will be raised or the house will be taken back. Lu Xinmei was suddenly discharged from the hospital because Xia Kaiqin used this incident to drive her almost to collapse and her condition deteriorated rapidly. Xia Kaiqin forced such a good daughter to marry her stupid nephew who couldn't even take care of himself. Doesn't it show that she thinks she and her daughter are easy to bully? I have always been brooding over this matter. He snorted coldly, "Are you still planning to match my daughter with your nephew?" Xia Kaiqin quickly shook her head, No, never again. How can my nephew be worthy of Chuchu? I am just wishful thinking." She begged Lu Xinmei hurriedly, "Please don't tell your son-in-law about this, dear sister. Just think of it as saving my life. Don't mention a single word about this." The marriage she arranged was purely a waste of Xue Chuchu. Forcing a beautiful campus girl to marry a fool is really too cruel. If Su Qi knew about this, he would definitely be furious. Su Qi can drive a sports car worth 100 million yuan, which is enough to show how powerful he is. She couldn't afford to provoke such an enemy. Lu Xinmei glared at her, "You are finally awake. Get up. I will tell my son-in-law that you didn't damage the sports car. Finally got the keys to the sports car." Xia Kaiqin felt as if she had been pardoned and finally got up. He laughed dryly at Lu Xinmei, "That's why I say you are so generous, sister. You are so open-minded. If you don't have such a good son-in-law, who else deserves such a good son-in-law?" He quickly gave Lu Xinmei a thumbs up. Lu Xinmei waved her hands impatiently, "If you have nothing else to do, please leave. I still have to drink with my good son-in-law." Xia Kaiqin laughed hurriedly, "Hurry up and drink. Drinking is important. I'm leaving." Escaped in a hurry. Lu Xinmei felt that she really needed to toast Su Qi with a few glasses of wine. If it weren't for Su Qi, Xue Chuchu would never have been able to escape from this quagmire. Xue Chuchu follows her incompetent mother, but she has such a beautiful appearance, so there are many people who are jealous of her and many people who are calculating against her. For example, Qi Bingyue and Xia Kaiqin. Which one can they handle? Without Su Qi, these waves of difficulties would have put Xue Chuchu firmly at the bottom. It is hard to imagine what the final outcome will be. Back in the room, Lu Xinmei took a bottle of white wine and came to Su Qi. Bite the bottle cap open in one go. He touched Su Qi's water glass with the wine bottle. Xiao Su, there's nothing much to say. Auntie toasts to you. He raised his head and drank the whole bottle of white wine in one breath. Qi Bingyue staggered out of Xuechuchu's neighborhood. When he got outside the community, he looked back and saw that Su Qi had not caught up with him, so he dared to stop. I feel like both my buttocks are on fire. I was even more furious. I secretly swore that I would not be a human being if I didn't avenge this. Just as I was about to call my brother Qi Zihao, I suddenly saw a familiar figure. It turned out to be Chu Yunyi. Chu Yunyi was looking around at the door of the small hotel across the street, as if looking for someone. Of course, Chu Yunyi was looking for Su Qi. She already regretted letting Su Qi leave. Come out and think of finding Su Qi. Qi Bingyue hurriedly waved to her and greeted her. Chu Yunyi blushed slightly, but still walked past it. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Are you waiting for someone? Chu Yunyi hurriedly shook her head. No, I was just looking at the scenery. Also, I'm not your sister-in-law anymore. Qi Bingyue laughed. Sister-in-law, aren't you and my brother almost getting married? I'm still shy when I call you sister-in-law. Chu Yunyi wanted to tell him that Qi Zihao had taken the initiative to cancel the engagement with her and gave her to Su Qi. But that's a long story. Besides, it's too embarrassing to say it out loud. He simply changed the subject and asked, Bingyue, why are you here? Me, I'm out with my classmates, shopping and strolling around. Chu Yunyi looked at her strangely. You don't look well, are you feeling unwell? Qi Bingyue gritted her teeth secretly. Both of her buttocks were now swollen like cakes. It's not just uncomfortable, it hurts so much that I'm about to cry. She bit her lip and said, No, I'm probably too tired from shopping. Chu Yunyi couldn't help but ask, when you were shopping nearby, did you see anyone? Who? A young man, about 20 years old, wearing a t-shirt and shorts. What? Wearing a t-shirt and big shorts? Qi Bingyue feels like she has an allergic reaction to t-shirts and shorts now. I almost jumped up when I heard this description. Su Qi's appearance suddenly appeared in his mind. There was also the scene where she reached into Su Qi's big pants pocket to explore. Why do my hands feel hot again? My cheeks felt hot. Could it be that sister-in-law is talking about that bastard Su Qi? Did you see it? Chu Yunyi was a little surprised. Sister-in-law, please describe it a little more. I'm afraid I've made a mistake. Chu Yunyi bit her lip and said, he was just wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and he looked pretty handsome. When I said the word handsome, my heart couldn't help but jump. When did I feel that Su Qi was handsome? Shouldn't he be disgusting? When did your impression of Su Qi begin to change quietly? How can you think he's handsome? This is a dangerous signal. I suddenly felt panicked and my heart was in turmoil. Chapter 77. Why is it so difficult to get some comfort? That's not it. Qi Bingyue answered firmly. With a vicious look on his face, he said, the guy I met is definitely not the one you were looking for. He's just an ugly freak, disgusting, and I can't eat when I see him. Chu Yunyi was stunned. How could there be such an ugly person? It's 10,000 times uglier and more disgusting than this. Qi Bingyue was filled with hatred when she talked about Su Qi. Chu Yunyi was disappointed. Since she couldn't find Su Qi on the street, Su Qi must have gone to look for Xuechuchu. You can't go to Xuechuchu's house to find Su Qi, right? The eldest daughter of the Chu family goes to a girl's house to steal a man? Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed, let alone actually doing it. But now she really needs Su Qi to cure her father. Once her father dies, the Chu family might really collapse. Should I put aside my pride and go to Xuechuchu's house to find Su Qi? She couldn't help but clench the small bag in her hand, which contained 2 boxes of raincoats left by Su Qi. Wearing a raincoat to rob a man? My face became hotter and hotter. Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Qi Bingyue asked curiously. Suddenly, he smiled wickedly. You didn't think of my brother when you saw me? It turns out you were thinking of your fiancé. How could she have imagined that Chu Yunyi's heart and mind were now filled with thoughts of another man? Chu Yunyi hurriedly shook her head. No way, don't talk nonsense. Your face is so red, and you still refuse to admit it? It's because the weather, it's too hot.
Xu Yunyi didn't dare to say much to Qi Bingyue, as she was afraid that Qi Bingyue would find out something. Especially since she had 2 boxes of raincoats in her bag, she would be so embarrassed if Qi Bingyue found out. I quickly said goodbye, Bingyue, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Her sports car was still abandoned on the side of the road. She hurried to the sports car and drove away. She decided to go to the hospital first to check on her father's condition. If her father's condition didn't worsen, she would have time to think of other solutions. But if dad is not in good condition, no matter how embarrassing it is, I have to go find Su Qi immediately. Even if it means pulling Su Qi naked off Xuechuchu's bed, it would be worth it. Qi Bingyue watched her hurriedly leave and couldn't help but raise her nose slightly. If you miss a man, then you miss a man. Why are you pretending to be cold and noble all day long? No matter how much you pretend, you'll end up in my brother's bed sooner or later, right? She really disapproved of Xu Yunyi's always arrogant and cold attitude. She feels that the most important thing is to live your own life. Thinking of his brother Qi Zihao, he quickly took out his cell phone and called Qi Zihao. She must ask her brother to help her get revenge. Today I have suffered the greatest humiliation in my life. I will not be a human being if I don't avenge myself. Just as I took out my cell phone, Qi Zihao called me. As soon as Qi Bingyue picked up the phone, Qi Zihao asked anxiously, Bingyue, have you finished your business? He and Qi Chongshu had been waiting anxiously. In their opinion, Su Qi and Xu Yunyi were having a fierce conflict in the small hotel. If feelings arise, it will be difficult for Qi Bingyue to take advantage of the situation. How could they bear to miss out on Su Qi's magic pill? How could they bear to miss out on this opportunity to rise to the top and get close to a super wealthy family? Qi Bingyue was very unhappy. What are you going to do, brother? I was bullied. Thinking about the scene of being grabbed and spanked by Su Qi, I felt wronged and wanted to cry. In particular, the skirt was always lifted up, and Su Qi must have seen so many things that he shouldn't have seen. After saying this, she waited for Qi Zihao to comfort her. Unexpectedly, Qi Zihao said, You were bullied. It's okay. Come back quickly. Business is more important. Oh shit. Qi Bingyue almost fell over. When Qi Zihao heard that she was bullied, shouldn't he be furious, put down his phone immediately, and come over to help her get revenge? It's still okay? Is this still my real brother? She felt more and more aggrieved. What do you mean it doesn't matter? You don't know how badly that bastard bullied me. Qi Zihao was filled with anxiety. Sister, you don't know how important that big shot is to our family. We have to race against time now. Qi Bingyue felt completely ignored. Tears fell down, and he shouted in grievance, My butt is swollen from being beaten, and you didn't even ask a question. Are you still my brother? Is your butt swollen? Yes. Qi Zihao asked anxiously, Will that delay my date with the man? Oh shit. Qi Bingyue is really going crazy. She thought Qi Zihao was finally going to care about her. As a result, what she is concerned about is whether it will delay her date with men. What kind of logic is this? I was really angry. What kind of stinky guy are you asking me to date? Qi Zihao was surprised and quickly corrected, Bingyue, don't say that, it's not some stinky man, it's Su Xiao, it's Su Xiao. Damn it, Master Su. What on earth do you want me to do? Dating Su Xiao. Qi Bingyue was furious. You told me to go on a date with that bastard Su Xiao, so I'm going to go on a date? Who gives you the right to decide my feelings? It's not me, it's us. This is a decision my dad and I made together. Or, let daddy talk to you. Qi Chongshu's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Bingyue, this opportunity is fleeting. Come back quickly. This is a crucial moment for the Qi family in Yanjiang City. Qi Bingyue was so disappointed. Why doesn't anyone care about her injury? She had suffered such a great injustice. It was the first time in her life that she was beaten like this. She really needed comfort. She gritted her teeth and emphasized, Dad, a stinky man spanked me, and now my butt hurts so much that I can't even walk. Qi Chongshu listened and asked with concern, Will that delay your time accompanying young Master Su for dinner, drinks, and dancing? Qi Bingyue yelled angrily, I'm injured, and you still want me to accompany others to eat, drink, and dance? Bingyue, stop acting like a child. Our family's future is the most important thing. Everything else needs to be put aside for now. Qi Chongshu was very serious and spoke in a low voice. He said in a commanding tone, Come here quickly, your brother will take you shopping for clothes, do skin care, and then do your hair.
Shi Bingyue understood. Are you planning to sell me to that young Master Su? How can it be selling? It's hooking up. No, it's a marriage. Young Master Su is the son of a powerful family. He holds the fate of our family in his hands. We must have a good relationship with him. And you are our only bargaining chip. As long as you can capture his heart and marry him, our family's status as a wealthy family will be elevated to a higher level. Shi Bingyue felt a chill in her heart. You're only concerned about your family's status. You didn't even ask about my injuries or how I was bullied by that bastard. You really make me feel disappointed. I'm not going back. Shi Chongxiu was anxious. Bingyue, don't be willful. Now is not the time to be willful. I can tell you that if we don't serve this young Master Su well, he can easily destroy our Qi family in Yinjiang City. We will lose control of the Zireo Group, our shares will be diluted, and our assets will shrink significantly. Let alone a wealthy family, we will be worse than ordinary nouveau riche. At that time, will you still be able to continue to be the daughter of a wealthy family? Will you still be able to be so arrogant in school? With your temper, you must have offended a lot of people over the years. Have you offended all of your former best friends? Think about it, if we lose our status as a wealthy family and our family background is not even as good as your girlfriend's, how will they treat you? After hearing this, Shi Bingyue felt a chill running down her back. She was not stupid and knew that she could be so domineering because she had the support of her family. This is her greatest reliance. If she lost this support, not to mention her girlfriends, even the girls who were hanging out with her now would be in big trouble if they turned against her. These girls are not easy to deal with. It's really chilling to think that she will become the target of their bullying one day. Finally calming down, he couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, this Su Xiao's influence on our family is really that great? Chapter 78, Women Dress Up to Please Themselves. Shi Chongxiu said firmly, it's bigger than you think. You should know how difficult our family was a few years ago. We almost collapsed. Although the stock didn't crash, someone bought up the shares at the bottom, and that person holds 60% of our family's shares. That person is Mr. Su. It can be said that if young Master Su wants to bring us down, it would be a piece of cake. The point is, your brother offended him, and he must be angry with our Qi family now. Shi Bingyue realized the seriousness of the matter and couldn't help asking, how did my brother offend him? This young Master Su has taken a fancy to Chu Yunyi. He booked a room with Chu Yunyi in a small hotel, but deliberately asked Chu Yunyi to contact your brother to go there. Your brother even brought the boxing champion with him. Shi Bingyue gasped, didn't that guy get knocked down by the boxing champion? That's not the case. The boxing champion was knocked down. What? Shi Bingyue was shocked. Boxing champion Tai Yufeng was knocked down? It feels like it's just incredible. It's a long story, but in short, your brother must have offended someone. Shi Bingyue gritted her teeth, he stole my brother's fiancée, so what if I offended him? You girl, you're acting stupid again. What if they did it on purpose? They deliberately used Chu Yunyi to irritate your brother and cause him to be offended. Then, he will have an excuse to deal with our Qi family. Shi Bingyue was shocked, you mean, he deliberately targeted our Qi family? Very likely. So, the situation is extremely serious. If we don't take quick countermeasures, it will definitely get out of control. Then, what should I do? Shi Bingyue also became scared. Shi Chongxiu said hurriedly, young Master Su really likes beautiful women. You should take the initiative to befriend him, test his intentions, and eliminate his hostility towards our Qi family. Most importantly, work hard to win his favor, and ideally, make him like you. Even if you can't do that, at least accompany him a few times so that he won't be embarrassed to do anything to our family again. Shi Bingyue frowned. What does it mean to accompany him a few times? Ahem, this. Shi Chongxiu laughed dryly. Some things don't need to be said too obviously. Shi Bingyue gritted her teeth. You mean you want me to sleep with him? Shi Chongxiu sighed. This is the only solution right now. They control 60% of Zireo Group's shares. If we force them, we'll definitely lose miserably. If I want to maintain my current status, or even make further progress, I can only rely on you. Shi Bingyue felt sad. When I heard that my best friends were being used by their families to marry into wealthy families, I laughed at them for not being ambitious and not knowing how to fight back. Unexpectedly, she has reached this point now. Can she resist? On one side is the fate of the family, and on the other side is one's own feelings.
Not only the fate of the family, but even one's own future is involved.
After being a high and mighty eldest daughter, can you really be content to be an ordinary person? The current position is too high.
If you fall, you will definitely be smashed to pieces. Therefore, you must hold on tightly and stay high. When I really faced this situation, I realized that I was so powerless.
Because there is simply no other choice. Bingyue, come back quickly.
Shi Bingyue gritted her teeth and said, I can listen to you, but you have to help me do one last thing.
Hearing her reassurance, Shi Chongshu and Shi Zihao were overjoyed. What?
Tell us quickly, and we'll do our best to help you. Shi Bingyue gritted her teeth and said, I was spanked by a hateful bastard today.
It's such a shame and humiliation. I must avenge this.
If you help me avenge this, I will do as you say and please that Su Xiao and sleep with him. After saying the last word, tears started to fall. She always said that she wanted to live her own life.
Now, I can only live the way others want me to.
She thought that since she was the daughter of a wealthy family, she could control her own destiny. It turns out that this is nothing more than wishful thinking. Shi Chongshu and Shi Zihao quickly agreed, we'll arrange it right away, don't worry. We must make sure that bastard is left with a fate worse than death. Shi Zihao kept saying, Bingyue, leave this matter to me.
It's just about dealing with this ignorant little bastard. I promise to do it beautifully for you. That's good.
Shi Bingyue wiped away her tears vigorously.
There's one more thing I want to tell you. I met Chu Yunyi. Shi Chongshu and Shi Zihao were immediately surprised. How did you meet her? She should have booked a room in a small hotel with Su Xiao, right?
Shi Bingyue gritted her teeth and said, it should be over now. When I saw her, she was standing at the entrance of a small hotel, looking around, looking for someone.
Shi Chongshu and Shi Zihao were overjoyed when they heard this, so Chu Yunyi didn't serve young Master Su well, and young Master Su must have left in anger, so she came out to look for him.
That's great. Xu Yunyi, that stupid woman, even checked into a hotel with young Master Su, and she didn't even seize the opportunity. This is handing over the opportunity to us, watching our Qi family prosper.
The two were simply overjoyed. Bingyue, it's up to you from now on. Come back quickly, buy some clothes, do some skin care, and get your hair done. I have to dress you up like a stunning beauty.
Shi Bingyue gritted her teeth and said, I won't see that Su Xiao before I get my revenge.
You can come back and do these things while your brother goes to find someone else. Can't we do it at the same time?
Shi Bingyue emphasized, I want to personally see that bastard get beaten until he cries for his parents.
Okay, you dress up and let you watch your brother revenge you with your own eyes, and then you go to see Mr. Su, okay? Shi Bingyue finally agreed, okay.
While Su Qi was eating, he kept receiving attention from the three members of the Qi family.
Shi Bingyue's attention generates a hateful critical hit plus 5,000.
Shi Zihao's attention generates a critical hit plus 5,000. Shi Chongshu's attention generates a respectful critical hit plus 5,000.
Shi Bingyue's attention generates a critical hit plus 5,000. Shi Zihao's attention generates a plus 5,000 rage critical hit. Shi Zihao's attention generates a plus 5,000 rage critical hit.
Su Qi was a little confused.
What is going on? The concerns of these three people arose in the same period of time.
But Shi Bingyue hated him at one moment and was in awe of him at another. Shi Chongshu and Shi Zihao were sometimes respectful and awed by him, and sometimes angry with him.
It's like schizophrenia. What is this family planning?
It actually caused such a contradictory emotional attack. He didn't know that the Qi family treated him as two completely different people. One is Su Xiao, who comes from a super wealthy family and whom they respect and admire. One was the hateful bastard who made them angry and spanked Shi Bingyue. They thought these were two people, so they had conflicting emotions. They never expected that the two guys in their minds were actually Su Qi.
Chapter 79, completely giving it all away. Shi Bingyue finally returned home. Then I went shopping for clothes and stuff.
Originally, her dressing style was youthful and fashionable. Now, I am forced to buy some extremely hot and attractive clothes. After all, he had to please that young Master Su, and even to get that young Master Su into bed. This was certainly not Shi Bingyue's choice, but she had to make it. After buying clothes, I went to do skin care, hair, and other things.
Shi Zihao went to find the big brother in the underworld. I treated the big brother and his subordinates to a big meal. Just wait until Shi Bingyue is ready, and then help Shi Bingyue take revenge under Shi Bingyue's witness. Chu Yunyi returned to the hospital.
Her driver Linjan was looking for her everywhere. I called her but she didn't answer, and I was very anxious. Seeing Chu Yunyi suddenly come back, her face was full of surprise. "Miss, you are back.
You disappeared suddenly. I was so worried."
If it were in the past, seeing him like this, Chu Yunyi would feel very warm and feel that he cared about her. But now, seeing his face like this, I feel sick. It was this guy who knew that Su Qi could save her father, but he deliberately concealed it. Lu Xinmei was clearly cured by Su Qi, but he lied to her and said that Lu Xinmei was dead.
His thoughts are really vicious. She was totally trying to kill her father. He snorted coldly, "Why are you in such a hurry to find me?" Linjiang didn't notice her change of mood.
He smiled and said, "Young Master Qi came to see Mr. Chu and stayed for a long time.
I've been waiting for you, miss, but you never come back." "Don't mention it.
This time I met young Master Qi.
He's even more handsome. He's so handsome and graceful.
He's way better than that shameless Su Qi.
A country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin.
He can't even be compared to a real rich young master. He's not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Alas, it turns out that only young Master Qi is worthy of you, Mississippi."
He had already joined Qi Zihao, so naturally he had to speak for Qi Zihao and praise Qi Zihao as much as he could.
Then, he could go to Qi Zihao to claim credit. Chu Yunyi felt disgusted enough when she saw him. Now, Linjiang mentioned Qi Zihao again, which was even more disgusting.
How many hundreds of streets ahead of Su Qi is Qi Zihao?
She clearly remembered how Qi Zihao flattered Su Qi in front of Su Qi. He was like a grandson. Not only did he fail to protect her, he also gave her directly to Su Qi, and even wanted to play a romantic art film to cheer Su Qi up.
The more I think about it, the more disgusted I feel.
This driver and Qi Zihao were the people she trusted the most besides her father.
Now I realize that they are totally unreliable, hypocritical, and scary. Not even as good as Su Qi, an outsider.
Although Su Qi always took advantage of her, he never actually hurt her. These two people are so good, one wants to kill her father, and the other one gives her directly to Su Qi. It really broke her heart. It's so sad to think that I trusted them so much back then.
Compared with them, Su Qi became more friendly.
You know, when Qi Zihao ran away in fear, Su Qi could have easily taken her by force in the small hotel. She had no room to resist. She didn't even dare to sue Su Qi because Su Qi was the only one who could save her father.
But Su Qi didn't do that.
He could have easily eaten her, but instead he left and didn't force her. Moreover, if it weren't for Su Qi, she still wouldn't know the true identities of these two guys.
I actually missed Su Qi a little bit. Su Qi teased her, pushed her against the wall, and made her a maid. Thinking about these scenes now, they became a little heartwarming. Oh shit. What's going on? You were taken advantage of by that bad guy, and you still feel warm? Are you kidding me?
Chu Yunyi quickly shook her head to get rid of these terrible thoughts.
Miss, are you okay? You seem distraught. Are you missing Qi? Then please give him a call right away. Mr. Chu's illness is definitely hopeless. You should rely more on Mr. Qi in the future.
Linjiang spoke with great earnestness and sincerity.
Chu Yunyi couldn't help it anymore, raised her hand. Bang! A slap hit Linjiang hard in the face.
The stone forest barrier was hit so hard that it staggered.
Linjiang was shocked. Miss, why did you hit me? Chu Yunyi gnashed her teeth in anger. You're still pretending now? To tell you the truth, I have already met Su Qi.
Linjiang was shocked and quickly waved his hands. Miss, you won't listen to the nonsense that scoundrel said, right?
Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a shameless bastard, a bumpkin, and a smelly toad.
You can't believe a single word he says. No matter what he does, it's all to deceive you and take advantage of you.
He's always dreaming of sleeping with you. We can't let him succeed. Bang! Chu Yunyi slapped Linjiang hard on the face again.
He said viciously, I saw with my own eyes that Lu Xinmei was alive and well, even dancing in the square.
Who is talking nonsense? Linjiang couldn't help but feel frightened and his legs went weak.
Now that Chu Yunyi has met Lu Xinmei, she can no longer hide it. She burst into tears and said, Miss, please listen to my explanation.
I did this all for you. You are a person of great wealth and noble character. How can you let that stinky toad get away with it? He's not even as good as me. It's better to give me a good deal than to give him a good deal. I accidentally said what was in my heart.
He hurriedly covered his mouth.
Chu Yunyi was shocked. She didn't expect that this guy would have such an idea. How dare you have thoughts about her?
He was so angry that he grabbed a bench and smashed it directly on Shi Linjiang.
You bastard! I'll beat you to death.
Water cups, plates, whatever, just pick it up and throw it at the stone forest barrier.
This guy is so hateful.
For that dirty thought, he didn't hesitate to kill his father.
Miss, stop fighting. I only dared to think about it, but never thought about actually doing it. As far as I know, only young Master Qi is worthy of you. I just have some ideas at best. Shi Linjiang held his head and begged for mercy. Chu Yunyi angrily scolded, that disgusting and cowardly bastard is even less worthy of me. Tell you what, I'm just giving Su Qi a bargain.
I'll take off all my clothes and wait for him in bed tonight.
Shi Linjiang was stunned. Miss, you can't treat yourself like this. I'm willing, ma'am. What's it to you? Even if he's a toad, I'll let him eat my swan flesh. I just like him to sleep, what's wrong?
Chu Yunyi grabbed the fruit knife and pointed at the stone barrier.
Even if Su Qi is a stinky toad, he is still 100 times better than you. Get out of here as far as you can. If I see you again, I'll kill you.
Step by step approaching the stone forest barrier.
Shi Linjiang's head and face were covered in blood.
Seeing Chu Yunyi's ferocious face, he didn't dare to stay and hurriedly got up and ran away. He knew that if the truth came to light, he would definitely not be able to stay in the Chu family.
It seems that I can only rely on Qi Zihao now. No matter what, he helped Qi Zihao.
Qi Zihao also said that he would not treat him unfairly, so there would definitely be no problem taking him in.
After Shi Linjiang fled in panic, Chu Yunyi suddenly felt weak all over and collapsed in front of the hospital bed. Looking around, there was no one I could rely on. His driver and his fiancée are both more unreliable than the other. Thinking about her family, it was a mess.
Her stepmother and half-brother were waiting to divide the property.
But my father has been in a coma. It seems that I can only ask Su Qi for help. No matter how humble and embarrassing it is, I have to ask Su Qi for help. Dad's condition hasn't improved at all. He used to be able to wake up for a while from time to time, but now he is in a coma all the time. If Dad suddenly passed away, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Yunyi bit her lip and decided to go find Su Qi. No matter what embarrassing way Su Qi used to humiliate her, she accepted it. Even if Su Qi really used up all the raincoats and the 2 boxes on her, she would accept it. Go for it. Chapter 80, Conquered.
Chu Yunyi went into the washroom of the ward, washed her face and combed her hair.
Looking at the cold and beautiful woman in the mirror, he secretly sighed that in the end, the bad guy Su Qi would still succeed. In the end, I couldn't escape the clutches of this stinky toad. After looking for a long time, she tied her hair up to reveal her slender neck. But he quickly put it down. I feel that she looks better with her hair down, and has a more mature charm. Suddenly, I was startled. What happened to me? I just want to go all out and let Su Qi abuse me, so why would I care whether I'm pretty or not? Do you really want to please him? I gritted my teeth and decided to just do it no matter how ugly it was. Even if Su Qi ate her, he would not feel comfortable. This is the correct way to open it. He raised his hand and messed up his hair. Turn around and leave. She bit her lip, but still came back and combed her hair again. I found myself looking very haggard in the mirror, and my lips had lost their former rosy color. I couldn't help but take out my lipstick and put on some. Sure enough, her mental state improved a lot and she became more charming and beautiful. I'm not doing this for Su Qi, I'm just trying to maintain the perfect image of the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Yes, that's right. I won't dress myself up for that stinky toad. Chu Yunyi said this to herself and finally left the washroom with peace of mind. I picked up my bag, made sure the 2 boxes of raincoats were there, and prepared to leave. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. There was a phone call. After taking a look, I found that it was Tai Yufeng who was calling. Thinking of the scene where Tai Yufeng was knocked down by Su Qi's punch, I felt like laughing. He's a boxing champion, but he can't even beat that stinky toad. But now, I really don't feel like answering Tai Yufeng's call. She was extremely nervous now, with all sorts of thoughts running through her mind. She didn't know how Su Qi would eat her. I have heard of several classic postures. Will I have the chance to experience them in person? As soon as I thought about it, I started to act rashly. I have absolutely no intention of answering the phone. He quickly hung up the phone with Tai Yufeng. Unexpectedly, the iron rain and wind came again soon. Hang up. Called again. Quite persistent. Xu Yunyi was a little impatient and finally answered, I say, are you done yet? Tai Yufeng is Qi Ziheo's friend. She hates Qi Ziheo and even dislikes Tai Yufeng. Master's wife, don't be angry. Tai Yufeng on the opposite side said quickly. What did you say? Who is your mother? Are you sick? Xu Yunyi felt that she was taken advantage of and her face turned red with anger. Master's wife, it's master's wife, not mother. Tai Yufeng explained quickly. Xu Yunyi was still angry. Did you dial the wrong number? Who is your master's wife? You're right, my master's wife is you. Tai Yufeng's tone was full of respect. That attitude seemed like he was really facing his master's wife. Master's wife, please don't be anxious. Listen to me. I want to take Mr. Su as my master. Given your relationship with Mr. Su, of course you are my master's wife. Xu Yunyi was surprised. You actually want to take Su Qi as your master? It's really unbelievable. I have seen this iron rain wind several times before. He is absolutely crazy and doesn't take his opponents seriously at all. Such a crazy person, who just won the boxing championship belt, actually wants to bow his head and worship Su Qi as his master? Tai Yufeng answered confidently, I am sincere in becoming your disciple. Mr. Su's punch was truly amazing. I keep thinking about it, and I feel like there's no way I could ever achieve that incredible speed or power. With just one punch, Mr. Su knocked out my arrogance and made me realize that there are always people better than you. I am deeply convinced by Mr. Su. I must take him as my teacher and ask him to help me break through myself. Master's wife, you must help me with this matter. Xu Yunyi's face was burning hot. Don't call me master's wife, I'm not your master's wife. Tai Yufeng chuckled, even after all that, you're still my master's wife, aren't you? Xu Yunyi blushed even more. What happened to us? Nothing happened to us. Tai Yufeng didn't believe it at all. Mr. Su knocked me down with just one punch, and it would probably take him less than a second to knock you down. Of course, I'm not saying Mr. Su's time is short. Mr. Su's time is at least 10 hours. Xu Yunyi almost cursed out loud. 10 hours? You can really brag. Even if Tai Yufeng wanted to praise Su Qi, he wouldn't do it so mindlessly. Could it be that he was beaten into a moron by Su Qi's punch and became a moron fan of Su Qi? If Su Qi really works for 10 hours, who can stand it? If she goes to find Su Qi this time, can she come back alive? This sudden silence startled Tai Yufeng. Master's wife, master won't really stay here for 10 hours, right? Get out. Xu Yunyi couldn't help it again and finally cursed out. Tai Yufeng laughed dryly. That's right, if master really worked 10 hours, you and master would still be in bed now. How can you still be in the mood to answer my call? Xu Yunyi was extremely embarrassed. Are you done yet? Are you laughing at me, or mocking me? Tai Yufeng quickly apologized. Master's wife, how dare I? I'm calling you to sincerely ask for your help. Please help me speak to Mr. Su and ask him to accept me as his apprentice. You know, I followed Master Qi over there and disturbed both him and you. He must be very angry with me. I begged him to take me in, but he absolutely refused. So I had no choice but to ask Master's wife for help. After all, we've known each other for a long time and we have some friendship, right? Xu Yunyi gritted her teeth and said, how many times do I have to tell you that I have nothing to do with him and I can't help you? She was in a dilemma herself and was about to ask Su Qi for help. This guy actually came to her for help. He really knows how to take advantage of every opportunity. Tai Yufeng smiled flatteringly. Master's wife, please don't be so modest. You and Mr. Su have fought for hundreds of rounds together. How can you not have a relationship? Xu Yunyi was so embarrassed that she almost threw her phone away. What did Tai Yufeng think about what happened between her and Su Qi in the small hotel? Is that what you think? However, it's not surprising that Tai Yufeng thinks so. The decoration style, colors, and mood of that room are so unique that it would be impossible not to fight for hundreds of rounds. There are also 2 boxes of raincoats, both in a super value package and in a cutting-edge technology package. This is going to be a game that will last until the day is dark. Oh, and there are whips, candles and other things in the room. Couldn't Tai Yufeng not think about it?
It is estimated that in Tai Yufeng's eyes, she has already blossomed dozens of times.
Please help me. Tai Yufeng was still begging. I will definitely honor you in the future. Besides, it would be quite impressive to have a new boxing champion as your apprentice and follower, wouldn't it? Chapter 81. This is really emotional.
After hearing the last sentence, Xu Yunyi's heart suddenly moved. She really needs help now. Her mother died early, and her father remarried and married a stepmother, and had a half-brother. The stepmother is quite powerful and has arranged many relatives into the Chubo group, so they have a large number of people and strong power. Instead, she was alone. If her father hadn't always protected her, she would have been kicked out of the Chu family long ago. Now that my father is seriously ill, my stepmother has full control over everything, both at home and at the company. She can only hide here, not daring to touch their edge. She is just a girl. If she dares to confront so many people head-on, it would be like an egg hitting a stone. She originally thought she could rely on her driver Shi Linjiang and her fiancé Qi Zihao, who had been with her for many years, but now she can't rely on them at all. But it would be different if you had a boxing champion as your follower. Even if the stepmother has more people and more power, at least they dare not hurt her. She really needs someone to support her. How can I refuse this new boxing champion who came to me on his own initiative? Just as Tai Yufeng said, having a new boxing champion as an apprentice is so impressive and powerful, why would you refuse? However, once she acknowledged the identity of this master's wife, it would be equivalent to admitting that she was Su Qi's woman. She bit her lip. Given the current situation, was it possible for her to escape from Su Qi's clutches? Sooner or later, Su Qi will sleep with her. Now that I have taken advantage of him, what's wrong with taking a boxing champion as my follower? I will definitely serve him in various positions in bed in the future. Isn't that enough to repay him? Thinking about it this way, it suddenly made sense. No longer obsessed with the eldest lady's face, the situation suddenly became clear. He coughed and said seriously, I can help you become Su Qi's apprentice, but you must listen to me in everything. That's it. Tai Yufeng was very excited when he heard her give in. Master's wife, if you give me the order, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Xu Yunyi said in a deep voice, then come to the hospital quickly and help me look after my father. If she went to find Su Qi, she would be really worried about her father's safety. There used to be a stone barrier guarding it. But Shilinsang can no longer be trusted. After she drove away Shi Linjiang, he might come back for revenge. Especially the people on the stepmother's side, they wish the father would die soon so that they can take over all the power. As for dad's bodyguards, they are completely useless. Does the bodyguard dare to stop the stepmother from doing anything? She must have a reliable confidant and only listen to her confidant. Tai Yufeng is the best candidate. With him protecting Chu Tianbo, she could go find Su Qi without worry. Even if I really fight with Su Qi for hundreds of rounds, I can cooperate with him wholeheartedly. No, I can just try to be perfunctory. Okay. Tai Yufeng agreed loudly. He finally found a breakthrough with Xu Yunyi, and took a big step towards successfully becoming Su Qi's apprentice. He rushed to the hospital overjoyed. Xu Yunyi didn't dare to waste any more time. After all, Xu Tianbo's condition was not optimistic, and the longer the night, the more trouble he would have. If Xu Tianbo died suddenly, no matter how capable Su Qi was, it would be useless. He asked 2 nurses to look after Xu Tianbo first and then went to find Su Qi immediately. Just arrived at the door. Bang! The ward door was kicked open. Xu Yunyi was shocked. Tai Yufeng came so soon? Looking closely, the person coming was not Tai Yufeng at all. But it was her stepmother Jianpianyi, her stepmother's younger brother Chu Yunxiao, and a muscular man with broad shoulders and a big waist. I didn't know the muscular man, but I felt like I had seen him somewhere before, like he looked familiar. Why, you're so restless, you want to go out again? Jianpianyi glanced at her coldly, then walked in proudly with a small bag on her shoulder. After coming in, he waved to the nurses in the ward and asked them to leave. The 2 nurses knew that they were all from a big family, so they didn't dare to disobey and left quickly. Chu Yunxiao and the muscular man came in. The muscular man closed the door and locked it. What are you going to do? Xu Yunyi suddenly realized that the person who came was not friendly and she might be in trouble. Dad has been in the hospital for so many days, but they didn't come. There must be a purpose for his sudden visit this time. Jianpianyi put down her bag calmly and glanced at Chu Tianbo lying on the bed. His gaze finally returned to Xu Yunyi.
Shu Yunny, it's really not easy. We finally waited until you took the initiative to die. Now we can finally reap the victory. Shu Yunny frowned. What do you mean? Jian Pianyi sneered, still pretending? We've been keeping an eye on your credit card spending records and discovered that you actually booked a room at a small hotel today. You actually had a strange man outside and betrayed the eldest young master of the Qi family. Tell me, are you courting death? You already have the eldest son of the Qi family as your fiancé. If we want to make a move on you, we really need to think twice. But you betrayed him. Who can protect you? Let me tell you, we've already sent your hotel check-in records to Qi Zihao. He must be furious right now. Even if we beat you to death, he wouldn't care. You are all alone now, we can do whatever we want to you. Shu Yunny finally understood, so you haven't touched me yet, you are looking for an opportunity. Yes, I'm just waiting for you to reveal your flaws. Jian Pianyi was very proud. I didn't expect you to actually give us a loophole. Who can you rely on now? That unruly man who can't even afford to stay in a small hotel and wants a woman like you to pay for a room? Shu Yunny was furious. Don't talk about him like that, he's not as bad as you say. She actually started to defend Su Qi unconsciously. After hearing this, Jian Pianyi and Shu Yunxiao were both amused. It turns out that this wild man really exists. Ha, we actually guessed it right. You feel distressed every time we say something to him. I can't tell that you have such deep feelings for this wild man. Did you develop feelings from sleeping with me? Shu Yunny was ashamed and angry. It's not what you think. I defend him because he can cure Dad's illness. What nonsense! Jian Pianyi slammed the table and said, do you think we are all fools? We've already consulted the attending physician, Zheng Sanglu. This old man's illness is incurable and he's not far from death. No one can save him, and you can't expect him to protect you. Shu Yunny hurriedly defended herself. Su Qi can really cure Dad's illness. Shu Yunxiao laughed heartily. So this wild man's name is Su Qi. I'll tell Qi Zihao this information right away and let him know who slept with his fiancée. Keep talking. Reveal more information and I'll send it to Qi Zihao. It's best to tell us what positions you used. That way, Qi Zihao will be even angrier. At that time, not only will he not help you, he might even join us in dealing with you. Jian Pianyi glanced at him and said, Yunxiao, there's no need to waste time talking to her. Get down to business. Shu Yunxiao nodded, took out a document from his bag, and threw it in front of Shu Yunny. Sign it, otherwise you will not be able to leave this ward and can only die with that old man. Shu Yunny looked over and saw that it was a statement of voluntarily giving up the right to inherit all the Chu family's property. If she signed, it would be equivalent to automatically giving up the right to inherit all the Chu family's property. This mother and son clearly wanted to deprive her of her inheritance rights and take over the Chu family's property alone. It's so cruel. Chapter 82 Taking Advantage. Sign. Shu Yunxiao urged loudly. Shu Yunny was really angry. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, What do you mean? My father isn't even dead yet, and you're already thinking of swallowing up the Chu family's assets? Do you still have any conscience? Jian Pianyi's face was full of disdain. Is there any difference between his current appearance and death? Dr. Zhang said this old thing will only last a week or so at most. Speaking of Zheng Sanglu, Shu Yunny was filled with anger. I can't believe what Zheng Sanglu said. He couldn't cure Dad's illness because he's incompetent and has problems with his medical ethics. But Su Qi can really cure Dad and make him fully recovered. Jian Pianyi really laughed. We don't believe the words of professional doctors, but we believe your wild man who doesn't even have money to rent a room in a small hotel? You've been fooled by that wild man and think we're fools too? Shu Yunny, tell me, you used to be a dignified young lady from a wealthy family. What went wrong with you? You clearly have a fiancé like the eldest young master of the Qi family, but you are so stupid as to cheat on me with a random man. Is it because he has better skills that you can't stop? Shu Yunny was embarrassed by what she said. Can you please not be so dirty? I have nothing to do with him. I'm not attracted to him, not at all, really. Fuck. Shu Yunxiao looked devastated. Who asked you if you were attracted to him? You keep emphasizing this, doesn't it mean that you're attracted to him? You're really out of your mind now. You don't even know what the phrase "the more you try to cover up, the more obvious it becomes" means. Shake your head, feeling even disappointed. I thought Shu Yunny was a tough opponent. It turns out that she is a woman who gets dizzy when she gets emotional. What he said was full of loopholes and so childish. Jian Pianyi was also disappointed. Did we overestimate this girl before?
She looked so serious and cold, I thought she was very powerful.
The result is this? You actually think a wild man is a miracle doctor. If that guy is really a miracle doctor, how could he get to the point of renting a room with a woman and letting her pay?
Xu Yunxiao snorted coldly. She is just an idiot now. Even though Dr. Zhang Sanglu has made an authoritative judgment, she's still here with her wildest fantasies.
I read the introduction. Dr. Zhang Sanglu is a graduate of a famous medical university abroad and has incredible knowledge.
But she doesn't trust Dr. Zhang, but instead trusts a man of unknown origin.
I really don't know what's going on in this woman's head.
Jian Pianyi smiled. I'm suddenly curious and want to meet that wild man.
What kind of liar could have fooled our Miss Chu so much that she willingly abandoned her fiancé, the eldest son of the Qi family, and went to a shabby little hotel to get a room with him? She even paid for the room and offered to sleep with that man. That guy is quite a con man. Suddenly looking at Chu Yunyi, you didn't even pay for the raincoat, did you? Chu Yunyi's face flushed red. I felt completely humiliated and ashamed. Xu Yunxiao snorted coldly. She has been fooled to this extent, and she still needs a raincoat? She must have been honest with that man.
I guess she's even pregnant with his bastard child now.
Xu Yunyi couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, have you had enough? Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, wait until I find him and cure daddy's illness for you to see.
Jian Pianyi and Xu Yunxiao looked at each other. They all burst into laughter. This woman is really hopeless. After all this talk, she still hasn't come to her senses.
Xu Yunyi gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, it's you who should wake up. Don't think that Dad will really give up and leave. No, Dad will be fine.
You'd better behave yourself, otherwise, Dad will definitely settle the score with you. After hearing this, Jian Pianyi and Xu Yunxiao laughed so hard that they fell over.
Even the muscular man couldn't help laughing. Jian Pianyi and Xu Yunxiao laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt.
You stupid woman, you're trying to scare us with this old thing. Dr. Zhang has already said that he will die without a doubt.
Who else can he scare? Xu Yunyi was so angry that she pointed at them and said, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. What are you waiting for? Jian Pianyi's face was full of disdain. The situation is under our control now. Do you really think the ending could be any different? He simply got up and went to Chu Tianbo's bedside. Didn't you say that this old guy would settle accounts with us? I want to see how he settles accounts with us.
He lowered his head and looked at Chu Tianbo coldly, and suddenly, he slapped Chu Tianbo in the face.
You stop it. What are you doing? Xu Yunyi was so anxious that she wanted to stop it.
The muscular man suddenly pressed her shoulders. She was forced to sit on the chair and could not move at all. Old man, no matter how awesome you are, please stand up and protect your precious daughter.
I can tell you the truth now.
I married into the Chu family not because I like you, but purely for the Chu family's wealth.
Don't you think about it? Why would I like you, an old thing? Do I like you to toss and turn for 10 seconds every time and be done with it? Your endurance is faster than a fart, it's not even enough to fill my teeth. Xu Tianbo seemed to react. Jian Pianyi's words were so insulting that no man could stand it.
Xu Tianbo's eyes moved, as if he was about to wake up. Jian Pianyi was startled and stepped back in a hurry. But apart from moving his eyes, Xu Tianbo had no other reaction.
Xu Yunxiao laughed. Mom, Dr. Zhang said that he has little chance of survival. Why are you still afraid? Jian Pianyi was slightly embarrassed.
She was a bit like a frightened bird. Although he was sure that Xu Tianbo could not fight back, he still felt very wary.
He coughed quickly and said, what am I afraid of? Is he afraid that he will eat me? He stepped forward again and slapped Xu Tianbo again.
I know, you heard it all, get up and deal with me. I also told you that this son I gave birth to is not yours, old thing.
You're just an old scapegoat. You've raised someone's son for 20 years for nothing. After hearing this, Xu Yunyi seemed to be struck by lightning. Xu Yunxiao is not her brother at all? This problem is really too serious.
Xu Yunxiao is not a member of the Chu family at all, but now he wants to join forces with Jian Pianyi to swallow up all the Chu family's property.
Isn't this just a cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest? Dad worked hard all his life to build this business, and in the end it all went to outsiders? This is really serious. So scary. Chu Tianbo lying on the hospital bed trembled violently. It seemed to be struggling to get up. But no matter how hard I try, it's difficult to move. I can't even open my eyes.
Jian Pianyi sneered. It seems that what Dr. Zhang said is really right.
This old thing is really not good enough. Chu Yunyi couldn't help but yelled, Jian Pianyi, you're going too far.
You deceived our entire Chu family.
Jian Pianyi glanced at her, so what? Didn't you say your father would come after me?
I've told the whole truth now, and he hasn't come to me to settle the score.
Don't you think it's infuriating? Chapter 83 Never so important. Chu Yunyi is really going crazy.
She tried to stand up, but the muscular man held her down.
She can't do anything.
I was so anxious that tears came to my eyes. She never expected that one day she would end up in such a helpless situation. I thought that no matter how badly the Chu family collapsed, it would only be a matter of distributing property.
Now we find out that it is not the case at all.
It is outsiders who want to swallow up the Chu family.
And she, alone, can't change anything.
At this moment, I suddenly thought of Su Qi.
If there is one person who can change the situation, it must be Su Qi.
As long as Su Qi can cure his father, all problems can be solved.
Even if someone attacks, Su Qi is not afraid. These scum are not enough for Su Qi to beat.
Even this muscular man could be crushed to death by Su Qi with one kick. Suddenly she realized that Su Qi seemed so tall and mighty in her eyes.
He hurriedly said loudly, didn't you say that my wild man couldn't cure Dad? If he has the guts, let him try. Jian Pianyi smiled, you haven't woken up from your dream yet.
Chu Yunyi picked up the declaration that voluntarily gave up the right to inherit all the Chu family's property.
If you let him come, I will sign this. Otherwise, I will never sign it even if I die. Jian Pianyi's face was full of disdain. Do you think this is up to you? Give the muscle man a wink.
The muscular man turned around suddenly and smashed his arm against the table next to him.
With a loud crash,
the table shattered directly.
The debris was all over the ground. Chu Yunyi turned pale with shock.
Jian Pianyi sneered, if you don't sign, this table will be your fate.
You have delicate skin and tender flesh. What do you think would happen if he did this to you? Becoming a cripple, or an ugly monster? By then, even that wild man of yours won't want you anymore, right?
Chu Yunyi was filled with panic and was really scared. But she knew that no matter what, Su Qi had to come.
Only Su Qi can save everything. She bit her lip and said, don't you want to destroy the relationship between me and Qi Zihao? I'm giving you a chance, don't you want it? Jian Pianyi frowned, what do you mean? Chu Yunyi said, I miss that wild man. I want him to kiss me and comfort me. Fuck. Chu Yunxiao just laughed. You're in such a dangerous situation, and you're still thinking about making out with a man? Are you that horny?
Chu Yunyi glared at him, I'm panicked and scared.
Can't I find a man to comfort me? Besides, I really miss him. Chu Yunxiao still found it hard to understand. You just checked into the hotel a few hours ago, and now you're thinking about it again? Chu Yunyi was very impatient and said directly, he has good skills, I can't stop, okay? In order to call Su Qi, he didn't care about his face at all.
Jian Pianyi shook her head and sighed, you, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, are so shameful.
You can even say such words. You are really hopeless.
She thought to herself, what if Qi Zihao really saw Chu Yunyi and a wild man kissing each other passionately? Chu Yunyi and Qi Zihao are really finished.
There is no definite evidence now to prove that Chu Yunyi really betrayed Qi Zihao.
But if there were photos, Chu Yunyi would never be able to clear herself of the charges even if she jumped into the Yellow River.
This is indeed a good opportunity to completely sever the relationship between Qi Zihao and Chu Yunyi.
With a smile on his face, he said, okay, since you miss your wild man so much, let him come.
Chu Yunyi was overjoyed and quickly took out her cell phone. She didn't have Su Qi's cell phone number. But she has Lu Xinmei's hospitalization information. At that time, I took a photo of Lu Xinmei's hospitalization information. Lu Xinmei's contact number can be found in the hospitalization information.
Through Lu Xinmei, Su Qi can naturally be contacted.
I quickly called Lu Xinmei. Finally connected.
Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered that Su Qi and Xue Chuchu had a close relationship. If she intervened like this, Lu Xinmei might regard her as Xue Chuchu's love rival. If that was the case, why would Lu Xinmei help her contact Su Qi? She coughed quickly and said in a delicate voice, Auntie, I am Su Qi's sister.
Is Su Qi with you?
Lu Xinmei just went out and prepared to leave the room entirely to Su Qi and Xue Chuchu.
Let them let go and do their best.
Hearing that it was Su Qi's sister, he quickly became polite. It's Xiao Su's sister. Hello, why don't you call Xiao Su directly? Xu Yunyi wanted to say that she didn't get through to Su Qi on the phone. Suddenly, I had an idea and wanted to know what Su Qi was doing now.
Are you not doing that with Xue Chuchu?
I suddenly felt a little sour in my heart. I deliberately said, I know she's with your daughter, and I don't want to disturb their sweet time.
Are they being together?
Lu Xinmei chuckled, you guessed it right, they are inseparable.
After hearing this, Xu Yunyi gritted her teeth.
This stinky guy works really hard.
Is he the ox that plows the fields? Aren't you afraid of being exhausted to death?
I quickly adjusted my mood. After all, there are many crises now, and it is not the right time to be jealous. Smiling, she said, Auntie, I have something urgent to talk to Su Qi about.
Could you interrupt him for a moment and give him the phone?
Well, okay.
Then I can only go back to being a light bulb. Lu Xinmei completely believed that Xu Yunyi was Su Qi's sister. Go back quickly.
When I opened the door, I saw Su Qi sitting on the sofa.
Xue Chuchu lay on Su Qi's legs, moving rhythmically. You got into the States so quickly?
He quickly covered his eyes and coughed hard. Xue Chuchu looked up and saw that some melon seeds had been accidentally spilled all over the floor and she was picking them up.
Mom, why are you back? Xue Chuchu asked. Lu Xinmei looked embarrassed. You young people are so passionate. Why don't you go to the room? Xue Chuchu looked bewildered. We are watching TV, how can we watch it in the room?
Lu Xinmei naturally couldn't say it out loud, so she quickly handed the phone to Su Qi. Your sister is looking for you.
Su Qi was stunned. He doesn't have a sister. He put the phone to his ear and said hello.
When Xu Yunyi heard Su Qi's voice, she felt a warm current rushing towards her. A feeling of grievance also surged up in my heart. It was as if after going through so much hardship, I finally saw my relatives.
Almost burst into tears.
Although I didn't cry out loud, tears were rolling down my face.
Su Qi, hurry, come and save me. I'm in the hospital, come and save me. Su Qi recognized her voice. Xu Yunyi? Yes, come and save me. No time. Su Qi was about to hang up the phone. No, don't hang up.
Xu Yunyi was so anxious that she quickly shouted, Su Qi, I am willing to sleep with you. I will take the initiative to sleep with you. I put the 2 boxes of raincoats in my bag and was about to go find yours. But now, I'm trapped in the hospital by my stepmother and her bastard.
My father is so angry that he is about to die. Please come and save us.
Having said this, he could no longer control himself and burst into tears.
Chapter 84. A phoenix in despair is worse than a chicken. Su Qi was devastated. You're not right, are you? You're a rich lady, and you have this kind of mentality? Where's your coldness and arrogance? Where's your aloofness? Mind your manners, okay? Xu Yunyi is now at a loss and her spirit is almost broken. What's the point of paying attention to your manners? Su Qi, come quickly. As long as you come, I will be your woman for the rest of my life and serve you well in the future. Come quickly, I really don't know what to do. Su Qi is now her only lifeline. Whatever you say, you must catch it.
Su Qi could tell that Xu Yunyi was really in big trouble and seemed to be unable to hold on any longer.
Although I am very unhappy with Xu Yunyi's temper as a young lady. But it seems that we can't just watch someone die without helping. I asked, are you sure no one can save you? I'm very busy and really don't have time. No, it's only you. Please don't reject me, okay? Xu Yunyi pleaded hurriedly. Su Qi sighed. How did you, a white swan, end up like this? You've even ended up asking a stinky toad like me for help. You're such a failure, aren't you?
Xu Yunyi said hurriedly, you are not a stinky toad, you are a handsome man, you are my prince.
This is not intended to please Su Qi.
In her eyes, Su Qi is really tall and handsome now. There is no way. Shi Linjiang and Qi Zihao completely set off Su Qi. Shi Linjiang and Qi Zihao were too hateful, which made Su Qi look taller, cooler, and more unrestrained.
A loser is perfectly portrayed with the temperament of a prince. Su Qi smiled bitterly. How dare you say that, the flattery is too much. But I like it. Finally he gave in and said, okay, since you're so pitiful, I'll go there. Very good.
Chu Yunyi was so excited that she almost jumped up. If it weren't for that muscular man holding her down, she would definitely jump 3 meters high. Turning around and looking at Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao proudly, "My husband, no, Suchi is coming to save me." Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao looked dumbfounded. I even felt sad for Chu Yunyi. Chu Yunyi has actually fallen to the point where she has to rely on a wild man to save her.
Sure enough, a fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken.
When Chu Yunyi asked for help, they did not stop her at all.
Too lazy to stop it.
A guy who can't even afford to rent a room in a small hotel is not even a loser.
What is there to be afraid of? Just let that loser come and save Chu Yunyi.
Then he took a picture of the scene and sent it to Cheesy Heyo.
Cheesy Heyo completely cut off his thoughts about Chu Yunyi.
They were not afraid of this wild man at all. The only person they were afraid of was Cheesy Heyo, the eldest son of the Chi family. After all, behind Cheesy Heyo stands the wealthy Chi family. Once Cheesy Heyo intervenes to help Chu Yunyi, things will become more troublesome. But Chu Yunyi was so distant from Cheesy Heyo and treated a wild man as her savior.
Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao were really happy.
Chu Yunyi is destroying her own Great Wall.
Now, they have nothing to fear.
Take her cell phone away,
Jian Pianyi said in a deep voice. The muscular man immediately snatched Chu Yunyi's phone away. Chu Yunyi didn't care anymore.
Suchi agreed to come, and I felt completely relieved.
Instead, she glared at Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao. "My husband, no, Suchi is coming, why don't you run for your lives?" She really wanted to slap herself in the mouth.
Why can't I control myself from calling Suchi hubby? I used to hate Suchi so much, but now he is so eager to call me husband that I feel embarrassed.
Chu Yunxiao held her forehead directly. "Fuck, are you crazy, woman? You actually told us to run for our lives? Who is that wild man of yours? Is he a god from heaven?
You're just a little loser at best, yet you let us escape.
Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?" Chu Yunyi completely regained her energy and vitality.
I feel like I have regained strength.
He snorted coldly. "I'm kindly reminding you, if you don't run away, you will regret it." Chu Yunxiao was so angry that he almost jumped up. Where does Chu Yunyi get the confidence from? Is it too high to lift a hanging silk?
He gritted his teeth and ordered the muscular man, Ji Ruoyan, "When that loser comes, beat him to death.
I want to wake this stupid woman up completely." I was really pissed off by Chu Yunyi.
Unexpectedly, Chu Yunyi said lightly, "This guy is no match for Suchi."
His face was full of pride.
It seemed as if Suchi was really her husband. It made her face glow.
Chu Yunxiao became even more furious after hearing this. "Are you sick?
You're a foolish woman blinded by love.
How high do you think of that loser? Is he invincible? Do you know who this person is?"
He pointed at the muscular man. "This Ji Ruoyan is the apprentice of the new boxing champion Tai Yufeng.
He's the next boxing champion, are you kidding?"
After hearing this, Chu Yunyi's heart skipped a beat. No wonder I felt that this muscular man looked familiar. Yes, once when I met Tai Yufeng brought this guy with him. A very low-key follower.
He didn't say anything and just kept serving tea and water.
It turns out that he is Tai Yufeng's apprentice. She was suddenly shocked to find that he was Tai Yufeng's apprentice, and Tai Yufeng called her master's wife.
Then isn't this guy his own disciple?
You have to call yourself grandma in a serious manner. He almost laughed out loud and glared at Ji Ruoyan. "You're done. How dare you be so rude to me, helping the evildoer and pinning me down on the chair so I can't get up.
You are betraying your teacher and ancestors, wait for your beating." Ji Ruoyan was furious. "What nonsense are you talking about?
Just wait, when that wild man of yours comes, I'll let him know how powerful my fist is." As he said this, he clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his arms bulged, and the muscle lines were like tangled steel bars.
Chu Yunyi had just said that he was no match for that wild man, and he was already angry.
Now he was still talking nonsense, which made him even more upset.
Disrespecting teachers and ancestors? This crime is too serious. What nonsense! How could he betray his teacher and ancestors?
If Chu Yunyi wasn't a woman, he would have attacked her long ago.
Chu Yunyi looked at him with a wry smile. "Do you know what you are saying? Not only are you being disrespectful to your grandmother, but you're also going to hit your grandfather? Can I not fire you?" Ji Ruoyan became more and more annoyed. "What nonsense are you talking about? What grandmaster? What grandmother? If you dare to talk nonsense like that again, I will be rude to you.
As he said this, he shook his fist vigorously in front of Chu Yunny. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly kicked open. A tall young man rushed in.
Master's wife, where are you?
The person who came was Tai Yufeng.
He came to the hospital to guard Chu Tianbo according to Chu Yunny's orders. When I arrived outside the ward, I found that there were many bodyguards standing outside.
The passage to the ward was completely blocked. He told the bodyguards that he came to see the eldest daughter of the Chu family. But the bodyguards refused to let him in and told him to go away.
They are the bodyguards brought by Jian Pinny.
The purpose was to seal off the ward and cut off the contact between outsiders and Chu Tianbo and Chu Yunny, so Tai Yufeng would naturally not be allowed in.
Tai Yufeng realized something was wrong. Chu Yunny asked him to come, but the bodyguards wouldn't let him in. There must be something wrong here.
The master's wife might have encountered some trouble in there.
I couldn't help but feel excited.
Such a good opportunity to help my master's wife was given to me for free.
Wow, that is exactly what I wanted. Just fought all the way in.
He knocked all the bodyguards down with one punch each. The confidence that was shattered by Su Chi's punch has returned. Facing ordinary people, he is still invincible. Of course, this further reveals Su Chi's paralysis. I admire Su Chi more and more in my heart. He fought all the way outside the ward and kicked the door open with an awe-inspiring momentum. As a result, at a glance, he saw his apprentice Ji Ruoyan waving his fist and shaking it in front of Chu Yunny.
Oh shit.
He was so frightened that his hair stood on end and he almost fell to the ground. He thought he could do a great deed for his master's wife today, but in the end, this pit was waiting for him. His disciple actually dared to shake his fist at his master's wife.
How outrageous. It's simply outrageous. Isn't this clearly a trap for him?
He started cursing directly. You little bastard, where are you waving your damn fist?
Looking for death, huh? Chapter 85. It feels good to be proud.
Ji Ruoyan was surprised when he saw him. Master, why are you here? He has been learning boxing from Tai Yufeng.
I have great admiration and respect for this master.
Seeing Tai Yufeng was like a mouse seeing a cat.
Come over quickly and greet him with a bow, master. Master, you bastard.
Tai Yufeng slapped him so hard that he spun around. Grandmother is here, and you dare to provoke me with your fists.
Looking for death, huh? Another slap came. Ji Ruoyan was stunned. Grandmother? When the hell did a grandma appear? Isn't this your grandmother? Why don't you kneel down and pay your respects? Tai Yufeng grabbed Ji Ruoyan and threw him in front of Chu Yunny.
Ji Ruoyan was stunned.
He looked at Chu Yunny and stammered, You are really my grandmother? Chu Yunny's face was full of pride.
If Tai Yufeng had called her master's wife before, she would have felt very embarrassed. After all, acknowledging her identity as the master's wife is equivalent to acknowledging that she is Su Chi's woman. Now, I have completely accepted this identity with peace of mind.
Even proud of it. Glancing at Ji Ruoyan, he said, You just said you were going to be rude to me, right? What? You're actually going to be rude to grandmother? You're so brave, kid. Who lent you the courage? Tai Yufeng slapped Ji Ruoyan on the head. Ji Ruoyan was about to cry, Master, when did I get this great-grandmother? I have no idea. Tai Yufeng snorted coldly, She is my master's woman, and your master's woman, isn't she your master's grandmother? Ji Ruoyan was stunned, Master, when did you have a master? You even kicked your coach out and trained yourself. I've never heard that you have a master. Tai Yufeng was so crazy that even the coach looked down on him. He actually wanted to become a disciple? The sun rises from the west, right? I just admitted it, is that not okay? Tai Yufeng slapped him again. He grabbed Ji Ruoyan's ear and kicked him in the knee. Why don't you quickly admit your mistakes to Master Grandmother and ask for atonement? If Grandmother doesn't forgive you, I'll kill you, you little beast.
Ji Ruoyan was so scared that he was shaking all over. He knew his master's temper and he would always keep his word. He quickly kowtowed to Chu Yunny, Grandmother, I was wrong, Grandmother, I was wrong, please forgive me. A muscular man with such a big body actually kowtowed to such a young and slim beauty and called her Grandma Master.
That scene was really funny.
Chu Yunny felt that she had finally gotten her revenge. For such a long time, I have been feeling depressed and aggrieved.
I finally got to hold my head high. He kicked Ji Ruoyan and said, "You bastard, where's your arrogance in pinning me down and making me unable to move?" He was shaking his fist as if he was going to hit me. "Tell me, are you betraying your master and ancestors?" Ji Ruoyan was so frightened that he cowed out again, "Grandmother, I was wrong, I was really wrong." "Hurry up and slap him," Shu Yunyi shouted. The kick he gave Ji Ruoyan just now didn't go far enough and he almost bounced back and fell on his butt. This grandma is so weak. Just let Ji Ruoyan beat himself. Ji Ruoyan didn't dare to disobey and quickly raised his hand to slap himself in the face. "Hit me hard. Let's see if you dare to help these despicable people without any discrimination in the future." Shu Yunyi scolded angrily. It feels so great to be the master's grandmother. It feels more and more like this. Use more force. If master's wife doesn't calm down today, you'll just beat yourself to death. Tai Yufeng kicked Ji Ruoyan from behind. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Shu Yunxiao sneered. "Tai Yufeng, you are aiding and abetting the evil, do you know that?" Tai Yufeng glanced at him. "What do you mean?" Shu Yunxiao pointed at Shu Yunyi and said, "This so-called master's wife of yours is a fickle woman. She slept with a strange man behind your master's back. He betrayed your master, and you're still defending her. Isn't that just aiding and abetting evil?" Tai Yufeng was shocked and couldn't help but look at Shu Yunyi. "Master's wife, did you really do this? How can you be worthy of your master?" His face turned very ugly. Shu Yunyi blushed. "Don't listen to his nonsense." "I'm talking nonsense?" Shu Yunxiao laughed loudly. "Shu Yunyi, do you dare to say that you didn't get together with that guy named Su Qi behind Qi Ziheo's back? You also said that you would be Su Qi's woman for the rest of your life and serve him well in the future. Wasn't that what you said?" Shu Yunyi blushed and nodded. "Yes, that's what I said." Shu Yunxiao was overjoyed and quickly looked at Tai Yufeng. "Look, she admitted it." Tai Yufeng looked at him helplessly. "Are you stupid? Do you know who my master is?" Shu Yunxiao's smile froze. "Isn't it Qi Ziheo? I know you and Qi Ziheo have always been very close." Tai Yufeng replied directly, "Qi Ziheo is nothing." Thinking of how Qi Ziheo abandoned him unconscious on the roadside, he became furious. "That's really not nice of you." He stood up for Qi Ziheo, but Qi Ziheo threw him on the street. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Qi Ziheo is not even worthy of carrying my master's shoes. Su Qi is my master." Shu Yunxiao was shocked. You, a dignified boxing champion, actually accepted a loser who can't even afford a hotel room as your master? How dare you call my master a loser?" Tai Yufeng was immediately annoyed. A punch. Ouch. Shu Yunxiao's nose burst open and blood gushed out. Shu Yunyi was so happy. Tai Yufeng, good fight. Finally got some relief. "Master's wife, do you want to fight again?" Tai Yufeng asked respectfully. Shu Yunyi nodded. Hit me hard." Shu Yunxiao was so frightened that he covered his nose and kept backing away. Pointing at Tai Yufeng, "You, don't come over here, I am the eldest young master of the Chu family." Jian Pianyi screamed, bodyguard, come in quickly." Tai Yufeng glanced at her and said, "Don't scream, I've already taken them all down." Jian Pianyi was so scared that her face turned pale. She thought the situation was under her control, but now it seems like it's about to get out of control. He said in a trembling voice, You are a professional boxer, and you beat someone up in private. You will be disqualified from the competition." Tai Yufeng sneered, "Do you think I care? I already have the boxing championship belt, and the ring is no longer a challenge for me. Following my master to further improve myself is what a martial arts fanatic like me wants to do most." Jian Pianyi really took a breath of cold air. This couldn't scare Tai Yufeng? Then there is no way to stop Tai Yufeng? He quickly shouted, I'm telling you, you hit the eldest young master of the Chu family, do you know the consequences? We are from the wealthy Chu family. You should think carefully about it. Can you defeat us?" Tai Yufeng grinned. "My master scared Qi Ziheo, who also came from a wealthy family, out of his wits, and even took the eldest daughter of your wealthy Chu family to sleep in a shabby little hotel. With my master's protection, do you think I would be afraid of you? Although he is a rough man. But not a fool. The fact that Su Qi was able to scare Qi Ziheo so much that he didn't even dare to have a fiancé shows how powerful Su Qi is. Besides, my master's wife is from the wealthy Chu family. As long as you hold Su Qi's thighs tightly, everything will be fine. Now is a good opportunity to rescue the master's wife and help the master, so why should he let go? How is that possible? This is definitely a critical juncture in his success in becoming a disciple. Your master is just a loser. Why do you all think so highly of him? Are you all out of your minds? Jin Pianny was simply crazy. Why do these people admire Diaoxi so much? Is there no rationality at all? Chapter 86 found the feeling. Tai Yufeng's face darkened. How dare you call my master a loser? Unforgivable. He strode over, grabbed Jian Pianny, and pushed her out of the window. Jian Pianny's upper body was completely suspended in the air. This is a building more than 10 stories high. Jian Pianny screamed in fear. Help, help, I was wrong. Pull me back, pull me back. He was so scared that his voice changed and his hands were flapping around. Do you still dare to say that my master is a loser? Tai Yufeng asked coldly. No, I don't dare. Then what is my master? Jian Pianny didn't react at once. Tai Yufeng pushed her body out again. Jian Pianny screamed even more. Your master is a handsome guy, a very handsome guy. How handsome? People, everyone loves them, and flowers love them. What about you? I love it too. Tai Yufeng frowned. You are so disgusting. How old are you? Do you want to be with a young girl? That's a nice thought. You must respect my master, admire him, and look up to him, understand? How could Jian Pianny not agree? She nodded repeatedly. I know. Tai Yufeng then pulled her back and threw her on the ground. Jian Pianny could no longer stand up. It was originally well maintained, but now it has completely lost its color. The wind blew her hair into a mess, and the tears of fear on her face had ruined her makeup. Half of the false eyelashes fell off. He sat there slumped, trembling all over. Chu Yunxiao, where are you going? Chu Yunyi suddenly said coldly. She discovered that while Tai Yufeng was dealing with Jian Pianny, Chu Yunxiao quietly ran to the door and tried to escape. He just abandoned his mother. How unfilial. When Chu Yunxiao heard what Chu Yunyi said, he ran away, rushing out of the ward at all costs. Originally, he and Jian Pianny planned to use this ward as a cage to imprison Chu Tianhua and Chu Yunyi. But now, it has become his cage. If I don't run, am I going to die here? Grandmother, let me do it. Ji Ruoyan picked up a bench and threw it over quickly. Chu Yunxiao, who had just arrived at the door, was knocked to the ground. He quickly followed, grabbed Chu Yunxiao, and slapped him twice in the face. You damn thing! You're the one who instigated me to offend my grandmother, and you still want to run away? If you run away, where can I go to seek justice? He grabbed Chu Yunxiao's hair, dragged Chu Yunxiao back, and threw him in front of Chu Yunyi. He said respectfully, Grandmother, I have brought him back. Please let grandmother take care of it. Chu Yunyi felt so satisfied. He was originally so alone and powerless, but now he has such powerful right-hand men and left arms. This master's grandmother did a really great job. Even if you want to pull her down from this position now, she won't come down. He nodded slightly and said calmly, Good disciple, well done. This grandmother-in-law made her more and more stylish. Completely into the state. Thank you, grandmother. Ji Ruoyan's face was full of joy. I quickly explained to Chu Yunyi, Grandmother, I followed them mainly because they promised to give me 1 million. Didn't my master just win the boxing championship belt? I wanted to throw him a grand party, and since I was short of money, I was tempted. Chu Yunyi nodded. You are filial, so it is understandable. Thank you for your understanding, grandmother. You are not only beautiful, but also very perceptive and kind. Grandmother, I am so lucky. Chu Yunyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. You are really good at flattering. Grandmother, you smiled. Does that mean you forgive me? Chu Yunyi nodded slightly. You look big and strong, but you are quite good at talking. Okay, I forgive you. Thank you, grandmother master. Thank you, grandmother master. Ji Ruoyan knelt down and kowtowed again. To honor my grandmother, I will go back tomorrow and get our family's secret recipe. I guarantee that after my grandmother takes it, she will become extremely brave and that my grandmother will give birth to my uncle soon. Chu Yunyi blushed and glared at him. He doesn't need to take any secret recipe, he will. Shut up right now. Jian Pianny, who was slumped there, suddenly sneered, the atmosphere is very joyful. I want to see how you end this. She has calmed down. See the current situation clearly. Chu Yunyi and the others definitely wouldn't dare to really kill her and Chu Yunxiao. In the end, they will be released.
As long as they are allowed to return to the Chu family and the Chubo group, the situation will immediately be back under their control. All the people in Chubo group are her family members, and they all hold important positions. As for the Chu family, even the servants and nannies were bribed by her. In the end, Chu Yunny still couldn't beat her.
Even if Chu Yunny knew that Chu Yunxia was not Chu Tianbuo's son, what did it matter?
First of all, Chu Yunny had no evidence.
Secondly, who would listen to Chu Yunny?
Whether it is the Chu family or the Chubo group, they are all her people, and no one will care about Chu Yunny. The only person who could turn the tide was Chu Tianbuo, who was lying on the hospital bed. But Zhang Sanglu said that Chu Tianbuo was beyond help and would not live for many days. What's more, after being so angry with her just now, it would be difficult for me to survive today. I glanced at Chu Tianbuo, and his fingers were still shaking. It seems that he heard everything that was said just now. He must be very angry and in pain now, but unfortunately, no matter how angry or in pain he is, he can't do anything. Instead, he will be angry to death early. In short, victory is still within our grasp. She tidied her messy hair with her hands, her face full of sarcasm. Chu Yunny, you can't change anything, it's better to let us go as soon as possible.
Chu Yunny sneered, yes, I really can't change anything. Why, you finally gave in?
Chu Yunny shook her head, I can't change anything, but there is one person who can change it and turn it all around.
Who is it?
Jian Pianyi sneered, don't tell me it's your father. He's lying in bed right now and will die soon. It's hard for him to save himself, let alone you.
Chu Yunny snorted coldly, of course it's not my father, but my husband.
She finally called him husband with confidence.
At this time, calling him husband is more impressive. He said in a deep voice, just wait, he's coming.
Jian Pianyi's face was full of helplessness, you stupid girl, when will you wake up?
Dr. Zhang Sanglu said your father was beyond saving, yet you still hoped that that wild man could save your father?
Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out, it's quite lively here.
Who is the wild man? Tell me. Following the sound, a person walked in quietly. It's Su Qi. It's Su Qi.
Chu Yunny never thought that she would be so excited to see Su Qi one day.
It feels like a newlywed couple. I have never been so eager to see Su Qi.
I never thought that meeting Su Qi would be such a surprise. This was the stinky toad that she hated so much just a few days ago. But now, he is the person closest to her.
He stood up and ran over excitedly. Chapter 87, Sundara turns into coquettish. Su Qi was startled, what are you going to do? Calm down.
Looking at Chu Yunny's posture, it seemed as if she was going to fight him to the death.
But... Puff.
Chu Yunny opened her arms and threw herself directly into his arms.
Hold him tight. It was like long-lost lovers finally reunited.
But if Su Qi remembered correctly, they had just been separated for less than a few hours.
Besides, Chu Yunny actually hugged him so passionately. It was as if he was Chu Yunny's lifelong love. Is this really Chu Yunny?
For Chu Yunny, the arrogant young lady, it would be normal for her to fight him to the death.
Are you sure you didn't pick up the wrong person? Su Qi asked.
Chu Yunny shook her head and buried her head deeply in his arms.
I am a stinky toad. Su Qi emphasized. Chu Yunny said emotionally, I just like toads.
After what happened today, she realized how important Su Qi was to her. Su Qi is now certain that the attention he had received previously was real. While still at Shuechuchu's house, eating melon seeds and watching TV with Shuechuchu, he kept receiving attention from Chu Yunny.
Chu Yunny's attention generates a plus 5,000 critical hit. Chu Yunny's attention generates an expected critical hit of plus 8,000. Chu Yunny's attention generates a wandering critical hit plus 10,000.
At that time, Su Qi found it incredible when he heard these system prompts.
What the hell? Chu Yunny actually missed me? Was she full of hope for me? Was she even fantasizing about me?
At that time, I really thought the system had crashed.
Now it seems to be true. The white swan really began to miss the stinky toad.
He still has wild thoughts about stinky toads.
Damn, doesn't this mean that the white swan wants to eat the toad? The other way around? Pushing Chu Yunny away, he looked at her pretty face and said, you actually want to eat me? Chu Yunny was stunned, huh? You were fantasizing about me when I wasn't here, weren't you? Chu Yunny blushed suddenly. How did Su Qi know about this? He hurriedly shook his head, no. I didn't think too much about it. You're just daydreaming, aren't you? You, the white swan, have some unique tastes. You even want to eat toads. Shu Yanni blushed even more. I didn't. It was really embarrassing, and the only explanation I could give was, didn't you ask me to give it to you? I was just following your instructions. Su Chi smiled bitterly. You do whatever I say? You weren't so obedient before, were you? Shu Yanni was so amused by him that her face turned red. Greetings, master. Tai Yufeng hurried over and knelt down to pay his respects. This gift is absolutely grand and extremely respectful. Seeing that his master had already paid his respects, Ji Ruoyan did not dare to neglect him and quickly came over and knelt down, saying respectfully, Greetings, Grandmaster. Su Chi was startled. What's going on with you guys? What's wrong with everyone? When did I have a disciple? I even have a grand disciple. How come I don't know it myself? Tai Yufeng was embarrassed and quickly looked at Chu Yanni, asking Chu Yanni to speak for him. Chu Yanni smiled hurriedly. Su Chi, I helped you accept an apprentice. Thank goodness he came, otherwise I would definitely be bullied. Su Chi was devastated. Who are you to me? You are helping me to recruit disciples. Chu Yanni blushed and said, Won't I be your woman sooner or later? I'm just exercising my power in advance. There were 3 black lines on Su Chi's forehead. This young lady actually regarded herself as his woman. Didn't you hate him so much before? Why are you so proactive now? Are you sure it's one person? So you are that wild man. Jian Pianyi suddenly spoke, looking Su Chi up and down. He was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and looked completely unkempt. Yeah, it's pretty much what I imagined. I imagined that Su Chi was a loser, and it turned out to be true. I have to say that Chu Yanni has a really strong taste. She doesn't like the elegant eldest son of the Chi family, but likes this loser in a t-shirt and shorts. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Su Chi. Su Chi's image was similar to what she imagined, and the situation became more stable. He glanced at Chu Yanni with a sneer on his face. You actually want to rely on such a loser to turn the tide? I think you're really mentally retarded. Chu Yanni gritted her teeth and said, Don't worry, you will definitely lose to this loser. Jian Pianyi couldn't help but hold her forehead. Do you really think he is a treasure? He's my baby. Chu Yanni hugged Su Chi tightly, her face full of pride. Su Chi got goosebumps. Quickly pushing Chu Yanni away, Can you speak properly? You are the treasure in my heart now. Chu Yanni emphasized with a red face. Oh shit. Su Chi was so embarrassed that his whole body was trembling. Are these words coming from the mouth of the eldest daughter of the Chu family? He quickly pointed at her and said, Please stay away from me. Then you should accept Tai Yufeng as your disciple first. Chu Yanni felt so great to have such a boxing champion apprentice. Majestic and respectable. Besides, this is also a means of defending one's own position. If she couldn't help Tai Yufeng successfully become Su Chi's apprentice, it meant that she had no weight in Su Chi's eyes. Who will care about her in the future? Su Chi shook his head. I have no plans to accept a disciple. Give me some face. Chu Yanni came over and rubbed him hard with her body. The corners of Su Chi's mouth twitched. This girl actually acted like a spoiled child. The cold and beautiful eldest daughter of the Chu family is acting coquettishly. This is simply a miracle. Jian Pianyi, Chu Yunxiao, Tai Yufeng, and Ji Ruoyan were also stunned. Sure enough, a woman who is in love is different from a woman in normal circumstances. Acting coquettishly is a talent that all women can do. It depends on whether it can be stimulated. Chu Yanni was now completely aroused. This coquettish girl was as professional as she could be. What's wrong? Chu Yanni looked at everyone with a puzzled look on her face. What's with all your expressions? Su Chi sighed. Chu Yanni, you have changed. Isn't it beautiful anymore? Chu Yanni was a little panicked and touched her face subconsciously. Su Chi shook his head. You should just be yourself and stop rubbing against me. I still like your arrogant look. Is that so? Chu Yanni pouted slightly and gave Su Chi a reproachful look. She made a proud expression to Su Chi. Oh shit. Su Chi's legs almost went weak. It's so tempting. This is not tsundere, this is just acting coquettishly, okay? He quickly waved his hands. Alright, I promise you, I'll take Tai Yufeng as my apprentice, just behave yourself. I was furious after being tormented by Chu Yanni. It's on fire.
I just wanted to pin Chu Yunny to the ground and fight her for 100 rounds. Chu Yunny must be made to behave herself, otherwise her body will definitely have an uncontrollable reaction, which would be embarrassing.
Chapter 88 Different Effects of a Skirt. That's great, thank you, thank you. Chu Yunny was overjoyed.
The fact that Su Chi agreed to this fully demonstrates her energy and weight.
He glanced at Tai Yufeng with pride.
Tai Yufeng quickly thanked him. Thank you, Master, and thank you, Master's wife. Ji Ruoyan also expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandmaster, and thank you, Grandmother.
Jian Pianyi was about to collapse. I say, are you guys going to finish this drama? Who are you performing for? Su Chi looked up at her and said, are you Jian Pianyi? Jian Pianyi couldn't help but be surprised. You actually know me? Su Chi didn't know Jian Pianyi originally.
But when he was at Shuechuchu's house, he kept receiving attention from Jian Pianyi. The attention from Jian Pianyi generates a critical hit of contempt plus 1000.
The attention from Jian Pianyi generates taunt critical hit plus 1000. At the same time, there is also attention from Chu Yunxiao. Chu Yunxiao's attention generates a disdain critical hit plus 1000.
Chu Yunxiao's attention generates a contempt critical hit plus 1000. Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao continued to despise him,
constantly attacking the focus.
The number of concerns is small, but it is continuous and not very harmful, but it is very insulting.
This is also one of the reasons why Su Chi came to the hospital. Su Chi sneered, you forced me to get to know you. Jian Pianyi's mouth curled up in disdain, really?
I heard Chu Yunny and Tai Yufeng both praised you to the skies.
I really admire you. Your ability to deceive people is truly remarkable. You were able to turn two fools into idiots. But aren't you afraid of climbing too high and falling to your death? You're just a loser. Just by fooling around a bit, you think you can become a master? Su Chi shook his head. I didn't say I was a master. Ha ha.
Jian Pianyi laughed loudly.
Finally, you've met someone as smart as me. You don't dare to pretend anymore, right? Are you about to piss yourself? How dare you talk like that?
Tai Yufeng scolded directly. Su Chi finally accepted him as his apprentice, so of course he had to make his presence felt.
Show loyalty to the master.
Only in this way can he win Su Chi's favor, and Su Chi will teach him his unique skills. Jian Pianyi is still very afraid of Tai Yufeng, this rough man. Although he knew it very well, Tai Yufeng didn't dare to really throw her downstairs.
But what if she accidentally fails, then she has finished. He couldn't help but take a step back and said loudly, didn't you boast that he could cure Chu Tianbua? Hurry up, let him save Chu Tianbua. Su Chi laughed, do you really dare to ask me to save him?
If you save him, you won't be able to act so aggressively. Jian Pianyi laughed out loud, I'm really scared. You should save him, quickly.
How can you keep pretending? With Zhang Sanglu's authoritative judgment, what is she afraid of? Are you afraid that Su Chi won't embarrass himself enough? Su Chi nodded and asked Chu Yunny to call the nurse. He asked the nurse to bring a copy of Chu Tianbua's usual medication.
Seeing the tense situation in the room, the nurse dared not disobey and quickly prepared the medicine and sent it over. Su Chi took a look and saw that they were the same medicines that Lu Xinmei was taking, a total of 5 pills.
Su Chi, are you going to use these medicines to save my father? Chu Yunny was surprised.
I had to remind Su Chi, these medicines were prescribed by Zhang Sanglu.
At most, they can delay Dad's condition, but they can't effectively treat it.
Dad has been taking this medicine for so long, but his condition is still getting worse.
Jian Pianyi burst into laughter, a liar is a liar. There's no other way.
I'll have to use Dr. Zhang's medicine to treat the disease.
If these medicines were effective, wouldn't Dr. Zhang have cured this old guy long ago? You finally revealed yourself, didn't you?
Su Chi glanced at her and said, the same medicine has different effects in different people's hands.
It's like the same skirt.
If you, with your short legs and big butt, wear it, and Chu Yunny, with her long legs and thin waist, can it have the same effect?
You.
Jian Pianyi's face flushed with anger.
Chu Yunny chuckled.
As expected, it was more fun for Su Chi to deal with people like Jian Pianyi. I felt more dependent on Su Chi in my heart.
Jian Pianyi gritted her teeth and pointed, okay, bye, I want to see how you can cure Chu Tianbua with the same medicine.
As long as these medicines have no effect,
Su Chi will eventually be exposed. I really feel sad for Chu Yunny. She can see it clearly that Su Chi is just a loser with no skills.
He is pretending to be a ghost here, but Chu Yunyi is still looking at Su Qi with such affection.
Chu Yunyi's life will definitely be ruined by this loser. Of course, this is what she likes to see. The more tragic Chu Yunyi's ending was, the more satisfied she felt. Su Qi looked at the 5 pills in the box. He picked them up one by one and pretended to examine them carefully. In fact, it is using the Midas touch to turn stone into gold. In order to make the medicine more effective, 50,000 energy points are used each time you turn stone into gold. When I gave Lu Xinmei those medicines that turn stones into gold, I only used 10,000 energy points. Now, 50,000 energy points have been used. In other words, these 5 pills alone would consume 250,000 of his energy points. It really cost a lot of money. Of course, the attention she received from the arrogant young lady Chu Yunyi was far greater than this number. It is equivalent to giving back a portion of the harvest to Chu Yunyi. Every pill I picked up was used to turn it into gold. Although the appearance of the medicine has not changed, Su Qi knows that its efficacy has changed drastically. He gave the medicine to Chu Yunyi. Give it to your dad. Chu Yunyi was stunned. Is this all that is possible? Why, you don't believe me? Then what did you ask me to do? You don't have to give the medicine to your father. I'm also in a hurry and don't have time to waste here. Su Qi turned around and was about to leave. Chu Yunyi was so scared that she quickly grabbed him and said, "That's not what I meant." She bit her lip and said, "Since you say it works, I believe it works. Really go and give Chu Tianbo the medicine." Jian Pinyi sighed on the side. It's so sad, so sad. How could the dignified eldest daughter of the Chu family be deceived to this extent? Xu Yunxiao, who had been afraid to speak, couldn't help but sneer. I'm afraid if this guy told her that shit was tastier than ice cream, she would believe it. The attention from Jian Pinyi generates a critical hit of contempt plus 2,000. Xu Yunxiao's attention generates a critical hit of contempt plus 3,000. Su Qi glanced at the two of them. I believe that they will gain a lot of attention in the future. I just spent 250,000 energy points, and it still hurts when I think about it. Master, is this okay? Ji Ruoyan asked Tai Yufeng in a low voice, if our master embarrasses us, will we also be embarrassed? Chapter 89, Dead Trees Can See Spring Again. Tai Yufeng glared at him and said, You little bastard, you have no idea what a master your grandmaster is. He still can't see through Su Qi. Let us not talk about other aspects, just talk about fighting. He couldn't understand how Su Qi managed to throw that punch. If they were in the ring, he would definitely be knocked out by Su Qi in 1 second. Because there was no way to dodge that punch. It exceeded the limit of his nerve reaction. Only by taking that punch yourself can you realize how terrifying Su Qi is. Chu Yunyi gave the medicine to Chu Tianbo. Then, he looked at Chu Tianbo nervously, observing Chu Tianbo's reaction. Her slender hands were clenched tightly, and her palms were sweaty. Will it work? Although she knew it well, Lu Xinmei was cured. But Lu Xinmei is not her father, and she is still worried until she sees her father get better. Unexpectedly, Chu Tianbo was still responsive, his hands were shaking and his eyes were moving hard, but after taking the medicine, he became completely quiet. It seemed as if I couldn't even breathe. Chu Yunyi became more and more nervous and couldn't help but turn to look at Su Qi. Su Qi, why is Dad so quiet all of a sudden? The voice was shaking violently. Jian Pinyi saw all of this and almost fainted from laughter. Chu Yunyi, so this is the miracle doctor you were talking about. Your father was killed directly. Incredible, incredible. He came to Chu Tianbo and pushed him hard. Chu Tianbo still didn't react. Jian Pinyi became more and more certain that Chu Tianbo was going to die. He became more and more proud. Old man, open your eyes quickly and look at the good son-in-law your precious daughter found for you. He's a complete loser, a fighter among losers. We don't even have money to get a room in a small hotel, and your precious daughter has to pay for it. And he deceived your daughter. Your daughter is really good at giving. Not only does she sleep with you, she also happily pays for it. Now she's helping this loser to cure you to death. What a filial daughter she is. I almost laughed my teeth off. Just when she said this, Chu Tianbo's hand suddenly moved and grabbed her wrist. Jian Pinyi screamed in fright and tried to break free. But Chu Tianbo clenched his hands so tightly that her wrists turned red. There's no way to break free. When Xu Yunxiao saw this, he hurried to help. Su Qi glanced at him and said, You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll have Tai Yufeng break your legs so that you'll be forced to behave yourself. Chu Yunxiao's face changed drastically and he didn't dare to move. He was absolutely certain that it would be easier for Tai Yufeng to break his legs than to peel a melon seed. Let go, you old thing, let go.
Jian Pianyi was still struggling hard, trying to pry Chu Tianbuo's hands open.
But I can't open it no matter what I do. What on earth are you going to do, old man? Are you going to drag me down with you before you die? I'm telling you, it's impossible.
I'm going to swallow up all of your Chu family's assets. I will never die with you. She felt that this was Chu Tianbuo's dying struggle. Unable to break free from Chu Tianbuo's hand, he simply spat in Chu Tianbuo's face.
When you were alive, I could have let you be my scapegoat. Now that you're about to die, you still want to hold me back. You're dreaming.
At this moment, Chu Tianbuo suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with anger, and his eyeballs were bloodshot, as if they were burning with flames.
Jian Pianyi was almost paralyzed with fright. Chu Tianbuo actually opened his eyes. Can't you open your eyes at all? Isn't this dying struggle too powerful?
Jian Pianyi, I will make you wish you were dead. I will slowly take care of you and your bastard. Chu Tianbuo not only opened his eyes, but also spoke.
Jian Pianyi was really scared to death.
He sat down in front of the bed. But her wrist was still held by Chu Tianbuo.
Chu Tianbuo, stop struggling.
Dr. Zhang said you can't be saved.
No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless.
You should go with peace of mind. At most, I will let your daughter go and ensure she has enough food and clothing.
Chu Tianbuo laughed, his face full of sneers. How can I bear to let go if I don't kill you?
Having said that, he sat up directly.
Oh shit. Seeing this scene, Jian Pianyi turned pale and sweat poured down. Is this a lie?
Chu Yunxiao was also frightened and stepped back subconsciously, ending up sitting on the ground.
Never get up again. Dad, are you okay, or? Chu Yunyi was also in disbelief. If this is healed, isn't it healed too quickly? Lu Xinmei recovered the next day after being treated by Su Qi. So Dad got better so easily? Chu Tianbuo turned his head. His eyes finally softened. Yun and I feel much better. My head isn't as dizzy anymore, and my body isn't as heavy anymore.
I feel like my energy is rapidly returning, as if strength is being reborn in my body.
I'm a little thirsty and want to drink some water. Okay.
Chu Yunyi was so excited that she quickly poured water for Chu Tianbuo.
Chu Tianbuo took the water steadily and drank it.
He doesn't look like a patient at all, he's no different from a normal person.
Ji Ruoyan was stunned and asked Tai Yufeng in a low voice, Master, is this the ability of the Grandmaster? Tai Yufeng was also shocked, but also very proud. Is this a new experience?
Ji Ruoyan said in a trembling voice, Master is truly amazing. Everyone could see that Chu Tianbuo was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The weakness in his body disappeared, and his face began to turn red and rosy.
Even the cloudy eyes seemed to come alive. It looked like a dry tree that had grown new leaves and was even about to bloom. Jian Pianyi was stunned. Chu Tianbuo was actually cured. By now, even if she was a fool, she could see that Chu Tianbuo was not struggling to survive, nor was he pretending to be dead, but that he had really been cured. She always said that Chu Yunyi was a fool and Tai Yufeng was an idiot. He actually praised a loser so highly. Now she suddenly realized that she was the biggest idiot. She actually took the initiative to ask Su Qi to treat Chu Tianbuo. Isn't this just being hard on yourself? And just now, she actually told Chu Tianbuo in person that she married into the Chu family just to covet their wealth. He even told Chu Tianbuo in person that Chu Yunxiao was not Chu Tianbuo's son. Is this because you think you are not dying fast enough? It's over. It's completely over now.
It's all my fault for being too complacent and underestimating this loser named Su Qi. She had spent so many years setting up such a big plan, and when victory was in sight, she was about to swallow up the wealthy Chu family, but in the end, she was defeated by a loser. I'm not convinced. How can this guy in a t-shirt and shorts be so awesome? Regret, hatred, fear, and terror. My heart felt like a mixture of mixed feelings, as if the sky was falling. Chapter 90 God Level Finishing Blow. Master, I was wrong. Jian Pianyi had no choice but to admit her mistake. She used to call Chu Tianbuo Old Chu, but now she doesn't dare to call him that and calls him Master instead. She even started to cry, Master, I was greedy for a moment and that's why I went astray. Please forgive me. She was really scared. Even if she had made sufficient preparations at home and in the company, even if she had arranged all her family members in important positions in the Chubo group. Now that Chu Tianbo has recovered, everything is about to turn around.
Chubo Group was founded by Chu Tianbo and its prestige is unmatched.
Even if she arranged for more people to go in, it would be of no avail.
It's fine to bully Chu Yunyi, but there is no way to shake Chu Tianbo.
It was because he was too complacent and looked down on Su Qi. As a result, he revealed all his secrets before Chu Tianbo died. Now I am in a very passive situation, basically like taking off my pants and waiting to be beaten.
At this time, the only option is to bow your head and beg desperately.
The only thing I can rely on is the love I have had with Chu Tianbo for so many years. I hope Chu Tianbo can show leniency for this reason.
I dare not even think about the Chu family as property. You still have the nerve to ask for my forgiveness? You bitch, I want to strangle you to death right now.
Chu Tianbo's gaze was as sharp as a knife. When he was lying in bed unable to move, he almost died of anger when he heard Jian Penny's words.
Even if I die, I won't be able to rest in peace.
That kind of hatred cannot be expressed in words.
The veins on his hands bulged because he was holding Jian Penny too tightly.
Seeing this, Chu Yunyi hurried over and said, "Dad, please let go first. You've just recovered, so please take care of yourself and avoid excessive emotional fluctuations."
Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. After much persuasion, Chu Tianbo finally let go. Carefully helped Chu Tianbo lie down. Dad, you finally recovered. Don't be angry now. Take a good rest first.
She was really frightened by Chu Tianbo's illness. The situation was on the verge of collapse.
If it weren't for Su Qi, everything would be over. Chu Tianbo has finally recovered now. If he gets angry again, the situation will get out of control again. Chu Tianbo nodded and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master, please let us go this time. Jian Penny was still crying there. I hope Chu Tianbo can soften his heart.
Chu Yunxiao also crawled to the bedside and cried loudly, "Dad, please forgive us."
He even dared to call Chu Tianbo dad.
The word dad sounded like a scolding to Chu Tianbo. It is so shameful that Chu Tianbo has been raising someone else's son for so many years. Chu Yunxiao calling him dad was like pointing at his nose and mocking him.
Shut up. If you dare to call me dad again, I'll beat you to death right now, you little bastard. Chu Tianbo was furious. Chu Yunxiao didn't dare to scream and cried there in fear.
This really scared me to tears. Even a fool could guess that Chu Tianbo would retaliate against them with the most brutal means.
Chu Yunyi quickly stroked Chu Tianbo's chest to help him calm down.
At this moment, a person suddenly walked in from outside the ward door.
It turned out to be Chu Tianbo's attending physician Zhang Sanglu.
Jian Penny and Chu Yunxiao came to the hospital and asked him about Chu Tianbo's condition. These two people, one is the wife of the wealthy Chu family, and the other is the eldest son of the Chu family. Of course he didn't dare to be negligent, so he quickly finished the work at hand and came over to keep her company. After coming in, I saw Jian Penny and Chu Yunxiao both crying there, while Chu Tianbo was still lying on the bed, and Chu Yunyi seemed to be tidying up Chu Tianbo's clothes. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Could it be that Chu Tianbo is already dead? Judging from the situation, it must be true. Otherwise, why would Jian Penny and Chu Yunxiao be crying? They have such a high status that they are definitely not the kind of people who cry easily. It seems that Chu Tianbo is really dead. Suddenly I saw that Su Qi was there too. I was immediately scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Su Qi cured Lu Xinmei, but he kept the fact that Lu Xinmei was discharged from the hospital a secret, which indirectly killed Chu Tianbo. Su Qi is here, isn't he going to expose his past? How can this be? Su Qi would ruin his reputation and future. He quickly took the initiative and pointed at Su Qi. "Why are you here, you scoundrel? It must be you who gave Mr. Chu random treatment without authorization, which led to his sudden death." Su Qi turned around and saw him, with a look of disdain on his face. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Sanglu shouted, "Don't try to quibble. It was you who killed Mr. Chu." He didn't allow Su Qi to speak and wanted to put all the blame on Su Qi. He said to Jian Penny passionately, "Mrs. Chu, this guy is just a scoundrel, pretending to be a doctor. Just yesterday, he gave another patient, Lu Xinmei, random treatment, which ended up killing her. He must have been showing off again today, giving Mr. Chu random treatment, and ended up killing him. This guy is simply unforgivable. Quickly have your bodyguards arrest him and don't let him get away." Jian Penny looked at him with gritted teeth.
With fire flashing in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "Do you know what you are saying?" She hated Zhang Sanglu so much. If Zhang Sanglu had not sworn that Chu Tianbo would definitely die, she would never have revealed all her secrets. We wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. It was this self-righteous guy who claimed to have returned from a famous medical school abroad who completely misled her. Let her be defeated now. Even now, he's still messing around here. It's so hateful. Mrs. Chu, of course I know what I'm talking about. I told you to be prepared for Mr. Chu's death soon. Look, isn't this it? Jian Pianyi quickly shouted, "Shut up, my husband will live 100 years, how could he die? You actually cursed my husband like that. I'm not done with you." He quickly winked at Chu Yunxiao. "Yunxiao, teach this liar a lesson." She wanted to flatter Chu Tianbo quickly, hoping to get Chu Tianbo's forgiveness. Teaching Zhang Sanglu a lesson undoubtedly became a way to please Chu Tianbo. Chu Yunxiao understood what he meant and quickly stood up, saying righteously, "If you dare to curse my father to die early, I will never reconcile with you." He rushed forward and punched Zhang Sanglu in the face. Zhang Sanglu was beaten so hard that his nose bled. She was immediately annoyed. "Mrs. Chu, what do you mean? Don't you treat me as a human being? Why are you pretending? When I told you that Mr. Chu would soon die, weren't you very happy? You even laughed." "No, you and this eldest young master of the Chu family are both laughing, as if you won the lottery." After hearing this, Jian Pianyi's head buzzed and she almost fainted. Zhang Sanglu actually said this. Is this because he thinks her death is not complete enough? She was begging for Chu Tianbo's forgiveness, and Zhang Sanglu's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Even if Chu Tianbo could have forgiven her out of pity, he would never forgive her after hearing this. He quickly got up and said, "I've been killed by you, a bastard." He rushed over and grabbed Zhang Sanglu's face. Zhang Sanglu was furious. "Mrs. Chu, aren't you overdoing it? Shouldn't you be happy that Mr. Chu has passed away? You don't have to attack me just to pretend to be sad, right?" Jian Pianyi was really going crazy. "You still say it, you still say it." Without saying a word, the pointed fingertips kept scratching Zhang Sanglu's face. It was Zhang Sanglu who harmed her. Even now, he still felt that her death was not complete enough and wanted to kick her a few more times. The person he hated the most just now was Su Qi. Now it has completely become Zhang Sanglu. Chapter 91. I want to fall in love with him. Zhang Sanglu was really anxious as to how he could withstand the crazy attacks from Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao. "I can only ask Chu Yunyi for help, Miss Chu, you can't just stand by and watch. If I hadn't tried my best to keep him going, your father wouldn't have lived this long. You need to help me." Chu Yunyi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This Zhang Sanglu almost killed her father. Now he even has the nerve to take credit for it and ask for help from her? I couldn't help but say viciously, "The truth is, if you hadn't delayed it so much, my dad would have recovered a long time ago, right?" Zhang Sanglu was shocked. "Miss Chu, why would you say that? Did this scoundrel beside you kill your father and then put the blame on me? Did he say that it was because of my delay that your father became terminally ill and there was nothing he could do to save him? God knows, that's not the case. If it weren't for his reckless treatment, Mr. Chu could have lived a few more days. This guy looks like a loser. What medical skills does he know? He is the one who killed Mr. Chu. You need to distinguish right from wrong." Chu Yunyi glared at him. "Are you sure it was Su Qi who killed my father?" While dodging the attacks from Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao, Zhang Sanglu nodded confidently. "That's it." "Did he treat Mr. Chu?" Chu Yunyi nodded. Zhang Sanglu was overjoyed. "Isn't this his responsibility? It was definitely not my delay that killed Mr. Chu. It was his reckless treatment that killed Mr. Chu." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianbo, who was lying on the hospital bed, slowly sat up. Zhang Sanglu's eyes widened. He had been able to dodge the pursuit of Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao, but now he was so scared that his legs went limp. Fake corpse!" He screamed and collapsed to the ground in fear. Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao followed and started fighting. Zhang Sanglu was really going crazy. "Chu Tianbo has come back to life, and you still have the time to beat me? Run! Take me with you, my legs are weak." Instead, he hugged Chu Yunxiao's legs. He was afraid that Chu Yunxiao would not take him with him when he escaped. Chu Yunxiao was so angry. If Zhang Sanglu had not made them complacent, he would not have missed out on the Chu family's billions of assets.
Now, let alone inheriting the Chu family's billions of assets, it would be good enough if I could keep my life. Full of hatred, he attacked even more cruelly. Chu Tianbo looked at this scene coldly and gritted his teeth. My illness has really made me see the true colors of many people. Chu Yunyi quickly said, Dad, thanks to Su Qi, it was Su Qi who saved you. He gently pulled Su Qi's arm and brought him in front of Chu Tianbo. Eager to introduce Su Qi to Chu Tianbo. Let Chu Tianbo take a good look at Su Qi. That feeling is like taking your boyfriend home to meet your parents. My face was red and I felt nervous and shy. Chu Tianbo looked Su Qi up and down and was slightly stunned. I thought the person who saved him must be a genius doctor. I didn't expect it to be such an image. He laughed dryly and nodded. It turns out that the real person never reveals his true face. Su Qi smiled bitterly. Just say that I look like a loser, not a miracle doctor. No need to be so subtle. This made Chu Tianbo feel embarrassed. He coughed hurriedly and said, Little miracle doctor, if you want any reward, just ask. If it weren't for Su Qi, he would have died with regrets. He had been deceived by Jianpianyi for half his life and had raised his son for someone else for 20 years. Once he died, he would definitely not be able to take revenge. The business that he had built up with his life's hard work would be completely swallowed up by Jianpianyi and Xu Yunxiao. And her biological daughter will be forced into a desperate situation by Jianpianyi and Xu Yunxiao. Even if they survive, their life will be miserable. It's chilling to think about the consequences. It was Su Qi who changed all this. Saved it all. No matter how I repay Su Qi, it will never be enough. Su Qi curled his lips and said, Your daughter will do the repayment, so you don't have to worry about it. Chu Tianpo nodded and told Chu Yunyi, You must thank this young doctor handsomely. Don't treat him unfairly. Chu Yunyi's face was red. She was willing to give her most precious body to Su Qi, and also prepared 2 boxes of raincoats, which were enough for Su Qi to roam freely. Isn't this a big thank you? Yun and I, why don't you speak? Chu Tianbo frowned slightly. Chu Yunyi's face turned redder and redder. Dad, I know everything. I will reward him handsomely. After saying this, he opened his mouth and seemed to have something else to say. But he hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Just say whatever you want to say. Chu Tianbo sighed. I was deceived by that bitch Jianpianyi before and ignored you all the time. I thought you would get married in the future and didn't pay enough attention to you. Now I understand, you are the one I should cherish the most. I have decided to focus on training you from now on so that you can take over the Chubo group as soon as possible. From now on, there's nothing we can't talk about between father and daughter. If you have anything to say, just say it. Chu Yunyi bit her lip again, looking a little embarrassed. But she finally whispered, Dad, I want to date him. The finger quietly pointed at Su Qi. Chu Tianbo was shocked. My first reaction was, why is Chu Yunyi so stupid? He just said that Su Qi never shows his real face, which is indeed a euphemism for Su Qi's temperament being a bit of a loser. It's too condescending for Chu Yunyi to be in love with Su Qi. The key point is that he is using Chu Yunyi to form a marriage alliance with the Qi family. His Chubo group and Qi's Jirao group have complementary industries. Through marriage and the formation of a business alliance, it is enough to further seize the market and make the Chubo group a giant in the industry that stands out from the crowd. This had been his plan all along. Now Chu Yunyi is actually going to date a loser like Su Qi, so doesn't that mean his marriage with the Qi family is going to be ruined? For Su Qi, give up the wealthy Qi family? How is that possible? Su Qi can never compare to the influence of the wealthy Qi family. Even if Su Qi saved his life, he would not sacrifice his noble daughter and offend the Qi family, which is also a wealthy family. I secretly blamed Chu Yunyi in my heart. I didn't think my daughter was so childish before. Now that he is sick, she should have matured, but why has she become so impulsive and childish? In front of Su Qi, it was difficult to refuse directly, so she just smiled and said, Yun and I, even if you want to repay the little doctor, you don't have to do this. Love requires true love. You're being disrespectful to the little doctor by hurting your feelings like this, aren't you? Giving the little doctor more money is the best reward. Su Qi finally understood and glared at Chu Yunyi. After all this fuss, you want to have a relationship with me. He hadn't noticed that Chu Yunyi's hand was pointing at him before. She quickly waved her hands and said, Forget it, I can't afford to serve a young lady like you. I don't even have the slightest intention of falling in love with you. Chu Tianbo was dumbfounded. What's going on? His daughter, such a noble and elegant young lady from a wealthy family, wanted to date Su Qi, but Su Qi refused? Before he had the chance to deny Su Qi rejected his daughter first? Is this an illusion? The rich lady condescended to show her respect, but the loser refused? Are you kidding me? It feels like the self-esteem of the wealthy families has been hurt and is aching. He became more and more unhappy and sneered at Su Qi. Little doctor, you did save me, but if you think that you can speak recklessly just because you saved me, you are totally wrong. Chapter 92, One Move Breaks the Defense. Su Qi curled his lips. I didn't say anything reckless, I just told the truth. I really won't date her. Chu Tianbo was really angry and slammed his hand on the bed. How dare you? Do you know who my daughter is? She is Chu Yunyi, the eldest daughter of the wealthy Chu family. No one would refuse her. She is the only one who refuses others. Even Qi Zihao, the eldest young master of the Qi family, dares not refuse her, let alone you. Su Qi smiled. I understand, what you mean is that I am not as good as the eldest young master of the Qi family. Chu Tianbo laughed angrily. You don't think you can beat the eldest young master of the Qi family, do you? I'm talking about the Qi family, one of the 4 great families in Yanjiang City, not your neighbor, the Qi family. Chu Yunyi was really anxious. Qi Zihao is indeed no match for Su Qi. Su Qi holds 60% of the Qi family's shares, and Qi Zihao even kneels down to Su Qi. He even handed over his fiancée to her. In short, he fawned over her in every way. Even so, how could Qi Zihao compare to Su Qi? Not to mention that Qi Zihao can't compare to him, even the wealthy Qi family can't compare to him. Because the fate of the wealthy Qi family is completely in Su Qi's hands. He hurriedly called out to Chu Tianbo, Dad, you can't. Yun and I, shut up. Chu Tianbo's expression was extremely serious. I am protecting your status and dignity as the eldest daughter of the Chu family. He saved me, and that also means he saved you, but that doesn't mean he can act lawless and without scruples. When facing a wealthy family, we still have to be wary of them. Chu Yunyi was really anxious. Dad, it's not what you think, actually Su Qi. Chu Tianbo waved his hand suddenly, interrupting her again. I don't know what sweet words he said to you that made you defend him so much and look up to him. But I can tell you that in Yanjiang City, apart from the family of the president of the Yanjiang Chamber of Commerce and the people from the other 3 wealthy families, no one is worthy of you. So, I'm telling you the truth now. I don't agree with you dating him. Chu Yunyi was about to cry. Dad. No matter what you say, I absolutely disagree and will not let you do such a stupid thing. Chu Tianbo said it in a decisive tone. There is no room for negotiation. He didn't even give Chu Yunyi any chance to explain. Su Qi smiled and looked at Chu Tianbo. Thank you so much. If I get entangled with this arrogant young lady, I will lose many years of my life. She is really a headache. Chu Tianbo emphasized, you have to remember, it was not you who rejected my daughter. It was my daughter who rejected you. That's a fundamental difference. Su Qi curled his lips. I understand that if I reject her, it will hurt the reputation of your wealthy family. Chu Tianbo nodded slightly. You are smart. Since you are a smart person, it will be easy for us to deal with each other. Don't worry, I will reward you generously. I, Chu Tianbo, am not an ungrateful person. He turned to Chu Yunyi and said, give him a check for 5 million right away as a thank you. Looking at Su Qi, should this be enough? Su Qi sneered and shook his head. Why, you're not satisfied with this? Chu Tianbo was a little surprised and emphasized. That's 5 million. Su Qi's face was full of disdain. 5 million? He can easily point out 500 million yuan with $1. Are you interested in these 5 million? He had been receiving the attention from Chu Tianbo's contempt and attack. He was very clear about Chu Tianbo's attitude towards him. Chu Tianbo relied on his wealthy family to thank him from a superior position, but he would never allow him to offend the dignity of the wealthy family. In just a short while, the critical strikes of contempt generated by Chu Tianbo's attention accumulated to 50,000 points. Still increasing. Chu Tianbo gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll give you an extra 500,000. 5.5 million is enough for you to settle down in this city. Su Qi smiled bitterly. Okay, stop being stingy, I don't care about your money at all. Chu Tianbo was shocked. 5.5 million, you said this is just a small amount of money? Why, 5.5 million, is that a lot for a wealthy family like you? Is this the magnanimity and vision of your wealthy Chu family? Su Qi deliberately emphasized the word rich family. Chu Tianbo was furious. I tell you, if you miss this village, you will miss this shop.
Are you sure you don't want this 5.5 million? This is your last chance.
Su Chi's face was full of disgust. Don't take out this little money to disgust others.
I'm about to throw up.
No wonder you were deceived by a woman for so many years and raised a son for her for nothing.
It seems there's a reason. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. This applies to you. Chu Tianbo was really annoyed.
How dare Su Chi talk to him like that? Not to mention Su Chi, even someone of the status and position of the eldest son of the Chi family would not dare to speak to him like that.
This kid is really crazy.
He slammed his hand on the bed again, his face full of anger, and pointed at Su Chi. If it weren't for you saving my life, you would never leave this room today. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Yufeng sneered, no one can stop my master from leaving this room.
He strode over to Su Chi. Ji Ruoyan also came over. You threaten my great-grandmaster like this, do you treat me and my master like air?
Chu Tianbo laughed. No wonder he's so arrogant, it turns out it's because he has two little brothers under him.
Dad. Chu Yunyi wanted to tell Chu Tianbo. These two are not ordinary brothers.
One is the new boxing champion, the other is the future boxing champion.
Can this be considered an ordinary little brother?
It really lowers their value. Chu Tianbo turned his head abruptly and glared at her. You are just in love now, you have lost your mind, don't butt in.
I have to help you with today's matter. Lest you go astray. Chu Yunyi is really going crazy. Who on earth has gone astray?
She was about to speak, but Chu Tianbo shouted coldly, shut up. Call my bodyguard Jing Wudi immediately. Anyone who dares to use force to cause trouble will be taught a lesson by Jing Wudi.
Chu Yunyi couldn't help but cover her eyes. It's really unbearable to watch. Jing Wudi?
Jing Wudi now gets scared to death when she hears Su Chi's name. The last time Jing Wudi brought Su Chi to this ward, Su Chi easily made him unconscious. It is said that after waking up, he disappeared immediately. Some people said they saw him at the door of a bar, and he was drunk. Sleeping in the garbage with wild dogs. He was completely broken down by Su Chi and his confidence completely collapsed.
Go ahead and fight me. Why are you still standing there? Do you want to watch me, your dad, get bullied? Chu Tianbo glared at her.
Chu Yunyi sighed, Dad, I'm afraid I won't be able to contact Jing Wudi for a while.
Why, he's on vacation. No, he's completely off. Chapter 93. The scene is too crazy. Chu Tianbo believed it and was very angry.
This guy, relying on his good skills, is too casual.
He just gives himself a day off.
Ignore him for now and call the other bodyguards. Chu Yunyi sighed, it would be useless even if other bodyguards came.
Chu Tianbo was very angry. Yun and I, are you still my daughter? Are you willing to let me take risks just to protect this kid?
I was just about to focus on training you and let you take over the Chubo group, but you turned your elbow outward like this.
You really disappoint me. Girls are extroverts, it's true.
A feeling of sadness welled up in Chu Tianbo's heart. It's not that he doesn't like daughters, but he longs for a son more. If he hadn't been so eager for a son, he wouldn't have been manipulated by Jianpiani, allowing her to act so recklessly and place so many of her mother's relatives in the company. Just because he thought that Jianpiani had done a great deed by giving him a son, he always spoiled Jianpiani and let her grow bigger and bigger day by day. Now, it turns out that Chu Yunxiao is not his biological son, but a bastard.
He has no son anymore. I feel really bad.
Chu Yunyi's side with Su Chi made him feel even more uncomfortable. Chu Yunyi hurriedly explained, Dad, I'm not willing to let you take risks, it's just that those bodyguards are here and it really won't help.
Chu Tianbo was furious. I have more than a dozen bodyguards at home, are you saying that we can't deal with these 3 people? Chu Yunyi nodded, Dad, trust me, don't call the bodyguards. Calling a bodyguard will make you even less safe.
If he calls for bodyguards and angers Su Chi, even if it angers boxing champion Tai Yufeng, Chu Tianbo will indeed become less safe.
Chu Tianbo was so disappointed. Yun and I think you are really dizzy. That's how I raised you since you were little. You have to be rational and have a clear mind. You're still so confused because of your feelings. You're such a failure. You are such a failure, and my education is such a failure too. Su Chi curled his lips. If you want to chat, there is plenty of time. I want to make sure I get what I deserve now. Chu Tianbo sneered. Why, finally figured it out. You want the 5.5 million?
No, because of your arrogance earlier, now there are only 5 million left.
Suchi sighed. Do you really think that 5 million is so much that I can just kneel down and lick your ass? I tell you again, I really don't like it. To tell you the truth, what I deserve is not money, but her. As he said this, he pointed his finger at Chu Yunny. Chu Tianbua's face darkened. What do you mean? Suchi said calmly, I have long said that I would eat this swan meat of hers. The condition for me to save you is that she has to give herself to me and sleep with me. Now that I've done my part, it's time for her to fulfill her promise. After hearing this, Chu Tianbua's head buzzed and he flew into a rage. How dare you make this request to my daughter? You are just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Suchi laughed. You are right. I knew it. You mistook me for a toad. But I, a toad, want to eat swan flesh. Turning to look at Chu Yunny, he asked, Are you going to keep your promise? Chu Tianbua couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out of bed. You are too lawless. A slap came towards Suchi. A cold light flashed in Suchi's eyes. Chu Yunny was shocked and suddenly thought of the scene where Jing Wudi, the Chu family's #1 bodyguard, was knocked against the wall by Suchi and passed out. Jing Wudi was beaten to death, not to mention her father. Chu Tianbua has just recovered, don't let him be beaten to death by Suchi directly. He rushed forward in a hurry and stood between Chu Tianbua and Suchi. With his back to Chu Tianbua, he faced Suchi. Suchi was indeed ready to take action. This Chu Tianbua is really not worth saving. He regretted it all. Just as he raised his hand to teach Chu Tianbua a lesson, Chu Yunny rushed over. If you continue to raise your hands, you will definitely be able to feel the magnificence and steepness of the mountains with your own hands. After hesitating for a moment, he finally withdrew his hand. The slap that Chu Tianbua intended to hit Suchi hit Chu Yunny. He didn't have Suchi's strong reaction ability, and he didn't have the ability to control his movements at will, so he slapped Chu Yunny hard. Girl, what has got you obsessed with? Is he that good? Compared to Chi Zihao, the eldest young master of the Chi family, what is he? Why are you so stubborn and obsessed with him? Chu Tianbua was really furious. I feel like my daughter has gone completely crazy and has lost all her rationality. Chu Yunny smiled bitterly. How should she explain it to Chu Tianbua? The more she explained, the more Chu Tianbua felt that she was protecting Suchi and praising him. With Chu Tianbua's preconceived notions, nothing she said would be of any use. Suchi looked at Chu Yunny calmly. Are you going to fulfill your promise? How dare you insult my daughter like this, boy? Chu Tianbua wanted to pull Chu Yunny away to beat Suchi. Chu Yunny hurriedly tried to stop him. If Chu Tianbua rushes in front of Suchi, it will be Chu Tianbua who gets beaten. She really has good intentions. Yun and I, wake up a little, didn't you hear him insulting you? You are the eldest daughter of the Chu family. How can you tolerate such an insult? Chu Tianbua stomped his feet in anger. Suchi looked into Chu Yunny's eyes and said, I'm asking you, are you going to keep your promise? His eyes were as cold as a star. Chu Yunny's face turned red as fire. She was really embarrassed by being asked so directly. However, she bit her lip and nodded heavily. I will keep my promise. Even if you refuse to date me, I will still give you what you deserve. After hearing this, Chu Tianbua seemed to be struck by lightning. What? Chu Yunny actually agreed to such an insulting request, agreed. No way? Doesn't Chu Yunny care about her dignity at all? If you can agree to such a request, how will you face people in the future? How can she be worthy of her identity and status as the eldest daughter of the Chu family? For a moment, I was really confused. Suchi nodded, just keep your promise, then I'll go back and wait. Turn around and leave. Chu Yunny grabbed his arm and said, no need to wait. I'll leave with you now. Chu Tianbua was just about to regain consciousness when he heard this. Click. It was like being struck by lightning again. Still a chain of lightning. It was chopped so hard that it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I was so confused that I almost died. Not only did Chu Yunny agree to Suchi's request, but she also wanted to follow Suchi now? So eager to fulfill your promise? Are you so eager to sleep with Suchi? Is this still his daughter Chu Yunny? It seemed like his illness had healed, but his brain hadn't, so he kept having hallucinations. These must be illusions. Are you sure you want to come with me now? Suchi glanced at Chu Tianbua. Your father has just recovered, why don't you stay with him? Chu Yunny shook her head. Without you, my dad wouldn't have recovered, and I wouldn't be able to accompany him even if I wanted to.
I'll have plenty of time to spend with him later.
Now, you are more important.
A hint of shyness appeared in her eyes, and she suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Suchi on the mouth. Putting her hand in Suchi's, she said, "Take me away.
I want to go with you."
Click, click, click.
Chu Tianbo felt like he was struck by lightning again. Struck by dozens of lightning bolts at the same time.
The mouth is crooked, the eyes are slanted, the nerves are numb, and the consciousness is vague. The world he woke up to was so crazy that he just wanted to go back to his hospital bed.
Chapter 94 I'm going with you. Suchi looked at Chu Yunni's resolute and gentle eyes and really couldn't bear to refuse. Instead, I feel warm inside. It feels like holding a hot pack.
Although Chu Yunni used to be arrogant and domineering, at least she is very pleasing to the eye now.
So he nodded, "Okay, I can take you away."
Taking Chu Yunni with him, he was about to leave.
Chu Tianbo was completely furious and roared loudly, "Yun and I, you disappoint me so much.
I have decided to cancel your key training and no longer let you take over the Chubo group. I will even consider canceling your inheritance rights to the Chu family's property."
Don't provoke me to that point. Suchi looked at Chu Yunni with a smile. "You are going to lose billions of assets, and you still want to follow me?"
Chu Yunni nodded. "I have already promised you, of course I will go with you."
Chu Tianbo was so angry that he was shaking all over. Even with such threats, Chu Yunni is still so indifferent? Is Suchi so important to Chu Yunni?
He shouted in a deep voice, "Chu Yunni, if you dare to take a step out of this ward, I will no longer have you as my daughter. You are no longer the eldest daughter of the wealthy Chu family, and you no longer have such a noble status. I will also suspend all your credit cards and leave you penniless."
Think about it, you're used to a life of luxury, can you really live the life of a lowly loser?
I just don't believe that Chu Yunni dares to act on her own.
Chu Yunni walked to the door and finally stopped. Chu Tianbo sneered, "Are you finally awake? Are you going to admit your mistake to me?"
Chu Yunni looked back at him. "Dad, I promised him that I must repay him.
If he hadn't intervened, you might be dead now. Have you ever thought about how terrible the consequences would be if Suchi wasn't there?"
Chu Tianbo roared, "Even so, you don't have to repay me like this. You're not repaying a favor, you're a lowly person.
You are the eldest daughter of the Chu family.
You don't want such a good fiancé, the eldest young master of the Chi family, but you want to commit yourself to such a guy. You are not only losing your own people, but also the people of our wealthy Chu family." Chu Yunni said, "If there is no Suchi, the wealthy Chu family will no longer exist."
Chu Tianbo angrily interrupted her, "Stop spouting alarmist rhetoric. The fact is, I'm fine now. As long as I am here, the wealthy Chu family will be here. I am a lucky person with good fortune. Even if he hadn't come to heal me, someone else would have come to heal me. As for you, I still say the same thing.
If you dare to take a step out of this ward, you will lose everything the wealthy Chu family has given you."
This is my last line.
Chu Tianbo said this with great determination.
Suchi let go of Chu Yunni's hand. "Go back. I can take your performance just now as your fulfillment of your promise."
Suchi is not so cruel as to force a young lady from a wealthy family to give up everything. Unexpectedly, just as he let go of Chu Yunni's hand, Chu Yunni grabbed his hand again.
Suchi was surprised. "What are you doing? I've already let go, and you're still coming? Looking for trouble?" Chu Yunni raised her head and gave him a resentful look. "Do you really think I'm following you purely to repay a favor? You don't understand how I feel about you at all?"
Her eyes were like water, with a hint of sadness and a touch of anger.
Suchi's heart skipped a beat and he almost fell into it. "Let's go. I'll show you my determination. I'm not acting on impulse, nor am I being deliberately pretentious." Chu Yunni pulled Suchi and stepped out of the ward. When Tai Yufang and Ji Ruoyan saw them, they naturally followed them away. Chu Tianbo was so angry that his head was buzzing. He pointed at Chu Yunni's back and said, "You little bastard, this is your own choice. This is all your own choice. You chose to betray the wealthy Chu family. In that case, you are no longer my daughter. Let's sever our father-daughter relationship. You are not the eldest daughter of the wealthy Chu family. Just follow that guy and let him die. If one day you can't make it on the bottom and can't eat, don't come to me for help." He was really mad. He wanted to focus on training Chu Yunni and give everything to Chu Yunni. Chu Yunni gave up everything and left with Suchi. It was a slap in his face. It's totally out of touch with the times. I was so angry that I quickly looked for my phone.
He wanted to cancel all of Chu Yunny's cards immediately.
Stop immediately.
To prevent Chu Yunny from transferring the money in the card to Su Chi, or spending it when going out.
I finally found my cell phone in the drawer and quickly called my secretary.
Ask the secretary to contact the bank immediately and suspend all of Chu Yunny's cards. After the call, he was still so angry that he threw his phone down. I turned around and sat on the bed, trying to calm myself down.
But I still couldn't calm down.
When he looked up, he suddenly saw Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao standing there, looking at him with a smile.
Zhang Sanglu had been beaten so badly that he couldn't move and curled up into a ball. Now, they are looking at Chu Tianbo.
When Chu Tianbo saw them, he was even more furious. Who told you to stand up?
Get down on your knees right now. I'm going to give you a good beating. Kneel down. Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao did not move.
Instead, they looked at each other with a teasing look on their faces. You guys don't even bother to kneel down and beg for mercy.
Do you really want me to kill you? Chu Tianpo shouted angrily.
Jian Pianyi sneered, even if we kneel down, you will kill us.
In that case, why should we kneel again?
Chu Tianbo was furious and shouted, come here, catch these two guys for me. There was silence all around, no response.
Jian Pianyi sneered, old man, where do you think this is? At work or at home? As they said this, both of them approached Chu Tianbo. Chu Tianbo was surprised. What are you going to do?
I'm telling you, don't act rashly.
It's best to keep kneeling and begging. I might relent and spare you. Jian Pianyi sighed, do you think we are fools? With your domineering personality, will you let us go? Unless the sun rises from the west.
We just knelt down and begged for mercy, but there was no other way. After all, boxing champion Tai Yufeng and his apprentice Ji Ruoyan are here. If we don't kneel down and beg for mercy, they might accidentally kill us if they're not careful.
But now, they're gone. Chu Tianbo's voice trembled slightly. Is that guy really a boxing champion? A boxing champion would call such a young guy his master? Jian Pianyi snorted coldly, do you still need me to find some news for you?
You old thing, you can actually do stupid things. When they were here, we didn't dare to say a word, but now, there are many things we can do.
Chu Tianbo finally realized that the situation was not good.
Su Chi was angry and left, and he took Chu Yunny, Tai Yufeng, and Ji Ruoyan away.
Now he is left alone. He thought he was enough to intimidate Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao.
But he forgot that Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao's past had been exposed, and they were now in a desperate situation.
Even a rabbit bites when it is anxious. In this case, they certainly would no longer care about his identity and status. Mom, why are you wasting time talking to him? Kill him quickly.
If we don't kill him, he will kill us sooner or later.
Chu Yunxiao gritted his teeth and was already determined to kill. Chapter 95 The rich lady comes to eat at the food stall. Chu Tianbo was so scared that he almost fell off the bed. This is really bad.
Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao are now not themselves under normal circumstances, but two desperate criminals.
I couldn't help but feel scared. Quickly yelled, help!
Before he could shout out a word, Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao rushed over together. Chu Yunxiao held down Chu Tianbo, while Jian Pianyi grabbed a handful of trash from the trash can next to them, not caring what it was. He stuffed it into Chu Tianbo's mouth, preventing him from shouting out.
Chu Yunxiao had already decided to kill Chu Tianbo, and he went straight to strangle him. He was young and strong, how could Chu Tianbo resist him?
Soon his face turned red, his eyes bulged out, and his lips turned purple. Chu Tianbo tried hard to look outside the ward, hoping someone would come to save him. But Su Chi left, Chu Yunny left, Tai Yufeng and Ji Ruoyan also left. After the nurses were scolded by Jian Pianyi, they naturally didn't dare to come over. He even dropped his cell phone.
It can be said that I am now completely desperate. Is he going to die just after being cured? Chu Tianbo felt that it was all over.
At this moment, Jian Pianyi slapped Chu Yunxiao on the head. You idiot, you really want to kill him.
If you kill him, you will be guilty of a serious crime. You will be seeking death.
Chu Yunxiao couldn't help but loosen his grip. Mom, if we don't kill him, he will definitely kill us. Jian Pianyi sneered, then he has to be able to get it. Let's go back now, take away all the money from the company and the family, and go abroad directly.
Go and have a good time abroad.
Leave this old guy to clean up the mess.
Chu Yunxiao's eyes lit up, that's a good idea. But what about this old guy? He will definitely stop us.
Jian Pianyi glanced at Chu Tianbo, he also needs time to stop it.
Knock him out.
By the time he wakes up, we'll have already run away with the money.
Chu Tianbo shook his head vigorously.
But his mouth is full of garbage and he can't say anything. Jian Pianyi looked at him teasingly, just stay with your shabby rich family, we are going to live happily abroad.
He waved his hand at Chu Yunxiao and said, knock him out. It's time for us to go get the money.
Chu Yunxiao smiled, as you command. Looking at Chu Tianbo with a smile, he said, old receiver, have a good sleep.
This is my way of repaying you for your 20 years of raising me. Pick up the kettle on the table next to you. Bang! It hit Chu Tianbo's head hard. Chu Tianbo's head tilted and he fainted unwillingly.
He never expected that he knew all the secrets of Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao, and was even insulted by them.
It's too late to regret now. Su Qi and the others have all left. No one can stop Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao from doing anything.
After knocking Chu Tianbo unconscious, Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao turned to look at Zhang Sanglu, who was hiding in the corner.
Zhang Sanglu quickly shook his head. I didn't see anything, and I didn't hear anything.
Jian Pianyi sneered, after all, you studied abroad at a famous medical school.
Why are you so thoughtless when speaking? When you say that, doesn't that mean you saw and heard everything? Why are you so stupid? Zhang Sanglu was horrified, fearing that the two would kill him, and quickly said, I'm going to faint too. I fainted immediately. It will definitely not bother you.
He slammed his head against the wall and knocked himself unconscious. Jian Pianyi snorted coldly, this guy is finally smart for once.
Leave with Chu Yunxiao. Close the ward door and lock it from the outside.
Then he told the nurses at the nurses' station that Chu Tianbo was asleep and no one was allowed to disturb him, otherwise he would let them see how powerful the wealthy Chu family was. The young nurses were so frightened that they dared not disobey.
Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao quickly left the hospital.
Immediately notify the people they have planted in the Chubo group and run away with the money. They rushed to the Chu family and took away all the valuables and money they could. They also tried to transfer the money in the company's account. Chu Tianbo is not around, and the Chubo group and the Chu family are under their control, so it is too easy to do this. The Chu family and the Chubo group were emptied out in a short period of time.
Chu Tianbo was still unconscious on the hospital bed.
As night fell, Su Qi, Chu Yunyi, Tai Yufeng and Ji Ruoyan were eating at a food stall.
This was Chu Yunyi's first time eating at a place like this. When I turned around, I saw all kinds of big men.
Some were shirtless. The air was filled with smoke and the smell of alcohol. All kinds of vulgar laughter, clinking of glasses, and bragging sounds can be heard everywhere.
Chu Yunyi found it really difficult to adapt. Where does she usually eat? Elegant, clean, and even has soothing live music. It's like two completely different worlds from here.
Feeling really restrained, he sat close to Su Qi, not daring to move. I was afraid that if I moved a little, I would accidentally bump into the shirtless man at the table behind me, or the waiter delivering food.
Are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Qi glanced at her. Chu Yunyi laughed dryly, not bad. You are not from this world.
After dinner, go home, apologize to your father, and continue to be the eldest daughter of the Chu family.
Chu Yunyi bit her lip. How can that be? I haven't fulfilled my promise yet. Su Qi smiled bitterly. Why, you, this swan meat, not only offered it to me, but I have to eat it?
He picked up Chu Yunyi's slender hand and bit the back of her hand.
Okay, I'm done eating. You've kept your promise. Chu Yunyi was surprised. Haven't you always wanted to? I've always wanted to sleep with you? Su Qi curled his lips and said, I just thought you were too arrogant and wanted to curb your pride.
I can't afford to sleep with or support a young lady like you.
He lied.
Chu Yunyi is so beautiful and has such a great figure, how could he not have any thoughts about her?
I just don't want to go further down the path of being a scumbag. He couldn't control his feelings towards Linging Shui.
He couldn't help but fall in love with Xue Chuchu.
I really can't be a scumbag anymore.
Even if the food in front of you is really mouth-watering, you still have to refuse it helplessly.
Chu Yunyi lowered her head and said nothing more.
Ji Ruoyan and Tai Yufeng sat opposite each other. Ji Ruoyan quietly gave Tai Yufeng a thumbs up. Master is really a real man. He can even reject a beauty like Master's grandmother.
If it were me, I would have been disoriented and lost my way. How dare you gossip about our master? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Tai Yufeng glared.
Ji Ruoyan quickly shut up. At this time, the dishes were served, along with 2 large glasses of draft beer.
Tai Yufeng quickly poured it for Su Chi. Pour it for Chu Yunny again. Su Chi held down Chu Yunny's wine glass. She doesn't need it. She's a foreign liquor drinker and isn't used to this. Said to Chu Yunny, hurry up and eat, then go home.
Chu Yunny, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised her head, as if mustering up the courage, and whispered,
I'm actually very easy to support. Chapter 96, Can you still dine and free like this? What did you say? Su Chi was stunned.
Chu Yunny blushed and said, you can feed me just by throwing something at me.
I'm not that squeamish. Besides, you don't need this little money, right? Su Chi curled his lips. Do you think the sports car I drive is very valuable and impressive?
To tell you the truth, I borrowed it from a friend. Chu Yunny looked at him in surprise, her face full of disbelief.
Su Chi pointed at himself and said, do I look like someone who drives such a nice sports car?
Chu Yunny shook her head subconsciously. Afraid of hurting Su Chi's self-esteem, she quickly explained, actually, if you change your clothes, you will be very handsome and elegant. Su Chi ignored him and said, and the share certificate for 60% of the shares of Chijia Company is purely forged.
Just trying to scare Chi Ziheo. How could I possibly own 60% of the Chi family company's shares?
Chi Ziheo, that idiot, was fooled.
Are you that stupid too? Chu Yunny thought so too. Su Chi is so young, where did he get so many shares of Chijia Company? It's impossible to even think about it. Su Chi pointed to the logo on his t-shirt and said, this is the logo of the food delivery company. Do you recognize it? I'm just a food delivery guy.
I'm taking a couple of days off to relax.
I'll continue delivering food tomorrow.
What are you, a rich lady, doing following me?
Following me to deliver food? Chu Yunny was stunned. You are really a delivery man? Certainly. Then, how much do you earn a month? When things are good, it's 5,000 or 6,000. When things are bad, it's only 2,000 or 3,000.
After hearing this, Chu Yunny clapped her hands excitedly. Great.
Su Chi was startled. You said, it's great? Shouldn't Chu Yunny be scared away by crying poor just now? Why did Chu Yunny still say it was great? He looked at Chu Yunny suspiciously. Could it be that seeing how poor I am, you finally regained your confidence as a young lady?
Chu Yunny shook her head. What I mean is that the money you earn is enough to support me.
Just give me $1,000 a month. Su Chi almost spit out the wine in his mouth. I've spent so much time talking to you, do you think I'm joking? I'm so poor, why are you following me? Wouldn't it be nice to go back and be your eldest daughter? Chu Yunny gently grabbed his sleeve. Didn't you hear? My father has severed the father-daughter relationship with me. Okay, you are his only daughter. As long as you apologize, he will definitely accept you. But I'm in love with you. The corners of Su Chi's mouth twitched.
You make yourself sound so shabby. Why won't this young lady let go?
I'm such a poor bastard. What do you like about me? You like giving swan meat to toads? Are you a philanthropist?
Chu Yunny whispered, at the critical moment, you are the only one I can rely on.
You are the only one who makes me feel at ease, and you are the only one who always makes my heart beat faster.
When you took advantage of me, when you pushed me against the wall.
Su Chi was confused. You mean, you are addicted to being taken advantage of? No, I just want you to take advantage of me. Chu Yunny blushed. He whispered, don't think I can't fit into your life. I think it's nice to eat here. I can be like them.
He glanced at the big man next to him and suddenly lifted his foot.
One foot was propped up on the bench.
He slammed the wine glass on the table and said, come on, drink.
A generous look.
Su Chi was so scared that he quickly held down the hem of her skirt.
This girl doesn't know how long her legs are, right?
When you lift your legs like this, your charming scenery will be revealed.
Fortunately, he pressed it in time.
That's called a sweat.
Is this girl determined to follow him? How could a young lady like you do such a vulgar thing? If someone she knew saw this scene, their glasses would probably shatter into pieces. Tai Yufeng really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Chu Yunny has already made enough compromises in order to follow Su Chi.
The Chu Yunny he knew before was definitely not like this.
I would absolutely never do such a thing.
I couldn't help but say, Master, why not let Master's wife follow you?
We can all see that Master's wife really likes you. Su Chi glared at him and said, "You know shit. When 8 or 10 mistresses order you around, you won't say that anymore." Turning to Chu Yunni, he said, "Didn't you say you could integrate into my life? Well, I'm telling you now. We don't have money to pay for this meal. Please help us out." As soon as the words fell, Tai Yufeng hurriedly smiled and said, "Master, from what you said, your disciple is here. How can I ask you to pay the bill?" "It must be my treat." Su Chi glared at him directly, his eyes sharp. "Are you sure you have money to pay the bill?" Tai Yufeng's heart trembled, and he immediately understood what Su Chi meant. Su Chi wanted to use this method to force Chu Yunni away. "I quickly changed my words. I forgot, I don't have any money." I have it. Ji Ruoyan volunteered excitedly. "I feel like I finally have the chance to do something for my master and ancestors. Just take out your cell phone." Tai Yufeng stepped directly on the instep of his foot. While pressing hard on Ji Ruoyan's instep with his feet, he winked at Ji Ruoyan. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you really rich?" "I really." Ji Ruoyan was halfway through his words when he finally understood. He quickly changed his words, "I really don't have any money." She looked at Su Chi and Chu Yunni pitifully, Grandmaster, I really have no money." "I'm sorry, I just boasted, I don't have a penny on me." Su Chi nodded with satisfaction and glanced at Chu Yunni. "Look, we are a bunch of poor losers. We may not have money to eat at any time. Since you want to follow me, then help us solve it." How could Chu Yunni not see that Su Chi was forcing her to leave? He gritted his teeth and said, "If I solve this problem, can I stay?" Su Chi curled his lips. "If you really solve it, I admit that you can adapt to this kind of life. But if you can't solve it, then go back and be the daughter of a wealthy family. By the way, I must remind you that no matter if you're the boss or the waiter, we won't be polite to those who dine and eat for free." Chu Yunni nodded. "I understand. I'm going to talk to the boss. Just get up." Su Chi hurriedly grabbed her and said, "Take off your watch, diamond bracelet, earrings, and necklace. As a poor loser, I don't have these things to pay off my debts." Chu Yunni didn't say anything, took off her watch, bracelet, earrings, and necklace and placed them in front of Su Chi. Then, she gathered her long hair back, wrapped it around twice, and tied it up. "Su Chi, I will let you see that I am not a useless person who cannot survive without my family." Turned around and left. Come to the owner of the food stall. "Beauty, have you finished your meal? Would you like to pay the bill?" the boss asked with a smile. Chu Yunni said, "I'm at table 16 over there, and we don't have money to pay the bill." The boss was choked. "Beauty, what do you mean? Blatantly eating and dodging? Isn't this too arrogant? If you don't have money to pay the bill, instead of sneaking away, you go to the boss and explain it? Isn't this asking for a beating?" Chapter 97, Tempered Steel Becomes Soft as a Twist. Chu Yunni shook her head. "We won't eat and dine for free. I want to help you serve the dishes to pay for it." The boss looked down and said, "Table 16 ordered over 200 yuan worth of food, and our waiters only make 60 yuan a night. How are you going to pay for it? Besides, we have enough guys and don't need you." Chu Yunni said, "I am different." "Why are you different?" Chu Yunni glanced to the side and said, "Haven't you noticed? Your food stall isn't as popular as the one next to it. There are people queuing over there, and your place isn't even full." The boss got angry when he heard this. "Isn't there a lady boss over there posing coquettishly? They're all brainless. Just by eating there, they can take advantage of that woman. Are they just jealous?" Chu Yunni curled her lips. "Don't be unconvinced, this is the signboard effect. Why do big brands always seek celebrity endorsements? Why do they use so many models for their fashion releases? Your business is not as good as over there, it's just not as good." The boss got even angrier. "I called you a freeloader and you're making fun of me. You are so arrogant." Chu Yunni shook her head. "I'm not mocking you, I'm here to help you. Look at me, how am I compared to that lady boss?" She pointed at herself. The boss looked her up and down and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "With your looks, she's not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Then I work as a waiter here, serving dishes and food. What will the effect be?" The boss finally understood. "You can definitely help me surpass that boss lady in popularity. Am I worth the price of our table?" The boss thought about it and finally said, "Okay, I'll hire you. I usually have 100 tables of guests, and my income in one night can reach up to 20,000 yuan. If you can reach 30,000 tonight, I'll give your table a free meal." Chu Yunni nodded. "It's a deal. But are you sure that you can be a waiter serving dishes in the way you are dressed? The boss looked at Chu Yunni's clothes. Especially the top with lotus leaf sleeves. How does it look like it's for work? It's more like saying she looks more like a model. Chu Yunni looked down at herself. Swish. Swish. I just tore off the wide ruffled sleeves on both sides. Is it okay now? This top is a Chanel piece that costs over 60,000 yuan. For the sake of more than 200 yuan for meal money, I tore it up. She must prove to Su Qi that she can survive even at the bottom of society. I will never give Su Qi an excuse to drive her away. The boss' eyes lit up. This beauty was not only pretty, but also very smart. What a charming and attractive woman. At this time, a dish was cooked and the chef called out, "Table 23, stir-fried beef tripe." Chu Yunni picked it up and walked towards table 23. Grandmother actually went to serve food to others. Ji Ruoyan's eyes almost popped out of his head. Tai Yufeng also looked incredulous. This is Chu Yunni, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. She was such a proud beauty before, but now she is serving dishes in this food stall. If I tell it to others, who would dare to believe it? I couldn't help but look at Su Qi. "Master, please stop torturing Master's wife. She has never done such a thing." Su Qi was actually quite surprised as well. It's more touching. In order to stay by his side, Chu Yunni was too humble. Is this true love? I actually felt a little distressed. But he still said stubbornly, "She wanted to do it herself, it's none of my business. Don't worry, she won't be able to hold on for more than a few times. How can she do this job wearing those high heels?" But he miscalculated. Chu Yunni actually persisted. Always in a hurry. Moreover, it quickly attracted the customers queuing next door. Fuck, look at that pretty waitress at the food stall. Isn't she so pretty? Damn it, it really is like that. Did they hire a celebrity to be their waiter? I'm still here staring at the proprietress over here. Am I blind? There's a ferry over there, and I didn't even see it. You guys continue to queue here. I'm going to eat at the ferry's food stall. The crowd gathered around. The few remaining tables here were snatched up in an instant. I have to say, this is the charm of beauty. The people at the tables over there who were eating even put down their chopsticks and ran over here. The situation at the 2 food stalls was instantly reversed. A long queue started to form here, but the number of people on the other side was decreasing. The proprietress was getting anxious. The dress she was wearing was already low cut, and now she was pulling it down even harder. I can't wait to let the pair of big white rabbits out to see the world. Unfortunately, in the face of the huge gap in strength, this struggle couldn't even create any waves. Gradually, there were more people queuing at the food stalls here than eating. Chu Yunni was even busier. Beauty, here, more food. Beauty, here, open the line. Sweat flowed down Chu Yunni's temples. The bangs were completely wet. The high heels also rubbed my heels until they were burning. But she persisted. Just insist on showing it to Su Qi. Let Su Qi see that she can endure hardships. She is not a delicate vase beauty, all good-looking but useless. Master, please let the mistress come over and rest. Tai Yufeng really couldn't bear to watch it. He knew what kind of life Chu Yunni had lived before. Compared with now, it's really like heaven and earth. Besides, who wouldn't he feel pity for such a beauty? Master, Grandmaster, I'm going to be a waiter and serve dishes too. Ji Ruoyan stood up and went to help Chu Yunni serve the dishes. Sit down. Tai Yufeng held him down. Master didn't give the order, so why are you so active? You have so much energy but nowhere to use it, right? Then go over there and hug the telephone pole. Ji Ruoyan didn't dare to say anything else, but sighed in his heart. If Chu Yunni treated him like this, not only would he torture Chu Yunni, he would hold Chu Yunni in his hands every day and treat her as a priceless treasure. At this time, Chu Yunni suddenly came over with a smile, holding a plate of stir-fried kidney and a plate of braised beef. Put it in front of Su Qi, there are so many customers, the boss is happy and gave us more dishes. You guys keep drinking, I'm going to get back to work. Turned around and walked away again. Su Qi clearly felt that a few drops of sweat on Chu Yunni's face dripped onto the back of his hand when she bent over. Hot and scorching. It's over, I'd become soft-hearted again. His heart was like melted chocolate, unable to harden again. This guy is really going down the path of being a scumbag and there is no turning back. Finally, he suddenly shouted, Tai Yufeng. Tai Yufeng responded excitedly, Master, what are your instructions? He knew that Su Chi's attitude must have changed. At this moment, a shirtless, fat man suddenly whistled at Chu Yunny who was walking by. Beautiful lady, your butt is so nice, come and rest on my lap. Chu Yunny was filled with anger and wanted to hit the guy in the face with the tray in her hand. But as a waiter, you must not conflict with customers. I could only pretend I didn't hear it and swallow my anger and get through it. But Su Chi couldn't pretend not to hear it. Not only did he hear it, he heard it extremely clearly. Because the big man was not far from their table. His face suddenly darkened and his eyes became quite scary. He looked up at Ji Ruoyan. Ji Ruoyan could no longer control himself. Looking at Su Chi's eyes, he understood what Su Chi meant. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, just wait and see. He stood up and walked straight towards the big man. Chapter 98, Nowhere to Find. Were you the one who whistled just now? Ji Ruoyan asked the big man. The big man looked up and glanced at him. It's me, what's wrong? He did not forget to shake his strong arms. I'm glad it's you. Ji Ruoyan slapped the big man on the mouth. He covered it with his hand and moved behind the big man. The big man's face changed drastically and he struggled violently. Ji Ruoyan is very strong, he is a professional boxer. I don't know how many teeth were knocked out of that big man's mouth by that slap just now. The big man whimpered in pain, but no sound came out. Ji Ruoyan lowered his head and whispered coldly in his ear, swallow your teeth one by one, then keep your stinky mouth shut and get out of here in disgrace. If I see you again, I'll twist your head 360 degrees and make it spin like a windmill. The big man was terrified. Under the powerful force of Ji Ruoyan, he was unable to break free. Do you understand what I said? Ji Ruoyan had already placed his other hand on the big man's neck. The big man was so scared that he was shaking all over and nodded vigorously. He swallowed the fallen teeth in his mouth along with the blood. Very good. Ji Ruoyan patted his shoulder and finally let go. The big man quickly told the people at the same table to leave quickly. Brother Zhao, what's going on? Are we still afraid of him? A friend sitting at the same table was a little dissatisfied. The big man slapped him directly, fuck it, if you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. When he spoke like this, blood was gushing out of his mouth and his words were leaking. The guy sitting at the same table was so frightened that he ran away in a hurry without saying a word. The other few people also quickly slipped away. The big man naturally didn't dare to stay and fled quickly, not even daring to look at Ji Ruoyan. There's room here. As soon as those guys left, a few girls came quickly and grabbed their seats. Her movements in grabbing a position are more agile than those of men. I say, you little girls, why don't you line up? Someone asked dissatisfiedly. One girl glared at him and said, I'm happy with it, what's it to you? The man was anxious and almost rushed over. Fortunately, his companion stopped him. A good man doesn't fight with women, let alone a few little girls. Even if you win, people will still say you're bullying others. Those girls ignored everyone's gazes and just laughed and joked. This food stall has so many people, the food must be good. Sure, there's probably some special dishes. Call the waiter to come and clean the table. Then, prepare to order. At this moment, a girl suddenly exclaimed, damn, the waitress over there is so pretty. Look at your naive look. No matter how pretty you are, can you be as pretty as our school beauty Chi Bingyue? What's the big deal? Look at yourself, she's really beautiful, and has a great temperament. Fuck, why does she look a bit like the eldest daughter of the Chu family we met? Are you kidding me? The eldest daughter of the Chu family would come here? Not to mention working as a waitress here. You can even say such a thing. I think you are really crazy. Yeah, I guess my eyes are blurry, but they do look a bit similar. They ordered food. She started chattering again, I'm so depressed today. I got beaten up by that shorts guy for nothing. I wanted revenge, but he ran away. I'm so angry that my teeth are itching. Humph, does that shorts guy dare not run away? The eldest lady's brother, the eldest young master of the Chi family, has already taken action. It is said that he has also found a big brother in the underworld. If he doesn't run away, he will be beaten to death. He is lucky to escape quickly. It's just that we can't get revenge, and we can't let out this anger, it's really suffocating. Isn't the young lady still waiting at Shwechuchu's house? I don't believe that the man in shorts won't go back. That's right. If he's so scared that he doesn't even dare to ask for his own girlfriend, then he's not a man. For the sake of his life, I dare say he wouldn't even dare to be a man. Hee, after seeing that scene, he must have been frightened to death. What's the point of having a girlfriend? He doesn't even need the fifth girl anymore. They were none other than Chi Bingyue's followers. After Chi Bingyue left Shwechuchu's community, she was persuaded by Chi Chongshu and Chi Ziheo to return to the Chi family. She bought clothes and did skincare, preparing to meet that Mr. Su. But he left her followers outside Shwechuchu's community. Let them monitor the community and pay attention to Su Chi's movements. After all, Chi Bingyue wants revenge. Before meeting Mr. Su, I must avenge this. If you want revenge, you must know where Su Chi is at all times. These followers are equivalent to the spies she left behind. Once Su Chi leaves the community, they must find ways to follow him. However, they never expected that Su Chi would drive away in a Pagani Wind Shadow worth over 100 million yuan. When Su Chi drove away in a Pagani Wind Shadow, they were envious, but they didn't expect that Su Chi was in the car. In their opinion, Su Chi didn't look like someone who could afford such a luxury car. At first glance, he is a person who is only fit to ride an electric bike. They told Chi Bingyue that Su Chi had never left. So, Chi Bingyue and the people Chi Ziheo found rushed to the community and blocked Shwechuchu's door. However, when he rushed into Shwechuchu's house, he didn't find Su Chi. Everyone thought Su Chi discovered something was wrong and escaped by jumping out the window. Shwechuchu was forced to tell where Su Chi was, but she refused to say. Ask Shwechuchu to call Su Chi, but she would rather die than do it. Shwechuchu would definitely not betray Su Chi. Chi Bingyue had no choice but to dismiss these followers. However, the person Chi Ziheo found was still left at Shwechuchu's house. Once Su Chi dares to go back, he can be caught red-handed. After these followers were dismissed, some returned to school, while others continued to hang out outside. These few are just hanging out outside. I'm hungry after shopping, so I come to this food stall for a meal. That guy in shorts was very good at beating us, but when he met the eldest young master of the Chi family, he just ran away. He is just a bastard who bullies the weak and fears the strong. That's right, he was so excited to bully us, but he ran away when he saw the eldest young master of the Chi family. What a coward. It's so unacceptable to let him escape. We've never been so humiliated before. If I see him again, I'll grab him and slap him until he kneels down and calls me aunt. If you're so awesome, why didn't you slap the guy in pants when you faced him? I wasn't in good shape at that time and didn't perform well. A group of girls were talking excitedly there and never stopped. However, because the food stall was very noisy and they were sitting together talking, Su Chi did not hear their conversation. I didn't care about them either. After all, the food stalls are bustling with people everywhere. Soon, the barbecue, stir-fried dishes and draft beer were served. The girls all poured themselves a glass and drank it all. He drinks so recklessly that he doesn't look like a student at all. Oh, if only I could help the young lady find that shorts guy, she would definitely reward me with an MK bag. The key is, can you find it? If I say I saw a guy who looked like the guy in pants, how would you feel? A girl suddenly pointed at Su Chi who was sitting not far from them. Chapter 99. This is definitely a cash cow. Fuck, it's only one glass and you're already drunk? That guy in shorts has already hidden himself in some rat hole. How dare he eat outside? Does he have the guts? Hey, look, the more I look at that guy, the more he looks like the guy in shorts. The girl almost screamed. The other girls finally looked over. I was so shocked that I almost poured the wine into my nose. Isn't that the guy in shorts? They were so scared that they almost dropped their wine glasses and ran away. Although he boasted a lot just now, he still had a psychological trauma when facing Su Chi. Fortunately, Su Chi didn't notice them and didn't look back, so they felt a little relieved. After initially calming down, he couldn't help but get excited. Holy crap, we're going to get rich now. We're so lucky to have found this guy in shorts. Miss will definitely give each of us a bag. This is what it means to search high and low for something, yet still find it without any effort. Quickly notify the young lady and ask her and the young master to bring people over. Some girls had already taken out their cell phones. A girl named Tan Xiaoxin said timidly, I think we should give up. Tan Xiaoxin, what do you mean? You don't want brand name bags anymore? That's right, your head is confused. A cup of horse urine made you drunk?
Tan Xiaoxin's face was filled with reluctance. You all saw that the Qi family's eldest young master only found people from the underworld.
When they start fighting, it's not like us doing small fights. People might get killed.
Although this shortsman is very bad, he won't kill him. As soon as these words were spoken, they were met with laughter.
Tan Xiaoxin, I never thought you had such a kind heart. How could you forget the hatred so quickly?
I think Tan Xiaoxin must have fallen for that guy in shorts.
Fuck, no way, Tan Xiaoxin, are you really thinking about love? Tan Xiaoxin blushed with embarrassment. What are you all talking about? I just think we shouldn't go too far. If something gets out of hand, won't you feel guilty? Maybe we still have to take responsibility.
The girls were very disdainful. Guilt is bullshit.
He's just a loser. Even if he dies, it won't cause any waves in this world. You're actually thinking about a loser, how boring. That's right.
Even if this loser is killed, the young lady and the young master will take care of it.
Is there any need for you to worry about it? Don't waste your time talking to her. Call the young lady right away and don't let this loser get away. The call soon reached Qi Bingyue.
Qi Bingyue was still at Xuechuchu's house, forcing Xuechuchu. He threatened Xuechuchu that if she didn't tell him Su Qi's whereabouts, he would throw her off the building.
Xuechuchu remained silent, as if she had become mute. Say nothing.
Qi Bingyue was so angry that she was about to attack Xuechuchu when her follower called.
What? You found him? Very good.
At this time, Qi Bingyue was wearing a hot dress, beautiful makeup, and her hair was like a flowing waterfall. The whole person is radiant. She dressed up carefully and was ready to meet Mr. Su. However, I would be unwilling to accept the fact that I cannot avenge myself before meeting Mr. Su. She knew that once she met Mr. Su, she would have no control over herself.
Maybe she will directly become that young Master Su's plaything, waiting for that young Master Su's favor anytime and anywhere.
Therefore, revenge must be taken before this.
Keep an eye on him. Don't let this bastard escape again. I'll be there soon.
A cold light flashed in Qi Bingyue's eyes. After hanging up the phone, she sneered at Xuechuchu, who was tied up by her.
Even if you don't tell me, I'll find that bastard. Do you really think you can protect him? Ridiculous.
Said to Qi Zihao next to him, brother, let's go quickly.
My henchman spotted that bastard. I'm eating at a food stall.
Qi Zihao sneered, then what are you waiting for?
You lead the way, let's go there quickly. I want to see who this guy is. He actually bullies my sister.
With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen people in the room picked up their weapons and walked out.
Qi Bingyue pinched Xuechuchu's chin. Change your boyfriend, otherwise you will be a widow.
Xuechuchu was so anxious that she shouted, don't hurt him.
If you have any problem, come to me. Oh, so you can speak. I thought you were really mute. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to say anything now.
Qi Bingyue took out a handful of tissues and stuffed them into Xuechuchu's mouth.
Then, he walked away. Food stall. Su Qi said to Tai Yufeng, let Shi Yunni come back. Okay.
Tai Yufeng was waiting for Su Qi to say this. He had long felt extremely distressed for his master's wife.
I admire you so much.
A young lady from a wealthy family, she lowered her status just like that and did it with such pleasure.
Awesome. Refreshing. Awesome. I quickly got up and found the owner of the food stall. My wife will not be your waitress anymore, I'm telling you. The boss didn't understand at once. Where did this master's wife come from? Looking at Tai Yufeng, he suddenly understood. You are from table 16, right?
You can't just say no, I've already agreed with that beautiful lady that we'll do it all night long. When we close the stall, she will stop.
Tai Yufeng immediately became annoyed. I gave you face, didn't I?
He reached out and grabbed the boss's clothes and pulled him over from behind the table.
The boss kicked his feet wildly, but couldn't land at all. He was so scared that his face turned pale. You guys ate and dodged, and you think you're right? You can pay if you can. If you have money, then the beauty won't have to work. Tai Yufeng snorted coldly. You don't really think we have no money? Buying your food stall will only take a few minutes.
I just took out my mobile phone, scanned the payment code, and paid 1,000 yuan with one hand. Open your eyes and see clearly, the money is already in place. If you dare treat my mistress as a waitress again, I'll tear your head off and stuff it in your crotch. He stretched out his hand and threw the boss back behind the table. The boss was really scared. Seeing Tai Yufeng about to leave, he called out tremblingly, "Brother?"
Tai Yufeng turned around. "What's the matter? Can we let that beautiful lady continue to work here? The salary is negotiable. Is 1,000 a night okay? 2,000 is also fine." He realized that the business was booming because of Chu Yunny.
The food stall next door was so deserted that there was almost no one there. The lady boss next door was completely panicked and started dancing with her hips twisting in order to keep the customers.
All that's left is taking off clothes.
Even so, most of the customers are still queuing here.
If this continues, how much money can he make in one night? Is it good to make a fortune every day?
I really can't bear to let go of Chu Yunny, this cash cow.
Tai Yufeng laughed outright. "Old man, you are quite imaginative. Do you know who that beautiful woman is?"
The boss shook his head.
"The 4 great families of Yanjiang City know this, right?" The boss nodded. "Who doesn't know this?
That beauty is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City."
"Oh shit."
When the boss heard this, his legs trembled.
"No way? She actually hired a rich lady as a waitress to help him serve dishes? The point is, isn't this rich young lady too pessimistic? She actually works in his food stall. Even if you are experiencing life, this is not the way to experience it. Don't tell anyone about this, otherwise, you should know the consequences." Tai Yufeng slapped the table in front of the boss, then turned and left.
As soon as he left, the table fell apart with a crack. The things above fell to the ground.
Chapter 100, Mental Explosion.
The boss was so frightened that he stepped back hastily and almost fell to the ground.
How could I dare to have the slightest thought of letting Chu Yunny work as a waiter here? Unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Tai Yufeng found Chu Yunny.
Tell her that Su Qi has softened his heart.
Chu Yunny was overjoyed. "Does he agree to let me stay?" Tai Yufeng cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, master's wife. It should be almost done." Chu Yunny was extremely excited.
Finally, the clouds had cleared and the moon appeared. Finally, all the hard work was not in vain. Tai Yufeng whispered a reminder, "Master's wife, at this time, you'd better strike while the iron is hot."
"What does this mean?"
Tai Yufeng whispered, "While master is soft on you, take this opportunity to improve your relationship with him. It would be a shame not to take advantage of such a good opportunity."
He is very concerned about Chu Yunny's affairs.
After all, it was Chu Yunny who helped him successfully become Su Qi's apprentice.
It can be said that the two are in the same group. Chu Yunny is popular with Su Qi, so he can also benefit from it. "Master's wife, I don't need to teach you how to do it, right? Girls will definitely know how to do it." Chu Yunny nodded slightly.
What Tai Yufeng said made a lot of sense.
The two returned to the table where Su Qi was.
"Master, I brought my mistress back,"
Tai Yufeng said with a smile.
Su Qi turned his head to look over and was about to speak when Chu Yunny suddenly cried out ouch and sat on Su Qi's lap.
She hugged Su Qi's neck and said pitifully, "I'm so tired. I can't even stand." She took Su Qi's hand and placed it on her slender legs. "Can you rub it for me?" That expression was indescribably charming. "Oh shit." Tai Yufeng was startled. He asked Chu Yunny to strike while the iron was hot and let Chu Yunny take the opportunity to drink with Su Qi.
Alcohol is the best way to bring people closer together, and adding a little bit of coquettishness and trickery will make it even better.
Unexpectedly, Chu Yunny played even better. He directly hit Su Qi's legs. This is simply a one-step process.
Not only was he startled, but the men at the tables around him almost fell down.
Almost all the new guests were attracted by Chu Yunny.
His eyes naturally kept an eye on Chu Yunny, whether intentionally or unintentionally, admiring her moving posture and charming figure as she moved through the crowd.
This is already very pleasing to the eye.
The only guy who dared to tease Chu Yunny ran away in a hurry, while everyone else behaved very well. They understood each other tacitly, they just wanted to look at the beautiful women.
As for really getting any advantage, I don't dare to hope for it.
She never expected that Chu Yunny would sit on a man's lap like that.
She also hugged the man's neck. Are you kidding me? It's really surprising. Then there is deep jealousy.
The fire of jealousy was about to burn Su Qi to ashes. How could this guy deserve such a beauty to sit on his lap? It must be that the beauty accidentally fell down and sat on it accidentally. The beauty has been serving dishes all the time, how tiring it must be.
Wearing high heels again. It's normal to fall accidentally.
It's definitely not because she is attracted to this man in shorts. That must be the case, it was purely an accident. Even though he comforted himself in this way, his jealousy towards Suchi still burned fiercely. The attention from XXX generates jealousy crit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates jealousy crit plus 2000. The attention from XXX generates jealousy crit plus 2000. Almost in the blink of an eye, Suchi attracted the attention of dozens of people. And they all suffered a jealous attack. In just this moment, it received 90,000 attention points.
Suchi was shocked.
Turning around and looking at the angry looks of the men around him, he finally understood what was going on. I have to say, Chu Yunyi is really his cash cow. Not only can it directly contribute a lot of attention to him, but it can also help him earn so much attention from others.
I couldn't help but let a smirk appear on my face.
Chu Yunyi just sat on his lap, and these men were jealous and their attention was focused on her.
What if it's even more extreme, for example?
He slowly moved his hand along Chu Yunyi's leg. Then, she lifted the hem of her skirt with her fingers and put her hand directly inside it.
It's like a bee has entered the flower.
All those jealous men were staring at him. I saw the scene clearly.
Everyone's mentality exploded. Is this okay? So hateful. Too tempting.
The beauty quickly slapped him in the face and smashed his face to pieces.
Those people are really going crazy. The defense was completely broken. The attention from XXX generates a double crit of jealousy and anger plus 5,000. The attention from XXX generates a double crit of jealousy and anger plus 5,000. The attention from XXX generates a double crit of jealousy and anger plus 5,000. Sure enough, a large wave of attention came roaring in.
Suchi calculated that this time he actually received 190,000 attention points.
This is definitely a crazy harvest. Those people were waiting for Chu Yunyi to counterattack.
Waiting for Chu Yunyi to slap Suchi in the face. They all shouted in their hearts, "Beauty, you have to fight for your dignity.
Hit him, hit that bastard's face so hard." But Chu Yunyi didn't do that at all.
Not only did she not refuse or resist, but her whole body went limp and she leaned powerlessly on Suchi's shoulder. Her eyes became watery, like ripples in the sun, adding a touch of charm.
It's so disappointing. Many people were so angry that they pulled their hair.
The attention from XXX generates a triple crit of jealousy, anger, and hatred plus 8,000. The attention from XXX generates a triple crit of jealousy, anger, and hatred plus 8,000. The attention from XXX generates a triple crit of jealousy, anger, and hatred plus 8,000.
Suchi reaped another wave of profits.
The number of attention points for this harvest reached 280,000.
That's really too much.
I was originally distressed about the 250,000 attention points spent on Chu Tianbo.
Now I realize that those 250,000 followers are nothing. Just stretch out your hand and you can earn double.
Not only did it earn more than 500,000 followers, but the key point is that Chu Yunyi's legs feel really good.
That's slippery. That one is soft. I almost couldn't control myself and continued to explore deeper.
However, look at the guys around, their eyes are spitting fire, and some have clenched their fists.
If they are allowed to get jealous any longer, they will really explode. Maybe he will come and fight him. Okay, forget it.
Finally, he slowly pulled his hand out.
He glared at Chu Yunyi and said, "You can't recognize your own bench, right? You're using my legs as a bench. Get up quickly.
If you don't get up, I'll charge you."
Speaking in a righteous manner. I didn't expect that.
The attention from XXX generates a triple crit of jealousy, deep anger, and extreme hatred plus 10,000. The attention from XXX generates a triple crit of jealousy, deep anger, and extreme hatred plus 10,000. The attention from XXX generates a triple crit of jealousy, deep anger, and extreme hatred plus 10,000.
Another wave of 360,000 attention points arrived. Suchi was stunned. What is going on here? Aren't these guys jealous of him taking advantage of Chu Yunyi? Why did they become even more angry after Chu Yunyi was driven out? The anger turned into deep rage.
Hatred turned into extreme hatred.
What are you doing?
Suddenly I realized that there was also attention from Ji Ruoyan.
Ji Ruoyan's attention generates an angry critical hit plus 200. Although the critical hit attracted little attention, this disciple actually dared to be angry with him. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Ji Ruoyan. Why, are you very dissatisfied with me? Chapter 101 How can I hold my head up high? Ji Ruoyan was startled and quickly shook his head. Master, how dare I? You still dare to lie? If you're unhappy with me, just say it. If you dare to hide it, your crime will be even more serious. Su Qi's face turned stern. Ji Ruoyan was simply shocked. Isn't this master so amazing? I just felt a little dissatisfied, but he noticed it. The master is indeed a god. Tell me, why are you dissatisfied with me? Su Qi shouted. Ji Ruoyan didn't dare to hide it, and finally stammered, Master, your actions just now were clearly, you took advantage of the situation and still acted ungratefully. You're pushing away something others can't even get, isn't that just showing off? It's even more infuriating. Only then did Su Qi understand why the people around him became even more angry and hateful when he drove Chu Yunyi away. So that's the reason. I have to say, this is a very arrogant and deserves a beating. How dare you be dissatisfied with the Grandmaster, you idiot? You're really looking for death. Tai Yufeng was so angry that he slapped Ji Ruoyan on the head. Ji Ruoyan was terrified and quickly picked up a large glass of draft beer. Master, I was wrong. I will drink a glass as punishment. Gurgle. He drank 2 kilograms of draft beer in one breath. I say, why haven't you gotten up yet? Su Qi glanced at Chu Yunyi. Although he urged Chu Yunyi to get up, Chu Yunyi didn't move for a long time. Do you mean to lie on my lap? Chu Yunyi's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. I leaned over and whispered in his ear, my legs are really weak this time. I can't get up. After saying this, he added, besides, don't you like it too? If you don't like it, why did you react? Su Qi was stunned. Did you react? What reaction? How come I don't know? Anyway, I will be yours in the end. No matter what I do, I hope you won't think I'm frivolous or mean, because I only do this to you. Chu Yunyi breathed hotly in his ear. I'll take good care of it. The heat of that breath was completely arousing. Her eyes are so gentle that they seem to be flowing out. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a deep affection and a flood of love, dealing a critical hit of plus 15,000. Su Qi was really confused. What was going on? At this moment, Chu Yunyi gently swayed her waist and rubbed him lightly. Su Qi suddenly understood what was going on. Shit, Chu Yunyi sat on the dagger in his pocket. It was the dagger that Wei Baofa presented to him. He kept it in his right pocket. Chu Yunyi happened to be sitting on it. And the shape and feel of that dagger. Chu Yunyi is really going all out. As Tai Yufeng said, strike while the iron is hot. Even if Su Qi's heart is made of iron, it will be melted into molten iron. She herself couldn't imagine herself doing such a thing. If you think about it carefully, you will be absolutely embarrassed. But now, there is no time to think about it. I must seize this opportunity when Su Qi softens his heart and completely win Su Qi's favor. Her willow waist swayed again, and with a small movement that was hardly noticeable to others, she rubbed the dagger. I hope this can bring Su Qi the greatest pleasure and enjoyment. Su Qi was about to collapse. Chu Yunyi actually couldn't get along with a dagger. If this goes on, I wonder what more passionate action she will take. He coughed hurriedly and said, Your waist is very powerful, but stop for a moment, I'll get something out. He gently lifted Chu Yunyi up, took out the dagger from his trouser pocket and placed it on the table. Chu Yunyi was stunned. Su Qi asked, Can you still feel the object from before? Chu Yunyi didn't react at first, but soon understood what was going on. In an instant, her face flushed red with shame. She actually faced a dagger. Unable to control herself any longer, she moaned and fell on Su Qi's shoulder, too embarrassed to raise her head again. Chu Yunyi's attention generates shy crit plus 10,000. Chu Yunyi's attention generates embarrassing critical hits plus 10,000. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a critical hit of plus 10,000. Chu Yunyi's attention generates a crit of plus 12,000. A series of critical hits on the focus points. It actually hit 100,000 attention points. This young lady's fighting ability is truly amazing. Awesome. He single-handedly attracted 100,000 followers. This was the first time Su Qi had seen it, and it was definitely an eye-opener. Tai Yufeng and Ji Ruoyan on the opposite side were stupid. I have no idea what happened. Suchi took out a dagger. Why did Chu Yunny react so strongly? Could it be that she was afraid that Suchi would kill her with the dagger, so she was so scared that she lay on Suchi's shoulder and couldn't get up? This doesn't make sense. No matter how cruel Suchi is, he can't kill Chu Yunny. What is going on? Suchi patted Chu Yunny's shoulder and said, "Hey, you've wasted so much energy. Sit down and eat something." He was talking about Chu Yunny serving dishes, which was so tiring and a waste of energy. But to Chu Yunny, it sounded like Suchi was hinting that she had just been dawdling and wasting her energy. I was almost embarrassed to death. She said shamefully, "I won't get up. Even if you kill me, I won't raise my head. I really don't have the face to face Suchi anymore." You really can't get up? Suchi asked. I'm definitely not getting up. Chu Yunny said it with great determination. He hugged Suchi tightly again, wishing he could get into Suchi's clothes. Master, what happened to Master's wife? Tai Yufeng couldn't help it and finally asked. Ji Ruoyan also looked at Suchi eagerly, full of curiosity. Suchi curled his lips. Isn't this simple? You're acting like a spoiled brat again, so difficult to deal with. No, Master's wife must love you too much and is reluctant to let you go. Tai Yufeng laughed dryly. Ji Ruoyan nodded quickly. Yes, that must be the case. Master, how can my master's wife bear to let go of such a charming man? Suchi certainly couldn't tell the real reason. I could only wave my hands and say, whatever you say. At this time, Tai Yufeng suddenly noticed the dagger on the table. His expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "This." Chapter 102, Reaching the Peak. Suchi glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this dagger? Master, could it be that you are from Sunhai Hall?" Tai Yufeng's face was a little pale. Among the 5 beauties, 4 gates, 3 youngsters, 2 oldsters, and 1 hall in Yanjiang City, Sunhai Hall ranks first. It can be said that Kang Haitang is the most awe-inspiring force in Yanjiang City, mysterious and powerful. Even Tai Yufeng trembled in his heart when talking about Sunhai Hall. Suchi frowned. Why am I from Sunhai Hall? This dagger. Tai Yufeng pointed at the dagger on the table and said, "This is the sword of the director of Sunhai Hall. It's a symbol of my status as a Kang Haitang director. The directors of Sunhai Hall are different from those of ordinary companies. They are all quite powerful, and each of them has a dagger like this. You have this sword, so you are the director of Sunhai Hall, right?" Of course, Suchi is not a director of Kang Haitang. This sword was presented to him by Wei Baofa. Wei Baofa is definitely not a director of Kang Haitang, otherwise he would not be intimidated so easily by him. According to Wei Baofa, this dagger was given to him by one of his brothers as a gift. Wei Baofa's brother naturally would not be a director of Kang Haitang, otherwise how could he be under Wei Baofa? This dagger was most likely picked up by the brother from Wei Baofa. Suchi always thought that this dagger was an antique, but it turned out to be so big and had such a history. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Although he was not a director of Kang Haitang, it might become true. Just like Chu Yunny gave him a second-level customer card of Chijia Zireo Group. Although he was not a real second-tier customer of Zireo Group, he turned himself into the big boss of Zireo Group. Now that we have this dagger that represents the status of a Kang Haitang director, we should be able to do the same. After all, his own system of turning stones into gold is quite amazing. Are you sure this is the sword of the director of Kang Haitang? Suchi asked. Tai Yufeng nodded quickly, quite sure. Suchi smiled and said, maybe you are mistaken. Suchi secretly used the Midas touch, directly consuming 100,000 energy points and pointed at the dagger. Anyway, there are so many points of attention now. Just a moment ago, I gained nearly 1,000,000 points of attention, which is equivalent to 1,000,000 energy points. Now I am quite wealthy and can spend money at will. I just want to order some wine and food, not to mention this dagger with a long history. The dagger changed quietly. It becomes more ancient and more majestic. There are even patterns of crouching tigers and coiled dragons on it. Oh shit. Tai Yufeng rubbed his eyes vigorously. The dagger I just saw was clearly not like this. What changed? It's right under Suchi's nose, so there's no way he can change it. But this dagger is really different. Could it be that I really saw it wrong? Was my eyes dazzled? This was the only explanation Tai Yufeng could give. Are you sure this is just the sword of the director of Sunhai Hall? Su Chi handed him the dagger. I must see it clearly this time. Tai Yufeng took it and read it over and over again. His expression couldn't help but change again. His hand shook and he almost dropped the dagger. This. He looked at Su Chi in horror. This is the sword of the master of Sunhai Hall. Master, you are not the head of Sunhai Hall, are you? The newly crowned boxing champion felt his legs go limp with fear. Su Chi was secretly excited. He actually turned the director's sword into the hall master's sword. This system of turning stone into gold was really amazing. What is even more amazing is that the sword of the hall master is real and effective, which means that he is very likely the hall master of Sunhai Hall now. Just like the share certificate for 60% of Zureo Group S shares mentioned earlier. It's not just a share certificate. Instead, it truly made him the big boss of Zureo Group. This is the power of the Midas touch system. Not only does the item being touched change, but it also gives the person who holds the item the identity they deserve. That is to say, now that the sword of the hall master has been pointed out, he should be the hall master of Sunhai Hall. Su Chi guessed that the position of the head of Sunhai Hall should always be in an uncertain state. Just like the big boss of Zureo Group, he has always been a mysterious existence and his identity cannot be determined, but he fills this gap. This big boss, whose identity was originally uncertain, became him. The position of the head of Sunhai Hall should be the same. He glanced at Tai Yufeng and asked, "Why, you haven't met the Sunhai Hall master?" Tai Yufeng shook his head. "I was once invited to join Sunhai Hall, and it was a director of Sunhai Hall who personally received me. I hope I can become a bodyguard of Kang Haitang." But I didn't agree. As for the head of Sunhai Hall, I have never met him, nor am I qualified to meet him. He looked at Su Chi again with awe and excitement. "You are not really the head of Sunhai Hall, are you?" Su Chi smiled and said, "Who knows?" At this time, a girl suddenly walked past their table. It seemed like he just walked over casually to go to the bathroom. But when passing by their table, he quickly threw a note in front of Su Chi. Then he left without looking back. Su Chi was surprised. What is going on? Tai Yufeng also saw it and laughed dryly. "Master, this girl didn't fall in love with you and left you her contact information, right?" Ji Ruoyan was busy flattering him. "Master is so charming, he is holding a beautiful woman in his arms, and there are little girls chasing after him." Master Nyobai. Su Chi doesn't think he has such great charm. Pick up that note. There were a few words written in lipstick on the note. "Run away. The young lady is coming with people." Su Chi was slightly stunned. "Young miss? Which young lady?" I understood it quickly. This young lady should be Qi Bingyue. For such a long time, he has been receiving attention from Qi Bingyue. All kinds of anger crits, hatred crits, excitement crits, joy crits, like schizophrenia. This young lady should be Qi Bingyue. I hurriedly looked at the girl's back. She seemed familiar. It seems to be one of Qi Bingyue's followers. Qi Bingyue's attention generates an exciting critical hit of plus 2000. Qi Bingyue's focus generates a flame of vengeance critical hit of plus 5000. Qi Bingyue's attention generates an impatient critical hit of plus 5000. Qi Bingyue's attention came more and more frequently. It seems that Qi Bingyue is really going to bring people to take revenge. And it should be here soon, so Qi Bingyue's mood swings are so great and so frequent. I turned my head and took a glance, and finally saw the girl sitting at the table not far away. I recognized that they were all Qi Bingyue's followers. They must have revealed his current location. What a headache. This Qi Bingyue, hasn't she been spanked enough? Looking for trouble again? He couldn't help but grit his teeth and secretly made up his mind that this time he would pull off her panties and beat her hard. I don't believe that I can't beat her into submission. Chapter 103. The beauty is here again. Master, what's going on? Tai Yufeng also saw the words on the paper. Su Chi curled his lips. Nothing. Go find that girl and give her 10,000 yuan as a token of gratitude. Pointed to the girl who went to the bathroom. Tai Yufeng was a little anxious. Master, you are in danger, you should leave first. Now is not the time to express gratitude, safety is the most important thing. Su Chi glared at him and said, Master's orders are so difficult to use? Tai Yufeng was startled. Master, please wait a moment, I'll go right away. Hurry up and chase the girl. Su Chi was not afraid of who Qi Bingyue brought with her. It's useless no matter how many people you bring. He's just here to get beaten. Tai Yufeng caught up with the girl.
The girl was Tan Xiaoxin. When Tan Xiaoxin saw Tai Yufeng chasing her, she tried to escape in a hurry.
Tai Yufeng grabbed her and said, "My master asked me to come and thank you." "Thank me?" "Yes, thank you for reminding me."
Tan Xiaoxin turned her head and saw Su Qi still sitting there steadily.
"I couldn't help but wonder, he has seen my note, why hasn't he escaped yet?" Tai Yufeng said proudly, "My master is a man of integrity, how could he run away?"
After hearing this, Tan Xiaoxin curled her lips slightly, very disdainful. "They are just a few losers eating at a food stall, can you stop bragging?"
Tai Yufeng was directly held back. In this girl's eyes, they are just a bunch of losers? He has a bad temper.
If Tan Xiaoxin hadn't kindly reminded Su Qi, he really wanted to slap him.
Tan Xiaoxin glanced at him and said, "Does that guy think he'll have to deal with girls like us again?"
No, this time the young lady is serious. She asked the young master to help her find a lot of gangsters.
Why is he still resisting? You want to hit a rock with an egg?
There was a look of contempt on their faces.
Tai Yufeng was puzzled. "From what you said, you look down on my master. Why did you kindly remind me?" Tan Xiaoxin snorted coldly, "Don't get me wrong. Don't think I care about the life of a loser. I'm just afraid that if things get out of hand, I'll be implicated and have to take responsibility. I'm telling you, big fool, hurry back and try to persuade that guy. You don't have the ability, so don't try to be so stubborn. Otherwise, not only will you make a fool of yourself, but you might even lose your life." Tai Yufeng became angry. After all this trouble, this girl was just afraid of being implicated. It's not really kind at all. Wang Suqi even asked him to come and express his gratitude. It seems that this is totally unnecessary. Hurry up and go, do you really want to die here? Tan Xiaoxin urged impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, he sighed, "No need to go, you can't escape." In the distance, several cars were speeding towards us like lightning.
Soon we arrived at this food stall. The cars spread out and surrounded the food stall.
Groups of big men quickly got off the car, all holding weapons in their hands.
The leader was a middle-aged man, tall and strong, with a hideous scar on his face. He is the big brother in the underworld that Qi Zihao is looking for, named Shi Hanhen. He is a ruthless character with at least dozens of subordinates. A younger brother next to him had already handed him a cigarette and put it to his mouth. On the other side, a younger brother quickly ignited the fire.
Very stylish. When the food stall owner saw this situation, his legs went weak and he quickly crawled under the table. "It's Shi Hanhen," someone exclaimed. "I know him.
This guy is definitely a ruthless person."
"Indeed, I've heard a lot about him. He's a very vicious guy. Shi Hanhen has even come out in person. What big thing happened? Need I say more?"
Someone in this food stall must have provoked him.
"Who is it? How dare you provoke Shi Hanhen? You are simply trying to kill yourself." At this time, the door of a Bentley opened and a girl got out. She is tall and wears a hot skirt.
It was obvious that she was carefully dressed up, as beautiful and eye-catching as a rose that had just bloomed.
Many people watched with their eyes wide open. What's going on? Why are there so many beauties at this food stall today?
In the past, the owner of the food stall next door had already given them a feast for the eyes.
Not only did a beautiful waitress come today, but now there is also a dazzlingly beautiful little beauty. Is this a food stall or a high-end cocktail party? This beauty is naturally Qi Bingyue. Seeing her coming, her followers could finally reveal their identities. He quickly stood up and waved to Qi Bingyue, "Miss, we are here." Then, they quickly surrounded Su Qi. He sneered, "Asshole, this time you will not be able to escape. Just wait to be punished by the young lady." Su Qi looked up at them and smiled. "Did I say I was going to run away? You're still being stubborn? I'm telling you, you're going to cry soon." The girls called out to Qi Bingyue again, "Miss, that bastard is here. We have surrounded him, please come and deal with him quickly." Everyone in the food stall finally understood. It turned out that Shi Hanhen and the beautiful young lady came for Su Qi. Not only did they not sympathize with Su Qi, but they were gloating and even very excited. Su Qi took advantage of Chu Yunyi so much and acted so arrogantly, which really made them envious and jealous. I was hoping someone could deal with Su Qi. Finally, someone really came. It was Shi Hanhen who took action personally. Just what I wanted. Now it's time to watch the fun.
Attention from XXX generates a critical hit of happiness and bloating plus 2000. Attention from XXX generates a critical hit of happiness and bloating plus 2000. Attention from XXX generates a critical hit of happiness and bloating plus 2000.
Suchi accidentally gained another 70,000 or 80,000 attention points. He turned around and glanced at the people around him. They were indeed looking at him coldly. Get the hell out of here. Be careful not to get covered in blood.
Shirhanhan waved his hand and his younger brothers rushed into the food stall. Waving his weapon, he drove everyone out of the food stall. In the entire food stall, Suchi's table was the only one left with people. Chi Bingyue walked with a proud step and came straight to Suchi's desk. Although my walking was a bit awkward due to my sore, but my momentum was definitely there. Standing proudly in front of Suchi, he sneered, "Asshole, you didn't expect that we would meet again so soon."
Chi Bingyue's attention generates a plus 2000 critical hit. Suchi glanced at her and said, "You missed me just after we separated? And you dressed so beautifully to come see me? Did I spank you and make you feel emotional?"
Chi Bingyue was furious. "You shameless thing.
You're just a loser eating at a food stall, and you think you deserve me to dress you up? Are you crazy?
I'm dressed like this for a date with the famous Mr. Su.
Coming here to teach you a lesson is just a little entertainment before the date. You're just a damn loser, you're only worthy of being beaten up and vented."
Having said this, he opened his hands. Someone quickly handed her a pair of slippers. She held the slippers and pointed at Suchi.
"If you spank me, I'll spank you in the face. Would you like to kneel down and let me beat you, or would you like me to have the people around you beat you half to death and then drag you in front of me to beat you?" Chapter 10 For the soles of the shoes are ready. Suchi smiled helplessly.
Slippers are ready.
This girl has a really strong desire for revenge.
I'm telling you, I bought these slippers at the mall specifically. They have the hardest soles in the mall, just to smack your stinky face. Suchi glanced at the slippers in Chi Bingyue's hand, and indeed, they had very hard soles.
If this hit Chi Bingyue on the butt, or take off the pants on the butt, that's sour and refreshing. I couldn't help but smile. You're still laughing? Chi Bingyue really found it unbelievable. Death is imminent, and you're still in the mood to laugh? Suchi curled his lips. You prepared slippers for me. You are so thoughtful. Of course I have to smile. Chi Bingyue was furious. These slippers are prepared for me. Suddenly I thought, that's not right.
It is prepared for yourself, and it is easy to misunderstand that the slippers are meant to hit yourself. I quickly changed my words. Yes, these slippers are for you. But when you think about it, it doesn't seem quite right. It seemed as if these slippers were prepared for Suchi, so that Suchi could spank him. I quickly shook my head, wondering if I was crazy. Why do you always want to spank yourself? What I should think about now is to slap Suchi in the face. Hit Suchi's stinky face and smash it. He was beaten until he cried for mercy, holding his legs and begging. Thinking of this, I finally felt relieved. The girl next to her said excitedly, "Miss, now that you've finished fighting, we want to fight too." I get annoyed when I see this loser. He has a little strength and doesn't know his place. He dares to bully us. We must wake him up or he will forget who he is. Chi Bingyue glared at Suchi. Do you understand now? You have offended someone you can't afford to offend. Do you really think there are only a few useless girls around me? Have you seen the pomp and show of my Chi family's eldest daughter? It would only take a few minutes to kill a fellow like you. Suchi glanced around. The inner circle was surrounded by the girls. We were surrounded by big men outside. It was so crowded that there was no way out. I couldn't help but nodded. There are indeed a lot of people coming. You're finally scared, huh? When Chi Bingyue thought of the scene where Suchi spanked her, she felt so angry that her teeth were itching. Since you're scared, kneel down in front of me and give me your stinky face so I can spank you. Kneel down. She couldn't wait to beat Suchi. Suchi took a dagger and started to peel the apple. The fruit plate they ordered had apples cut into pieces but not peeled. He peeled the skin and brought it to Chu Yunny, who was lying motionless on his shoulder. Want to eat? Chu Yunny was even more afraid to move now. She is very familiar with Chi Bingyue. After all, she almost became Chi Bingyue's sister-in-law. Now, she was sitting on Suchi's lap in public. How could she have the nerve to meet acquaintances? Or the one who almost became her sister-in-law? He shook his head without saying anything. Look, how scared this woman is. Chi Bingyue became more and more contemptuous. People like you can only associate with these slutty, unpresentable women. Su Chi glanced at her and asked, why do you look down on her so much? Then who do you think is up to the task? You? Chi Bingyue naturally couldn't brag directly, so she said coldly, if you knew my sister-in-law, you would know what a truly noble and elegant woman is. Although she's a bit pretentious, she's definitely a wealthy lady. Having said that, he spat. Why am I telling you this? How can a scoundrel like you be qualified to know my sister-in-law? The most you'll ever meet are just some mediocre people. Su Chi laughed, I know you too. So, you are also a vulgar woman, a coquettish slut? Chi Bingyue blushed with anger, I was just unlucky to run into you. If you're capable, go get to know my sister-in-law. I guarantee she'll slap you so hard you won't know where you are. Su Chi sighed, maybe she won't slap me. Maybe he'll fall in love with me, even sit on my lap and hug my neck and not want to let go. Chi Bingyue was about to vomit. This is the shameless and helpless fantasy of a loser like you, right? I have to lick the screen when I see beauties on TV. If you can't catch a real beauty, you can only fantasize all day, right? Fortunately, my sister-in-law is not here, otherwise, with her personality, you would be completely finished. Su Chi said calmly, if you really miss your sister-in-law so much, she can actually be here. Having said this, he gently patted Chu Yunni's shoulder. We'll meet sooner or later, so why not meet now? Chu Yunni also knew that she couldn't just lie on Su Chi like this and not get up. According to Chi Bingyue, she and Su Chi will fight to the death tonight. She kept lying on Su Chi, which would also hinder Su Chi from fighting back. Finally, she gently combed her hair, raised her head and looked at Chi Bingyue. The moment Chi Bingyue saw her, she almost fell to the ground. The woman sitting on Su Chi's lap turned out to be the sister-in-law she had always believed in, Chu Yunni. She just praised Chu Yunni so highly. But he mocked the woman sitting on Su Chi's lap as a vulgar and slutty woman. As it turned out, this woman was Chu Yunni. Chi Bingyue almost vomited blood. His body shook repeatedly. If the girl next to her hadn't supported her, she would have sat down on the ground. Bingyue, we meet, again. Chu Yunni said with a blushing face. Sister-in-law, you, what are you? Chi Bingyue really felt humiliated. She was chattering just now, but now she can't say anything. Bingyue, I told you, I'm no longer your sister-in-law. Your brother and I have broken off our engagement. Chi Bingyue was so angry that her whole body was shaking. You betrayed my brother just for this guy? Chu Yunni sighed, the reason why your brother and I broke off our engagement was indeed because of him. But it wasn't me who betrayed your brother, it was your brother who was so scared that he gave me to him. Chi Bingyue yelled directly, shut up. How is this possible? Would her brother be so scared that he wouldn't even want his fiancée? This is the biggest slander against her brother. I couldn't help but scold, you cheap woman, you fell in love with someone else, but you blamed my brother. How can you be so insidious? He quickly told the girl next to him, quick, go call my brother, he's in the Bentley behind. Let him come down and see the true face of this bitch. A girl went there quickly. Would you like to eat an apple to cool down? Su Chi handed Chi Bingyue an apple slice. Chi Bingyue swatted him away and pointed at Su Chi, you even dared to hook up with my sister-in-law. You're done. You're completely finished. I originally wanted to spare your life, but since you're seeking death, I can only grant your wish. Don't you see your own character? You actually dare to snatch a woman from my brother. You're courting death. He shouted, brother sure, beat this bastard to death. Chapter 105, Turned Against the Party. Shirhanhan had been waiting for a long time. Miss, don't worry, the brothers will not drink your wine in vain, they will help you to handle the matter beautifully. Chi Bingyue glared at Su Chi, just wait for death. Even if you kneel down and let me slap you in the face now, it's too late. He took the girl next to him and stepped back. Shirhanhan and his men quickly stepped forward and came in front of Su Chi. Looking at Su Chi, he sneered, boy, it's you who dares to spank Miss Chi and snatch Master Chi's fiancé. You're quite courageous, and you're quite good at poaching people. It's a pity that you won't be able to enjoy it. He reached out and took an iron rod from the younger brother next to him. He hit Su Chi hard on the head. Call. When the iron rod was halfway down, Shirhanhan suddenly stopped. Su Chi glanced at him and asked, why don't you fight anymore? You, in your hand. Shirhanhan stared at the dagger in Su Chi's hand, his voice trembling and cold sweat rolling down his face like soybeans.
What's wrong with my hand? Su Chi looked at the dagger in his hand and smiled. Why, are you interested in this fruit knife? Fruit knife? The expression on Shirhanhan's face was as weird as it could be. He is quite famous in the underworld. I have seen the world.
I recognized the origin of the fruit knife, no, the dagger almost at first glance.
Isn't that the dagger of Kang He Tang? Moreover, it is the sword of the master of Sanhai Hall.
Seeing this sword is like seeing the master of Sanhai Hall.
I'm about to piss myself instantly, okay? For Sanhai Hall, destroying him would be as easy as flicking dust off clothes. Such a terrifying sword of the Hall Master was actually used as a fruit knife by this guy? No, who would dare to use the sword of the Sanhai Hall Master as a fruit knife?
Unless it's the Hall Master himself.
The more I think about it, the more frightened I become.
It was clear that he had met the real master of Sanhai Hall. The key point is that he also wants to use an iron rod to beat the leader of Sanhai Hall.
This is simply because you are tired of living, right? For a moment, my legs were shaking and sweat was pouring down.
Even though he is usually a tough guy, he is still trembling with fear and scared out of his wits in front of such a big shot.
Bang!
His hand shook and the iron rod fell to the ground.
How can you still hold on to the iron rod?
When the younger brother next to him saw this, he thought he had drunk too much in the afternoon and couldn't even hold the iron rod.
In order to cover up his embarrassment, he hurriedly said, "Brother, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Let the younger brothers do it."
He swung the bat in his hand towards Su Chi.
You fucking bastard.
Shirhanhan punched the little brother and knocked him to the ground.
Then, he raised his feet and stomped down madly. Who the hell do you think you are?
How dare you disrespect the Hall Master?
I'll beat you to death, you blind bastard.
The other brothers were all terrified.
What happened, brother? Why didn't he attack that guy, but attacked his own brother instead? Chi Bingyue also became anxious at brother. Sure, can you be more efficient?
I don't want to watch that bastard continue to show off even for one more second. It would have been fine if she hadn't said this, but as soon as she said it, Shirhanhan got furious.
What are the brother and sister of the Chi family going to do? He was actually sent to the head of Sanhai Hall. He also asked him to take action against Lord Sanhai. Isn't this going to kill him? This heart is so cruel. This is like stabbing him in the back.
He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bring that stinky girl to me." Those younger brothers were stunned.
What's going on? Aren't they standing up for the eldest daughter of the Chi family? Why is the spearhead directed at the eldest daughter of the Chi family? Everyone is confused. What the hell are you all standing there for? You want to die, right? Hurry and grab that little bitch. Shirhanhan roared again.
Those younger brothers woke up as if from a dream and dared not neglect it anymore.
Quickly go and catch Chi Bingyue.
The girls around Chi Bingyue tried to stop her, but were slapped aside. Then, he grabbed Chi Bingyue, brought her over, and threw her in front of Shirhanhan.
Shirhanhan, are you crazy? Why did you arrest me? Kill that bastard for me. Chi Bingyue scolded angrily.
Shirhanhan grabbed her and pulled her over, his eyes blazing with fire. You stinky girl, you wanna kill me, right? I'm telling you, even if I die, I'll take you with me.
Chi Bingyue was really confused. What are you talking about?
Stop talking nonsense and kneel down.
Shirhanhan turned Chi Bingyue towards Su Chi. He kicked Chi Bingyue's knee hard. Chi Bingyue knelt down in front of Su Chi. Shirhanhan also knelt down in front of Su Chi in fear. He explained aggrievely, "Master, this is none of my business. It was the Chi family brothers and sisters who framed me and caused me to offend Master." Chi Bingyue was completely bewildered. She turned around and looked at him in disbelief. Shirhanhan, what are you talking about? Did you get to speak?
Quickly kowtow and apologize to the Hall Master.
Shirhanhan forced Chi Bingyue's head to kowtow to Su Chi. At the same time, he shouted at the younger brothers around him, "What are you all standing there for? Get down on your knees."
Those younger brothers did not dare to be negligent and knelt down one after another. They were so aggressive before, but now they are kneeling down in a large group. The customers who were kicked out of the food stall were ready to watch the fun and see how Su Chi was punished. As a result, everyone was stunned. Even Shu Yunny was stunned. I never thought the situation would turn out like this.
Su Chi reached out and lifted Chi Bingyue's chin. Is this the style of the eldest daughter of your Chi family? Well, I have seen it. That's impressive.
Sure Han hurriedly explained again, Master, it was this girl and her brother who tricked me into coming here.
I really didn't know you were here.
If I knew you were here, I would never dare to disturb you.
He was really scared.
With just one word from Su Chi, Sanhai Hall would definitely make him and his younger brothers disappear into thin air.
Not getting Su Chi's forgiveness is like having a knife on your neck all the time. Master, would you like me to help you deal with this girl? First, strip her clothes off, then.
Chi Bingyue's head buzzed and she didn't hear the next words.
But you can guess what the following words mean just by thinking with your toes. I was really scared. By the way, didn't T-Sure Han come to help her? How come he became Su Chi's pawn?
He is not only a vanguard, but also like Su Chi's slave.
Or the kind that actively licks the boots. What on earth happened?
How could this guy, who was wearing a t-shirt and shorts and looked like a loser at first glance, scare the ruthless Sure Han to such an extent that he would not hesitate to attack her, the eldest daughter of the Chi family?
Don't do it yet! Sure Han shouted.
The two younger brothers immediately stepped forward and tore off Chi Bingyue's clothes.
Chi Bingyue screamed in fright. He dodged in a hurry and ended up falling at Su Chi's feet. He quickly hugged Su Chi's legs and shouted in a trembling voice, "Help! Help me!" Su Chi sighed, "Miss Chi, are you stupid or crazy? You brought people to deal with me, but you asked me to save you?" Chapter 106 The Cool Man.
Chi Bingyue was simply desperate and trying everything possible to find a cure.
I grabbed a life-saving straw. When he saw that the person he was holding was Su Chi, he quickly let go. He put his hands on the ground, took 2 steps back, and said loudly, "I advise you to calm down and don't seek death." You know who my brother is?" To boost his morale, he loudly announced, "My brother is Chi Zihao, one of the 3 young masters of Yanjian City."
The words 3 young masters of Yanjian City were deliberately emphasized.
Sure Han almost laughed when he heard this. The 3 young masters of Yanjian City? Is it awesome?
It's nothing in front of the leader of Sanhai Hall. It would be fine to show off in front of ordinary people, but showing off in front of the head of Sanhai Hall is really shameful.
Su Chi curled his lips, looking very surprised, the 3rd young master of Yanjian City. Chi Bingyue was overjoyed. Are you scared? Su Chi shook his head. There is no ripple in my heart. You don't have to hide it.
Chi Bingyue simply couldn't believe that he would remain calm when hearing this title.
I know you're starting to get scared.
To tell you the truth, my brother is right here, in a Bentley not far away, and he'll be here soon.
When my brother comes, you'll be in trouble. He turned around and glared at Sure Han.
And you, a traitor, eat our food and drink our wine, but you help an outsider to deal with me.
I wonder if you still have the nerve to see my brother.
Sure Han smiled bitterly.
He could barely save his life, so how could he still maintain his dignity? How much is face worth?
He shook his head and sighed. You really have no idea of this gentleman's strength.
Strength is bullshit. Chi Bingyue scolded directly.
He's just a sleazy, disgusting loser who wears a t-shirt and shorts and doesn't care about his appearance.
You brought so many of your followers to kneel down to a loser. I wonder how you'll survive in the underworld in the future. Sure Han's face was full of bitterness. If I don't kneel down, I won't have to deal with it anymore. Chi Bingyue pointed at him and said, Sure Han, I will remember you.
Listen to me, you betrayed me today, and I will definitely avenge you. You definitely don't know that besides being the eldest daughter of the Chi family, I have another identity that you simply cannot afford to offend.
Sure Han was slightly startled. What other identity do you have? I am still Mr. Su's woman.
Chi Bingyue announced proudly.
Sure Han was stunned. Who is Su Shao? I secretly thought that among the 4 wealthy families in Yanjian City, the Su family was not included.
Where did this young Master Su come from? Chi Bingyue became more and more arrogant. Young Master Su is a young master from a super wealthy family.
Our 4 wealthy families in Yanjian City are nothing more than losers in front of young Master Su's family. If young Master Su moves his finger, the entire mall will shake. Sure Han was really a little apprehensive. Is this young Master Su you're talking about really that awesome? Why haven't I heard of it? Chi Bingyue snorted coldly. Don't you know that real people don't show their faces? Besides, at your level, are you qualified to know such a powerful figure? I'm telling you, you're done. Even if my brother doesn't settle accounts with you, young Master Su will.
Sure, Han was really devastated and secretly cursed his bad luck. Judging from what Chi Bingyue said, it seems that young Master Su might really exist.
He knew Chi Bingyue a little bit. She had a hot temper and was not someone she could fully accept. It was impossible for her to brag like that. What should I do?
On one side is the mysterious young Master Su from a super wealthy family, and on the other is the head of Shanghai Hall.
I'm in a dilemma. I really want to slap myself. Why bother to meddle in this matter? Now that I'm involved, there's no way to get out. And you?
Chi Bingyue's momentum was fully raised, and her finger almost touched the tip of Su Chi's nose.
You dare to spank Miss Su Nu? Even if I can forgive you, Master Su will not forgive you. Su Chi was made curious by what she said. Is this young Master Su really that awesome? Chi Bingyue snorted coldly. What do you think?
If you, a wretched loser, touch me, I'll feel disgusted, but I'll willingly sleep with young Master Su and feel honored.
This is the difference between you and Su Xiao. Why am I dressed so carefully? Just to accompany Master Su.
As he said this, his face actually had a glow and a sense of glory. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Su Chi's mind.
Chi Bingyue's attention generates worship critical hit plus 10,000.
The focus from Chi Bingyue relies on a critical hit of plus 10,000.
Su Chi was stunned. What was going on? Isn't Chi Bingyue scolding herself? How does worship and reliance on critical strikes arise?
After several times of questioning the reliability of the system, he has found that the system is quite reliable.
It won't collapse or become chaotic easily. In other words, the source of this focus must be accurate. Chi Bingyue really developed feelings of admiration and reliance on him. What's going on? My brother is here.
Chi Bingyue was pleasantly surprised to see that her follower was running towards her hurriedly with Chi Zihao. Because Sure Han and the others were kneeling, she could see clearly in the distance.
I was so excited to finally see my brother in this difficult situation. Tears immediately fell. Brother, you're here. I'm about to be bullied to death. Chi Zihao roared, who dares to bully my sister?
Chi Bingyue is the most important bargaining chip for the Chi family to curry favor with young Master Su.
There must be absolutely no room for error. I thought it would be a simple matter to teach Chi Bingyue's enemies a lesson.
With Sure Han around, it could be done quickly.
Unexpectedly, this all went wrong. Tell me, who dares to bully you? You even dare to bully young Master Su's future woman. Are you so ignorant of your own limitations? Chi Zihao was furious.
Chi Bingyue felt emboldened and pointed at Sure Han, who was kneeling on the ground.
The most hateful one is this guy. This spineless coward turned against me and tried to strip me of my clothes. Chi Zihao was puzzled,
looking at Sure Han and Sure Han's younger brothers kneeling on the ground.
I couldn't believe my eyes. Rushing to Sure Han, he said, Brother Sure, what are you doing? Who are you afraid of? Why are your knees so weak today?
Chi Bingyue sneered, Brother, you keep saying he's a ruthless person, but I think he's just a coward. I was actually frightened to my knees by a loser in a t-shirt and shorts.
That's ridiculous. Chi Zihao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. You mean, wearing a t-shirt and shorts? Suddenly I remembered Su Chi's dress.
Chi Bingyue curled her lips in disdain. Yes, the loser who spanked me was dressed like this.
Brother, don't say that Sure Han is a ruthless person from now on. Anyone who can be frightened by a loser and tremble on the ground is a joke.
Chi Zihao's voice trembled slightly. Where is that Diaosi?
Isn't it right here?
Chi Bingyue moved aside and let Su Chi, who was blocking her, escape.
Brother, you absolutely cannot let him go. He even hooked up with your fiancée, Shu Yunyi.
Before she finished speaking, Chi Zihao had already seen Su Chi.
Damn it, my scalp suddenly felt like it was bursting with tingling. Isn't this young Master Su who holds 60% of the shares of their Chijia Zireo group?
They want to curry favor with the young masters of super wealthy families. I dressed Chi Bingyue up carefully just to please him.
But. Judging from what Chi Bingyue said, she wanted to seek revenge on him.
Moreover, he actually found Sure Han and brought so many people to help Chi Bingyue take revenge. He should have been kneeling and licking the boots, but instead he brought people to attack.
My head is really buzzing. Isn't this just courting death? Totally messed up.
It was smashed to pieces and couldn't be cleaned up. Now, how can I curry favor with him? Plop. He knelt down directly to Su Chi. Chapter 107, As Sweet as First Love. Chi Bingyue screamed in fright, as if her butt was on fire. Her brother also knelt? What is going on? When you get in front of Su Chi, do you have to kneel down by default? What kind of nyobai skill is this? Brother, what are you doing? Chi Bingyue looked at Chi Zihao in disbelief. This guy hit me, and you actually knelt down in front of him? Are you crazy? Chi Zihao roared angrily, You are crazy. You are crazy. You little bastard messed everything up. I just pissed you off. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Chi Bingyue's eyes widened, Brother, you are really crazy. How could I possibly kneel down to him? Chi Zihao shouted angrily, Kneel down immediately. Quick. Chi Bingyue was also annoyed. She was the type of person who would rather be treated softly than harshly. He directly fought back, Chi Zihao, please be nicer to me. Don't forget, I still need to take care of Su Xiao's side. When I become young Master Su's woman, you all have to curry favor with me. Chi Zihao was really devastated. Can you handle it? You've already messed it up. He raised his hand and pointed at Su Chi. This is Master Su. That's the Master Su we want you to meet. Click. Chi Bingyue felt like being struck by lightning. Is this guy the young Master Su that their Chi family needs to curry favor with? This loser is the young Master Su Xiao from the super wealthy family? Isn't this unbelievable? He just stood there, unable to utter a word. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I really didn't know it was you who spanked my sister. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to bother you. I'm so sorry, please forgive me, Master Su. Chi Zihao regretted it so much that he almost cried. This is simply a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. Instead of currying favor with Su Chi, he offended Su Chi again. It felt like the Chi family was very close to being kicked out of the Zireo group. Su Chi finally understood why Chi Bingyue cursed him but emotionally admired and relied on him so much. After all this time, it turned out that the young Master Su that Chi Bingyue praised so much was him. Is he that powerful? The young master of a super wealthy family? Just move your finger and the whole mall will shake? Isn't Chi Bingyue really good at bragging? He blew so much that he even scared himself. Sure, Hanhan was even more odd. I was in a dilemma before, wondering whether I should stand on the side of the super wealthy Su Xiao or the head of Shanghai Hall. Now, don't worry. It turns out that the so-called young Master Su and the head of Shanghai Hall are the same person. He glanced secretly at Su Chi. Just how powerful is this young man? It's so horrible, so scary. He lay there even more, not daring to look up, trembling with fear. The focus from Sher Hanhan generates shock and fear, double critical hit plus 20,000. Su Chi was startled. Is this guy scared to death? It actually hit 20,000 attention points. Chi Zihao's attention generates a double critical hit of regret and fear plus 18,000. This Chi Zihao is no less capable. I secretly wanted to laugh in my heart. Who gave him the identity of a super rich young master? Not to mention the wealthy, even the security door in my hometown is so rusty that it creaks when I open and close it. As a result, they all became super wealthy families here. He didn't know that this was just Chi Chongshu and Chi Zihao's imagination. But this imaginary identity is indeed scary. Especially what Chi Bingyue said, the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City all became losers in front of Su Chi's family. Who wouldn't be scared? Master Su, please forgive my sister and I for our recklessness and ignorance. We were wrong, and we deserve to die. Chi Zihao pleaded guilty again. Su Chi smiled and said, I understand. I did spank your sister. Well done. Chi Zihao said this excitedly. It's my sister's honor to be spanked by you, Master Su. It's a blessing she has earned through several lifetimes. This will be the most beautiful memory of my sister's life, as sweet as first love. Su Chi was stunned. Is this okay? Have the mouths of this brother and sister ever been touched by honey or oiled? He speaks in a very different way. Still as sweet as first love? You really know how to talk. Chi Zihao hurriedly said, Master Su, my sister is really looking forward to you spanking her again. Su Chi almost laughed out loud. Do you know what you are talking about? Chi Zihao said seriously, it's true.
Please hit her again. Her bottom can't wait to be spanked by you. He quickly winked at Chi Bingyue beside him. Chi Bingyue almost collapsed. Does she want to be beaten by Su Chi again? Are you kidding? She's not a masochist. Chi Zihao pulled her heart and whispered, think about the future of our family. Chi Bingyue's heart was shocked. She is very willful, but not completely irrational. It is clear that if today's matter is not properly resolved, the Chi family's position in the Zireo group will be absolutely precarious. This not only concerns the rise and fall of the family, but also herself. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? If the Chi family fails, she will lose everything. But this happened in front of so many people, especially in front of so many of her followers. It can be said that how majestic he was just now is as embarrassing as he is now. She actually asked for a beating. What kind of image did she have in these people's minds? Bingyue, what are you still hesitating about? It just so happens that Master Su is here. If I don't let Master Su spank me right away, when will I? Once you miss this village, there will be no such store. Chi Zihao kept winking at Chi Bingyue. Chi Bingyue's face flushed. Being spanked is like not being able to grab it? Do you think this is hot steamed bun? Didn't you hear what I said? Chi Zihao became angry. He pulled hard, causing Chi Bingyue to stagger and fall to her knees on the ground. Chi Zihao asked angrily in a low voice, do you want Dad to come and beg you in person? Do you really want to disregard the future of our family? He was trying to create an opportunity for Su Chi to vent his anger. If Su Chi could beat Chi Bingyue to vent his anger, things would definitely be much easier. By getting a spanking, the Chi family can keep everything in Zireo group and maintain their wealth and glory. This is definitely a good deal. But Chi Bingyue couldn't let go of her pride and refused to cooperate. He was really anxious and worried. He wanted to lift Chi Bingyue's ears and yell at her so that she could wake up. This is your last chance, why not grab it now? What are you waiting for? Looking at Chi Zihao's almost crazy appearance, Chi Bingyue was really shocked, but there was nothing she could do. Looking at the slippers in his hand, although he was reluctant, depressed and aggrieved, he still raised them awkwardly. Su Xiao, I miss you so much. Please spank me again. I've got the slippers ready. Please hit me again. I really don't know how this was said. From now on, I will never be able to face my followers again, and I will never be able to be arrogant and aggressive again. With trembling hands, he handed the slippers to Su Chi. Chapter 108, Say the harshest words, receive the severest punishment. Su Chi took the slippers with a smile. It turns out these slippers were really prepared for me. He took it in his hand and tried it. Not bad, it fits my hand perfectly. You are really good at shopping. Thank you, Mr. Su, for the compliment. Chi Bingyue said embarrassedly. It is said that these are the slippers with the hardest soles in the entire mall, is that right? Su Chi asked deliberately. Chi Bingyue really wanted to crawl into the ground. I should have bought a soft one earlier. Such a hard slipper hits the butt. Do I still need to walk in the future? But I could only answer truthfully, yes. Su Chi asked again, why buy such hard slippers? Chi Bingyue bit her lip and said unwillingly, this way, Master Su, you can enjoy the fight even more. Am I enjoying it, or are you enjoying it? They're all very enjoyable. Su Chi smiled and said, are you sure you want me to spank you again? Chi Bingyue nodded, I have been looking forward to it. Of course she didn't want to be spanked by Su Chi. But Su Chi must fight. Only in this way can Su Chi calm down and leave some room for future events. She said shyly, I'm very excited when I think about being spanked by you, Master Su. Please spank me quickly. Su Chi curled his lips, how can I spank you when you put your butt so far away? Chi Bingyue had no choice but to turn around and put her butt in front of Su Chi. I feel so embarrassed. There are so many eyes watching me around, I will be too embarrassed to face people in the future. Her followers were all stunned. Is this still their same fierce and domineering school beauty? The willful and unruly young lady? I originally thought that Chi Bingyue would be able to take revenge to her heart's content this time. As a result, he got beaten up thoroughly. Bang! Su Chi took the slippers and really hit Chi Bingyue on the butt. Chi Bingyue has been beaten twice, but she is still not convinced. I can only let her learn this lesson. Does it hurt? Su Chi asked. Chi Bingyue's pretty face turned pale with pain.
After all, he hadn't recovered from the last beating yet, and now he was beaten again. Still, I was beaten by the slippers with the hardest soles in the entire mall. Very powerful. Adding insult to injury. It hurt so much that I almost jumped up. But he gritted his teeth and said, "It didn't hurt at all when Su Xiao hit me. Mr. Su, please hit me again. I want more." Su Chi almost threw his slippers away. Is this okay? Being hit with these hard-soled slippers hurts much more than being hit with your hands. Because there were so many people around, he didn't lift Qi Bingyue's skirt. But it must be painful too. Qi Bingyue actually said it didn't hurt at all, and she still wanted more? Is this definitely the same Qi Bingyue who came here aggressively for revenge? Bang! Another slipper hit him. Qi Bingyue's tears came out, but she forced a smile and said, "Master Su, your beating is so comfortable. Hit me again." As he said this, tears began to fall. For the future and prospects of her family, she has suffered so much injustice. Qi Bingyue's attention generates a plus 10,000 critical hit. Qi Bingyue's attention generates a critical hit plus 10,000. This time, Qi Bingyue no longer felt any anger or hatred towards Su Chi. All that's left is grievance and awe. It seems that I am really convinced. Master Su, please don't stop, hit me again. I want more. Qi Bingyue lay there, and after saying this, she closed her eyes out of shame. Such shameful words actually came out of the mouth of her, a fierce and domineering school beauty. She wanted to smash her mouth. If there was a wall in front of her, she would just run into it. So shameful. Su Chi felt goosebumps all over his body. He threw away the slippers directly. "Okay, just be normal. It's unbearable." He stood up and pulled Chu Yunny, "Let's go." About to leave. Qi Bingyue quickly hugged his legs. "Master Su, please don't leave, keep fighting. Don't you like spanking me? Go ahead and spank me. For the sake of my family and myself, I really gave it my all." She was more open-minded than her best friend who had arranged marriage for her, whom she once despised. Su Chi kicked her hand away. "Go ahead and beat up whoever you want. I can't afford it. Take Chu Yunny away." A girl suddenly rushed out and rushed in front of Su Chi. "Young Master Su, my name is Tan Xiaoxin. I was the one who reminded you to run away quickly. Do you remember?" Su Chi's expression softened and he nodded. "I remember. Thank you so much. Mr. Su, can we be friends? This is my prestige. Can you scan it?" Tan Xiaoxin quickly took out her cell phone. Out of gratitude, Su Chi was about to take out his cell phone. Tai Yufeng suddenly came over and told Su Chi about the conversation he had just had with Tan Xiaoxin. Only then did Su Chi understand that Tan Xiaoxin reminded him to escape not out of kindness, but simply because she was afraid of taking responsibility. Just like Qi Bingyue, Tan Xiaoxin treated him as a worthless loser. It's just that since he's so important now, I rushed to curry favor with him. She almost fooled me. He reached out and swept Tan Xiaoxin aside. "You'd better go to the side and cool down." Just left. It turned out that the customers in the food stall were still watching. I had been waiting for Su Chi to be beaten, but now I don't have that thought at all. Instead, they were in awe and quickly made way. I used to think that Chu Yunny sitting on Su Chi's lap was a waste of talent. It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. Now that I know Su Chi is a big shot, my impression of him immediately changes. I feel that Su Chi and Chu Yunny are a perfect match made in heaven. Even the t-shirt and shorts that Su Chi was wearing looked particularly pleasing to the eye. Masters are always low-key. Yes, a master is a master. Even a pair of shorts looks cool. I want to buy a pair of big shorts too. They are such a great way to show off. The big shorts sold in the nearby shopping mall became a bestseller in the next few days. Sales hit a record high. When Su Chi took Chu Yunny away, Tai Yufeng and Ji Ruoyan also left. Qi Bingyue slumped on the ground helplessly, looking at Qi Zihao pitifully. "Brother, what should we do now?" Qi Zihao really felt sorry for his misfortune and hated his lack of fighting spirit. He pointed at her vigorously and said, You have ruined our Qi family. You said you were dressed up beautifully and wanted to go on a date with young Master Su. Why did you have to seek revenge? Qi Bingyue bit her lip, feeling aggrieved. I was bullied by a loser. How can I swallow this? Qi Zihao shouted angrily, You still say that young Master Su is a loser? You haven't woken up yet? Unexpectedly, Ji Bingyue burst into tears. I have already paid a lot, I don't care about face or identity anymore. Kneel here and beg him to spank me. I'll be too embarrassed to face anyone in the future. It's already like this, isn't it? Could you please stop scolding me? If you continue scolding me, I'd rather die. Covering her face, she cried non-stop. Shi Zihao sighed. This was really a complete failure, with nothing done and the whole place in a mess.
Sure Han walked over and said viciously, "It's because of you that I offended the head of Sunhai Hall. Tomorrow I will go to Sunhai Hall to apologize.
If I cannot gain Sunhai Hall's forgiveness, I will settle the score with you."
Shi Zihao was surprised. What Sunhai Hall master?
Sure Han gritted his teeth and said, "The young master Su you were talking about just now is the head of Sunhai Hall."
Shi Zihao was shocked. Are you talking about Sunhai Hall in Yinjiang City? The Sunhai Hall with 5 beauties, 4 gates, 3 young men and 2 elders? Chapter 109 Full of Talent. Sure Han's eyes were filled with anger. Is there another Sunhai Hall in Yinjiang City? Do you think my knees are made of plasticine and I kneel to everyone? Apart from that Sunhai Hall master, who else can scare me to my knees?
After hearing this, Shi Zihao slumped to the ground. He muttered madly to himself, young Master Su is not only the young master of a super wealthy family, but also the head of Sunhai Hall?
This is even more troublesome.
It felt like being punched twice on the head.
My vision went dark. Just wait, you can't escape responsibility for this matter. If Kang Haitang doesn't forgive me, I won't forgive you either. Sure Han suddenly swung his hand and left with his subordinates.
Shi Zihao collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up, while Ji Bingyue sat on the ground and cried loudly.
Ji Bingyue's followers didn't dare to get close. They exchanged glances and quietly left. He didn't forget to complain about Ji Bingyue on the way.
I thought this girl would continue to be so willful and lawless, but it turns out she has a nemesis. She just relies on her status as a rich family's eldest daughter to bully us.
If she meets a tough guy, won't she be doomed anyway? Listen to what she just said. Don't stop. I want more. It's so disgusting.
I can't do such a disgusting and shameful thing.
Ha, Xiaofei, you really imitated her perfectly.
You imitated that girl's ugly behavior so vividly.
Hey, did you guys record that scene?
If it was played in school, that girl would just bang her head against the wall and die.
Fuck, I was so engrossed in watching that I completely forgot about it.
What a shame, we missed out on such a viral video.
What do you think? Should we continue to follow that girl? I think this isn't the issue we should be considering.
The issue is whether that girl still has the nerve to come to us. We all saw her trying to stop and hitting me.
How dare she still have the nerve to see us? That's right. Don't stop, hit me, haha. Okay, stop laughing. If we didn't have her, who would we be with? Who would buy us brand name bags and cosmetics? That's a problem. Hey, is it possible for us to get close to that young Master Su? Damn, there's someone so delusional hiding here. I can't tell. You have a big thing and an even bigger heart. You even dare to think about this. I have the capital, isn't it? If you add up the things on your chests, are they as big as mine? Maybe young Master Su likes my kind of thing.
I can guarantee that if he really likes it, I can make him dizzy.
Ha, when you first thought he was a loser, why didn't you try to suffocate him? That's right.
If you still want to bore me, go and have fun by yourself at night, if that's all you need.
Shi Zihao also took Ji Bingyue away.
Staying in the food stall would only be more embarrassing. He saw that many people started taking out their mobile phones to take pictures.
If this gets posted online, this wealthy family in Yinjiang City will become a laughingstock. Take Ji Bingyue into the car and go home.
I must quickly find Dad Shi Chonshu to discuss countermeasures.
When we returned to the gate of the villa and the car was about to drive in, a man suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked the car. It turned out to be Chu Yunyi's driver, Shi Linjian.
The stone forest barrier has been waiting here for a day.
Just waiting for Ji Zihao to come back. He trotted to the rear window of the car, leaned on it, and smiled flatteringly. Master Chi, I finally waited for you. Ji Zihao was in a bad mood. What are you waiting for me for? Hey, Master Chi, I'm here to join you. You're coming to me? Yes, that little bitch Chu Yunyi doesn't know what's good and doesn't value talent. I think I should bring all my talents to you.
Ji Zihao looked at his beer belly and said, I think you are full of fat. Ha, Mr. Chi, you are so humorous. Shi Linjiang patted his belly and said, my belly has fat, but it also contains more useful information for you.
Chi Zihao asked coldly, for example?
Shi Linjiang lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Master Chi, you must not know that your fiancée Chu Yunny has changed her heart.
How could Chi Zihao not know about this?
I just saw Chu Yunny sitting on Su Chi's lap with my own eyes.
He didn't even dare to fart.
Besides, when he was in the small hotel, he almost played a romantic art film to entertain Su Chi and Chu Yunny. Speaking of this, his face naturally lost its shine and became even uglier.
Shi Linjiang thought he was angry about Chu Yunny's betrayal.
Strike while the iron is hot, this is where you must make use of me, Master Chi. I can tell you the truth, the guy who hooked up with Chu Yunny is called Su Chi. If you just take me in, I promise to help you beat him up so badly that he's in a state of despair. After hearing this, Chi Zihao felt a surge of anger.
I almost exploded with anger. He was worried about Chi Bingyue offending Su Chi. Is this guy going to deal with Su Chi again? Do you want to deal with Su Chi in the name of helping him? Are you thinking that his death wasn't complete enough, so you give him another blow? Mr. Chi, what do you think? Take me in. I don't ask for much.
Just give me 50,000 yuan a month.
You don't need to intervene.
I will definitely help you to deal with that stinky toad who wants to eat swan meat. Not only will I make him leave Chu Yunny as soon as possible, but I will also make him scare the shit out of himself when he hears your name. Shi Linjiang tried hard to brag about his abilities so that Chi Zihao could see his own value.
Chi Zihao couldn't bear it anymore. Fuck. You all want to harm me, don't you? Is it never going to end? He threw a punch, hitting Shi Linjiang's nose.
Then, he pushed the car door hard, knocking the stone barrier to the ground. Get out of the car and kick the stone barrier.
How the hell are you so awesome that you even dare to deal with young Master Su? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
He kicked the stone barrier with all his might and madly.
I was feeling so depressed, and finally found an outlet to vent. Chapter 110. I'm not familiar with this operation. Shilinsang was stunned by the attack. I came to help with good intentions, so why did I get beaten? This is unreasonable.
He quickly emphasized, Master Chi, please believe me.
I'm not lying. I can really help you deal with that loser. For me, killing him would only take a few minutes.
It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but after he did, it simply added fuel to the fire.
I'll kill you first. Chi Zihao opened the trunk and took out the golf clubs.
When Shi Linjiang saw this, he thought that this was really going to kill him.
He quickly got up and limped away. Pooh.
Chi Zihao spat vigorously before throwing the golf club into the trunk. The car drove into the villa.
Chi Zihao and Chi Bingyue met Chi Chongshu.
Chi Zihao told everything that happened at the food stall. After hearing this, Chi Chongshu kicked his legs and fell straight to the ground. He was still waiting at home eagerly for Chi Bingyue to marry Su Chi, the young master of a super wealthy family.
The result is this?
Not only did he fail to get close to Su Chi, but he also offended Su Chi even more. What's more, Su Chi is actually the head of Sanhai Hall, which is even more amazing. Chi Bingyue actually wanted to slap such a powerful person in the face with a slipper.
It's over. It's over. These two children were determined to completely destroy their family.
Chi Zihao and Chi Bingyue were panicked and hurriedly helped him up. They pinched his Renjong point and gave him water, and finally Chi Chongshu woke up. Tell me, everything that just happened wasn't real, I was dreaming. Chi Chongshu looked at Chi Zihao expectantly.
Chi Zihao laughed dryly, yes, it's true. Chi Chongshu rolled his eyes and almost fainted again.
He clapped his legs inside, pointing at Chi Bingyue, it's really a waste of time to raise you this age. Not only did he fail to step up at the critical moment, but he also ruined our family.
Tell me, what is your grudge against our family? Why do you want to harm us like this?
Chi Bingyue's cheeks were filled with shame and she couldn't utter a word. Chi Chongshu was filled with indignation. Look at what Chu Yunny did. She sat on young Master Su's lap the whole time and even hugged young Master Su's neck.
She really put in a lot of effort.
You, on the other hand, put in the effort, but in the opposite direction.
How come I didn't realize you had this kind of treacherous nature? You hid it really well.
Chi Bingyue's face was filled with embarrassment, and she finally whispered in defense, I always thought that guy was a loser. I thought, as the eldest daughter of the Chi family, I was spanked by a loser.
This is such a shame and humiliation. How can I not seek revenge? If I don't take revenge, where is my reputation? Chi Chongshu grew even angrier and roared, so you have some dignity now? You're still the dignified eldest daughter of the Chi family? It won't be long before you become a loser. Chi Bingyue stammered, Dousey are all men. Chi Chongshu was furious, you're still being stubborn. Haven't you realized the dire crisis facing our family? I'm really pissed you off. Kick your legs again. Chi Bingyue hurriedly hugged him, Dad, I know I was wrong. But what should I do now? Chi Chongshu glanced at her and said, what else can we do? The person who tied the bell must untie it. This matter started with you, so you have to fix it. But that Mr. Su already hates me. Even if I wanted to sleep with him, he probably wouldn't want me to. Chi Bingyue's face flushed red. I really didn't expect that I would come to this day. Normally boys would treat her like a goddess, but she ignored them. Now, even if I give it to someone, I'm afraid they won't accept it. Chi Chongshu was helpless. Where's your fierceness? Where's your pride? Are you giving in so quickly? Are you so insecure about your looks? Go create opportunities, go seduce. Do you need me to teach you this? Chi Bingyue's face was full of bitterness. How to seduce? I'm totally unfamiliar with this operation. In the past, as long as she moved her fingers, boys would rush over to her and work like her slaves. Now I have to take the initiative to seduce. I'm relatively new to this area and have no experience. I'm telling you, this incident started with you. It was you who offended young Master Su so deeply. If you can't handle it, and our family loses the Zireo group, you will be the sinner of the family. You can do whatever you want. Chi Chongshu went upstairs angrily, unwilling to pay any more attention to Chi Bingyue. Chi Zihao also had a look of disappointment on his face. Bingyue, look at what Chu Yunyi did. Chu Yunyi used to be quite cold and arrogant, right? How is she now? In front of so many people at the food stall, she sat on that Su Xiao's lap. To curry favor with Su Xiao, she didn't care about her dignity and did everything she could. As for you, alas, you were so far behind. You still despise Chu Yunyi for pretending, and people laugh at you for being useless. Think about it carefully, time is running out. He patted Chi Bingyue's shoulder and left. Oh shit. Chi Bingyue was so sad that she could not even cry. She's the one who's always been bullied, okay? She was always the one being spanked. I've been beaten 3 times in a row, and my butt is so swollen that I don't dare sit down. In the end, it was all her fault. Is it wrong to get beaten? How can this be justified? Suddenly, she screamed in surprise. Chi Zihao was about to go upstairs when he was so scared that he almost rolled down the stairs. Lying on the stairs, he looked at Chi Bingyue. Why are you yelling? Have you finally figured it out? Chi Bingyue shook her head vigorously, her face anxious. Brother, that Shuechuchu. That Shuechuchu and Shuechuchu's mother are still tied to the chair by us. If young Master Su finds out. Fuck. Chi Zihao just remembered and quickly shouted, quickly go and release them. He hurried to go downstairs, but missed a step. Oh my god. He rolled straight down the stairs. He shouted at Chi Chongshu at the top of his lungs, Dad, come quickly, come quickly. Chi Chongshu was startled and came down from upstairs. What happened? Chi Zihao glared at Chi Bingyue and said, you said this is all your fault. Chi Bingyue was very embarrassed, but the situation was urgent, so she had to tell them that Shuechuchu and her mother were tied to a chair by them. He also talked about the relationship between Shuechuchu and Su Chi. When Chi Chongshu heard this, he rolled his eyes, kicked his legs, and fell backwards. Fortunately, Chi Zihao was prepared this time and quickly caught him. Dad, even if you want to smoke, can you wait until you finish dealing with this? This is a time bomb. If we don't defuse it quickly, we'll all be blown to pieces. Chi Chongshu pointed at him with a trembling hand, then at Chi Bingyue, how could I have given birth to 2 useless things like you? If you think I'm going to die sooner, just say so earlier. There's no need to deliberately anger me like this. Chi Bingyue was extremely embarrassed. Dad, it's all my fault. I won't be so willful anymore. From now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Now I understand. There are always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Even the poor mother and daughter living in a shabby rental house cannot be bullied. If she hadn't laughed at the poor old woman selling things on the street, she wouldn't have met Su Chi.
If he hadn't wanted to force Shue Chuchu to bow to him and carry his shoes, he wouldn't have encountered Suchi again.
If I hadn't met Suchi, none of this would have happened. I really learned my lesson this time.
You said it, if you get into trouble again, get out of here.
Chi Chongshu roared. Chi Bingyue nodded repeatedly. I remember everything. The three of them hurriedly left home and went to Shuechuchu's community.
When I arrived at Shuechuchu's house, I didn't have the key to open the door, and I couldn't trick Shuechuchu and her mother into opening the door.
After all, Shuechuchu and her daughter were tied up.
Chi Chongshu winked at Chi Ziheo and asked him to break the door open.
Chi Ziheo nodded, roared, and slammed the door.
As a result, the door didn't open, but he was bounced back and fell on his butt.
Chi Chongshu's face darkened. Is this all the strength you have?
I see you've used all your strength on women.
It's useless.
He raised his foot and kicked the door open.
The family of three hurried in.
Shuechuchu and Lu Xinmei were still tied to the chairs. Lu Xinmei had already moved to the corner of the wall and was grinding the rope there.
Prepare to wear the rope out.
When he saw the three of them come in, he was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to fall asleep against the wall. Chapter 111. The eldest lady also acts like a spoiled child. Chi Chongshu and Chi Ziheo hurried to untie the rope for Lu Xinmei.
Chi Bingyue hurried to Shuechuchu.
Shuechuchu turned her head away and said through gritted teeth, "Don't waste your time."
I won't betray Suchi.
Chi Bingyue sighed in her heart. Whether it was Shuechuchu or Chuyani, they both made the right choice and chose what was good for Suchi.
Why was she the only one who made the wrong choice?
After so many times, she should be able to guess right once. But I always made the wrong choice and did the wrong thing, completely missing the correct answer.
My ability is really amazing. That.
Chi Bingyue licked her lips and laughed dryly. Senior sister.
Shuechuchu was stunned. This domineering young lady actually called herself senior?
Although she was indeed Chi Bingyue's senior, it was really strange to hear this title from Chi Bingyue's mouth. Her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. If the hard way doesn't work, why not try the soft way?
Tell you what, I don't buy it. No matter what, I will not betray Suchi.
Chi Bingyue was filled with bitterness. Shuechuchu was so loyal to Suchi.
This is simply a model for her. Absolutely standard answer. Is Shuechuchu teaching her a lesson? Teach her how to treat Suchi in the future?
He laughed again. Senior sister, look at what you said. How could I let you betray Master Su?
We are all family. From now on we can call each other sisters. Look, who tied my good sister up so tightly? It's really outrageous. Let me help you untie it. Quickly untie the rope on Shuechuchu.
Sister, you've been tied up for so long, it must be painful, let me rub it for you. He rubbed Shuechuchu's shoulders obediently.
Shuechuchu looked at her strangely. Have you drunk too much? Or, confused by the fever? I really don't understand why Chi Bingyue is acting so abnormal. Good sister, you are making fun of me again.
Chi Bingyue clenched her pink fist and hit Shuechuchu coquettishly.
Oh shit.
Shuechuchu was so exhausted that her skin was covered with goosebumps.
Chi Bingyue is too abnormal now. Not only did she call me sister all the time, she even started to act like a spoiled child, acting like a spoiled child. This isn't an illusion, is it?
Turning around, Chi Chongshu and Chi Ziheo also untied the ropes on Lu Xinmei with smiles on their faces.
He was smiling apologetically to Lu Xinmei.
Lu Xinmei couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore, so she jumped up and hurried to Shuechuchu. Pulling up Shuechuchu, the two hid behind the dining table and glared at Chi Bingyue and the others. You, what on earth are you going to do?
Sister, don't be so nervous. I was just joking with you before, you didn't take it seriously, did you?
Chi Bingyue tried hard to smile and try to make amends.
Shuechuchu wasn't stupid, so she didn't believe it. You were acting so ferocious earlier, were you kidding? I'm a good actor. Actually, my dream is to be an actor. Chi Bingyue couldn't continue making up stories.
Suddenly I found that one of Shuechuchu's shoes fell off because of her panic. She hurriedly picked it up and said, Sister, your shoes fell off.
The floor is so cold. Come, let me help you put on your shoes.
He approached Shuechuchu attentively and wanted to put shoes on her.
Sister, lift your feet up for a moment, okay? That way, I can put shoes on you. Oh shit.
Shuechuchu's goosebumps rolled down her skin again. It's okay if others act like a spoiled child, I can still tolerate it. The key point is that Chi Bingyue is a domineering and hot-tempered young lady. When she acts coquettishly, her power is like a big man who suddenly wears a bikini. Or the various hollow ones.
Feel it, do you feel like vomiting?
Although Xue Chuchu didn't vomit, she felt uncomfortable all over. Subconsciously, he kicked Chi Bingyue away.
I say, Miss Chi, can you be normal? Lu Xinmei nodded, yes, what exactly do you want to do?
Come on, don't be so mean here, it's disgusting. If Lu Xinmei had dared to say this in the past, Chi Bingyue would have rushed up and slapped her in the face.
But now, thinking about Su Qi, how could he dare to touch Lu Xinmei?
Instead, he smiled again, Auntie, you are so quick-witted.
Even I can see that I'm a bit of a jerk. Auntie, you are amazing. Ali Gu, Auntie is the best.
Lu Xinmei was devastated and looked at Xue Chuchu. Why do I feel like vomiting? She really couldn't stand such mindless flattery. He whispered to Xue Chuchu, why did this girl suddenly become like a psychopath?
What's going on?
Xue Chuchu pondered for a moment, something must have happened.
Lu Xinmei nodded slightly, I think this girl's but seems to be more raised.
Either she had plastic surgery or it is more swollen.
Xue Chuchu's eyes lit up, did she get spanked again? Lu Xinmei suddenly became excited, apart from my good son-in-law, who dares to spank this fierce young lady? I see. She must have been taught a lesson by my good son-in-law. I'm here to apologize. Xue Chuchu also felt enlightened.
I previously thought that Chi Bingyue and the others were causing trouble again, so I thought Chi Bingyue's behavior was very strange. But if you look at it from the perspective of them coming to apologize, it's completely normal.
Lu Xinmei asked directly, Are you here to apologize?
Chi Bingyue clapped her hands quickly, Auntie, you're amazing.
You guessed it right away.
Auntie is so great, no wonder she gave birth to such a beautiful and smart girl like my sister.
Auntie, you are really my idol. Lu Xinmei sneered. So that's really what happened. What's there to be afraid of?
He slammed his hand on the table and said, You little bastard, you deserve this day. Chi Bingyue was so aggressive and overbearing, but she still came to apologize.
I also brought my brother along.
There was also an old guy, who should have brought his father with him. This lineup of apologies and reparations is enough to show that Chi Bingyue was really convinced and frightened by her good son-in-law this time.
My son-in-law is so awesome.
In an instant, he was filled with confidence, his momentum soared to the sky. He snorted coldly, since you're here to apologize, why don't you come over and kneel down?
He looked at Chi Bingyue and pointed at his feet. You. What do you mean? Lu Xinmei glared. Do you want me to call my good son-in-law and tell him how you abused us before?
After hearing this, Chi Bingyue was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat.
Plop. Just kneel there.
Lu Xinmei saw that this trick worked so well. I feel more and more confident.
Pointing at Chi Zihao, he said, You, the guy who thinks you're so handsome, what are you doing standing there? Do you think you're a telephone pole?
Come here, kneel down.
Chi Zihao rolled his eyes. He is the eldest son of the Chi family, yet he kneels down to this old woman who lives in a rental house? What a shame and humiliation. Chuchu, what's my good son-in-law's phone number? Lu Xinmei deliberately asked Xue Chuchu. Chi Zihao's face changed drastically, and he hurried over. Auntie, didn't you just ask me to kneel down? What's the big deal?
There's no need to alarm young Master Su. I feel so close to you when I see you.
It's like seeing my mother. I want to kneel down to you. Plop. He also knelt at Lu Xinmei's feet. Lu Xinmei smiled, this move is simply invincible.
Then he looked up at Chi Chongshu again.
Chapter 112 Whatever you want, I will give you.
Chi Chongshu was so frightened that he felt a chill on his back.
Lu Xinmei Wunti asked him to kneel down too, right? He is the head of the Chi family, one of the 4 largest families in Yanjiang City.
If he were to kneel down, he would never be able to face anyone again. I quickly smiled and said, Old sister.
Who are you calling old sister? Lu Xinmei frowned. Younger sister.
Who is your sister?
Don't try to make connections.
Beauty. Chi Chongshu could only call her that against his will.
Lu Xinmei snorted coldly, You're the one who called me beautiful girl? You old pervert, are you planning something against me? Oh shit. Chi Chongshu was really devastated. What evil intentions would he have towards Lu Xinmei?
But on second thought, Lu Xinmei called Su Qi a son-in-law, which is equivalent to Su Qi's future mother-in-law.
If there is really no other way, we can start with Lu Xinmei. Is it true that even at such an old age, I still need to use the beauty trick? Call me Ms. Lu.
Lu Xinmei said proudly.
Yes, Ms. Lu.
After all, Shi Chongshu was more mature and experienced, so he simply didn't beat around the bush.
Ms. Lu, my son and daughter are rather impulsive and reckless.
They have offended you and your daughter before.
It is my fault for not teaching them well. I apologize to you here.
I hope we can make a big deal out of a small matter and pretend it never happened. Of course, we will definitely not treat you too unfairly.
If you have any conditions, please feel free to ask.
Lu Xinmei sneered, my son-in-law scared the head of a wealthy family like you.
It seems that my son-in-law is really amazing. Shi Chongshu nodded quickly. Young Master Su is certainly very powerful.
Lu Xinmei said, I can settle the matter peacefully, but it also depends on your sincerity.
We are very sincere.
Okay, I'll discuss the terms of compensation with my son-in-law. Hearing this, Shi Chongshu was shocked. He personally took action because he was afraid that the matter would be reported to Su Qi.
He quickly shook his head. No, this cannot be known to Master Su. Are you afraid that he will help us get revenge?
Lu Xinmei sneered. Shi Chongshu nodded awkwardly and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead.
If you're so scared, why are you still acting so arrogant? Come here and give me a massage.
My arms are so sore from being tied up for so long.
Lu Xinmei pulled out a chair and sat down.
He patted his shoulder and motioned Shi Chongshu to come over. Shi Chongshu was so angry that she actually asked him to give her a massage. He has never given anyone a massage in his life.
Don't want to press it? You think an old woman like me is not worthy of it?
Lu Xinmei curled her lips and said, okay, I'll let my son-in-law talk to you.
Just pick up your phone.
Shi Chongshu hurried over and said, Ms. Lu, look at what you said.
I'm thinking about what method I can use to benefit you the most.
He quickly started to massage Lu Xinmei's shoulders.
Lu Xinmei turned her head and glanced at him. You are the head of the Qi family, one of the 4 major families in Yanjiang City, right?
But here you are giving me a massage.
How interesting.
Shi Chongshu was filled with frustration.
He never expected that he would end up like this. Come, let's take a photo.
Lu Xinmei turned on her phone and found the selfie mode. Looking at Shi Chongshu in the camera, he seemed very unhappy.
I say, can you smile for a moment?
Don't have such a stern face, like someone owes you hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Can you do the scissor hand gesture? Do one. Damn it. Shi Chongshu is really going crazy. This old woman is so troublesome. The key is that he must cooperate. No matter how unwilling you are, you will be forced to operate.
He laughed dryly and made a scissors gesture. He did not forget to remind Lu Xinmei, Ms. Lu, please keep this photo as a souvenir and do not post it on your moments. If she posted the photo of her massaging Lu Xinmei on her moments and someone saw it, they would forward it a lot.
He probably will become a hot topic directly. I don't have to hang around Yanjiang City anymore. Enough of that nonsense.
Over there, use more force.
Yes, that's the spot.
You look so well dressed, but why are you so clumsy?
I asked you to try harder. Have you not eaten? Lu Xinmei treated Shi Chongshu like a servant. Shi Zihao and Shi Bingyue knelt there, not daring to speak nonsense. Shi Bingyue really regretted it. The more arrogant she was before, the more frustrated she felt now. The most important thing is that it has even caused my father to lose face. Sister, can we discuss the issue of compensation?
Shi Chongshu asked with a smile while giving Lu Xinmei a massage. Lu Xinmei glanced at him and said, stop talking nonsense.
Unless it's this amount, then you can talk to my son-in-law. He raised his hand and flipped it over. I thought to myself, this time I will make you bleed hard, to see if you can still bully others like this.
She flipped her hand over to mean 1 million. She would never accept anything less than this. When Shi Chongshu saw it, he couldn't help but be delighted. Okay, Ms. Lu, I promise you, this is the amount. Give me an account number, and tomorrow morning, I'll definitely transfer 10 million to your account.
10 million? Lu Xinmei was surprised. She wants 1 million.
Shi Chongshu actually mistakenly thought it was 10 million.
And he agreed so readily, right away. It seems that there will be less.
She originally wanted 100,000, but she made up her mind and only asked for 1 million.
As a result, they agreed to the 10 million without even saying anything.
She really still doesn't understand the world of the rich. She thought it was heavy bleeding, but others thought it was just a drizzle.
Loss. It's definitely a loss.
I want to be cruel and change my words to ask for 100 million.
I feel like I can get it.
But she herself didn't have the courage to say that number.
There are simply too many.
If I get 100 million, it would probably be too much to handle and I wouldn't know how to spend it.
After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Nodding, not bad, that's straightforward. 10 million is what I want.
Chi Chongshu said excitedly, then let's make it a deal. If you take the 10 million, you can't tell anyone about what happened today, let alone tell young Master Su. Lu Xinmei looked at his smiling face and thought that she was at a disadvantage.
He gritted his teeth and said, "My daughter doesn't have a car yet.
I need to buy her a car." "Okay, tomorrow morning, a Porsche sports car will be delivered here."
I don't have a car to buy groceries." "A Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle will also be delivered tomorrow morning."
Lu Xinmei was secretly shocked.
This was really giving you whatever you wanted. Is my son-in-law so powerful?
It can make the Qi family, one of the 4 major wealthy families in Yinjiang City, so scared.
Now, she was completely satisfied. Driving a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle to buy groceries is not too cool.
He couldn't help but laugh and patted Chi Chongshu's arm. "Come and tie us up for fun when you have nothing to do." Chi Chongshu almost fell headfirst to the ground.
"Still tied?
If you tie him up again, he'll go crazy."
"Sister, come on, put on your shoes."
Chi Bingyue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that her father had reached an agreement with Lu Xinmei without any danger. He hurriedly pulled up Xuechuchu's feet and put the shoes on her. Previously, she brought her followers to see Xuechuchu, intending to ask Xuechuchu to carry her shoes.
Let us dampen Xuechuchu's popularity.
Unexpectedly, the final result was that she knelt down to put shoes on Xuechuchu.
"But I don't care anymore." Instead, she smiled and said, "Sister, how can I get along well with Su Xiao? Please teach me."
She also has the mission of hooking up with Su Qi. She had never taken the initiative to seduce a man before, so she was not familiar with this area. What's more, the relationship with Su Qi has become so strained that I don't know how to approach Su Qi. Although Xuechuchu dressed poorly and lived a miserable life, she got along well with Su Qi. If there is a ready-made teacher, of course you should ask for advice humbly.
Chapter 113, Give the Rival a Trick. Yes, Bingyue, you should learn from them. Shi Zihao also thought that this was a good idea.
Xuechuchu waved her hands quickly, her face flushed. "I have nothing to teach you."
She was telling the truth. Being with Su Qi is just a normal thing. Naturally. The most impressive moment was when we were in bed. But this cannot be taught. Teach Chi Bingyue various postures?
But those were all the positions Su Qi had put her in, and she felt embarrassed just thinking about it, let alone teaching others.
"Master, please teach me. I really need to improve my relationship with Su Xiao, otherwise." Chi Bingyue's tears of grievance welled up in her eyes again. Xuechuchu was surprised.
What a strong desire for knowledge.
I cried for the sake of studying.
She really couldn't harden her heart, even when facing Chi Bingyue, who had once been so ferocious to her.
She bit her lip and said, "How about this? I can talk to you about him. As for whether you can improve your relationship with him, it all depends on you." "Thank you, sister." "No, master." Chi Bingyue was extremely excited. "Then I'll stay here tonight. Talk with you by candlelight at night." Chi Chongshu and Shi Zihao kept saying, "It's good to live here, it's good to live here." They were all happy to see that Chi Bingyue was finally motivated. At least, this is progress, isn't it? Lu Xinmei was very dissatisfied and kept winking at Xuechuchu.
Chi Bingyue is Xuechuchu's potential enemy.
What do you mean by getting along with Su Qi? Isn't that just hooking up with Su Qi? If Chi Bingyue is trained, she will become a formidable rival. Xuechuchu shook her head. "Mom, it's okay. I'm happy to help Su Qi reduce an enemy and gain a friend." Lu Xinmei stamped her feet anxiously. "Aren't you afraid that one day she will take over your position?" Xuechuchu smiled and said, "Su Qi is not mine alone.
It's his freedom to like whoever he wants. I know how I should treat him."
Lu Xinmei opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. I think my daughter is too stupid, but I can't refute her. Bingyue will stay here. We'll leave first.
Shi Chongshu and Shi Zihao left quickly for fear that something unexpected might happen.
No matter what, Shi Bingyue must be kept here.
The closer he got to Shuechuchu, the closer he would be to Su Qi. Lu Xinmei wanted to stop them, but they walked so fast that they soon disappeared.
She gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Shi Bingyue. You little vixen, don't even think about replacing my daughter. Go, pour me a glass of water. Shi Bingyue bit her lip and quickly agreed. Since you are here to learn from a master, of course you have to be humble. Shuechuchu is her master and Lu Xinmei is her aunt. How dare I disobey the master's orders? Go and pour some water quickly.
The next day, Xu Yunyi woke up in the large and comfortable bed in Su Qi's villa.
Su Qi took her away from the food stall last night and came here.
This is the highest-end real estate project developed by the Chu family's Chubo Group.
Especially the 10 villas bought by Su Qi are like jewels in the crown.
They never expected that Su Qi was a big client of their company.
He also bought the best villa.
What was even more unexpected was that she moved into the villa developed by her own family. In the end, he moved in not because of himself, but because of Su Qi.
All of this is really dreamy. She raised her head and looked at the man who was still sleeping in front of her. I really feel that Su Qi is very mysterious. He looks like a loser, but he is as generous as a local rich man. Thinking of this, I almost laughed out loud. Do you still think Su Qi is unsophisticated? Su Qi is so unsophisticated, and she even slept with him?
Moreover, as long as Su Qi wanted, he could eat her at will. She has always thought that she will be the young lady of the Qi family in the future and will only lie in Shi Zihao's bed. Unexpectedly, her future belongs to this guy Su Qi. I couldn't help but lean towards Su Qi, ready to sleep peacefully in Su Qi's arms. Unexpectedly, when she leaned over, her smooth long legs suddenly hit a special object.
It's similar to the dagger I encountered last night. My heart skipped a beat, and my face turned red as I thought about the joke I made last night. Is this the dagger again? I looked up at the bedside table. Something was wrong. The dagger was on the bedside table. Since it's not that dagger, then it must be. Her face instantly turned red. This time I must have encountered the real thing. I was about to take my legs away, but I was reluctant to do so. Can't give up? Xu Yunyi almost wanted to slap herself. What on earth are you thinking about? What's there to be reluctant about? He's just a bad guy who bullies people.
He found 1,000 excuses in his mind, but his long legs remained there motionless, even moving slightly.
It seems like we need to do something more in depth.
Xu Yunyi's cheeks were burning hot, and she kept comforting herself in her heart.
I didn't mean to do that.
I just had nowhere else to go, so I had to stay this close.
He turned around and glanced at the empty bed behind him. This excuse is so lame. I quickly comforted myself. What's wrong with being curious? What's wrong with wanting to explore the unknown? I've never been exposed to this before. Isn't it okay to be a little curious? Take the other leg as well.
If we cooperate with each other, communication should be smoother.
Well, purely for communication.
Just then, a cell phone rang suddenly.
It's Su Qi's cell phone.
After all, Xu Yunyi felt guilty, like a thief.
He was so frightened that he stepped back hastily and sat up directly on the bed. She raised her hand and quickly brushed her long hair, then said solemnly, "What a nice weather today.
It's raining heavily, with thunder and lightning."
I don't know what I said, but I just said a lot of things.
As a result, I saw that Su Qi was still sleeping there.
There is no intention of waking up. She was acting purely for show. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Looking at Su Qi's cell phone, it was a call from someone named Xian Jingjing.
It's obvious that she is a girl.
Xu Yunyi felt a little jealous, rolled her eyes, and decided to answer the call for Su Qi. A girl who calls Su Qi early in the morning must be her love rival.
This love rival must be given a warning.
She, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, is not someone to be trifled with.
He took Su Qi's phone, answered it, and deliberately said, "Hello, who is this? Looking for Su Qi? I'm sorry, Su Qi is busy with me." Ouch, be gentle.
No, don't lift my legs so high.
This move is so embarrassing, you are so bad. Are you sprinting 100 meters? How can I bear it? she spoke in a deliberately cloying voice. I don't believe that the woman on the other end can still listen to this and won't be so angry that she hangs up the phone immediately. As a result, I took a look and found that the opponent had not died yet. Isn't the force enough?
Chu Yunyi gritted her teeth and decided to do something ruthless.
What?
No, Ding Yue can't come with us.
How shameful. Chen Jingjing on the opposite side was stunned. Why is the fire so strong so early in the morning? I was completely stunned. Chapter 114, Living a Hard Life with Billions of Dollars.
After a long while, Chen Jingjing finally came to her senses. I'm so sorry to bother you.
I have nothing else to do.
I just helped Mr. Su make an investment plan for the 8.5 billion yuan he deposited in our bank.
It's such a shame to have so much money just sitting there in the account.
If it's convenient for you, please tell Mr. Su for me.
Okay, you guys, please continue.
Oh, by the way, please ask Mr. Su to take care of himself.
I'm dead. He quickly hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, he quickly picked up a piece of cardboard and fanned himself with it. It was so intense that she felt hot all over. She bit her lip and thought, this Mr. Su is really good at having fun, and he even wants to join in.
Is it such a big deal?
Here, it was Chu Yunyi's turn to be dumbfounded. I thought the person opposite me was a love rival, so I acted like this.
In the end, he is just an investment and financial planner? It's so embarrassing. Straight under the pillow.
Chu Yunyi, you are no longer the cold and arrogant young lady you used to be.
What have you become now? How could I say those words? It's really unbearable to watch.
Just then, the cell phone rang again. Chu Yunyi quickly sat up and wanted to explain to Chen Jingjing that nothing had happened just now.
As a result, this time it was not Su Chi's phone that was ringing, but her phone.
It was her secretary calling.
Her position in Chubwa Group is vice president.
But he is one of 3 vice presidents.
The other 2 vice presidents are Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao.
Although she is the vice president, she is always in a passive position because she is attacked by Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao.
Xiao Lu, why are you calling me so early in the morning?
The secretary said anxiously, Miss, something terrible has happened.
Our company has been hollowed out. Chu Yunyi was stunned. What do you mean?
The secretary said, the madam, the young master, and her family have run away with all the company's available funds. Now the company has no money left in its account and many jobs have been forced to stop.
Everyone in the company is in a panic now. If there is no further capital injection, the company will probably be finished.
Chu Yunyi immediately realized the seriousness of the problem.
This is more than just a broken capital chain. I have absolutely no money left. These funds are like blood. Without blood, the company cannot operate at all.
All production and work have come to a complete standstill.
Isn't that just waiting to die?
The secretary was almost in tears. They even used the company's name to mortgage a lot of the company's assets and borrowed a large amount of money. I heard they ran away, and many creditors came to the company to demand payment, otherwise they would move all the company's equipment away.
Miss, what should we do? Chu Yunyi asked hurriedly, where is my dad?
Mr. Chu was anxious to borrow money from everywhere.
We estimated that it would take at least 5 billion yuan to fill the company's huge hole and get it running again.
It's impossible to borrow such a large amount of money in such a short time.
The key is that many people know about our company's difficult situation. With the situation so unclear, who would dare to rashly lend us so much money?
Even the bank Mr. Chu is closest to won't answer his calls anymore.
Woo! The secretary couldn't hold back any longer and started crying. Chu Yunyi really didn't understand, why would my dad allow Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao to drain the company?
She clearly remembered that Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao were both shocked by Chu Tianbo yesterday. They all knelt down and begged for mercy, crying bitterly.
In this situation, how could Chu Tianbo allow them to run away with the money?
She had no idea that as soon as she followed Su Qi away, Chu Tianbo could no longer control the situation.
He was knocked unconscious, and he just let Jian Pianyi, Chu Yunxiao and others torment him? Who dares to stop it, and who can stop it?
When Chu Tianbo woke up, Jian Pianyi and Chu Yunxiao had already emptied the company, took the money, and fled abroad to live a carefree life. Even if Chu Tianbo was so angry that he vomited blood, and even if he wanted to chase them to settle the score, he was too busy to do so. If he doesn't save the company quickly, all his life's hard work will be in vain.
However, the more anxious you are, the harder it is to borrow money.
Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Chubo Group is in crisis.
Who would dare to lend him money? Isn't that throwing money into a fire pit? Chu Tianbo was extremely anxious and kept making phone calls.
So far, I have only borrowed 100,000 yuan. It was my childhood friend who saved the money for the down payment to buy a house for his son.
$100,000 is of no use. He needs 5 billion. At least 5 billion. Miss, please come back soon. The company can't hold on any longer.
The secretary pleaded cryingly.
Chu Yunyi sighed, my father has severed the father-daughter relationship with me. I can't go back anymore. The secretary was surprised. Miss, what's going on?
Chu Yunyi glanced at Su Qi beside her, and her eyes softened unconsciously.
Because I fell in love with a guy he thought was a loser. The secretary was even more surprised. Miss, how could you fall in love with a loser? You are a daughter of a rich family, how can you be cheap to a loser? Aren't you just throwing a pearl into the mud? Chu Yunyi was immediately annoyed. Why is he considered sludge?
Watch your words. As he said this, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Yes, isn't the person who can save Chubo Group right in front of him?
I just received a call from Qianjingjing, saying that Su Qi has 8.5 billion yuan lying in his account, which is of no use and it would be a waste to leave it there.
Chubo Group now only needs 5 billion to survive. It is easy for Su Qi to save Chubo Group.
Unexpectedly, the person who saved the Chu family was right in front of them. I couldn't help but kiss Su Qi's face excitedly, and said to the secretary, Chubo Group is saved, I will call my dad now. After hanging up the phone, he quickly called Chu Tianbo.
As a result, Chu Tianbo didn't answer. Chu Yunyi was helpless. Even now, Chu Tianbo is still angry with her. Call again quickly. Chu Tianbo finally answered and sneered, why, you're done with that loser so soon? You're coming to me for help so soon? Hee, if you had known this earlier, why did you do it in the first place? Chu Yunyi was speechless. Hello, I'm here to help you, not to ask for help. Chu Tianbo snorted coldly, follow that loser, it's your choice.
Since you have made your choice, don't regret it.
Continue to follow him and eat coarse food.
You are no longer my daughter, nor the eldest daughter of the Chu family. You are just a poor woman now.
No matter how hard your life is, don't call me again. Chu Yunyi sighed, Dad, can you listen to me for a moment? I'm not asking you for help, I'm here to help you. Chu Tianbo smiled, will you help me?
Yes, I heard that the Chubo Group is in a very bad situation now.
Chu Tianbo sneered, you heard about it, okay, how are you going to help me? Take out the 20,000 yuan that guy has saved for his wife all his life? Is that enough for a meal for me? Chu Yunyi hurriedly said, Su Qi is not as poor as you think. Okay, let's just assume he has 100,000, right? But I need 5 billion. Do you know how much 5 billion is? Chu Yunyi said directly, it's only 5 billion. Su Qi has 8.5 billion in his account, which is more than enough. Chapter 115 It's not easy to find a master. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Tianbo started coughing violently.
He coughed for a long time before finally stopping.
What are you talking about? How much money is in his account? Chu Yunyi emphasized again, 8.5 billion. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I heard it with my own ears. He really does have 8.5 billion, and it's idle money. He doesn't know what to do with it. Chu Tianbo laughed, Chu Yunyi, you are so bold. A loser has 8.5 billion? A loser has 8.5 billion? I think you've lost your mind. He gave you 8.5 billion seeds last night, right?
He became more and more angry as he spoke.
Chu Yunyi blushed instantly, Dad, how can you talk like that? How else do you want me to speak?
I raised my daughter like the apple of my eye for over 20 years, and now she's sleeping with a loser.
How can I speak? Should I still congratulate him and tell him he slept well? I didn't beat you to death, that's good enough. Chu Tianbo was extremely furious. My daughter ran off with a loser. The company you have worked hard to build for a lifetime will also be destroyed. It's enough that he can hold on as long as he's not crazy. Chu Yunyi exhaled and calmed down. Dad, let's calm down. What I said is true. Su Qi really has 8.5 billion and can really save the Chubo Group. Chu Tianbo snorted coldly, I think you are really crazy. Go see a psychiatrist right away. Chu Yunyi was extremely anxious. Dad, why don't you believe it? Do you really have to let me find his phone and check the balance for you? Chu Tianbo was very disdainful. This kind of loser must have learned Photoshop well.
85 yuan is Photoshopped to 85 billion, so photoshopping it to 8.5 billion is nothing special.
A loser from the bottom of society wants to act like a rich guy. He has no dignity left. Chu Yunyi was really going crazy. Dad, can't you trust me just once? Okay, then transfer the 5 billion over. Chu Tianbo said directly. Chu Yunyi hurriedly said, I need to discuss this with Su Qi. That's Su Qi's money. He's sleeping now.
When he wakes up, I'll discuss it with him, and then you can call and apologize to him, Dad.
After all, he was the one who saved you, yet you treated him like that.
If you apologize, he shouldn't just stand by and watch you die.
Chu Tianbo laughed heartily after hearing this. Chu Yunyi, this is your goal, right? You just want me to apologize to that loser.
You want me, the dignified head of the wealthy Chu family, to apologize to a loser.
You're so smart. Okay, just follow that loser wholeheartedly.
I'm telling you, even if you starve to death following him, I won't care about you. Having said that, he hung up the phone.
Chu Yunyi was really about to collapse. Why doesn't T-Dad understand her good intentions? Why don't you believe her?
She really wanted to save the Chubo group and Chu Tianbo.
Call again quickly. Are you done? I still have important things to deal with. Chu Tianbo answered the phone and yelled impatiently. Chu Yunyi also became anxious and yelled, Dad, can you calm down a little? Do you still want to save the Chubo group? Chu Tianbo gnashed his teeth in anger. Even now, you are still kicking me when I'm down, taking advantage of the crisis of the Chubo group to make me bow down to that loser.
Chu Yunyi, I should have severed our father-daughter relationship long ago.
I'm telling you, there's no way I'm going to bow down to a loser. What qualifications does he have for me to bow down to him? Chu Yunyi also gritted her teeth. So you don't want to save the Chubo group? Ha ha. Chu Tianbo laughed. Do you really think I'm desperate?
I still have one last trump card to play. I didn't want to use this trump card, but since it has come to the point where even a loser wants to ride on my head, I have no choice but to use it. With my relationship with Qi Chongshu, my brother from the Qi family, I don't believe he won't lend me 5 billion.
So, don't try to threaten me.
No matter how down and out I am, I'm still much, much better than you.
Don't call me anymore, and don't call me Dad anymore. You are a stranger to me now. Bang! Chu Tianbo hung up the phone again. Chu Yunyi really had no choice.
He put down his phone and lay down next to Su Qi again. Looking at Su Qi's face, her slender fingers gently slid across Su Qi's face, feeling sad.
Su Qi, what do you think I should do? Just as he finished speaking, Su Qi suddenly said, You can use the 8.5 billion as you please, but on the condition that Chu Tianbo must apologize.
Not only apologize to you, but also apologize to me. From now on, every minute that passes will make his apology more forceful.
Chu Yunyi was surprised. You woke up? Su Qi opened his eyes. Can't I wake up?
Chu Yunyi blushed when she thought of her previous outrageous actions.
Asked awkwardly, when did you wake up?
Su Qi narrowed his eyes at her and said, All I can say is that your legs are very slippery. If you rub them for a while longer, you'll have free lotion to use.
Chu Yunyi was really embarrassed and ashamed.
She didn't expect Su Qi to wake up at that time.
I quickly pulled up the quilt and got into bed. Chu Tianbo was really angry.
I didn't expect Chu Yunyi to add insult to injury at this time, taking advantage of the crisis of Chu Bo Group to make him apologize to a loser. No matter how down and out he was, he wouldn't be so miserable as to have to apologize to a loser.
Besides, if he apologizes to Su Qi, will Su Qi help him? What a joke! He decided to give up on Chu Yunyi completely. Just pretend that I don't have this daughter.
Looking at the phone in his hand, it was time to call Qi Chongshu, the head of the Qi family. If Chu Yunyi had not betrayed Qi Zihao, it would have been easier for him to make this call. But Chu Yunyi, his disappointing daughter, made him lose face and feel passive. No matter what, the current situation of Chu Bo Group is so critical that he must make this call.
Finally, I called Qi Chongshu.
Qi Chongshu is at Shuechuchu's house. I came here with Qi Zihao early in the morning. He brought many gifts and delivered a Porsche sports car and a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle as promised. The 10 million was naturally transferred to Lu Xinmei's account. They came again, not to apologize, but for Shuechuchu.
Shuechuchu is now Qi Bingyue's teacher. For Qi Bingyue's future, she must serve this teacher well.
She was so diligent and attentive, as if Xue Chuchu had really become a famous teacher. At that time, when Qi Bingyue was applying for college, no one took it seriously enough to find a tutor for her.
They had no choice.
After all, whether Qi Bingyue could become a disciple now not only affected Qi Bingyue's future, but also the future of their family.
You have to pay attention.
When Qi Chongshu and Qi Ziheo came to Xue Chuchu's house carrying large and small bags of things, they happened to meet the landlord Xia Kaiqin.
Of course they didn't know Xia Kaiqin. But Xia Kaiqin knew them.
I was so scared that I stuck to the wall. The head and eldest son of the Qi family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City, came to visit Xue Chuchu's family in person.
Xue Chuchu and her daughter have really reached the top in one step. I couldn't help but wonder, should I greet Lu Xinmei and Xue Chuchu when I see them next time? As a landlord, her status is getting lower and lower.
Qi Chongshu was chatting with Lu Xinmei awkwardly when he received a call from Chu Tianbua.
I get angry when I see Chu Tianbua's name. The Chu family reacted too quickly.
Xu Yunyi had already taken the lead in hooking up with Su Qi, the young master of a super wealthy family.
Chu Tianbua called me, it must be to show off. Thinking about Chu Tianbua's boastful face, I feel unhappy.
He hung up the phone without mercy.
As a result, Chu Tianbua attacked again. Damn, do you really have to show off?
Qi Chongshu almost cursed.
After gritting his teeth, he finally answered the call and sneered, Boss Chu, why are you still bothering to call me when you're not in the hospital recuperating?
His information about Chu Tianbua still stopped at the time when Chu Tianbua was in the hospital. Chu Tianbua laughed hurriedly, Brother Qi, I have recovered and been discharged from the hospital.
Don't I want to have a drink with you?
You definitely can't just talk about borrowing money directly, you have to build a good relationship first.
Chapter 116 to Versailles. Qi Chongshu was a little surprised, you're already well? Didn't I hear that your illness is incurable?
After saying this, Qi Chongshu felt a little regretful.
It was really a bit reckless.
It seemed as if Chu Tianbua had done something wrong, but he was still unhappy. Chu Tianbua was not angry either. Thanks to you, Brother Qi, I am lucky enough to have my life saved.
Mr. Chu, excuse me, how did you get better? Or was the previous news that there was no cure just a smokescreen?
Qi Chongshu was really curious. Of course, Chu Tianbua couldn't say that it was Su Qi who cured him. That would be too much of a compliment to Su Qi and would be too flattering to him.
He smiled and said, didn't I say that?
I'm lucky and have good luck, so it's fine if I just let it go like this. Qi Chongshu snorted coldly, I'm afraid you've successfully hooked up with young Master Su, and you're in a good mood, so your illness healed quickly, right?
This really sounds sour.
Qi Bingyue was getting further and further away from Su Qi, but Xu Yunyi had already successfully thrown herself into Su Qi's arms.
He was really envious and jealous. After hearing his words, Chu Tianbua's expression changed. What is Su Xiao? Qi Chongshu sneered, Boss Chu, is it fun to pretend to be ignorant when you know the truth? Isn't young Master Su the same as Su Qi? You are already in your 70s or 80s, why are you pretending to be ignorant?
Now you are hugging Su Xiao's thighs tightly.
It feels very comfortable, right?
When Chu Tianbua heard this, he was immediately filled with anger.
Qi Chongshu actually called a loser Su Xiao? This is clearly irony. They also said that he clung to Su Qi, isn't that even more ironic?
It was just a satire on his daughter's betrayal of the Qi family and her dating a loser.
What a comfortable thing to say. It's completely ironic.
In fact, what he meant was that the reason why he is in such a miserable situation now is because his daughter is with a loser. It is understandable that Qi Chongshu was sarcastic. Xu Yunyi and Qi Ziheo were engaged, but she broke her promise.
How could the Qi family not be angry? How could they not mock her?
Qi Chongshu's genuine envy and jealousy were completely misinterpreted by him as anger and ridicule. He quickly shouted, that bastard, he seduced my daughter.
I can't free my hands right now. If I did, I would definitely kill him.
Brother Qi, don't worry. I won't let your Qi family bear this shame.
Even for you, I won't let that loser go. Qi Chongshu was stunned. What did you mean by Diaosi? That's Su Qi. You actually said that young Master Su is a loser?
Qi Chongshu was stunned. Chu Tianbua almost jumped up and cursed, of course he is, this shameless bastard, it was he who destroyed the marriage between our two families and the relationship between me and you, Brother Qi.
He and I will never reconcile. He had to curse loudly to help Qi Chongshu vent his anger.
After all, Su Qi snatched away Qi Chongshu's future daughter-in-law. He thought that if he scolded Su Qi, Qi Chongshu would definitely feel better. But Qi Chongshu was not at all relieved, instead he looked confused. Xu Yunyi was about to win over Su Qi, and Xu Tianhua had such a good future son-in-law, but he was cursing here? He can't even be envious enough, okay? What's wrong with Xu Tianhua? Or was your head squeezed by the door? Ah, I see. He is just showing off in reverse. The kind who takes advantage of others and acts ungratefully. He clearly got a son-in-law who was a young master from a super wealthy family, but he deliberately described him as a loser. Is there anything more blatantly ostentatious than this? Is there anything more Versailles than this? It's like buying a multi-million-dollar sports car. Others are envious, but he says, alas, it's just a worthless gadget. I'll throw it away after playing with it for 2 days. This old guy's level of showing off has reached this level. Okay, keep up with the times. Qi Chongshu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He said viciously, Xu Tianhua, you don't have to be so arrogant, it's still uncertain who will win. Xu Tianhua was also confused. I'm showing off? I'm not showing off. He was so frustrated that he wanted to drop his hands and feet, sit on the ground and cry, and he was still showing off? How could he show off? You're still saying you're not showing off? You're so showing off that you're practically taking off. Isn't it just having a good son-in-law? Look at what you can do. Xu Tianhua was helpless. Brother Qi, please stop mocking me. It's because of my poor upbringing that my daughter did such a shameful thing and ran off with a loser. Qi Chongshu thought, what you mean is that it is because of your good teaching that your daughter has found such a good son-in-law, right? You old Versailles guy, you're not done yet, are you? Brother Qi, I sincerely apologize. But you must help me with the Chubua group. Xu Tianhua felt that he was getting further and further away, so he quickly returned to the main topic and stated his request. What's going on with the Chubo group? Qi Chongshu couldn't help but ask. Xu Tianhua was surprised. You haven't heard about the Chubo group yet? The financial crisis of Chubo group has almost spread throughout the business world. But Qi Chongshu's energy was all focused on how to curry favor with Su Qi, and I really haven't heard of it. Curiously asked, what's going on with the Chubo group? Xu Tianhua was about to speak when he suddenly had an idea. Since Qi Chongshu hasn't heard of it, it's better not to tell Qi Chongshu. Otherwise Qi Chongshu would not dare to lend him money. He quickly changed the subject. It's like this, my company is having some trouble with cash flow, and I hope you can lend a hand, Brother Qi. Qi Chongshu sneered, is your company short of money? I'm afraid you spent all your money to curry favor with Mr. Su? Now that there's a hole, you want me to help you fix it? You're really thoughtful. He was still brooding over the fact that Xu Yunyi had taken the lead over Su Qi. Xu Tianhua thought he was being sarcastic again. I quickly apologized, I'm really sorry about that bastard thing. Brother Qi, please help me out for the sake of our long-standing friendship. Qi Chongshu was furious, you old Versailles, are you really not done yet? Young Master Su is obviously the son of a wealthy family, and you actually call him a loser? If he is a loser, what are we? Look at your face that looks like you're taking advantage of others and still acting cute. It really makes me angry. Besides, you're already hooking up with young Master Su, and you still need this little money from me? Are you just making fun of me? You're using me as your tool, showing off and then playing with me, right? Do you still have any humanity left? He is really popular. It's the most unacceptable thing to act like a good boy after getting an advantage. If Xu Tianhua was in front of him, he would have punched him long ago. Xu Tianhua was dumbfounded by the scolding. Is Qi Chongshu still mocking him? To describe a loser as a young master of a super wealthy family is absolutely an irony. Mocking him for throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. He hurriedly apologized again, Brother Qi, if you help me this time, I will definitely help you get revenge on that loser. Xu Tianhua, are you really going to show off endlessly? Let me tell you, everything has a limit, don't go too far. I admit, I was one step behind you and couldn't win the fight. But there's no need for you to keep exposing my flaws. There's no need to be so cocky, right? This time, I finally see your true nature. When you succeed, you become arrogant. I'm done with you. I won't recognize anyone like you anymore. Also, I haven't admitted defeat yet, and neither has my daughter. Let's wait and see. Qi Chongshu hung up the phone angrily. He got a gold ingot, but said it was just a piece of dirt and didn't seem to appreciate it at all.
It's so Versailles and so infuriating. Chapter 117. A girl as pure as a lotus. Chu Tianbo was completely confused. He has apologized.
He also scolded that loser to help Qi Chongshu vent his anger.
Why did Qi Chongshu become even angrier? What is going on here? I'm really confused. Also desperate.
Qi Chongshu is his last trump card. I originally thought that after many years of friendship, Qi Chongshu would not stand by and watch someone die. Unexpectedly, for some reason, Qi Chongshu was angered.
This is all so baffling. What should I do now?
Chu Bo Group is now in danger and may collapse at any time.
He looks around, but there is no one who can help him. So desperate. I couldn't help but punch the wall hard. He lowered his head and pondered for a while.
No, he had to start with Qi Chongshu. Otherwise, he could visit Qi Chongshu in person, which would appear more sincere.
Of course, the one with the greatest sincerity is Su Qi.
If Su Qi could be brought to Qi Chongshu and beaten up in front of him, Qi Chongshu would definitely feel relieved and the rest of the matter would be much easier to discuss. This time when he was talking to Qi Chongshu on the phone, Qi Chongshu kept mocking him for having a good son-in-law.
He was definitely brooding over the fact that Su Qi had snatched Chu Yunyi away from him.
Only by finding a breakthrough from Su Qi can the deadlock between him and Qi Chongshu be broken and their friendship be restored. He felt that he had sorted out the situation, so he quickly acted according to this idea. Call the secretary and prepare the gift immediately. In addition, gather all the bodyguards of the Chu family, capture Su Qi, and take him to find Qi Chongshu. Su Qi got up and was eating the fried eggs that Chu Yunyi had fried until they were as thick as charcoal when he suddenly received a phone call. It was Yang Zhuangqin, the manager of the takeaway station where he worked, who called.
Su Qi, how many days has it been since you delivered food? Do you still want to do it? Yang Zhuangqin's tone was very angry. Su Qi smiled and said, Sister Yang, can't I take a few days off? Rest? You're really good. Don't you know that our takeaway station is eliminated last?
If you rank in the bottom 3 in terms of orders this month, you'll be fired.
Seeing you suddenly become so calm, did you find a treasure, or did you win the lottery? Su Qi smiled and said, aren't I just enjoying life a little bit? Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'm telling you, the boss of our takeout company is coming to inspect. Get over here right away, or you'll affect my assessment results. Yang Zhuangqin spoke very rudely. But Su Qi was not angry.
When they were at the takeaway station, Yang Zhuangqin took good care of him. For example, withdrawing 1,000 yuan in advance to attend a class reunion is not allowed according to regulations. But Yang Zhuangqin still made an exception for him.
I often give him gifts, such as small electric fans, sunglasses, and other practical gadgets.
I would also give him snacks to satisfy his hunger while delivering food.
Once I even gave him a set of clothes.
It was actually a famous brand, which scared Su Qi a lot. He thought Yang Zhuangqin liked him and wanted to support him. Although Yang Zhuangqin is middle-aged and still has charm, she is really not his type. Fortunately, Yang Zhuangqin usually looked at him normally and didn't touch him, so Su Qi gradually let down his guard.
In difficult times, these small favors always leave a deep impression on us. Su Qi was very grateful to Yang Zhuangqin.
The time he spent delivering food can be said to be the most difficult period for him. Yang Zhuangqin was the only warmth he had felt during this period. So, even though Yang Zhuangqin's tone was unfriendly, he didn't take it to heart.
You'll have 10 minutes, come here quickly. Yang Zhuangqin urged.
Su Qi thought that Yang Zhuangqin was so good to him, it would be a shame to cause trouble for her.
I haven't resigned yet, so if I skip work, Yang Zhuangqin will definitely be held responsible. I quickly agreed and jokingly said, okay, I'll take a rocket right away and arrive in 10 minutes. Are you going out? Chu Yunyi asked softly. Su Qi nodded, you stay here, I will definitely be back before noon. Then I'll use this time to clean up. Su Qi looked at the fried egg that was fried to charcoal and smiled, you should just live a peaceful and happy life. It's more suitable for you to stay away from water. These houseworks are really not suitable for this young lady. I'm really worried that the more she cleans, the mess will only get worse. Left the villa, drove the sports car, and went to the takeaway station. After all, it's a sports car, so it's very fast and arrived in about 10 minutes. When I arrived, I saw a Rolls-Royce parked in front of the takeaway station, which looked quite impressive.
Usually, at the entrance of the takeaway station, besides electric cars, there is also Yang Zhuangqin's Beetle.
Is the boss really here?
To be honest, he really didn't know who the owner of this takeout company was.
He got out of the sports car and entered the takeaway station.
Just as he entered, he saw Yang Zhuangqin hurried over. When she got to him, she pulled him away and said, "Finally, you're here.
I've been waiting for you." Suchi was puzzled. I didn't see any electric bikes outside. Those colleagues must have gone out to deliver food. Why did they ask me to come here? You're more important, okay?
Yang Zhuangqin showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth, with a playful look in her eyes.
Suchi stopped quickly. Sister Yang, I know you treat me well, but I won't sell my body. This is my bottom line.
Yang Zhuangqin was stunned for a moment before she understood what Suchi meant.
He glared at Suchi and said, "What good things are you thinking about, kid? You're just a delivery guy, and you actually thought I was attracted to you? Are you crazy from delivering food? Come on, someone wants to see you."
He pulled Suchi upstairs and into the station master's office.
There were two people standing in the small office. A man and a woman. They are all very young.
The man was dressed in a suit and had a cold expression on his face, as if others owed him millions. One hand was in his trouser pocket, and the other hand was holding a cigarette, smoking impatiently. The woman was probably in her early 20s, wearing a simple white dress. She has beautiful hair like water, a tall figure, and a particularly fresh feeling. When he went in, the girl turned her head quickly. Suchi's heart was shocked, as if something hit his heart instantly.
This girl? As beautiful as a dream. It was a dream he was very familiar with. Isn't she Chu Xiaowen, the first girl who made his heart beat?
When he was in high school, Chu Xiaowen made him so infatuated that he almost lost his appetite. The girl who was as pure as a lotus appeared in front of him again.
Is this really a dream? Snap. Snap.
The young man suddenly clapped his hands.
When old lovers meet, do they all tear up?
Suchi suddenly came back to his senses.
This is definitely not a dream. Otherwise, who is this young man?
The person in front of me is Chu Xiaowen, the real Chu Xiaowen.
Haven't seen him since I graduated from high school. Compared to that time, Chu Xiaowen is now a little more mature.
She is less immature and more youthful and beautiful, even more beautiful than before. But her temperament has not changed, it is still so pure. Because of her appearance, the air seemed to be fresher and the oxygen content increased. Every breath made me feel refreshed.
You finally see the man you've been thinking about day and night. Why are you still mute? Why don't you rush over and kiss him till the end of the world?
The young man pushed Chu Xiaowen rudely.
Chu Xiaowen staggered and came in front of Suchi.
Suchi quickly reached out to support her. Chu Xiaowen finally stopped, her cheeks flushed with shame and her eyes evasive. She lowered her head slightly, gently brushed the hair at her temples, and asked softly, "Suchi, I haven't seen you for so many years.
Are you okay?" Chapter 118 First Love is Irreplaceable. Suchi was surprised. You still remember me? He was very ordinary when he was in high school, while Chu Xiaowen was the second daughter of the Chu family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. Who wouldn't know her, who wouldn't envy her, and who wouldn't pay attention to her?
If Chu Xiaowen is the star under the spotlight, then he is the passerby in the shadows behind the spotlight.
Chu Xiaowen actually knows him? And, after all these years, you still remember him? This is really incredible. The young man sneered, "How could she not remember you? Her diary is full of your name. There are also candid photos of you in the private album. Tell me, how charming are you? I thought you were so charming, you must be some amazing person, but it turns out you're just a delivery man. Let me ask you, what have you done to deserve to steal the heart of my fiancée?"
The young man became more and more angry as he spoke, and he grabbed Suchi's clothes.
Suchi became angry and glanced at him. "Who the hell are you? I have tolerated you for a long time.
If it weren't for my old classmate's face, you would have flown out long ago." As soon as the words fell, Yang Zhuangqin hurriedly shouted, "Suchi, clean your mouth."
This is Cheng Tianyu, the eldest son of the Cheng family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. Suchi frowned. They were again people from the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City. So far, he has met all the people from the 4 major wealthy families in Yanjiang City. The Chu family had just dealt with the Qi family, and now they met Chu Xiaowen, the second daughter of the Chu family, and Cheng Tianyu, the eldest son of the Cheng family. Why don't you apologize to Master Chang right away? Yang Zhuangqin shouted angrily. Su Qi sneered, Why? Why should I apologize?
I didn't offend him, but he was the one who was being sarcastic.
I haven't asked him to apologize yet. Yang Zhuangqin became more and more angry. Su Qi, you are rebelling. Who are you? What is young Master Chang's identity? Do you still think you can be on equal footing with young Master Chang? If you're asked to apologize, then apologize now.
Chang Tianyu sneered and stared at Su Qi fiercely. His problem cannot be solved with just an apology. The price he has to pay is much, much greater than this.
Su Qi was really confused. What the hell are you talking about?
It seemed as if everyone else was aware of the situation and he was the only one who was kept in the dark.
At this moment, Chu Xiaowen suddenly touched him lightly and said in a low and hurried voice, Su Qi, run. Su Qi looked at her. What is going on?
Chu Xiaowen's face was filled with panic, and she waved her slender hands vigorously. Don't ask, run quickly, it's best to leave Yinjiang City and never come back.
Fuck, your heart really is with him. You're still worried about his safety. Do you think I'm just a decoration? You bitch. Cheng Tianyu became furious when he heard what Chu Xiaowen said. He raised his hand and hit Chu Xiaowen.
A cold light flashed in Su Qi's eyes.
She actually beat up the first girl who made his heart beat right in front of him? Chu Xiaowen is like his first love. Do you dare to hit Chu Xiaowen and treat him as nothing?
He slapped him with his backhand. Before Cheng Tianyu could hit him, Su Qi's hand had already hit him in the face.
Bang! An extremely loud slap. Cheng Tianyu was beaten so hard that he fell backwards.
I tried to hold on to the chair to stand, but I couldn't. It fell to the ground along with the chair.
Cheng Tianyu quickly opened his mouth and spat, and 2 bloody teeth came out of his mouth.
Su Qi looked at him coldly. Remember this, no one is allowed to bully this girl. Even though it has been many years since she graduated from high school, Chu Xiaowen still occupies a special place in his eyes. The first time a boy falls in love, the first girl he likes, is always the most special. Even though time passes, there is still an unforgettable tenderness left.
Yang Zhuangqin was stunned. Chu Xiaowen was also stunned.
No one expected that Su Qi would dare to hit Cheng Tianyu.
After all, Cheng Tianyu has already revealed his identity. He is the eldest son of the Cheng family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City. Who dares to act rashly?
Yang Zhuangqin suddenly screamed, pointing at Su Qi with a trembling finger. You're finished, you're finished.
You actually dared to hit young Master Chang. No one can save you. Su Qi glanced at her and said, I don't need anyone to save me. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. How often had Cheng Tianyu been offended like this?
He got up and rushed towards Su Qi frantically.
Su Qi grabbed his clothes and threw them away. Call. Cheng Tianyu flew out directly and flew out of the station master's office.
He hit the wall outside and was knocked unconscious. Su Qi was not able to deal with just one guy, let alone a dozen or 20 of them, and that was not enough to defeat them.
You. Yang Zhuangqin pointed at Su Qi in amazement. Su Qi nodded. I know, I'm done, okay? Can you please leave now? I have something to say to Chu Xiaowen. He had to find out what was going on quickly.
He had already realized that Cheng Tianyu and Chu Xiaowen came for him.
Moreover, it has something to do with emotions. But I really don't understand the whole story. It's really unpleasant to feel so confused.
He originally wanted to throw Yang Zhuangqin out, but when he thought about how good Yang Zhuangqin had been to him, he finally held back.
He made a gesture to ask Yang Zhuangqin to leave. Su Qi, no one can save you now. Yang Zhuangqin said, gritting her teeth. Su Qi smiled and said, I don't need anyone to save me. Can you go out now? Otherwise, I'll have to send you out myself.
Yang Zhuangqin gritted her teeth and said, You'd better apologize to young Master Chang as soon as possible. Su Qi simply picked her up and put her outside the door.
Then, slammed the door. It was locked inside again.
When I turned around, I saw Chu Xiaowen still in a state of shock. Her little mouth was open, and her white teeth were as bright as pearls, which was very cute.
Chu Xiaowen, tell me, what is going on? Su Qi asked.
Chu Xiaowen suddenly came to her senses and quickly pushed him. Run away quickly, the farther the better.
I've already shown you that you can climb out of that window, and it's not too high from the ground.
Push Su Qi towards the window with all your strength.
Su Qi was helpless. I don't need to run away, I just want to know what's going on. Even if I die, I can't be a confused ghost, right?
Chu Xiaowen shook her head anxiously. There's no time to talk anymore, run away quickly, otherwise it will be too late.
Chang Tianyu brought bodyguards with him. He must have blocked the door. You can only escape from here.
Su Qi was really upset. I really don't need to escape. Chu Xiaowen stamped her feet anxiously. You have no idea how dangerous you are.
Listen to me, run as far away as possible.
Su Qi could see that Chu Xiaowen was not going to listen to him. Seeing that Chu Xiaowen wanted to say something, he simply lowered his head and kissed her on the mouth.
Now let us see how Chu Xiaowen can urge him to escape. Chapter 119. The beauty is interested. Chu Xiaowen trembled all over. All movements suddenly froze.
She stopped pushing him and didn't say anything, just stared with her eyes wide open.
I never thought that Su Qi would do this. Su Qi had wanted to do this for a long time.
I wanted to do this as early as when I fell in love with Chu Xiaowen. But at that time, he was really too ordinary and too common.
How can a poor man dare to enter the prosperous world? How can a clean-handed man dare to miss a beautiful woman?
Although he didn't say it, he knew very well in his heart that he was not worthy of Chu Xiaowen at that time.
Even if I catch up with Chu Xiaowen, what can I do? Let this little princess who enjoys all the glory and wealth follow him and suffer hardships. That is not love, that is selfishness.
So, from beginning to end, he kept that feeling in his heart, but when he was dreaming, he accidentally called out Chu Xiaowen's name.
As a result, his classmates mistakenly thought that he had a crush on Jia Xiaowen, which caused a joke.
But now, he has the courage to do it. He knew that he now had the ability to protect Chu Xiaowen and keep her from getting hurt. Moreover, the surging emotions of meeting again made him unable to control himself.
If we never see each other again, it's okay.
Now that they suddenly meet again, he realizes that he has never forgotten Chu Xiaowen.
Chu Xiaowen's whole body was tense. He seemed shocked by Su Qi's behavior and seemed too nervous.
Su Qi kissed her on the mouth. Feeling the softness like flower petals and smelling the intoxicating fragrance, I was reluctant to let go of it. Not only did he not open his mouth, but he even intensified his efforts and started to gnaw on it. Chu Xiaowen clenched her slender hands tightly. After a long time, he finally slowly loosened his grip. She raised her head timidly and hugged Su Qi. He began to respond in a childish manner.
Su Qi was shocked that she was responding.
Startled, he quickly looked up. Chu Xiaowen was very flustered, as if she had done something wrong, and lowered her head in a hurry. She didn't even dare to wipe the saliva Su Qi left on her mouth.
You? Su Qi still looked at her in disbelief.
I thought she would struggle and hit him. I never expected that she would respond.
Did I do something wrong? Chu Xiaowen asked shyly. No, it's me, I was too rude just now. I'm sorry. Chu Xiaowen shook her head gently. No. It's okay.
Only then did he dare to raise his hand and wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth.
How long has Su Qi been craving this? Why is his drooling so much? Can you tell me what happened? Su Qi asked.
After hearing this, Chu Xiaowen woke up from her dream and quickly pushed him again. Run away quickly, otherwise it will be too late.
Su Qi grabbed her shoulders and said seriously, if you want to force me to kiss you again, I will do it.
Chu Xiaowen was startled and quickly stepped back with her face flushed. The shyness from before hasn't faded away yet, and now my heart is beating faster and my cheeks are burning.
Tell me, what's going on?
Chu Xiaowen bit her lip. If I tell you, you won't have time to escape.
Su Qi smiled. I didn't plan to escape. If you don't run away, Cheng Tianyu will really kill you. Chu Xiaowen was anxious. You don't know how terrifying he is. He's very cruel.
Moreover, his family has a close relationship with Sanhai Hall and can use the power of Sanhai Hall.
Even if I wanted to protect you, I couldn't. Use the power of Kanghe Tang? Su Qi sneered.
This means that the Cheng family has some weight in Sanhai Hall. But he is the head of Sanhai Hall.
Dare to use the power of Sanhai Hall? That requires your own consent. What I said is true, why are you still laughing? This is really not a joke. Chu Xiaowen stamped her feet in anxiety.
Cheng Tianyu thought we had always had a special relationship.
He regards it as a great humiliation and will never let you go. Su Qi asked, what does a special relationship mean? Chu Xiaowen's face turned red.
I couldn't bring myself to say it at first, but now the situation was critical and I couldn't care less about being shy. I whispered, he thought we slept together.
Suchi was shocked. Why would he think so? He saw you in my diary. Suchi frowned. We are classmates after all. It's nothing that you mentioned me in your diary. But my diary is all about you. Oh shit. Suchi was startled again. What did you say? Is your diary full of me?
Chu Xiaowen nodded and said shyly, actually, you are the first boy who made my heart beat.
Suchi is going to fuck up again. Is Chu Xiaowen sure she didn't get it wrong?
It should be said that Chu Xiaowen was the first girl who made his heart beat.
Are you sure you're not kidding? Suchi really couldn't believe it. Chu Xiaowen picked up her phone and opened an encrypted photo album. Show it to Suchi.
When Suchi took a look, he found that the photos were all of his. Most of them are photos of him delivering food.
There are also photos of him wolfing down his food.
A photo of him sleeping on the steps of a takeaway station.
It was unbelievable. You actually followed me? Chu Xiaowen shook her head. I didn't follow you.
This takeaway company is owned by our Chu family.
I asked Station Master Yang to take a picture of you and send it to me.
Of course, sometimes I'll come to see you secretly, and by the way, I'll give the gift I bought for you to Station Master Yang and ask her to give it to you.
Suchi was shocked. Don't tell me that those small fans and sunglasses were given to me by you.
Yes. Chu Xiaowen nodded and said, I saw that you were very tired and it was very hot, so I bought it for you.
Where are the snacks? I bought it, too. That suit? I bought it too. It should suit you well, right? Suchi was so shocked that he was speechless. It felt like a dream.
Although he is not self-deprecating, he also knows his own conditions.
How could he deserve such concern from the second daughter of the wealthy Chu family? This is too unrealistic. I couldn't help but ask, are you doing charity? Seeing how miserable I'm doing, can you provide me with one-on-one support? Chu Xiaowen widened her beautiful eyes. Why do you think so? Because I can't think of any reason why you would do that. Chu Xiaowen bit her lip and asked, do you still remember the broken glass in our classroom? Suchi frowned. The piece you broke?
He was on duty at the time. Chu Xiaowen was probably in a bad mood. She suddenly picked up a bench and smashed it against the window, breaking a piece of glass.
She was still lying on the table crying.
That was the only time he saw Chu Xiaowen lose control of her emotions. In her normal state, Chu Xiaowen always looks calm and composed, like a graceful lotus flower, neither fighting nor competing, but quiet and low-key.
Chu Xiaowen nodded.
The day after I broke the glass, our math teacher, who has a bad temper, came to class and asked who broke the classroom glass. It was winter, and the broken glass caused a cold wind that made the heating in the classroom useless. The math teacher said that whoever broke the glass should squat on the window to block the wind for everyone else, otherwise there would be no class. I was so scared that if I had crouched against the window, I would have been mortified by how cold it was.
Everyone will laugh at me.
Several classmates knew I was the one who broke it, and they all turned around and looked at me. I really had no choice but to stand up, but I didn't expect you to stand up suddenly.
You said you broke it. The math teacher scolded you, but you didn't say anything. You just picked up your book and squatted on the window. Do you know how big you were in my heart at that moment? Chapter 120. It only takes a moment to fall in love. Suchi was surprised. You didn't fall in love with me from that time, did you? Chu Xiaowen blushed and nodded. I think you are very handsome and very righteous. I also feel that you are someone who can protect me from the wind and rain.
In short, from that time on, you became special in my heart. Really, it doesn't take much effort to make a girl fall in love with a boy.
Sometimes, just a moment is enough. The moment you stood up for me, I will never forget it in my life.
It will always be engraved in my heart.
Suchi was very excited.
It turned out that at that time, not only did he like Chu Xiaowen, but Chu Xiaowen also liked him. No wonder when I kissed Chu Xiaowen just now, Chu Xiaowen not only did not refuse or resist, but she even responded.
This is because she likes herself too.
I couldn't help but look into Chu Xiaowen's eyes. If I tell you that you are the girl who made my heart beat so fast at that time, how would you feel?
Chu Xiaowen was stunned and asked in surprise, isn't it Jia Xiaowen you like? Suchi almost fell to the ground. Do you also think I like Jia Xiaowen? That's what everyone says. Suchi was helpless. It's impossible even if you think about it yourself. I don't like you, but I like Jia Xiaowen. Can Jia Xiaowen compare to you?
Chu Xiaowen bit her lip and said, maybe everyone has their own preferences. Suchi held his forehead and said, "Don't worry, I don't have such a strong taste."
So, you really like me then?
Suchi nodded. "I even called out your name in my dream, which made everyone misunderstand that I like Jia Xiaowen." When Xu Xiaowen heard this, her eyes lit up.
The light is so brilliant that it makes people intoxicated.
Xu Xiaowen couldn't help but grab Suchi's hand. "If only I had known this earlier. I wanted to confess my love to you, and even wanted to elope with you, but I heard from everyone that you liked Jia Xiaowen, so I had to give up."
Suchi was surprised. You wanted to elope with me at that time? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Xu Xiaowen sighed faintly. Do you know why I suddenly lost control and smashed the classroom window? Suchi shook his head. Anyway, you were quite abnormal at that time, completely different from your usual self.
Xu Xiaowen's face was filled with sorrow, because at that time, my family had already decided my fate.
What does this mean?
At that time, my family had already discussed with the Cheng family and decided that I would marry Cheng Tianyu.
Suchi was surprised.
No way, you didn't even graduate from high school at that time.
Xu Xiaowen nodded.
But my fate had already been decided at that time. My mother and sister went to the Cheng family to discuss it in person. I was notified after the decision was made.
Suchi really couldn't understand. Why would they do this?
Xu Xiaowen lowered her head, clutching the corner of her clothes with her slender hands, in order to maintain our Chu family's wealthy status. My father passed away early, and the company has always been run by my mother and sister. We don't even have a man in our family, which makes many people covetous and look down on us.
Many people have their eyes on our family. My mom and sister aren't strong women. They don't have such ruthless tactics. They can only find a way to rely on others.
After discussing it, they decided that my sister would stay in the Chu family and never marry. They would find a way to have an IVF baby, raise her to adulthood, and inherit the Chu family's assets. I would be responsible for securing external support through marriage.
I didn't understand it at the time.
I thought they were so selfish.
They decided my fate without even consulting me. Now I understand a little bit.
They also have no other options. It's really not easy to protect this family and maintain the precarious status of a wealthy family. Suchi didn't expect so many things to happen at that time. No wonder Xu Xiaowen suddenly lost control of her emotions and was crying. Xu Xiaowen was very young at the time, and it was too difficult for her to bear all this.
She gritted her teeth and said, "The future husband your family chose for you is Cheng Tianyu, the eldest son of the Cheng family?"
Xu Xiaowen nodded and said quickly, "I don't have any feelings for him." He knew very well that our family depended on the Cheng family, so he was very domineering towards me and treated me like his personal property.
Suchi frowned. Then you. We didn't sleep together.
Xu Xiaowen emphasized.
Suchi coughed and said, "I'm asking, are you married?" Xu Xiaowen blushed. "I thought that was more important to you. We're not married, and we don't sleep together."
Suchi found it a little unbelievable. This guy is so domineering, and he has already decided that you want to marry him.
Will he resist eating you?
He doesn't seem like such a patient man. Xu Xiaowen bit her lip lightly. Of course he would try every possible means to get me.
But the thought of being possessed by him makes me feel sad and even sick. Because, there is always someone in my heart, and that is you.
She looked at Suchi shyly.
You and only you. There's no room for a second person.
Suchi was very touched and wanted to kiss her again. I always thought that my love for Xu Xiaowen was unrequited. Unexpectedly, Xu Xiaowen fell even deeper in love with him. It is definitely not easy to maintain your innocence in front of that violent Cheng Tianyu after so many years. I was really touched.
Xu Xiaowen looked up at him and said, "I have always hidden you in my diary and in my encrypted photo album. I only take it out and look at it when no one is around." But Cheng Tianyu still found out.
Maybe I rejected him too many times, which made him suspicious. When you came to our house yesterday, you sneaked into my bedroom, pried open my drawer, and found my diary. In my diary, he knew of your existence. I also know that you work as a delivery man for the takeaway company under our Chu family. At that time, he was furious and almost smashed our house.
My mom and sister were terrified and tried to persuade him, but they couldn't.
The fact that I have always had someone else in my heart is, in his eyes, a great shame. And the fact that this guy was a food delivery driver made it even more unbearable for him. Last night, he made a scene at our house, acting lawless all night. Today, he came directly to this takeaway station. I asked Station Master Yang to call you over to settle the score with you. I wanted to inform you in advance, but he was always in front of me and watching me closely, so I couldn't call you. Although I winked at Station Master Yang and asked her to remind you, she didn't seem to understand my meaning and called you here anyway. Su Qi gritted his teeth. This is the whole story, right? Xu Xiaowen nodded and gently pushed him. Hurry up and run away, otherwise you really won't be able to escape.
Cheng Tianyu was not only the eldest son of the Cheng family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Yanjiang City, but also one of the 3 young masters of Yanjiang City. His family also has a close relationship with Sanhai Hall. You are really dangerous. Su Qi sneered. Another 3rd young master from Yanjiang City has arrived? It's okay, I just happened to meet him. Xu Xiaowen was shocked. Are you crazy? How can you possibly defeat him? I am worried and anxious. Su Qi, I beg you, please run away quickly, it's best to leave Yanjiang City. If we are destined to meet again in the future, we will meet again. If not, then, let's wait for the next life.
As he said this, tears rolled down his face. I felt as if my heart was pierced by a sharp dagger and was trembling with pain.
Chapter 121 The Last Affection. Su Qi grabbed her hand and said, why wait for the next life? I want you to be with me in this life.
It would be fine if I didn't know these things, but now that I know, I won't abandon you. Xu Xiaowen shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes.
Su Qi, no, you will die. If it was back in high school, and I knew you liked me, I would have run away with you without hesitation, no matter where we went. But I can't do that now.
I can't abandon my mother and sister and ignore our family.
I can't be so selfish.
So, you should go. We'll meet again if we're destined to. As she spoke, she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Su Qi hugged her in his arms distressfully. Listen to me, today is our fate.
Since I see you again, I will never let you go.
I will help you bear all your difficulties and grievances.
Don't worry, no one can bully you anymore. How could Xu Xiaowen possibly believe it?
Lying in Su Qi's arms, she sobbed, Su Qi, if only what you said were true.
It's a pity. I know you only comfort me. As they were talking, the door was kicked open with a bang. Yang Zhuangqin rescued Cheng Tianyu and woke him up. Cheng Tianyu, angry and embarrassed, kicked the door open. As a result, Su Qi was seen hugging his fiancée, reluctant to part. He was so furious that veins popped out on his forehead. You 2 dogs and bitches.
Xu Xiaowen was shocked and quickly turned around, with her hands open, blocking Su Qi. Cheng Tianyu, calm down. It was me, I was the one who threw myself into his arms. It has nothing to do with him.
Cheng Tianyu roared, you bitch, how dare you say that? Where's your modesty, your purity? Didn't you say that we can't be intimate before marriage? What's going on now? They're hugging each other, no longer reserved? Can they be intimate? If I hadn't come in, would they have done it? Xu Xiaowen's face flushed. Could you please stop using such foul language? Damn, you still dare to teach me a lesson? Not only am I going to curse you, I'm also going to beat you 2 bitches to death. Cheng Tianyu was really furious. He rushed forward and kicked Xu Xiaowen, who was standing in front of Su Qi. He will not let go of either Xu Xiaowen or Su Qi. Su Qi sneered. He pulled Xu Xiaowen away and swept his foot across. Bang! Cheng Tianyu's calf was broken directly in the reverse direction. With a scream, he fell to the ground. Su Qi asked coldly, can you be more honest?
Xu Xiaowen was so scared that her face turned pale and she covered her mouth.
Yang Zhuangqin was also shocked. Cheng Tianyu's injuries are so scary. Bodyguard! Bodyguard!
Cheng Tianyu screamed heartbreakingly. He asked his bodyguards to ambush downstairs. Once Su Qi arrived, they would guard the door and never let Su Qi escape again. He also instructed his bodyguards not to come up no matter what happened upstairs. He wanted to teach Su Qi a lesson, and the scene would definitely be cruel. He was worried that his bodyguards would spread the news and ruin his reputation. He never expected that a delivery man would dare to fight back against him, a young master from a wealthy family, and seriously injure him. I thought his aura was enough to make the delivery man not dare to remove his hands, and let him deal with him.
What a mistake! The key point is that his bodyguard was really obedient and really didn't come up. Now, I can only take the initiative to call the bodyguard up. Second miss, now that we've gotten into this situation, how can we clean it up?
Yang Zhuangqin was in a panic and kept shaking her head, very dissatisfied with Xu Xiaowen.
How can you stand on the side of a delivery man and treat Master Cheng like this? There are only 3 women in your family. Without Master Cheng to look after you, I wonder what you will do.
As a small manager of the Chu family's takeaway company, she is very familiar with the Chu family's situation. I had heard a long time ago that the Chu family was supported by only 3 women, none of whom had strong personalities, so I subconsciously felt contempt for them.
How could such a wealthy family possibly hold up with only 3 women?
Fortunately, the marriage with the Cheng family made everyone a little more wary. Anyway, she couldn't stand Chu Xiaowen caring so much about Su Qi. I feel that Chu Xiaowen betrayed Cheng Tianyu so much and gave her heart to a delivery man. She is simply destroying her own Great Wall. If Chu Xiaowen hadn't repeatedly told her to take good care of Su Qi, she would have fired Su Qi long ago, let alone been so nice to him. Now seeing that Chu Xiaowen actually hurt her fiancé like this for a delivery man, I sighed in my heart.
The Chu family will definitely be destroyed by Chu Xiaowen. The collapse of the Chu family began with Chu Xiaowen. Chu Xiaowen offended their greatest reliance. Not only did he lose his support, but he also had such a powerful enemy. Who will support the Chu family?
She almost saw the collapse of the Chu family soon after.
He was full of mockery and disappointment towards Chu Xiaowen. Chu Xiaowen is confused.
He personally ruined the future of the Chu family.
Shut up. Su Qi glared at her.
He used to think that Yang Zhuangqin was genuinely kind to him, and he respected her for that. Even though Yang Zhuangqin sometimes spoke too harshly and even mocked him for being a delivery man, he didn't say anything and didn't take it to heart. Now I understand that it's not Yang Zhuangqin who treats him well, it's Chu Xiaowen who treats him well. If it weren't for Chu Xiaowen, he would probably be nothing in Yang Zhuangqin's eyes.
In that case, why be polite to Yang Zhuangqin? Yang Zhuangqin got annoyed when she heard this. Do you know who you are talking to? I'm your boss. Do you think that just because the second young lady favors you, you're no longer a delivery boy? Su Qi gritted his teeth. Do you know who you are talking to? How dare you talk to your boss in this manner? Yang Zhuangqin was startled. My boss? Is the Chu family your boss?
Yang Zhuangqin snorted coldly. The Chu family is, but it's none of your business.
Do you think the second miss can really marry you? Stop dreaming.
When the Chu family can no longer hold on, the second young lady will wake up. You, a delivery boy, can't help her at all.
She will eventually fall into the arms of Master Cheng. Do you think a toad can really eat swan flesh?
Humph, that's just a fairy tale, just to trick children.
Su Qi sneered. Then you see clearly,
this is not a fairy tale, this is real. She will only be my woman in this life, no one can take her away from me. He reached out and pulled Chu Xiaowen over, then kissed her on the mouth again. I didn't kiss you enough just now, and I've been wanting to do it again.
Sure enough, this time I felt much more familiar with the route. Quickly enter an extremely intense state. Oh shit. Yang Zhuangqin was stunned. This intensity. The way he eats so voraciously. Can't get any food or what? Cheng Tianyu was also stunned. Is this his fiancée who was so hard to even touch? What is she doing? She actually raised her hands and hugged Su Qi? With her usually reserved personality, shouldn't she push Su Qi away and give him a hard slap in the face? Why did you hug me proactively? And opened your mouth on your own initiative? Is this because she's afraid that the delivery guy's kiss isn't satisfying enough and that he'll leave abruptly? I'm so angry. You two bastards, I will never let you go. I wanted to get up, but my legs were broken and I couldn't get up at all. The pain was so severe that I almost fainted. At this time, his bodyguard finally arrived. At first glance, I saw Chu Xiaowen kissing a man passionately. I was stunned for a moment. According to his understanding of Chu Xiaowen is very introverted. I wish I could always keep a distance of more than 1 meter from men. What is happening now? Chu Xiaowen really gave it her all. I thought to myself that I had completely offended Cheng Tianyu and hurt him so badly that there was no way to make amends. Then just indulge your emotions. Even if it means destruction, be your true self before destruction. Fully release your true feelings. She tried her best to cooperate with Su Qi, allowing Su Qi to grab and plunder at will. Tears rolled down the corners of his eyes. This should be the last intimacy between her and Su Qi. Chapter 122. Just these 2 tricks? Fuck, what are you staring at? Are you enjoying watching this? Quickly kill this pair of bastards. Cheng Tianyu roared angrily at the bodyguard. The bodyguard did not step forward rashly. He is a martial artist and also a smart man.
It was seen that Cheng Tianyu had a broken leg and a bruised face, while Su Qi was unharmed.
There wasn't even any sign of a fight on his body.
This shows that Su Qi easily dealt with Cheng Tianyu. But he knew that Cheng Tianyu's skills were definitely not weak.
He is not only Cheng Tianyu's bodyguard, but also Cheng Tianyu's trainer.
It can be said that Cheng Tianyu was his apprentice who was taught personally. With Cheng Tianyu's fighting ability, he could easily deal with 2 or 3 adult men.
But it was easily solved by Su Qi.
It only proves one thing: Su Qi is very strong. He was so strong that he couldn't tell Su Qi's strength at all. It is a big taboo in fighting to attack rashly without fully understanding the opponent.
His master Tai Yufeng repeatedly reminded him to remember this sentence when facing the enemy. "Hey, did you hurt Master Chang?" The bodyguard coughed loudly, finally interrupting the inseparable conversation between Su Qi and Chu Xiaowen. Su Qi raised his head and glanced at him.
He's a very spirited guy. He is very tall, over 1.8 meters.
He must be very good at fighting and looks quite strong. This must be Cheng Tianyu's bodyguard.
She curled her lips slightly and said, "I heard him.
If you don't get out of here quickly, you'll be the next one."
The bodyguard gnashed his teeth.
"It's really crazy. I just couldn't help but beat Su Qi up."
However, in order to find out Su Qi's background, he still held back.
He sneered, "So, you are also a martial artist?"
"I can tell you that in the fighting circle of Yanjiang City, there are almost no masters that I don't know."
"I don't know who your master is. You'd better tell me your origins, then I might be more gentle."
He was trying to find out the source of Su Qi's powerful skills. Knowing who Su Qi learned from, he can take targeted action.
Cheng Tianyu was furious. "You bastard, I told you to kill them, and you actually started chatting with him about family matters? Are you sick? Hurry up and get on."
The bodyguard smiled and said, "Master Chang, don't worry, he can't run away. I'm worried that his master has some connection with my master, and it would be difficult for me to explain to my master."
Cheng Tianyu was furious. "Explain your shit. Now you just need to confess to me and kill this couple."
Su Qi also said, "You don't have to worry about anything, I don't have a master."
The bodyguard didn't believe it. "You can defeat Master Chang, it's impossible without a master. Young Master Chang is not an ordinary person. He was trained by me, Yan Sufei.
You could say he is my apprentice. It's impossible for someone with absolutely no martial arts background to defeat him so easily."
Su Qi glanced at him and said, "Why, are you really awesome?"
Yan Sufei sneered, "Let me tell you about my master, and you will naturally know whether I am awesome or not. To tell you the truth, my master is Tai Yufeng, the new boxing champion and the most dazzling fighting star in Yanjiang City." After hearing this, Su Qi almost laughed out loud.
"Damn, another disciple.
Why do these guys always act as thugs for the rich and powerful, and I ran into them myself?"
There is certainly a reason for this.
Because Tai Yufeng won the new boxing championship, his apprentice's fame also rose. Rich families hired his apprentices as bodyguards. Firstly, it gives you face, and secondly, with the Tai Yufeng brand, you don't have to worry about finding parallel imports.
What are you laughing at? Yan Sufei was very surprised. Could it be that our sects really have some connection? Su Qi nodded. "Indeed, there is some connection." "Who is your master?" Yan Sufei asked excitedly.
"Finally, I can find out the details of Su Qi's martial arts."
Su Qi said, "Iron Rain Wind." "What? You are also my master's apprentice?" Yan Sufei couldn't believe it. "Impossible, my master accepted you as his apprentice, how come I didn't know?" Su Qi shook his head. "I haven't finished speaking.
I want to say that Tai Yufeng is my apprentice and I am Tai Yufeng's master."
"In other words, you are just my disciple, and you have to call me Grandmaster." "That guy on the ground should even call me Grandmaster."
This guy actually dared to be disrespectful to the Grandmaster and even wanted to marry the Grandmaster's grandmother. Breaking his legs would be the least of his worries.
Yan Sufei was furious when he heard this. "How dare you insult my master like this? You are really courting death. I'm going to beat you to death today. This guy is so brave. Just take advantage of him."
He even dared to take advantage of his master, the new boxing champion Tai Yufeng.
This is intolerable.
He no longer had the mood to find out Su Qi's background, so he just went up and punched him.
Su Qi shook his head. Too slow.
Even the professional fighters trained by Tai Yufeng were too slow in front of him. It was so slow that he could yawn, pick his nose, and then think about how to fight back. He waved it away casually. Yen Sufei was surprised to find that although he had thrown the punch first, Suchi's hand had reached him first. And it's the kind that can't be avoided. It was as if he was deliberately asking for a beating on his face. Bang! He was blown away. He fell to the ground and rolled all the way to Yang Zhuangqin's feet. Yang Zhuangqin was so scared that she screamed and retreated in a hurry. "This is the punishment for offending your master," Suchi said lightly. Yen Sufei was really not convinced. The blow I just received was so unreal. It felt like the hand hitting me was an illusion. It's so magical. He didn't believe that anyone could be so fast. He rolled on the spot and landed at Suchi's feet. He suddenly grabbed Suchi's legs with both hands, trying to flip him over, and then used ground techniques to subdue Suchi. But after this lift, Suchi didn't move at all. I lifted it again, but Suchi still didn't move. My feet seemed to be growing from the ground. "Try harder," Suchi encouraged with his head down. "This is embarrassing." The purpose of this move is to catch the opponent off guard and knock him over. As a result, he didn't overturn it, and the other party even encouraged him to try harder. It's so embarrassing. What should I do now? Letting go is not right, and not letting go is not right either. It's awkward no matter what. In the end, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and muster up all my strength to lift it again. Her face turned red, but she didn't even move Suchi. "Are you still going to lift it?" Suchi asked. Yen Sufei half knelt there, wanting to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He laughed dryly and shook his head. "Since you don't want to lift it anymore, then get out." With one kick, Yen Sufei was kicked away. I bumped into the wall, fell down, and almost fainted. Yen Sufei finally no longer felt that Suchi was taking advantage of him and his master. With such skills, he is more than qualified to be his great grandmaster, and even his master would find it difficult to match him. Could it be? Could it be that this young man delivering food is really his master? It is a serious crime to attack the master. Then let us play big. He quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Tai Yufeng's number. He looked at Suchi awkwardly while waiting for Tai Yufeng to answer the call. After much difficulty, Tai Yufeng answered, and Yen Sufei quickly asked, "Master, do I have a great master?" Tai Yufeng laughed out loud on the other end of the phone. "You are very well informed, kid. I just became a master, and you already knew it before I even told you." Chapter 123 Seeing Through. Yen Sufei was about to cry. I really have a new master. He has basically confirmed that he has offended his master. With the last bit of luck, he covered the phone and asked Suchi carefully, "Sir, may I ask your name?" Suchi said lightly, "My name is Suchi." Yen Sufei licked his lips and carefully asked Tai Yufeng on the phone, "Master, what is the name of my great master?" Tai Yufeng was angry. "Master's name, is it your right to ask casually?" "Master, please tell me, what if I accidentally offend my master, then, that would be bad." Tai Yufeng smacked his lips and said, "That's true. Your senior brother Ji Ruoyan almost made the same mistake." "Okay, I'll tell you, my master, your great master's name is Suchi." When Yen Sufei heard the word Suchi, his phone fell to the ground with a click. Tai Yufeng was still talking on the phone. "Open your eyes, kid. If you dare to offend the master, I will break your hands and feet and beat the shit out of you." The expression on Yen Sufei's face was uglier than crying. He was already scared to death without being hit by Tai Yufeng. Damn it, this is really an insult to my master. This is simply a betrayal of one's teacher and ancestors. I'm telling you, kid, do you remember what I said? Tai Yufeng roared into the phone. Yen Sufei quickly picked up the phone. "Master, I remember it." He quickly hung up the phone. If Tai Yufeng knew what was happening here, he would probably rush over and beat the shit out of him. He knew his master's bad temper very well. "Look at your hand, the hand holding the phone is shaking." Trying to force a smile, he looked at Suchi and said dryly, "Master. Grandmaster, can I say this is all a misunderstanding? What the hell are you doing? Are you acting? Kill them." Cheng Tianyu couldn't wait any longer and urged again angrily. Yen Sufei's expression suddenly darkened. He turned and glared at him. "Are you blind? This is my great-grandmaster, and actually your great-grandmaster. How dare you let me attack my great-grandmaster? Are you seeking death, or are you trying to trick me to death?"
Chung Tianyu didn't care about that. Stop making excuses. If you take my money, you have to work for me. This pair of bastards must be killed for me. Yan Sufei was completely annoyed. Chang Tianyu actually cursed his grandmaster and grandmaster's grandmother in front of him? If he doesn't stand up and beat this guy to death to protect his master and grandmother, Tai Yufeng will beat him to death. He rushed over and rode directly on Chang Tianyu. I'll make your mouth full of shit. A slap hit Chang Tianyu hard in the face. If you don't apologize to my master today, I will beat you to death, you bastard. Another slap came. He was obviously Chang Tianyu's bodyguard, but he rode on Chang Tianyu and beat him violently. Yang Zhuangqin was completely dumbfounded. Is this okay? Chu Xiaowen also covered her mouth in surprise. I thought Su Qi was talking about master and great master just to take advantage of Yan Sufei. It seems that it is true. How old is Su Qi? He is already of the generation of the great master. It's incredible. Moreover, why is Su Qi so good at fighting? Chang Tianyu has always talked about this bodyguard with great relish, and often boasted that having this bodyguard is better than having thousands of troops. As a result, Yan Sufei was no match for Su Qi at all and was even vulnerable. When did Su Qi become so powerful? He turned around and looked at Su Qi, but he didn't dare to recognize him. The reason why I fell in love with Su Qi was mainly because I wanted to escape from the wealthy family. He felt that there were too many things he could not control in a wealthy family, and wanted to live an ordinary life with an ordinary but responsible person like Su Qi. As a result, they chose such a great person? Chang Tianyu was slapped dozens of times. He really couldn't bear it anymore. If he slapped him again, this face would no longer be his. Tears streamed down her face. I apologize, I apologize. If I had known this earlier, why did I do it in the first place? Yan Sufei picked him up and threw him in front of Su Qi. Tell me, grandmother, I was wrong. Chang Tianyu was completely devastated. Su Qi stole his woman, and he actually had to kneel down and apologize to Su Qi. The key point is that Chu Xiaowen was his fiancée just now, but now he has to call her grandmother. 3 generations older than him. This feeling is so devastating. Apologize quickly. Yan Sufei slapped him hard on the head. Chang Tianyu didn't dare to refuse and cried and apologized. I was wrong, I was wrong. The hatred in my heart is burning, but I can only admit my mistake. Call her grandmaster, grandmaster. Yan Sufei slapped her again. Chang Tianyu had no choice but to shout, grandmother, I was wrong. I really feel like I've lost all my face here. Since I have already called Chu Xiaowen grandmother, how can I have the nerve to be so overbearing to her in the future? Even if he has the chance to meet Chu Xiaowen in the future, he will probably be devastated. Grandmother, I was wrong. Just treat me like a piece of shit. Chang Tianyu now just wants to escape. As long as he is allowed to escape back to the Chang family, it would be like a tiger returning to the mountains, and he can regroup and take revenge. Of course, Su Qi understood what he was thinking. From the attention he has received for half a day, it can be seen that Chang Tianyu does not really admit his mistake. He has always been the focus of Chang Tianyu's attention due to his anger and hatred. It has accumulated more than 100,000 followers. It is easy to imagine how much anger and hatred Chang Tianyu felt in his heart. Su Qi, however, didn't care at all. He looked at Chang Tianyu with contempt. You want to compromise, save your life and go back, then use the power of your family to seek revenge on me, right? Chang Tianyu was shocked. Su Qi saw through everything. Then, can you still escape? I felt a wave of despair. Su Qi sneered, I can fulfill your wish and let you go back. If you have the guts, come back and take revenge. If Chang Tianyu does not seek revenge with the help of his family, he will have no excuse to take action against the Chang family, one of the 4 largest families in Yanjiang City. If Chang Tianyu gets his family involved, Su Qi can easily take down this wealthy family. Chang Tianyu is so domineering that he must have brought Chu Xiaowen a lot of pain and grievances over the years. Just letting Chang Tianyu suffer a little physical pain is too easy for him. He wanted to make Chang Tianyu lose the basis for his dominance and bullying of Chu Xiaowen, which was the wealthy family behind him. Chang Tianyu was overjoyed. He thought Su Qi would not let him go, but he unexpectedly survived. A delivery man is a delivery man, he has no long-term vision at all. Letting him leave here would be the beginning of Su Qi's nightmare. It was also the beginning of the Chu family's nightmare. The fire of his anger will burn Su Qi and the Chu family to ashes. He wanted Chu Xiaowen to kneel before him and beg bitterly. She even took off all her clothes and offered him sleep. Gritting his teeth, he asked Su Qi, "Do you really dare to let me go back?" Yan Sufei quickly reminded, "Master, this guy has a strong desire for revenge. We can't let him go so easily." Su Qi shook his head. "It doesn't matter, he's just a little bug at best. How can he be considered a tiger?" He waved his hand and said, "Go away." Chang Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. I can actually escape." He grinned, "You kid, you are really brave. Okay, then we'll meet again." He tried to get up by holding on to the table, but he couldn't. Su Qi scorned him, "I'm going to let you go, but you can't even leave. How dare you say such harsh words?" At this time, Yang Zhuangqin suddenly came over and struggled to help Chang Tianyu up. With a flattering smile on his face, he said, "Master Chang, I'll take you away." She was very smart and felt that this was a good opportunity to change her destiny. In her opinion, no matter what, a delivery man could never defeat a rich young master. Su Qi has been under her command for so long, doesn't she know his strengths and weaknesses? It just so happened that Chang Tianyu was in trouble now, which was a perfect opportunity for her to help him. She rescued Chang Tianyu. Shouldn't Chang Tianyu be grateful to her? Then she would have successfully hooked up with the Chang family. He will also become a celebrity in front of Chang Tianyu. "Master Chang, please be careful. I will take you to the hospital right away. Your injuries will heal." Yang Zhuangqin is very attentive and considerate. Chapter 124: A wise bird chooses a tree to roost in. Su Qi was very upset. "Yang Zhuangqin, Chang Tianyu treated your boss like this, but you saved him. Are you going to betray the Chu family?" Yang Zhuangqin means something. He turned around and sneered, "With the second young lady in the Chu family, there is no future. There's no other way. I can only escape quickly before the Chu family collapses." A wise bird chooses its tree to roost in. It's the Chu family that's not up to the mark and has been making foolish mistakes, so we lost a talent like me. Su Qi looked at her back and said, "Yang Zhuangqin, we worked together after all. I advise you to think twice before you act. You know, when the nest is overturned, no eggs will be left intact. If you go with Chang Tianyu and the Chang family is finished, do you know what the consequences will be for you?" Yang Zhuangqin smiled. "Will the wealthy Cheng family be finished?" "No, the only one who will be finished is the Chu family. Chu Xiaowen betrayed Chang Tianyu for a delivery man, and the Chu family is about to collapse. She had foresight and escaped quickly." He glared at Su Qi and said, "Mind your own business." He respectfully helped Chang Tianyu away. After they left, Chu Xiaowen slumped weakly in the chair. Her face was filled with worry and trepidation. "If my mother and sister knew about this, they would be furious. The Chu family has always regarded the Chang family as their greatest support." He was very polite to his future son-in-law Chang Tianyu, even to the point of being respectful. Even though Chang Tianyu almost destroyed the Chu family's villa yesterday and lost his temper without restraint, her mother and sister did not blame him, let alone stop him. "Just keep giving good advice." Then he kept scolding her and asked her to apologize to Chang Tianyu. Now, having completely offended and seriously injured Chang Tianyu, he is bound to break with the Chang family and even become enemies. "I really don't know how my mother and sister will react. Either beat her to death or just die of anger. How could she not worry?" Suddenly he grabbed Su Qi's hand and said, "Su Qi, how about you take me to elope? I really don't know how to face my mother and sister when I go back. I couldn't help but want to escape and leave." Su Qi smiled and said, "You don't care about the family anymore?" Chu Xiaowen bit her lip and said, "I've gotten into such a big trouble. I'm too embarrassed to go back and see them." "Why, choosing me means getting into trouble?" Chu Xiaowen hurriedly shook her head. "Su Qi, I don't mean to dislike you. I'm just saying this could have devastating consequences for our Chu family. I really don't know how to face it." "Don't worry, with me here, no one can touch your Chu family. Su Qi will definitely not sit idly by and watch this happen. Not only that, I will also let your Chu family surpass other wealthy families." Chu Xiaowen was dumbfounded when she heard this. Su Qi's ability to brag is a bit abnormal. It feels like I'm being blown out of the universe. What can Su Qi use to protect the Chu family? What else can make the Chu family surpass other wealthy families? This cannot be achieved with just a few light words. It's not enough to just be able to fight. This is not the ancient world of knights and knights. Martial force is secondary, and the most important thing is strength.
Su Qi has been delivering takeout all the time, so how could he have the ability to intervene in the disputes among the wealthy families? He didn't believe it in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. His face was bitter, like a dumb person who had eaten Coptus chinensis.
Come on, take me to your house, to meet your mother and your sister. Su Qi reached out to Chu Xiaowen. Su Qi, are we really going back to the Chu family?
Chu Xiaowen really couldn't imagine what kind of storm she would face after returning.
Especially after abandoning the young master Chang Tianyu and bringing back a delivery man, what expressions would his mother and sister have? I was really nervous.
Su Qi nodded. We have to face what we have to face, right? Chu Xiaowen bit her lip and said, or, you should just run away.
You really can't protect the Chu family.
Next, our Chu family's enemies will not only include the Cheng family, but also the Sanhai Hall.
You can't handle it on your own anyway.
Looking at Yan Sufei, even if you have an apprentice, it won't work. The strength of Sanhai Hall is really too strong.
Yan Sufei quickly emphasized, Grandmother, I am not your disciple, I am your grand disciple.
Chu Xiaowen smiled bitterly.
What difference does it make? How many disciples and grand disciples could Su Qi have?
No matter what, it can never compare to Sanhai Hall. If I take Su Qi back, my mother and sister's anger might be directed at Su Qi. It's better for her to go back by herself and bear the anger of her mother and sister.
He took out a card and handed it to Su Qi. There are 2 million in it. Take it and leave, and live in another city.
When the storm here subsides, if I'm still alive, I'll come find you.
Otherwise, just find a girlfriend and live your life.
As he said this, his heart was filled with sadness of parting and tears began to fall again.
Su Qi was touched and wanted to laugh.
Chu Xiaowen really underestimated him.
He reached out and picked up Chu Xiaowen. This incident started because of me. If it weren't for me, you and Cheng Tianyu wouldn't have gotten into this mess.
I created this situation, so naturally I have to clean it up. Without giving Chu Xiaowen a chance to refuse, he walked out.
Yan Sufei quickly opened the door and stood aside respectfully to make way for Su Qi. Su Qi carried Chu Xiaowen downstairs. I happened to meet a colleague who was delivering food and came back to take a break.
When he saw Su Qi carrying a beautiful woman down, he was stunned. Then he envied her. Su Qi, great, you found a girlfriend so quickly.
My girlfriend is so beautiful.
I recognized her at a glance.
Isn't this Chu Xiaowen, the second daughter of the Chu family? I was completely stunned.
He is an old employee of this takeaway company. Naturally, he knew that this takeaway company belonged to the Chu family, and he also knew the second daughter of the Chu family.
Unexpectedly, Su Qi managed to get the second young lady of the Chu family without making any noise. It's really incredible. This is a step to the pinnacle of life. She asked in a trembling voice, Su Qi, do you know who you are holding? Su Qi smiled, I only know that I kissed the second young lady of the Chu family. He lowered his head and kissed Chu Xiaowen on the face.
Oh shit. The man was even more stunned. I watched Su Qi holding Chu Xiaowen passing by, unable to say a word.
Su Qi had just left the takeaway station when his cell phone suddenly rang.
He was holding Chu Xiaowen and it was difficult for him to take out his cell phone. Yan Sufei hurried over, Master, let me help you. I helped Su Qi take out his cell phone and took a look.
It was an unfamiliar number. He hurriedly brought it to Su Qi. Su Qi frowned. Who is this?
He shook his head at Yan Sufei.
Yan Sufei quickly hung up the phone.
Unexpectedly, the other party called again quickly.
Still the same number. Yan Sufei handed the phone to Su Qi again. Su Qi nodded impatiently. Yan Sufei quickly picked up the phone and put it to Su Qi's ear. Then a sneer came from the other end of the phone. Su Qi, I think you need to come to the Chu family.
Chu Tianpa? Su Qi could tell that this was clearly the voice of that ungrateful old man Chu Tianbua.
Yes, I'm Chu Tianbua.
If you want to see my daughter one last time, come to the Chu family villa quickly.
It's too late, and I'll never see you again. Chapter 125 How Can a Cooked Duck Fly Away? Su Qi was furious. Chu Tianbua, you old man, what on earth are you going to do? He was too lazy to be polite to Chu Tianbua now. Yan Sufei next to him was shocked. How dare the master curse Chu Tianbua? Isn't Chu Tianbua the chairman of Chubua Group?
He was secretly shocked, hugged the second daughter of the Chu family, and cursed the chairman of the Chubo Group.
The master is indeed a master. I really can't imagine that there is anyone else in Yenjiang City who is so awesome. I felt even more respect for Su Qi.
It's like a surging river, endless. Chu Tianbo said coldly, in order to prevent Chu Yunny from following you, a loser, and continuing to embarrass the Chu family, I brought her back. But she still hasn't come to her senses. She climbed to the roof of the villa and insisted on jumping off. I would rather she die than let her continue to embarrass herself and ruin the Chu family's reputation. If you want to see her for the last time, come quickly. Having said that, he hung up the phone.
Su Qi felt something was wrong.
For a long time, he had been receiving the attention of Chu Tianbo's anger and hatred. But there was no attention drawn to Chu Yunny's sudden change of emotions. If Chu Yunny was forced to jump off the building, she would definitely draw attention to herself.
There is not at all.
This shows that Chu Yunny is not in crisis.
Could this be a trap?
Putting Chu Xiaowen aside, he called Chu Yunny's cell phone.
But the mobile phone number has been cancelled and is now an invalid number.
Even so, Su Qi still felt that Chu Yunny should not be in the Chu family villa. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chu Yunny not to have paid any attention to him. Now, he receives a lot of attention every day. As I come into contact with more and more people, more and more disputes arise. More and more people are paying attention to him. The system prompt sounds are almost continuous. He was too lazy to listen or watch.
Anyway, there are points of attention and income every moment.
In just a short while, he received attention from Cheng Tianyu, Yang Zhuangqin, Qi Bingyue, Chu Tianbo, Qi Ziheo, Qi Zhongshu, Lu Xinmei, Shi Zhaoping, and Yan Shanshan.
It is really impossible to list them all.
In particular, the attention from Cheng Tianyu and Chu Tianbo was the most active.
All kinds of anger and hatred critique. This attracted a lot of attention to Su Qi. But it definitely didn't concern Chu Yunny. Su Qi guessed that the girl was either engrossed in watching TV at home or fell asleep. He doesn't even think about himself.
After waiting for a while, there was still no attention from Chu Yunny. He became more and more certain that the Chu family villa was a trap to lure him there. With a smile on his face, since Chu Tianbo had prepared so much, how could he not go and show his support?
Changed my mind.
Don't go to the Chu family for now, go to the Chu family first.
I want to see what Chu Tianbo is up to. Su Qi, you actually know Chu Tianbo, the chairman of the Chu Bo group?
Chu Xiaowen looked at him in surprise.
I really can't understand how a delivery man could know a big shot like Chu Tianbo.
Su Qi curled his lips. Not only do I know him, I even slept in the same bed with his daughter last night.
After saying this, I wanted to slap myself in the mouth. Isn't this obviously going to make Chu Xiaowen jealous? But Chu Xiaowen had no room to be jealous. Instead, she was completely shocked. You slept with Chu Tianbo's daughter? As one of the 4 wealthy families in Yenjiang City, she must know Chu Yunny, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Not to mention Chu Yunny's identity as Chu Tianbo's daughter, Chu Yunny herself is so cold and beautiful, who would dare to approach her? As a result, Su Qi actually slept with Chu Yunny. Why do I feel so proud of myself? Instead of being jealous, I was actually proud. She herself didn't know what she was thinking.
I just felt like Su Qi had accomplished something remarkable, and my face was glowing. If we only talk about the strength of the 4 giants, even if they are collectively called the 4 giants, there are differences in their strength. The Cheng family is the strongest, followed by the Chu family, then the Qi family, and their Chu family is at the end. There is also a chain of contempt among the 4 wealthy families. When I met Chu Yunny at a business cocktail party, she always acted like a cold and arrogant princess. Chu Xiaowen was too embarrassed to approach him.
Even a little inferiority complex.
Unexpectedly, the boy she liked slept with Chu Yunny, the cold and arrogant young lady.
I almost laughed out loud.
If I weren't a reserved and introverted person, I would have said, sleep well.
No matter how cold and arrogant Chu Yunny is, wasn't she still played around by her lover?
I felt that Su Qi really let out a sigh of relief. Su Qi shook his head. Although we slept in the same bed, I didn't sleep with her. Chu Xiaowen was actually a little anxious and wanted to urge Su Qi to go to bed quickly.
Don't let that arrogant little girl Chu Yunny escape.
I was just about to let out the anger in my heart, but it was forced back in again.
But it's definitely embarrassing to say this out loud.
I just asked carefully, is it her who rejected you at the last minute?
If this is true, then all efforts will be in vain, which is a pity.
Su Qi shook his head. That's not the case. I was a little tired yesterday, so I just hugged her and slept. I wanted to have a big fight after breakfast today, but Yang Zhuangqin called me here.
Glanced at Chu Xiaowen.
Thanks to Yang Zhuangqin for calling me here, otherwise I would have made a mistake.
How can I sleep with Chu Yunny? If I have to sleep with you, it's you I'll sleep with. Chu Xiaowen bit her lip. The cooked duck was let fly away. What a loss.
She didn't know why, but she was completely considering the problem from Su Chi's perspective. I feel like I lost a lot by not striking while the iron is hot and eating up Chu Yunny in one fell swoop.
He whispered to Su Chi, if you go back and sleep with her now, is it still too late? Su Chi was startled. What did you say?
I couldn't believe what I heard.
Is this what Chu Xiaowen would say?
Not only was she not jealous, she also urged him to sleep with Chu Yunny.
Are you sure? Chu Xiaowen's self-esteem was really hurt by Chu Yunny.
They are both from a wealthy family, but being despised by Chu Yunny is naturally a bad feeling. I get very angry when I think of Chu Yunny's arrogant and cold look, and her disdain for others. I really want Su Chi to sleep with Chu Yunny and put an end to her arrogance.
I almost spoke my mind again.
I was suddenly shocked.
This idea was really abnormal. How can you let your sweetheart sleep with another woman? What would Su Chi think of her?
He shook his head quickly. Nothing.
Su Chi asked, aren't you jealous that Chu Yunny and I share a bed?
Chu Xiaowen shook her head. I'm so worried right now, how can I have the time to do that?
If our Chu family is finished, it would be good if you could be with Chu Yunny.
After all, she is a real rich lady.
You two will live a very happy life together.
There was finally a sour taste in the words. Su Chi pulled her over and kissed her hair. I said, as long as I am here, no one can touch your Chu family.
Come on, I'll take you out to relax. He wants to go to the Chu family villa.
Chu Xiaowen really needs to relieve her frustration now.
As long as I don't go home and face my mother and sister, everything will be fine. So he nodded and asked Su Chi, where is your electric car?
Seeing an electric delivery vehicle parked nearby, he thought it belonged to Su Chi and was about to go over.
Chapter 126, Going to the Tiger Mountain. You're going the wrong way. Su Chi pulled her to the Pagani sports car. He opened the car door and gestured for invitation.
Is this your car?
Chu Xiaowen widened her eyes. Su Chi smiled and said, I don't deserve such a car?
Where did you borrow it from?
Chu Xiaowen would never believe that Su Chi owned such a cool sports car. Even though the Chu family is a wealthy family and has many sports cars, they don't have such a top-of-the-line luxury sports car.
Su Chi smiled and said, the system gave it to me.
System? Is he your good friend? What a strange name. Su Chi nodded, consider him my friend. Hurry up and get in the car. Just carry Chu Xiaowen into the car.
Then he got on the car.
Yan Sufei hurried over, Master, don't you need me to follow you? Go and do your own thing. Su Chi waved his hand.
Yan Sufei didn't leave, but laughed dryly, Master, what happened today was really a misunderstanding. If I knew you were my great master, I would never dare to attack you even if I were beaten to death.
Could you please not tell Master about this? With Master's temper, if he knew about this, I'd be completely ruined.
His head was still sweating.
I'm really worried. Okay, ignorance is not a crime.
I'll let you go this time, go away.
Su Chi waved his hand and drove away.
Yan Sufei finally relaxed and quickly bowed. Thank you, Master, for your magnanimity. I wish Master and Grandmother a long and happy marriage and a son soon.
Su Chi brought Chu Xiaowen to the Chu family villa.
As expected, it is the house of the wealthy Chu family. It looks like a castle.
As soon as he arrived outside the villa gate, it opened automatically, as if it had been waiting for his arrival.
Su Chi knew it was a trap, but he didn't care and drove the car in. After driving a long way, we finally arrived in front of the villa from the courtyard gate. There is a view of lakes and mountains in the distance, and a vast golf course.
This is a private golf course.
It really is a world of the rich. Looking up at the roof of the villa, there is no Chu Yunny who was about to jump off the building. It was quiet everywhere, not even a single person was in sight.
Su Chi said loudly, Chu Tianbo, is this how you entertain guests?
Chu Tianbo must have known that he was coming, but he just didn't show up on purpose.
Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianbo appeared on the second-floor balcony holding a glass of wine. I looked down at Su Chi's car, and Chu Xiaowen sitting in Su Chi's car.
He gritted his teeth secretly, thinking that this loser was no simple matter. Not only did he deceive his daughter, he even hooked up with the second daughter of the Chu family. He actually hooked up with the daughters of 2 of the 4 wealthy families.
It's really awesome. Even so, my daughter is still not awake?
A loser dares to have his feet in 2 boats. The ones he stepped on were 2 young ladies from wealthy families.
Damn it, so hateful. I picked up my phone and took a picture of this scene.
It should be sent to Chu Yunny so that Chu Yunny can see Su Chi's true face.
Suddenly I remembered that I had blocked Chu Yunny's SIM card.
He quickly sent a message to his secretary, asking her to restore Chu Yunny's SIM card. Anyway, Su Chi has already fallen into the trap, so he is not afraid that Chu Yunny will be exposed. He must send the photos of Su Chi and Chu Xiaowen together to Chu Yunny, so that Chu Yunny will regret it and cry. A young lady betrayed her family and eloped with a loser.
In the end, I was cheated on by this loser.
Let us see how Chu Yunny still has the face to face him.
Su Chi, you are really not a simple loser.
You even have the second daughter of the Chu family hooking up with you.
She bought this car for you, right?
Su Chi curled his lips. If you have something to say, just say it.
If you have something to fart, just fart. Don't do these useless things. Chu Tianbo's face darkened, and he was very unhappy about being contradicted.
You idiot, you fell into my trap, and you still dare to be so arrogant.
It's too late for you to cry now. Wave your hand.
The bodyguards who had been lying in ambush came out one after another. They quickly surrounded Su Chi's car.
Chu Tianbo sneered, Su Chi, it's your own fault that you fell into this trap. Don't blame me. Su Chi glanced at the bodyguards around him. I really don't like it. These dozen or so people really can't trap him. I was really curious, Chu Tianbo, what exactly are you going to do? Kill me and completely end your daughter's thoughts? Or send me away so that your daughter can never find me again? Chu Tianbo's face was grim. That would be too easy for you. You still have some value to me.
I'm going to send you to the Qi family and punish you severely in front of the Qi family.
You stole Qi Ziheo's fiancée and Qi Chongshu's future daughter-in-law. I think they'd love to see you get beaten to a pulp. Su Chi almost laughed out loud.
Chu Tianbo actually wanted to bring him to the Qi family and win their favor by punishing himself. This is just plain uncomfortable. By the way, Chu Tianbo must be trying hard to please the Qi family now so that he can borrow money from the Qi family to fill the financial gap of the Chu Tianbo group.
I'm really getting old and confused.
Even though the real savior was right in front of him, he grabbed himself and tried to please the Qi family.
It's really rare for someone to do such a thankless task.
Chu Xiaowen was a little panicked when she saw so many bodyguards around her. I couldn't help but beg for mercy on Su Chi. Uncle Chu, everything can be discussed, please let Su Chi go.
Shut up.
You are such a loser. You don't want to be a rich lady, but you shamelessly stick to a loser.
What a disgrace. Chu Tianbo will definitely not let Su Chi go. It took a lot of effort to trick Su Chi into coming. Su Chi must be presented as a gift to the Qi family in exchange for their financial support.
Su Chi is his important bargaining chip for seeking help from the Qi family. He took out his cell phone and called Qi Chongshu in front of Su Chi. Qi Chongshu was still at Shuechuchu's house.
Concerned about Qi Bingyue's homework.
Ask Qi Bingyue about her studies with Shuechuchu.
Have you learned any tricks to successfully seduce Su Chi?
Qi Bingyue shook her head.
Shuechuchu only talked about her college days with Su Chi.
It talks about what kind of person Su Chi was when he was in college.
What's the ultimate move?
Qi Chongshu was very disappointed.
He hadn't learned any tricks. How could he successfully hook up with Su Chi?
Qi Ziheo encouraged Qi Bingyue to ask Su Chi what position he liked in bed. By then, once I reach that stage with Su Chi, I can at least quickly win Su Chi's favor.
Qi Bingyue felt very humiliated.
This meant that she had to fight hard to sleep with Su Chi.
But thinking about the current crisis of the family, it is not easy to get angry. Of course, I was too embarrassed to actually ask.
Just as the situation was at a stalemate, Chu Tianbo called.
Qi Chongshu was in a bad mood, so he was naturally not in a good mood when he answered the phone. Chu Tianbo, what exactly do you want to do? If you dare to show off to me again, I will fight you to the death. He was at a loss as to how to curry favor with Su Chi.
Chu Tianbo, however, has been acting like a Versailles person.
Who can stand it?
Chu Tianbo didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Brother Qi, I want to give you a gift, a generous gift.
I'm not in the mood to accept any gifts from you.
Shi Chongshu felt that it was definitely not a good gift.
I guess Chu Tianbo is showing off again. Chu Tianbo smiled and said, what if this gift is from Su Qi? Shi Chongshu was surprised, Mr. Su? Chu Tianbo actually wants him to meet Mr. Su? How dare Chu Tianbo? Su Qi is such a priceless treasure, isn't Chu Tianbo afraid that he will take the opportunity to snatch it away? She actually took the initiative to give him a chance. Is this old guy getting too complacent? For a moment, I felt both surprised and excited. This is a great opportunity, he has been waiting for it. After offending Su Qi, I didn't know how to meet Su Qi again. It was perfect that Chu Tianbo created the opportunity. This old guy was so stupid that he created opportunities for him. I almost laughed out loud. Chapter 127: The Cultivation of a Foodie. Are you interested? Although separated by the phone, Chu Tianbo could still feel Shi Chongshu's emotional changes. I have already booked a private room at the Qingyun Lanhai Hotel and will take Su Qi there right away. Brother Qi, I know you are very interested in him. I am waiting for your visit at the hotel. After hanging up the phone, he sent the hotel address to Shi Chongshu. He believed that Shi Chongshu would definitely go. Su Qi snatched away Chu Yunyi, who was married to the Qi family. This was a great shame and humiliation for the Qi family. How could the Qi family not want to seek revenge on Su Qi? I have grasped the vital point of the Qi family, and I don't believe that the Qi family will not come. He lowered his head to look at Su Qi. It's you, a bastard, who ruined the relationship between me and the Qi family. Now, just as you destroyed our relationship, I will use the same method to restore it. Even if I kill you, I won't hesitate. Su Qi shook his head and sighed. Chu Tianbo, you are really cruel to your savior. Chu Tianbo roared, this is all your own fault. You saved my life, and I'm grateful, but you've forgotten your duty. You're just a loser, and you actually want to sleep with my daughter. You're really greedy. This is the consequence of your greed. You are playing with fire and getting burned. Now, I will take you to meet the Qi family. You stole the Qi family's eldest young master's fiancé and brought shame to the Qi family. You should be able to imagine how angry the Qi family is. Whether you can leave alive this time depends entirely on your luck. You can't blame anyone else for this. It's all your own fault. You're just a loser, trying to snatch food from the mouths of a wealthy family and steal the fiancé of a wealthy young master. You deserve it. Now wait for death. He waved his hand and asked the bodyguards to arrest Su Qi and Chu Xiaowen. Su Qi glared at the bodyguards around him and said, stop it. Chu Tianbo sneered, you are now unable to escape, do you still want to escape? Do you think it's possible? Su Qi shook his head, I don't want to escape, I just want to ask, is the food in the hotel you booked delicious? Chu Tianbo almost fell down. Su Qi was about to die, but he still cared about whether the food tasted good or not. Is he dizzy or scared? He sneered, whether the food is good or not, you'll know when you get there. Su Qi nodded, that's true. I'm really hungry. You're talking about your daughter. I really have to complain about her. She's incredibly beautiful and has a great figure, especially her legs, which are so smooth, long, and soft. But why can't she cook? I actually fried the poached eggs too much. How did you teach? It's not up to standard. Chu Tianbo was almost mad with anger. Even at this point, Su Qi still had the leisure to blame him. He gritted his teeth and said, take them to the car. Two bodyguards tried to pull Su Qi away, but Su Qi waved his hand and the two bodyguards stepped back one after another. He bumped into other bodyguards, knocking them off their feet. Don't touch us, we'll go on our own. Su Qi got out of the car, holding Chu Xiaowen's hand all the time. The bodyguards couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. I really don't dare to touch Su Qi. They only surrounded Su Qi and Chu Xiaowen and asked them to get into a business car. A group of several cars arrived at the best Qingyun Lanhai Hotel in Yanjiang City. Chu Tianbo took the lead and entered the hotel. The bodyguards also got out of the car and escorted Su Qi and Chu Xiaowen into the hotel. Su Qi, don't you want to find a way to escape? Chu Xiaowen asked Su Qi in a low voice. She was really worried. Sure enough, sleeping in the same bed with Chu Yunyi is not that fun, and it requires a terrible price to pay. After all, Chu Yunyi is the daughter of Chu Tianbo and the fiancé of Qi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family. The Chu family and the Qi family joined forces to strangle Su Qi, and this time Su Qi is definitely in great danger.
She secretly regretted that Su Chi should have taken the opportunity to sleep with Chu Yunni while they were sleeping in the same bed.
If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Now there is no chance to sleep.
She didn't know what was wrong with her, why she was so obsessed with letting Su Chi sleep with Chu Yunni. Maybe it was because Chu Yunni was too arrogant and hateful, which made Chu Xiaowen feel resentful. So I always wanted Su Chi to sleep with Chu Yunni and kill her prestige. Su Chi shook his head. Such a good hotel, the food must be good, why are you running away? If we run away, we'll have to pay for our own meals.
If someone is treating me, why not do it?
Chu Xiaowen suddenly had 3 black lines on her forehead.
Is this a free meal thing? No matter how good the food is, it's not as important as your life, right?
If he didn't escape, the anger of the Chu family and the Qi family would really burn Su Chi to ashes. Turning around, they saw that the bodyguards had surrounded them tightly, leaving them with no chance of escape. He gritted his teeth, suddenly cried out ouch, deliberately twisted his foot, and then squatted on the ground.
He shouted, "Is there a doctor? Call a doctor. I twisted my ankle."
She wanted to create chaos and give Su Chi a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, before she finished her words, Su Chi suddenly reached out and picked her up.
"Why are you so careless? Come, let me hold you." Chu Xiaowen almost collapsed. She did this on purpose to use herself to attract attention and divert the bodyguard's attention away from Su Chi. Create a good opportunity for Su Chi to escape. As a result, Su Chi actually picked her up. How can this bastard Su Chi escape? He quickly winked at Su Chi. Su Chi frowned. "What's wrong? Is there sand in your eyes? Let me blow it for you." He puffed out his lips and blew into Chu Xiaowen's eyes.
Chu Xiaowen sighed in her heart, it was all over.
Su Chi will definitely not be able to escape. Chu Tianbo saw Chu Xiaowen's intention and sneered, "Second Miss Chu, don't waste your time.
You have good intentions, but unfortunately you met a fool.
He's beyond saving."
Su Chi sneered, wondering who was beyond help. They came to a luxurious and spacious private room.
Everywhere is magnificent and very grand.
Su Chi and Chu Xiaowen found a seat and sat down, but the bodyguards were still following them like shadows, surrounding them.
Chu Xiaowen still doesn't give up and wants to save Su Chi. "Su Chi, I will use the Chu family as collateral later.
I hope they will let you go for the Chu family's sake. You should also keep a low profile and apologize sincerely.
Whatever you do, don't provoke them again." Su Chi smiled and said, "Don't worry about me." How could Chu Xiaowen not worry about him? They were all worried to the point of going crazy. Su Chi stole the fiancée of the eldest son of the Qi family and slept with her.
This was a great shame and humiliation for the Qi family. It felt like the Qi family wanted to tear Su Chi to pieces after they arrived. I don't know if the Chu family's reputation can be saved by Su Chi.
I said, "When will the food be served?" Su Chi glared at Chu Tianbo opposite him.
The fried eggs your daughter made were really hard to swallow.
I'm already hungry. Can you serve the food quickly? Chu Tianbo rolled his eyes in anger. Is this guy really scared silly? My life is almost in danger, but I still want to eat. Ignored Su Chi.
I just looked at the time and the Qi family should be arriving soon.
There is no way the Qi family won't come.
It is impossible for the Qi family not to come. I heard that Chu Tianbo was going to take Su Chi to a banquet and invited them to go.
This is simply a godsend opportunity to get close to Su Chi.
Whether it is to apologize or to curry favor, you need to see Su Chi. And now, Chu Tianbo has created such a great opportunity for them. Qi Chongshu originally hated Chu Tianbo, the old Versailles guy.
But he was very fond of the gift given by Chu Tianbo, and even grateful for it.
They just lack such an opportunity to meet Su Chi. After hanging up the phone, Qi Chongshu quickly left Xuechuchu's house with Qi Bingyue and Qi Zihao. After leaving, go straight to the beauty center. Immediately give Qi Bingyue care and styling.
Qi Zihao hurried to buy clothes for Qi Bingyue.
Su Chi had seen the clothes from yesterday, so they were no longer new to him. Buy something more fashionable and stylish.
Everyone was working non-stop, racing against time. Chapter 128: The Cultivation of a Beauty. Bingyue, this is your last chance, you must seize it. The fate of our family is in your hands.
When Qi Bingyue was getting her hair done, Qi Chongshu personally came to cheer her up. Qi Bingyue was also full of fighting spirit. Dad, don't worry, every failure is a learning experience.
I've fallen so many times, I will definitely do it well this time.
Just after getting her hair done, Chi Zihao came to buy some clothes. Including the driver, they carried bags of large and small items containing hundreds of pieces of clothing. These clothes alone are worth over 10 million. They almost bought out all the dresses in several luxury stores.
Bingyue, try it quickly.
Based on the knowledge you gained about Su Xiao from Shuechuchu last night, pick out the clothes he is most likely to be fascinated by.
Qi Bingyue nodded heavily. Try on clothes immediately. Chu Tianbo looked at the time and felt a little anxious.
The people from the Qi family haven't tea arrived yet.
Would the Qi family let go of such a good opportunity for revenge? That's impossible. Could it be that he went to look for someone?
That's possible. If he were the Qi family, he would definitely not let Su Qi escape. He will bring a lot of people, block the door, and then slowly deal with Su Qi.
I guess that's it. I say, when can we have dinner? Su Qi was really getting impatient waiting. If you don't serve the food, I'll have to eat it myself.
Chu Tianbo sneered, don't worry, when the Qi family comes, it will be time to operate on you.
Su Qi was unhappy. Do we have to wait for the Qi family to come?
Nonsense, they are the protagonists today, you are just the gift I gave them. Su Qi stretched out his hand, give me a call, I'll urge them, they're taking too long.
Chu Tianbo almost laughed out loud. How dare you urge the Qi family to come quickly? Don't you think you're dying fast enough? Suddenly I felt like playing a prank. He really took out his cell phone and threw it to Su Qi.
The first call in the call log is from Qi Chongshu, the head of the Qi family.
I want to see how you urge him. Su Qi picked up the phone and quickly dialed Qi Chongshu's number.
Qi Chongshu picked up the phone and said seriously, Chu Tianbo, you'd better bring young Master Su to the banquet. I've been so busy that my legs are about to break, and I've spent tens of millions.
If you dare to fool me, I will fight you to the death.
Ever since they received Chu Tianbo's call, their family has been busy all the time.
If he was fooled by Chu Tianbo, he would be so angry that he would die. Su Qi said unhappily, Qi Chongshu, right? When can you guys roll over here? I'm almost starving to death. If you keep dawdling, I'll kill you.
Xu Xiaowen was so scared that she quickly covered his mouth.
Su Qi actually spoke so harshly to Qi Chongshu, the head of the Qi family. Now he is finished.
She repeatedly told Su Qi to keep a low profile and apologize to others. In this way, if she uses the Chu family's face, she may be able to save Su Qi. But now, not only did Su Qi not apologize, he was also so provocative.
She really couldn't protect Su Qi.
His face turned pale with fright.
Chu Tianbo sneered, this is really asking for death. No one can save him now.
They all felt that Su Qi had destroyed all his escape routes.
Qi Chongshu will definitely kill Su Qi. On the phone, Qi Chongshu was extremely panicked. Are you Mr. Su?
Sorry, we're sorry for delaying your meal. We deserve to die. We'll be there soon, and we'll apologize to you when we get there.
I'm sorry. Keep apologizing.
Su Qi was too lazy to listen any further and said in a deep voice, hurry up, I'm hungry and I won't give face to anyone.
He hung up the phone and threw it to Chu Tianbo. Chu Tianbo felt really relieved now. After Su Qi's phone call, the Qi family would definitely kill Su Qi. Su Qi even provoked Qi Chongshu, the head of the Qi family.
It would be strange if Qi Chongshu let Su Qi go. Originally, he wanted to deal with Su Qi in front of the Qi family and let them see. Now it seems that there is no need. The Qi family would kill Su Qi without him having to do anything. There was absolutely no need for him to intervene. As long as the Qi family kills Su Qi, all problems will be solved. Not only can it stop Chu Yunni's thoughts, but it can also allow Chu Yunni to return to the Chu family. The marriage with the Qi family can continue, and his ambitious business plan will also continue.
Everything is back to normal. Xu Xiaowen was completely desperate.
Su Qi not only provoked the Chu family and the Cheng family, but now he is also provoking Qi Chongshu, the head of the Qi family.
No one can save me. I couldn't help but grab Su Qi's hand, looked at Su Qi, and said softly, if you want to kiss me, you can kiss me now. It doesn't matter if there are people. Just kiss me as much as you want.
Once the Qi family arrives, there will be no chance at all.
Give it to Su Qi now, give it to Su Qi quickly, this is the last time. Su Qi looked at her in surprise, with so many bodyguards surrounding us, you want me to kiss you?
Xu Xiaowen blushed. If there weren't so many people around, she would have wanted to give her body to Su Chi. That way, there will really be no regrets. This can be regarded as putting an end to my relationship with Su Chi in this life. Even if it is not perfect, at least there is not much regret. Holding Su Chi's hand tightly, she whispered, "If you don't kiss me, I'm afraid. I'm afraid there will be no chance." Xu Tianbo looked at Su Chi and sneered, "Take good care of your affairs after death. Once the Chi family arrives, you won't even have a chance to speak." He has now secured victory and has nothing to worry about. It is entirely possible to get rid of Su Chi with the help of the Chi family. He can also use Su Chi to appease the anger of the Chi family. In the end, he got the best deal. If Su Chi is eliminated, no one can take his daughter away. If he could appease the Chi family, they would help him fill the financial gap of the Chubo group. The abacus clattered. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was his secretary calling. "Tell him that Chu Yunni's SIM card has been restored." In order to prevent Chu Yunni and Su Chi from communicating with each other, Chu Yunni's mobile phone card was cancelled. Now, in order to let Chu Yunni see Su Chi's true face, Chu Yunni's SIM card was restored. Chu Yunni's cell phone number was usable, so Chu Tianbo immediately sent her photos of Su Chi and Chu Xiaowen together. Then, he called Chu Yunni, "Did you see that? This is the man you've been following wholeheartedly. I just left and then I met this girl from the Chu family. What do you think when you see this photo?" Chu Yunni was very anxious. "Dad, what did you do to Su Chi?" Chu Tianbo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "I showed you a photo of this loser with another woman. Not only are you not angry, but you are also so concerned about him?" Chu Yunni had long known that Su Chi had another woman. The one he knew was Xue Chu. Qi Bingyue was also ready to throw herself into his arms. Now that Chu Xiaowen has appeared, I am surprised but not too surprised. This actually further stimulated her fighting spirit. In various previous occasions, whether it was a business cocktail party, a charity gala, or various award ceremonies, she always outshone Qi Bingyue and Chu Xiaowen. In front of her, they were just girls who had not grown up. Unexpectedly, he has become her love rival now. She definitely can't lose to these girls. But now, Dad is clearly holding us back. In order to get Qi Bingyue to be with Su Chi, Qi Zihao even knelt down to Su Chi. As soon as Su Chi left her, Chu Xiaowen quickly came close to him. This is simply a battle for Su Chi. Everyone saw how attractive Su Chi was, and they were willing to send out their entire families to fight for her. My own father, on the other hand, not only doesn't he help, he also holds me back. This would destroy the advantage she had worked so hard to gain. I am so anxious. Dad, you don't understand. Everyone is trying to win over Su Chi, but you are the only one pushing him away. Would you please stop doing stupid things? Chapter 129 Sweet or Salty? Chu Tianbo was almost mad with anger. Chu Yunni actually said that he was doing something stupid. He killed 3 birds with 1 stone and would soon reap the benefits, but Chu Yunni actually called him stupid. This is outrageous. You stupid girl, you're the one who's stupid. I'm telling you, this loser will soon be engulfed in the Qi family's flames of revenge. Be prepared. Chu Yunni was surprised. Dad, what do you mean? Chu Tianbo sneered, I'm not afraid to tell you, I have already caught Su Chi in the hotel private room. By the way, notify the Qi family to come over. The Qi family hates Su Chi to the core and will not let Su Chi leave alive. Chu Yunni was shocked when she heard this. Dad, no, hurry up, take Su Chi away. Chu Tianbo snorted coldly, don't waste your time, you can't save him. Dad, why don't you understand? You are pushing Su Chi to the Qi family. The Qi family is eager for you to do this. They will definitely snatch Su Chi away. You're just throwing meat buns at a dog. You're just gone and never coming back. Chu Tianbo almost fainted. Chu Yunni was not afraid that the Qi family would beat Su Chi to death, but was afraid that the Qi family would snatch Su Chi away. Do you think Su Chi is a hot commodity? How ridiculous. This daughter is so crazy that there is no cure. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, wake up and stop talking nonsense. How did you become like this? You disappoint me so much. Chu Yunni was really at her wit's end and sternly said, you stubborn old man, you old idiot with a brain that doesn't work in circles, it's you who should wake up. Wake up quickly, otherwise, you will not only destroy my happiness, but also ruin all the Chu family's assets. Chu Tianbo was so angry that his face turned pale. Chu Yunni actually dared to scold him. And let him wake up? So infuriating.
What is he awake for?
He is very resourceful and has the situation under control.
Too lazy to pay attention to Chu Yunny anymore, he hung up the phone angrily. I really can't have this daughter anymore. Completely useless.
Chu Yunny was originally sleeping soundly in Su Chi's villa. I feel that Su Chi will eat her when he comes back. She needs to save her strength.
After all, it's the first time, and I absolutely cannot make a fool of myself. After sleeping, I also plan to do some stretching exercises.
She has a deep foundation in dance and can perform all kinds of postures, no matter how difficult, with ease. She has the physical strength and skills, and she is confident that this first time will bring Su Chi the best experience.
It will also leave you with the best memories.
As a result, a phone call from Chu Tianbo completely ruined her good mood.
Everyone else is trying hard to win over Su Chi, but only her father is stepping on Su Chi and going against the trend of the others. This is simply a trap for her daughter.
Perhaps it was because of Chu Tianbo's behavior of betraying his daughter that Qi Bingyue was able to successfully turn the tables and take advantage of her.
The key point is that she knows very well that only Su Chi can save Chubo Group and fill the financial gap of Chubo Group. I can't rely on the Qi family at all. Su Chi is the boss of Qijia Company.
Even if the Qi family was willing to help the Chu family, Su Chi could reject it with just one word.
Chu Tianbo was simply madly blocking his own retreat, and most importantly, he was complacent about it. Call Chu Tianbo quickly to stop him. Chu Tianbo was so angry that he didn't even answer her call. Chu Yunny called Su Chi again. Su Chi took out his phone and was about to answer it, but Chu Tianbo snorted coldly, "Do you think I'll give you a chance to ask for help?
You'd better hand over your phone, or I'll have my bodyguards do it."
Su Chi curled his lips, "It's your daughter calling." Chu Tianbo snorted coldly, "I don't have a daughter." Oh well. Su Chi hung up the phone and threw it to Chu Tianbo. Chu Tianbo turned off his cell phone immediately.
Chu Yunny couldn't get through to Su Chi on the phone, and Chu Tianbo's call was not answered.
She was really anxious like an ant on a hot pan. The key point is that he didn't know which hotel Chu Tianbo took Su Chi to. Even if I wanted to stop it, I didn't know where to go. Are we just going to watch Su Chi being snatched away by the Qi family, by Qi Bingyue?
Really unwilling to give up, he rushed out of the villa.
Even if I have to search every hotel, I must find Su Chi. At this time, the Qi family finally arrived.
In order to save time, Qi Bingyue took off her high heels immediately after getting off the car at the hotel entrance.
Holding it in my hand, I ran all the way.
Only when she reached the door of the private room did she put on her high heels. Qi Zihao quickly took out the large mirror he brought from the beauty center and asked her to adjust her clothes and posture.
Hairstyle, okay. Clothes, perfect. Smile. Qi Zihao said.
Qi Bingyue immediately smiled sweetly.
Behave in a spoiled manner. Qi Bingyue frowned slightly and pouted. Acting cute.
Qi Bingyue clenched her fists, put them next to her face, raised one leg, and blinked cutely.
Charming.
Qi Bingyue stuck out her tongue, licked her lips slightly, and a flash of lightning flashed in her eyes.
Qi Zihao shook his head, "Not yet." I immediately demonstrated one myself.
She made a charming gesture in a delicate manner.
Although it's a bit disgusting, the action is quite good. Qi Bingyue did it again. Qi Zihao finally nodded, the last one, shyness.
Qi Bingyue bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, raised her eyes slightly, and then quickly lowered her head.
Qi Zihao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I deeply sighed that Qi Bingyue had made such great progress. I used to have a sour face when I met everyone, but now I can switch between different expressions at will.
It can be sweet or salty, much better than before. Remember, young Master Su liked Shui Chuchu, who was quiet, reserved, and passive.
After you go in, try to behave dignified and gentle, act cute and coquettish at the right time, and when the time is right, be charming and hot, and you'll get it in one go. Qi Bingyue nodded vigorously, "Brother, I remember everything."
She clenched her fists, really ready this time.
Qi Zihao glanced at Qi Chongshu. Qi Chongshu nodded.
Qi Zihao let out a breath, suppressed his nervousness and knocked on the door.
Chu Tianbo in the private room was overjoyed. It must be the Qi family. The show has finally begun. He quickly got up and went over to open the door. I saw that it was indeed the Qi family standing outside. However, what he didn't expect was that the Qi family didn't bring any men with them. There were only 3 people outside the door. Why did you take so long and come so late without summoning your men?
Suddenly I noticed the beautiful woman outside the door. Her beauty and figure were simply stunning and beyond words.
I couldn't help but be shocked. Ziheo, you found a new love so soon? Chi Ziheo was furious. What bullshit are you talking about? This is my sister.
Thinking of Chu Tianbuo's previous Versailles and shameless show-off, Chi Ziheo was still holding his breath. Besides, the Chu family is now a competitor for young Master Su, so naturally they are not in a good mood.
Chu Tianbuo was dumbfounded. The beauty in front of him was Chi Bingyue? No way?
In his impression, Chi Bingyue was still that wild girl who wore a denim jacket and a denim skirt and looked a bit like a boy.
When did you become so feminine?
She is even more beautiful than his daughter Chu Yunyi. Looking closely, that eyebrow, that look, it's Chi Bingyue. Just by changing her clothes and hairstyle, her temperament changed completely. The wild girl from before has turned into a beautiful little fairy.
Chapter 130, A New Hope. Have you seen enough? Where's Su Xiao?
Chi Chongshu was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chu Tianbuo and asked directly.
Chu Tianbuo smiled bitterly. Brother Chi, you are still mocking me. Why are you still calling that loser Su Xiao? That loser is in there.
I have him completely under my control.
How do you want to take revenge? Just do it.
Before he could finish, Chi Chongshu pushed him away and rushed into the private room. Seeing a group of bodyguards surrounding them, I quickly pushed them away.
Finally met Su Chi.
This is the real boss of Zireo Group.
Finally saw it.
I always heard Chi Ziheo say that he is very young and simple.
It seems that he is really young and simple.
I was so excited that I quickly extended my hand. Mr. Su, I'm glad to see you. Chi Chongshu's attention generates an exciting critical hit of plus 10,000.
Su Chi looked at him. Are you Chi Chongshu? Mr. Su, you actually know me. I am so honored, so honored, so honored. Chi Chongshu was a little at a loss. Chi Ziheo and Chi Bingyue also arrived. Master Su, you look better and more handsome than last night. You're so handsome. I'm so happy. Chi Ziheo quickly flattered him.
Master Su, I miss you so much. Chi Bingyue cried out in a delicate voice, opened her arms, and pounced towards Su Chi.
Chi Ziheo was stunned. What happened to your dignified, reserved and steady demeanor?
How did this go straight to the last stage?
Chi Chongshu even covered his face. It's really unbearable to watch. After admonishing and teaching Chi Bingyue for such a long time, is this the answer Chi Bingyue gave? Su Chi directly pushed Chi Bingyue's forehead. Who is this guy? Which club did you pay for this? Chi Ziheo was really embarrassed. I thought Chi Bingyue was really prepared this time. How come the car flipped over right after coming up? It's more of a hindrance than a help. Young Master Su, she is my sister Chi Bingyue. Su Chi couldn't believe it. Are you sure? How did that girl become like this? Did you give her the wrong medicine? Chu Xiaowen also tilted her head in surprise and looked at Chi Bingyue. Is this Chi Bingyue?
The people from the 4 wealthy families in Yinjiang City are all familiar with each other.
Of course Chu Xiaowen knew Chi Bingyue.
But the Chi Bingyue she knew was not like this. The Chi Bingyue she knew was overbearing and aggressive, without any of the gentleness and charm of a girl. But look at the girl in front of me, her skirt is so short that it almost reaches her waist. The shirt was so short that only a piece of cloth was left there. No matter above or below, it is about to come out.
That is it, Chi Bingyue? She couldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death.
Chi Bingyue was also embarrassed. I decided to be dignified and quiet, like Shui Chuchu. But when he saw Su Chi, he panicked and went straight to the last link and threw himself into his arms. I was so embarrassed that I almost dug a big hole in the ground with my toes. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, my sister is a little impulsive. Chi Ziheo quickly tried to smooth things over.
Su Chi glared at him and said, "We're just waiting for you to come and serve the food. Can we serve the food now?"
Chi Ziheo turned around and saw that the table was empty.
He immediately turned around and asked Chu Tianbuo, "Old man Chu, what are you doing? How dare you starve young Master Su? What are you thinking? Why are you waiting for us? We are nothing. Why are we worth waiting for, Master Su?"
Chu Tianbuo was standing there with his mouth open, like a sculpture. His whole body was motionless.
Completely shocked to the point of numbness.
Earlier, I saw Chi Chongshu rushing into the private room in such a hurry to look for Su Chi. I thought Shi Chonshu was eager to take revenge. Shi Zihao and Shi Bingyue seemed unable to grab the door, so they pushed him aside and rushed in.
This hatred is quite strong.
A war is simply inevitable. I quickly closed the door of the private room, prepared to find a good seat, and grabbed a handful of melon seeds to enjoy the view. As a result, Shi Chonshu rushed to Su Qi not to seek revenge, but more to pay his respects. The wrinkles on that old face were almost laughing off. His waist is bent like a shrimp.
And there is Qi Zihao, the eldest of the 3 young masters in Yanjiang City, whose smile is as beautiful as a flower. Shi Bingyue was even more exaggerated.
She pounced on him directly, wishing she could take a bite of Su Qi.
Chu Tianbo was really stupid, confused and dizzy. Is this all crazy?
The Qi family hurried over, not to seek revenge, but to pay homage to His Royal Highness the Prince.
What are you doing?
Qi Zihao also scolded him for not serving the food quickly.
And he still called Su Qi young master Su. It's called addiction, can't you change it? Isn't the name Su Shao a mockery of this loser? Why does it sound like it's real? I say, old man Chu, are you stupid?
Qi Zihao pushed Chu Tianbo in frustration.
Hurry up and serve the food, Master Su is hungry.
Chu Tianbo woke up as if from a dream, and his head was buzzing as he looked at Qi Zihao, who was angry with him.
What is going on? Which link went wrong?
He swallowed hard and reminded Qi Zihao, that guy stole your fiancée.
Qi Zihao was furious when he heard this. You old Versailles, do you really need to show off all the time?
We all know that your daughter is hooking up with young Master Su.
You're so arrogant, okay? Chu Tianbo felt like he was going crazy. I'm not showing off. My daughter followed a loser and betrayed you. I think it's a great shame. Qi Zihao became increasingly angry. Are you being so Versailles again? If it weren't for young Master Su's face, I really want to beat you up. He clenched his fist and waved it fiercely at Chu Tianbo. Chu Tianbo was about to cry, that guy is not Mr. Su, why did you take him seriously? He's just a loser. I captured him so that you can take revenge. Qi Zihao finally came to his senses and looked at Chu Tianbo in disbelief. You actually think young Master Su is a loser? I always thought Chu Tianbo was in Versailles. Now I finally realize that it doesn't seem to be the case. Chu Tianbo said seriously, he is such a loser. Look at him, he doesn't look like a loser at all. Qi Zihao was already getting excited. He thought Chu Tianbo had already gained complete advantage and used Chu Yunyi to snatch Su Qi away. After a long time, it seems that is not the case. This old fool seems to really think Su Qi is a loser. For a moment, I was ecstatic. This is simply like a situation where you think there is no way out, but suddenly you see a new village with green willows and flowers. This old guy clearly has a priceless treasure in his hands, but he treats it like a pile of dog shit and is eager to throw it away. That's great, just great. His voice trembled with excitement. So, you brought so many bodyguards here not to protect young Master Su, but to control him?
Chu Tianbo also became excited and patted Qi Zihao's shoulder vigorously. My good son-in-law, you finally understand. I have good intentions in order to help you avenge yourselves and wash away the shame this loser has brought upon your family.
Ha ha. Qi Zihao laughed. It's even happier than winning the lottery.
No, it was Chu Tianbo who won the grand prize, but he insisted on giving it to him.
There is actually such a good thing. How can I not be happy? Everyone is so happy that they are going crazy.
He quickly turned around and whispered this to Qi Chongshu and Qi Bingyue.
Chapter 131. Is there such a delaying tactic?
Qi Chongshu and Qi Bingyue were also pleasantly surprised when they heard this. It is really rare that Chu Tianbo, who has always been smart, made such a big mistake. Since such a good opportunity has been presented to them,
how could they not accept it?
Qi Zihao quickly opened the door of the private room and asked the waiter to call the manager immediately. Tell the manager that they are having a family treat today. The best wine, the best food, no matter the price, just serve it, and serve it as soon as possible.
Qi Chongshu quickly called the Qi family bodyguard.
Let the Qi family bodyguards come immediately. Chu Tianbo was very confused and grabbed Qi Zihao and asked, why are you still eating instead of seeking revenge?
You also want the best wine and the best food, does that match the Diaosi? Qi Zihao chuckled, Uncle Chu, this is a delaying tactic.
First, appease him with good wine and delicious food, and then we'll take action immediately when our bodyguards arrive.
Chu Tianbo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He whispered, good son-in-law, we at the Chu family can lend you our bodyguards.
Chi Zihao shook his head. How can that be possible? Of course, when it comes to our Chi family's affairs, we have to use our own talents.
Chu Tianbo hurriedly said, Good son-in-law, look, I'm bringing your enemy to you. Is this sincerity enough? Look at me borrowing money from your family. Chi Zihao sneered secretly. He now understood that Chu Tianbo was not a Versailles person. He really is short of money. Look at Su Chi, a super rich young master who looks like a god of wealth, but he is a loser and doesn't know what he is doing. The lack of money is definitely real. That's so funny.
Su Chi could help at any time, so Chu Tianbo actually sent Su Chi to their Chi family and asked their Chi family for help. I really don't know where this train of thought came from.
In order to calm Chu Tianbo down, he said seriously, Isn't this a trivial matter? Their bodyguards are not in place yet. The situation is not under their control.
Once the bodyguards are in place, it will be time to turn against Chu Tianbo.
Mr. Su, I have some chocolate here. Would you like to eat some first to fill your stomach? Chi Bingyue was no longer so nervous.
I was too nervous at the beginning, so I made a fool of myself.
Now I have adjusted my mood. Su Chi was indeed hungry and nodded. Chi Bingyue quickly opened the small package and took out a bar of chocolate. Master Su, let me help you open it. Diligently helped Su Chi open the package. He was about to hand it to Su Chi.
But he suddenly remembered what Xue Chuchu said about drinking water from Su Chi's cup. That indirect kiss brought Xue Chuchu and Su Chi together.
This needs to be done in the same way.
He laughed dryly, Young Master Su, let me help you taste the saltiness.
He put the chocolate in his mouth and took a sip. Su Chi was completely confused. Do you really need to taste the saltiness of chocolate? Why do I feel that Chi Bingyue's action is so fucked up? He frowned and said, It's all your saliva, how can I eat it?
You're still drawing silk, there's something wrong with you.
Chi Bingyue blushed and said, Don't you guys all like this? I watch a lot of short videos. Su Chi waved his hand and took Chi Bingyue's small bag. I opened it, found another bar of chocolate, opened it and ate it. Master Su, don't move. Chi Bingyue suddenly shouted. Pointing at Su Chi's mouth, There's some chocolate residue on your mouth. Please let me help you clean up.
He stood up and sat directly on Su Chi's legs. Holding Su Chi's shoulders, he moved closer to Su Chi. She was about to stick out her tongue and lick the chocolate residue at the corner of Su Chi's mouth. Su Chi was really upset and pressed her forehead again.
I say, what are you going to do? I'm helping you clean up the chocolate residue.
Chi Bingyue had a well-behaved smile on her face.
Even if it's to clean up the chocolate residue, is it necessary to do this? Su Chi put his hand to his mouth and purred, Isn't this all right? Ah, Master Su is so amazing, Master Su is awesome. Why didn't I think of such a brilliant idea? Master Su, you are so amazing.
Chi Bingyue smiled sweetly and clapped her hands.
Oh shit. Is this what you call amazing? Xu Xiaowen next to her couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Chi Bingyue's flattery was too exaggerated. No matter how you look at it, she looks like a slutty bitch. Is this really the Chi Bingyue she is familiar with? That overbearing and aggressive young lady who doesn't give face to anyone? Chu Tianbo was also stunned.
In order to use a delaying tactic to stabilize Su Chi, Chi Bingyue made too great a sacrifice. Wearing a short skirt, she just rode on Su Chi's legs, and her long legs were clearly visible. She is so frivolous, she doesn't look like a rich lady at all.
Chi Bingyue's exaggerated performance really gave Su Chi goosebumps. He glared at Chi Bingyue and asked, Are you done yet? Then I won't say anything. Chi Bingyue quickly covered her mouth. Su Chi pointed at her legs and asked, Can you move your legs away?
Chi Bingyue nodded quickly, took her legs down, and then sat down on Su Chi.
Su Chi was speechless. The legs are moved away, but the butt is brought up?
He simply picked up Chi Bingyue and impatiently threw her onto the chair next to him. Chi Bingyue opened her mouth in shock.
His face was filled with excitement. Young Master Su, you actually hugged me. You actually hugged me. Almost jumped up with joy. Su Chi was sweating profusely. He picked up Chi Bingyue in order to throw her out. Is Chi Bingyue so happy? Dad, did you see that? Young Master Su hugged me.
Chi Bingyue looked at Chi Chongshu excitedly, raised her hand and high-fived Chi Chongshu. It seems like a great achievement has been made and some record has been broken. Shi Chongshu was also very excited. It seems that Master Su finally doesn't hate you so much anymore. Bingyue, you have made great progress and deserve encouragement.
Dad, I will keep working hard. Ever since Chi Bingyue met Su Chi, everything she did was wrong.
The original arrogance disappeared completely and the confidence collapsed. Now, any achievement I make makes me feel extremely excited, as it helps me restore my shattered self-confidence. Shi Chongshu hurriedly took out the cigar box, opened it, and handed it to Su Chi. Bending over with a smile on his face, he said, Mr. Su, you must be tired after holding my daughter just now. Hurry up and have a cigar, take a break, catch your breath, and calm down.
Oh shit. Su Chi was about to collapse. What is this family doing? He just hugged Chi Bingyue. Considering Chi Bingyue's weight, it was good enough that she weighed 90 kilograms. Do you actually need to take a break, catch your breath, and calm down? Mr. Su, let me give you a massage.
Chi Bingyue volunteered and quickly came behind Su Chi and massaged his shoulders.
Mr. Su, are you exhausted? Is this a little more comfortable? Su Chi couldn't help but hold his forehead, he was so tired. Have these family members completely abandoned all logic in order to curry favor?
Bingyue, your method is wrong. Shi Zihao hurried over to give instructions. Prioritize and maintain a clear rhythm. You also need to hit everywhere, don't just pinch the shoulders.
It's okay to go deep into the enemy territory alone.
He made a gesture to ask Chi Bingyue to put her hand down.
Chu Tianbo just watched from the side and almost forgot where he was. What on earth is this family doing? Is this definitely just a delaying tactic? Is this how you treat your enemies? This is clearly serving the master. What happened to them? Are you all losing your mind?
Chu Xiaowen was also quite dumbfounded. I thought that when the Qi family came, Su Chi would be in trouble.
She was ready to risk the Chu family's reputation and fight to save Su Chi's life. The result is this? What about the Qi family's anger?
Su Chi is not suffering at all, he is actually enjoying himself. The eldest daughter of the Qi family personally took the lead and acted as a massage technician. Shi Chongshu, the head of the Qi family, was serving cigars nearby. Shi Zihao, the eldest son of the Qi family, was even more patient in his guidance. This is completely opposite to the terrible scene I had imagined before, two completely extremes. I was originally very worried about Su Chi, but now I am starting to feel jealous.
Chapter 132 Showdown, this is the real big shot.
Xu Xiaowen could no longer believe that Su Chi was just a delivery man.
The Qi family couldn't possibly treat a delivery man like this. And you keep calling me Master Su. Xu Tianbo also began to doubt.
Pulling Chi Zihao aside, he asked, Are you sure this is just a delaying tactic?
Chi Zihao nodded seriously, it's a delaying tactic, absolutely a delaying tactic. Xu Tianbo couldn't believe it anymore. You kid, don't think you can fool me just because I'm old. I'm definitely not senile.
Chi Zihao sneered secretly, You are more than just an old fool.
He's just an old fool.
Anyway, their bodyguards were about to arrive, so they were too lazy to continue to perfunctory, believe it or not.
He went back to instruct Chi Bingyue to give Su Chi a massage. Xu Tianbo glared angrily. This little bastard.
If he hadn't needed the Qi family's help, he would have slapped them in the face long ago.
Finally, Xi's bodyguards arrived. There were more than 30 people in total.
Although the private room was large, it was packed. Xu Tianbo was delighted, Brother Qi, that's great, you're quite generous.
You actually called so many people at once, impressive.
You're worthy of being the Brother Qi I've always had high hopes for.
Now that your bodyguard is here, you don't have to act anymore. You can take revenge now. Shi Chongshu nodded, indeed, I can take revenge quickly and happily.
He ordered the bodyguards coldly, Catch this old man and bring him to young Master Su. Two bodyguards had already pressed down on Xu Tianbo's shoulders.
Xu Tianbo was shocked, Brother Qi, what are you doing? I'm not your enemy, this loser is. Shi Chongshu was furious, dare to call young Master Su a loser? You are our enemy. If Su Xiao is a loser, then you are nothing.
The bodyguards of the Chu family are going to rescue Xu Tianbo. Shi Chongshu snorted coldly, anyone who dares to move will be beaten to death.
All responsibility is mine. The Chu family's bodyguards couldn't help but feel frightened. In terms of numbers, they are at an absolute disadvantage.
There were only a dozen people, but the other side had more than 30 people. Shi Chongshu made another harsh remark, and no one dared to move. In this situation, it is impossible to save Chu Tianbo, and it will only add to his physical suffering.
Chu Tianbo was pushed in front of Su Qi. "Let him kneel down and apologize to young Master Su," Chu Tianbo shouted.
The two bodyguards kicked Chu Tianbo's knee hard.
Plop! Chu Tianbo knelt there directly.
His face suddenly turned red. He actually knelt down to the loser whom he looked down upon. His daughter was seduced by Su Qi, and he knelt down to Su Qi again.
What a shame and humiliation. He yelled at Shi Chongshu, "What are you doing, you old bastard? You actually made me kneel down before this brat. Are you deliberately humiliating me?"
Shi Chongshu snorted coldly, "It is your honor to kneel down to Master Su."
Chu Tianbo was furious, "He is just a loser."
"You're the fucking loser. You actually called the big boss who owns 60% of our Zireo group a loser.
You're totally blind."
Shi Chongshu cursed without restraint. Of course he would stand up to anyone who dared to offend the big boss of their company.
This is a great opportunity to show loyalty to Su Qi. What is the point of having such a little friendship with Chu Tianbo?
The future of the Qi family is the most important thing.
Chu Tianbo couldn't believe it and looked at Su Qi. He is the boss of your company? How could he possibly? Shi Chongshu interrupted him, "Do you think I'm that fond of praising others? The boss of our Zireo group is an outsider. This is not a glorious thing. If I can tell you this, you should know that what I say is true." Chu Tianbo was really confused. The Diaosi is not the Diaosi.
The Qi family's company does not belong to the Qi family.
How could he believe it if he hadn't heard it with his own ears? Shi Chongshu sneered, "Chu Tianbo, don't you want to borrow money?
Now the person who really has the power to decide is in front of you, so lend it to me quickly."
"As long as Master Su agrees, I can lend you any amount of money." Chu Tianbo was in an extremely embarrassing situation.
After going around for a long time, it finally fell into Su Qi's hands.
Looking at Su Qi in disbelief, you are really a young master from a super wealthy family?" Su Qi shook his head and sneered, "I'm just a loser."
Shi Chongshu laughed beside him, "Master Su, you are so modest.
If you were a loser, we would be ashamed of ourselves.
You spent a small amount of money and bought 60% of our Zireo Group's shares.
This is enough to show how amazing your wealth is." Chu Tianbo's face turned pale and blue. Think about the previous weirdness, now there is an explanation.
Everyone in the Qi family called Su Qi young Master Su.
This is not sarcasm, but a truly respectful term of address.
Treating Su Qi so well, almost like serving his master, is not a delaying tactic.
It's really flattery.
Think about what Xu Yunyi said, the 8.5 billion lying in Su Qi's account is useless.
Now I finally believe it. You have to believe it even if you don't want to.
The old man Shi Chongshu attaches great importance to face. He could treat Su Qi like this, and even turn against me for Su Qi. This only shows that Su Qi definitely holds the lifeblood of the Qi family. After all this time, everyone is a smart person, except him who is old and confused.
Xu Yunyi said he was stupid, and he was really stupid. But at that time I was complacent and thought I could kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
At this time, Shi Zihao suddenly received a call. After answering, he sneered, "It turns out that the Chu family is really in trouble.
Dad, I just received a call from the HR director.
A large number of executives from the Chubo group are coming to join our Zireo group. They are even willing to take a pay cut and demote us, as long as we are willing to take them in."
Shi Chongshu was surprised. How big of a problem has the Chubo group encountered? All the executives are fleeing en masse. This is going to collapse.
Shi Zihao chuckled. The HR director relayed what the Chu family's executives said, saying that all of Chu Bo Group's funds were taken away by Chu Tianbo's wife and son, and they're heavily in debt. Now the Chu Bo Group only has a glamorous appearance, but it is actually dying.
Shi Chongshu laughed heartily. No wonder this old fellow even called me Brother Qi, and he was so enthusiastic about it.
I thought he was showing off that his daughter was hooking up with young Master Su, but it turns out he was trying to curry favor with me.
Chu Tianbo was extremely embarrassed.
In the ranking of the 4 wealthy families, the Chu family is ahead of the Qi family. But he wanted to curry favor with Shi Chongshu, and Shi Chongshu said it so blatantly.
I feel so ashamed. Shi Zihao asked with a smile, "Dad, should we take in those executives of the Chubo group?
I heard from the HR director that there are quite a few people we tried so hard to recruit before, but we couldn't find them."
Shi Chongshu quickly glared at him, "You have no vision.
Now that young Master Su is here, it's not my turn to make the decision. Of course we should ask young Master Su to make the decision. Chi Zihao reacted and quickly slapped himself in the face. Smiling, he apologized to Su Chi. Mr. Su, I'm used to it. Please forgive me. Please make the final decision on all matters concerning the Zireo group.
Chu Tianbo said urgently, no, you can't take them in. If these executives join Zireo group, Chubo group will be completely finished. Even if the funds are found, the company will be left with an empty shell and will be unable to survive. Brother Chi, please, you can't kick someone when he's down like this. We are relatives after all. We used to be relatives. We can't do this. Chi Chongshu snorted coldly. Chu Tianbo, are you still confused? It's no use begging me. You should beg Master Su now. Point your hand respectfully towards Su Chi. Whether I can let you go, and let the Chubo group go, all depends on a word from young Master Su. Chapter 133 All I Want. Chu Tianbo looked at Su Chi, his expression was extremely embarrassed and awkward. He originally despised Su Chi for being a loser and treated him with such contempt and humiliation. Just because his daughter wanted to follow Su Chi, he even severed the father-daughter relationship with her. As a result, his fate and the fate of the Chubo group now depend entirely on Su Chi's words. Totally shameless. I was so ashamed that I wanted to bang my head against the wall and die. Su. Young Master Su. He stammered something. Su Chi squinted at him. Are you calling me? I'm not a loser. How can you call me that? Do I have the qualifications? Chu Tianbo was extremely embarrassed. Su. Mr. Su, for my daughter's sake. Your daughter? Chu Yunny? Su Chi sneered. It seems that you have severed your father-daughter relationship with her, right? Chu Yunny is indeed very prestigious in my eyes. Unfortunately, you have no relationship with her. Why should I consider her? Chu Tianbo really regretted it. If he had been in the hospital, he would have thanked Su Chi for not looking down on him or forcing him away. There was no chance that Jian Penny and Chu Yunxiao could escape from under his nose. How could there be a chance to drain the funds of Chubo Group? Even if they really ran away with the Chubo Group's money, with Su Chi here, things can be easily settled. Even when Chu Yunny called him and asked him to apologize to Su Chi in exchange for the funds in Su Chi's hands, he refused again. Once again, a great opportunity was missed. He thought that he could borrow money from Chi Chongshu by relying on his friendship with him. As it turned out, the big boss of Chijia Company was Su Chi. In the end, it depends on Su Chi to save the Chubo Group. He has always despised Su Chi, and after going around in circles, he can only beg Su Chi for help. This is so ironic. How ironic. Master Su, please, please. Chubo Group is my life's work. Please, no, please help me. Chu Tianbo could only lower his posture again. Su Chi snorted, Chubo Group is your life's work, what does it have to do with me? You are my daughter's sweetheart, and you are my son-in-law. Chu Tianbo really didn't expect that he would take the initiative to establish this relationship with Su Chi. He hated Su Chi so much for stealing his daughter away. Now he takes the initiative to call him son-in-law. Don't hit this face too loudly. Su Chi's face was full of disdain. Do you need me to remind you again? Chu Yunny and you have severed our father-daughter relationship. You said it yourself. Even if Chu Yunny is my woman, you have nothing to do with me. Turning to Chi Chongshu, he said, as long as you are talented, Zireo Group welcomes you. Just ask the HR director to keep all those senior executives. Chi Chongshu nodded quickly and glanced at Chi Zihao. Chi Zihao laughed. Since Master Su has given the order, we will definitely do it. I'll call the HR director right away. Take out your cell phone to make a call. Chu Tianbo was really anxious and quickly grabbed Su Chi's legs. Young Master Su, you can't do this, you can't do this. If the Chubo Group is finished, there's no point in me living anymore. He was so anxious that his eyes became cloudy and tears kept welling up in his eyes. Su Chi kicked him away. Does it matter to me whether you live or not? I saved you last time, but you turned out to be ungrateful. Do you think I'll be so forgetful? Go away and go back to clean up your mess. Don't disturb my meal. At this time, the waiter came to deliver the food. Seeing so many people in the private room and the tense atmosphere, he was so scared that he trembled and almost threw the plate. He asked in a trembling voice, "Now, are we serving the food now?" Shi Zihao was furious. Master Su is hungry, do you want to serve the food?
He waved his hand and asked the bodyguards to move aside. The waiter hurriedly served the dishes and wine and left in a hurry. Shi Zihao personally poured wine for Su Qi, while Qi Chongshu smiled and picked up some food for Su Qi. Qi Bingyue's hands were still moving and massaging Su Qi's body.
Su Qi glanced at Chu Tianbua.
The bodyguards had let him go, but he was still kneeling there.
Are you still not going away? Kneel down like a loser, aren't you afraid of losing face?
Chu Tianbua has no time to care about these things now. The Chubo group is in danger, and all the hard work of a lifetime is going to go to waste.
What does this little face mean?
I couldn't help but beg, Master Su, I
was wrong, please be merciful and let me go.
Su Qi snorted coldly, I fell into your trap once, do you think I will fall into it again? Get out of my sight, you ungrateful old bastard.
Shi Bingyue quickly echoed, didn't you hear what Master Su said? I told you to get out and stop being an eyesore here. Mr. Su, I know you are angry. I admit my mistake. It's all my fault.
Please, for the sake of my daughter, please let me go this time and let the Chubo group go. When I said I would cut off ties with my daughter, it was all just words spoken in anger.
Chu Tianbua could only use Chu Yunny as an excuse. Chu Yunny is his only lifeline.
Master Su, please be merciful because my daughter served you all night last night. Su Qi glanced at him coldly, if it weren't for Chu Yunny, you wouldn't be able to walk out of here alive today.
Yes, yes, yes. Chu Tianbua nodded repeatedly, young Master Su, you can punish me, but the Chubo group cannot be destroyed. Su Qi snorted, you want to save the Chubo group, right? Chu Tianbua was overjoyed, are you willing to show mercy? Su Qi said coldly, if you want to keep the Chubo group, give me all the shares of the Chubo group in your hands. Then, you will withdraw from the Chubo group and never set foot in the Chubo group again. From now on, Chu Yunny will be in full control of the Chubo group. After hearing this, Chu Tianbua's face turned pale. In this case, does Chubo group still have anything to do with him? If Su Qi hands over all the shares of Chubo group will belong entirely to him. Don't you agree? If you don't agree, get out and watch the Chubo group you founded completely collapse, go bankrupt, and disappear. There was no room for maneuver in Su Qi's words. Chu Tianbua collapsed to the ground. He thought that it would cost a heavy price to save the Chubo group. But I didn't expect the price to be so high. However, if you disagree, the cost will be even greater. His greatest achievement in his life was the founding of the Chubo group. If he watched it disappear, the meaning of his life would disappear with it. Su Qi gave him the cruelest option, but it was also the option he had to choose. There was no way he would let the Chubo group be destroyed. But sending Chubo group away with his own hands was also extremely painful. The only consolation is that his daughter Chu Yunny will be in charge of the Chubo group in the future. You have 5 seconds to think about it. Su Qi started the countdown directly. 5. 4. 3. I agree. Chu Tianbua suddenly roared loudly. Chapter 134 Beauty Contest. Very good. Su Qi nodded with satisfaction. Then hurry up and do what you should do. When I get the shares of Chubo Group and you completely withdraw, that will be the day of Chubo Group's rebirth. He waved his hand and gave instructions to the bodyguard. Throw him out. I want to eat. Although those bodyguards were from the Qi family, they could all see that Su Qi was the most powerful here. How dare I disobey? He dragged the almost paralyzed Chu Tianbua out of the private room. The bodyguards who came with Chu Tianbua also quickly fled. Looking at this scene, Qi Chongshu couldn't help but wipe his sweat secretly. Shi Zihao also looked terrified. Shi Bingyue's palms were sweating. Did Chu Tianbua just lose the Chubo group like that? If they are not careful, will the same thing happen to them? I was really shocked after seeing Su Qi's skills with my own eyes. I was very nervous and became more cautious. They don't want to be kicked out of Zireo group like Chu Tianbua. Mr. Su, eat your food quickly. Qi Chongshu quickly picked up some food for Su Qi. Xu Xiaowen was shocked. It turns out that Su Qi is so awesome. Previously, Su Qi said that he could protect the Chu family and make the Chu family surpass the other 3 wealthy families, but she didn't believe it at all. But now, I really have to believe it. I couldn't help but quickly pick up some food and put it on Su Qi's plate. Su Qi, you eat. Qi Chongshu, Shi Zihao, Shi Bingyue and Xu Xiaowen all seem to have become Su Qi's waiters. Su Qi, after dinner, you should come with me to Chu's house. Xu Xiaowen said in a low voice. Chang Tianyu, the eldest son of the Chang family, was seriously injured. The Chang family will definitely not let this go. I guess they have already found the Chu family. My mom and sister definitely can't handle it. I didn't know Su Qi was so powerful before, so I didn't dare to take Su Qi back. Now that he knew, he instantly regarded Su Qi as the savior of the Chu family. Qi Bingyue curled her lips. What are you talking about? After dinner, of course young Master Su will go to our Qi family. We have been looking forward to Mr. Su's visit for a long time. Xu Xiaowen emphasized, I have an urgent matter, my life is at stake. Qi Bingyue refused to give in, we also have urgent matters. Without Master Su, I won't be able to sleep at night. I will be scared. She pouted and pretended to be weak. Xu Xiaowen became angry. Qi Bingyue, can you be more normal? It's like I don't know what the real you is like. Why are you trying to be cute? It's not disgusting enough. Qi Bingyue was furious. You are disgusting. She puffed out her chest and immediately exuded the aura of a domineering young lady. In front of Su Qi, she can be as humble as to the dirt, but in front of Xu Xiaowen, she has nothing to fear. Xu Xiaowen really needs Su Qi to go to her house. Otherwise, the Chu family would probably be finished. At this time, you must not be cowardly. He stood up directly and said without giving in, don't think I'm easy to bully. Just because I don't have a temper usually doesn't mean I will never have a temper. Qi Bingyue snorted coldly, I really didn't realize that Miss Chu could be so hungry and eager. She even started to compete with me for men. Why, are you the reserved type? Aren't you thin-skinned? Why are you suddenly so shameless? Xu Xiaowen couldn't help but blush. If they really quarreled, she would be no match for Qi Bingyue. But Qi Bingyue must not be allowed to take Su Qi to the Qi family. Once the Cheng family goes to the Chu family to make trouble, they can only rely on Su Qi for help. He lowered his eyes and looked at Qi Bingyue's chest. He sneered, I didn't realize you were so frugal. In order to save fabric, it has become an airport. Are you short of money for the fabric? Don't be so shabby, I can lend you some money. Oh, sorry, I'll lend it to you, but you won't need it. You definitely won't be able to grow bigger there. Qi Bingyue was hit in the biggest pain point of her life. He was originally puffing out his chest, but subconsciously retracted it. Don't think about Su Qi, it would be better for you to go home and eat more papaya. Maybe it can make up for it. Xu Xiaowen seized Qi Bingyue's weakness and pursued her relentlessly. Qi Bingyue couldn't stand it anymore and raised her hand to hit Xu Xiaowen. Xu Xiaowen also took the risk, put her hands on her hips, and turned her face over. Come on, hit me. This is Su Qi's favorite first love face, go ahead and hit it. Qi Bingyue was so frightened that she really didn't dare to hit him. She is not afraid of Xu Xiaowen, but she is afraid of Su Qi. She couldn't afford to pay for breaking the face of the person Su Qi loved. Aren't you awesome? Fight me. Xu Xiaowen was really shocked when she saw Qi Bingyue, and she was so surprised. It turns out that I have such a talent for quarreling. Why didn't I notice it before? It seems that if a woman really wants to be a little harder on herself and push herself, she won't know that she has this potential. Qi Bingyue held it in for a long time, not daring to fight, and unable to win the argument either. Xu Xiaowen caught his weakness and gave him a good beating. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and snorted coldly, I'm too lazy to hit you. If you get a miscarriage, it will be bad. I'm pregnant with Master Su's baby. The baby is more important. As he said this, he carefully touched his stomach. Su Qi didn't say anything at first. It's quite interesting to watch beautiful women quarrel. After hearing this, I couldn't bear to listen any longer. She glared at Qi Bingyue and asked, when did you become pregnant with my baby? This girl, wouldn't she want him to be the scapegoat? Tomorrow. Qi Bingyue said seriously, young Master Su, if you come to our Qi family tonight, I will be pregnant with your baby tomorrow. In order to get Su Qi, he really gave it his all. Things that I used to be disdainful to say or even found disgusting, I now say them out loud. It's really hard for this fierce young lady. Only then did Xu Xiaowen understand. So there is no sign of him now, yet Qi Bingyue dares to tell anyone about it. I say, Qi Bingyue, do we still have some shame? Qi Bingyue gritted her teeth and said, I don't care about shame, I only want young Master Su. If you have any shame, just let go and give Su Xiao to me. Xu Xiaowen thought about the situation of her mother and sister, and the more she thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed.
I didn't dare to face it before and always wanted to escape. Now I dare to think about it, and the more I think about it, the more scared I feel. The Chang family has always been ruthless in their behavior, and my mother and sister are two weak women. How should I deal with it? If the Chang family brings people from Shanghai Hall to the Chu family, it will be even more difficult to deal with. For my mother and sister, what else can I not give up? She shook her hair and said, I don't have any shame anymore. Shi Bingyue didn't expect that Chu Xiaowen, who had always been reserved and introverted, would do this for Su Qi. It seems that the competition for Su Qi has entered a fierce stage. At this time, you can't admit defeat. You're shameless, aren't you? I'm even more shameless. He took Su Qi's hand and placed it on his leg. She asked Su Qi in a delicate voice, Master Su, is it smooth? Is it soft? Chu Xiaowen gritted her teeth, it's like someone has no legs. He pulled up Su Qi's other hand and snatched away his chopsticks. She lifted the hem of her skirt and moved Su Qi's hand to her leg. Su Qi, which one do you think is softer and smoother? Su Qi sighed, I want to eat. Shi Bingyue stomped her feet in anger. This weak and gentle girl dared to confront her. Is she so intimidating now? I simply pulled Su Qi's hand and put it on my butt. Young Master Su, isn't it very chewy? Chapter 135 The confidence is here. Su Qi sighed, if you put my hand there, how can I still eat? Mr. Su, it's okay, I can feed you. My hands are your hands, and you can even feed them with your mouth. Shi Bingyue said this to Su Qi. But his eyes looked at Chu Xiaowen provocatively. Chu Xiaowen finally realized that this thorny young lady was now taking the initiative to remove all her thorns. If she can do this, I can only be more ruthless. For my mother and sister. Let us fight. He took Su Qi's hand and placed it directly on the top of the steep mountain. Although his face was flushed with shame and his whole body was trembling slightly. Still looking at Shi Bingyue, unwilling to be outdone, if you have the guts to compete with me again, come on. Shi Bingyue lowered her head to look at that place. It's just a dog egg. He was killed instantly. Not only was he killed instantly, but he was also humiliated again. Even if the slope is a little gentler and the land is a little barren, so what? Is Chu Xiaowen really going to keep harping on this point? Embarrassed and annoyed, Chu Xiaowen, I'm going to fight you. Rushed directly towards Chu Xiaowen. Su Qi hurriedly shouted, that's enough, let me continue to touch you, no, continue to eat? Today's food is so soft, no, so elastic, no, so rich, sit down, touch it well, no, eat it well. He spoke seriously, but it seemed that he was speaking lamely. I was really upset by Shi Bingyue and Chu Xiaowen's behavior. Shi Zihao saw it and felt envious. After making such a huge profit, he still acts like a good boy and pretends to be cool. Su Qi is definitely a winner in life. Compared with Su Qi's treatment, I feel that my life as the third young master of Yanjiang City is so miserable. Not to mention that the two young ladies from the four wealthy families were madly vying for his favor. My only fiancé was rolling around with Su Qi last night. Is Su Qi going to sweep up all the beauties from the four wealthy families in Yanjiang City? Since young Master Su has spoken, let's eat, let's eat. Shi Chongshu quickly tried to smooth things over. After hearing this, Shi Bingyue quickly sat on Su Qi's left. Shi Zihao wanted to separate Chu Xiaowen and Su Qi and take the position on Su Qi's right. But Chu Xiaowen was full of fighting spirit at this time and was completely in combat mode. He was faster than Shi Zihao and sat directly on the seat to Su Qi's right. There was no way, Shi Zihao wanted to help his sister, but he couldn't. Shi Chongshu secretly kicked Shi Zihao. This idiot can't even win over a girl. He quickly picked up the wineglass and said with a smile, Mr. Su, it's an honor to meet you for the first time. Please allow me to toast you a glass. Since the other party was so polite, Su Qi did not refuse. He picked up the wineglass and took a sip. That's his personality. If people respect him 1 foot, he will respect them 10 feet. But if you bully him, he will repay you with blood for blood and tooth for tooth. Mr. Su, we have some good wine in our cellar. How about going to our Qi's house and having a taste? Shi Chongshu and Shi Bingyue had the same idea. Invite Su Qi to the Qi family. Although Chu Tianbo was defeated, there is still Chu Xiaowen here. I can't let Chu Xiaowen take advantage of me. Su Qi curled his lips, maybe later. I agreed to go to Chu's house today. Shi Chongshu's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly smiled again, since young Master Su has already made an appointment, we certainly don't dare to force it. But please give us a chance to visit my humble home and let us make amends. As he was saying this, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly sounded outside.
It seems like a lot of people are coming this way. Su Chi frowned. Could it be that Chu Tianbo was not convinced and came back with bodyguards?
The door of the private room was quickly opened. The waiter who had just served the food came in first, followed by a large group of people. After entering, the waiter said to the person behind him, "Mr. Chow, this is the group of people. They have come with bad intentions and look like they are going to cause trouble in our hotel." Behind him was a middle-aged man with a very imposing manner. The middle-aged man was surrounded by a group of men in suits and ties. Those big men were all wearing sunglasses and had no expression on their faces.
But an invisible aura enveloped the entire private room.
The middle-aged man was like a sharp dagger. Although it has not been unsheathed, the chill is already there. He had short hair, a sharp face, and eyes as sharp as a hunting hawk.
With his hands in his trouser pockets, he glanced at Su Chi and the others and snorted coldly, "You want to cause trouble at the Qingyun Lanhai Hotel? You chose the wrong place, didn't you?"
The waiter had someone to back him up, so he felt more confident.
"Don't you know that this is Kang Haitang's property? You dare to show off here? I really feel uncomfortable. Look at you all itching for trouble."
The middle-aged man glanced at him. He was startled and stopped talking. The middle-aged man looked at Su Chi, who was sitting in the main seat in the middle. "No matter what you brought so many people here for,
you are not welcome here. Check out and leave within 5 minutes."
Su Chi was really puzzled.
Is Kang Haitang so awesome?
The food and wine that Chi Ziheo wanted must be very expensive. The price of this bottle of Romane Conti red wine alone is over 100,000 yuan.
This is definitely a big customer. If it were an ordinary hotel, the service would definitely be attentive and enthusiastic.
Here, they were just driven away, which was not surprising at all.
The waiter saw that Su Chi and the others did not move and became angry. "Didn't you hear what Mr. Chow said?
Mr. Chow is the best master in Songhai Hall.
How dare you ignore his words? Don't you want to live?" Su Chi smiled. "The #1 expert in Songhai Hall, is he really that awesome?"
After hearing this, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows.
There really is someone who is not afraid of death. His gaze suddenly pierced Su Chi like a knife. "Why, you don't even take Songhai Hall's #1 expert seriously?" The waiter couldn't help but get excited. "Boy, you are really looking for death. In Yanjiang City, no one dares to disregard Mr. Chow. You're done now."
The middle-aged man walked towards Su Chi with a cold smile on his face. "Although I still have things to deal with.
But I'm still curious, what's the basis for your arrogance?"
As he spoke, he had already walked in front of Su Chi.
Su Chi looks so young, and he comes to such a nice hotel wearing only shorts. He doesn't have any aura at all.
He must be a country bumpkin who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Therefore, no one knew how famous and powerful he was. It seems that this kid needs to be exposed to some new experiences so that he can gain more knowledge.
Is this enough confidence?
Su Chi directly took out the sword of the hall master. With a clang, the dagger was unsheathed and inserted into the table in front of him.
The waiter screamed, "You are really hopeless.
If you dare to show your weapon in front of Mr. Chow, you will surely die." The middle-aged man's face looked as if he had been punched hard. His eyes were fixed on the dagger, and his whole body was motionless, as if he had been cast under a spell.
This. He recognized it quickly. Isn't this the sword of the master of Songhai Hall?
The appearance of the hall master's sword means that the person in front of you is the real hall master of Songhai Hall.
My legs just went weak. Plop. Kneel there.
Even if he is the best master in Songhai Hall, he still has to kneel before the hall master.
The waiter jumped up in fright and hurried to support him. "Mr. Chow, are you too tired? I'll help you up." Chapter 136. Very convinced. How dare the middle-aged man get up?
Instead, he flicked his hand and sent the waiter flying.
Su Chi glanced at him calmly. "Do I have enough confidence?"
The middle-aged man was sweating profusely and nodded repeatedly. "Enough.
Xiao Yaofeng greets the hall master. "I didn't know the hall master was coming, and I actually offended him. I deserve to die.
Please forgive me, master."
Bang!
His head hit the ground directly.
The floor shook. The waiter was horrified.
Standing in the corner of the private room, stunned.
This kid is actually the leader of Songhai Hall?
Xiao Yaofeng, the best master of Sanhai Hall, knelt down directly, so there must be nothing wrong with that. And he actually brought Xiao Yaofeng with him to drive Su Qi away.
Is there still a way for him to survive? He quickly turned his head and looked under the window. I was wondering, should I jump out of the window to escape?
But this is the 6th floor.
If I jump out of the window, will I escape or die?
Looking at the door of the private room, he couldn't help but move his feet and wanted to sneak out quietly.
At this moment, Xiao Yaofeng suddenly turned around and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? The hall master is here, why don't you pay your respects to him?"
The big men who followed him knelt down hurriedly to pay their respects.
A large group of people knelt down.
The waiter was so frightened that he trembled, his legs went weak, and he knelt down.
This really stunned Xu Xiaowen.
What she feared most was Sanhai Hall. Once the Cheng family uses the power of Sanhai Hall, the Chu family will definitely be finished.
Because of this, I feel uneasy, worried and scared. As a result, the person he loves is actually the leader of Sanhai Hall? Who can believe this? This Su Qi looked so ordinary at first, how could he be so powerful? How many secrets are there in your body? Looking at Su Qi in complete disbelief, Qi Bingyue felt proud.
Now it has been completely confirmed that Su Qi is indeed the head of Sanhai Hall.
This is really impressive.
If I could become the wife of the hall master, it would be much more impressive than being the school belle. Unable to help herself, she reached out and hugged Su Qi's arm. Such a majestic man is the Prince Charming of her dreams. Over the years, no boy has caught her eye. She always felt that those boys were too childish. Even those who are rich are very low, just little brats. Today, I finally saw what a real man is.
My heart melts. My heart is pounding.
Originally, he flattered Su Qi and gave him money, but it was just a task that had to be completed to save the family.
Now, the fake play has become real. Su Qi glanced at Xiao Yaofeng and asked, "Are you the best master in Sanhai Hall?"
Xiao Yaofeng quickly shook his head. "In front of the hall master, I am nothing."
"May I have your name?" "My name is Xiao Yaofeng, you can call me Xiao Qiao." "Xiao Qiao?"
Su Qi looked at him and said, "You, Xiao Qiao, are a little low-looking."
He asked calmly, "How do you know that I am the head of your Sanhai Hall? You must have never seen me before."
Xiao Yaofeng quickly replied, "When the old hall master passed away, he told us that he had handed the hall master's sword to the new hall master. The person who holds the sword of the hall master is the new hall master of our Sanhai Hall."
"Of course, it's you." Su Qi smiled.
This system that turns stone into gold is really amazing. Not only can you point out the sword of the hall master,
even the identity is perfectly integrated.
From what Xiao Yaofeng said, no one has seen the new hall master since the old one passed away.
He appeared with the hall master's sword, isn't he the new hall master?
Xiao Qiao was very offensive just now.
"Please forgive me, master." Xiao Yaofeng kowtowed again. Su Qi coughed and said, "You'd better stop calling yourself Xiao Qiao. It ruins my beautiful imagination of this name." Xiao Yaofeng was a little embarrassed and nodded quickly, "Yes, Xiao Qiao, no, I will remember it." Su Qi waved his hand, "I want to eat, you all leave." Xiao Yaofeng hurriedly said, "Master, you haven't punished me yet." Su Qi was surprised. This man was really honest.
Letting him go means not pursuing the matter. Still waiting for him to punish him. He seemed afraid to leave without being punished.
He simply kicked Xiao Yaofeng to the ground. "Is that all right? Get lost." A look of joy finally appeared on Xiao Yaofeng's face.
I was secretly excited that the hall master had such a good temper.
Not sinister, nor pretentious, but very straightforward.
Especially Su Qi's outfit, it's so down to earth. It's rare that the hall master is so simple and unconcerned about trivial matters.
It is such a blessing for Kang Haitang. He completely forgot his first impression of Su Qi.
I think Su Qi looks like a country bumpkin and a greenhorn because he's wearing big shorts.
The perception before and after is completely two extremes. He quickly said, "Thank you, master. We'll get out of here now."
"Don't disturb your meal, master."
"Master, this Qingyun Lanhai Hotel is our Sanhai Hall's property. If you need anything, just tell the waiter." He bowed to Su Qi.
"We are at the Kang Haitang headquarters, waiting for your arrival at any time.
Take a few steps back." He picked up the waiter and left with his men. When he got outside, he slapped the waiter in the face. "How could I have offended the hall master, such a fool?
The waiter was terrified and begged for mercy. "Mr. Chow, please spare me, Mr. Chow, please spare me.
I really didn't know the hall master was here."
Seeing so many people coming, the atmosphere was not right, so I asked Mr. Chow to intimidate them. If I knew that person was the hall master, I would never dare to disturb him even if I were beaten to death. Xiao Yaofeng snorted coldly. "Thank goodness the hall master didn't blame me, otherwise, I would have killed you. Mr. Chow, please spare me, Mr. Chow, please spare me." The waiter begged for mercy again.
Xiao Yaofeng pulled him forward and said, "Now you know who he is. Serve him well. If there is anything inconsiderate, I will definitely hold you accountable." The waiter nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Knowing Su Qi's identity, how could he dare not do his best? "Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll let you go this time." Xiao Yaofeng let go of the waiter and left with his men. When we arrived outside the hotel, someone was already waiting there.
He is from the Cheng family. Cheng Jijin, the second uncle of Cheng Tianyu, the eldest son of the Cheng family, was standing in front of the car with a smile on his face, waiting for Xiao Yaofeng.
Cheng Tianyu was seriously injured and the Cheng family reacted very quickly. Cheng Jichuang, the head of the Cheng family, immediately rushed to the hospital to visit.
At the same time, he sent his men to quickly surround the Chu family villa.
We can't let anyone from the Chu family have the chance to escape.
In addition, he asked his younger brother Chang Jijin to invite Xiao Yaofeng, the top master of Sanhai Hall, to dinner.
Let Kang Haitang help.
Xu Xiaowen betrayed his son and seriously injured his son together with her lover.
Cheng Jichuang was filled with resentment and was determined to make the Chu family completely destroyed. "Mr. Qiao, is everything going well?"
Chang Jijin hurried forward. After they finished their meal, the waiter called Xiao Yaofeng away to deal with the guest who had come with bad intentions. He paid the bill and waited for Xiao Yaofeng outside.
There was still excitement on Xiao Yaofeng's face.
It was more than just smooth sailing, it was incredibly rewarding. What a coincidence, I met the head of Sanhai Hall here. Although it was a slight offense, it did not anger the hall master. The key point is that he should be the first person in Sanhai Hall to meet the new hall master.
He is so lucky.
Suddenly I thought, this is a great opportunity. Others don't know who the hall master is yet, but he has already seen him. This opportunity must be utilized well. He quickly waved for a younger brother to come over and whispered instructions. "Tell that guy to go to his garage immediately and drive over his treasured Lamborghini sports car.
As a gift to Su Qi."
Being the first to present a gift to the new hall master is equivalent to holding the hall master's thigh tightly. If the hall master treats him as one of his own, then he will definitely have a bright future in Sanhai Hall.
The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Cheng Jijin couldn't help but be curious. "Mr. Qiao, what are you so happy about?" Chapter 137 True Love. Xiao Yaofeng was in a good mood.
He laughed and patted his shoulder vigorously. "I want to thank you. If you hadn't invited me to dinner at the Qingyun Lanhai Hotel, I wouldn't have had such a good opportunity." Cheng Jijin's face lit up when he was praised so highly by the top master of Sanhai Hall.
"Very curious, Mr. Qiao, what good news is this?"
Xiao Yaofeng's eyes turned and he decided not to tell Cheng Jijin for the time being. Cheng Jijin's brother, Cheng Jichuang, the head of the Cheng family, is also from Sanhai Hall. If Cheng Jichuang knew that the hall master was here, his efforts to curry favor with him would definitely be much greater than his.
How can he still be seen?
Although his Lamborghini sports car is worth tens of millions.
But it is definitely not as financially strong as the Cheng family. The gifts given by the Cheng family can definitely crush him easily. For your own sake, it's better not to say anything. Then he smiled again. "It's a secret. Let's go, aren't we going to help your Cheng family?" After eating and drinking, it's time to get going. Cheng Jijin didn't ask any further.
In his opinion, the good things that happened to Xiao Yaofeng definitely had little to do with him.
It's more important to get the job done. So he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, then let's go to the Chu family now?" Xiao Yaofeng curled his lips. "Let's go. It's just the wealthy Chu family. It's said that there are only 3 women in the family. Asking me to take action is completely unnecessary." Cheng Jijin hurriedly laughed. "Having you here is an extra layer of insurance, isn't it?"
"My brother means that this matter must be foolproof.
Having you here is a foolproof guarantee." This sounded comforting, and Xiao Yaofeng laughed. "That's true.
With me here, no one in Yinjiang City can save the Chu family." With a wave of his hand, he led his younger brothers into the car.
Su Qi was finally satisfied with his meal and drink, served by two beauties on his left and right.
Being able to have the eldest lady of the Chi family and the second lady of the Chu family serve you together is an unprecedented treatment. Suchi really didn't want to be a scumbag, but he looked at the bright and charming Chi Bingyue on his left, and then at the gentle and beautiful Chu Xiaowen on his right. Which one doesn't tea make people drool? Who can resist the wonderful feeling of being served by two such beauties? It's not that he wants to be a scumbag, it's just that the enemy is too powerful. Suchi, let's go to Chu's house. Chu Xiaowen just received a message from her mother saying that some strange men were seen around the Chu family villa. It seemed to be targeting their Chu family. Chu Xiaowen immediately realized that the Cheng family must have taken action. She didn't dare tell her mother the truth, so she could only comfort her by saying that her mother must be overthinking it. But he also reminded his mother to close the door tightly just in case. I was really anxious and could only urge Suchi. Suchi is now her only lifeline. Has something happened? Suchi noticed that Chu Xiaowen looked strange. Chu Xiaowen showed the received message to Suchi. Suchi sneered, "It seems that you three, mother and daughter, are indeed easy to bully. People just blocked the door. It just won't work without a man at home." Chu Xiaowen grabbed his hand anxiously. At this time, it's better not to make sarcastic remarks. Yes, the Chu family is short of a man. I used to think that what was missing was Cheng Tianyu. Now I understand, what is missing is Suchi. She is now completely at a loss and can only rely on Suchi. Suchi patted her hands and said, "Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything rashly in broad daylight. I'll wait until night anyway." Chu Xiaowen still held his hand tightly, looking pitiful. He looked like he was about to cry. Suchi had no choice but to say, "Okay, let's go now, okay? Stand up." When the three members of the Chi family saw him stand up, they also became hurried. Chi Zihao was chewing on pork ribs when he immediately vomited. "Young Master Su, you really want to go to the Chu family?" Chi Bingyue hugged Suchi's arm and was unwilling to let go. There was reluctance in his eyes. Suchi was shocked. Is this girl's acting skills so superb? He took the reluctance and attachment in those eyes seriously. His acting skills are deep into his bones. I took a look at the system messages, looking for system messages about Chi Bingyue's contribution and attention. Now we receive attention every moment. There are so many system messages that I can only pick and choose. I quickly found the system message about Chi Bingyue. Chi Bingyue's attention creates attachment and reluctance. Critical damage plus 10,000. This girl's attachment and reluctance are real. Not acting? It's really unbelievable. He knew that Chi Bingyue actually hated him very much. Later, I was afraid of him. After all, I knew his identity and was spanked by him so many times. It was only because of the pressure from the family that I had to please him. It's all pure acting, it's impossible for me to really have any feelings for him. But now the system message is definitely correct, it is about attachment and reluctance. Scroll forward through the system messages. Found another one about Chi Bingyue. Chi Bingyue's attention generates a heart-pounding crit of plus 16,666. Heart beating? Suchi was confused. No matter what he did, Chi Bingyue was moved. Is it that the way I eat voraciously is really cool? Or did he secretly touch her slender waist and make her feel aroused? This feeling of excitement is simply inexplicable. But Suchi can be sure of one thing, the emotion in Chi Bingyue's eyes is real. Looking at the reluctance and attachment, my heart beat faster. "Mr. Su, can't you really come to our house?" Chi Bingyue said again. Suchi sighed, "Sister, the Chu family is in urgent need, I can't just leave them alone." "But if you really miss me and can't sleep at night, just use a banana or cucumber to prop me up first." Chi Bingyue was stunned for a moment before she reacted. His face suddenly turned red. "You are such a bad guy." He couldn't help but punch Suchi. Chi Chongqiu and Chi Zihao were terrified and quickly shouted, "Bingyue, what are you doing? How dare you attack young Master Su? Apologize now." Suchi waved his hand, "Okay, don't be so nervous. It's not easy for you to be so humble all the time. The past is written off." Chi Chongqiu was overjoyed, "Master Su, are you not angry with us anymore? If someone respects me an inch, I will respect them 10 feet. Although your acting skills are a bit clumsy, at least you have this heart. I will let bygones be bygones."
Shi Chongshu and Shi Zihao thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Mr. Su. Mr. Su is really a magnanimous man. Shi Zihao quickly gave a thumbs up.
That's right, the Prime Minister has a broad mind.
Shi Chongshu agreed. Young Master Su's mind is as vast and boundless as the ocean.
It looks like the Milky Way to me, endless.
Su Chi was sweating. Can it be more exaggerated? He glared at them and said, if you want to irritate me again, just say so.
Shi Chongshu and Shi Zihao were startled and stopped talking.
Su Chi instructed Shi Zihao, don't accept the executives of Chu Bo Group for the time being. Give Chu Tianbo time to transfer his shares. If Chu Tianbo goes back on his word, the Chubo Group will be completely destroyed. You should have no problem dealing with the already dying Chubo Group, right? Chapter 138, a surprise delivered to your door. Shi Zihao nodded quickly, absolutely no problem.
It's good that old Chu Tianbo is just following your orders, young Master Su. But if he dares to play tricks, we will make the Chubo Group disappear completely.
Su Chi waved his hand, go back and get ready.
We need to make Chu Tianbo feel the pressure all the time and not dare to play tricks.
Shi Zihao quickly agreed, yes, Mr. Su. Chu Yunyi finally found Chu Tianbo.
She searched several hotels but couldn't find Chu Tianbo, so she rushed to Qingyun Lanhai Hotel.
As a result, Chu Tianbo was seen 2 streets away from the hotel. Chu Tianbo walked on the road in a daze. When crossing the road, he didn't even look at the traffic lights.
He weaved in and out of the traffic like a headless fly, completely ignoring the frantic honking of car horns and the scolding of drivers.
Chu Yunyi was surprised. What happened to her father? It's too dangerous to walk on the road like this. He quickly got out of the taxi and went to pick up Chu Tianbo. When Chu Tianbo saw her, he screamed and ran away. I am too embarrassed to see Chu Yunyi.
Chu Yunyi tried again and again to help him save his life and also to help him save the Chubo Group. Even if he had listened to Chu Yunyi once, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Now he is destined to lose the Chubo Group and will no longer be a billionaire, but a useless old man.
How can I have the nerve to see Chu Yunyi? Avoiding Chu Yunyi frantically. Chu Yunyi took great effort to catch up with him and pull him back. He asked anxiously, Dad, what's wrong with you? Where's Su Chi? What did you do to him? Chu Tianbo opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, tears started to flow. Yun and I regret it. Why shouldn't I listen to you? I am just old and confused. I am really stupid. I have ruined everything I have.
Having said this, he burst into tears.
Seeing him like this, Chu Yunyi roughly guessed what was going on.
Chu Tianbo must now know Su Chi's true strength.
But everything is definitely irreversible. He sighed and didn't say anything to persuade him.
He just pulled Chu Tianbo to a nearby park and found a bench to sit on. After Chu Tianbo stopped crying, I went to buy a bottle of water and handed it to Chu Tianbo.
Dad, my voice is hoarse from crying. Drink some water to moisten your throat.
I'm sorry, you've locked all my cards, so I can only treat you to a bottle of water for $1.
After hearing this, Chu Tianbo almost cried again. Is his daughter mocking him? However, he no longer had the nerve to say anything to Chu Yunyi. He silently took the water and took a sip. He sighed, from now on, I will only be able to drink this kind of water. Dad, what's the result? Chu Yunyi didn't ask what happened.
She knew that the process must be a painful torture for Chu Tianbo.
Asking Chu Tianbo to tell the whole story would be tantamount to torturing him again.
Chu Tianbo took another sip of water and sighed, I will give all the shares of Chu Bo Group to Su Chi and sever all ties with Chu Bo Group.
He promised to keep the Chu Bo Group. In addition, he looked up at Chu Yunyi. He said that he would put you in charge of the Chu Bo Group from now on. You will become the CEO of the Chu Bo Group who has the final say. Chu Yunyi was secretly shocked. Su Chi really had defeated his father. He directly took away the company that my father valued most. However, this also shows that Su Chi was really angry with Chu Tianbo. Suddenly my heart skipped a beat. Would Dad think this was her idea? I quickly explained, Dad, I didn't give Su Chi any advice, and I didn't know that Su Chi would let me take full charge of the Chubo Group. Chu Tianbo smiled bitterly, I know. You've been helping Dad, but I'm an old fool. If I had listened to any of your words, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I really want to apologize to you and thank you. At least, you stayed in the Chubo Group. It is my greatest comfort that my daughter can stay in Chubo Group. Thank you, thank you.
He held Xu Yunyi's hand, unable to tell whether he was in pain or relief.
Dad, what are you going to do next? Xu Yunyi asked. Xu Tianbuo's face was filled with frustration. Do I have any other choice?
We can only transfer all the shares to Su Qi as soon as possible. He will only save the Chubo group if he gets the shares.
The Chubo group has completely ceased operations and won't last much longer.
I must transfer the shares to him as soon as possible.
My life's work cannot be ruined no matter what I say. Xu Yunyi nodded. I'll help you.
At this time, Xu Tianbuo's cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be a call from Cheng Jichuan, the head of the Cheng family, who is also one of the 4 wealthy families. This Cheng Jichuan has always been at odds with him. In the ranking of the 4 wealthy families, the Chu family follows the Cheng family and ranks second. Cheng Jichuan has always been worried that the Chu family would take away their Cheng family's position as the leader among the 4 wealthy families, and is very hostile to the Chu family.
There are also many frictions in the business world.
Why is Cheng Jichuan calling at this time?
Could it be that he heard about the crisis of Chu Bo Group and called specifically to mock it? I couldn't help but grit my teeth.
He originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought, since Cheng Jichuan wanted to mock him, he couldn't escape no matter where he hid.
Just pick it up. Now that I have fallen to this state, I don't even feel itchy even though I have too many lice. Are you still afraid of being ridiculed? Cheng Jichuan, feel free to say whatever you want to say. Xu Tianbuo has prepared himself mentally.
Cheng Jichuan sneered. Xu Tianbuo, I called you to give you a warning. I hope you remember that no matter what happens in the Chu family, you must stay here honestly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you.
Xu Tianbuo was completely confused. What's going on? Wasn't he here to mock himself? What's going on with the Chu family? Cheng Jichuan, what are you talking about?
Cheng Jichuan snorted coldly. Let me tell you straight, I want to destroy the Chu family and swallow up all of their assets. You'd better not interfere with me, and don't let your daughter get involved. I know your daughter is a classmate of Chu Xiaofei, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. If you dare to mess with my good deeds, I will turn my spearhead against you.
Don't blame me for being rude then.
Xu Tianbuo was surprised that Cheng Jichuan actually wanted to swallow up the Chu family.
A big appetite.
It seems that the pattern of the 4 major clubs in the past is about to change completely. Their Chu family's company is on the verge of collapse, and the Cheng family is about to swallow up the Chu family.
The situation is a complete mess. Did you hear that?
Cheng Jichuan's voice was not only cold, but also contained a strong threat.
Just stay in bed and maybe you can live a few more years. If you dare to help the Chu family, I will send you on your way quickly.
He thought Xu Tianbuo's illness had not yet healed. After all, the original news was that Xu Tianbuo's illness was incurable.
Xu Tianbuo was angry. This Cheng Jichuan is so arrogant.
Relying on being ranked first among the 4 major families, he dared to speak to him like that and had no respect for him at all. He was about to retort, but then he thought, anyone could step on his current situation, let alone Cheng Jichuan? I suddenly felt powerless.
I'm waiting for your reply. You must promise not to interfere in the affairs between me and the Chu family. Cheng Jichuan is really going to take real action against the Chu family.
Informing Xu Tianbuo and intimidating him is to prevent any problems from happening when annexing the Chu family.
Xu Tianbuo was too lazy to say anything and was about to hang up the phone.
At this moment, my heart suddenly skipped a beat.
He remembered that the second lady of the Chu family was with Su Qi.
And he seems to be quite close to Su Qi.
If the Cheng family dares to touch the Chu family, they will definitely involve Su Qi. So, now it's Cheng Jichuan's turn to face the monster Su Qi? I almost laughed out loud.
He just fell into Su Qi's hands, and now Cheng Jichuan is going to Su Qi to die?
Cheng Jichuan has always been his enemy.
He is finished now, and his enemies are about to fall into the same pit. You can imagine how excited he was. His face, originally filled with depression and loss, suddenly became full of energy.
He said excitedly, I won't interfere, never interfere, just do it. Don't back down. Roll up your sleeves and get to the end. I'm really optimistic about you.
Now we are not afraid that Cheng Jichuan will swallow up the Chu family, but we are afraid that Cheng Jichuan will retreat.
If Cheng Jichuan retreated, how would he fall into Su Qi's trap? Chapter 139. The old man becomes a little fanboy. Cheng Jichuan was shocked. Xu Tianbuo actually encouraged him?
You could even hear that they were cheering for him excitedly, as if they had become his little fans.
What's going on? The two of them have always been trying to sabotage each other and are enemies. He wanted to take over the Chu family, and his only worry was that Chu Tianbo would stab him in the back and sabotage him. After all, none of them can stand seeing the other one doing better than the other. So I called specifically to scare Chu Tianbo first. He didn't expect Chu Tianbo to really agree not to interfere. He just wanted to scare Chu Tianbo by showing him his attitude and frighten him so that he wouldn't dare to interfere. As a result, Chu Tianbo actually encouraged him. It's so abnormal. I couldn't help but pick up the phone and confirm the number. The person calling was Chu Tianbo. Could it be that Chu Tianbo's brain is damaged because he is lying in bed? Or was your head accidentally hit by the ward door? He was originally very powerful, but now he is confused by Chu Tianbo. Chu Tianbo, you actually encouraged me? Chu Tianbo suddenly realized that his emotions were too obvious. Even if your opponent is about to jump into a pit, you should hold back your laughter. At least wait until your opponent falls into the trap before laughing. He coughed hurriedly. Isn't this what you want? I told you to stay out of it, but you actually encouraged me. What's wrong with you? I think you have great ambitions. Of course I have to encourage you, isn't that right? Chang Jichuang suddenly sneered. You think I can't swallow up the Chu family, so you deliberately say something sarcastic to make fun of me, right? Chu Tianbo didn't know how to explain it, but Chang Jichuang found the best explanation for him. He also sneered. You figured this out, it's not simple. The Chu family is also one of the 4 great families. How can you swallow them up with a hammer? Chang Jichuang laughed loudly. Chu Tianbo, just wait and see. From now on, Yanjiang City will only have 3 wealthy families. As for those 3 women from the Chu family, I can do whatever I want with them. It wouldn't be difficult for me to take them all in as my women. But you'd better not interfere, or I might get angry. Chu Tianbo thought, there are more than 3 women in the Chu family, there is also a monster Su Qi. He had such a good appetite that he wanted to take in all 3 women. Be careful not to knock out your teeth. The Chu family seems to be a soft target, with plenty of benefits, but it is actually a big pitfall. He sneered secretly, but couldn't help but encourage Chang Jichuang. Well, the plan is very good, come on, work hard. Don't worry, our Chu family will never interfere. Chang Jichuang emphasized, tell your daughter not to interfere either. I know your daughter and the eldest daughter of the Chu family were classmates and they once had a good relationship. Chu Tianbo hurriedly said, don't worry, my daughter will never interfere. I can promise that. Just go ahead and deal with the Chu family. Really, don't worry about us. We'll just watch. You'd better hurry up, we can't wait. The more Chang Jichuan listened to Chu Tianbo's words, the more uneasy he felt. I always feel like something is wrong. The back of my neck feels a little cold. But think about it, he has Kang Haitang as his backer, so what can he do even if Chu Tianbo intervenes? What is there to fear? I can't help but grit my teeth. Chu Tianbo, stop being so sarcastic. I'm telling you, even if you intervene, I will definitely swallow up this Chu family. Chu Tianbo was about to laugh out loud, and couldn't help but encourage again. It's good to have this determination, hurry up and do it. I'm rooting for you. Chu Tianbo, you old thing, can you still speak normally? Just wait, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Chang Jichuan couldn't stand Chu Tianbo's weird tone and hung up the phone angrily. Chu Tianbo laughed heartily. Thinking about Chang Jichuan repeating his own mistakes, he almost laughed to tears. How lonely it is to be alone in the pit. When Chang Jichuan comes down, I will have a companion. He laughed so wildly that Chu Yunyi felt a little scared. Dad, what happened to you? Chu Tianbo is about to lose the career he created after graduation, but he is still so happy? Chu Tianbo still couldn't help laughing and was almost out of breath. I never thought someone would take the blame for me so soon. He's still the guy I hate the most. Even though I lost the Chubo group, why do I still feel a little sweet? What a pleasant surprise. Let's go and transfer the shares to that guy. Chu Tianbo was no longer so distraught. I feel much better now. Stand up and leave. But he turned back and stared into Chu Yunyi's eyes. Yunyi, catch that kid for me. Don't let Chi Bingyue and the second girl from the Chu family snatch her away. Although I lost the Chubo group, it's not a big loss to ensure that the Chubo group is in the hands of my son-in-law. After thinking for a moment, he quickly said, to be on the safe side, you should give birth to a child for that boy first. Even if that kid is snatched away, my grandson will still be in the Chubo group. Xu Yunyi's face flushed. Dad, are you thinking too far ahead? Xu Tianbo glared. What do you mean by long term? This is reality.
If you can't hold on to that guy, and he gets seduced by Qi Bingyue or Chu Xiaowen, and our Chubo group is in his hands, then we'll really lose everything and suffer a huge loss.
He pushed Xu Yunyi and said, don't accompany me to handle the share transfer procedures. Go and get that guy some quick sleep. Hurry up and get some more sleep with him.
Even if the oxen plowing the fields run away, at least the seeds have to be planted.
Xu Yunyi was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Things like cows, land, and seeds. What Xu Tianbo said was too explicit. Xu Tianbo had no choice. In order to recover the losses, we can only rely on Xu Yunyi.
Now that powerful enemies are surrounding him, Xu Yunyi just left Su Qi, and Qi Bingyue and Chu Xiaowen came along.
I have to urge Xu Yunyi to hurry up, so how can I have the time to speak so tactfully? Go!
Xu Tianbo was so anxious that he stamped his feet.
Xu Yunyi was still a little worried about him. Can you do it yourself?
I saw you were in a trance just now.
I'm fine now. Xu Tianbo patted his chest and said, I'm in high spirits now. I have a goal again.
One is watching my old enemy Cheng Zhichuan fall headfirst into a pit.
Secondly, I am waiting for my grandson to be born. Even for these two things, I will never give up on myself again. Xu Yunyi saw that he was indeed much more energetic.
Finally, he said, then I'll go find Su Qi.
Xu Tianbo nodded, looked at Xu Yunyi's dress, and couldn't help but remind her, change your skirt is too conservative. Have you seen Qi Bingyue?
Her skirt is so short that it reaches her shoulders.
Xu Yunyi almost laughed out loud. Is that still a skirt? You're still laughing.
People are trying their best, but you're not in a hurry or slow down.
Xu Tianbo was anxious and furious.
I'm telling you, if you have to risk your life, you must be resolute in doing so.
Chapter 140 The Infallible Trump Card.
Xu Yunyi looked at Xu Tianbo now, and then thought about Xu Tianbo who had firmly opposed her and Su Qi being together.
I really can't recognize it. Is this still the same person?
My mistakes can only be made up by you, Yun and I, keep working hard.
The only person Xu Tianbo can count on now is his daughter.
When he hands over his shares in Chubo Group, he will be left with nothing. The only one who can help him recover his losses is Xu Yunyi.
Xu Yunyi left. Looking at the clothes he was wearing, they were indeed a bit too professional. Not hot and charming enough. After thinking about it, he turned and walked into the mall. This old guy Xu Tianbo is simply a psychopath now.
After Cheng Zhichuan hung up the phone with Xu Tianbo, he was so angry that he threw his phone away.
Dad, is Xu Tianbo going to interfere in our affairs with the Chu family? Cheng Tianyu, lying on the hospital bed, couldn't help but ask.
His injured leg has been reattached and covered with a thick cast.
Cheng Zhichuan shook his head. I don't know what's going on with this old guy. Not only did he promise not to interfere, he even cheered me on. This is so fucking weird. Cheng Tianyu laughed. Isn't this better?
Without this worry, we can focus on dealing with the Chu family. Cheng Zhichuan gritted his teeth and said, I always feel that there is something wrong with this old guy.
Dad, you won't give up on dealing with the Chu family and dealing with that little bitch Chu Xiaowen, right?
Cheng Tianyu suddenly became a little anxious.
Cheng Zhichuan shook his head. How could that be? With Sanhai Hall as our backing, even if the Chu family dares to intervene, how can I be afraid of them?
I was just annoyed by what this old guy said. After I take care of the Chu family, I will turn around and teach this old guy a lesson. Hearing him say this, Cheng Tianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. His fiancée has always had another man in her heart. For so many years, he had never touched Chu Xiaowen with a finger, but Chu Xiaowen hugged Su Qi and kissed him in front of him. The adulterer was also seriously injured.
What a shame and humiliation. An absolute disgrace.
I will avenge this grudge no matter what.
He gritted his teeth and said, Dad, I want to be there when we deal with the Chu family.
I want to see with my own eyes the despair and helplessness of that bitch Chu Xiaowen. I want her to kneel before me and cry and beg.
Let her regret betraying me.
Yang Zhuangqin, who had been silent on the side, quickly smiled flatteringly. Mr. Chang, after defeating the Chu family, you should first sleep with that blind little bitch Chu Xiaowen a few times.
Then let her be your maid, kneeling and serving you every day. Doesn't she want to be the young mistress of the Chang family? Then let her be the lowest of the low.
That way, that little bitch will truly understand the consequences of betraying you. She went to the Chang family, eager to show herself. The ideas put forward are naturally more extreme and despicable.
Chang Tianyu nodded, yes, that's a good idea. Let's do as you say.
Yang Zhuangqin was overjoyed, thank you for the compliment, Master Chang.
Are you really going to the Chu family in person?
Chang Jichuan looked at Chang Tianyu's injured leg and felt a little worried.
Chang Tianyu was very determined, Dad, I must go.
My legs are fine, but now my heart is filled with hatred.
Even if I have to lie down and can't move,
I want to see Chu Xiaowen kneel down and beg for mercy in front of me. Chang Jichuan finally nodded, as expected of my son, he has my ruthlessness. Glancing at Yang Zhuangqin beside him, he said, then you will be responsible for pushing the young master.
If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible.
Yang Zhuangqin was overjoyed and nodded and bowed, repeatedly assuring, don't worry, Mr. Chang, if young Master Chang gets hurt, you can just deal with me. Feeling Chang's thighs, she hugged him tighter and tighter.
Not long after, Chang Jichuan received a call from his younger brother Chang Jijin.
Tell him that he has already rushed to the Chu family villa with Xia Yaofeng, the top master of Sanhai Hall.
Chang Jichuan breathed a sigh of relief.
Now that we have successfully gotten Xia Yaofeng, the top expert of Sanhai Hall, to take action, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. In fact, with the help of the Chang family, we can deal with the Chu family. But with Xia Yaofeng, the best master of Sanhai Hall, in charge, we can ensure that nothing goes wrong.
I asked, the Chu family didn't leave, right?
Chang Jijin quickly replied, brother, except for Chu Xiaowen, everyone in the Chu family is here.
Chang Jichuan snorted coldly, that's good.
He ordered Chang Jijin to surround the Chu family villa but not attack it, and not to alert the enemy for the time being. It would be better if we could wait until Chu Xiaowen comes back, so that we can take over the Chu family.
If you can't wait, do it at night. They captured Chu Xiaowen's mother and sister, used them as threats, and forced Chu Xiaowen to go back.
But if the Chu family finds something wrong and tries to force their way out, there is no need to wait until nightfall, we must take action immediately. He has thought carefully and considered various situations and ways to deal with them. In short, this time we must swallow up the Chu family. Chang Jijin laughed and said, brother, you are really amazing.
The Chu family will definitely not escape from your control this time.
Su Qi and Chu Xiaowen came to the Chu family villa.
This is a garden villa with European style.
The villa is surrounded by colorful flowers, giving it a very delicate feeling. It doesn't have the grandeur of the Chu family villa, but it has a unique sense of freshness and elegance.
It must be very comfortable to live here.
When he came outside the villa, Su Qi noticed that the villa was definitely surrounded. On the road outside the villa, under the shade of trees, there are cars parked. There were clearly people sitting in the car. Chu Xiaowen also noticed it, and her heart became nervous, and she couldn't help but hold Su Qi's hand.
Su Qi smiled and said, it's okay. Drive into the villa.
Chu Xiaowen was still very worried.
She had long thought that the Chang family would send someone to the Chu family villa.
But I didn't expect so many cars to come. I saw more than a dozen of them. Even if there are only 2 people in a car, there are still dozens of people.
We must get serious about this.
I couldn't help but ask Su Qi, what should I do if they all rush in?
Su Qi thought for a moment and asked her instead, do you have an off-road vehicle at home?
Chu Xiaowen quickly replied, there are some in the garage.
My sister likes to drive off-road vehicles.
Su Qi was stunned, is your sister so wild?
Chu Xiaowen blushed slightly, why do you say that about my sister?
She has a bit of a boyish vibe, very heroic, but you can't say she's wild. In private, she's actually very girly.
Su Qi smiled and said, I just said it casually. Take me to your garage.
Chu Xiaowen guided Su Qi and drove the car into the villa's underground garage. The garage is spacious and has a large area, with room for 7 or 8 cars. They are all first-line luxury cars.
At the very edge is an off-road vehicle, an old-fashioned one.
Although simple, it is very powerful.
Chu Xiaowen was surprised, Su Qi, what do you want an off-road vehicle for? You'll find out in a moment. Su Qi got out of the car and came to the SUV.
I secretly wondered what this off-road vehicle would become if I could turn it into gold. Off-road vehicles are much more powerful than ordinary cars. If you can turn it into gold, it will naturally become more powerful.
Then let us see what it becomes.
He turned around and said to Chu Xiaowen who was following him, close your eyes, I'll show you a magic trick.